On a stormy night, the school beauty, drenched from head to toe, knocked on my door, trembling as she begged me to take her in, but I personally turned her away. Little did I know, the next day she was found dead in an alley, her clothes disheveled. The heavy rain had washed away all traces, leaving no clues to find the killer, and the case became an unsolved mystery. Haunted by guilt and unable to sleep after seeing her tragic death, I vowed to seek justice for Su Yuqing and resolved to enroll in the police academy. After becoming a detective, I achieved numerous successes and finally got the chance to reopen the case. Who would have thought that a bolt of lightning would send me back to that fateful crossroads? As I looked at the girl soaked by the rain, the faint fragrance of youth lingering around her, I slowly opened the door. This time, I wouldn't let the tragedy repeat itself. At the same time, armed with years of investigative experience, I planned to search the crime scene for clues tonight. Through her drenched white blouse, her lace bra was faintly visible, and the way she hugged her arms reminded me of the defensive curl often seen in the morgue, the last act of self-protection before death. As the coroner had said, "Classmate Pei Yu, I heard your parents are away on business, and you're home alone?" Her eyelashes, dotted with raindrops, trembled slightly with each breath as she mustered the courage to blurt out the words she had rehearsed countless times. "Could I stay at your place for a few days? I won't impose, I can help with chores or anything else." Her soft, delicate voice, wrapped in the gentleness of the rain, snapped me out of my daze. It was a soothing sound I hadn't heard in so long. Every stormy night before, I had only seen her standing there silently, never uttering a word. Hearing it again now, my eyes grew slightly warm. "Come in first, I'll get you a towel." Gazing at the girl's delicate face, chilled by the cold rain, my emotions were unusually tangled. Su Yuqing nervously tugged at the hem of her clothes, and I suddenly heard her whisper, "My socks are wet, they'll soak your slippers." I replied casually, "Then don't wear them, just come in barefoot, you can take them off and leave them on the floor later." She nodded, mustering all her courage to overcome her shyness and unease. On this stormy night with no one around, a man and a woman alone together, she stood before me drenched, her intimate clothing faintly visible. The tension was indescribable. Though she had mentally prepared herself before coming, the moment had still left her flustered. Her nails dug deep into her palms as she forced herself to stay calm. The sound of her rapid breathing echoed through the empty living room. When I turned to fetch a towel, she quickly glanced around the room with the corner of her eye, the sneakers haphazardly placed by the entrance, the steaming teapot on the coffee table, the toppled Vita soy milk carton by the TV stand. These traces of life eased the tension in her stiffened back slightly. "This is the only towel I have for drying hair. I hope you don't mind using it," I said, handing it to her. As she took it, she caught the scent of sea salt shampoo and began rubbing her hair with the towel. "Can I borrow some clothes?" Su Yuqing asked, tugging at the soaked hem of her shirt. Only then did I notice her outfit was somewhat worn, not from years of storage, but from use. Even the red string tied around her left ankle had faded. "Since you're changing clothes anyway, why not take a hot bath? Otherwise, you might catch a cold." At the mention of bathing, Su Yuqing lowered her head shyly and softly replied, The guest bathroom doesn't have a bathtub. If you don't mind, you can use the one in my room. I'll go draw the hot water for you." The thought of bathing in the same place I usually did made Su Yuqing's face flush even redder, her small hands fidgeting nervously together. As the sound of running water filled the air, Su Yuqing watched my busy figure and mustered the courage to ask, "Classmate Pei Yu?" I turned to look at her and added, "Just call me by my name." She had originally intended to ask why I let her in without questioning. Sensing her confusion, I smiled and said, "Are you wondering why I didn't ask why you wanted to stay at my place? I figured if there wasn't some unavoidable reason, someone as beautiful as you wouldn't knock on my door on a stormy night asking for shelter. Since it's likely a reason you'd rather not talk about, pressing you would be impolite." Hearing my words, Su Yuqing's eyes welled up with tears. She felt my gentleness, acceptance, understanding, and kindness, and was once again certain she hadn't chosen the wrong person, even feeling a hint of sweetness at my calling her a great beauty. After filling the bathtub, I stood up and approached Su Yuqing, suddenly pinning her against the wall. "I'm not worried about you having any ulterior motives for staying here, but aren't you afraid I might have some ill intentions toward you?" Feeling my warm breath and the ambiguous atmosphere, Su Yuqing sensed a surge of warmth through her body, her legs slightly weakening as she leaned against the wall. After biting her lip lightly, she whispered, "I trust you." Her bold gaze met mine, and her answer left me unable to tease her further, intensifying the already charged atmosphere. Yet I restrained myself. There was something important to do tonight. With a smile, I withdrew my hand and said, "Go take your bath. Clothes to change into." Su Yuqing's voice was faint. I almost forgot. I opened the wardrobe and pulled out the white shirt I had never worn before. "This was a birthday gift from my mother last year. It can double as a dress for you, so make do with it for now. I'll put your clothes in the washing machine and then the dryer, they'll be ready soon." Su Yuqing nodded, turned to enter the bathroom, and before closing the door, flashed a relieved smile. Thank you. That smile was half gratitude for taking her in and half appreciation for my understanding and acceptance. Soon, the sound of the shower filled the bathroom, and after a long while, there was the noise of someone slipping into the bathtub. Once I confirmed everything was fine, I turned and left the bedroom, closing the door behind me. Sometime later, the bathroom door opened, and steam billowed into the bedroom. Su Yuqing stepped barefoot onto the cotton rug I had laid out in advance, the residual warmth from the hairdryer still lingering in her fluffy hair. The oversized sweatshirt swayed slightly with her hesitant steps, revealing a few inches of snow-white skin above her knees. Hearing the bedroom door open, I called from a distance, "I've left slippers for you by the door." Seeing the warm, fuzzy slippers placed there, Su Yuqing felt a surge of warmth in her heart, her shyness easing as she noticed my thoughtfulness. She slipped them on and walked out, curling her toes against the soft, warm lining, visibly relaxing. As soon as she stepped out of the bedroom, the sweet, comforting aroma of honey ginger tea wafted to Su Yuqing's nose. "Have some ginger tea." As I approached, the height difference allowed me an unintended glimpse of something else, causing my hand holding the mug to pause briefly, my Adam's apple bobbing. Su Yuqing took the mug, the sweetness and the sharpness of ginger intertwining in her breath. The way she sipped it reminded me of the stray kitten we'd adopted at the police station, adorable and soft. "Would you like me to make you some noodles?" I asked, pointing to the unopened package of dried noodles in the cupboard. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble?" Su Yuqing rubbed her stomach. "I am a little hungry, though. No trouble at all. It only takes a few minutes to cook noodles. How about I add 2 eggs for you?" I chuckled as I stood up, but she grabbed my hand. "I can fry eggs. I'll help." "Sure," I replied with a smile. After washing the vegetables in the kitchen, Su Yuqing was surprised by my knife skills. When she stepped onto a small stool to reach for the egg carton on the top shelf, the hem of her sweatshirt lifted, revealing a tantalizing curve. Out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly realized she might not be wearing anything underneath. Seemingly noticing Chen Mo's gaze, the shy Su Yuqing subconsciously scrambled to pull the hem of her sweatshirt, which resulted in not standing firmly on the stool. "Careful!" Chen Mo hurriedly reached out from behind to help the swaying Su Yuqing, but his palm happened to pass through her armpit and slid to the front where it seemed to hold the place that shouldn't be held. Su Yuqing, who was already sensitive to skin contact, only felt her body go limp all of a sudden, and she couldn't stand up even more, and she directly stumbled and fell from the chair and stool, and planted herself into Chen Mo's wide embrace. The lingering sandalwood scent of her hair mingled abruptly with the citrusy scent of the shower gel, and they both froze in place at the same time. That is, until the charming atmosphere was broken by the splash of boiling water from the soup pot on the cooking counter. Chen Mo hastily withdrew his hand, taking the lead and retreating half a step, shoving the funnel into her sweaty palm. "You stir, I'll get the eggs." Turning around but bumped into the cabinet door mirror in his own reddened ear tips, Chen Mo then reacted. The original himself so many years has not no feelings for girls, but there is not a second girl can no longer let himself produce throbbing emotions. Su Yuqing blushed shyly and lowered her head to stir the noodles. The bodysuit collar opened slightly with the movement, revealing half of the pale pink roundness. It caused Chinma to turn on his unstoppable self, aiming directly. The steamy water mist in the pot was heavy between the two of them, and the scarlet at the tip of Su Yuqing's ear spread all the way to her collarbone. She tugged at the hem of her sweater in a panic, but Chen Mo had already turned around and cracked the eggs into the pan, and the sound of the sizzling oil was just enough to mask the roar of her heartbeat. The aroma of tomato soup noodles quickly filled the kitchen, and when Chen Mo pushed the porcelain bowl in front of Su Yuqing, his fingertips deliberately avoided her slightly trembling fingertips. The young girl's eyes were downcast as she stared at the scallions floating on the surface of the soup, the neckline of her bodysuit slipping half an inch as she leaned over, the young girl's fragrant shoulders haloed with a pearly luster in the warm yellow light. "Be careful of the heat." Chen Mo's throat rolled and he rested the remote control on the edge of the dining table. "Tune yourself to whatever channel you want to watch." The moment the TV lit up, Su Yuqing suddenly clenched her chopsticks. The TV just happened to be playing the study material that Chen Mo had forgotten to switch, and the girl in the picture was extremely fierce. Su Yuqing subconsciously looked down at herself. Cough. Chen Mo immediately coughed lightly in embarrassment and hurriedly reached out to press the switch button, immediately switching from casting to the TV on-demand interface. After all these years, he himself had forgotten that this night of his own year turned out to be a homecast. Watching this alone, no wonder he had driven Su Yuqing away in the first place in a fiery rage. He remembered all the emotions of the time at once. At that time he was still watching TV while doing his handiwork, only to have the doorbell ring suddenly, giving him a fright that almost made him shrink. This was what caused him to directly turn away Su Yuqing, who had interrupted his spellcasting, after she made a bizarre request to be taken in. If his own self back then had not heard the doorbell under normal circumstances in the emotion of being ashamed and annoyed up to his head, and then let Su Yuqing into his home, he didn't even dare to think that his wolf-like aged self back then, who was so thirsty for knowledge about physiological hygiene to the point of being able to practice it more often, would do something unruly to such a lamb that was at the mercy of the slaughter. It might lead to some unmanageable consequences. It's a good thing that after so many years of settling down, he's much more composed these days. Even if the study material is exposed to the girls, you can quickly cut it off without blushing and pretending that nothing is wrong. The two of them took it in their stride and acted as if nothing had happened, neither saying a word more. I heard that girls quite like watching Crayon Shin-chan. Put on Crayon Shin-chan. Chen Mo clicked on the Crayon Shin cartoon, and soon that familiar voice came out of the television. The cartoon's upbeat music quickly washed away the awkwardness of the two, watching the little new guy bounce across the screen. Su Yuqing's tense shoulders finally loosened, scooping up a spoonful of noodle soup and blowing lightly, the steaming heat tinting her eyelashes into a foggy silver white. How's the flavor? Chen Mo in his high school days could cook, but then he had been a criminal police officer for too long. Cooking on his own for less time was also more dealt with. This sudden return to his high school days, he wasn't even sure if his cooking skills had changed. With the sweet and sour of the tomato wrapped in heat blossoming on her tongue, Su Yuqing's eyes abruptly brightened up, like stars suddenly lighting up in the night sky, and she couldn't help but take another sip before raising her head to look at Chen Mo. So you're such a good cook. The collar of the bodysuit slid over his shoulder with the tilt of his head, and the corners of his soup-stained lips glistened with crystalline water in the light. Chen Mo rested his cheeks to see her, puffing her cheeks to blow the appearance of the steamy fog hazy girl's face, but cannot cover the tip of the girl's nose out of the tiny beads of sweat. He took out a tissue and gently wiped her off, smiling and said, sweating, the cold is even driven out. Slow down, there's more in the pot. In the exaggerated sound effects of the cartoon, Su Yuqing secretly used her afterglow to survey Chen Mo, who was resting his cheeks and looking at himself. The teenager's tiger's mouth against the jagged curve of the jawbone, brushstroke like sharp jawline still remains the characteristic thinness of a teenager, little finger unconsciously rubbing the peak of the lips, favoring the corners of the lips were born slightly curved, always brewing a 3-minute seemingly unobtrusive smile. Looking at the teenager's silhouette plated with furry edges by the warm light, his handsome face flickering in and out of the animated film's bright light, as well as the way he was looking at himself obsessively, Su Yuqing's heart throbbed for a moment, but pretended to not see anything and focused on eating her noodles. Soon, she had all the noodles plus the noodle soup in her belly. It was at this point that she revealed a look of contentment. Are you full from one bowl? Chen Mo said with a smile. Aha! Su Yuqing's words just fell, I-ching. Thunder suddenly exploded outside the window. Chen Mo reflexively looked at the wall clock. The hour hand was pointing to 9:57, about half an hour left from the time of the crime in his previous life. It would take some time to get there from his own house, plus it would take time to investigate suspicious objects in the neighborhood, so Chen Mo was ready to move. Come drink some water and rinse your mouth. Chen Mo got up and fetched a cup of water and a blanket over to cover Su Yuqing's body and said with a smile. Since you're full, let's watch TV in the living room first to kill some food. Let's put this bowl first and wash it later. I'll go out to buy something and come back after a while. Still going out in such heavy rain? Su Yuqing glanced worriedly at the torrential rain outside. It's fine, it's very close, buy something for a late night snack. Chen Mo smiled back. Remember, no one rings the doorbell until I get back, okay? I have the key and I won't ring the doorbell. Chen Mo suddenly turned around and reminded as he got up and walked to the door. He was afraid that the thug Su Yuqing encountered was not a temporary crime, but a premeditated crime. Then it was very likely that this thug would follow Su Yuqing to ambush somewhere near his home. Chapter 5 Death Note Boy. If this is the case, it is better to do. Su Yuqing was killed in the area of no surveillance, even if there is also covered by the pouring rain to nothing can see, but Chen Mo's own home inside and outside can be installed monitoring, but where someone appears in the vicinity of the body, cannot want to hide the figure. Aha! Hearing Chen Mo's explanation, Su Yuqing obediently nodded her head like a kitten and wrapped herself into the blanket. Snap! As the door to the room closed, looking at the instantly empty room, Su Yuqing couldn't help but wrap the blanket a little tighter as she curled herself up on the sofa, quietly waiting for Chen Mo's return. Snap! The moment Chen Mo opened his black umbrella and stepped into the rain, the surface of the umbrella was immediately smashed with dense drums by the torrential rain. The dead branches of the street-side sycamores quivered in the wind, and the branches and leaves slapped against the security windows of the second-floor residence, making a chain-like clatter. The standing water reflected the street lamps, smashed to pieces by the ever-falling rainstorm, like a spill of broken glass. He raised his wrist and glanced at his waterproof watch 21:58. In his previous life, the coroner deduced the time of death to be between 22:30 and 2300 hours, and the alley where the crime took place was located 2 blocks away in the old town, where there was no surveillance, but at the moment his target was not the place where the crime took place, but the 24-hour convenience store on the road he must have passed through. Because there was a surveillance camera over here that captured Su Yuqing buying some food with the only money she had left over here, the kind convenience store lady also handed her a towel to wipe her soaked hair as well as lending her an umbrella. Su Yuqing finished eating in front of the store before she walked towards the crime site. With the convenience store's surveillance and the digestion of the food in her stomach, it allowed the forensic scientist to better determine the time of the crime. Otherwise, by the torrential rain washed overnight, even the time of the crime will be much more difficult to judge. Chen Mo decided to go here because he wanted to see if there were any suspicious people who used to roam around in the neighborhood in the area that the convenience store surveillance couldn't capture. Because Su Yuqing had stayed over here for about 10 minutes, it was likely that she would be targeted at this point in time as well. On the way, as his rain boots ran over puddles, Chen Mo fumbled with his cell phone to check the surveillance of his home. In the picture, Su Yuqing was watching TV curled up on the sofa with her knees in her arms, the warm light outlining the soft silhouette of the young girl and her cowering expression. It seems she's afraid to be alone, so she'll have to finish her investigation and go home early. Seeing that Su Yuqing stayed at home alone and obediently did not run around, Chen Mo was also much relieved, and immediately put away his cell phone and immediately accelerated the pace of rushing. When he came near the convenience store on the corner, Chen Mo heard a muffled grunt piercing through the rain curtain. There was a thin figure huddled by the trash can at the end of the alley, the collar of his school uniform torn askew, revealing dark red scratches on his neck. The man clutched a black umbrella with deformed bones in his arms, its cloth dripping mud and water from the holes, as if it were the drooping wings of an injured bird. 3 dyed-hair youths surrounded him, and the yellow-haired one in the lead raised his foot and crushed the back of his hand that was holding up the ground. Mute, right? I'm asking you what's hidden inside your handkerchief. A young man next to him lifted his foot and stepped on his book bag, splashing mud and water all over it. The person who was pressed on the ground was curled up in a ball, a tin box dropped by his left hand, while his right palm was clutching a light gray handkerchief in a death grip. It was the one that Chen Mo had used last week when he pressed the wound for him in the gym class, and he had overreacted by saying that he would return it to Chen Mo after washing it. Lin Yuan? Chen Mo's voice smashed over, wrapped in the sound of rain. He instantly recognized the boy being bullied by the punks as his classmate. He is a quiet, withdrawn presence in his class who was often bullied by the bad students as a punching bag. Chen Mo had heard that he spent his days researching on some gods and goddesses, and it was rumored that he also had a death notebook, and all the people who had bullied him had their names recorded in his notebook and were cursed by him. But I didn't see any of them actually suffer a curse or get any bad karma. Chen Mo only thought that it was made up by those classless guys to tease Lin Yuan. Hearing Chen Mo's voice, Yellow Hair turned around violently and instantly turned white when he saw the visitor. Chen Mo's family is very good. His parents know a lot of people in the 3 religions and 9 streams. In order to their own 2 people abroad Chen Mo in and out of school not to be bullied, they are a lot of relationships. So Chen Mo was an untouchable existence in the eyes of these punks. Someone ungrateful blocked Chen Mo once before, only to run over the next day with a swollen nose and apologize to Chen Mo voluntarily. At that time, Chen Mo didn't know what was going on, but nowadays he naturally knew how his parents cared for him in places he didn't know. Of course, with Chen Mo's skill as a criminal police officer for many years, nowadays he could not be blocked by just anyone. At this moment, Chen Mo didn't even put down his umbrella, he just raised the edge of the umbrella by half an inch, and the few people on the opposite side of the street were like they had seen a ghost, and hurriedly and quickly ran away. The only sound left in the alley was the sound of the rain pounding on the tin shed. Chen Mo crouched down, the umbrella steadily covering the person on the ground. Are you okay? He glanced at Lin Yuan, whose wrist still bore the old scars from being scalded by boiling water 3 months ago, when this stuffy gourd froze and cowered in the corner of the classroom without saying a word until Chen Mo dragged him to the infirmary. Do you want me to take you to the hospital? I'm fine. The moment Chen Mo reached out and touched it, Lin Yuan retracted her hand like an electric shock, and the iron box clanged against the wall. A few crayons rolled out and melted into a weird dark red color as they mixed with the muddy water. Thanks. He looked down to pick up his book bag, his soaked bangs covering the tearful mole at the end of his eye. Chen Mo noticed dark brown stains, like dried blood scabs, on the nail crevices of his left hand. It's raining so hard, and you're still out feeding stray cats? Chen Mo used the handle of his umbrella to pick up the overturned metal box, which contained half a bag of cat food in addition to crayons. While wandering around last weekend, he'd bumped into Lin Yuan wrapping a limping feral cat with a bandage at a nearby park and said he'd contacted someone willing to adopt. He said he couldn't feed the stray cats if no one adopted them. Lin Yuan is very principled in what he does. When he finds a stray cat, he will first take a video to see if anyone is willing to adopt it, and only after it is clear that someone will adopt it will he start feeding the corresponding stray cat until the person who is willing to adopt it comes over to pick up the cat. Because he has heard of the bad results that can result from indiscriminately feeding stray cats. Lin Yuan answered vaguely and suddenly coughed violently, his thin shoulders shaking like a withered leaf in the rain. Chen Mo took off his jacket and threw it over. Put it on. Isn't your mom traveling again? Who will take care of your brother if you get sick again? As he spoke, Chen Mo's mind suddenly flashed back to a piece of surveillance footage. When Su Yuqing was under the surveillance of the convenience store, she seemed to have seen something that made her worried, and then she went out of the convenience store. Seeing Lin Yuan at this moment, Chen Mo instantly realized that Su Yuqing should have seen the scene of Lin Yuan being bullied. Chapter 6, Borrow Something. If she comes forward at this time then. Instantly a conception appeared inside Chen Mo's brain. At that time, Su Yuqing left the convenience store and actually went up to stop Lin Yuan from being bullied, but these punks were no pushovers. At that time Su Yuqing was drenched in wetness, because she was still wearing a white shirt, which led to her state at that time being permeable almost as if she wasn't wearing any outerwear, and the outline of her body shape was visible. When she went up to stop the punks, Yellow Hair and the others were likely to be aroused by her appearance and wet state, thus evolving from what was originally simple bullying to sexual harassment. Chen Mo immediately tried to recall Lin Yuan's demeanor the next day. If he had seen Su Yuqing being taken away by the yellow-haired punks, he would have known some information, and he would have been touched by learning that Su Yuqing was dead the next day. But the next day's Lin Yuan didn't seem to be too touched, which meant that Su Yuqing shouldn't have been taken away in front of him, otherwise, he would have been moved by this, and even been able to give the police a clue to it. Soon Chen Mo remembered that the next day Lin Yuan had many wounds on his body, much heavier than what he was seeing now. Normally with his stuffy personality, even if someone bullied him, they would just beat him up a few times and leave in boredom because he didn't have any reaction. It's not as if it's going to be a fight. That means he held back when he himself was beaten, but when Su Yuqing stepped in to stop the punks, he stood up when Su Yuqing was bullied by the punks backstabbing her? Why else would he be bruised everywhere the next day? That means the likelihood of Su Yuqing ending up being taken away by the gangsters is very low, and the likelihood of these three yellow hairs committing the crime is not high. With a bit of reasoning, Chen Mo's mind was very messy at this point. Multiple ideas flashed constantly. Still, he soon locked onto one key piece of information, the murder weapon. At this point in time, whoever is holding that murder weapon, a pocket knife, is a suspect. After all, who goes out in the rain with a knife like that for nothing? If someone is carrying this knife, that person has a big problem. Those three yellow-haired gangsters were most likely carrying this kind of knife on their bodies. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Mo instantly regretted just now letting them go like that. At least he should have looked to see if there were any small knives on their bodies. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Mo immediately prepared to chase after him. After all, with the experience of his previous life, Lin Yuan was able to live well until graduation, so he could only temporarily leave the beaten and bruised Lin Yuan alone for the time being. If you're okay, hurry up and go home, said Chen Mo, lifted his feet just ready to go, and suddenly stopped to sweeping glance Lin Yuan broken umbrella, a hand will be in his own hands umbrella stuffed into his hands, said, your umbrella is broken with me, I still have a matter cannot send you home, you be careful to hurry home to go. No. Before Lin Yuan could refuse, Chen Mo had already run out of sight. Thank you. At a distance that Chen Mo couldn't hear, he once again whispered a thank you, while a layer of seemingly unnoticeable smile floated on his face. Chen Mo was the only person in his school career who made him feel the feelings of love and care for each other among his classmates, allowing him to finally endure the fear of life in the academy and not run away from the school. It could be said that Chen Mo was the only light in the darkness that supported him in traveling to school every day. Suddenly Lin Yuan saw the handkerchief that he had held in his hand accidentally pressed into the dirty water. He instantly grabbed it into his arms like a madman and rubbed it hard, his mouth hissing in pain. Obviously, he had washed it clean and prepared to return it to Chen Mo, but in the end, he had soiled it like this, snappy. Lin Yuan suddenly frantically smacked himself a few times, hating himself for not cherishing this friendship that Chen Mo had given him. It could be said that the force with which he slapped himself was even more vicious than the punk who had just punched him, actually directly slapping blood out of the corner of his own mouth. But the more he did, the better he felt. Carefully put the handkerchief back into his pocket, Lin Yuan packed up all the things. Just now the punks wanted to rob him some money, searched him all over, and dumped out all the things inside his school bag. As a result, they didn't find a single penny. All he had on his body was an umbrella, a tin box containing half a bag of cat food and crayons, and a handkerchief that he regarded as a treasure. It didn't matter if other things were thrown to the ground or even taken away by the gangsters no matter how they looked through them, but he refused to let go of this handkerchief, which was one of the main reasons that caused the gangsters to beat him up. Because at first Lin Yuan was still very cooperative, but as a result, after a torn handkerchief was searched out, his reaction was so intense that they seriously wondered if the handkerchief he pinched was wrapped with money in the middle. As a result, no matter how much they wanted the handkerchief in Lin Yuan's hand to check it out, Lin Yuan pinched it to death and wouldn't let go. It was only in the end that they became infuriated and gave Lin Yuan a hard beating. After picking up the only few things he had, Lin Yuan then picked up the umbrella that Chen Mo had stuffed in his hand and walked towards the direction of his home in a happy mood. Compared to the pain of being beaten up, the happiness that rose in his heart was 100 times stronger than the pain of actually meeting Chen Mo and being saved by him on such a stormy night. Because this was heaven telling him in the underworld that Chen Mo was the light that illuminated the path of his life. In his heart, Chen Mo had long since become like a special existence of faith. It was a feeling that transcended human-to-human feelings, and Chen Mo's appearance in Lin Yuan's world was as if Buddha had appeared in the world of Buddhists and Jesus had appeared in the world of Christians, and had descended into this world like extreme honor and pleasure for their own sake. Due to the torrential rain pouring down, the gangsters didn't actually leave far. After running out a little distance, they took shelter under the eaves of one of the porches, and Chen Mo flew after them, catching up with them in a flash. Old Luo, that kid actually came after me. Damn it, I'm not bothering with him because I'm giving Zhang face, and he's actually getting an inch. What do we do? It's raining so hard, let's find a condom and put it on his head, just to beat him up. He won't even know who beat him up, right? Or forget it, in case we get to the end we'll still be easily suspected, just ignore him. Can he still catch up and make us pay for it? Just as the three of them were curious about Chen Mo's motives for chasing after them, Chen Mo had already run to them at an extremely fast speed. Hey, three friends, let me borrow something. Want money? No. The three immediately returned quickly. Who's borrowing money from you guys? I'm borrowing something else. Chen Mo shook his head and said with a smile. Borrow what? The three looked at Chen Mo in confusion. Knife. Chen Mo looked at the three with a harmless expression and said with a smile. Chapter 7 overlapping 2. Knife. The three punks stared blankly at Chen Mo, not knowing what he was talking about. The three of you who came out to hang out, you wouldn't go out without even a knife, right? Chen Mo looked at the three with a teasing expression. Sure enough, the agitation method is the most effective. The short green-haired boy beside the yellow-haired one immediately pulled out a butterfly knife from his pants pocket in defiance, who said no more, I still know how to play knife skills. Saying that he even showed a butterfly knife play in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo only swept a glance and decided that the knife was not the murder weapon described in the forensic report, which showed that the murder weapon was a fruit knife based on the incision of the wound. He shook his head, dropping his gaze to the two next to him and asked, this kind of knife is too fancy, is there a more reliable one? What do you need a knife for? Yellow Hair asked rhetorically instead of taking the question. A bit of personal business that needs to be dealt with, but needed to bring a handful of these to bolster my courage. Chen Mo casually blurted out. You, Mr. Chen, are poor with only money left, won't you go buy one yourself? Although Yellow Hair was just a punk, it didn't mean that he was completely brainless. He always felt that Chen Mo's request was strange. Alright then, $100 to buy one with you guys, just something durable like the usual fruit knife. Chen Mo directly pulled out a red ticket. $100 for a knife, you're rich, I'll sell it to you. Before Yellow Hair could say anything, another gangster with a non-mainstream hairstyle beside him immediately couldn't wait to pull out a Swiss Army knife from his pocket. This is a Swiss Army knife, it has all the tools on it, this knife is also very solid. The key thing is that this knife is not afraid of investigation, you can take it anywhere. How about this, it always fits. As he spoke he had already grinningly extended his hand to Chen Mo's red ticket. Who knows? Chen Mo fiercely, a collection of laughter. No, this knife unless in advance to pull out, or wait for me from so many tools inside the head of the knife to pull out. The yellow flowers are cold, I cannot give the head of the knife in advance to pull out of the pocket it. Brother, do you have a good knife? Chen Mo moved the red ticket in front of Yellow Hair. Yes, there is, but I bought it over $100, and it's not going to be easy for you to take it away for $100. Between words, Yellow Hair took out a military folding knife from the waist of his pants. As he flung it, clank. The moment the blade was thrown out and the handle collided with a short metallic trill, the crunching sound of metal reeds popping open pierced through the rain. Yellow Hair's wrist flipped between the hunting knife's cold light appeared. The hunting knife with a 12-centimeter blade glows a cold greenish-gray under the streetlight, and the serrated teeth of the back of the blade slice through the curtain of rain in tiny flecks of light. This is a genuine M9 bayonet converted. Yellow Hair proudly used the tip of the knife to scratch and pull on the cardboard box next to him. You can see that Yellow Hair didn't even exert any force and the cardboard box was scratched open. Is it strong enough? In terms of pull and intimidation, he definitely has the upper hand with this knife. Unfortunately, this knife was not the murder weapon Chen Mo was looking for. The knife is a good knife, but it's a pity that I only brought $100 with me, forget it. Chen Mo directly turned around and left after saying that. Damn, why do I always feel like the three of us have been given a run for our money by this kid? The green-haired man next to the yellow-haired man said in displeasure. Not quite, I just watched him look very serious when he asked us for the knife, it's not like he's trying to fool us. Yellow Hair shook his head. What could this kid have gotten into that required a knife? His mom and dad are capable of that much. I heard he doesn't even know how much his mom and dad back him up. Forget it, everything will be fine if he doesn't come after us, just ignore him. In the rain curtain, Chen Mo's face didn't look too good. These three punks were clues that hadn't been lined up in the previous life because Lin Yuan hadn't said anything in the previous life. He thought he'd found a breakthrough today. I didn't realize the press was looking for the wrong thing. Not that he would have thought the three had deliberately hidden a fruit knife without displaying it. After all, he had directly asked for a fruit knife type of knife, and there naturally had been a long time since he had taken it out. Fruit knife is only how much money, can change 100, why not change? Now they did not commit a crime, there is no need to cover up. The rain penetrated Chen Mo like steel needles after he lost his jacket, wearing only his undershirt was a bit thin, his broken hair on his forehead was sticking to his brow bone, and the curtain of water blurred his surroundings. His fingertips clutched the rain-softened $100 bill, his knuckles white with exertion. The model of the 13-centimeter single-edged fruit knife wound in the forensic report recurred in his mind. He wiped at the rain that muddied his vision, the soaked fabric clinging to his back, the chill climbing down his spine but not quenching the agitation burning in his chest. Years of experience as a criminal cop added to the mix. He couldn't believe that he wouldn't be able to find any possible suspects tonight. Returning back to the vicinity of the convenience store, after confirming that there were already almost no people passing by at this point in time, Chen Mo then directly rushed to the actual crime site. If Su Yuqing wasn't being targeted in advance, then it was likely to be temporary, which meant that the culprit should have appeared at an established location near the time of the crime, and he only needed to go to this established location and wait. In fact, the simplest approach was the one that Chen Mo had overlooked in the first place. That is, he drove Su Yuqing away just like in his previous life, and then secretly tailed her, during which he didn't interfere no matter what Su Yuqing encountered. Then he could inevitably catch the real culprit at the location where the crime was eventually committed. But obviously, he couldn't have done it because he was a flesh and blood human being. The moment he saw Su Yuqing again, feelings of excitement, joy, and pity had crowded his mind, so much so that it made him give up all possibility of utilizing Su Yuqing in that short period of time. He would never drive Su Yuqing away again in this life no matter what. So he didn't ignore it unintentionally, but he ignored it deliberately, preferring sentimentality even when reason told him what was the right thing to do. After returning to the convenience store and buying an umbrella, Chen Mo was then ready to set off again. As a result, the convenience store's young lady was kind enough to hand over a clean towel. "Classmate, you're so wet from this shower, it's better to wipe the rainwater from your head first, otherwise you'll get a headache." Suddenly Chen Mo felt a moment of time and space dislocation. How overlapping and consistent was the self of this moment and the Su Yuqing of the other moment. He smiled and said thank you, taking the towel and wiping the rainwater from his head, instantly feeling his entire immediate future much clearer. After getting a waterproof bag to put in his cell phone and bidding farewell to the kindly sales clerk lady, Chen Mo imitated Su Yuqing's movements as well as her pace when she left the house and started walking towards the place of the crime. Su Yuqing was delayed by Ling Yuan's matter, and he was also delayed by Ling Yuan's matter. Even though there might be a difference in the time of delay, it should be not much different. With the expectation of catching the murderer, Chen Mo once again stepped into the raging storm with his umbrella. Chapter 8: The murder weapon was found. Wow! Just as he entered the rain curtain, Chen Mo heard the umbrella bones groan like dying in the gusty wind. His knuckles whitened from clutching the handle of the umbrella tightly. The rain weaved along the edge of the umbrella to form a dense, impenetrable silver curtain, making every step he took seem like stepping into a deep pool. The muffled sound of the rain boots as they squeezed the stagnant water contrasted sharply with the burning agitation inside his chest. Finally, I know why Su Yuqing's umbrella was thrown so far away. With this kind of wind, with her strength, she can't walk at all with the umbrella. The neon lights were haloed in a blur of color in the rain, and the halo of the convenience store was left behind, like the last starlight falling into the deep sea. In front of the alleyway surveillance camera, drooping head, rusted shaft in the wind, creaking sound. This is the year the trace inspection report repeatedly referred to the blind spot starting point. Chen Mo's rain boots ran over the crumbs of broken beer bottles, and the muffled sound of the rubber soles rubbing against the glass made his temples jut. Surrounded by takeout boxes and rotting leaves, the rancid odor mixed with the rusty roof of the tin roof straight to the nostrils. The water pooled over the edges of the boots and receded, the waterproofness of the rain boots keeping the mud out but not the tremor of broken glass coming from the soles of his feet. 22:17, the luminescence of the waterproof watch glows ghostly under the umbrella, and the frequency of the seconds beating seems to gradually overlap with the sound of the heartbeat. The rain and wind were so strong that the umbrella hardly played any role. Chen Mo secretly said in his heart that he might as well buy a raincoat. He personally resisted the raincoat, though, finding it very constricting to wear. The rain ignored the umbrella's shielding by the gusty winds and smashed crazily on Chen Mo's face. The only good thing about having an umbrella was that the part above his forehead more or less still blocked some of the possibilities of being drenched by the rain. Spitting out the fishy, salty rain in one mouthful, Chen Mo accelerated his pace against the wind. The unauthorized building at the end of the alley twisted into a hideous silhouette in the torrential rain. Suddenly, as if a gust of cloudy wind came, the umbrella was directly overturned by the gust of wind, and the icy rain splattered against his face. Chen Mo simply abandoned his umbrella, and the stinging sensation of rainwater flowing down his brow bone and into his eye sockets was surprisingly similar to the burning sensation brought on by the formalin mist in the autopsy room in his previous life. The phone vibrates 3 times in the waterproof case, especially set monitoring tone. Chen Mo found a roof, back against the damp brick wall to open the screen. Warm yellow halo Su Yuqing is curled up in the corner of the sofa, sweater hem with the slight movement of her lower body gently undulating. The monitoring perspective just can see her bare ankles. At this time her pair of small feet are slow and restless, rubbing each other to and fro, while her eyes are occasionally turned to the door of the room. There was a little bit of expectation in that gaze, and a little bit of worry. It's like a girl in love waiting for her boyfriend to hurry home. She looked forward to Chen Mo's early return, and worried about how he had gone out to buy something and hadn't come back after 20 minutes. Just wait a little longer, don't be in a hurry. Chen Mo brushed his thumb across the corners of the young girl's reddened eyes in the screen and tucked the phone back into his breast pocket. Chen Mo wiped away the curtain of water in front of his eyes, his neck veins protruding from clenching his teeth. The waterproof watch showed 22:20, which was close to the presumed time of the crime, when the culprits were either in the vicinity or close to coming over. He arched his back and dived against the wall, hiding himself from the rain, the muddy water from the wall running down the ends of his hair and into his collar, the fabric of his back, long soaked with rain, now resembling a block of ice armor. The dumpster 3 meters away was overturned by the gusting winds, and rotting vegetable leaves wrapped in condoms rushed onto the green stone slab. When Chen Mo's rain boots ran over, a sticky touch came from the soles of his feet. Finally, it's time to get to the crime scene. At this point it was all about observing who would be walking past the side. The rain curtain was so heavy that observing wasn't really easy. Chen Mo immediately pulled up his inner shirt to cover his head so that the rain wouldn't affect his vision any further as he squinted his eyes and observed his surroundings. At that moment, there was no other sound around except for the torrential rain and howling wind. Chen Mo bowed and stuck under the tin shed of the unauthorized building, and the waterproof meter's ghostly blue fluorescence pierced the rain curtain. 2229. A metal collision sound suddenly came from the end of the alley. Chen Mo immediately looked over, only to see that a figure wearing a black hoodie accidentally knocked over a metal support as he backed up. Chen Mo immediately approached quickly, not expecting that it was actually an acquaintance. Shu Hu. His throat tightened. The infamous school bully of Linjiang No. 2 Middle School was peeling an apple with a fruit knife, the blade precisely swirling a spiral peel along the flesh. Isn't this old Mo? What are you doing over here in the middle of the night with such a big storm and no umbrella? Zhou Hao looked at Chen Mo and asked unexpectedly. Generally, the school bully and the school bully are two parallel lines that never intersect. But in Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, Chen Mo is a special existence that directly connects two parallel lines. He can play with the school bully and harmonize with the school bully. After spending more time with Zhou Hao, Chen Mo knew more and more about the reason why Zhou Hao became the school bully, and the school bully was just his protective color. The family is not good, his mother also has uremia, he did not want to be looked down upon because of his family, and did not want to be the object of bullying because of his family's disadvantage, so he did not know where to learn. To not be bullied you have to bully others first, and so all the way to fight out of the reputation, and outside the gangsters are also some friendships, and became the school bully of the Linjiang 2nd Middle School. I went out to do something, the wind was too strong and blew my umbrella out. Chen Mo smiled and said, "What are you doing in the middle of the night again?" The scorpion tattoo on the back of Zhou Hao's ear squirmed as he swallowed the pulp, the tip of his knife picking up the wrinkled apple in the plastic bag. Delivered some fruit to my old lady, only to be driven back. Zhou Hao's mother suffers from uremia and needs dialysis 3 times a week. And at the moment the yellowish powder stained on the edge of his rain boots is the anti-slip plaster commonly used in hospital corridors. Zhou Hao obviously didn't lie. However, with Zhou Hao's movements, Chen Mo's pupils instantly contracted because at this moment, the fruit knife in his hand really seemed like the description of the murder weapon in Su Yuqing's case. Seeing that Chen Mo suddenly stood in the rain with a fixation, Zhou Hao pulled open his collar and looked at Chen Mo under the awning and shouted, "What are you doing standing in the rain? Why don't you hurry up and come over? My house is right next to me, I'll lend you an umbrella." Chen Mo sniffed and entered under the awning where Zhou Hao was, and just as soon as he got close he smelled the strong odor of disinfectant water mixed with the smell of thrombin. This was exactly the common odor that was found on the families accompanying the family members in the intensive care unit. Suddenly Zhou Hao's cell phone rang. "Bed 304 family member. Your mom's blood oxygen has dropped again." Zhou Hao instantly changed his face, the fruit knife plop fell into the water, the edge of the blade upward reflection of his back running wild. He didn't even have time to explain what was going on to Chen Mo. When Chen Mo bent down to pick up the knife, he completely confirmed that the knife could be said to be identical to the fruit knife that the forensic pathologist deduced to be the murder weapon. This point in time appeared a fruit knife exactly the same as the inferred murder weapon of the case. Chen Mo can almost conclude that this knife is the key murder weapon of Su Yuqing's case. Chapter 9. Is he really a murderer? The gusty wind wrapped in torrential rain still continued to pound the tin roof of the shed, and the intensive drumming was unceasing. Chen Mo held the muddy fruit knife, his fingertips trembling slightly. Zhou Hao's back had long disappeared in the rain, while the reflection on the blade was like an ice pick, stabbing his temples abruptly. The murder weapon actually appeared that way, so who is the murderer? Now that's strange. This murder weapon could have been picked up by anyone, so wouldn't it be possible that anyone could be the murderer? Instead, the original holder, Zhou Hao, was the least likely to be the murderer. The information on the murder weapon deduced from the wound in the forensic report matches the knife perfectly, but Zhou Hao's motive appears to be fragmented. His mother's serious illness, and even the look on his face as he leaves in haste, point to the image of a dutiful son who has no choice but to leave as soon as possible. Chen Mo took a deep breath, threw the knife back into place, and slowly retreated to an unnoticeable corner to lurk. After years of being a criminal police officer, this ability to conduct covert investigations is still there. If the murder weapon appeared in this location, there is a good chance that the murderer would have passed by between 2230 and 2300 hours and found it by accident. After all, there was no one else in the vicinity for the time being, so it was naturally unlikely that anyone could have seen Zhou Hao's knife fall into the muddy water, unless someone was passing by and accidentally picked it up. As Chen Mo waited, although there weren't as many pedestrians as usual on a rainy night, there were still people who would pass through the curtain of rain from time to time. When the waterproof meter jumped to 2235, the dense drumbeat of the tin roof being smashed by the rainstorm did not lessen, but resounded more frequently. Chen Mo huddled in the shadow of the unauthorized building, the water under his rain boots already over his ankles. He stared at the fruit knife in the muddy water, the blade flickering in and out of the lightning like a stinging viper. There was the sudden sound of a glass bottle shattering at the mouth of the alley. A hunched figure staggered into the wall and rushed inside the awning, and the heavy smell of alcohol mixed with the putrid odor immediately filled the entire awning. The homeless man staggered over to where Zhou Hao had dropped his knife, only to lift his foot and kick over a water-filled can next to the knife, his muddy shoes crushing the handle of the knife. The blade of the knife clicked into the mud, but he didn't even realize it, and only muttered. He mumbled and felt his way to a nearby garbage heap. After rummaging around for a while, he saw that there was actually half a bottle of residual wine. He was immediately overjoyed and carried half a bottle of residual wine out of the awning. Chen Mo's fingertips clasped the brick cracks until the man shook and disappeared into the rain. Obviously this one isn't. 2247, the sound of the battery car speeding through the water, squeezing up curtains of water and scattering them to the sides, reached Chen Mo's ears. The delivery man braked hard into the awning, the reflective stripes on his waterproof suit arcing fluorescent green in the darkness. He jumped out of the car to check the navigation, but the sole of his boot accidentally stepped on the back of the knife, the whole person a skid directly into the muddy water. Damn, where did you get that broken knife? Seeing the culprit who had caused him to slip and fall, he cursed and rose from the muddy water-covered ground, kicking the blade into a gap in the drain, splashing sewage that gummed up the entire blade. Chen Mo did not care too much about the takeout workers, because the likelihood of the takeout workers committing crimes is still relatively low. After all, their order fulfillment is recorded. Based on the point in time and distance of order fulfillment, it is easy to project their course of action and the time consumed. So it's better to find out. If it was really a takeout guy committing a crime, it would have been found out long ago. It's just that this delivery man kicked the knife so far out of the way and covered it with sludge, which would only make it quite difficult for someone to unintentionally come across it again. And that's just 13 minutes left until the presumption of death. Of course, since it is a presumptive time, it cannot be said that it can be completely locked in between 2230 and 2300 hours, and it is possible for the actual time of commission of the crime to be expanded out of such a narrow range of presumptive time. But not expanding too much is all. The luminescence of the water-resistant watch jumps to 2255 in the rain. The standing water at the mouth of the alley reflected the shattered red light of the no one adult's light sign like a clotted scab of blood. Suddenly a dark shadow flashed from behind the unauthorized building at the end of the alley. Chen Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. The man was wearing a black raincoat with a black mask covering half of his face. He hunched his back, his rain boots making a sticky cackle as he ran over the mud, and walked unintentionally toward the sludge-covered blade. Chen Mo saw that the black shadow seemed to notice the knife. Finally, Chen Mo's throat rolled, his muscles taut as bowstrings where his soaked liner clung. At this time, the black shadow crouched down, his trembling fingertips just about to touch the knife handle. Cuffs exposed. A section of the wrist is still residual corrosive wound healing scars. This and 3 months ago in the school laboratory between classmates fooling around accidentally knocked over the beaker, was spilled sulfuric acid. Burns on the wrist of chemistry teacher Li Yanwon. Location is exactly the same. Chen Mo suddenly walked out quickly. Hearing that the black shadow was none other than the school's chemistry teacher, Li Yan, who was wearing a black raincoat covering his entire body, he had already picked up the fruit knife when Chen Mo walked over. How could it be him? Chen Mo was in a state of utter shock. Because Mr. Li was known to be a good old man, even if he was burned because of his students, he was kind enough to forgive the 2 students who had been fighting, and even made a point of reverse comforting the 2 people who were jittery for fear of getting into big trouble. He's always had a very good reputation, and I've never heard a single thing about him that wasn't. And I heard that he was at home, but also very respectful of his wife. Basically everything is the wife said. No one in the countryside said bad things about him, and he had a grudge. No one would have thought of investigating him in the first place either. But today, witnessing this moment when he picked up the murder weapon, Chen Mo only felt that his cognition had received a huge shock. Could a good old man that everyone thought was a good old man really be the brutal murderer who attempted to rape Su Yuqing and eventually slit her throat with a knife? Is he really a murderer? Chen Mo was unwilling to believe it, but the facts were in front of him again. If it was him, it would make sense why Su Yuqing, who had been killed in that section of the unlit area in front of him, would have no signs of escape. Because in Su Yuqing's eyes, Mr. Li must also be a good old man who could be trusted, so it was impossible for a chase to occur. When he offered to cover Su Yuqing with a raincoat to take her to his home, then, this kind of talk was easy to convince Su Yuqing. For it was well known that Mr. Li was a wifely man, and that he had a wife at home, a good old man known for 10 miles, a man who was obedient to his wife, and in the eyes of the women an almost unthreatening member of the opposite sex. It was also easy to see that if a girl was in desperate need of help, it was basically unlikely that any girl would turn down his offer to take her home and leave her in the care of her teacher's mother. Chapter 10. Lying? Reason. Mr. Li has the power to make people trust him naturally. And when the good old boy suddenly flips out and commits an act of murder, the vast majority of people's first instinct should be to freeze, not to run away. So it was explainable that Su Yuqing barely struggled much before she died. At the thought of this, Chen Mo instantly felt incomparably pained. But at this time he can't take Li Yan how, after all, at this time Li Yan is still that 10 miles and 8 villages recognized as a good old man, and he did not commit a crime. Although it was basically possible to deduce the many plausible points that Li Yan was the real culprit, Chen Mo still didn't quite believe this fact that was right in front of his eyes. He tried to use his forensic skills to find out what Mr. Li was doing out this late at night. After all, who would be okay with wandering out in the middle of the night in the middle of a rainstorm? There has to be some purpose to it. Teacher Li! Chen Mo shouted as he approached. Hearing the shout, Li Yan immediately raised his head and was obviously a bit surprised to see Chen Mo. Chen Mo? How did you get drenched like this? Seeing Chen Mo's drenched body dripping uncontrollably, Li Yan immediately asked with concern. I went out to do something. I didn't expect the rain to be so heavy, so I got stuck here. Chen Mo smiled and said, then his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Li Yan and asked, Teacher Li, what are you doing out in such heavy rain this late at night? When he asked this, Chen Mo stared closely at Li Yan's expression, but if there was any hint of something wrong, he could detect it. As a result, he really did see Li Yan visibly showing an expression of hesitation and lying. Nothing, just came out to buy a pack of cigarettes, he said with a smile. But Chen Mo knows, Li Yan simply do not smoke. He is the public perception of smoking, alcohol, gambling men and the 3 major hobbies, in addition to the wine will drink when necessary, usually basically 3 do not stain the good man. Obviously, he lied, but why would he lie? And what exactly was the purpose of his coming out on a stormy night? For a while Chen Mo's thoughts were confused. Because the teacher he respected so much, Mr. Li, was actually found by him to be a possible brutal murderer of innocent and poor girls, he was a bit unable to accept it for a while. This raincoat of mine is still spacious, why don't you come in and take shelter for a while? I'll take you home and then give you the raincoat, so you can wear it home. Li Yan didn't pay attention to Chen Mo's gloomy and sorrowful look, continued to look at him with a good old man's kind face and said, it's really not even halfway obvious that he would be the one to commit a brutal murder. But at this moment, apart from Li Yan, Chen Mo could no longer think of a second possibility. Especially since Li Yan had lied to his face. He nodded woodenly and got inside the raincoat that Li Yan had lifted. Between the two crowded, Li Yan's gaze subconsciously fell on the coin-operated vending machine for birth control products in front of the unoccupied adult store next to him. However, he soon moved his eyes away and said with a smile as he put his arm around Chen Mo's shoulder, we can only squeeze in a little bit first, my house is nearby, I'll be there soon. At this point, Chen Mo was no longer in the mood to reply. He was in the midst of a great emotional loss. Because the person he least expects to be the real killer actually has a huge chance, or almost a nail in the coffin, that he is the real killer. In Chen Mo's state of being like a walking corpse, the two quickly returned to Li Yan's home. However, before entering the door, Li Yan suddenly took out his cell phone and sent a little message of some kind out, and by the time the disoriented Chen Mo noticed, he had already put away his cell phone. I forgot to bring my keys, wait a bit first huh? Li Yan saw Chen Mo looking over and immediately laughed. However, when Chen Mo had just gotten close to Li Yan, he obviously felt the keychain pinned to his waist. This is the second time today that Mr. Li has lied. Chen Mo felt more and more puzzled. It took a bit of waiting before the door to the room was finally opened. The one who opened the door was Mr. Li's wife, Su Huirong, who was also a chemistry teacher at the school, only she taught a different grade than Li Yan. I heard that the two used to be senior and younger sister. As Su Huirong opened the door to her room, Chen Mo only saw that the belt of her silk nightgown was loosely fastened in haste at this time, and the neckline slanted and slid to one shoulder, revealing a lace-encrusted halter under her collarbone. The crushed hair around her ears was wet against the side of her neck, as if she'd just taken off a hairband, her cheeks were unnaturally flushed, and her fingertips were still slick with unwiped rose oil. The warm light of the foyer diffused out from behind her, and Chen Mo glimpsed the crooked bottle of red wine on the coffee table in the living room, the long-handled match stuck in the mouth of the bottle still burning with green smoke, while the sofa where the lesson plan should have been was piled up with a crumpled silk blanket, and the tassels that dangled from the corners of the blanket were sweeping over the dried rose petals scattered on the carpet. The citrus scent of scented candles in the foyer mingled with the scent of undiluted lust. Instantly Chen Mo's mind was enlightened, many images flashed before his eyes, and many things were all explained. He immediately recalled how Mr. Li had glanced in the direction of the adult store when he lifted his raincoat to let himself in. At that time, Chen Mo did not care. At this time, combined with the state of the teacher's mother, combined with the fact that Mr. Li deliberately pretended to have no key, deliberately took out his cell phone to send a message. All at once all the clues strung together in a clear course of action. Mr. Li and his teacher's mother were originally going to sweeten the deal tonight, but it turned out that they ran out of birth control tools, so he ran out in the rain overnight to purchase them. As it turned out, he happened to see water on the road, and being the good old boy that he is, he's usually good at managing these things. His old habit of committing crimes led him to the side of the sewer and he found a small knife blocking a pile of debris over there, causing a small dam to build up and causing a much higher level of water to accumulate on the roadway, and that's when he reached down and picked up the knife. It was only at the end that he accidentally sought his student Chen Mo, at which point he was too embarrassed to walk towards the adult store to buy birth control tools in front of his student. Coupled with the peace of mind that his student was trapped in the awning on such a rainy day, he brought Chen Mo back home. And since Su Huirong was supposed to be waiting for him to come home in her erotic clothes, he didn't dare to open the door directly, which is why he pretended that he didn't have the key with him, and first sent a message informing Su Huirong that he gave her time to put on her pajamas. All of a sudden, inside Chen Mo's mind, all of Mr. Li's behaviors were all rationally connected. Being a criminal police officer for many years, this reasoning ability is still there. This student, why are you drenched like this? Quickly take this towel to wipe it off. Li Yan had informed Su Huirong in advance when he sent the message, so she opened the door with a towel in her hand and immediately handed it to Chen Mo. Thank you, teacher mother. Chen Mo didn't call Su Huirong teacher, but instead followed Li Yan's seniority. In his heart, Li Yan was still very respected. He took the towel and thanked him before rubbing his hair. While wiping his hair, he was even more puzzled in his mind, if Mr. Li's lie was a matter of love, if he was still the same old good man he used to be, if his wife was waiting for him to go home to be gracious, would such a person really suddenly see color in a schoolgirl in the middle of the road, and kill and run away with a randomly picked up pocket knife in the midst of a rape attempt? No matter how you think about it, the whole chain of motivation for this person's behavior is very loose and irrational. Chapter 11, Where the hell is the murderer? At this time, Su Huirong saw a knife still in Li Yan's hand, and immediately asked curiously, "Where did you pick up the knife? Why is it so dirty?" "Ah, I have forgotten, this knife do not know who thrown in the sewer mouth, blocked in that blocked a lot of garbage, all lead to the road surface water aggravation, I just picked up when just saw Chen Mo, I forgot to throw." Li Yan said and was ready to throw the knife to the garbage can, but at this time Chen Mo was violently noticed a hint of something wrong. "Wait Mr. Li, let me take a look at this sword." Chen Mo immediately blocked it. "What's there to see in this filth?" Li Yan was a bit puzzled as he reversed the knife, handing it to Chen Mo with the tip facing inward and the handle facing outward. These were all purely subconscious actions, and it was also possible to see from here that Mr. Li was indeed the kind of person who was soft and friendly to outsiders. Chen Mo took this fruit knife and carefully scrutinized the blade of the fruit knife. Instantly his face changed. He hadn't gotten a good look at it before when the lights were dim, and he hadn't realized that the fruit knife's blade actually had a slightly curled edge in some areas. It was obviously caused by Zhou Hao having cut something harder with it. A knife with a curled edge like this, even if it is just a small curled edge, is going to have a more noticeable difference in the cuts it makes on the human body. The forensic report did not state anything about this, which means that the fruit knife that was used to commit the crime was not this fruit knife with a fine curled edge, and that he had locked himself to the wrong murder weapon. This kind of fruit knife after all is not what special knife, some people have the same is not strange, but the same fruit knife in this kind of rainstorm night appeared in the same place of the case is really a little too coincidental. It was no wonder Chen Mo was mistaken. After all, how could he possibly think that two different peoples with two fruit knives of the same type would actually appear in the same area on such a stormy night? He instantly flipped his wrist and scanned the time on his wrist, which had already come to 2300 hours. "No, we have to hurry back, maybe the real murderer is just showing up this time." Chen Mo was anxious and hurriedly handed the towel back to Su Huirong and said, "I'm sorry, Ms. Li, it's a bit late, I won't bother much, I have to hurry home, I'll borrow your raincoat first." Chen Mo put the hilt of his sword into Li Yan's hand, put on his raincoat and immediately rushed into the torrential rain. Li Yan didn't even have time to talk to him. "The road is slippery in this heavy rain, slow down on your way." Li Yan could only shout as much as he could. But the rainstorm was so heavy that Chen Mo didn't hear what he said. Even so, Chen Mo still knew that Mr. Li must be saying something caring. "You nerd, you almost didn't scare me to death, you actually let a boy back, it's good that you didn't open the door directly with the key," Su Huirong said as she watched Chen Mo's silhouette disappear before looking at Li Yan with a blush. "Cough, it can't be helped, look at this weather, give the child is drenched like that, how can I bear to see him stay alone in that broken rain shelter to avoid the rain?" Li Yan said with a bitter smile. "Where's the stuff? Did you buy them?" Su Huirong didn't count on it, but once again looked at Li Yan and asked slightly shyly. These two have been married for 2 years now, yet they still get along as if they were newlyweds, which is very rare. Li Yan embarrassed a smile. "I just went over there and met that child, really do not have the good sense to buy in front of his face, or call takeout to send forget it, this weather does not have a raincoat umbrella is afraid that are unable to fight. How can this be ordered to be delivered by takeout, shame on you," Su Huirong said with a shy look on her red face. "It's fine, I'll ask him to put it at the door, we'll bring it in when the people leave and we'll be fine, the delivery boy hasn't seen our faces and doesn't know who we are." Li Yan thought about it and said, "Aha! Sui Yang was finally compromised." Otherwise, celebrating the 3rd anniversary of their acquaintance tonight with such pomp and circumstance would not be a waste of effort. After all, the two haven't had a birth plan for the past 2 years. In the rain, Chen Mo ran all the way back to the place of the crime. There wasn't much in the vicinity, and he circled around a few more times, and although a number of people passed by during that time, the vast majority of them were in a hurry and didn't look at all as if they would stop in the middle of committing a crime. Soon the time came to 23:30. At this time the streets were empty. He took out his cell phone to check the monitoring. Su Yuching still curled up on the sofa, but already a little sleepy, constantly squinting up. The eyes of the chickens pecked at the same as ahead, but half asleep, half awake. She violently looked at the doorway. The eyes of Chen Mo did not come back. She then rubbed her eyes and held on for a bit. Chen Mo pulled back the brim of his raincoat and let the rain hit his face. Where the hell is the killer? He clenched his fists, the hem of his raincoat lifted by the wind, splashing mud and water all over his pant legs. Chen Mo's footsteps became heavier and heavier, and he simply took off the raincoat that he was already uncomfortable wearing. Continuing to wander around the darkened vicinity of the crime site for half an hour until the time came to 0, he still hadn't seen a single person who looked like the murderer, or even if he hadn't seen any more people in that half hour. The rain continued to wash over his soaked clothes, and the cold droplets of water struck his face like countless tiny whips, each one causing a stabbing pain in his heart. The streets were empty as the storm raged around them, with only the occasional flash of lightning breaking through the sky to bring a glimmer of light into the dimly lit night. However, the scene in front of him made Chen Mo's mood even heavier. He had been wandering around this crime scene for so long now, but it was so empty all around him that he couldn't hear anything other than the sound of rain, wind, and thunder. Where is there any semblance of a scenario where a murderer might be present? Chen Mo let the rain wash over him like a tidal wave. The wetness and coldness of his body made him not care. For at the moment, his heart had long been taken over by a different kind of cold, the kind of cold that was powerless to find an answer. How is it possible to really miss it? Chen Mo muttered, his voice especially weak in the rain. Even if this murderer hadn't committed a crime here in this life, he was still curious to know what kind of person committed such a case. And this kind of person is a very dangerous potential criminal. Chen Mo felt that it was impossible for him to tie Su Yuching to his side without moving an inch. It was very likely that under the arrangement of fate, Su Yuching would be stumbled upon by him again, and be hurt by him again. Chen Mo did not want to give up just like that. In the past so many years, he went through those files again and again, time and again to visit the investigation, endured countless days and nights of suffering. This case is the pain in his heart. Even when there were no clues, even when everything seemed to have been dusted off, he still doggedly pursued the faintest glimmer of hope, and even, at times, he didn't know why he was so persistent. Chapter 12, Re-entering the suspect list. If I can't find the murderer, then how should Su Yuching's grievance be resolved? Even if it's just a grievance from a previous life. He whispered, his gaze becoming more and more determined. Despite the torrential downpour, he tilted his head as if trying to find answers in that dark sky. Just as he was about to continue searching for any possible clues in the rain, suddenly, his cell phone vibrated a few times. Chen Mo immediately pulled out his cell phone, and a message was displayed on the screen, an alert that the surveillance screen had been updated. He immediately opened the surveillance screen on his cell phone, and in the screen, although Su Yuching's face was hazy with sleep, although she was afraid of the lonely environment, she still stood up bravely and walked to the door. She is hesitating. Obviously, it was because Chen Mo hadn't gone back for so long, leading to incomparable worry in her heart. Hey. Chen Mo instantly tapped the call button on the monitor. The sudden sound scared Su Yuching until she found the source of the sound at the door, which was a surveillance probe. Chen Ma? She asked curiously. I'm a bit delayed, I'll be back soon, you don't have to worry, if you're sleepy go to sleep first. Chen Mo said in as gentle a tone as possible. It's good that you're fine, I'm not sleepy yet, waiting for you to come back. Su Yuching suppressed her tired demeanor and squeezed out a gentle smile in the direction of the monitor. Okay then, I'll be right back. Soon the only thing left in the room once again was the voice of Crayola from the cartoon on the television. Su Yuching dragged her tired body back to the sofa and once again curled herself into the blanket, only at this time there was a hint of relief in her exhaustion. At this hour, the murderer is unlikely to reappear. Chen Mo raised his head to accept the rain and wondered if the murderer had walked past the place of the crime during the time he had gone home with Ms. Li. Chow. As a thunderclap suddenly rang out, suddenly another possibility flashed through Chen Mo's mind. That is, has the murderer been encountered by himself, but he has not yet realized it? Is there that one possible suspect that he or she missed tonight? Accepting the baptism of the torrential rain, Chen Mo's mind gradually cleared. It was his habit when he thought, either in a rainstorm or under the rosette in his bathroom at home. When the water poured over his body from above, it would always cause Chen Mo's brain activity to spike right after. He ended up once again organizing everyone and everything that he had encountered tonight, any person or place that might have come into contact with Su Yuching. He all tried hard to recall them. An image began to rapidly flash before his eyes. Starting from the convenience store, the first people they encountered were the convenience store lady, the store manager, followed by Lin Yuan and the three punks. Is there a possibility that a murderer exists here? This time, Chen Mo didn't spare anyone who could be inferred. Even Lin Yuan, who had been bullied for years to look very weak, was forced into the object of questioning by Chen Mo this time. Memory flashbacks, clues back. The picture is becoming clearer. Could Lin Yuan be the murderer? As an image flashed back, Chen Mo eliminated this possibility. At that time, Lin Yuan was being robbed by 3 gangsters. Chen Mo saw that Lin Yuan's pants pockets were flipped out, and his school bag was open, and all the things inside were poured out. In other words, Lin Yuan had been searched by the 3 gangsters at that time because he had been robbed by them, and all the places on his body where he could hide things had been searched by the 3 gangsters. And everything he held in his body had all fallen around him. And there was no sign of the murder weapon, a fruit knife. He didn't even carry a murder weapon, so how could he walk with Su Yuqing to this remote place in such a chance encounter with her, and then suddenly pull out a fruit knife that he never carried in an attempted rape and kill Su Yuqing? Lin Yu arranges for the removal. Then there are 3 punks, the murder weapon 3 people have, the motive of the 3 people is also very full. This kind of punksy color is nothing strange. But the point is that the murder weapon they had in their possession was not the murder weapon of the crime, it was just a murder weapon that was sufficient to commit the crime. The 3 are hard to pin down as suspects. Further after that, the various passers-by experienced, the homeless man, the delivery man, all of whom have come into contact with knives in this world's timeline, but this knife is not the one that committed the murder. The remaining other passers-by, even more hurriedly walked by, never saw anyone who looked like they were going out with a fruit knife. But before eliminating these people, Chen Mo suddenly rewinds back to a person he thought was no longer likely to commit the crime. That would be Chu Ho. Zhou Hao dropped the fruit knife, which was an excellent match for the murder weapon, at the scene and ran away because of his mother. But if, again, his mother's condition suddenly stabilized, half an hour would be enough time for him to make a round trip to visit a patient in the hospital, and the time should be just around 2300 hours if he came back early. This time Chen Mo just happened to go to his house with Mr. Li, and it is normal to miss and not see in the middle. Meanwhile, is it possible for Zhou Hao, who realizes he dropped his fruit knife during his return home, to purchase another fruit knife on his way back? During the investigation of the case, the police did go to stores selling similar knives to conduct investigations. But the storm night rain is too big, a lot of people are cloaked in raincoats or umbrellas, buy a knife is also basically no one will look carefully at each other who looks like, people pay the money and go away, where to remember so much, so there is almost no effective clues. But there did seem to be this one clue, which was that the owner of the store remembered that someone did come in and buy a fruit knife very late that night, don't remember the exact time but it was probably in the 22 to 2300 hours time frame. If Zhou Hao had gone to rebuy a knife on his way back, then there is a possibility for him as a suspect in the crime. The whole line was combed down, instead Zhou Hao was back on the list of Chen Ma's suspicions. As for the others, the vast majority of them were excluded by him for various reasons. But it's easy to verify this, go to Zhou Hao's house and knock on the door right now. If he has already gone home and really bought a new fruit knife, then his suspicion will be infinitely aggravated. When all the impossibilities have been eliminated, the only one possibility left, even if it is incredible, it will only be that one and only truth. However, after experiencing the misunderstanding with Li Yan, Chen Mo would not easily pass judgment now, and Zhou Hao was only listed as an important suspect by him. As for the others, Chen Mo had no intention of letting his guard down. All the people he met tonight that he remembered, he had already made a deep note of them, preparing to investigate them carefully and deeply afterward. I've done my best to find out what I should, and I've been wandering back and forth in this neighborhood for an hour, so it's time to go home, go to Zhou Hao's house to take a look first, and then I'll take my time sorting out the rest of the things tomorrow. Chen Mo, who had closed his eyes to bear the cold rainwater lapping at him, reorganized all the clues once again before heading towards Zhou Hao's house. Chapter 13 Be a Brother in Heart. P.S. This chapter does not have any detailed description of school bullying behavior, but only as a brief introduction to the background of the important character persona. Please reviewers do not even before and after the text are not connected to the arbitrary and indiscriminate modification. Your haphazard deletion is the creation of the work of character personas shaping a devastating injury. Please don't do this out of context. Don't take out of context behavior, thank you. Even if Zhou Hao didn't go home tonight, or if he didn't purchase another murder weapon and his suspicions were immediately cleared, Chen Mo hadn't actually come out tonight for nothing. Although he didn't have a lock on the murderer, he always felt like he had caught some subtle train of thought, just that for the time being the thought hadn't struck a chord. Soon, Chen Mo arrived near Zhou Hao's house. He expected to see that Zhou Hao's house was dark, but unfortunately, he saw that Zhou Hao's house was lit. This makes Chen Mo's heart can't help but subconsciously sink to Zhou Hao. His feelings are actually still okay. The reason why Zhou Hao is the infamous school bully is that he actually bullies more of those who like to bully others. After being bullied by him, this group of people began to secretly fabricate and spread his evil deeds behind his back, and so his reputation gradually became stinky and loud. Because even the usual bullies will be bullied by him, so how evil must this person be? In reality, Zhou Hao had never bullied an innocent classmate, and his school bully behavior was always just his protective color to protect himself. Because he knew this, Chen Mo treated him as if he were a good friend. It doesn't matter if it's school bully behavior at school, it doesn't matter if it's befriending jerks on the outside. He did it all for himself and his mother, orphans and widows, always less likely to be bullied in all sorts of ways. Zhou Hao befriended the gangsters also for the sake of his mother when she was out of the stalls to be less bullied just. This guy's bottom wasn't supposed to be bad. He wasn't bad, at least from what Chen Ma knew. However, as the saying goes, you don't know what you know, and Chen Mo didn't know if Zhou Hao would have a day where he wore the mask for a long time and really stirred up the evil in his heart. He took a deep breath and walked slowly to Zhou Hao's door. Da, Chen Mo gently knocked on the door of the room. Soon, the door to the room opened with a snap, and Zhou Hao, who had a towel draped over his head and was bare-chested, opened the door. Old mare? What the hell are you? How come you haven't gone home so late, and where did you get this raincoat? Zhou Hao looked up and down at Chen Mo, wondering what this guy is doing with such a heavy rain, this big night not going home to sleep, but also soaking in the outside. Teacher Li lent it to me. Chen Mo swept a glance at Zhou Hao's room as he spoke, and with just one glance, he saw a brand new fruit knife sitting on Zhou Hao's desk. In other words, the person who purchased a fruit knife in the middle of the night that the shopkeeper didn't see in the police investigation was Zhou Hao. You actually ran into Mr. Li. I'm sorry, just now there was a situation on my mom's side. I was in a hurry and forgot to lend you an umbrella first. Zhou Hao apologized with a smile and said, it's windy and rainy outside, should we come in first? Chen Mo took off his raincoat and entered Zhou Hao's home. Old Mo, what are you doing out this late at night without going home? Zhou Hao wiped his hair while wondering. Did you just come back here? Seeing this behavior of Zhou Hao, Chen Mo immediately asked. Yeah, this wind and rain is really heavy, the umbrella doesn't even hold up very well. Zhou Hao replied before looking at Chen Mo, you haven't said what you're doing. Nothing, I just like this kind of rainy day out while getting wet and shopping. Chen Mo babbled. Then you're really an oddball. Zhou Hao didn't think much of it and pushed the fruit on the table and said, have some fruit. You ran in a hurry before, your knife fell on the ground, did you forget about it? How did this buy a new one? Chen Mo picked up the fruit knife on Zhou Hao's table and said. I said how come I felt all over my pockets and couldn't find it, so it fell off, where did it fall off? Zhou Hao immediately asked curiously. Picked up by Mr. Li, probably thrown away as garbage, stirred up with a pile of big trash, you pick it up and use it diaphragmatically. Forget it then, I've already bought a new one anyway, that bird knife that I used to cut wood before got a bit curled up and didn't work too well, it doesn't matter. Zhou Hao said with a big grin. At this time, he was smiling naturally, but Chen Mo was gloomy in his heart. The point in time when Zhou Hao came back and the point in time when the crime occurred were able to match up, and he actually did recreate a murder weapon of the same type as the murder weapon deduced by the forensic pathologist. This made it difficult for Chen Mo to exclude him even if he wanted to. Zhou Hao, Chen Mo thought about what language to organize. What's wrong? Zhou Hao looked at Chen Mo's expression a bit odd. He immediately said righteously, did you encounter something? Someone bullied you? If there's something wrong, just be straight with your buddy. Although Zhou Hao had heard that Chen Mo was quite hard connected, but seeing that he was in such a difficult situation, then he might have encountered some even harder characters. Zhou Hao felt that he had a rotten life, and he wasn't afraid of anyone. Really, he would have dared to go out on a limb for his friends. Let's be considered friends. Chen Mo said after a moment of contemplation. How can this be considered? We are all good brothers. Zhou Hao was even more convinced that something was wrong with Chen Mo and said with a smile as he patted his shoulder. Then I'll say it, I don't want to see you go in for committing something bad one day, so I hope you'll think more about the consequences when you act in the future, and Auntie can't do without you by her side. Chen Mo looked into Zhou Hao's eyes and said. This said Zhou Hao could not help but be stunned, and then his heart was still a little touched back. I do things with a sense of propriety, but if something really happens to me, my old lady also asked you to help take care of one or two. No problem, the premise that you cannot because to do some. Chen Mo thought about the wording, illegal and disorderly things happen, fighting except. Not letting Zhou Hao fight that was obviously impossible, but other things could still be regulated. Others don't know my style of acting, but can you still not know? Don't worry, I won't. Zhou Hao smiled and said. It's alright then, I came over tonight just to talk to you about this, so I'll leave first. Chen Mo got up and prepared to say goodbye. Zhou Hao didn't stay and sent Chen Mo off before wondering in his mind. How did old Mo know that I was planning to sell fake cigarettes to those stinky tumors in school? If even he knows about it, then this thing still seems to be easily exposed. It's better to talk to old Zhang about it, and if I get caught later if I don't do it, I'll be in big trouble. Zhou Hao saw Chen Mo wandering around his house tonight, hesitant to speak in a way that he thought he had learned of the news from some channel, but was not sure, so he could only try to persuade first. He couldn't help but be touched. In this windy and rainy weather, old Mo actually ran to persuade him personally in the rain for his own sake. To have a brother who cares so much about himself is really a rare good brother. Say nothing more, old Mo, be a brother in heart. At Chen Mo's back as he left, he hammered his heart in a very neutral way. Chapter 14 Sleeping Peacefully. Saying goodbye to Zhou Hao with a complicated heart, Chen Mo picked up Mr. Li's raincoat that he had taken off a long time ago, and sneaked back to the door of Mr. Li's house, placing the raincoat in front of the door for him. But he didn't warn Mr. Li, because at that moment there were some extremely subtle, juvenile sounds coming out of the house that only people with very good hearing could hear. On the way home, feeling the torrential rain pouring down all the way, Chen Mo's mood was gradually stretching. If Zhou Hao was really the murderer, it was still at least at the stage where proper guidance could be given to eliminate the viciousness. After meeting so many people tonight, for the time being, he had been unable to find a second person who was even more suspicious than him. Chen Mo could only temporarily set Jo Ho as the first suspect at the moment, while observing whether there would be any recent cases. The most important thing was to tie Su Yuqing to his side for the time being, not letting her encounter danger alone. Wait until you've rearranged all the clues from tonight yourself. Relying on one person alone might not be enough. He was going to organize all the clues he had collected in his previous life, and the clues he had obtained tonight, all into a book, and then look for some fellow deductionists to sort it out together. In his previous life, he relied on such methods to be able to see some blind spots in cases from many novel angles, thus solving the cases. Of course, this is not a 100-tested method. Sometimes the density of clues determines the accuracy of the reasoning. If even the clues are collected sporadically, then the reasoning is also very difficult to unfold. Even in the Conan anime, which is not so heavy on deduction, the protagonist is able to be seen frequently traveling to the scene of the crime and actively collecting all kinds of useful clues. Even Kagaro, the harmonic supporting character who often messes up his reasoning in the show, handsomely spouts off quite a bit of organized reasoning when he suddenly gets serious about clue gathering in a few episodes. This proves the high importance of the collection of clues. Sometimes it's just one key clue away from being able to jam the protagonist's train of thought. Again, there are many such bridges in conventional speculative fiction. That is to say that even the smartest brain, in the absence of sufficient clues and information, it is still very difficult to carry out comprehensive reasoning and detection of the case. Chen Mo also wants to have a line of inspiration in the lyrics of the song, "Some Careless Talk Will Solve My Doubts." When I got home, it was already past 12 o'clock, and Su Yuqing was curled up in a blanket seemingly asleep. Snap! With the sound of the door to her room opening, her eyes snapped open and she turned her head to the doorway. Chun Ma! Seeing that Chen Mo had finally returned, she immediately revealed a happy smile and quickly trotted over. However, as soon as he got closer, he saw that Chen Mo was like a drowned chicken, being drenched beyond recognition. She quickly asked with concern, "How did you get yourself so wet buying a late-night snack?" Chen Mo came all the way back in the rain. Naturally he was like a drowned chicken, he said with a smile. "The wind and rain is too big, the umbrella is broken, and the midnight snack blew away. You don't have a midnight snack to eat. You hurry up and take a hot bath, you are going to catch a cold like this," Su Yuqing said with a concerned face. "Well, by the way, the guest room bed on a bedpan. This house my parents are in order to let me go to school near to buy. Things are very few. On my daily use to get some things have layout, bed sheets, and so on are not extra. You want to not first tonight we'll sleep on the sofa, or squeeze with me." Chen Mo smiled and pointed to his bedroom. Su Yuqing blushed and said, "I'll sleep on the sofa." "I'm just kidding, you sleep on the bed, I'll just sleep on the sofa, wait for me to take a bath first." Chen Mo immediately took off the wet clothes on his body right after he finished speaking. Su Yuqing was looking down in shyness because of Chen Mo's invitation to share a bed just now, but she suddenly heard the rustling sound of clothes friction. The whole body clothes do not know how much water is stored, which if you walk in, but also not to the home dragged everywhere in the water. Su Yuqing before the bubble bath when he was just dragged once, he did not want to drag the second time. So Chen Mo was prepared to take off the clothes and carry them directly into the house. When Su Yuqing subconsciously raised her eyes when she heard the voice, her pupils couldn't help but contract violently after Chen Mo threw off his soaked liner. His slightly red collarbone under his wet, broken hair crashed into the line of sight unexpectedly, his lean waist and stomach flooded with watery light under the chandelier, and his mermaid line surfaced on the edge of his shorts as he shook his hair. Beads of water on the teen's shoulder blades were sliding down the ridgeline, gathering in ticking droplets at the waist socket. She was ready to turn away in her haste, but couldn't help but look away a few more times. At this time, Chen Mo had already taken off his long pants as well and was only wearing shorts. When Chen Mo bent down to pick up the wet clothes on the floor, the tight leg muscles under the shorts made the tip of Su Yuqing's ears burn, and her afterglow glimpsed the water trails along the undulating abs that didn't penetrate into the edges of the black shorts seeping into the fabric, and her throat suddenly couldn't make a sound as if it was blocked by cotton. Su Yuqing felt her eardrums drumming with a violent heartbeat. Her little face was hot, but she couldn't help stealing glances at Chen Mo's lean waistline. "I'm going to take a bath first, I'll call you into the bedroom to sleep afterward." Chen Mo didn't notice Su Yuqing's abnormality, glanced at her and smiled, grabbed the soaked clothes and walked towards his bedroom. Su Yuqing nodded her head mechanically in response, and it was only at this point that she couldn't help but press the backs of her hands tightly to her hot little face. The moment the back of his hand touched his hot cheek, the coolness was a stark counterpoint to the burning heat. The skin contact glided over like silk soaked in warm water, but the fleeting coolness was quickly engulfed by the heat of the blood vessels pulsing beneath the skin, and the fingertips could even feel the trembling of the capillaries in the earlobes. It wasn't until the patter of water came from the bathroom that she dropped to the edge of the couch as if her bones had been jerked away. The moment he replaced the back of his hand with a slightly sweaty palm to reapply it to his cheek, the slightly cool sweat and hot blood darkened under his skin, tainting even his breath with a steaming mist. Earlobe veins jutted as if trying to break free of the thin layer of skin the image of the party glimpsed was burning its way down the spine, the teenager's water-stained butterfly bones repeatedly winging their way through the memory, even as the torrential downpour outside the window dissolved into some kind of viscous tidal sound. As soon as she thought of the scenery she had just seen, Su Yuqing felt her entire brain tingling and collapsed directly onto the sofa, gasping for breath. His ears, on the other hand, were listening as much as possible to the sounds coming from Chen Mo's bedroom. The fringe on the blanket was rubbed and knotted, and Su Yuqing suddenly realized she was counting the sound of water dripping from the bathroom. 17 clicks, tile tapping 23 clicks, shower buzzing. As she counted, she unknowingly closed her progressively heavier eyelids. I don't know how much time passed before Chen Mo walked out with the lower half of his body wrapped in a bath towel. He was originally prepared to tell Su Yuqing to go to sleep on the bed, but he saw that she was at this moment embracing the blanket like a kitten, curled up into a fluffy ball and sunk into the sofa, and between the nostrils that gently opened and closed as she breathed, she overflowed with a kitten snooze-like air sound, and occasionally let out a muffled wooing amidst the thundering, and had long since drifted into a deep and reassuring sleep with a relieved look on her face. Chapter 15. Feeling safer than ever before. Looking at Su Yuqing just like a baby with her legs bent and her whole body curled up into a ball, although it looked cute, Chen Mo knew that this was actually a manifestation of her inner insecurity. Chen Mo's heart throbbed as he slowly walked over, slowly squatted down and put his head close to her, quietly scrutinizing her sleeping face. Su Yuqing's curled up sleeping position caused her ebony hair to spread out like silk, and the face exposed between her hair was glowing with a white jade-like luster. Slightly trembling eyelashes cast butterfly wing shadows on the eyelids, the lip beads still naturally toot in sleep, the coral-colored lip lines are hidden in the honey like moisturizing, and the vermilion mole on the earlobe lined the skin more and more translucent, and even the thin and brittle cartilage of the ear contour is translucent with a shimmering light of mother of pearl. I still can't believe this is reality even now. Chen Mo murmured in his heart, with a look of pity. He reached out and gently brushed the hair from Su Yuqing's face. As he half-kneeled in front of the sofa, the edge of the bath towel swept over the tips of Su Yuqing's hair that hung over the pillows, and the wet scent of soap horn mixed with the sandalwood scent remaining in her hair intertwined within arm's reach. The curled-up girl's eyelashes were fluttering softly with the rain outside the window, and the tip of her nose was haloed honey-colored in the lamp. Looking at Su Yuqing's sleeping face, Chen Mo ghostly reached out and hung his hand next to her lips, not yet completely wiped dry on the arm. A drop of water along the fingertips happened to fall on her slightly open lips, startled her unconsciously out of the tip of the tongue licked. This action makes Chen Mo's throat knots rolling heavily, knuckles electrocuted curl up into the palm, but once again droplets of water droplets. Water trails slid down the corners of her lips to the porcelain white nape of her neck, snaking over the collarbone that loomed in the folds of the blanket. Chen Mo unconsciously breathed lighter and came a little closer, close enough to see the fluffy hairs on her cheeks swaying gently with the slight flow of warm air. Rumble. The moment the distant thunder muffled in the sky, Su Yuqing suddenly rolled over and buried half of her face into the pillow, kicking off half of the blanket as her knees curled up. The sound of this thunder startled her into curling up even more. Watching the blanket descend, Chen Mo subconsciously reached out to pick it up, but touched Su Yuqing's bare ankle. The section of skin was pink with peach blossom petals in the alternating heat and cold, scalding his fingertips. At this moment, a clear heartbeat came from Chen Mo's mind, gradually overlapping with the frequency of the young girl's eyelashes and feathers trembling. Quickly withdrawing his hand, Chen Mo pulled up the blanket and covered Su Yuqing well before reaching out to pick her up and walk towards the bedroom. At this time in Chen Mo's arms, Su Yuqing, her eyelashes fluttered even more, her original smooth breathing was also obviously messed up, her skin began to heat up, her heartbeat was extremely accelerated. It was obvious that she had already woken up at this time. Chen Mo naturally also noticed it, but he didn't poke at it. Instead, he gently placed Su Yuqing on his own bed, removed the blanket from her body, and then gently covered his own quilt onto her body. Only then did he slightly bend his body, and came up to Su Yuqing's ear and whispered, "Good night." The tingling of the young man's burning breath touching his ears caused Su Yuqing to subconsciously shrink her neck. Chen Mo smiled and walked out of the bedroom, closing the door. He himself took the blanket that was still covering Su Yuqing's body just now and casually covered himself with it. Since he was really tired today, he just wrapped the lower half of his body in a bath towel and covered his body with a blanket, and fell straight into a deep sleep on the couch. Even forgot to turn off the TV and the lights. In the bedroom, the girl who had just been asleep had opened her eyes long ago. Her heart could have been beating so fast just now that it was jumping out of her heart because she didn't know if Chen Mo would do something to her. If Chen Mo really wanted to do something to her, then how should she react? So many images and clips flashed through her mind in that instant that her brain went a little down. From the living room sofa to the bedroom bed in a few short steps of time, in Su Yuqing's perception is as if after a century as long, every time Chen Mo held close to the bedroom step, her heartbeat accelerated a gear. She was a little scared, a little expectant, and a little uncertain during this journey, which was a mixed bag. In the end, when Chen Mo collected the blanket wrapped around her body, it brought her nervousness to the top. It turned out that what was not expected to accompany the departure of the blanket was a soft quilt covering the body. The covering gesture was so gentle, and the goodnight farewell so melodious, that it was difficult to calm her mind for a long time. Her small hands subconsciously pinched the edge of the quilt and pulled it to before her nose. The quilt seemed to still have a faint aroma of the shower gel that teenagers often used, as well as a slight scent of hormones unique to teenagers, a scent that was similar to the faint flavor that she had just smelled when she was being held in Chen Mo's arms. Surrounded by this flavor, at this time Su Yuching felt that the quilt that tightly wrapped around her was like Chen Mo's warm embrace firmly embracing her. The young girl's heart was rippling at this moment, and unconsciously a different kind of stirring arose in her heart. Her body began to burn once more, and it was only after a moment of rambling that she fell back into sleep again. This time, or the first time, she hadn't curled up tightly, but had simply made an effort to wrap the covers tightly around her and fall asleep. It seemed that the quilt gave her a higher sense of security than if she had curled up completely. Or perhaps it was the scent of the quilt's owner that brought her a sense of security she had never felt before. Wow! Heavy rain fell all night. It wasn't until the early morning of the next day that the rain finally subsided, and many of the low-lying areas in the city had even become waterlogged with small ponds. It was Saturday, no school, and it was supposed to be a day to sleep in. But Su Yuching was up early. Her clothes were already ready to be changed again after the double action of the washer and dryer yesterday. At around 7 in the morning, Su Yuching, who had gotten enough sleep for 7 hours, was still in good spirits. The main thing was that in Shen Mo's place, she slept with unprecedented peace of mind. After changing into her own clothes, Su Yuching started to get busy. She had said when she knocked on the door yesterday that she could do chores and anything else to compensate, so it was only natural for her to help Chen Mo clean up his room. After simply tidying up Chen Mo's bedroom, Su Yuching then walked out of the room. Only to see that at this moment, Chen Mo was wrapping his abdomen with half a blanket, his back facing this side, but as Su Yuching's gaze moved down, it was Herculean to see that Chen Mo's bath towel had already fallen off to the ground long ago, and what was exposed with his back facing her was Chen Mo's tight buttocks. And at this time it seemed that because of the sound coming from the direction of the bedroom, Su Yuching saw Chen Mo reaching out and scratching his ears, and suddenly his body subconsciously moved, seemingly ready to roll over and turn to his own side, and her little face whooshed then immediately turned scarlet. Chapter 16. She really lived through the stormy night. Realizing what might be seen in a moment, this scared Su Yuching a panic, hastily lowered her head and did not dare to look at anything, quickly stepped forward to pick up the bath towel from the ground, closed her eyes and shook it off before it was recovered to Chen Mo's body. Although the cover was on, the phenomenon of the most healthy symbol of youthful vigor in the morning of a boy still vibrated through the bath towel to Su Yuching's eyes. She could only hurriedly avert her eyes with a red face and quickly walked towards the kitchen to prepare breakfast. During the preparation of breakfast, though, there was always a constant flashback in front of my eyes of the mountains that had just risen from the bath towel. Her face reddened even more, and it was a good thing that as she did her work, she quickly threw other thoughts out of her mind as well. Chen Mo had already been cooking by himself during his high school years, due to the cooking skills he had learned as a child under his mother's imposition. According to my mother's words, it's the meals you cook yourself that you feel most comfortable eating. So there's quite a stockpile of ingredients at home. Su Yuching was going to get some sandwiches, fried eggs and ham, then some vegetables and 2 cups of hot milk for breakfast. Thinking of what to make, Su Yuching immediately started to do it. First put 2 slices of whole wheat bread into the toaster to toast hot, and then diagonally cut diagonally into triangles. Heat a pan to medium-low heat, pour in olive oil to moisten the bottom of the pan, crack the eggs and slide them in along the sides of the pan, turn with a wooden spatula when the whites are solidified and lightly brown at the edges, and sprinkle with a pinch of salt. Then fry the slices of thick-cut ham in the remaining oil until the surface is glowing with caramel-colored veins. After washing the romaine lettuce and draining it in a dump basket, she carefully tore it into pieces that were palatable. Immediately after this, take out the washed tomatoes and cut out 3 mm thick slices horizontally and absorb the excess juice with kitchen paper. Finally, lay the omelette on top of the crispy bread slices, layer the ham, cheese slices, tomato and lettuce in that order, use a serrated knife to compact the cuts along the diagonal, and then ding it in the microwave for a minute until the cheese is semi-melted at the cross-section, and then this side is done. The only thing left is milk. Su Yuching took out a big bottle of milk from the refrigerator, poured the milk into the enameled milk pot, heated it to 60 degrees with the smallest fire, and the surface was just flooded with fine bubbles and immediately removed from the fire, to avoid separation of milk fat. Preheat oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit, put 1/2 teaspoon of condensed milk in the bottom of a cup, fill with hot milk and gently swirl with chopsticks to create a swirl. While she was making breakfast on her side, Chen Mo inside the living room was also already awakened. It wasn't that he'd gotten enough sleep, but he remembered that he had a mission with the captain today. At this point he was still in a half-asleep state, and his right hand instinctively groped towards the bedside table where it should have touched the holster and cell phone but only the cold coffee table glass. Nope. Feeling that the bedside table touch is not right, he violently left hand a support to get up and sit up, but when doing this action he violently remembered the left shoulder. When he exerted force will come from time to time a slight stabbing pain, that is 3 years ago when chasing the humongous bandits left a gunshot wound, but the memory of the stabbing pain at the moment did not come. Chen Mo subconsciously turned his head to look, only to see that the skin on his left shoulder was as bare as new. At this moment, he still hadn't fully woken up, and due to the fact that he had gotten so wet last night, along with the lack of sleep due to the fact that he hadn't really slept enough, he was feeling groggy in the head at the moment. He pressed the roots of his palms against his temples out of habit, a sobering maneuver cultivated by long night shifts. After pressing his temples for a moment, the discomfort of a morning erection made him frown as he lifted the towel, the skin beneath his gaze suddenly cutting off from the memory a 7 centimeter suture scar that should have been there in the groin on a body that was nearly 30 years old. It was a deep cut with a knife by a psychopath to save a child being held hostage by a psychopath. Looking at his current state, Chen Mo then jolted awake to the fact that he had returned to 10 years ago yesterday. He's not a criminal cop anymore, he's just a high school student now. And the girl who would often look down and shy when confronted with herself was back in her world. As soon as he thought of Su Yuqing, he immediately got up nervously and looked at the bedroom, only to see that the door of the bedroom was caved in, and he hurriedly looked around for Su Yuqing's figure. It wasn't until he saw her busy in the kitchen that Chen Mo sat his butt back down on the sofa with a fierce sigh of relief. Great, it wasn't a dream, she really survived the stormy night. Chen Mo's heart burst with relief, and then he fell back heavily onto the sofa. Due to the special nature of the work of the criminal police, often need to face intense pressure in complex and changing cases, which led to his work and rest time is often very irregular. In order to cope with emergencies, Chen Mo often needs to be on standby at all times, and even carries out investigations, arrests and other operations at night, and this irregular work pattern has had a direct impact on his sleeping habits. After all these years, he hardly slept at all, mental exhaustion was his norm, and he couldn't leave his cigarettes at all. Originally Chen Mo would not have smoked, but high pressure coupled with fatigue, without the help of something refreshing, it was really very difficult to get through one night that required quiet duty crouching. This job is very hard, but Chen Mo has not complained, and even a little immersed in it, enjoying the excitement of catching the murderer when solving the case again and again. But it's true that I'm tired after all these years of work. Now back in his high school days, Chen Mo, lying on the sofa, decided that since God had given him the chance to live again, he would choose to enjoy his youth with abandon this time. He was once caught up in endless self-reproach because of Su Yuqing's death, spending all the time in emotions of pain and remorse, so much so that he devoted himself to the quagmire of how to atone for his sins and find the real culprit for Su Yuqing. Press never again enjoyed the youthful years that young people in high school are supposed to enjoy. Now Su Yuqing was back, and so were his youthful years. This time, he decided to live every minute of his life properly again. When Chen Mo's mind was complex and agitated, Su Yuqing had already finished breakfast and set it all on the table. Only at this time she secretly probed towards the living room, only to see Chen Mo is covered with a blanket, lazily lying on the sofa, open eyes looking at the ceiling not knowing what to think about. She immediately gently shouted, "Chen Mo, it's time to get up and eat, I've already made breakfast, but I don't know if it's to your liking." Chen Mo sat up again and sniffed his nose in the direction of the restaurant, only to feel a wheat and milky aroma wafting from the nearby table. He instantly smiled and returned, coming right up. Said he once again ready to get up. At this time he suddenly noticed that he was actually now naked. He swept a glance at the bath towel that had just been casually thrown aside by himself, immediately re-wrapped it and rushed back to the room. It was only after some showering that he, who habitually took a hot shower in the morning, got fully dressed and stepped out. It turns out to be so easy to act without an injured body. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart. Last night he didn't even care about his body at all, he was focused on chasing the murderer, and today he completely felt how happy it was for him to be back 10 years ago. Chapter 17 The Master's Orders Cannot Be Disobeyed. Coming to the dining table, at this time, Su Yuqing had food in front of her was sitting quietly waiting for Chen Mo's arrival. "You don't have to wait for me next time, just eat first." Chen Mo smiled and pulled out a chair to sit across from Su Yuqing. "It's fine anyway to wait for you to finish eating together to wash the dishes." Su Yuqing smiled sweetly and said, "Taste if it doesn't fit your taste, if there is anything to improve on just tell me, I will do it according to your taste next time. Originally, I was quite diligent when I was living alone, this following you around, I'm afraid I'm not going to be raised as a lazy pig." Chen Mo laughed and said. The smile on Su Yuqing's face instead grew even brighter as the speaker did not intend to listen. She propped her chin on her hands and watched in fascination as Chen Mo enjoyed his carefully crafted breakfast, looking forward to his comments. The moment Chen Mo bit into the sandwich, the crispy whole wheat bread made a small, soft sound between his teeth, the warm fried egg wrapped in melted cheese slid across his tongue, and the sweetness of the tomato neutralized the salty flavor of the ham. He looked at the opposite side of the young girl's hair tresses dyed honey-colored by the light, suddenly took a piece of paper towel and wiped away the greasy stars stained on the tip of her nose and laughed, "This handicraft can even open a store in the back street of the school, and then I will be responsible for the cashier and you will be in charge of the kitchen." When you think of a scene like that, doesn't it look like a young couple in the early stages of their business? The tips of Su Yuqing's ears instantly roiled with redness, and she lowered her head to stir the spoon in her glass of milk, not answering. Soon the two of them had settled for breakfast. Chen Mo smiled and stuffed the last mouthful of breakfast into his mouth, looking towards Su Yuqing's still slightly tired demeanor at this time despite showing a happy smile. He said, "Let me do breakfast tomorrow, you should also have a good sleep, when you're tired, you should sleep more, don't hold on to it no." When he got up to clean up the dishes, he just happened to touch Su Yuqing's small hand that reached over to clean up the dishes, it was so soft and cold. "Since you've done it all today, let's throw it all at you first and leave it to me tomorrow." Chen Mo smiled and let go, allowing Su Yuqing to collect the dishes and left the kitchen to sit back on the sofa. Soon Su Yuqing packed up the dishes, wiped the dining table with a snowy shine, and cleaned all the kitchen utensils before wiping her hands and walking back from the kitchen to the living room. You can see that she is quite sharp in her day-to-day work. Just after returning to the living room, she was ready to continue working when Chen Mo hurriedly pulled her back. Looking at her small hand being pinched by the strong big hand, Su Yuqing was not even the slightest idea of struggling. After forcing Su Yuqing onto the sofa, Chen Mo then sat down beside her and said, "I see that your spirit is not too good, so you are not allowed to work in these 2 days." Su Yuqing was just about to speak when Chen Mo immediately reached out to seal her rosy lips and continued, "Listen to me first, even if you want to pay the rent, then you have to have me, the owner, agree to it. Now I order you to take 2 days off. Today is Saturday and tomorrow is Sunday. Do whatever I tell you to do in these 2 days. If you don't obey, I'll have to kick you out." Hearing Chen Mo say this, Su Yuqing then nodded her head with an "ah-oh. Watch some TV first to kill some food, and then go out shopping with me later, okay?" "Aha." Su Yuqing nodded obediently once again. "That's right, I'll take you out clothes shopping later." "Ha? Is that all you wear all the time? I won't let you in if you stink." Chen Mo said with a smile. I'll go home to get a change of clothes." Speaking of going home, Su Yuqing's expression was obviously a little hesitant, and her look wasn't too natural. "No need, just buy a new one." Chen Mo also looked out with a disinterested face. "I didn't bring any money." Su Yuqing's face was embarrassed. "Count mine first, but first, you have to pay me back, with interest. I'll help you figure out how much a normal nanny's monthly salary is when the time comes. You have to give me enough time to do it." Chen Mo suddenly grabbed Su Yuqing's small hand. "If you don't pay it back, I won't let you go." Oh. Feeling the heat of Chen Mo's palm, Su Yuqing couldn't help but feel warmth rise in her heart as well. Chen Mo's words were she couldn't hear it. It was clear that she wouldn't let herself return it, and was even willing to let herself stay for a while longer. "But," she said, still feeling overwhelmed. "Have you forgotten what I said before? In this home I am the master, you are the nanny. What the master says is what? No refutation, no?" Chen Mo pretended to be serious. "Got it." Su Yuqing revealed a calm smile, her voice low and soft as she returned. "Well, that's good behavior." Chen Mo smiled back. After watching TV for half an hour, Chen Mo then got up and took Su Yuqing out. The weather had cleared up completely after the stormy night, and as the dust settled, the air outside seemed to be fresher than before. "Where do you usually buy your clothes?" Walking out of the house, Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing curiously like he was idly chattering and asked. He was a big old man in this area. He really didn't dabble much, especially after becoming a criminal police officer. He didn't have much interest in this area. It was only the need to investigate the case that made him aware of a few women's luxury stores. But according to Su Yuqing's character, if he sent her too expensive clothes, she would not want them. Hearing Chen Mo's question, Su Yuqing's fingertips unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. Fine morning light jumped on her eyelashes. Just on the corner of the back street of the school, that second-hand clothes store, the boss's wife to change the clothes craft can be good. $50 can match a whole set of it. She suddenly looked up at Chen Mo as if she remembered something and added, "But I have carefully sterilized it. Every time, it will be boiled in boiling water 3 times then sunbathed for a full 3 days. She was deeply afraid that Chen Mo would dislike her for wearing dirty clothes because of this. Chen Mo suddenly flashed something in his mind as if he naturally held Su Yuqing's hand that was perspiring thinly and said, "I suddenly remembered a place where the clothes are very good." Between the tugs, Chen Mo's fingertips subconsciously rubbed over the thin calluses on the young girl's palm, and his heart couldn't help but once again rise with pity. The average girl in her college and rich age, which is not the palm of the hand soft and tender, but also did too much work things, will lead to this age of the girl palm has this kind of thin callus. Su Yuqing staggered half a step, her forehead hit the teenager's shoulder blade, the tip of her nose immediately smelled the residual citrus shower gel scent on the teenager's body surface, and her mood was exceptionally agitated, so she let Chen Mo lead her along. 9 o'clock on Sycamore Street is just waking up at this time, the morning light through the rain covered with water droplets of sycamore leaves gap sprinkled on the green stone plate. Chen Mo held Su Yuqing's hand and stopped in front of the glass window at the corner. Chapter 18, Identified, Excellent Figure. The wooden door of the tailor's store was ajar, and the brass bells on the lintel were rattled by the wind, intertwined with the French chansons flowing from the gramophone in a lazy tune. Su Yuqing's eyes skimmed over the fabrics displayed in the window as high as the 3 or 4 floors of the art component, and her fingers unconsciously pinched Chen Mo's cuffs. "Here. It looks so expensive. The boss's wife is my mom's old classmate, specializing in student business, not expensive, don't worry about getting in." Chen Mo pushed open the door without changing his face, and the wooden floor made a slight creaking sound. The ready-made clothes hanging in the store swayed lightly with the wind, the air was filled with the fragrance of iron cotton. The woman wearing tortoiseshell glasses behind the counter looked up, her gaze paused for a moment on the 2 men's clasped hands, and she smiled out of the fine lines at the end of her eyes. "Yikes, what a pretty girl. Did Silent bring his girlfriend here to pick out some clothes?" The tips of Su Yuqing's ears instantly burned red, and her fingertips unconsciously twisted the hem of Chen Mo's shirt. Chen Mo felt the slight tremor coming from the material of the clothes. The knot in his throat rolled and gently let go of her hand and said with a smile, "Aunt Lin, recently it is also almost time to change the season," to help her look at a few seasonal styles. After a pause, Chen Mo moved a little closer and lowered his voice to add, "A few sets of intimate apparel as well, and they should be pure cotton class A." Understand. Lin Yue laughed as she took the soft ruler and pulled Su Yuqing around to the fitting curtain that could only cover her body below the neck. Su Yuqing saw that she could still see Chen Mo, always feeling that her whole body was exposed to his vision, and she couldn't help but shyly shrink her whole body into the shelves where the linen dresses were hanging. Seeing this, Chen Mo duly retreated to the rattan chair by the window and sat down, flipping through the fabric sample book absent-mindedly with his eyes downcast. It looked like he was reading a book, but in fact he had taken in the thin voice of the young girl's panicked pushback, "That lace really doesn't have to. Listen to Auntie, we women ourselves should also please ourselves. This style, don't you think you wear it beautifully? Don't care about other people's opinions, and underwear is invisible to others anyway. We should pick what we like with our own eyes. Don't be swayed by vulgar people's comments on our right to choose beauty." Lin Yue some soul chicken soup down. Su Yuqing is not so resistant at the beginning. Compared to that kind of bland style, she herself does prefer this lace type. Just this exposed part is too much. Is really let a person look shy. First of all, ask yourself if you like it, and secondly, Auntie then tell you, this set can absolutely charm that brat of Momo to death, you yourself and like, but also can let their favorite boy like this is not two birds with one stone. Su Yuqing opened her mouth, originally wanted to speak clearly about the relationship between the two, but the words came to her mouth, but it was like there were 1,000 layers of glue sealing her mouth. In the end, she still didn't spit out a single word of explanation. Then this kind of it. "Alright, prepare 7 sets for you so that you guys can be fresh every day," Lin Yue said with a smile. Those words were a million times shy in Su Yuqing's ears. After the underwear was finalized, Lin Yue began to match Su Yuqing's clothes again, and as the fitting curtains lifted up and fell down, Chen Mo saw Lin Yue drilling back and holding a set of goose yellow dress and light blue shirt. Chen Mo leaned against the wall and counted the spots of light leaking from the cracks in the curtain, and when he heard the "oh" sound of the material of his clothes rubbing together, a thin layer of sweat suddenly seeped out from the back of his neck. He was already fantasizing in his mind what Su Yuqing would look like in this set. He was staring at the sewing machine in the corner when the curtain swished open. Will it be weird? Su Yuqing grabbed the hem of her skirt and turned in place in a small half circle, the tips of her hair sweeping over the bow tie at her collarbone. The morning light enveloped her in a translucent honey color, the cotton skirt swinging in an arc like a first bloom lily of the valley. The knot in Chen Mo's throat slid heavily as he suddenly got up and reached out to smooth out her shirt collar. The second button is tied wrong. Fingertips unintentionally brushed against the skin on the side of the young girl's neck, and they both froze at the same time. The phonograph skipped to the chorus of La Vie en Rose. At this exact moment, Chen Mo retracted his hand like an electric shock, turned around and grabbed a straw sun hat from the shelf and fastened it on her head. "Match this, sun protection." Su Yuqing lowered her head slightly shyly. At this time Lin Yue said with a smile, "Looks like you're all satisfied, try this set again." Sometime later, the moment the fitting curtain was lifted again, the teenager's throat rolled heavily. Ramy fiber showed a translucent texture in the morning light. Su Yuqing's pale pink skin at the collarbone was hidden. The waist side of the plate buckle undulated with the breath, like a butterfly that would lift its wings at any time. The most critical thing is that the thin undershirt actually reveals the hidden light pink lace bra inside, and Chen Mo's eyes don't blink when he looks straight at it. Soon Su Yuqing changed into a few more sets of clothes, and it had to be said that Lin Yue's vision was truly unique, and each set could satisfy both Chen Mo and Su Yuqing. Alright, Aunt Lin, stop matching, your little nephew, I'm not going to have enough cards to swipe." Seeing that Lin Yue was addicted to matching Su Yuqing as a model, Chen Mo hurriedly stopped her. "What are you afraid of? Your Aunt Lin, I'm in a hurry to find you to get money." Turn back to find your old lady reimbursement on the end of the matter, to spend money for her daughter-in-law, this matter to her to know, I do not know happy into what kind of it. Don't bull her, I haven't even gotten to the bottom of this yet. Yo, playing quite innocent you kid, I thought you had all been born and cooked. Lin Yue had a look of see if I believe you or not. Chen Mo laughed bitterly, really, don't talk nonsense to my mom, or I won't come to take care of your business next time. Fine, for the sake of you coming to spend money with Aunt Lin, I'll keep your secret and give you another discount. They say selling clothes makes money, so it's really so profitable, a discount can be hit. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. It's too cheap, right? Then I'll count more for you. Lin Yue gave him a blank look and said. Don't, Aunt Lin is the best, said a discount can't cheat, next time please eat. Chen Mo hurriedly smiled and blocked it. That's more like it. When checking out, Lin Yue wrapped the folded underwear individually with craft paper, winked at Chen Mo, pasted to his ear with a real auntie smile and said softly, your little girlfriend's body, Auntie Lin has helped you identify it, absolutely superb, your kid can be really blessed. The teenager choked and coughed to fill out the credit card left to him by his old man. The remaining light glimpsed Su Yuqing is on her tiptoes to study the lace-trimmed nightgown by the window. The straw hat pinned between her hair is skewed with the movement, revealing the vermilion mole in her earlobe. Under the warm light, she is looking so youthful and beautiful. Between visions, Chen Mo once again flashed before his eyes pictures of Su Yuqing's dismal death under the torrential rain. He clenched his fist and secretly swore in his heart that in this life he would never let this happen again, and this beauty in front of him, as long as he was still alive, he was going to keep caring for it. Chapter 19. Simple words are better than long confessions. Having taken care of the clothes, now all that's left is the bedding. Carrying the bulging bag around the corner, Su Yuqing's canvas shoes stepped on the waterlogged stone tiles and made fine light spots. She sneaked an afterglow at Chen Mo, who was walking slightly faster than she was. The mint green lace hem of the dress was poking out of the edge of the craft paper from the shopping bag that the teenager was swinging in her hand, beckoning into a spring branch in the wind. The home store is on the 4th floor. Coming to the mall, Chen Mo pressed the elevator button. The metal door reflected Su Yuqing's small action of grabbing the hem of her skirt. She suddenly felt that at this time the two of them were like a small couple who were strolling and shopping, so her heart was a little afraid of being seen by others and a little sweet. Just pick your favorite later, you'll end up sleeping anyway. When I came to the bedding store, I only saw that the lights over here were dimmed on the warmer side. Warm yellow spotlights cut the shelves into soft blocks of color. Su Yuqing's fingertips brushed over a row of quilted quilts, the cloud-like touch reminding her of the warmth of last night's sleep wrapped in the scent of a teenager. Chen Mo pushed the shopping cart filled with bags of previous clothing and followed her half a step behind, watching her hair fall as she bent over and swept over the lotus root-colored pillowcases, only to feel that the scene resembled a newlywed couple shopping for their belongings. Will this be too expensive? Su Yuqing pinched the price tag of the washed cotton 4-piece set. The light gray and blue piping is also embroidered with a star and moon dark pattern. Expensive what? If you like it, try it first. Chen Mo removed the silk quilt and stuffed it into Su Yuqing's arms, letting her try her hand at it. Su Yuqing touched a non-committal smile. Thinking that Su Yuqing was not satisfied with the touch, Chen Mo immediately continued to pick it out. As a result, when he was squatting in front of the shelves comparing the various fillings, Su Yuqing quietly put the silk quilt with a 4-digit price tag back in its original position, picked up a bed of light green washed cotton that was much cheaper, and said, "This one feels good in the hand." "Not bad, what texture so poor." Chen Mo only then reacted to her, still being persuaded by the price. He immediately got up and gently knocked Su Yuqing's forehead with his knuckles and laughed. "Don't look down on these things, sometimes it's true that they can bring you a sleep quality enhancement, and this kind of thing isn't exclusively bought for you, and in the future you don't live in the guest room, we can also wash it clean and give it to the guests to cover it, so there's nothing wrong with buying the expensive ones." But he was being rather ambiguous. You don't live in the guest room, you can also leave it for guests to cover. This may seem to say that Su Yuqing is not living in Chen Mo's house, for the guests can still be used, but if this is said that Su Yuqing was directly promoted to become the mistress of this house, that is also completely fine. Especially since Chen Mo used the word we. And at this time, Su Yuqing obviously heard out 2 layers of meaning, her heart immediately a little deer in the headlights. Chen Mo did not pay attention to Su Yuqing's reaction when he finished speaking, but shook the sample open to cover the display bed. "Come over and try the touch." Su Yuqing was still in a daze when she was tugged by a big warm hand and dropped into the fluffy silk quilt, and a memory foam pillow was shoved under her head at the same time. When the teenager's blazing palm left the palm of his hand, he suddenly ironed on her lumbar nape through the material of her clothes. Sleeping curled up is easy on the lumbar spine, and cervical spine are not good, and this kind of memory foam pillow supports the cervical spine. Su Yuqing sunk into the cloud-like bedding, looking at Chen Mo's arm muscles propped up on the edge of the pillow, tensed out smooth lines, suddenly felt that the air was filled with honey-like sweetness. It was only after some selection that Chen Mo finally helped Su Yuqing choose the bedding. As the shopping cart was stuffed with loot, Su Yuqing stared at the pale cherry-colored millinery quilt and whispered, "Thank you, Chen Mo." Suddenly the person in front stood still, and Su Yuqing subconsciously bumped into the thick back. "From now on the word thank you won't be necessary, actions speak louder than words. You have to think of how to thank me, not mouth to me, before repaying me. You can't have an accident no matter what." This unexplained second half of Chen Mo's sentence caused Su Yuqing to faint slightly. But she nodded anyway. "Come on, let's go home." The teenager smiled brightly, like a warm sun shone into the young girl's long gray and damp heart, dispersing a piece of her mind in the sea of her heart can dock in the harbor. After paying the bill at the front desk, Chen Mo gave the address to the shopkeeper and asked them to deliver it as soon as possible today, before carrying a few bags of clothes and taking Su Yuqing on her way home. On the way back, passing by the old book market, the stallholder lifted the steamer at the moment. The sweet mist of osmanthus wine instantly dense half of the street. Chen Mo immediately stepped forward and purchased one, holding the piping hot rice cake in one hand and gently blowing a few mouthfuls before handing it to her lips. Su Yuqing bit down on the gap torn open by his tiger teeth, and the sugar cinnamon petals instantly stuck to the corners of his mouth, and in the next second they were wiped away by the teenager with his thumb. "Is it delicious?" Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing with a smile. Hoo. Su Yuqing adorably exhaled a few mouthfuls of hot air before she squinted and smiled. "It's very sweet and fragrant. Next time you'll take you to the snack street, there's even more delicious food over there," Chen Mo said as he took a bite of rice cake right after. When it came to the food court, Su Yuqing really had some yearning for it. She had heard people talk about the food court having a lot of good food before, but unfortunately, she couldn't afford to go to such a place when she was strapped for cash. If she went with Chen Mo, she was afraid that she would have to spend Chen Mo's money again, which she felt was inappropriate. Although she liked Chen Mo, she was not greedy for Chen Mo's money, but simply stemmed from a promise made when she was young. A natural yet heartwarming word spoken by that warm little boy in a corner of the park on that spring day. Memories flashed back, and Su Yuqing's eyes looked at the teenager's back as if she was obsessed. He may have forgotten everything, but he himself will always remember. After returning to the neighborhood of his home, Chen Mo helped Su Yuqing purchase a whole set of toiletries before turning back to his home. By the time they wandered home, the bedding had been delivered to their doorstep. In the guest room, Chen Mo was kneeling on the floor of the guest room to put on a quilt cover. "Let me do it." Su Yuqing stood at a loss for words, holding the newly purchased pillow and watching the teenager's shoulder blades undulate like butterfly wings under his cotton t-shirt with the movement. "I'll just let me do it. For fear that you'll sew yourself into the quilt." Chen Mo shook off the star and moon patterned sheet and suddenly turned to cover the peeping girl into the roiling Milky Way. "Now the whole bed, the whole room is yours until you get tired of living there." Simple words, but they go deeper into the heart than a long confession. Chen Mo didn't know that every time he made an offhand remark, he always poked deeply into Su Yuqing's heart. She turned away suddenly, and at some point tears had come out of her eyes. So this is what it feels like to have a real home. The moment Su Yuqing turned around, Chen Mo's keen sense of smell seemed to catch the subtle salty scent in the air, while noticing the unnatural trembling of her shoulders. "Don't be touched first, I'm going to count the rent with you as usual. Living is living, you have to think of how to pay back the debt." Seeing that he didn't know why he had made Su Yuqing cry, Chen Mo immediately tried to defuse the situation with a joke. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Su Yuqing, who had wiped her tears, turned back once again, and at this time, while her eyes carried slightly red tear stains, her face revealed an incomparably brilliant and bright smile, and she only gave Chen Mo one word back: "Aha." Chapter 20. There are no misunderstandings, it's all understood. Ding dong. Just as Chen Mo helped Su Yuqing get everything done and lay down on the sofa to rest, a doorbell suddenly rang. Su Yuqing suddenly subconsciously backed up a step, seems to be in fear of something. Chen Mo also did not see Su Yuqing at this time the state, he was only afraid that Su Yuqing to open the door suddenly encountered an attack or something. After all, he is now not clear who the murderer is, or the murderer is. He drew up and shouted, "Wait." As soon as he protected Su Yuqing behind him, he then reacted to the fact that he had overreacted a bit, and immediately snorted and smiled, "I'll drive." No wonder he was like this. Before he found the real culprit who killed Su Yuqing, he was deeply afraid that Su Yuqing would be in danger if he didn't watch over her. After all, with what happened in his previous life, who knows if the gears of fate will once again run over this poor young girl mercilessly. Su Yuqing gave Chen Mo an unexpected look. Although she didn't know what was going on, she could clearly sense that Chen Mo was nervous about her, and was so nervous about her that it was a bit overprotective. She wasn't sure why Chen Mo was like this, but seeing that she was cared for so much by him, Su Yuqing's heart had long been as sweet as honey, sweet to the core. First habitually glanced at the cat's eye before Chen Mo opened the door. "I didn't expect the person who came was Zhou Hao," which made Chen Mo couldn't help but be on guard. It wasn't that Zhou Hao couldn't come to him. In the past Zhou Hao had come to his house to play with him, and we were still on good terms, so naturally Chen Mo couldn't be worried that Zhou Hao coming over would harm him. His alarm bells were ringing for Su Yuqing. Zhou Hao is still the biggest suspect in Su Yuqing's case that Chen Mo investigated yesterday, and now that Su Yuqing is at his home, how could Chen Mo not be alerted by the sudden visit from Zhou Hao? In particular, he suddenly recalled that Zhou Hao had never come to his house at all on this day in the first place. A person who had not appeared in the previous timeline had suddenly appeared in this timeline. How could one blame Chen Mo for being too sensitive at this time? His vigilance at this time was completely reasonable. "Zhou Hao, why are you here?" he subconsciously asked out. "That's a good question. Can't I come and play with you if I have nothing to do?" Zhou Hao smiled and held up a jar in his hand. "You were out in the wind and rain yesterday, I'm afraid you'll catch a cold today. My mom taught me before to cook a soup that dispels wind and cold and removes dampness quite well, and the flavor is also very good, so I thought of boiling it for you to drink." Zhou Hao was also touched by Chen Mo's friendship last night when he braved the rain to come and persuade him. He is a person whose dictionary can have nothing else but righteousness. That is absolutely the first. Brothers so sincerely treat themselves. He was touched by that call to clatter, not to mention the soup. Now there is a knife to Chen Mo stabbed over. Let him block the knife, he is willing to. You can call him simple, but you can't mock his righteousness. It turned out that it was his own behavior yesterday that triggered the butterfly effect, so no wonder Zhou Hao, who originally wouldn't have appeared at his doorstep today, came to his house. Zhou Hao was big-headed, but Chen Mo still knew that he was a very careful person, especially when it came to taking care of his mother. "I didn't feel it until you said this, and I really felt a bit of a rise when you said this." Chen Mo rubbed his temples and laughed. "That's not nonsense. Look at how hard you showered last night. It's strange that the cold doesn't enter the body. Next time don't do this. Hurry up and drink 2 bowls first." Zhou Hao said and prepared to enter the door. As a result, he violently saw a girl appear behind Chen Mo. They were all from the same school. If he said that he might not recognize ordinary people, but a school beauty like Su Yuqing, where could he not recognize her? In an instant, his eyes flicked back and forth between Su Yuqing and Chen Mo. Su Yuqing, you know. Chen Mo briefly introduced. And then? Zhou Hao froze for a moment and said. And then what? Do I have to reintroduce you all over again as well? Chen Mo also froze for a moment. I mean, what kind of relationship doesn't get introduced? Zhou Hao asked himself when he finished. Forget it, no need to say it, sister-in-law Mo is good. I don't know what's going on here today. This is a bad time for me to be here. This soup is left behind for a while, you can keep an eye on Lao Mo and drink it. This is brown sugar ginger date soup, without adding a little Chinese medicine, do not bring half a bit of toxicity, feel free to drink. It's also very tonic for girls to drink, sister-in-law you can drink some too, I'll leave here first, not being a light bulb ha. Zhou Hao left the soup and was ready to bolt. You've misunderstood, come and sit down for a while first. Having already figured out Zhou Hao's purpose, Chen Mo naturally wouldn't be suspicious of Zhou Hao's intention to come today anymore. He had considered Zhou Hao as a friend, or else he wouldn't have been so distressed when he learned that the murderer might be him, just as distressed as he was when he learned that Mr. Li was the murderer. He had just warned against Zhou Hao not because he didn't see him as a friend, but the relationship was too complicated. When one's best friend is going to get his favorite girl killed, anyone would stand in the way, it's not called not being enough of a friend. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared up, Chen Mo naturally apologized and thought of keeping Zhou Hao to get together again. No misunderstanding, it's time for a change on my mom's side, I still have to go see my mom, so I don't have time to stay here with you, you have a good time with your sister-in-law. Zhou Hao ran out of Chen Mo's field of vision with an I know what smile on his face. Looking at this sunny and simple character of Zhou Hao, Chen Mo really found it hard to believe that he was a murderer. He now had the urge to urgently find another bigger suspect to replace Zhou Hao's suspicion. After all, it's psychologically taxing to keep being so sneakily suspicious of the best friend who treats you out of your heart. Upon seeing a rumored school bully like Zhou Hao, Su Yuqing was obviously frozen for a moment, and was even a bit scared. But after the tone and demeanor of his speech just now, as well as the character he displayed, Su Yuqing couldn't help but be a little surprised. They say he's a very bad school bully in school, but why does he look nothing like that? You can't judge a person by their appearance. Zhou Hao is also a person with a story. His things are not as simple as what you hear on the surface. As he spoke, Chen Mo uncovered the jar that Zhou Hao had brought with him, and a strong flavor of red dates and brown sugar and ginger immediately poured out of his nose. It's still hot, you were also drenched last night, hurry up and come drink some together. Chen Mo smiled and took out a bowl and spoon, and made a bowl for both of them. With a mouthful of soup in their mouths, both of them were glowing. Zhou Hao is really something, the amount of ginger is put just right, a little spicy but not overdone, and the sweetness is adjusted just right. It was only with the swallowing, though, that the spiciness finally radiated from the throat into the body. A slight feverish heat ensued. This soup is really effective in driving away cold and dampness. Not only that, because the addition of red dates can also tonify the middle, nourish the blood and calm the mind, and can enhance the body's resistance. It was considered an excellent food supplement for Chen Mo and Su Yuqing, who had experienced the storm last night. Yuqing, you drink more, I see that your qi is quite weak lately. Chen Mo laughed and said, this guy should have added some more cinnamon into it and it would have been better. All I've heard before is people saying bad things about him, I didn't realize that he's quite a nice person. Su Yuqing said with a smile after drinking the bowl of soup that Zhou Hao had sent. It's all because life forced him, he didn't have to be like this in the first place. Chen Mo sighed. Hearing these words, Su Yuqing's complexion dimmed once again, and she empathized with these first 6 words. Chapter 21 That night. Regarding Su Yuqing's family, Chen Mo only knew a general idea. Because he had to investigate Su Yuqing's case before, he had gone to Su Yuqing's parents a few times, only that he basically didn't get any useful information. Her parents divorced and each reorganized their families. Su Yuqing has been living with her mother. But for Su Yuqing's death, the two families are all very secretive, each seems to have their own reasons that led Su Yuqing to end up on this night. Chen Mo went to any of the investigations without saying a few words before he was kicked out by the people impatiently. However, it was normal to go to Su Yuqing's mother's house and get kicked out, because when Chen Mo went over, Su Yuqing's mother had long gone crazy. She has been crazy since the first day she knew that Su Yuqing had an accident, and has not been well since then. Chen Mo went to look for her several times, and couldn't ask anything, and sometimes asking more questions would cause the other party to yell and scream, resulting in Chen Mo being directly driven away by Su Yuqing's stepfather. This made Chen Mo always feel that Su Yuqing's desperation to come to his house to sleep over on a stormy night like yesterday had absolutely nothing to do with her family of origin. Although neither of her parents would say much, Chen Mo had managed to pry some information out of the neighbors' homes and witnesses nearby. That night Su Yuqing rushed out of her house in the rain, supposedly having some kind of conflict with her stepfather, and seemingly stabbing her stepfather. At that time, Chen Mo could be quite shocked when he heard this news. He went back to the seniors who investigated the case and asked about it. The first day of Su Yuqing's accident, they learned of such news, and also went to find her parents. But when they went to question Su Yuching's mother as well as her stepfather, both of them denied the claim. His mother and stepfather were not at home that day, but were being treated at the hospital. According to the police investigation report obtained from the hospital, his stepfather and mother's statements are: the floor of the house was too slippery, and his stepfather did not step steadily and hit his mother's fruit knife, who was peeling an apple, resulting in an accidental stab wound to his stepfather's abdomen. So they came running to the hospital in a hurry. As for why Su Yuching ran out of the house in the rain, their answer was that it seemed that her stepfather, because she had a lot of pictures of boys stored on her cell phone and thus felt that she shouldn't fall in love at that age, said a few words about her and ended up starting an argument. Su Yuching then ran out of the house. According to the time obtained from the investigation, not long after Su Yuching left the house, her stepfather rushed to the hospital together with her mother because of the said accident. From the surveillance of their admission you can see the time they arrived at the hospital, and at that time Su Yuching was still alive. After entering the hospital, they have also been in the hospital without going out, so it can be ruled out that their family members have any suspicion of committing the crime. Just according to the recollections of the police who investigated at the time, after learning of Su Yuching's death, her stepfather didn't have much of a reaction, but her mother fainted on the spot, and even went crazy straight afterwards. This makes it even more difficult for the case to unfold. And in the continuing investigation, Su Yuching has actually been to her father's house after coming out of her mother's house. But she was not long at her father's house before she went out again. From the surveillance can be seen, from his father's home out into the elevator Su Yuching drooped throughout the whole process, then when he came to the obvious mood is much lower. Finally she went to another person's home. That person was Chen Mo. In other words, on a night of that heavy rainstorm, Su Yuching came out of the families of two of her closest relatives one after another. Eventually came to Chen Ma's house. When Chen Mo probed into this information, he realized that Su Yuching was motivated by how much trust she had in herself, and how much courage she had mustered to knock on her door when she was drenched in that downcast state. When she had first spoken to herself asking to be taken in, how many shocks had her heart experienced in advance that caused her to break down in despair? How hard she had tried to muster the last ounce of courage to seek hope, and how, under compulsion, she had used her last ounce of strength to say to herself the words that would have made a girl ashamed to speak them. In that desperate situation, instead of pulling her along, he even pushed her hard, pushing her completely off the edge of the cliff. The moment he knew everything, Chen Mo's inner remorse was even stronger than when he initially learned of Su Yuching's death. It was also that moment when he wished how much he could go back to the night when he met Su Yuching again, on that night when she needed someone to care and warm her up the most. Pouring the only and last warm light she could find at the time into her long-dimmed world. Despite this, Chen Mo did not know if Su Yuching had specifically left home that night or not for the reasons stated by his stepfather and mother, nor did he know exactly what she had experienced within the two families. He wasn't going to ask any more questions. It was hard for an outsider to easily pry into such things. What he wants to do and can do is that no matter what the situation is, he will at least let Su Yuching be able to find a sheltered harbor in him and get some comfort and care. Taking the tea sent by Zhou Hao as afternoon tea, the two of them cozily spent the afternoon with pastries. With the passage of time, twilight gradually haloed the living room through the gauze curtains. Su Yuching curled up in the corner of the sofa flipping through the pages of a book, the warm light sprinkled down outlining her thin silhouette. As Chen Mo approached with the hot milk, he caught a glimpse of her unconsciously rubbing the inside of her left wrist. There was a pale pink scar there, shaped like a crescent moon. Taste it, with honey. Without moving, he placed the glass in her palm, warming it just enough to iron her cold fingertips. Su Yuching just wanted to thank, suddenly remembered Chen Mo's previous ban, pursed her lips and swallowed her words, her eyelashes fluttering as she sipped her drink. Milk in the dents, Chen Mo noticed Su Yuching actually watching Joey, this kind of book on his dad loved to see, his side of the putter full of bookshelves to set the appearance of. What, want to be a goddess? Chen Mo said with a smile. Yeah, when I learn it, I'll do the math for you. Su Yuching smiled playfully. In fact, the book of Joey is not just to read the trigrams and ask for divination, but still can learn a lot of things. As the two spoke, the quiet was shattered by the sharp brakes of a car that snapped outside the window. Su Yuching stiffened her spine so violently that the milk nearly poured. Chen Mo quickly held her trembling hand and came to the window, and soon the car drove away and nothing happened. Chen Mo swept a glance at Su Yuching's appearance and compassionately walked to her side, gently holding her small hand and said, "Don't worry, you still owe me a debt. Before you pay it off, no one can take you away." Su Yuching, who had just experienced a shock and was still a deer in the headlights, heard these words, and her heartbeat not only didn't calm down, but instead jumped even more violently. The expression on her face, however, showed a smile. "When we learn it, next time calculate whether we fit or not. I'm afraid you'll gram me as a debtor," Chen Mo said with a smile. In fact, Chen Mo had already known the situation of the two people's 8 characters, and even if they didn't match, he still had his own words. Chapter 22 I'm a schoolteacher. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Su Yuching's small face instantly flushed red. Joey didn't really have anything to do with combining the 8 characters, which she had learned from other books. The reason why her little face was flushed at this moment was because she had already secretly combined the two of them long ago. Chen Mo's information was slowly collected from the Chun Mo related words she heard in her daily life, bit by bit. The two men's 8 characters were unexpectedly very compatible. But she was too embarrassed to say so and just gave a soft At this time, Chen Mo suddenly remembered something like curiously asked, "What is your college volunteer? Why are you suddenly asking this?" Su Yuqing froze for a moment. "We're all seniors, shouldn't we plan ahead?" Chen Mo said with a smile. "I've got some ideas but haven't thought about them yet, have you? My words are very simple. I'll enroll in whatever you enroll in. When you graduate from high school, you owe me a large debt. I don't always follow you around. If you run away later, I'll have no return on my blood money." Chen Mo smiled back. Su Yuqing pinched the spoon and gently drew circles around the inner rim of the glass, the ripples of the milk reflecting the warm light of the ceiling. She looked into Chen Mo's smiling eyes, and a sudden sour sweetness rose in her throat. Chen Mo was not saying that he wants to go to the same university as her. "I want to." The young girl's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the sunflower embroidery on the tablecloth. "Enroll in the psychology program at Kyoto University or Kyoto Medical University. These two universities aren't easy. You really don't have a small goal, but why did you want to get up and major in psychology?" Chen Mo was a bit surprised. Suddenly his mind flashed back to Su Yuqing's mother going crazy. Could it be that she didn't just go crazy because she was stimulated by Su Yuqing's death? Rather, did she originally have some aspect of psychological or mental illness? Su Yuqing opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't open her mouth to explain why. Chen Mo smiled at the situation and said, "This specialty is also good, and employment is very comfortable after all. The office is clean, drink tea and chat, the money earned, but their own mental capacity should also be strong enough to do. I also have a reason for this, to polish my mental strength in the meantime." Su Yuqing said in a flat tone with a smile on her face. "It's pretty good, but if you want to enroll in this kind of university, you'll have to work your ass off to be able to do it." "I will." Su Yuqing looked determined. "Then I'll tutor you in your studies." Chen Mo grinned. "You tutored me?" Su Yuqing glanced at Chen Mo in surprise. It wasn't that she looked down on Chen Mo, but Chen Mo's grades were only at the middle level in the class, while Su Yuqing herself was at the upper level. "I've never heard of a mid-tier person tutoring an upper-tier person, and this is not an attempt to lead her into reverse." "What, looking down on me?" Looking at Su Yuqing's surprised appearance, Chen Mo felt that a man's dignity was challenged. He immediately looked at her with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth and said, "No. There is." Su Yuqing shifted her gaze, pausing for a moment, and said, "You lie. When you lie, you're afraid to look people in the eye and you pause in your speech. I know it." Chen Mo very subconsciously uttered these words. However, these words were extremely wonderful to hear in Su Yuqing's ears. Because it sounds simple, but there's a lot of meaning behind it. Doesn't this mean Chen Mo has been secretly watching her? Even memorized her lying habits? At the thought of this, the sweetness in Su Yuqing's heart had already exceeded the sweetness of this glass of milk in her hands. She immediately turned back to Chen Mo and smiled apologetically. "You see, you just have, well, it seems that if I don't show you my hand, you don't know that I, Chen, am the literary star descending to the heavens." Chen Mo immediately fetched the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation high school math. Brush up on a lot of questions. In one go, he took out several pages. Su Yuqing gave Chen Mo an unexpected look. Chen Mo was writing fast and accurate. Even if he memorized the answers, it was still very impressive to be able to write so much. "At your level, how do you usually?" Su Yuqing did not go on, but the implication was obvious. That's because I'm afraid of stealing the limelight of the other students and discouraging them. Don't underestimate your debt or me." Chen Mo smiled and gently tapped Su Yuqing's head with the tip of his pen. "I can teach you now, right? If we were talking about the Chen Mo that simply once was, he naturally couldn't really be this powerful." Chen Mo's fury started after Su Yuqing's accident. In order to become an outstanding criminal police officer, he set his volunteer for the People's Public Security University, and he studied his ass off to get into this school. As they say, where there's a will, there's a way. When becoming a criminal police officer to find out the truth about Su Yuqing's case became Chen Mo's only obsession for the rest of his life, the power of the obsession turned into infinite spiritual power. This quickly took him from the middle of the class to the caliber of the top students in the year. Of course, it would also depend on, among other things, the fact that he wasn't stupid in his own mind. Chen Mo's parents are both high achievers. The son that was born was no worse for the wear. Only his own mixed up life to himself poorly. There is no such thing as desperately trying to learn and eventually failing to learn. Although it has been a long time since the college entrance exams, he still remembers the days when he was studying like crazy, and that one topic he has engraved into his soul. Doing it now is naturally easy as pie. Seeing that Chen Mo actually had such strength, Su Yuqing was once again marveled by Chen Mo's unknown side, and immediately cast an adoring gaze at him. Previously, she had always looked at Chen Mo with more eyes of adoration, and this was the first time she had ever looked at Chen Mo with a gaze of admiration. "I didn't realize he was such a deep learner. First things first, I'm not memorizing the answers. Oh." Chen Mo was afraid that Su Yuqing still didn't believe him and added another sentence. But he's both right and wrong about that. The previous timeline of memorization of hard brushing questions to remember a variety of formulas at the same time, but also memorized a lot of questions and the answers to the questions, which is considered memorized or not memorized? It's hard to tell for a moment. But no matter what, he had already turned the knowledge into his own ability at this point, so it didn't matter if he said he had memorized it or not. As long as he has the ability to do the corresponding questions, that's the end of the story. Su Yuqing looked at Chun Mo and said with a smile, "Then won't I owe you another tutoring fee?" "That's not true, but you have a lot of debt. It doesn't matter if it's more or less, I'll have plenty of ways to make you pay it back later," Chun Mo said with a bad smile. "Nowadays, this society that owes a debt may instead become a grandpa." Su Yuqing said with a mischievous smile. "Then hurry up and sign a contract of sale for me first." Chun Mo took out a pen and paper and put it in front of Su Yuqing. Originally it was just a joke with her, but the result did not expect Su Yuqing to really take over and start writing. Chapter 23 Treaties to Do What You Want. Chun Mo was originally prepared to see what she had written, but he saw that Su Yuqing had only written, selling contract, and the 9 words, contractor, Su Yuqing, on the paper. "There's a big empty space in the center." Then handing the paper back to him with a smile, he said, "I'll leave it to you, the debtor, to fill in the terms in between." Chun Mo grinned wickedly at the sight. "Then won't I be able to do whatever I want?" "So what service do you want now, Lord Debtor?" Su Yuqing said with a mischievous smile. "Let's see, the service is even, there is one order." Chun Mo suddenly came close to Su Yuqing's ear, his breath flicked the broken hair behind her ear, and the warm and fine airflow tickled Su Yuqing for a while. Hearing the order, Su Yuqing's heart suddenly beat a little faster for no reason, not knowing what Chun Mo would say. "Tonight." Hearing Chun Mo's opening 2 words, Su Yuqing swallowed nervously. "At 2200 hours you must go to bed, you are not to get up before 7 o'clock tomorrow, and the debtor will cook breakfast tomorrow." When she heard Chun Mo finish, Su Yuqing immediately gave him a surprised look. "This is an order?" "Of course, and it's a very serious order. It must be carried out," Chun Mo said with a stern face. "As you wish, Lord Debtor." Su Yuqing's heart warmed as she nodded with a bright smile. "That's more like it." Between getting up, Chun Mo suddenly remembered that Su Yuqing had gone out last night without a cell phone at all, because according to the investigation, her cell phone had already been broken at that time. "Looks like I'll have to spend quite a bit tomorrow. I wonder what Dad will do when he realizes I've been swiping my credit card so furiously." Chun Mo couldn't help but wonder if he was going to get some kind of money-making gateway. With his ability and memories of his past life, he could totally help the police department solve cases and earn bounties. But doing so would be a big deal, and it would be blown out of the water as some kind of prodigy, future star of the police force or something, and that would be racked up. He didn't want to do this line of work again in his life, although every time he solved a case it was very fulfilling, but this line of work is really paying with his health. It's very great and exhausting. And the reality of the process of solving crimes, many times are extremely dull and boring, especially in the sea of useless clues to try to retrieve useful clues in the end when nothing is found. That kind of blow, the mind will really blow. If you are really doing your best in this line of work and are on the front line, it's really not something that ordinary people do. Chun Mo wanted to be comfortable in his life. Into the night, Su Yuqing was finally obediently going to bed at 2200 hours under Chun Mo's orders. The guest room also had a wet and dry separated bath and toilet, just less a bathtub, so Su Yuqing didn't need to share one with Chun Mo for washing or anything. "It's okay for you to lock the door if you have a locking habit or something." Chun Mo poured Su Yuqing a small cup of bedtime hot milk before pulling the door to her room closed and walking out. Su Yuqing glanced at the handle of the room door and didn't get up to lock it. Returning to his bedroom, Chun Mo also finally entered dreamland. In his previous life as a criminal police officer, he had been relying on the rush of solving crimes to paralyze him. So often rushed in the front line, hard work every day, his master distressed him, ready to give him a good position to retire to the second line, but still he politely refused. If he didn't, he couldn't paralyze himself from thinking about his sin of killing Su Yuqing. Even though the murderer was not him, he blamed himself deeply for it. Now that he was back in high school, neither a criminal police officer and Su Yuqing was saved, both his body and mind could be relieved as a result. He was finally able to sleep with a good heart and no worries. Since he hadn't woken up from his morning sleep and hadn't been able to distinguish the situation clearly, Chun Mo had ruthlessly hinted that he had already returned to his high school days before he went to sleep this time, and that Su Yuqing had been unharmed, so it was time for him to have a good night's sleep without any worries. Give yourself to do some psychological hints. Almost 2300 hours Chun Mo this finally fell asleep. Su Yuqing sighed. Is also too early to sleep, lying on the bed, the mind does not know what nonsense, until about 2300 hours to gradually enter the dreamland. "Hey, why are you still crying at your age?" In a corner of the park, a small boy with a cute appearance was squatting in front of a little girl who was as white and pink as a porcelain doll and asked curiously, "I didn't cry." The little girl looked at the boy, then averted her eyes and spoke with a flourish. "I clearly saw it all." The little boy seemed to think of something, got up and looked at a few nearby boys who were beating each other with tree branches, squatted down in front of the girl again and said, "Did they just bully you?" I'll have them apologize to you. Saying that, this little boy was ready to rush out and argue with those boys, and the frightened girl hurriedly pulled him back. No, nothing to do with them. The little girl didn't speak a lick this time. Then why are you crying? The little boy took out a clean handkerchief from his pants pocket and gently wiped the little girl's still dry tears. Feeling the gentle movements of the little boy, the little girl couldn't help but freeze and look at the little boy dumbfounded. Why are you looking at me stupidly? Did I get something on my face? The little boy ran dully to the front of the small puddle next to him and shone a light on himself into the water. There's no dip thing, you don't have to take a picture. Seeing this dumbfounded look on the little boy's face, the little girl suddenly broke into a smile. Hey, you're smiling, you're smiling. The little boy turned his head to see this scene and suddenly ran over with great joy. Thank you. The little girl looked at the little boy with this childlike innocence, and for some reason her heart warmed. What are you thanking me for? My mom said that boys are not allowed to make girls cry. You see, this handkerchief I have is what my mom prepared for me. She said that boys must carry a handkerchief with them, this way if they meet a girl crying, they can help the girl wipe her tears. The little boy said smilingly. Silence. Suddenly a nice female voice came from the distance, and the little boy immediately turned his head to look over. My mom is here, I have to go first. You don't cry anymore, yo. My name is Chun Mo. I often come to this park to play. In the future, if you encounter any unhappy things, you can come to talk to me. The little boy smiled and waved and ran off at a fast pace. Mom, I met a girl crying today, but I made her laugh. Oh, I'm good, right? The little boy smiled and took credit in front of his mother. Ah, our family silence so great, it really worthy of a little man. Then when mom is not here, silence can also live well with grandparents, right? The mother smiled and squatted down to touch the little boy's head. Jingle bells. Suddenly a burst of alarm blast, the little boy smiled, gradually and the reality of the high school boy's smiling face overlapped. Trance, Chun Mo opened his eyes, snap stopped the alarm clock, mouth murmured low, strange, how can suddenly dream back to childhood? Did watching Crayon Shin-chan show me the childishness come out? Chapter 24, he remembers. In the same house, in different rooms, with different people, the dreams are different. Why are you crying again? It was the same part, the same little boy. It was the same familiar handkerchief, the same gentle wipe. The little girl sobbed, one of my mommy and daddy is going to leave me, Don't cry, I thought something was wrong. The little boy immediately helped the little girl once again gently wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, and continued, my mom and dad all left me, and I didn't even cry. Hearing the little boy's words, the little girl really stopped crying, and she looked at the little boy with a face of surprise and amazement. She never expected the little boy in front of her to be so strong. He was already devastated when one of his mom and dad had to leave, and he actually left both of them. Is it really possible for him not to be sad? No, it wasn't that he wasn't sad, he was just forcing a smile in front of others. Suddenly, the little girl wasn't sad for herself anymore, and she took the little boy in front of her into her arms, patting him on the back and comforting him in reverse. What are you doing? The little boy seemed to be embraced by a girl for the first time, suddenly a little shy, his little face violently became red and shyly broke away from the embrace. What will you do if your mom and dad leave? The little girl asked, looking curiously at the blushing little boy. Living with my grandparents first, I just can't help but miss them sometimes. The little boy replied seriously. So what if I miss them? Call them make a video call and you can see them. The little boy smiled and said, I heard my grandparents say that the adults also work very hard, we've grown up, we have to learn to understand and be considerate of them, they'll be back when they're done with their business. The little girl was still slightly confused as she listened to the little boy's pretense of maturity. Because it seems like her mom and dad split up and never came back. She didn't know why the little boy's mom and dad left and came back, but she did understand a little bit about it. Both men may not mean the same thing by mom and dad leaving. I heard from my friends that when mommy and daddy leave, they will find a new mommy and daddy each with a new family, and then they won't want me anymore. I'm so scared. The little girl, with a worried, teary face, switched to something the little boy could understand better to differentiate between the two mommies and daddies leaving. The little boy once again picked up the handkerchief to gently wipe for her, and then with a grin on his mouth and a sunny smile on his face, he took her hand and said, then you can come to my house is quite big, and I have secretly heard my mom and dad say that they still want to have a daughter, so we can be a family, and if you come to my house, they will surely be very happy. Children's words are not so persuasive in normal circumstances. But the little girl heard these words nonetheless, did not have any resistance, but instead the heart of the nest a wave of heat surging, tears have been once again out of the socket, this time she is not because of sadness crying. Suddenly she didn't feel so terrible about her parents separating. Even if mom and dad really don't consider themselves family anymore, there turns out to be a place for them in this world. At this moment, the little girl branded the little boy's appearance and name so fiercely in her heart that she would never forget it in this life. Thank you. The little girl said thank you again to the little boy and then turned away, after which the little boy never saw the little girl again in this park. But the place where the two met, the little girl left a note full of their own gratitude. Just that day waiting for a day did not wait for the little boy. She could only that note with a small stone pressed and the two often meet at the location. I hope that the little boy can eventually see. As for the little boy finally saw it or not, she did not know. Back to the original park, quietly at the side of the scene watching the little girl press the note to leave. Standing at the side of the little girl ignored Su Yuching did not know when it has been tears-wet eyes. Duck 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 duck. The sound of the room door gently knocking came, and the scenery of the park suddenly began to collapse, and in a trance, Su Yuching opened her eyes again, and a wipe of the corners of her eyes unexpectedly did not know when the tears had flowed out. Rainy, are you awake? A gentle voice came from outside the door, and Su Yuching hurriedly replied, awake. Breakfast is ready, so hurry up and get up for breakfast. Well. After responding to Chen Mo, Su Yuching couldn't help but be a little surprised as to how she suddenly dreamed of that time. Inside the restaurant, this morning Chen Mo got breakfast as a bowl of red dates, red beans, barley and lily porridge, because Su Yuching color is too bad, thought to give her to make up for the blood. The dish is some meat, eggs, broccoli, carrots and such. Still pretty nutritious and healthy. Looking at Su Yuching drinking kanji like a kitten afraid of being hot, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel that it was too cute and soft, and couldn't help but be mesmerized by it. Su Yuching didn't even lift her eyes for a moment and blushed slightly. Why are you looking at me like that? I suddenly realized that you seem like a person. Chen Mo's eyes shifted upwards as he recalled. Who? Su Yuching inquired curiously. It's a little girl I met when I was very young. I played with her for less than half a month I guess, and suddenly she moved away. I think you look like her. Chen Mo carefully scrutinized Su Yuching's appearance. She didn't say goodbye to you? Su Yuching's heart stirred, not expecting Chen Mo to remember. The moment she saw Chen Mo, she had already locked him down as the little boy from back then. But Chen Ma seemed to have forgotten about her long ago, which had frustrated her for a while. Because the moment she re-encountered Chen Mo in middle school, her heart was overwhelmed and moved. I didn't realize that God had actually allowed the two to renew their bond again at this time. But when she tried to talk to Chen Mo, she realized that Chen Mo did not react to her at all, and when she heard her name, there was no change in his expression. It made it hard for her at the time. This experience that one holds dear and refuses to forget turns out to be long forgotten in someone else's world. But no matter what, she still continued that feeling from the beginning and hoped to be able to create an emotional link with Chen Mo again, but of course her initial purpose was just that we could all be friends again, ordinary friends. Today, but suddenly heard Chen Mo talking about this matter, she was immediately very surprised. Chen Mo, since he remembered this little girl, why would he not have any reaction to himself? Even if the girl has changed, but isn't the name the same? P.S. Finally to shelves, midnight will be updated. Also hope that the book friends start tomorrow more to keep catching up on reading. This is really important to me. A million thanks to you all. Chapter 25 Badly, Having Children. Hearing Su Yuching's question, Chen Mo once again fell into reminiscence. No. Halfway through his sentence, Chen Mo suddenly changed his words again. Yes, just not in person to say goodbye. Then how did she say goodbye to you? Su Yuching continued to ask with feigned curiosity. At this time, Chen Mo also gave her a surprised look. It was rare that Su Yuching was so interested in prying into what happened to her. Chen Mo recalled and said, I only realized she was gone when I saw a small note. A note? Well, a tattered note, as if it was torn by a little boy playing nearby, and when I saw it there was only half of it left. Chen Mo recalled. I remember that there is only one sentence on it. I waited for you for a day, but I still did not wait for you. I can only write to you to say goodbye. Thank you, Chen Mo. The whole piece of paper is only left in the middle of the paragraph. The rest of the content is all gone. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little depressed when he thought about it. A nice goodbye letter, one sees nothing but such a heartbreaking sentence. When I saw the note at that time, when I thought that she waited for me for a day without waiting for me, I really felt a bit guilty. Chen Mo reminisced and suddenly looked at Su Yuching and said, I don't know why, I always feel that you and that little girl seem like did you ever meet a little boy in the park when you were little? You guess Su Yuching didn't choose to answer. After learning the reason why Chen Mo remembered the little girl but not herself, Su Yuching suddenly became so happy in her mood. He has always remembered me. Rarely did the rebel not give Chen Mo a direct answer. She finally understood why Chen Mo had no reaction when she heard the three words Su Yuching. In the process of playing, she had never had the chance to reveal her own name, until the last time she wrote the letter she wrote it up to inform Chen Mo. As a result, he didn't expect it to be torn up, causing Chen Mo to not see it. Naturally, one couldn't blame Chen Mo for not reacting to her name when he re-encountered her. I guess you're not her. Chen Mo said with a smile. Why? Su Yuching looked at Chen Mo in surprise. Because you are much prettier than her. Chen Mo looked at Su Yuching again with a winning smile, and sure enough, he saw her little face whoosh red. Without continuing to discuss the little girl's matter, after having breakfast, Chen Mo prepared to take Su Yuching out to buy a cell phone in a while. He couldn't really tie Su Yuching to his side 24 hours a day, he still needed to buy a cell phone for easy contact. At that moment a couple was resting in a luxury hotel room in a building thousands of miles away. The wife's appearance was outstanding, and there was a surprising partial resemblance between her eyebrows and Chen Mo's. It was already nighttime and she was about to enjoy the nightlife, but she ended up seeing somewhat unexpected messages. What's wrong? What a stagger. The man who was shaving walked out from the bathroom. The man's appearance was similar to Chen Mo's, but more mature and handsome than Chen Mo. We're really having a baby now. The woman jumped barefoot from the end of the bed to the end of the bed with her cell phone in a fiery rage and showed her husband what was on the phone. Look at what Silent has bought with your credit card. Look again. Several sets of women's clothes. Bad. How did the boy get into this? The woman was in a hurry. Didn't you always want a daughter and didn't want to go through another October pregnancy? Now it's not just as you wanted, just pick up a big girl for nothing. The man said smilingly as he scraped the last bit of his scruff. Chan Sanchue. I'm being serious with you, and you're still in the mood to joke with me. The woman was immediately furious and threw over a soft pillow, scolding, your old Chin family don't want to pass on the family name, my old Chin family also still have to pass on the family name, really a daughter that's no difference, but now it's a son who turns into a daughter, that's all over. Both husband and wife are surnamed Chen, one is called Chen Shi and the other Chen Miao, naturally they are both from the old Chen family. Chen Miao laughed and said, look at you, what's the rush, can't a kid date a girlfriend and buy it for someone else? Look at this, these, underwear panties, who's the high school lad who gets a girlfriend and buys this for them, and even buys 7 sets at once? Chen Shi was so angry that he couldn't help but feel a little pain in his brain. Chen Miao swept a glance at the shopping data above and laughed, this must be for a girlfriend to buy who boys wear women's clothing to buy such a large cup. This you don't understand, Chen Shi despised Chen Miao. There is something called prosthetic breasts, that is, it is possible to buy such a big one, instead of a normal high school girl which has such a big one, the more because of this, the more impossible to make a girlfriend. Then I, Chen, am indeed ignorant, but isn't the store where the shopping was done your friend's? Ask her if she doesn't know who it's for. Chen Miao scanned the billing information details. It was only at this moment that Chen Shi reacted violently, right oh, why did I forget about this? She rushed to make a call. At first, he looked like he was in a hurry, but as he talked, the corners of his mouth started to rise uncontrollably. As the phone hung up, she had changed to an unusually cheerful look. Seeing how happy you are, I must have guessed right. Yue said that girl is super pretty, has a super good body, has a gentle and soft tone of voice, and seems to like us silently. Something she wasn't going to wear and said Silent liked her and wore it. Chen Shi was so happy that he rubbed his hands together. How did you find such a perfect daughter-in-law? Look at you, you're like a 3-year-old all day long, 3 sets of expressions a minute, next time don't be in such a hurry when things go wrong. You this credit card to him limit a month only $10,000, this suddenly made a girlfriend spending so much, the child will not be enough to spend Chen Shi was a little worried. Give more is not good, wait to give the child to develop bad habits, and dating this kind of thing, if mixed with too much money, this feelings also deteriorate, I think to give him down to 3,000, to give them to sharpen a little bit may be better. Chen Miao thought about it and said, that's not good, if you give me such a good daughter-in-law and run away, I'll hold you responsible. I'm afraid that this child, Momo, is too innocent, I'm telling you, at this age girls are much more mature than boys, but any girl who knows some, that is easily able to play the boys in the palm of their hands. Chen Miao said with an expression of a person who has been there before. He's kinda right, but only half right. In fact, at this age of blind trust in relationships, whoever is more scummy and knows more about PUA is more dominant in the relationship instead. Chapter 26 Your first time, I'll do it for you. Are you thinking about that green tea first love of yours again? Chen Shi suddenly reached out and dinged Chen Miao's ear. Egu, what nonsense, my first love is only you. How many times have I said that she has a crush on me, and only went to you to stir up trouble when she saw that we had a good start, you non-believe me. Chen Miao hurriedly begged for mercy. While the two were playing around, Chen Shi suddenly received a message. Baby boy, Mom, I'm going to borrow $5,000 for an emergency. It's true that my son doesn't have enough to spend. Chen Shi immediately transferred $50,000 over after seeing this. Abstract Mom transfers $50,000 to you. Abstract Mom, not enough to tell Mom. To be good, you know? Baby boy, too enough, how can you transfer so much, you are too spoiled child. You will cause me to fall, this money I will pay you back in some days. Look at what the son is saying here. Chen Shi couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The son has gotten ahead, and even educated you in turn. Chen Miao watched the fun and said with a smile. Abstract Mom, also a fart, not enough to say to Mom, your task now is to study well, good relationship, do not waste time on other things, where you see me back to smoke do not smoke you on the end of the matter. Seeing the emoticon sandwiched in the message returned by his mom, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh, his mom is still so abstract. Baby boy, love you, mwah 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 mwah, no more talking to you. At this time, Chen Mo sighed, yesterday has been the credit card almost burst, do not split the borrowing point, is really not enough. He wasn't exactly spending indiscriminately, just the high-class bedding took up quite a bit of money, plus buying so many sets of clothing with excellent fabrics for Su Yuqing. In fact, what Chen Mo said was cheap, but what he spent was really not cheap. Even if Lin Yue gave him a discount. On weekdays Lin Yue's store that is not open for half a year, open and eat for half a year. That's why you can give Chen Ma a discount. Profit thief thick on Chen Mo yesterday took away the clothes. Under normal circumstances without a 40,000 to 50,000 don't want to take away. Look at Chen Xi's face. Chen Mo can only 4,000 to 5,000 to take. Chen Mo was only not talking about the price in order to comfort Su Yuqing. Now he really does not have much of this credit card limit. Chen Mo decided to look for mom to split the borrowing point and then to the police station to report a 100,000 fugitives against the debt. It's not appropriate to report more than one, and it's still relatively normal if you have one once in a while. Suddenly getting a strong support from his mom, Chen Mo temporarily did not have to worry about the problem of consumption. He immediately prepared to take Su Yuqing out to acquire a cell phone. Do you have any places you want to go on Sunday when you have nothing to do? Chen Mo asked as he smiled and looked at Su Yuqing. Want to go somewhere? After Su Yuqing pondered for a while, she suddenly smiled and said, I want to go to the park in the old town to take a stroll. A park in Old Town? Chen Mo instantly flashed memories in his mind. Wasn't that the park where he had met that little girl whose name he didn't know when he was a child? Could Su Yuqing really be that little girl? Chen Mo couldn't help but freeze for a moment. When you recall the little girl's words carefully, she said that one of her parents had to leave and each had to reorganize their families, so isn't that divorced? This does go against Su Yuqing. The moment he thought of this, Chen Mo recalled a detail with a jolt. When he himself said that the little girl was crying in the first place, when she lied that she didn't cry, she moved her eyes away and paused in her speech. Wasn't that Su Yuqing's reaction when she lied? It's a coincidence that one detail matches up, it's a coincidence that two details match up, but when all the details match up, then maybe it's not such a coincidence. Thinking about this, Chen Mo couldn't help but be a little surprised that he hadn't really had the time to think about this matter before. With Su Yuqing's death, his world followed suit and fell into grayness. Where is the time to think back to the little girl you once were? Now that I look back on it so much, it's really all about the details. Chen Mo was a little throbbing for a moment. He smiled and said, after the heavy rain the day before yesterday, the weather has been good for the past 2 days, and the park over there is suitable for kite flying, so let's buy a kite on the way and go over there to fly it. Yeah, I haven't flown a kite yet. Su Yuqing clapped her hands with a happy face. I just don't know if I can fly a kite well for the first time. Don't worry, I'm here. Chen Mo looked at the adorable appearance of Su Yuqing, who was suddenly as happy as a child to the point of clapping her hands just because she was flying a kite, and secretly felt pity in his heart. Ordinary children's playfulness turned out to be such a joyful first experience for her. Chen Mo couldn't help but secretly whisper, no matter how many other firsts you have, let me help you fulfill them all one by one. Let me help you fill in the missing colors of your childhood. Chen Mo smiled and looked at Su Yuqing at this moment and said, I said before that I would take you to the snack street, so I'll stop by and take you for a stroll when I'm done flying kites. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Su Yuqing's heart was even more filled with anticipation. To be able to play kites and share a meal with that boy again on a warm spring day could be the simplest of visions she had as a child. The point wasn't to do these things for the first time, the point was to be able to experience it with that boy, and that was the greatest blessing within her. Only the night before, she had experienced the greatest moment in her life, and after coming out from both her mother's and father's families, she had been completely heartbroken, and by mistake, subconsciously she had walked to Chen Mo's doorstep. Unexpectedly, this ghostly move actually did knock on the door of hope for himself. At this time, Su Yuqing's heart was sprinkled with the glow of the warm spring sun, and the coldness of the night before had been dispersed for the most part. Once upon a time she never had fun after her parents divorced. Even all the way through high school, she had muddled through all the way through. What supported her all the way down seemed to be the teenager with the incomparably sunny smile who appeared in her dreams every time. Now that the dream has come into reality, there has been nothing happier. With him, it's just the blandest side-by-side hangout, but full of fun. After determining today's itinerary, Chen Mo then opened his mouth and said, go out in a while and buy a cell phone for you first. What brand did you use before? Buying the same brand might get you used to it. Ha! Su Yuqing gave Chen Mo an unexpected look. Oh what, you don't carry a cell phone here, how am I supposed to find you in case I need to contact you about something? Especially since you still owe me a huge debt, without a cell phone, how can I locate you? Chen Mo smiled and said, don't forget that what a debtor says can't be refuted. Hearing such a lame excuse, Su Yuqing couldn't help but laugh along with it, and then nodded, no longer refusing. Anyway, just like what Chen Mo said, the debt is over. How else can we pay this debt? Any more debt, and the final method of repayment will be just the same. However, when it came to the model number, Su Yuqing had to remember the original owner of that cell phone, which caused her expression to dim once again. Chapter 27, Carve a Couple's Name. The cell phone I used before, I don't know what brand, it's... Said here. Su Yuqing suddenly jammed for a moment. It seems that she doesn't quite want to say the person's name, paused for a moment before she said with a clench of her teeth, it's my stepfather bought a new cell phone and replaced it for me to use. So that's how it is, then let's go to the store and slowly pick it out. Seeing that Su Yuqing, who had just been in a high mood, suddenly fell down, Chen Mo immediately nodded without asking any more questions. After half an hour of sitting and watching TV and digesting, the two of them then went out shopping together. The fact that the man and the woman were walking down the street like this couldn't help but draw frequent side glances from passers-by. Soon, Chen Mo brought Su Yuqing to a cell phone store. The cold air mixed with the smell of the new machine's plastic film hit me as the glass door pushed open. Check out the touchscreen machine? This one has good pixels, especially suitable for small couples to record their daily life. The clerk lifted the dust cover and a pink phone glowed pearlescent under the spotlight. Students get a free silicone case with purchase, and stickers are half price. Su Yuqing stared at the rows of cell phones in the counter, and when she heard the clerk say the words about the young couple, her fingers immediately and shyly unconsciously gripped the corner of her skirt. It was the new cotton skirt that Chen Mo had brought her yesterday, and the light green piping rubbed against her palms to make them slightly damp. Chen Ma knocked on the glass with his knuckles, asked for the smoky pink one. He turned his head and saw Su Yuqing staring at the price tag in a daze, the 4,888 yuan price tag like a thorn in the bottom of her eyes. Suddenly a palm covered in front of him, and the next moment a handsome face came into view. Don't look at what you shouldn't look at. It's too expensive. Su Yuqing shook her head in a panic, her broken hair sweeping over the lace at her collarbone, the very same lingerie silhouette that Aunt Lin had recommended, which was currently translucent in a hazy cherry color under the warm light. The debtor says so. The teenager shook the folded 4-square slip of paper and smiled. Bring it over and let her try it. Okay. The clerk immediately gave a prototype and handed it to Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing touched the frosted back of her cell phone and remembered the old cell phone her stepfather had thrown to her. There is still soot stuck in the cracks of the chipped keyboard, and you have to wait 5 minutes every time you log onto QQ. The clerk suddenly came over to demonstrate the touchscreen. Try taking a picture? You can see the eyelashes with these pixels. The viewfinder frame swung across the side of Chen Ma's face. He was looking at another model, the casual dress collar brushing the back of his neck, revealing a sliver of wheat-colored skin. Su Yuqing panicked and pressed the shutter, but only half of the swaying corner of the coat remained in the photo. Selfies need this distance to look good. Hearing the clicking sound, Chen Mo immediately came over, and as a result, when he saw Su Yuqing's sparse selfie, he suddenly held her hand and pressed his index finger against her finger to cross the screen. The warmth of his palm seeped into her through the back of her hand, warming her. While operating, Chen Mo stuck to the side of Su Yuqing's face, and the two of them looked as close as a couple at this moment. The nervous Su Yuqing subconsciously glanced her eyes over to Chen Mo's side. What are you looking at me for, staring here? Chen Mo knocked on the location of the camera. Only then did Su Yuqing's small face slightly redden as she looked up in the direction of the cell phone camera. The moment the photo lit up on the screen, the tip of Su Yuqing's ears abruptly reddened in the picture. She was slightly tilting her head back to look at the camera, her crushed hair sweeping across her reddened cheeks, while Chen Mo's side face was almost pressed against her sideburns, the corners of his mouth curled in a winning smile. The glass display case behind the two reflected overlapping shadows, and the blurred halo of light melted their silhouettes into a cloud of warm colors, making them look like a small couple taking a secret selfie to anyone. With this composition, the store clerk should award us a Best Buyer's show. Chen Mo rubbed his thumb over the screen, purposely enlarging and shrinking the photo. This photo will be passed on to us in a while, thank you. The memory is also okay, enough for you to store study materials. After taking the picture, Chen Mo carefully checked the phone configuration again and found it quite satisfactory. The store clerk was also a rare sight to see such a well-matched and high-color couple, watching from the side with a stone CP smile on his face. If you buy this cell phone now, we also give you laser engraving service. The store owner tapped the promotional sign on the glass case. How romantic for a young couple to have their initials engraved. This one, then. Alright, what words do you two want to carve on it? The clerk immediately asked with a smile. Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing, only to see her blushing so red that both her hands were almost rubbing together. She gently turned her head and exhaled in Chen Mo's ear. It's better not to carve it. To really carve two people's names together, this can be too shy if other students see it. And it doesn't seem good for the teacher to find out. Chen Mo thought about it and laughed as he wrote a CMMM on the paper. Just carve it like this. Don't you have to add this in the middle? The clerk wrote a am. Usually couples add this in the middle of their name. No, just carve it as I wrote it. Su Yuqing looked at the 4 letters Chen Mo had written and kind of didn't read them too well. She naturally understood the first 2 letters, Chen Mo's initials, but what exactly did these last 2 words mean? Mem doesn't seem to have any M's in his own name, does he? Well, even you can't tell what it means, right? Chen Mo smiled and came over to Su Yuqing. Then you don't have to worry about others seeing it. But what exactly does it mean? Su Yuqing looked at Chen Mo curiously. You guess. Chen Mo smiled mysteriously. The video store across the street was having a sale, and Jay's poster clattered in the wind. Soon the cell phone was handed over to Su Yuqing's hands after being engraved, plastered, and sleeved. As for the number, there was no need to buy one. Chen Mo had already brought a SIM card with him, and this number was just the reverse of his number. His tail number is 1234 and Su Yuqing's is 4321. When she left the house, Su Yuching was still dumbfounded in her thoughts and almost fell on the threshold, thanks to Chun Mo reaching out and hugging her in time. Only then did Su Yuching just fall into his arms. One felt the soft scent of jade, the other felt the hot chest, a citrusy scent mixed with the vigor of a teenager. Walk and watch the road, silly girl. Chun Mo gently stoned Su Yuching's forehead and laughed. You quickly tell me, otherwise I can't help but think about it. Su Yuching made a rare effort to be pampered, tugging at Chun Mo's sleeve and flinging it gently. Chun Mo helplessly smiled and said, well, afraid of you, very simple I am your debtor is my master meaning hello. It was only after these words were said that Su Yuching came to a realization. At this moment, Chun Mo suddenly gave a bad smile and said, of course, it can also be translated into other meanings. Ha! Su Yuching looked at Chun Mo unexpectedly, what else does it mean? This time I really can't tell you, you go back and slowly guess. Now don't let your mind wander, we are out to play today, business is important. Chun Mo smiled and walked ahead first, leaving Su Yuching to follow while thinking dumbly. Suddenly Su Yuching thought of a meaning, and in an instant, her heartbeat accelerated and her pink pretty face flushed once again. Chapter 28 The other time is just like the present time. In addition to what Shinma said means, there can be said to mean my man, which means my man. In other words, the four letters that Chun Mo had the clerk engrave could say both Chun Mo my master and Chun Mo my man. As soon as she thought of the latter half of the meaning, Su Yuching was naturally immediately deer in the headlights. Love is inferior and fearful. Although Chun Mo had already acted very close to Su Yuching always had a feeling of inferiority inside that she was unworthy. This inferiority complex plagued and shackled her expression of her emotions. She was afraid that when she wished for a small step closer to their relationship, she might end up pushing them a big step further away from each other. So she was afraid to act on it, but inside she was looking forward to it. This led to her heart beating wildly faster and a bit flattered when she was informed of the signals that Chun Mo might hold a favorable view of her. This is purely due to the living environment that has raised the child with personality issues. A fragrant breeze drifted by, and Su Yuching had already kept up with Chun Mo's pace. At this time, Chun Mo's afterglow glanced at her, only to see her blushing face, thinking that she should have thought of another meaning. Chun Mo smiled without saying much. Soon the two were wandering so far to the station. To get to the old town, you have to change stations at least 2 or 3 times. The drive alone is over an hour. That was why, after parting as children, the two had never seen each other again after all. It could be too much for a child to run alone from the new town to the old one. On the bus, the two sat side by side. Chun Mo took out his cell phone and asked with a smile, want to listen to a song? It's okay. Su Yuching returned with a sweet smile. What do you like to listen to? I usually don't listen to many songs, but there's one song I kinda like. Su Yuching said after thinking about it. Called what? Chun Mo asked unexpectedly. Don't Cry, My Favorite Person by Zhang Jihua. Su Yuching gently spat out these 7 words of the song title. In an instant, a large number of memories flashed back in Chun Mo's mind, the look of Su Yuching's tragic death, his sad and remorseful face in the mirror. For the girl Su Yuching, even Chun Mo, who was in the previous timeline and didn't know about the origins of the two when they were children, still had a good feeling about this girl. The reason why she was shooed away was simply because the spellcasting was interrupted by a bit of hormone uptake. But it never occurred to me that this impulsive behavior would trigger such serious consequences. Now that he suddenly heard this song title, Chun Mo's lyrics immediately flashed through his mind. The song's lyrics can be used as a seriously ill person saying goodbye to a loved one, as a person who has lost all hope of life saying goodbye to the world, or as a comforting goodbye from a dead person to someone they cared about before they die. In his previous life, he had often listened to this song when it was silent and unoccupied to talk to himself. I didn't expect that Su Yuching would actually fall in love with this song as well. From a small box of alcohol cotton to take out a small piece of the split, the headset first gently wiped with alcohol sterilized cotton, volatile dry. Chun Mo will be 2 headphones were stuffed into their own and Su Yuching's ears. Chun Mo liked to listen to a cover version by a female singer called Lei Ting. After all, the person he was saying goodbye to in his heart was Su Yuching. As the song clicked on, an ethereal and melancholic feeling immediately crept into the hearts of the two as the introductory tones of a violin or some other instrument playing alongside the piano came through. Don't cry my favorite, I'm a blossom tonight. Fading in the most beautiful blink of an eye, your tears can't undo the wilting. Listening to the lyrics slowly reach their ears, the two men's consciousness began to drift away. The memory of a scene keeps flashing through his mind. Su Yuching's tears had unconsciously slipped from the corners of her eyes. Once Su Yuching listened to the song while standing to the edge of the rooftop. That time, it was also because when she came out of her mother's house and her father's house, under the feeling that she couldn't find any place to stay in the sky, she slowly walked to the edge of the rooftop while listening to this song to say her last goodbye to the world. But it was in that one moment that the little boy she met in her childhood suddenly surfaced and stopped her. In that instant, Su Yuching stopped in her tracks. It turns out that this world is not without its own place. If we are really destined, then perhaps we will meet again in this life. She likes to read some books on numerology and is a bit of a firm believer in destiny. She felt that since God had allowed her to meet him as a child in the first place, and had been redeemed by his words, she should meet him again in the future as well. With this belief, all the way to high school, the person she had been haunted by finally appeared just as she had hoped. Only he showed up and had forgotten about her. At that moment, it was as if she heard the sound of her own heart breaking. One's last place of shelter seems to be shattered. However, in the following days of contact and observation, she found that the boy is still as gentle and careful as when he was a child. He hasn't changed, but why has his heart changed? Why has he forgotten himself? Su Yuqing was eager to find an answer, and with this searching energy, her days were suddenly energized and promising again. Until this morning, after knowing the truth of everything, Su Yuqing was finally completely out of the haze, and she finally put her foot into the place where the sun could shine. The early morning sunlight was all becoming extra bright for her, and the air was extra fresh. The whole world seemed suddenly better. Hearing the song again now, the tears Su Yuqing shed were merely a farewell to the person she once was. From this day forward, she wouldn't be gloomy anymore, as long as he was by her side. Wiping her tears, Su Yuqing raised her eyes to Chen Mo, who was in a state of disorientation, and suddenly and inexplicably experienced a heart-wrenching heartache. Because she was on Chen Mo's seemingly calm face at the moment, underneath the bleak eyes, it was hiding an unspeakable sorrow. It seemed that there was some very painful experience that always haunted him. Ghostly, her hand gently brushed the teenager's cheek. The teenager looked at the girl beside him in surprise. The girl brushed her fingers over the teenager's face, and then suddenly, as she had done when she was a child, she gave the boy a gentle hug into her arms. Instantly Chen Mo's mind memory flipped back to that old city park. That little girl who was talking and suddenly and inexplicably took herself into her arms, allowing herself to feel shyness for the first time, was suddenly overlapping with the Su Yuqing in front of her. The warmth of the palm on the back from that gentle pat, at the same time, just like this moment. But this time, the teenager didn't break away again out of shyness, it was just so quiet, and time seemed to stop suddenly at that moment. Different time and space selves are constantly misplaced and overlapped in front of our eyes. The two did not have any words, the girl just so gently hugged the boy who did not say a word, two eyes out of focus, thoughts do not know where to drift. Until the whole song is sung. The embrace was loosened just as the sunrise poured through the window into the car, hot and warm. In the two people's consciousness, that time and space under the dislocation of listening to this song, plunged into the lowest emotions of their own, but also has long been covered by the warm sun, dispersing the haze. The shadows in the hearts of the two men dispersed most of them, and their hearts were also subliminally brought a little closer to each other. The song skipped and the next song was Inari, and the two leaned side by side on the rocking moving bus as if nothing had happened. This time, as the melody of the song entered their ears, both of them listened to it together in a state of pure appreciation. It's also a powerful song that heats up and relaxes the newly melted ice even further inside. Chapter 29, Where the Paper Kite Rides the Wind, Old Memories Shine in the New Sunshine. Some people are born with a strong capacity for empathy. Although Su Yuqing didn't know where that deep sadness erupted from when Chen Mo was listening to the song just now, she just perceived it that keenly. But now it's clear that both have rained on their parade. For the one who haunts the heart is now leaning on it as it should. After switching to the third car that traveled between the new city and the old car, the scenery along the way gradually began to look familiar. Childhood memories are also emerging. The old town carries many memories for both men. The bus slowly pulled up next to the faded stop sign, and Chen Mo took the lead by jumping out of the bus, turning around and extending his hand towards Su Yuqing. Just as her fingertips touched his palm, they were firmly held by him. The force was like the gentle handkerchief he clutched to wipe her tears when she was young, but with more certainty that she could not break free. The wind of the old town wrapped in the fresh scent of camphor leaves swept past the breakfast place on the corner where the glass was clouded with water vapor. The sound of donuts rolling in an iron pot, the jingle of bicycle bells, and the laughter of children chasing each other in the distance intertwined to form the background noise of old times. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing's memories instantly returned to their childhood. Nothing around us has changed. When Su Yuqing's canvas shoes stepped on the green stone road, she changed back to the little girl clutching her skirt in a trance. The kite stand is at the end of the alley. Chen Mo familiarly turned into a narrow alley crawling with wisteria vines. Between the mottled shadows of the vines, the corner of his coat raised when he turned back swept over the back of Su Yuqing's hand, bringing up a tingling itch. Bamboo gimlets tied into kites of various colors lay flat on the boards that extended outside the store. Come take a look, which one do you like? Chen Mo smiled and pulled Su Yuqing to his side. Su Yuqing swept a glance inside and outside the store, and stretched out her pinkish fingers to point at a peach-pink butterfly kite hanging on the wall. The gradient peach color swooshed on the wings is very springy. When Chen Mo tiptoed to remove it, the copper bell on the skeleton tinkled, startling a few sparrows under the eaves. Do you want one for each of the young lovers? This blue butterfly kite goes quite well with this pink kite. The boss's wife was very good at doing business, and after selling one she wanted to bring out another one. Chen Mo laughed and shook his head, putting two of them. How else am I going to find a chance to touch her little hands off? Hearing these words, the boss's wife froze and looked at Su Yuqing in surprise, only to see Su Yuqing cover her mouth and laugh lightly. What kind of person wants to take advantage of someone to their face? So Su Yuching knew very well that Chun Mo was obviously trying to gag the boss's wife. It's just funny, and there's no shyness about it. But there are some things that are said that are often said through jokes. Soon, the park. The wind was blowing at a very nice rate today, and the temperature was immediately balanced by the spring breeze on the two men's faces that happened to be slightly too hot for the warm sun. I'll give you a demonstration on how to run and throw a flying kite. In a while you'll have a sense of accomplishment when you throw it out and fly it yourself. Chen Mo smiled and handed over the spool of thread to Su Yuching's hand, and flew out with the kite himself. Su Yuching looked at his silhouette against the light, and suddenly remembered that when she curled up on a park bench and cried and shivered because she had waited for him for a day without waiting for him, how she had ever thought that one day she would be able to do all sorts of things she wanted to do side by side with him with great anticipation. Flying a kite was only the first step, and Su Yuching, who had looked straight into her heart, was already fantasizing in her mind about experiencing more intimate first experiences where two people could have fun together. Love is inferior and love is greedy. Who doesn't wish for more love? The grassy slopes of the riverbank were still stained with the morning dew, and Chen Mo ran backwards to demonstrate, the kite taking off crookedly behind him. This could basically be considered a success for him, only that he intentionally didn't let it fly, but instead wanted to let Su Yuching experience the fun in a tangential way. How about see if you can do it? Chen Mo smiled and took Su Yuching's spool of thread and handed the kite over to her. At first, Su Yuching was running a little reserved, resulting in her speed not being fast enough. Accelerate, accelerate, pair run up, very good. Led by the encouragement of Chun Mo, the veteran driver, Su Yuching threw the kite that didn't get up 3 times, but was finally commanded by Chen Mo to fly diagonally. Accompanied by Chen Mo's very skillful and quick pulling of the string, the kite soon managed to fly. When I was a child I always fantasized about flying above the clouds on a kite. He smiled at the kite in the air, reminiscing about himself as a child, the rustle of the spool of string rolling in his palm mingling with old memories floating by. At this moment, Su Yuching stared at the spool of thread in his hand with an expectant face. Want to try? Chen Mo handed over the spool of thread to her with a slight smile. Su Yuching followed his example and tugged on the cotton thread, but was staggered by a blast of wind. Seeing that the butterfly was about to plant into the willow branch, Chen Mo encircled her from behind, his warm palm covering the back of her hand. Seemingly extremely natural in teaching Su Yuching to fly a kite, in reality, he had already immobilized the person in his arms, his big hand covering his small hand. The young plot that he had previously told the boss's wife had already succeeded at the moment, gently tugging. You can't be in a hurry. Su Yuching's feelings at this moment were like willow flakes that had been rubbed by the spring breeze, wrapped in lightness with a tingling tremor. Chen Mo's body heat from behind seeped into her spine through the cotton fabric, like the warmth that passed through the handkerchief when he wiped her tears with it when she was a child, adding a few more points to the throbbing that made the tip of her heart burn. The crisp bitterness of camphor leaves mingled with the citrusy scent of his collar as his arm wrapped around her shoulders, overlapping with the scent of the little boy who clutched the minty candy wrappers that comforted her in his memories, but with a bit more of the fiery intensity that belonged uniquely to a teenager. Her fingertips twitched slightly with the tug of his palm, the subtle burn from the friction of the cotton thread spreading from her fingers to the tips of her ears. The strings should be alternately loose and tight, like the rhythm of a heartbeat. The boy grasped the girl's small hand to draw the arc. A gust of wind blew, the kite suddenly jumped up high on the wind, the wind swept over the sparkling river shaking off a string of light spots. The cool morning breeze slightly cooled down Su Yuching's gradually burning body a little. His back was pressed against his heaving chest, and in a trance, he couldn't tell if it was the wind whistling in his ears or the heartbeats of each other's wrong beats. She could almost hear her eyelashes fluttering the throb of emotion at the moment, like the intoxication she felt as a toddler when she crouched and peeked aside to watch him juggle and do cartwheels on his own, or the tossing and turning she felt last night when she curled up in her new bedding and listened to him say goodnight through the door. The vibratory frequency of his heartbeat triggered by his chest against her butterfly bones at the moment disturbed the heartstrings more than the brass bells on a kite skeleton. I remember when I was a kid you always said clouds were like cotton candy and wanted to taste what they tasted like. She looked up at the kite flying higher and higher, trying to find a topic of conversation to calm her gradually accelerating heartbeat. But she had forgotten that she had subconsciously admitted that she was the girl Chen Mo had talked about in the morning. Chapter 30. This is clearly a matter of face value. Now I've found something more like cotton candy. Chen Mo said with a playful smile in her ear as the tip of his nose brushed against the jasmine scent of her hair when he looked down. What is it? Su Yuching twisted her head to look at Chen Mo and asked curiously. The result was the sight of the teenager's handsome face close at hand. It's you. Chen Mo gently let go of Su Yuching and smiled as he sat down on the grass next to him and said back. Why? Su Yuching slightly tilted her little head and looked at Chen Mo with a curious expression. Because your smile is as soft and sweet as cotton candy. Ah. Chen Mo joked. After he finished he secretly laughed and cursed himself in his mind, thinking about the body-mouth smile, scum. But the scumbag quotes do work well for girls who are in love. Su Yuching's pretty face swished red, hate. With a delicate blank glance at Chen Mo who was molesting her, Su Yuqing turned her head away, but from the side of her face, Chen Mo clearly saw the slightly raised corners of her mouth. Her smile was, indeed, soft and sweet. Lying quietly in the grass, he watched the girl in front of him flying a kite with a happy face. Those years of swallowing suffering alone suddenly became lighter, as if they had all become air currents lifting the kite up. The young girl who was watching the teenager lying on the grass with a dog's tail grass in her mouth with her afterglow was in the same state of mind. Ding dong, ding dong. The clink of a brass spoon against an iron bucket as the old man selling malt candy carted by woke up the intoxicated time. Have a piece of malt candy. Chen Mo immediately jumped up from the grass. Chen Mo bought a piece of amber-colored sugar painting, pulling out crystal and threads the moment he broke it open. When I was a kid, someone refused to eat it for fear of cavities and said nothing. Now you want to try it? He smiled and handed over the half carved into a bunny. Be careful of sticky teeth. Sugar dilution in Su Yuqing lips plated layer of honey color. She trans always feel that once played with Chen Mo for a summer vacation, but in fact only a short 15 days. The two played until noon before they were finally ready to move on. Just as they were about to leave, they saw a little girl crying alone in a park gazebo. The two looked at each other and were about to walk over to ask, but then they saw a boy walk in and crouch down in front of the little girl. It didn't take long before the little girl wiped her tears and smiled, and the little boy happily took the little girl's hand and ran out of the gazebo. The two smiled at each other. It was as if they were seeing themselves as children. Su Yuqing realized that the sunlight that shone in half a day today would be enough to shine away the gloom that she had accumulated throughout her life. It's good that foot wasn't taken in the first place. There's a very good beef noodle restaurant near my grandparents' house. Let's eat over there for lunch. Chen Mo said with a smile. Since we're all back in Old Town, it's time to stop by and see the grandparents. Grandparents? Su Yuqing suddenly got a little nervous. Will they happen to run into Chen Mo's grandparents, and how should they answer if they do? For a moment, her mental activity became extremely rich. Along the way she just stayed behind Chen Mo until she arrived at the noodle shop. Thinking about something. After taking his seat, Chen Mo asked with a smile. No. It was at this time that Su Yuqing came back to her senses and looked at her surroundings. Old ceiling fans spin in slow circles on the greasy ceiling, and the glass windows of the beef noodle shop down the street condense with water spray. The dining table was a wooden table that had already invaded the oil stains. Su Yuqing had just wiped the mottled wooden table with a paper towel, when the fellow was already holding 2 bowls of Yangchen noodles, squeezing through the narrow aisle and placing them in front of the two of them. Su Yuqing looked at Chen Mo across from him, the steaming heat covering his brow bone with a furry halo. The boss's wife heard that you used to come here when you were a kid and specially laid loose eggs for you. The fellow said to Chen Mo with a smile. He then turned his head to look at the noodle bowl in front of Su Yuqing and said, he said to give it to you kid as a meet and greet gift, and added an egg and a few extra slices of beef for your pretty girlfriend. Auntie Wang, thanks a lot huh, you won't lose money with this look. Chen Mo smiled and greeted a slightly chubby middle-aged woman who was busy in front of him. What's the loss? If you don't have enough you tell your aunt, extra noodles for free. Thank you Auntie Wang. Chen Mo smiled and greeted him before he gently blew on the rim of the bowl, pretending to drink the soup. As a result, when Su Yuqing flipped out the loose egg underneath the noodles and just poked through the golden egg membrane with the tip of her chopsticks, Chen Mo suddenly pinched away 2 of the several extra pieces of beef in her bowl. This is my face in exchange for my share. In the dense heat of the noodle soup, he chewed on the snatched beef with a wry smile. Looking at Chen Mo in this childlike manner, what else could Su Yuqing do but spoil him with a smile? The store doesn't look small and dirty, but the food, dishes and chopsticks are actually handled very cleanly, and the tables and chairs are purely too old to have been used with cladding. And the stuff tasted delicious. Su Yuqing tasted a few bites and her eyes lit up. It was said that food could make people happy, and it was indeed true. Looking at Su Yuqing's obviously upturned mood, Chen Mo was happier than if he had eaten the delicious food himself. He admired Su Yuqing's expression of joyfully savoring the food while eating the beef noodles in his own bowl. The noodles are still the same flavorful noodles, but today's bowl of noodles tastes far more flavorful. The main thing is that the food is in front of you. There's an even more downright beautiful view on the side. After enjoying this lunch beautifully, Chen Mo said to Su Yuqing with a smile, I'm here, let's go back to my grandparents' house and sit for a while. I haven't come back to see them for a while either. Yo, Momo originally brought his girlfriend back to see his grandparents, such a good granddaughter-in-law. These two mouths are afraid to be happy when they see it. Aunt Wang said with a smile as she cleaned up the dishes, I don't know when that brat of mine will be able to be so successful with you. He's already in college and hasn't even talked to a girl. Ah, Brother Zhao is a talented person. You still worry about this for him. Maybe he secretly hides it from you. Chen Mo laughingly picked up the conversation and said, if it's really what you said, this is just fine. Aunt Wang smiled and looked at Su Yuqing again. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. After the two of them walked away, she still couldn't help but say to the fellow beside her, this child used to be naughty, but he also knows how to measure people. Seeing that I was busy, he was only so big at that time, and he wanted to come and help me out. Time passes really fast. This blink of an eye are already a big handsome boy. Also found a such a beautiful girlfriend. Really good. You kid learn more. Gentle will take care of people's boys are more likely to attract people like. Hearing the boss's wife say this, the fellow beside her took a look at the mirror on the wall next to her, and looking at his own goblin-like face in the mirror, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Where is this a problem of gentleness? This is clearly a problem of face value. Listening to Chen Mo and the surrounding familiar neighbors skillfully chatting about all kinds of parents, Su Yuqing suddenly found that life is so full of fireworks, the original plane between everyone can laugh so happy. Plot combing and a few brief chats. This book focuses on daily sweet favor, friendship loveline depiction. If you ask what the main line is, I think you have already noticed the name of the female lead. It's raining. The main thread of the book that is the redemption of the heart and the mending of regrets. The storm will eventually pass, and after surviving the rainy night, bright sunny days will arrive. The heroine was treated as a liability to both families due to her upbringing, so much so that she grew up with a skewed self-perception and felt that she was just superfluous in the world. The moment this emotion builds up to the point where it can't find a place in either house at the same time, it will explode completely. So there was the first trip to the rooftop and the second knock on the door at the hero's house. Herein the protagonist she will slowly be redeemed, understand why she lives, gradually adapt to life after being separated from her parents, and find her own identity. The hero's previous life since the death of the female lead the entire world has no color, all youthful time is completely unrelated to the word youth. He came back this time, his biggest goal first is to redeem the heroine, second is to make up for the lost time of youth. Some of our readers and friends will think how he acts like a child in some parts because he's trying his best to fit back into this age and wants to really live the life that a child of this age should live again. Redemption of the heart, making amends for regrets, and solving the case are the three main threads of the book. The third article will be done at very little length. Finally, the old saying, I hope you QQ reading members must read please, do not raise the book. A raise the book author will be a huge reduction in income, eat a full meal to think of a good plot, but also please support, thank you very much. It would be nice to have a membership in the book so the author would have extra conversion income, thanks to all. One member gets to read a lot of free chapters of members' books that are on the shelf, which is still a good deal for those who read a lot of books. Now QQ reading herd is to look at 3-day retention income, that is to say, readers must open the book for 3 consecutive days to see the updated chapters in order to normalize the counting of income. The middle of the day once disconnected, are huge weight weakening. Bookworms save the children, please open the book every day to catch up on the latest updates, thank you so much. I know that 4,000 words a day but to let people chase to see is a very contradictory rule, but now the side out of this rule, the new book is really difficult to develop, but also please support more, when the book ate enough recommendations for you to burst more. Updated daily at 12 noon. Starting point end of the normal count subscription, we look at their respective reading habits to choose the platform can be, thank you for your support. Chapter 31 This is your granddaughter-in-law. Looking at the bland but joyful life patterns of the people around her, Su Yuqing's heart was gradually touched. Many people in the old town have had their children leave their side, and the elderly run their lives alone. They don't necessarily need to have people around them at all times in their lives to feel happy or alive. Looking at these old people, Su Yuqing also gradually realized something. One doesn't have to be wanted to live well. All the way with familiar elders' parents nagging over the original short road, Chen Mo with Su Yuqing walked for half an hour before finally arrived at the grandparents' home. The grandparents lived in a relatively new villa, which was rebuilt for the old couple on the foundation of the original small bungalow after Chen Mo's parents had developed. Sort of the only household in the neighborhood. So the old couple usually go out in front of people is also double the face. Since the neighborhood is full of old neighbors, basically the homes are not closed much in the middle of the day. When Chen Mo arrived at the door of his grandparents' house, the courtyard door was open. A yellow-haired Chinese field spaniel is tethered under a grapefruit tree in the yard. Woof woof, hiss 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 hiss. Seeing Chen Mo's arrival, the dog excitedly stomped back and forth with his 4 paws as if he was tap dancing in place. The dog's tail had long since wagged into a propeller, his tongue was spitting out and panting a little faster, and he also let out some low whimpers. It was clearly the excitement of not seeing the young master for a long time. When I was a child, my grandparents raised a dog called Rhubarb at home. Because of old age and the first 2 years gone, the family suddenly less a constant companion of the dog. The old couple is also very unaccustomed to the little yellow as 2 years ago Chen Mo bought to give the old couple. Hopefully, it will bring them some more emotional companionship. Little Yellow, miss me? Chen Mo smiled and squatted in front of Little Yellow, reaching out and touching towards its head. As a result, Yellow excitedly and frantically washed his hands with his tongue. Don't lick it, don't lick it. Chen Mo helplessly rubbed Little Yellow's head a few times before turning on the nearby faucet to wash his hands. The dog was just too enthusiastic and he was a bit overwhelmed. Su Yuqing looked at Xiao Huang and Chen Mo being so close, but her heart trembled a little. She once wanted a puppy in her home as well because of the lack of parental love and companionship. But it was rejected by the adoptive father and mother because the mother was pregnant at that time. Said it wasn't good to have a pet. Although Su Yuching didn't understand it very well, she still understood and didn't say anything else. Then the first child dropped for some reason. Su Yuching was still young and didn't understand the situation. She only knew that there seemed to be no more little baby in her mother's stomach. Then the reason why she couldn't raise small animals before disappeared. So she found another opportunity to bring it up, only to have her parents, who were pissed off at that point because their first child had dropped, give her a hard time for bringing up the puppy again, straight up, even blaming her for it. She hasn't dared mention anything about small animals since. Then the mother became pregnant again and a baby brother was added to the family. When her brother was 5 and Su Yuching was 15, her brother said he wanted a puppy in the house, so soon there was a puppy in the house. For no reason whatsoever, just because he wants to he can have it. And Su Yuching had good reasons for wanting a puppy. She just wanted a companion when her parents weren't home and she was lonely, but she was completely ignored. At that moment, Su Yuching realized that her parents were not against raising small animals, but just the wrong person to make this request. It took her a moment to realize that she was already a redundant member of the family, so who was she to ask for another redundant member to be added to the family for her own sake? But it's different when someone's roots are in the right place. He's already part of the family, and his parents can compromise on whatever he wants to add to the family. That was the first time she felt how unappreciated she was and what kind of presence she had in her family. She stormed out of the house that day sad. It was also a rainy day, only that day it was a very small dropout. It was as if the tears seeping out of Su Yuching's heart were falling. It was also on this day, at her father's house, that she was disliked by her father's sister. Originally, she wanted to come to her father's house to find some sense of belonging, because her father had once told her that if she was aggrieved or unhappy at her mother's house, she could come to her father's house to complain. As a result, because her father had been slightly kinder to her, she was seen as an intruder who had come to steal her father's love by her sister in her father's house, who cried and drove her away. Originally, my father had slightly scolded my sister, but as soon as my stepmother came out, my father immediately wilted. Seeing that kind of scene, Su Yuching couldn't stay, so she ran out of the house again. That day, she stood sadly on the rooftop. People are sometimes so fragile that when a stream of negative emotions accumulated over the years erupts at the same time, the spirit can't be restrained from collapsing in that moment. On that day, Su Yuching let the breeze and rain pour over her body, only feeling that there was no place in heaven and earth for her to stay. But just when she thought so, the childhood encounter of the teenager but do not know why suddenly appeared in front of her eyes over and over again. Her mind like a walkie-talkie like crazy will be that short 15 days together all re-screened again. Then come to my house. We can be a family. Two simple words that echoed in his head over and over again. In that moment, she gathered her feet and found a renewed anchor to live on. People are sometimes so strong that as long as they can grasp that tiny bit of hope in the midst of despair, they are able to sustain themselves in another difficult walk. Rainy. What's all the fuming about? A sudden cold touch came to her small face, and only then did Su Yuching see that it was Chun Mo who deliberately pasted the back of his cold hand onto her small face after washing his hands. Only after seeing Su Yuching come back to her senses did Chun Mo smile and withdraw his hand. Su Yuching looked at him, her gaze became incomparably soft, and what appeared on her face was a hint of relief and a relaxed smile. It's time for some memories to be dusted off. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, the family slowly walked out. Yeah, silence is here. Why don't you call Grandma in advance? Have you eaten lunch yet? Grandma will go make it for you right away. Grandma's eyes squinted together with a smile as soon as she saw Chen Mo. I've eaten, Grandma. I came over here to play with my friends and stopped by to see you guys, so I didn't call ahead. Chen Mo said with a smile. It was only at this time that Grandma noticed that there was a rather pretty-looking, clean-postured, fresh and pretty little girl beside Chen Mo. And this is? Grandma didn't dare to recognize her for a moment. Your granddaughter-in-law. Chen Mo smiled and joked. Really? Grandma was immediately overjoyed. Her voice was a little shaky from elation. Come closer and let Grandma take a good look. Su Yuching's pretty face swished red, and after giving Chen Mo an angry and delicate look, she slowly walked towards her grandmother. Chapter 32, Pro-Granddaughter-in-Law, God-Grandson. Chen Mo looked at the grandmother, excited body shaking, afraid to give the old man to the excitement of a good or bad, and quickly explained, I'm kidding, she is my good friend, called Su Yuching. We are taking advantage of the weather today to come to the old park to fly kites to play it. The old man would only listen to what he wanted to hear, and Chen Mo's explanation of the old man was directly and automatically blocked. Well, the little girl's growth is really iconic. By the way, what's the name? Grandma cheerfully looked at Su Yuching. Su Yuching. Chen Mo said again from the side. She ended up getting pushed behind herself by her grandmother. I didn't ask you. Hello Grandma, just call me Yuching. Su Yuching smiled gently at her grandmother, and was generous. Yuching is good, nice looking person, nice name too, wonderful. Grandma smilingly looked at Su Yuching, grabbed her small hand, gently patted and laughed. This is too sudden. Grandma did not have time to prepare what meat gift. You the small hand empty. Next time to come over Grandma to send you 2 big jade bracelets. As she spoke, Grandma had already measured Su Yuching's wrist with her hand. Just now he was a precious grandson, but then he had a grandson-in-law who directly hung his grandson out to dry. Chen Mo couldn't help but be a little speechless. How did he not realize that his grandmother had the same personality as his abstract mom before? How can this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law still inherit from each other? As she spoke, Grandma suddenly shouted at the inner room as if she remembered something. Old man, hurry up and come out, Momo is here. Soon an old man who looked like he still had plenty of essence walked quickly out of the inner room with 2 walnuts coiled in his hands. Imo, it's been almost half a year since you came to see Grandpa. It seems like you've been very busy with your studies, Grandpa said smilingly after seeing Chun Imo. At that moment Grandma suddenly pulled him by the hand and said, look who else is there. Only then did Grandpa's gaze fall to Su Yuching on the side. Aya, what a pretty little girl, this can't be Imomo's girlfriend. We're just good friends. Chen Imo explained again. It's really a girlfriend. Hey you say this is a big deal. Silence, why don't you notify earlier? You're letting grandparents suddenly meet someone, and you don't even have a gift to give them. Grandpa immediately glared at Chun Imo. Now Chun Imo is completely speechless. You too old, this hearing in the end is good or bad? Only listen to the words you want to hear, is it? Spitting in his heart, seeing his grandparents again, Chen Mo's inner feelings were actually a lot of feelings. Because in 10 years, Grandma left first, and after Grandpa became very sick from depression and longing, he eventually followed. This sudden sight of them vividly reappearing in his life, Chen Mo could be said to be holding back the urge to tear up inside. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Grandpa rushed back into the back room. It didn't take long for him to come running back with 2 sacks. This is the sack bag your grandmother made herself some days ago, containing the peace and health talisman she had begged for earlier, which was originally prepared for Mom and Dad Mime intended to send overseas. Since you guys came first, it will be given to you first, and those 2 guys will just leave them hanging for some more time. Grandpa smiled and placed 2 knitted woolen sack bags into Chun Mo and Su Yuching's hands respectively. Peaceful is true, healthy is blessing. I hope both of you little ones can be healthy and peaceful, Grandpa said smilingly. Thank you Grandpa, thank you Grandma. Su Yuching's face was full of smiles as she stretched out her hands to respectfully receive the sack bag. We're all family, what are you talking about thanking or not thanking? You're out of line, come on, come in and sit in the house. Grandma pulled Su Yuching to walk towards the house. I've said it's just good friends, Chen Mo explained again for fear that Su Yuching would be embarrassed. As a result, none of the grandparents gave a damn about him, and went into the house with the granddaughter-in-law they had decided in their hearts to take care of themselves. Only the precious grandchildren, who were supposed to be highly honored, are left behind, but no one cares at the moment. Chen Mo shook his head with a bitter smile and followed into the house. The grandparents were just deliberately fooling around, and Chen Mo knew it. But this sense of caring and family belonging that they showed towards Su Yuching was a huge shock to her heart. Feeling the importance of her grandmother's rough palms holding her tightly, her heart suddenly felt the urge to cry for some reason. Wherever I once went, my own self was unpopular and a liability. But nowadays, he is actually regarded as a pearl in the palm of one's hand, as a general treasure, and can't let go of his hand even if he holds it tightly. This feeling of being pampered by her grandparents had not been enjoyed by Su Yuching since her grandparents passed away. Looking at Chen Mo's grandparents, she couldn't help but think of her own grandparents, and without realizing it, 2 lines of clear tears had slipped out of her eyes. Why, clearly there was no desire to cry, one was clearly happy. She wanted to show her grandparents that she was happy and smiling, but she didn't want them to see her with tears hanging down her face. Yuching, what's wrong with you? Is Grandma pulling your hand heavy? Grandma was scared and let go of her hand in a hurry, looking at Su Yuching with some self-reproach. I'm really sorry, Grandma usually does a lot of heavy work, her hands are not light. No, it's not. Seeing the old man's self-condemning nervous face, Su Yuching hurriedly jumped into her grandmother's arms and hugged her. I just suddenly missed my grandparents. Feeling the slightly trembling body of the child in her arms, the grandmother came to a realization. She immediately hugged Su Yuching and gently stroked up her back to comfort her. Grandma keenly sensed the child's sensitive vulnerability. Regarding Su Yuching's emotional outburst, all 3 of them didn't say a word, just quietly comforted and waited for her to calm herself. Sometime later, Su Yuching's mood finally improved some. She got up just ready to rub her eyes, next to a soft handkerchief is suddenly gently attached up. Gentle words in the ear at the right time rang. More bacteria on the hand, do not mess with the rubbing of the eyes. Chen Mo had always retained the habit of being raised by his mother, which was to carry a clean handkerchief with him. The previous one was at Lin Yuan's place and he hadn't gotten it back yet. This one was his other one. After receiving Chen Mo's handkerchief and wiping her tears, Su Yuching then looked apologetically at her grandmother and said in a soft voice, I'm sorry, Grandma, I didn't want to cry. Silly child, what's there to be sorry for? You can see your grandparents' shadow in your grandparents, that means you are close to your grandparents. Grandma can't be too happy. I think your grandparents should have been very good to you in the past, Grandma said with a smile. Aha! Su Yuching nodded. Don't cry, in the future, grandparents will also spoil you, will be just as good as your grandparents to you. If this brat Silence dares to bully you, you will come to Grandma and complain, see if Grandma spanks him or not. Grandma's smiling words of comfort, but to Su Yuqing, a girl who has lacked affection since childhood, brought great comfort, and in an instant, the tears that moved her could not be restrained from flowing out of her eyes again. Well, it seems that if I really want to have a granddaughter-in-law, this precious grandson of mine will become a found one, there's no heavenly reason. Seeing the grandmother selling herself to coax the girl, Chen Mo couldn't help but spit out a sentence. His sentence spit immediately let Su Yuqing broke into tears. Grandparents also could not help but laugh and scolded him. Usually spoiled you, still spoiled less well. Today less spoiled you a day. Words are so much. Chapter 33. So you guys are so destined for each other. Feeling this family atmosphere, Su Yuqing's nervousness about meeting Chen Mo's grandparents for the first time had long since unconsciously dissipated. The two of them treated their family members with the same cordiality, and as she looked at the old man's wrinkled but smiling face, she suddenly remembered the light of her grandmother simmering sweet soup by the stovetop when she was young, and her eyes burned slightly. It turns out that real affection never needs to be deliberately pleasing, like spring water dripping from the eaves, silently moistening the thin layer of ice at the bottom of her heart. Entering the house, Grandma immediately and cheerfully turned out a photo album. This is full of pictures of Momo when he was little. When he was little, he was so round and not so cute. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing instantly came to be interested and looked at the photo album in her grandmother's hands with a look of anticipation. Grandma turned the album to the title page, and the edges of the photographs under the plastic wrap were already slightly warped. This is when Silent was first born. She pointed to the baby wrapped in a pink blanket in the delivery room, her wrinkled little face red from crying. The nurses all said they'd never seen a child with such a loud voice, saying that this child was full of vigor. Su Yuqing's fingertips hung above the photo, as if she could touch the milky scent condensed on the newborn's fetal hair. The next picture shows a fat doll at a weekly feast sitting in a tutor's chair wearing a red bib with an abacus, pen, and toy stethoscope in front of him. Can you pay attention to the privacy of the people involved? Seeing that her grandmother had flipped to a picture of her bare butt, Chen Mo immediately protested. Grandma laughed and said, "Don't worry, those pictures of you showing your little finches are in another book, that's for your daughter-in-law after she gets married." When these words came out, Chen Mo couldn't help but blush, and Su Yuqing even covered her mouth and snickered. As the album flipped, the yellowed photo paper rustling, Su Yuqing's fingertips suddenly touched a photo. She didn't expect that. She thought that today was the first time she had a photo shoot with Chen Mo, but she didn't realize that she actually already had a photo shoot with Chen Mo. This one when Momo was about 6 or 7 years old. His mom took it for him at a nearby park. Grandma curiously glanced at Su Yuqing, not knowing why she was more reactive to this photo. What's wrong with this photo? Su Yuqing smiled and stretched out her finger to point at the little girl on the seat some seats behind Chen Mo. Grandma, this is me when I was a child. Upon hearing this, Grandma immediately grabbed the old-fashioned glasses on the table and looked closer, then laughed. Hiya, Yuqing looked so cute when she was little. So you guys are so destined. Grandma said smilingly, then when you get married in the future, this photo will be printed out for you as a memory. I've already said I'm a good friend. Chen Mo said breathlessly. Can't good friends get married? It doesn't always start with good friends first. Grandma is just thinking for you guys first. Grandma said smilingly. Su Yuqing's small face was slightly red, but she didn't say anything. Watching one photo turn over, Su Yuqing looked at Chen Mo, who had been cute since childhood and was gradually growing more and more handsome, and always felt that she couldn't see enough of these photos for a while. If she hadn't seen Chen Mo sitting right next to her, she would have wanted to secretly take a picture of it with her cell phone and go back to enjoy it slowly. After spending a full afternoon at her grandparents' house, Su Yuqing didn't feel bored staying with the old people, and time passed very slowly. Instead, she still felt like time was passing a bit quickly, and it just felt like everyone hadn't been together long before the sky started to redden. In Chen Mo's grandparents, she finally felt once again the feeling of being pampered by the elders of the family that she had once only been able to feel around her grandparents. It made her linger a bit. Grandparents, it's getting late, we still have to go to school tomorrow, so we'll leave first, and we'll come back to see you next time we're free. Chen Mo looked at the color of the sky outside. He also promised Su Yuqing that he would treat her to a great snack. This time to rush back to the new city should be just enough to catch the night market. Don't you want to finish dinner before you leave? It's rare for Yuqing to come as a guest, and she didn't even have a meal. Grandma wanted to make something tasty for the two of them. I promised Yuqing that I would treat her to a snack. Next time I'll notify you in advance and you can buy some good food before making it. Chen Mo said with a smile. That's true, you guys came in a hurry and the family really doesn't have any good food to entertain Yuqing. Then Yuqing will let you taste Grandma's cooking skills next time she comes over. Grandma smiled and grabbed Su Yuqing's hand and patted it. I'm looking forward to it. Su Yuqing returned with a sweet smile. Leaving my grandparents' house, the two of them went out side by side, only to feel that the evening sun was extraordinarily beautiful today. Arriving near the park, Su Yuqing stopped on the green stone path, looking up at the roaring fire clouds, her eyes reflecting streams of light. The wind whipped through her scattered hair, the hem of her skirt fluttered lightly like butterfly wings opening and closing. It's so beautiful. She murmured softly, her fingertips unconsciously gripping the corner of Chen Mo's coat. Chen Mo looked sideways at her side face outlined by the haze, her eyelashes casting fine shadows, and the lines from the tip of her nose to her jaw soft as a brushstroke. He held Su Yuqing's cell phone and laughed. "Don't you want to take a picture of such a beautiful view?" Su Yuqing hastily straightened her bangs, but froze into a puppet the moment the camera was focused on her. Chen Mo suddenly realized that Su Yuqing was the same this morning, taking pictures unnaturally. It's like she rarely takes pictures, or whenever she does it's only when she's in a more awkward mood. Chen Mo snapped back to remembering that when he had investigated himself in the previous timeline, he really hadn't seen much of Su Yuqing's picture left behind. The only photo with Su Yuqing that she saw at her mother's house was a family photo she took with her stepfather, mother, and half-brother, except that the Su Yuqing inside that one photo was obviously very constricted, and it looked like all four of them were smiling, but her smile was forced. Perhaps in Su Yuqing's concept, photographs were a vehicle for recording good times, and she didn't have any good times that were worth being recorded, except for the one taken with her grandparents. The one that was the only picture of her that made her smile when she took it was sealed away in her most precious drawer. Since her grandparents passed away, she rarely took pictures and rarely smiled genuinely during them. Chen Mo watched her clumsy appearance with the same hand and foot from the screen, and approached with a gentle smile. "Relax, there's nothing awkward about taking pictures, especially for a girl as pretty as you, she's simply the best model." Listening to Chen Mo's oily compliments, the tension in Su Yuqing's heart dissipated quite a bit. At this moment, Chen Mo's warm palm suddenly covered her clasped hands. "Put your left hand on the railing, and tilt your head slightly to my side." The citrus set roamed over with the movement of him leaning over, and Su Yuqing's ear tips burned as she let him manipulate her into a seemingly casual position. Chapter 34. In that moment, I was the only thing in his eyes. Ka-ching! With the shutter pressed, Su Yuqing grew up. The first photo with herself as the protagonist was born, and it was taken by the hand of the most important person in her heart. The afterglow of the setting sun penetrated through the camphor tree's leaf gaps, weaving a layer of broken gold veil on Su Yuqing's shoulders. Chen Mo's knuckles were slightly hot as he held up his cell phone. The young girl in the viewfinder frame was gazing up at the swarm of pigeons passing by, her jaw to her collarbone taut with the soft arc of a swan's neck. As the wind swept by, she subconsciously raised her hand to suppress her tattered hair, and her wrist bone was jade-like and glistening in the backlight. Chen Mo lowered his eyes to examine the finished film. The side of Su Yuqing's face in the picture was dipped in a warm orange-like mist, and the shadow cast by the bridge of her nose aptly outlined the full outline of her lip beads. Chen Mo's thumb gently zoomed in on the screen to zoom in on the details in the backlight. Su Yuqing's eyelashes were like butterfly whiskers dipped in honey, and the corners of her lips unconsciously pursed out a gentle ripple. The smile was different from the stiff mask in the family photo, but rather a light wave rippling from the bottom of the eyes. "See if you're satisfied?" The edge of the screen was still warm from his palm as he handed the phone over. Su Yuqing hesitantly came closer, but held her breath the moment she saw the image. The haze gilded her silhouette with a shaggy gold rim, and the flecks of light that leapt through her hair were like falling stardust. It turns out that when the camera is no longer intimidating, frozen time can be so vivid. For the first time, she knew that she could be so beautiful in a photograph. "Nice shot," she trailed off softly like a sigh as her fingertips brushed over the halo of light streaming across the screen. The sweet aroma of sugar-fried chestnuts from 20 meters away roamed with the wind, intertwining with the crisp citrus scent of Chen Mo's body to create a reassuring smell. Chen Mo suddenly switched the camera mode to continuous shooting. "Here, try waving at the pigeon." Before she could react, swarms of white feathers had already swept across the sky where the flaming clouds were boiling. Su Yuqing instinctively tilted her face up and stretched out her hand. The wind filled the sleeve tubes of her chiffon shirt, and all of a sudden 1,000 feathers danced with her hair. Her pupils in the viewfinder frame held half a wall of haze, reflecting the gentle folds of the entire world. After taking a few more pictures of Su Yuqing, the bus was also already arriving. Chen Mo bought a bag of sweet fried chestnuts in a hurry, and only then did he and Su Yuqing get on the bus for the return trip. While Chen Mo was eating the sweet and hot chestnuts, Su Yuqing was repeatedly rubbing her cell phone album, and every picture Chen Mo took was of himself kissed by light and wind. She suddenly grew a little more fond of herself. The Su Yuqing who felt that she was not needed, to the point of deviation cognizant that she was disgusted with herself, at this moment is a little bit of feeling the different love in the world. Learning to love yourself is also a form of love. She secretly set that backlit sideways face as a lock screen. Turns out a moment is an eternity when there's someone standing on the other end of the lens who's worth entrusting the stars to. Looking at this photo, it was as if I saw the boy, gilded by the afterglow of dusk and so focused that he looked only at himself, standing in front of me. In that moment, he only had himself in his eyes. Isn't it an admiration for my photo-taking skills? Chen Mo smiled and handed over a chestnut that had already peeled half of its shell. Su Yuqing reached out and took it with a smile. "Have you studied photography before?" "No, just a hobby," Chen Mo said with a smile. Previously, he had studied videography simply to capture the details of each suspect when obtaining evidence. Without realizing it, I became interested in the business and learned more. It's only now that I'm able to get a chance to use it. Looking at the photo on her phone's screensaver, Su Yuqing was filled with happiness. Returning to the new city, Chen Mo directly led Su Yuqing to the night market. This time point is just right, the night market has just opened, there won't be so many people, let's go over early and run after ordering the delicious food, or else turn around and squeeze people to death. Chen Mo smiled and pulled Su Yuqing's hand and jogged all the way to the night market. At the entrance to the night market, neon signs are lit up, and the cumin scent of a frying pan is accompanied by the sizzling aroma of popping. Chen Mo was familiarly weaving between the stalls, the cuffs of his sleeves were gently tugged by Su Yuqing, and it looked as if Chen Mo was holding a snail that was cautiously probing out of its shell. The octopus dumplings need to be charred and crispy. He gestured to the boss in the white hat and turned around to bump into Su Yuqing staring at the iron plate squid in a daze. The red, spicy oil ran crystal clear over the squid's tentacles, and her throat rolled gently. Buy if you want to eat, tell me what you want to eat, it's just like paying your salary in advance, turn around and you'll use your labor to return the favor. Chen Mo knew that Su Yuqing would be embarrassed and resistant to using only her own money, so that's why he said this to alleviate some of her psychological pressure. Chen Mo grabbed the grilled squid and shoved the bamboo stick into her palm. Su Yuqing's small mouth lightly bit into it, and soon revealed an expression of contentment and happiness. It's also too easily satisfied. Chen Mo smiled and looked at Su Yuqing, this would definitely be good to raise if you marry her home. Smiling at Su Yuqing's cute appearance as she ate, Chen Mo held the small balls in his hands, and from time to time, one for each person, and soon the squid and the small balls were shared and finished. The squid was half of what Chen Mo had shared with her because he was worried that she was too full from eating too much and her stomach was too small to hold more food. Since he had come out, he wanted Su Yuqing to be able to savor some more food tonight. Try this. Just out of the pot of golden samosa pastry crack steam out of the white mist, was Chen Mo gently blew 2 mouthfuls, sent to Su Yuqing's mouth, still hot at first blow. As a result, before his words fell, Su Yuqing had been scalded straight breath, but could not spit out the mouth of dense mashed potatoes. Drumming cheeks, straight stomping feet of the lovely appearance caused Chen Mo bent over in laughter. Light and shadow weave a flowing river of stars behind them. In front of the sugar painting stall, Su Yuqing gazed at the amber-colored syrup snaking into a swan on the stone plate, and the old artist flicked his wrist to point out pieces of plumes. Open your mouth. Chen Mo pressed the slightly charred marshmallow against her lips, and the moment Su Yuqing bit down, the frosting stained the tip of her nose like a piece of snow falling, and he raised his cell phone to freeze the moment. The young girl's eyes in the viewfinder frame held a million lights, brighter than all the neon behind her. The sweet scent of cinnamon wine brew wafts around the corner, and the distant call of baked sweet potatoes intertwines with the glassy crunch of ice-cold gourds to create a warm evening song. Looking at Chen Mo, who fed himself like a piglet and wanted to let himself taste everything, Su Yuqing was satisfied with being surrounded by food on one side, and the happiness of being pampered by someone she cared about in her heart on the other. Double happiness surrounded, so that at this time Su Yuqing mood incomparable relaxation and joy. Once she wanted to eat these snacks, have to pray for a long time parents, only to be able to barely get a little bit of money, buy some snacks. Thinking back to the scene after the birth of her half-brother, when her parents were extremely pampered, and all kinds of delicious food was sent to his mouth, and he casually ate half and threw half of it away, Su Yuqing immediately shook her head to get rid of that bad memory out of her mind. Chapter 35, Lovers Haters. When Su Yuqing came back to her senses, she suddenly realized that Chen Mo beside her had disappeared at some point. This made her subconsciously panic and look around. What are you looking at? Chen Mo suddenly came out from behind her, and changed into a bunch of sugar gourds. Taste it. I'm all full. Looking at Chen Mo, Su Yuqing touched her small belly, and the corner of her lips pursed out a curve of both happiness and distress. Let me check. Chen Mo smiled and stretched out his hand, causing Su Yuqing to shyly shrink back a step, but then suddenly stopped again for fear that the boy would misunderstand that he hated his touch. Chen Mo didn't really touch it, he just intentionally teased Su Yuqing. He withdrew his hand, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and said, "This is dessert, it doesn't take up the stomach, and hawthorn aids in digestion." Oh. Looking at the hawthorn fruit that Chen Mo sent to his mouth, Su Yuqing still did not hold back and gently bit down on one. The hawthorn wrapped in icing sugar coat in her mouth, gently biting open, the sourness and sweetness exploded on the tip of her tongue, just like the throbbing in her chest cavity that was surging at the moment. She stole a glance at Chen Mo, worrying if he would care about her backing up just now. As a result, in the crunching sound of the sugar shells breaking, he saw Chen Mo stretching out his fingers to touch himself, the force gently wiping away the sugar residue from the corners of his mouth, the touch of his fingertips gently warm. Just as the two were interacting sweetly, suddenly Chen Mo saw a familiar figure squatting nearby. "Shu Hu. What are you doing over here?" As he spoke, Chen Mo followed Zhou Hao's gaze, only to see that he was looking at a single ponytailed girl who was helping to make a barbecue for her father. Hearing Chen Mo's voice, Zhou Hao froze for a moment and immediately snorted, "No, my friend asked me out for a gathering, I'm waiting for my friend." Seeing this girl with a single ponytail, Chen Mo reacted violently. He remembered what happened to Orochi in the last timeline. Zhou Hao hooked up with this girl in the previous timeline, but because the girl's father heard about his not-so-good reputation, he stopped the girl from being with him. For this reason, Jo-ha tried to make changes, wanting to change the girl's father's opinion, but knowing people's faces and hearts, coupled with the influence of the saying that rivers and mountains are easy to change and nature is hard to change, the girl's father has no trust in Jo-ha at all to speak of. But the girl herself was watching how Jo-ha was trying extremely hard to change for her. The long hair her father didn't like, he cut short. The tattoos her father didn't like, he'd washed as much as he could, and while it wasn't possible to get them off completely, he tried. Her father did not like him to have a group of friends, he also slowly alienated, only retained a few true brothers. After all, originally for him sincere friends actually not a few, some of the fox dog friends he himself is also aware of, everyone at first is just simply to warm up, pretending to be ruthless to protect themselves. Her father didn't like him smoking, and he quit. Her father didn't like the sleazy way he dressed, and he wore a change of freshness and cleanliness. But no matter how much he did, in the eyes of the girl's father, he was still a vicious wolf who tried to cheat his daughter's feelings by pretending to be something he was not. This girl was also a girl with a lot of character, or else she wouldn't have been able to get Jo-ha to look at her in the right way. The girl herself can't stand it that her father still distrusts her over and over again for the boy she likes so much to change as much as he can for her. So he gambled and ran straight to stay at Jo-ha's house. Jo-ha's mother is naturally very happy Jo-ha can find a girl who can willingly rebel with her father for him, but she can't bear to see the girl really fall out with her father, so she often persuades the girl to go back to talk to her father and talk again. But thinking of her father being so insensitive and completely unable to see Jo-ha's changed attitude as well as his goodness, the girl gambled and still didn't go back. Seeing this, Jo-ha's mother could only take in the girl for a few days first, and expected to talk to the girl's father about this matter, so that her father could be a little understanding of his daughter's feelings. As a result, I did not expect that the girl's father, instead of having any understanding of the girl's mood, actually directly called the police to find the door, cursing Jo-ha to ruin his daughter's reputation, to sue him for rape. It was such a big deal that day that all the neighbors came out to watch. Jo-ha's mother already had electrolyte disorders, high blood pressure, heart disease and other complications caused by uremia, and her health condition was extremely fragile. Suddenly see their son was wrongly accused of rape, but also be taken away by the police to investigate. The thought of this reputation to the school Jo-ha will be what happened in the end. She was overly emotional on the spot, resulting in elevated blood pressure, the heart burden, and ultimately died on the spot due to cardiovascular complications acute fire. At that moment, the girl's father was also dumbfounded. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to scare Jo-ha, so that he would not dare to pester his daughter again. How could he not have thought that someone would actually get killed because of it? He also panicked when he saw Jo-ha grieving and eventually casting devouring eyes at him. The two families that could have become a family were already dead enemies from that moment on. Jo-ha's mother, who was his greatest emotional support and the person he loved the most besides the girl, turned out to be so pissed off. One could imagine the intensity of the resentment and anger in Jo-ha's heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the girl was in the way, even with the police nearby, he could have fought the girl's father on the spot. With things having come to this, it was only natural that the bond between the two had to come to an end. Although the girl's father eventually, because of remorse for their own mistakes, or finally inquired about the substance of Jo-ha's people how to loosen the mouth to allow the two to go out. But everything has changed. Looking at his mother's last photo, Jo-ha is constantly reminded of the girl's father. He couldn't live with the daughter of his mother's killer in good conscience. Eventually things broke down between the two. The mother is gone, and so is the love of my life. It wasn't long before Jo-ha dropped out of school and moved away from the city. Where exactly he went and what he did in the middle, Chen Mo did not know. But the ultimate ending Chen Mo knows, because years later when he was investigating a case he met Jo-ha by chance, and at that time Jo-ha was already completely different from the Jo-ha of that year. After the drastic changes in his family, there was nothing left in his life, and his whole being was like the walking dead. Do not understand why and live, just simply live, become a vagrant, not clothed, sleep under the bridge hole. Chen Mo first time then did not even recognize him. Talking to him, the only thing that comes out of his mouth is that he remembers a mother's murderer and that he wants revenge. As to why he couldn't get to the execution, he forgot. Chapter 36 A different look. The love for his mother prevented him from forgetting his mother's murder. The love for the girl prevented him from avenging his mother's murder. Instead of being madly squeezed into endless pain every day in a whirlwind of two emotions, the brain preferred to burn itself out and activate the protection mechanism, so Jo-ha was finally mad. The madman finally doesn't have to be caught in a daily cycle of agony. But he remembers nothing but his mother's murderer. Jo-ha's end was tragic, so Chen Mo came back not wanting to see Jo-ha potentially become a murderer who went astray. Even though the evidence from that night seemed to have designated Jo-ha as the only suspect Chen Mo could suspect anymore, Chen Mo still didn't feel a sense of hatred or disgust towards him. It was because Chen Mo thought he still understood Jo-ha's character and already knew everything that had happened to Jo-ha in the previous timeline that he really found it hard to believe that Jo-ha would be such a vicious murderer. This led to the fact that even if there were no other suspects, he was still extremely skeptical about the matter of Jo-ha being a suspect. Watching Jo-ha once again being pulled in front of this girl by the thread of fate. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel that he might be able to do something to help Zhou, so that he would be able to gain trust directly in front of the girl's father, and so that his relationship with the girl could proceed a little smoother. The scene of seeing a former best friend turn into a demented and unclothed lunatic, the heartache Chen Mo felt at that time when he recalled it was actually no lighter than the scene of seeing Su Yuqing killed. Since he had a chance to start over again, he was going to make up for all his previous regrets. Thinking of this, Chen Mo suddenly had a flash of insight and thought of a good idea. He was ready to get 100,000 worth of fugitives to report to the police department, and if this thing let Zhou do it, the honor gave him the collar. Then, with the police department's honorable endorsement, the girl's father's hostility towards Zhou should be mostly lessened as a result. Why should two families that can obviously be a family fall apart in the end because of a misunderstanding? Chen Mo had no feelings for the girl's father, but he also knew that he had caused the tragedy out of love for his daughter and blind confidence in his own older generation's experience. This father's behavior Chen Mo does not comment on, but the girl and Zhou are the core people who should not be hurt in this incident, but are also the most hurt. Chen Mo's decision to intervene was only heartbreaking for them. Hosey. Chen Mo suddenly called out to Zhou. What's wrong, old Mo? Zhou gave Chen Mo a puzzled look. Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, I'll talk to you tomorrow at school. What's going on, getting all secretive? Zhou touched his head in confusion. Between the two of them talking, a nearby boy holding a little boy's hand in the night market happened to walk past them, and when he saw Chen Mo, the boy couldn't help but fix his body in place with a stiffness. Lin Yuan? What a coincidence, you brought your younger brother out for shopping? At this time, Chen Mo also saw him and immediately smiled and waved. Lin Yuan didn't know what expression to make to Chen Mo, so he nodded expressionlessly. He was trying to laugh, but he always felt that he was a bit unsure of what kind of smile to show Chen Mo, so he subconsciously went into a very serious state towards Chen Mo. Brother Mo, good. The little boy beside Lin Yuan was more relaxed than him. When he saw Chen Mo, he immediately shouted sweetly, because he had once seen Chen Mo help his brother, so he had a good feeling towards this big brother. You too, Yushi is so good. Chen Mo smiled and reached out to touch Lin Yushi's head. At this moment, while Chen Mo's gaze was on Lin Yushi, Su Yuqing's gaze was on Lin Yuan because she saw that Lin Yuan's eyes were looking at Chen Mo in a very wrong way. Especially when he saw Chen Mo reaching out to touch Lin Yushi, there seemed to be an uncontrollable urge and fervor in those eyes. Lin Yuan was envious of the treatment his brother was enjoying at this time, so envious that he couldn't wait to replace it with his body. But he couldn't show anything, because the intensity of the emotion was so difficult to express that he was trembling a little. Su Yuqing seldom saw this kind of impulsive and fervent look on a person's body, which made her feel strange. She even had difficulty in distinguishing whether the other person's eyes looking at Chen Mo at this moment were kind or malicious. All in all, it's a weird kind of mania. If it was malicious, then he only looked like this because he hated Chen Mo's death. If it was kind, Su Yuqing couldn't imagine why kind eyes would feel so uncomfortable. Seemingly noticing Su Yuqing's gaze, Lin Yuan suddenly turned his head to look at her with sharp eyes. This caused Su Yuqing to subconsciously take a step flat in fear and hide behind Chen Mo, and her small hand couldn't help but be so nervous that she tightly grabbed the sleeve of Chen Mo's other hand. At this moment, Chen Mo raised his head to look at Lin Yuan, and almost instantly, Lin Yuan's eyes immediately collected all of his emotions and aura. In front of Chen Mo, he was like a statue without any life in it, always with such an expressionless, dull eyes. Chen Mo couldn't even figure out what Lin Yuan was usually thinking about. You guys keep shopping, brother Mo is going to leave first after he's had enough to eat. Chen Mo said goodbye to Lin Yushi before looking at Lin Yuan and said, leaving first huh? Lin Yuan nodded curtly, even still bowing slightly. Yu Qing, are you really full? You have to go to school tomorrow, so go to bed early today, I'm not going to give you a late night snack. Chen Mo turned his head to look at Su Yuqing. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's pupils shook as he looked towards Chen Mo and Su Yuqing, opening his mouth to ask something, but ultimately closing it again. I'm full, let's go. Su Yuqing seemed to be a bit afraid of Lin Yuan, pulling Chen Mo and walked out of the food street with quick steps. Brother, it wasn't until Lin Yushi vigorously shook his sleeve that Lin Yuan retracted his eyes from the street corner where he could no longer see Chen Mo and Su Yuqing's backs. What are you fuming about, brother? Lin Yushi said suspiciously. Nothing, taking you to eat delicious food. Lin Yuan revealed a gentle smile that belonged solely to his family. This kind of gentle big brother smile is something you'll never see on the outside. Outsiders could only ever see Lin Yuan with an expressionless face. Even in front of Chen Mo, he rarely changed his facial expression too much. Hearing her brother say that, Lin Yushi immediately happily pulled her brother's hand and rushed towards the night market. But although Lin Yuan's feet moved forward, his head still looked back from time to time to the intersection where no one could be seen anymore. On the outskirts of the night market, Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing curiously. Just had a full meal to walk slowly. What are you doing here pulling me to walk so fast? Chapter 37 Must I feed you? No, I just felt a bit out of breath seeing as there were too many people just now. Su Yuqing took 2 deep breaths and considered for a moment before speaking. Seeing this, Chen Mo didn't think much about it and started walking home with Su Yuqing. Only Su Yuqing was still looking back in the direction of the night market whose entrance had long since become invisible. She still felt that the expression Lin Yuan showed to Chen Mo was not right. She couldn't help but start remembering how Chen Mo usually treated Lin Yuan at school. If Chen Mo had offended him in any way, then he might hold a grudge. But upon careful recollection, it was all about Chen Mo's caring and loving behavior between classmates who offered help to Lin Yuan. She really couldn't imagine why Lin Yuan would look at Chen Mo with that kind of look. At home, Su Yuqing was sitting on the sofa was gently rubbing her small stomach. Too full? Chen Mo laughed as he looked at her this way. Overeating is indeed not good, it's rather that I've recommended too much delicious food for you, next time it's better to savor it slowly. As he spoke, Chen Mo went to her side and sat down, grabbed her two small hands, and while gently helping her fold them over her abdomen, he said, I'll teach you the correct way to knead, with the navel as the center, palms folded over, left hand under, right hand on, slowly drawing circles along the clockwise direction. This direction is consistent with the natural direction of intestinal peristalsis, which can accelerate gastric emptying and intestinal peristalsis, and improve bloating. Such a forceful, gentle spin. Looking at Chen Mo gently covering the back of his hand to help push his palm to rotate and massage his stomach, Su Yuqing suddenly felt that this atmosphere was like she had seen it somewhere. Quickly she reacted to the fact that it was her mother who was pregnant, and her stepfather used to just gently touch her mother's stomach with his hand to talk to the baby inside. This made her blush slightly as she looked at Chen Mo's serious expression. Seeing that Su Yuqing had already learned, Chen Mo then got up with a smile and walked towards the kitchen, while opening his mouth to ask, Yuqing, do you usually feel a lot of stomach acid? What does that feel like? It's just that sometimes when I eat late I get acid reflux, upper stomach is more uncomfortable. It seems not. That's fine then, some lemon tea will help with digestion if you don't have much stomach acid, I'll make you a cup. Looking at Chen Mo's busy back in the kitchen, Su Yuqing sat on the sofa feeling how this home with only 2 people was even more cozy and comfortable than staying in a family of 4 before. She always felt so out of place in the home of those 4 that it didn't even feel like one of her own. Su Yuqing's mother was her real mother by all accounts, so she shouldn't treat her too coldly. However, in reality, she was putting all her hatred for Su Yuqing's father on her own daughter. Especially since Su Yuqing's eyebrows were somewhat similar to her boy-girl-looking handsome father, which more and more made Su Yuqing's mother get bored every time she saw Su Yuqing. However, when she was a child, Su Yuqing was not clear about this. She just heard that if her parents divorced, she should never follow her father, because the stepmother is usually very fierce and scary, so she chose her mother. Of course, she couldn't believe everything she heard here, but reality did teach her a lesson. On her mother's side, her stepfather doesn't put a face on her too often. But when we went to my father's house, that stepmother was a sheepish needle every time, and most definitely a zinger. Easily kept quiet, but the sound of the voice is a deadly attack. So Su Yuqing did sort of choose the right thing by not choosing her father. But it's only a matter of choosing the somewhat lower error factor of the 2 unavoidable error options. Whichever one she chooses, it's hard to escape this gray childhood of hers anyhow. Sitting quietly in the living room, Su Yuqing was suddenly a bit scared. She was afraid that the dreamlike beauty she experienced in the past 2 days was false. She was suddenly terrified that her eyes would close tonight, and when she opened them tomorrow, she would return to the same cold family of 4. Just as Su Yuqing was fuming, she suddenly felt a warmth on her forehead. Only to see that Chen Mo didn't know when he had already come over, and was currently pressing his forehead against his own. This is what Chen Mo's mother often did when Chen Mo was feeling uncomfortable, used to measure to see if there was a problem with his body temperature, saying that it was more accurate than measuring the temperature on the back of the hand. So Chen Mo also developed this habit. But only to those close to you, and not to stick it to an individual. There's no fever, why do I see you reacting a bit dumbfounded, and your face doesn't look too good, as if you're not feeling well somewhere? Chen Mo sat beside Su Yuqing with some worry. Just now Su Yuqing's face did not look too good, purely because she was afraid that the happiness in front of her was just her own illusion, and it would shatter like a bubble. When a person has been in a depressing situation for a long time, after suddenly experiencing unimaginable happiness. For this kind of happiness to come so suddenly, it does put people into this state of suffering for a short period of time. Will you not believe it, or will you suddenly feel that you really deserve this happiness? During the daytime Su Yuqing gradually improved, and then suffered at night. In fact, this is depression at work. Depression has been a part of her upbringing since the moment she stepped onto the rooftop. It's just that she met that pillar of her soul at the right time to keep her going again. Depression is a condition that can eventually come out with the right environmental help. But if the environment continues to be harsh, it's very hard to take. Su Yuqing now had a good environment, now all she needed was the time to walk out. Here, honey lemonade, with a little bit of mint added, all to help your stomach and intestines. Chen Mo used a spoon, scooped up the cup of prepared honey lemon water, and slowly fed it to Su Yuqing's mouth. When Chen Mo placed the porcelain spoon against Su Yuqing's lips, a wisp of sweet and sour breath wrapped in the mint fragrance immediately penetrated Su Yuqing's nostrils. She took in the warm tea, the tip of her tongue first touching the thick sweetness of the honey, then her eyelashes fluttering at the slight acidity of the lemon. Just the right amount of warmth slid down the throat and into the stomach, the coolness of the mint finally making its way down the throat to neutralize the temperature. How's that? Not bad. Su Yuqing smiled and nodded, but was still embarrassed. I'll drink it myself. No, you're too full now. This water can't be drunk as tea so directly. It has to be drunk slowly at the pace you're fed spoonful by spoonful like this. This is the best way to get the best results without increasing satiety. I don't mind if you continue to rub your little tummy and I'll feed it, or if it's replaced with me rubbing it for you. Chenmo's half-joking manner with extremely reasonable reasons left Su Yuqing speechless. But wasting Chenmo's time so slowly feeding herself over here, Su Yuqing was both touched and sweet and very upset inside. Chapter 38. I really don't want to go back. Looking at Chenmo without any hint of impatience, he was extremely patient and gentle as he fed the tea soup into his mouth one spoonful at a time. Su Yuqing couldn't help but feel a bit like crying again. Because the only person who was ever able to be so patient with her was her grandmother, who was extremely patient in feeding her brown sugar water when she wasn't feeling well. This love was too thick for her and could only exist in luxury. Each sip of tea soup swallowed has gradually not noticed the flavor of the tea soup, because at this time the heart has long been sweeter than honey to fill up the happiness. As the last sip of tea went down her throat, she felt that the bloating pain in her stomach had dissolved into a warm cloud of dissipation, and her body became relaxed and comfortable. Seeing how you look, you should be much more comfortable, Chen Mo said smilingly. Aha! Su Yuqing looked at Chen Mo and smiled warmly. That's good. Only then did Chen Mo feel relieved and got up to enter the kitchen, rinsing the cups and glasses before coming back to accompany Su Yuqing to sit down and watch TV. Although the two of them didn't say a word for the rest of the day, Su Yuqing felt an incomparably warm companionship. After more than an hour, after confirming that Su Yuqing had completely consumed her food, Chen Mo then got up and went to take a shower. With school tomorrow, the two of them had to go to bed early today. After taking a bath and lying on the bed, Su Yuqing only felt warm all over. This night, she dreamed again. She dreamed of her grandparents, and she was so excited that she jumped up and hugged them, telling them with happy tears what was happening to her now. Grandma and Grandpa just stood quietly, listening, with kind smiles on their faces. When they heard Su Yuqing talk about having a very, very good boy to take care of her, Grandma and Grandpa's smiles intensified. Suddenly they looked to the other side of the road where a boy was standing. Grandparents, that's him I'm talking about, he's called Chen Mo. Grandparents didn't say anything, but just looked at Su Yuqing with an inquiring smile. Su Yuqing blushed and nodded her head, answering, like it. Grandparents were very happy and once again looked up at Chen Mo over there, then waved their hands at Su Yuqing, signaling her to walk to the other side. Su Yuqing looked at her grandparents and only felt that they were waving their hands while they were moving away from her. But their expressions were peaceful and relieved, as if everything had been let go. As Grandma and Grandpa disappeared, the boy from her dream had somehow gotten to her side and quietly took her hand. He didn't say anything either, he was just looking at it so lightly and calmly, but it made Su Yuqing feel an incomparable peace of mind. The figure of Grandma and Grandpa suddenly reappeared in the sky, and seemed to open his mouth to say something, but there was no sound. Only Su Yuqing heard what they were saying. She smiled with tears in her eyes and waved her hand at her grandparents in the air. Goodbye grandparents, I will definitely be good in the future. Thank you for often coming to comfort me in my dreams. Soon everything was quiet again. Su Yuqing and the boy in her heart stood in the middle of the road holding hands. The whole dream world was quiet, only the rustling sound of the wind blowing the sea of flowers. That's what the years seemed to feel like. The dream was a simple one, but what it brought Su Yuqing was full of peace of mind and calmness. Long accumulated mental illnesses are not easily healed by bursts of happiness in 2 days. But the inner wounds are, indeed, being repaired bit by bit. Once her dreams were mostly nightmares. But now it's been 2 days in a row where dreams aren't really nightmares. Yesterday's dream recalled her childhood self and the boy in her heart. Today's dream said goodbye to the dependence that was once the most reliable inside but could no longer be obtained in real life, but an even more reliable dependence appeared in her life and dreams. As the dream changed, Su Yuqing also felt a gradual change in her heart. Wake up in the morning and wash up. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing also changed into their school uniforms, but Su Yuqing just before the rainy day that set washed and continued to wear, Chen Mo decided to find a time to accompany her home to pick up the clothes. He had a way to make Su Yuqing move into his home completely and utterly. Chen Mo got up early and started making breakfast when Su Yuqing opened the door of the guest room, but she had already seen Chen Mo's busy figure. Yuqing, why are you up so early? Chen Mo gave the other party an unexpected look. You're the one, I took the nanny job, I had to get up early to make breakfast for my employer. Su Yuqing smiled and joked with Chen Mo. It was evident that her mood was really gradually starting to look upbeat. Didn't I order that you have to sleep well for the past few days? You have to get well before you start doing things. Chen Mo said with concern. It's fine, I feel refreshed, I won't get tired from doing much. If there's anything at home from today onwards, you can just leave it to me. Su Yuqing looked at Chen Mo and said with a smile. Really, then don't blame me as your employer for exploiting the laborers, I'll give you all the hard work to do. Chen Mo smiled and scared Su Yuqing. It's okay. Su Yuqing returned with an undaunted smile. Chen Mo favored a smile, did not say more. He suddenly found that today's Su Yuqing mood seems a little different, rather than the state of mind. Although he didn't know why he felt this way, Chen Mo still felt the delicate changes within her. After finishing breakfast, Chen Mo then walked shoulder to shoulder with Su Yuqing towards the school. The house that his parents had purchased for Chen Mo was only 10 minutes away from the school, which wasn't far. Just hike. As the two walked out of the house in their school uniforms, Chen Mo suddenly spoke up. Yuqing, let's find a time to go to your house in the next 2 days to move your things over. Su Yuqing visibly froze for a moment, a bit of fear and dread on her face. She was afraid that because of her mother's opposition, her chance to spend time with Chen Mo would be completely taken away. She didn't even know what kind of a breakdown she'd have if that actually happened. She can't imagine. Suddenly, the small, unconsciously drooping hand was held up and covered by a large, warm hand. Chen Mo held Su Yuqing's left hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you don't have to worry about your family opposing or anything, I have a way to keep them from stopping it." What was the situation of Su Yuqing's family? Although Chen Mo was not very clear, but he knew a general idea. It was not just a casual environment where they could put their love for Su Yuqing and turn it into a warm extended family. Since you can't change the environment, you can just change the environment. Chen Mo would not let Su Yuqing fall into those two again. There was no family that could be called reliable for Su Yuqing. Really? The fingertips of Su Yuqing's right hand suddenly curled into the cuff of her school uniform, the fabric rubbing out fine folds in her palm. She stared with downcast eyes at the dandelions burrowing in the cracks of the sidewalk bricks, their delicate fluff shivering in the morning breeze. The temperature of Chen Mo's palm burned up along the veins of his left wrist, but it couldn't warm up the chill that exploded down her spine. "Chen Mo, I really don't want to go back." She suddenly gripped Chen Mo's hand back tightly, looking at him with a hopeful expression, her gaze carrying pure trust and intense thirst. Chapter 39. I heard you guys were sweet yesterday. Su Yuqing didn't know how she could escape and save herself from that desperate family situation. So she didn't dare to face it, and she didn't want to face it. But since the words were coming from the boy in front of her, she trusted them unconditionally, and she wasn't confirming when she asked really, but rather getting even further to the bottom of her heart. "Trust me, won't let you go back, you now owe me a debt, I can let you slip away before you finish." Chen Mo smiled and said. Su Yuqing smiled and nodded. The smile of the boy in front of her made her feel much more at ease inside. Once upon a time, being accepted and tolerated by either of the two families was her only goal for survival. But that was purely a PUA to her ego in desperate circumstances, feeling that not being able to be accepted by her family was just where she wasn't doing enough. So as much as possible, they want to change themselves for the better and be accepted by them. Yet those who truly accept her don't really need her to become much better. It's useless to be good at what you do if you don't accept her. Now, after seeing the truth of it all once and for all, running away from the two families that have long since fallen apart for her is what her heart really wants to do. If she had not seen the light, she might have continued to endure the darkness. But now she had seen the most blazing light of her life. The darkness that was once there was a world she could no longer touch or bear. School, senior class 2. Early in the morning there were already a number of students sitting there who had been studying hard in the morning. Seeing Chen Mo and Su Yuqing walk in side by side, at first the students didn't care and just thought that the two had come together to the class. Everyone was doing their own thing as usual. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing sat in the second and third rows on the window side, which happened to be the front and back rows. After taking her seat, Su Yuqing took out her English book as usual and started her English morning reading. Chen Mo, on the other hand, wanted to vomit when he saw the books in front of him. The frantic reading of his previous generation had left him with only the contents of these books for companionship for almost his entire youth. It makes him more or less PTSD now that he's seeing these things. Right after the two of them took their seats, suddenly Su Yuqing's girl at the same table looked at the two of them with a gossipy face. "Hey, two." Hearing her voice, Chen Mo and Su Yuqing subconsciously looked at her together. "I heard you guys went to the night market together yesterday and it was pretty sweet, isn't that true?" The girl covered her mouth with a stone CP smile as she looked at the two. The matter of herself and Chen Mo shopping together was actually known by her classmates, which made Su Yuqing very shy, and for a while, her face was slightly red and she didn't dare to say anything. On the contrary, Chen Mo looked at the girl with a surprised face and said, "Little Yaya, this matter, who did you hear it from?" Zhao Yaya Hamden Hod, secret. Before her purposely long trailing voice could dissipate, the flesh of her cheeks, suddenly gilded by the sun, fell into Chen Mo's fingers. "Chen Mo, you actually sneak attacked Ao." The young girl's muffled shriek mixed with laughter leaked out from her lips that had been pinched into the shape of an octopus ball, her ponytail flinging out tiny specks of light in the morning light as she struggled. "Yikes, pain. Let go." Chen Mo stretched both sides of her little face some more, still naughty or not, quickly and honestly. In the coughing sound of the boys in the back row stifling laughter, she suddenly extended her index finger to poke at Su Yuqing. "Yuqing, quickly control your home." Well. Say, I say. It was only at this point that Chen Mo let go of his hand. Zhao Ye's relationship with Chun Mo and Su Yuqing was very good. Zhao Ye was a quirky person, looking at everyone the same age, but she was always like everyone's little sister. Both Chen Mo and Su Yuqing usually favored her. Speak up. Seeing that Zhao Ye rubbing her little fleshy face wasn't honest enough to give an explanation, Chen Mo raised his hand once again. It's Lin Yuan. Yuan. Chen Mo turned his head in a million shocks to look at Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the last row and was looking this way. This gave Lin Yuan a fright and he waved his hands in succession. Ioan is such a peaceful person, how could he be so loud-mouthed? Don't accuse people indiscriminately. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Ye speechlessly. Hearing Chen Mo's affirmation of herself, although Lin Yuan remained expressionless, her heart was happy. I haven't finished talking yet. It's Lin Yuan's younger brother Aoshi who said that I ran into them yesterday and Aoshi said that you were on a date with a very pretty young lady. Zhao Ye said with a smile. Then how do you know that pretty young lady is Rainy? Yo, Yuqing are called on, that I just guessed right, our class is beautiful not no, but can be that little kid said is a very beautiful young lady in addition to Yuqing who else Zhao Ye said smilingly. Can't it be from another class? Chen Mo said breathlessly. I'm not probing first. Zhao Ye suddenly smiled thievishly and said, who knew that you wouldn't beat yourself up so quickly? You dare to shade me. Chen Mo then came to a realization and raised his hand again. Don't bully me anymore, mommy Yuqing save me. Zhao Ye instantly jumped into Su Yuqing's arms to seek refuge, and even stole a glance at Chen Mo before rubbing her breasts on Su Yuqing's full breasts in enjoyment. She doesn't have a scheming daughter like you. Chen Mo couldn't help but curse. Su Yuqing smiled dotingly and gently stroked Zhao Ye's back. Chen Mo also looked at Zhao Ye with a helpless smile. Thinking back to when she first arrived at the school and learned of Su Yuqing's death, Zhao Ye directly cried into tears. She was sad about that for a long time. She still valued her friendship with Su Yuqing. Lao mou this development fast enough you guys this when things how suddenly together? Chen Mo's tablemate asked rather unexpectedly after hearing this news. You too, don't spread rumors that make people embarrassed, things between good friends, don't spread them blindly all day long. Chen Mo took a glance at Su Yuqing shy to the point where she didn't know how to respond to the restrained look after hearing all this, fearing that she would be uncomfortable staying in an environment like school where people's rumors were so common. He immediately warned his fellow tablemates and Zhao Ye. Seeing Chen Mo's serious look, the two of them obeyed and did not say much. Soon the students entered the classroom one after another, and everyone was not gossiping anymore for the time being. During the morning reading period, the homeroom teacher will still take the time to come over and sit in for a while to prevent unmotivated students from interrupting the early reading of motivated students. Just as the homeroom teacher was sitting on the podium looking at the crowd below, a charming middle-aged woman suddenly came to the door of the classroom. Chen Mo hid his eyes and saw that it was none other than Su Yuqing's real mother. The moment she saw her appear, Su Yuqing's body obviously stiffened, and she subconsciously turned her head to look at Chen Mo. At this moment, the homeroom teacher walked to the door and Su Yuqing's mother was saying something. Soon the homeroom teacher turned her head to look at Su Yuqing. Yuqing, your mother is looking for you. Chapter 40, let's make a bet. After seeing Chen Mo nod at her without moving, Su Yuqing then gathered her emotions and got up to walk towards the classroom door. It could be seen that just after she went out, Su Yuqing's mother said something to the homeroom teacher with an apologetic face. The homeroom teacher then had the good sense to return to the class. Only Su Yuqing was left talking to her mother outside. Chen Mo saw that Su Yuqing, who was standing not far from the doorway, kept her mouth shut the entire time, and only her mom kept opening her mouth to speak. It was only after speaking for a while that her mother seemed to shake off something and simply turned and left. It could be seen that Su Yuqing, whose mood had just gotten a lot better in the morning, was clearly depressed when she returned. Returning to the classroom, she looked up at Chen Mo, and when she saw that Chen Mo was giving himself a meaningful smile, Su Yuqing's expression gradually improved a bit. Yuqing, what is your mom looking for you for? Zhao Ye, the little gossip, immediately inquired curiously. Nothing, just talking about something at home. Su Yuqing squeezed out a smile and said lightly. Adults matters, kids pry less. Chen Mo spat at Zhao Ye. Fine, that kid wants to buy small snacks and the adult pays for it. Zhao Ye joked as she reached out and spread her hands in front of Chen Mo. Wait for the next morning reading to take you to the kiosk to build a hard meal, now be good and read your book. Chen Mo took the book and lightly patted Zhao Ye's outstretched palm and laughed. Thanks brother Mo, love you. Zhao Ye smiled and gave Chen Mo a heart. Although she was joking, she still keenly sensed that Su Yuqing seemed to have some kind of trouble with her family. Zhao Ye gave Su Yuqing a worried look, but still held back from asking more. At this point, the homeroom teacher simply looked this way without much care. Just before the morning reading was going to end, Chen Mo suddenly walked to the podium and said a little something beside the homeroom teacher. The class teacher looked at Chen Mo in surprise. At your age you should prioritize your studies. Chen Mo's grades were above the middle of the pack, he was usually a good person among his classmates, his image was long and good, and his teachers were still very friendly to him. If another boy came up and said that he wanted to change to sit next to the class flower, the homeroom teacher would be afraid to scold him directly. Teacher, how about we set a bet? Chen Mo had known that this would be the outcome, so he looked at the class teacher with a smile and said, "Tell me." The homeroom teacher was curious as to what bet Chen Mo wanted to place. Doesn't this week happen to be the week of midterm exams? If I can get the top 10 in our senior class, you'll agree to what I just asked. The moment Chen Mo made this bet, it instantly gave the class a whole lot of spirit. After all, he was talking about the top 10 in his grade, which wasn't an achievement that could just be achieved. Not to mention middle-of-the-pack grades, it can be just as difficult for a student with upstream grades to finish in the top 10 out of a total of 5 classes in the senior year. I appreciate your courage, no need for grade level, just our class is fine, as long as you get into the top 10 of our class, the teacher will grant your request. The class teacher looked at Chen Mo with a smile. In fact, Chen Mo's homeroom teacher He Xiaoyun is not as old-fashioned as other teachers, for students to fall in love to avoid like a tiger and a wolf. In her conception, it was okay to fall in love, but you weren't allowed to delay your studies. If you're furious to be in a relationship, that's more of a thing she promotes. She had seen quite a few kids who motivated each other to eventually improve their grades together. So if Chen Mo used academic advancement as a bet to try to gain some relationship leverage, such as getting closer to his favorite girl and sitting next to her, that point would be a plus in her case instead. Turning the hapless emotions of adolescence into the power of learning was something she could so appreciate. Pull the hook. Chen Mo smiled and stuck out his little thumb at He Xiaoyun. He Xiaoyun pulled the hook with him but didn't let go of him. Instead she took his hand and looked at him with a smile and asked, "You only said what the teacher is going to do if you did it, so what are you going to do if you didn't? It's all up to you to arrange it." Chen Mo laughed as he imprinted his thumb on the teacher's thumb. Don't blame the teacher's whip for being merciless if you renege at that time. He Xiaoyun picked up a thin bamboo strip on the podium with her other hand and said with a smile. In fact, the bamboo strips have never hit anyone, they are used to point to certain higher positions on some projected courseware. After setting an appointment with the teacher, Chen Mo was satisfied and returned to his seat. Although there was a previous foundation in place, but after all, after so many years, Chen Mo felt that he still had the need to refresh his memory once more. So he immediately picked up the word page of his English book and read it early. It pissed off his table like hell. Old silent, what you said to Yoon's sister, how to come back with a spell. Actually died learning, you cannot scare brothers. Huang Mao, I'm talking about you, you should also learn from brother Mo, hanging around all day, half a semester has passed. Zhao Yeye spat at Chen Mo's deskmate Huang Mao. He was nicknamed Yellow Hair not because he had dyed his hair yellow, but simply because his name was Huang Mao. I, Huang, was born with a bursting IQ and don't need to work hard. Huang Mao had a smug look on his face. Chen Mo smiled and gave him a look. This guy's IQ is really not low. Chen Mo remembered his previous timeline. This guy was infected by himself and also started to follow his own hard work to study, and in the end, his grades were really quite good. It seems to have gotten into a one-book school. As for what he would choose this time, Chen Mo was still not prepared to interfere with him. If a person really wants to learn, his motivation should come from within himself. A purely verbal offense doesn't have much effect. Just let him continue to go with the flow. But this guy and Zhao Yeye in the end there is no good. Chen Mo is forgotten. Anyway, remember these two guys' mouths are quite tight, who will not confess to who first. Eventually, we didn't hear about them getting together. But in the previous timeline, Chen Mo couldn't even manage his own affairs. Where would he have the time to care about the success or otherwise of other people's relationships? At the end of the morning reading, Chen Mo fulfilled his promise and took Zhao Yeye and Su Yuqing to the kiosk. On the way, Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing, who had not been in a very high mood in the morning due to her mother's arrival, and said, "Yuqing, remember what I said in the morning, don't need to think any more nonsense, and after school this afternoon, let's settle things." When he was talking, Zhao Yeye on the other side had her little ears sharpened to the point that she couldn't wait to stick in the middle of the two to eavesdrop, but she was pushed away from Chen Mo by pressing down on her little head. Aha! Su Yuqing took a few deep breaths before she finally revealed a bright smile that wasn't forced at all to look at the two Chen Mo. Still, in the back of her mind, she was wondering what Chen Mo would have to do to solve this kind of thing. Chapter 41. Quickly teach me how you chased your sister-in-law. The kiosk, at this point, is still quite busy. Some students who may have gotten up late and didn't have time to eat breakfast will finish their early reading and come over here to get something to eat. Many other gluttons and those who like to bring something into the classroom to eat also come to the kiosk to stock up so they can sneak a bite during class. Zhao Yeye had just been upset by Chen Mo's single-handed suppression, and immediately picked two snacks that she thought were more expensive in preparation for her revenge on Chen Mo. In total, it costs $10 in ocean. One of the bars of smooth chocolate was a couple bucks, and the other bought a pack of peppermint candy shells. The clear plastic tube contained 10 super-strength mints, and Su Yuqing had once choked out tears from swallowing one by mistake. Zhao Yeye planned to take advantage of Chen Mo's inattention to put one in his mouth, to take revenge on him for pinching his face in the morning. Is that enough for you? Chen Mo smiled and glanced at Zhao Yeye, whose face was smugly revealing a face full of vengeful pleasure. That's it? What do you mean this? It's $10. My pocket money for a week is only $10. Zhao Yeye looked at Chen Mo and beamed. Chen Mo shook his head and laughed, taking another bottle of mineral water from the side. Eating chocolate alone without water, it's tiresome. After saying that, Chen Mo turned his head to Su Yuqing, who was smiling and watching the two of them play around, and said, Yuqing, don't you want to buy something to eat? No. Su Yuqing shook her head. It had been all about spending Chen Mo's money in the past 2 days, and she was very overwhelmed. Chen Mo thought about fetching a lollipop from the side. It's okay to eat something sweet to replenish some sugar, your mood will also be better. At the same time, Chen Mo bought another bottle of water for Su Yuqing before the three of them walked out of the kiosk. Just as he went out, Chen Mo saw Zhou Hao, who was sitting dangling on the flowerbed platform in front of the kiosk. The guy was sneaking a peek at the girl with the single ponytail again. So much so that he didn't even notice when all three of Chen Mo's people had walked in front of him, and he even scared with an impatient face, apparently blaming the three for blocking his line of sight. Howsy, if you keep this up, sooner or later you'll be taken for a stalker. Chen Mo looked at him and laughed. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Hao, who was chasing after the single ponytailed girl with his head turned sideways, then looked up at the person in front of him. Old Mo, hello sister-in-law. Seeing that he was being poked fun at by Chen Mo, he also immediately looked at Su Yuqing and called out sister-in-law. It caused Su Yuqing's small face to blush. Then Zhou Hao looked at Zhao Yeye and said, this won't be the second. To your head, this is my daughter, little Yeye, quickly call Uncle Zhou. Chen Mo smiled and rubbed Zhao Yeye's head. Ah shucks. Zhao Yeye gave Chen Mo an exasperated look before she turned her head to Zhou Hao and said, I'm his aunt. I goo. Zhao Yeye just finished, her little meat face was immediately pinched. She quickly begged for forgiveness. Wrong. What you say is what? Only then did Chen Mo let go with a smile. Yuqing's mom, look at the man you found for domestic violence all day long, let's hurry up and kick him. Zhao Yeye immediately approached Su Yuqing to complain. Su Yuqing smiled helplessly, reached out and rubbed Zhao Yeye's little face, looked at Chen Mo and laughed, just don't keep bullying her. Did you hear that Zhao Yeye immediately hardened up again when she had a backer? Daughter's rebellious period, can't be taught. Chen Mo immediately gave Zhao Yeye a light chestnut on her forehead before looking at Su Yuqing and laughing, you can't spoil her too much. Watching the three people getting along so well, a hint of envy appeared under the hangdog appearance of Zhou Hao on the side. He also wanted to have classmates who could be so crazy when he was a student. However, because of his act of establishing authority, the vast majority of people who saw him retreated. The ones that come closer are also more likely than not to have good intentions. He didn't have many friends in school besides Chen Mo. You guys go back first, Hao Zi and I still have some things to talk about. After playing around for a while, Chen Mo then said to Su Yuqing and Zhao Yeye, come on, let's go back and finish the chocolate without leaving it for him. Zhao Yeye instantly smiled thievishly and pulled Su Yuqing to run. Chen Mo couldn't help but favorably smile when he saw this little girl look of hers. Seeing her, Chen Mo always had the illusion that he had a younger sister, and Su Yuqing often felt the same way. Because the two regularly accommodated Zhao Yeye was still very dependent and close to the two. Don't look at Chen Mo moving to grab Zhao Yeye's face, but when there was really something, he took care of Zhao Yeye. Because of this, Zhao Yeye, even if she looked like she was being bullied by Chen Mo, she was still heartless every time and immediately smiled. Looking at her choice of snacks just now, it seemed like $10 wasn't cheap, but really what she wanted was for everyone to share. It's not just buying it and giving it to yourself. Seeing the two walk away, Zhou Hao then turned back to Chen Mo and asked curiously, Old Mo, you said last night that you want to tell me things today, what things are you going to say? Hearing this, Chen Mo instantly sat on his butt on the stone platform of the flower bed and said with a smile, are you interested in Chu Danwan from class 1? Who did you hear from? Suddenly being told the name of the girl he had a crush on by his good brother, Zhou Hao immediately got nervous and stuttered a little. Don't look at him as usually big-headed, but when it came to things like this, he had never been so nervous in his life. He wasn't nervous at all when he was asked to fight 1 against 10, but if he was asked to face Chu Danwan alone, he could be so nervous that his heart jumped out of his throat. You think dude is blind, you stare at other chicks every day, I guess she herself has already noticed you. Chen Mo said with a smile. What? About that? Zhou Hao's nervous hands unconsciously rubbed together. Suddenly his eyes firmly looked at Chen Mo, grabbed his shoulders, a pitiful look said Old Mo, since all are known to you, brother is not afraid of shame, things are such a thing, you quickly teach me how you chase the sister-in-law. Chen Mo smiled and said, I told you that you misunderstood, we are just good friends. Zhou Hao looked at Chen Mo in surprise, not knowing what he had to deny, but still compensated with a smile and said, yes, good friend, teach me quickly, I also want to know how to be good friends with people. I'll pass it on to you, but you can't pass it on. Chen Mo said with a smile as he looked at Zhou Hao. Speak quickly. Zhou Hao immediately straightened his ears and looked at Chen Mo. Suddenly Chen Mo reached out and patted his heart and said, just one dharma, with heart, you just need to give your heart to people, it's much better than what you're doing with the fancy, but with heart? Zhou Hao looked puzzled. Chen Mo was saying this because he knew that Johao was able to hook up with someone in the last timeline. The less they meddled in things here themselves, the purer the path of their relationship would be when they walked it. There was no need to get involved blindly, one had to address the obstacles that stood between them. But what? Johao immediately looked nervously at Chen Mo. Chapter 42, Beauty Saves the Hero. Looking at Johao looking at himself with an inquisitive look on his face, Chen Mo's expression also became a bit more serious. After all, this is serious business, not something to joke about. I'm not worried about whether Chu Danwan will accept you, I'm more worried about whether her father will accept you. Her father? Johao's brain was instantly a bit confused. Will this be a little too fast? You haven't even caught up with your own people yet, so you're thinking about whether or not their fathers can take it? I've heard that her father is very traditional, and for the way you're dressed now, I can see that it's only going to be difficult. Chu Danwan grew up with her mother gone, and grew up with her father, and her bond with her father. Think of the bond you have with your aunt. If you know what a girl auntie doesn't like is like, and then such a girl pops up in front of you wanting to be with you, what are you supposed to think? It's a score drop innately, isn't it? As soon as Chen Mo said this, Johao immediately had a feeling of sudden realization. If that's the case, then it's a huge hurdle for her father to have to get through too. What then? There's no way around this stuff, you can only try to make the other party look at you as favorably as possible. Chen Mo also said helplessly. Although it is helpless to let Johao change for the sake of others, but after all, they are the biological father of the woman, which is a hurdle that can never be bypassed. So what do you mean, I'm going to get rid of this hair, this tattoo of mine, all of it? Johao couldn't help but imagine what he would look like if he became a good boy. Would that still be himself? Wouldn't that be a deterrent at all? He was afraid that if he changed so much, then that group of people who had been subdued by him before would return to trouble him again. It's needed but not that urgently needed, and I have a way for you to have a better say. Quickly tell me? Johao immediately looked at Chen Mo with an inquisitive look on his face. Chen Mo swept a glance around the coming and going students, walked through the side of the people less, then opened his mouth and said, I know a police reward worth 100,000 yuan. Fugitive details, you go to the police station to report this news. At that time, the police to the prisoner, you are a great merit, not only have a bonus to receive not to mention, and can even be publicly recognized. When the time comes, with the police department endorsing you, plus the school's public recognition, Chu Danwan's father will definitely change his mind about you when he learns about this. Even if he has something to say about the way you're dressed now, you can say that you're intentionally dressed this way to help the police get clues to solve the case and blend in among the gangsters. If this kind of lying in behavior is known to him, it's likely that not only will he no longer resent your dressing up, but he'll even think that you're an extraordinary young man. Lao Mou this operation sharp but is this dangerous? Johao said with a bit of worry, I'm not saying that I'm afraid of being retaliated against, I'm just worried that my old mom and the people around her, in case they are retaliated against by this criminal, it could be very troublesome. Don't worry, I'll let you report this guy guilty enough to eat peanuts, no worries. Chen Mo patted Johao's shoulder and said, I just don't want to get into so much trouble. You also know that I'm a thin-skinned person, it's not comfortable if I'm being praised in public and being talked about all day. You see people cricketing behind your back every day at school anyway, and you don't know if they're saying good things about you or bad things about you, so it doesn't matter if you get used to it. Fair enough. Johao grinned and said, then just leave it to me, just how reliable is this information of yours? In case it makes a big mess, brother, I'll be disgraced. Life guarantee, absolutely reliable. Chen Mo patted his chest and said, being a brother in the heart, with your words, nothing more to say. Johao immediately hammered his chest back. But first things first, I'm going to take half of this bonus when I receive it. Chen Mo said as he looked at Johao. As a result, he just finished with Johao White. You say this to hurt the feelings of brothers, this thing, originally the benefits are all mine, I want what money this 100,000 is all yours. After all you have to do is run yourself, and this money will be in your hands, or I have nothing to do with it. I'll make a fortune if I'm able to exchange my errands for a good reputation so that Danwan's father can look at me more favorably. The words are not so, anyway, said a person half, say more will really hurt feelings, this kind of thing there is no need to be so humble who take is not to take. If you take 50,000, the pressure on your aunt will be less, and you'll have less time to work, so you'll have more time to chase girls. You're not even close to the end of this thing with her, and a good girl is a handful, so if someone chases someone away before you do, just tell me if you regret it. Chen Mo finished jumping off the stage and smiled as he patted Johao's shoulder. That last sentence really did kill him. His heart involuntarily ached at the thought of that scene. Old Mo. Johao's throat rolled, there were many words he wanted to say, but they were all stuck in his throat, and in the end, he just stretched out his fist at Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled and gave him a fist bump. Let's go, I'll send the details to your cell phone later. Johao, you are truly blessed in 8 lifetimes to have met such a good brother. Looking at Chen Mo's back as he left, Johao's heart could be described as a touched mess. Soon, the girl with the single ponytail had walked out of the kiosk. Her first glance out the door swept Johao's side, and she saw that Johao was turning his head towards Chen Mo, not looking her way. She immediately took a deep breath, which strengthened her courage, and quickly walked to Jo Hao. Feeling the change in light, Jo Hao immediately turned his head back, only to see Chu Danwon standing in front of him. He instantly the whole person with the same as a spell, stiff, want to say something and cannot say anything, can only to Chu Danwon naive smile. What exactly do you want by following me? Chu Danwon asked as she looked at Jo Hao and gathered her courage. This time to Jo Hao completely asked nervous, he stammered, I just want to say thank you. At this moment, Chu Danwon remembered that when she came home a little late from her Thursday night duty, she happened to see Jo Hao being stopped by a few punks. At that time, she did not know where the courage to take her cell phone to dial 110 screen rushed up, shouting that they called the police. The results did not expect to really put those three punks to scare away. This scene gave Jo Hao himself a dumbfounded look. He wasn't afraid of 1-on-3 at all, but the other girl was so soft, yet she dared to rush up in that situation. He was bowled over and mesmerized on the spot by the girl's courage and righteousness. To say that Chu Danwon's growth was also still quite good, but Jo Hao really didn't have a face value thing when he looked at her. Jo Hao, this person is a bit of righteousness love, that is, for courage, righteousness, this kind of character, he is very fascinated and worship. Chu Danwon's behavior just hit him right in the heart bar, making him fall head over heels in unrequited love. After so many fights, he never thought that he would one day be beautifully saved by a girl as a hero. So he decided that he must say thank you to the girl, but when he really had to put it into action, he realized that he should not even talk to people. Just the simple act of getting close to people was a huge ordeal for him. Every time he took 2 steps closer, his restless heart made him take 3 steps back. So a simple thank you, back and forth for so many days, he froze and could only hover around people like a stalker, not once finding the opportunity to say it. Chapter 43, Contrasts. Looking at this stuttering, eyes flashing, face red, not daring to look at himself look of the 6'8" tall boy in front of him, Chu Danwon had a surprised look on her face. When she helped Jo Hao that afternoon last Thursday, she didn't know who Jo Hao was, but only acted completely out of subconsciousness when she saw her classmates in danger. As it turns out, I realized last Friday that he was the ghostly visage that the school's famously bad students had to avoid when they saw him. After learning all this, Chu Danwon realized that she might have been a bit nosy before. Coupled with the fact that she saw Jo Hao start to appear nearby, looking at herself from time to time, she couldn't even fathom what the other party wanted to do for a while. She thought she had upset the other woman by causing her to miss the fight. After all, she had heard rumors that the man loved to fight and was a vicious thief and a maniac when he did, causing the bad students at school to cringe at the mention of him. It was because of the rumors among her classmates that she subconsciously had a bad impression of Jo Hao. And so when she was roamed around the neighborhood by Jo Hao not too far away in the past few days, it also made her heart burst a little bit. It's no wonder girls will be like this. After all, your 5'8" tall boys, dressed up and a little bit of fluffy, is a normal student to see will be avoided. Not to mention a girl like Chu Danwon, who had the image of a good girl in the traditional mindset. But it's never a good idea to always go on like this, so Chu Danwon came over here ready to make it clear. If the other woman was there because of what happened last Thursday, she could apologize for being nosy. As it turned out, she never expected that Jo Hao was completely different from the rumored image of a fierce and vicious menace. It was the first time she had ever seen that seeing a girl would blush nervously to the point of stuttering like this, and she suddenly felt that this boy was quite a bit of a contrarian. If it's this matter, there's no need to thank you, then I'll leave. Chu Danwon glanced at Jo Hao, who was staring at the ground with his eyes fixed on the ground, not daring to look at himself, and felt that this guy was quite innocent, and couldn't help but pull a smile from the corner of her mouth as she prepared to turn around and leave. As a result, her school uniform was quickly pulled by Riku's. Wait. Jo Hao, red-faced, forced himself to control himself, raised his head to look at Chu Danwon, trying hard to stop himself from stuttering, and said, "Let me treat you to a snack and say thank you." Seeing him in this manner, Chu Danwon felt that a boy like this might have a strong sense of self-esteem, and that if he didn't let him say thank you, he would still be followed by him, so she also nodded her head. This made Jo Hao happy. He immediately jumped down from the flower platform, at a loss for words, stood to Chu Danwon's side, and only after Chu Danwon turned around and walked forward did he follow not too close. Shen Mo, who had walked to a corner in front of him at this time, was secretly looking this way. Getting high on a good pair of CPs was indeed a common interest of humans. Seeing Jo Hao in this state, he couldn't help but laugh. Howsy is still okay, so soon he can speak normally, but at a glance, he's a wifely man. Turning back around, Shen Mo saw Lin Yuan standing not far away in a formal manner. Shen Mo immediately smiled and walked towards him, and like a normal boy with a good relationship, he put an arm around his shoulder and said, "I'm really sorry about last Friday night, I still had important things to do at that time. Are you really okay afterwards?" As a result, just after Shen Mo had asked, he felt that Lin Yuan's body seemed to have some stiffness, and he thought that Lin Yuan's injuries from being beaten by the gangsters had not yet healed. As a result, Lin Yuan shook her head. "I'm fine, they didn't hit hard, this is back to you." Lin Yuan said, some reluctant to wash a clean handkerchief to Shen Mo, at the same time opened his mouth. "The jacket you gave me last Friday, I sent it to the dry cleaners and haven't brought it back yet. When I get it back I'll give it back to you. The wash is still really clean." Chen Mo smiled and took the handkerchief, patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "There's no hurry with the jacket, anyway, if something happens in the future, just call out to me, don't be bullied and not squeak." Lin Yuan didn't say anything, just nodded while an incomparably warm feeling welled up in the bottom of his heart. Right at this moment, Chen Mo saw a girl with glasses and 2 knots of pigtails appearing nearby. He immediately said goodbye to Lin Yuan and went back to the classroom. This girl had a good relationship with Lin Yuan, and was one of the few people Lin Yuan could show her expression to someone in person. The two are neighbors and sort of childhood friends, but these two are really a little too similar in personality. It was said that people with similar personalities were not suitable to be a couple, but Chen Mo instead felt that the two of them came together so that both of them could relax and open up. The two were not usually in the same class, and were usually the silent type in front of people who would become invisible when thrown into a crowd. But get them together and they wouldn't know what to talk about, they'd have endless conversations. Chen Mo had seen them chatting familiarly in a corner that the crowd couldn't notice by chance. Chen Mo also realized the relationship between the two after saving Lin Yuan once before, escorting him home, and going to Lin Yuan's house when he happened to see her there. As soon as he returned to the classroom, Chen Mo immediately saw Zhao Yeye feverishly and suddenly stuffing something into the drawer of her desk. "What are you hiding, little hamster? Do you think that your brother will snatch the chocolate from you to eat?" Chen Mo smiled disdainfully, childish. Seeing his appearance, Zhao Yeye really believed it, and only then did she take out the chocolates that were eaten with only 2 small pieces left from the drawer, and said with a smile, "I'm relieved when you say that. Bring it on you." As a result, Zhao Yeye never thought that she had just taken it out, and the chocolate in her hand with the package was snatched away by Chen Mo with a swoosh. "Ugh! You big liar, give it back." Zhao Yeye immediately looked at Chen Mo with a puffy expression. "There are only 2 pieces left, then you don't have a share, the remaining piece is Yu Qing's." Chen Mo smilingly broke a piece and put it in his mouth, handing the last piece to Su Yuqing. Now Zhao Yeye couldn't even grab it well. One could only watch with bated breath as Su Yuqing took the chocolate. Instead, he saw Su Yuqing break the small piece of chocolate that was already left into 2 halves, half of which she put into her own mouth and half of which she shared with Zhao Yeye. It wasn't that she had to eat this half, if it was from someone else, she could give it all to Zhao Yeye, but this piece of chocolate was given to her by Chen Mo. Then she didn't want to let Chen Mo down, so she had to eat at least half of it before sending her favor out. "It's still Yuqing's mom who's the best, brother Mo is the worst." Zhao Yeye complimented Su Yuqing while looking at her with a smiling face, while immediately looking at Chen Mo with a vicious face and a Sichuan opera face and cursing. "You stinky girl, did you forget whose money this chocolate cost? I see your little face is itching again." Looking at Chen Mo's intentionally fierce Zhao Yeye's appearance, at this time, Su Yuqing smiled and relieved herself. "She's joking, Yeye just now in order to leave 2 chocolates for you, but refused several people, saying that you haven't eaten them yet, and no one will give them to anyone." Hearing this, Zhao Yeye's pretty face suddenly flushed red and she shyly said, "Why are you talking to him about this?" "Aya, finally letting my old father have some comforting news, I usually didn't hurt you for nothing." Chen Mo smiled and looked at Zhao Yeye, reaching out to touch her head. "Who wants to save it for you? I'm saving it for myself." Zhao Yeye smacked Chen Mo's hand away and turned around arrogantly. She would be very uncomfortable and shy about being complimented, instead, she felt comfortable being jostled by Chen Mo like she was before. Chapter 44. The teacher is also high on CP. After playing around for a while, Chen Mo then took out his cell phone and pressed something. "Baby boy, mom, did you get the job done?" Abstract mom, done, my daughter-in-law's things, I can delay it, has been faxed over, you go home at noon to ask Yu Qing sign on the line. Baby boy, send it so I can see it first. Abstract mom, your mom does what you still worry about. With that, she sent Chen Mo a contract content. Nanny work contract. Given. Party A goes out to work and there is one person at home who needs to be taken care of. Party A discusses with Party B and hires Party B to provide babysitting services. Party B is at least 18 years old, has some civil capacity, and has volunteered to provide babysitting services. Both parties agree to enter into this contract on an equal and voluntary basis. Content of work. Party B is primarily responsible for the following: daily housework, including laundry, cooking, cleaning, etc. To take care of the daily life of Party A's family members if applicable. Other consensual work elements. You will not engage in any work that is likely to jeopardize your physical or mental health or is beyond your ability. 2. Working hours and rest. Party B will not work more than 6 hours per day and 36 hours per week. Party B enjoys the right to rest on national holidays, as well as at least 1 day of rest per week. If overtime work is required for special reasons, Party A shall consult with Party B in advance and pay the overtime fee. 3. Salaries and modes of payment. Party B's monthly salary is 6,000 renminbi capitalized, 6,000 rounds, which is sufficient to meet Party B's independent living needs. Party A shall pay Party B the previous month's salary by bank transfer cash before the XTH day of each month. Party A shall ensure that Party B's salary is not lower than the local minimum wage standard and adjust the salary in due course according to Party B's work performance. 4. Labor protection and welfare. Party A undertakes to provide Party B with accommodation and food 3 meals free of charge. Party A shall provide a safe working environment to ensure Party B's personal safety. Party A shall provide Party B with necessary labor protection supplies, such as gloves and masks. If Party B is injured or falls ill in the course of work, Party A shall bear the corresponding medical expenses and compensation liability. Baby son, not bad, there is no trap, labor protection and welfare is also in place, but this care of daily living is what this is, this cross out, the other so it. Abstract mom, this care daily living is not mom and helping you to seek benefits, you kid really do not appreciate, mom is very sad, you do not send 3 times mom I love you, I will not forgive you. Looking at abstract mom's abstract words, Chen Mo directly chose to ignore them. As a result, soon, drip drip drip, mom sent a bunch of hitting emoticons over, was annoyed by the noise, Chen Mo finally could only compromise to send 3 times mom I love you. It was only then that Chen Shi was satisfied and called it quits. Get the contract done, and then everything will be fine. With this in hand, as long as Su Yuqing's own wishes didn't change, then her parents would never want to tell her what to do again. Even a child who has just reached the age of majority can prove that he or she has the ability to work independently and in a job that pays a sufficient salary to meet his or her independent living needs. Then parental custody can't be abused in her case. This was what Chen Mo had come up with to help Su Yuqing get rid of her sick family environment. Since neither family could give her the warmth she deserved, Chen Mo would snatch that right and give it himself. However, he had also considered ahead of time that normally, even if these kinds of parents were bad to their children on a regular basis, they would suddenly act like they cared once their children actually had to go away or there was a risk of them being taken away from them. It wasn't that they had an emotional outburst, it was simply a feeling of resentment that they would lose what they had once controlled, what they owned. Once that happens, it ends up being absolutely hilarious. So he's going to block their path ahead of time. Helping Su Yuqing escape from the darkness was only the first step, helping her cut off her worries of being brought back into the darkness was the most important step Chen Mo had to take. After confirming that there was no problem on his mother's side, Chen Mo edited the detailed fugitive information again and sent it to Zhou Hao. Thump 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 thump, thump 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 thump. By now the first bell had rung. The young and beautiful language teacher came into the classroom with her textbook. This language teacher was not very old, like she had just graduated from college. But I didn't realize she had been able to come in and teach high school language arts. Chen Mo didn't have much of a sense of what kind of level she was at in class, but she had a kind of closeness to her students that was hard for other older teachers to have. In particular, whenever she was running the evening study hall, she would show some more meaningful movies to everyone. This gave the students a rare night of leisure in a high-pressure environment every day, so they began to become especially excited about the days when the evening study hall was run by the language teacher. Zhang Rou entered the classroom and took her first look at Su Yuqing and Lin Yuan. These two children had a bit of a personality or psychological problem. It didn't take long for her to see it when she first came to join the workforce. She has always had a firm belief that when she teaches, imparting knowledge is only one thing, and taking care of the physical and mental health education of her students is the top priority. That's why she targeted a few students in her class early on who were acting a little unusual in their personalities. And a detailed survey was done for their families as well. Among them, Su Yuqing and Lin Yu's safety have been on her care list. She hopes that she can help these children, who are not so healthy in terms of personality or mental health due to their family or living environment or other reasons, to return to normal. To say that her dedication was really useful, in the previous timeline, when Lin Yuan's world gradually lost Chen Mo's intervention and became muddled once again, it was Zhang Rou's help that kept him from falling into the abyss. However, this time, when she looked at Su Yuqing, she looked at Chen Mo at the same time, and then she also gave them an expression of an ant's smile. Last night at the night market, she had seen Chen Mo and Su Yuqing even earlier than Lin Yuan and the others. At that time, she was gossiping in her heart and deliberately hid in a place where the two could not see, and seeing that sweet interaction between the two, she could not help but feel the beauty of youth. At the same time, it was also the first time she saw Su Yuqing reveal that kind of sincere smile. That was the kind of radiance that she could never see on the polite smiles that Su Yuqing often revealed on weekdays. It was a wonderful smile that only comes out when you feel joy and happiness from the bottom of your heart. She would like to see more of these smiling faces on the faces of these children who are full of a bright future and have the best years of their youth. She felt that Chen Mo was still a pretty good boy, and if he could get on with Su Yuqing, he might be able to directly fix Su Yuqing's problems to a T. That's why she smiled at the two as soon as she walked in, because she was already secretly high on the CP. Genuine is a teacher online in person, face to face with the drama. Chapter 45. So handsome. The sunlight sliced diagonally through the classroom window pane, and the chalk dust floated and sank like stardust in the beams. Chen Mo's knuckles unconsciously rubbed the edges of the textbook rolled up, the ink breath mixed with the teenager's vigorous body temperature steam up, and in a trance with the memory of the case file of coated paper touch overlap. Zhang Rou's clear and moist voice explaining Xiang Ji Xianji is far and near, and Zhao Yuyu's neck hairs are illuminated translucently when she steals mints in the front row. There is a loquat tree in the court, which was planted by my wife's hand in the year of her death. The trailing notes of Su Yuching's soft follow-through were like butterflies resting on her ears, and Chen Mo gazed at the tips of her hair that trembled lightly with the rhythm of the chanting. After years of working as a criminal police officer, the spirit is often in a state of high pressure, which suddenly re-sit back in the high school classroom, carefree to listen to the teacher's lessons. This feeling was still quite marvelous to Chen Mo. How many people when they first went to school longed for an early escape from the prison of the campus, longed for an early step into society, not to be subjected to discipline? However, in adulthood, under the heavy pressure of life, society's hard whip, only suddenly woke up to realize that the original campus that they once longed to escape from is a beautiful harbor that can never be returned to in any case. Chen Mo had more than once fantasized about being able to return to his student days when he was exhausted to the limit. Now that it's really back, everything is so reassuring. Woo! Chen Mo was surprised and glanced at Zhao Yaya, only to see that she was being blocked with her books by the super strong mints in her mouth. The cute appearance of spitting out her little tongue gave Chen Mo a look that he couldn't help but lose his laughter. In Chen Mo's state of mind of reminiscing about the past, the first class had passed without him realizing it. As the bell rang for the end of class, Zhang Ro once again smiled at Chen Mo and Su Yuching before she walked out of the classroom. Although the class was over, Su Yuching was still seriously reciting the relevant information of this text, as well as some of the author's emotional expression, and other points that the teacher had just explained in class. As she carefully organized her notes, but she suddenly felt that the aura around her seemed to have changed a bit. When she looked up, she saw that Zhao Yaya had switched places with Chen Mo at an unknown time. Chen Mo was sitting beside himself, looking at what he had recorded with a serious face. "Lend you a copy?" Su Yuching looked at Chen Mo and said with a sweet smile. "You've forgotten that I'm a learner, I'm just here to pass on the main points to you," Chen Mo said with a smile. Even though so many years have passed, he still remembers a lot of the content of the original high school exam. Today's Chen Mo was actually equivalent to a semi-cheat form. As long as it was a question he remembered, it was inevitable that it would surely come up again in this lifetime's entrance exams. So the points to refocus on memorizing are a little more condensed. Chen Mo circled a few important parts for Su Yuching and said with a smile, "If you have enough energy, it's best to memorize the whole thing, but if you don't have enough energy, you should focus on these." "Why?" Su Yuching looked at what Chen Mo had circled. Although it did look quite easy to test, how come Chen Mo could draw highlights better than a teacher? "A man's intuition," Chen Mo said with a grin. Looking at the sunny smile of the youthful boy in front of her, Su Yuching's heart felt like it melted away, and for a while she looked a little mesmerized. When she reacted, she instantly turned her head back shyly and nodded her head with a soft indicating that she had made a note of it. Right at this moment, Zhao Yaya suddenly reached over an evil little hand from behind Chen Mo's back. Originally, she was going to take advantage of Chen Mo's inattention and throw a super strong mint in his mouth. The result was that it directly triggered Chen Mo's subconscious precautionary behavior when he was a criminal police officer. For this kind of situation where he might be stabbed in the back, Chen Mo had practiced how to quickly counteract it for a long time, and it had almost become a conditioned reflex. Zhao Yaya's small hand had only just gotten close to the top of Chen Mo's shoulder when Chen Mo immediately grabbed her hand by reflex, and in the next moment, he backhanded her onto the table as if she was a prisoner. This caused the few students beside him who saw this scene to all look confused and shocked. Although Chen Mo had just dealt with a high school girl, his reaction speed was absolutely fast and sharp, and the most crucial thing was that his eyes at the moment he struck were really extremely sharp like a competent police officer. For a moment it couldn't help but give everyone around him a handsome look. Even Huang Mao couldn't help but marvel, "Old Mo, where did you learn this trick? It's so cool to play it out." "Ego, handsome your ass, dead yellow hair." Zhao Yaya cried, "Brother Mo, let go of me, it hurts." Only at this time did Chen Mo react, and hurriedly broke Zhao Yaya's arm right back. Seeing her expression that she was about to cry, Chen Mo was no longer bullying her as before, but hurriedly apologized. Sorry, subconscious reaction, I didn't mean to do it, come on, help you to rub it, brother was wrong." Chen Mo smiled awkwardly and hurriedly reached out to help Zhao Yaya rub her shoulders. Zhao Yaya did feel a bit like crying from the pain just now, because Chen Mo's suppression was too real with that move. The force was exactly the same force that had dealt with the prisoner who had sneaked up on him. Where's the high school girl who can stand it? But seeing Chen Mo apologizing so nervously, she was afraid that she would make Chen Mo feel guilty if she cried out, so she held back. It's okay, I'm scaring you." Zhao Yaya endured the pain in her shoulder that hurt to the point of tears and squeezed out a smile and said, how could Chen Mo not see that she was pretending? He knew his own force, but fortunately his push and massage skills were not bad, and he soon helped loosen some of the mild damage to Zhao Yaya's shoulder. "Brother Mo, it's okay, I really don't feel any pain now." Zhao Yaya saw Chen Mo's guilty look. She instead felt bad in her own heart, and immediately smiled and moved her shoulders to signal that she was fine. Seeing the other man move his shoulder, then I guess it should indeed be better. Only then did Chen Mo return to his seat with a sense of relief. At this moment, Zhao Yaya smiled and handed over a mint candy and said, "Although I'm not in pain anymore, you have to eat this candy for me to forgive you." Chen Mo had eaten this stuff before, or he didn't know how powerful it was, but he still picked it up and put it in his mouth. The immediate and powerful force of the mint caused him to rush for water. Su Yuqing's heart ached for him and hurriedly took out the bottle of water from the drawer that she had only taken a small sip of and handed it over. After ruthlessly pouring 2 big mouthfuls of water, Chen Mo was able to slow down, but at this time, his mouth and throat were in a state of penetrating coldness. Phew, what's with the anti-human candy? At this time, Zhao Yeye had seen Chen Mo's embarrassed appearance just now, but she was laughing happily on the side. However, after laughing for a while, she curiously looked at Chen Mo and said, "Brother Mo, how on earth did you learn that move just now? It's simply as handsome as a police uncle arresting a criminal on TV, eh?" Huang Mao on the side also had an inquisitive look on his face. Chapter 46: The Child Who Knows How to Sacrifice Himself. It's what I learned on TV, just practice more and you'll know it, it's too good to deal with little bad guys like you. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Yeye with a smile and said, "You can learn to this extent just by watching it on TV?" Recalling Chen Mo's swift hands and sharp eyes, Huang Mao expressed his skepticism. He turned his head to Zhao Yeye and said, "I've already looked at the club, so you let me try to see if I can be as handsome as old Mo." "I poo, you dead yellow hair, good things can't think of me, bad things go to me, you find brother Mo to try." Exasperated, Zhao Yeye suddenly reached out and shoved a candy into Huang Mao's mouth. Yikes! The strong mint flavor instantly rushes from the mouth into the nose and down the throat. Straight away, Huang Mao choked and cried. Huang Mao at this time also did not care about this water Zhao Yeye had not drunk, picked up tons and tons of pouring into the mouth. The small half bottle of water was gone in a flash. "Hey, you're a big buffalo, why did you drink it all for me?" Zhao Yeye immediately protested. "Alright, I'll rebuy another bottle for you guys later." Chen Mo smiled and glanced at Zhao Yeye and Su Yuqing. At this time Huang Maocai finally caught his breath, wiped the tears that choked out and said, "What the hell is this, so heaven-defying? Little Yeye, are you crazy? There is no place to build money by this kind of pitiful thing. It's not Brother Mo's treat, otherwise you think I would buy it," Zhao Yeye said with a smile. Huang Mao was speechless for a while after hearing this, but as he slowed down, he suddenly reacted to the fact that the bottle of water in his hand seemed to be the one that Zhao Yeye had drank before, and in an instant, his eyes focused on the mouth of the bottle. "I don't know why, but my heartbeat unconsciously sped up in this sudden moment." "What's wrong? Just reacted to the fact that you guys indirectly kissed?" Chen Mo said with a smile as he looked at Huang Mao, who was frozen at this moment. The moment these words came out, Huang Mao and Zhao Yeye's cheeks instantly rubbed all red. "Whoever who indirectly kissed him, Zhao Yeye hastily wiped her mouth. Huang Mao was even more exaggerated and took his sleeve to vigorously wipe up his mouth. "I didn't even react if you didn't say it. This genius of mine mustn't be tainted with her dumb virus, God bless God bless." "Slightly, you're the idiot, this lady is a genius, humph, ignore you." At this moment, both of them were spitting fiercely at each other in their mouths, but by the time Zhao Yeye turned back around, the blush gradually surfaced on their cheeks again. Huang Mao also stopped his mouth immediately and stared blankly at Zhao Yeye's back. Two dead arrogant people. Chen Mo blankly glanced at the two and didn't say much. On the contrary, he didn't notice at this time, Su Yuqing also had already blushed red and turned her head back pretending that she didn't hear anything. The water she just drank, but she also gave it to Chen Mo's phrase indirect kissing, talking about Zhao Ye and Huang Mao, but subconsciously took himself out. But the one who said it had no intention, the one who heard it had a heart. Su Yuqing heard this naturally as if Chen Mo was saying in public that she had indirectly kissed him. It's the kind of thing that doesn't matter much, but it's the kind of thing that's looked upon as important in high school, a time when kids are at their most emotionally sensitive. When she thought about what the two had just indirectly kissed, Su Yuqing blushed with shame, her brain felt all hot and bothered, and she couldn't even read the notes in her hand. On the first morning of going back to school during his high school days, Chenma managed to integrate back into the segment. It all seems like yesterday, everyone has stayed the same and he has changed. He's become more of a high school student than he was in the previous timeline. A 10-year career hasn't made him seem overly mature or too disconnected from today's life. This was supposed to be the life he dreamed of most, expecting to start over, and he fit right in perfectly. Just subconsciously will inevitably retain some of the habits and instincts developed after years of being a criminal police officer. With morning classes over, it's time for school to end. Everyone was talking about where to go for lunch. Su Yuqing's home was originally a bit far from the school, so basically she would go to the cafeteria with Zhao Yeye at noon. But now that she was staying at Chen Mo's house, it was perfectly fine for her to go home with Chen Mo for dinner. Before they left the house in the morning, Chen Mo had already cooked a pot of taro ribs and rice in the rice cooker. You can go back at lunch and eat it straight away. As a result, without thinking, Zhao Yeye habitually just pulled her to go to the cafeteria together. How was this going to be told to Zhao Yeye? Su Yuqing suddenly couldn't find anything to say all of a sudden. Don't go to the cafeteria at noon, go eat at my house. Chen Mo smiled and looked at Zhao Yeye and said, Want some money? Zhao Yeye gave Chen Mo a wary look. Chen Mo instantly gave her a chestnut on her forehead. Yu Qing doesn't need money. Of course you need money if you're $10. Wow, who said I'm a daughter before? What kind of person collects money from their baby daughter? Zhao Yaya immediately retorted with a beat. Since you're willing to admit it, it's free for you to eat, let's go home as a family. Chen Mo smiled and touched Zhao Yaya's head. However, Zhao Yaya smiled and shook her head. I'm just kidding, I'm not going to be a light bulb for you guys go ahead, I still have a little money on my meal card, I'll finish it first, and then rub you guys the next time I have the chance. Looking at Zhao Yaya who ran away after finishing her speech, Chen Mo smiled and said, this child is still so considerate, let's have lunch together and leave her alone. Looking at Zhao Yaya's figure that looked like she was running away with a smile, but was obviously a bit forlorn, it was really a bit heartbreaking. Yaya is sometimes just too considerate of others. Su Yuqing is also a bit unable to let her go. Aren't you the same? People really need to learn to think a little more about themselves sometimes. Chen Mo said with a smile as he looked at Su Yuqing. Zhao Yaya grew up with her grandparents, and her parents went out to work, somewhat similar to Chen Mo's situation. But Chen Mo's family is obviously much better off, plus his parents still spend quite a bit of time at home, but Zhao Yaya's family is more average and she rarely sees her parents. Plus she has a younger sister who was a year younger than her, so from a young age she has been very independent and matured early, and knows how to be considerate of others and take care of their feelings, but does so in a way that often compromises others at the expense of her own feelings and ideas. She will deliberately ignore her bad feelings and sacrifice her own comfort to compromise someone else's in order for them to feel better. Because of this, she actually longed for the presence of such an existence as an older sibling who could care for her feelings. She's a kid after all, and she wants to be thought of and cared for too. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing appeared in her world and were such a presence to her. They will be keenly aware of the periods of low mood of Zhao Yaya and care for her. This allowed Zhao Yaya to experience, in a rare way, the feeling of being cared for so thoughtfully. It also made her feel absolutely nothing like her peers towards Chen Mo and Su Yuqing, and instead, she developed more feelings of dependence towards them. This was also the reason why after Su Yuqing was killed, she cried her eyes out and eased up for a long time before she could barely come out of her hurt a bit. Because to her, it would be the exact same thing as her favorite real sister being murdered. And how could she not be sad? Chapter 47 Let go of your dirty hands, you're not qualified. Only after watching Zhao Yaya's figure disappear at the entrance of the stairs did Chen Mo and Su Yuqing turn to leave. As a result, just after arriving at the school entrance, Su Yuqing shifted one step sideways with a stiff body and hid behind Chen Mo. It turned out to be Su Yuqing's father standing at the school entrance. It was assumed that Su Yuqing hadn't been home for 2 days, and her mother must have looked for her father first before coming in the morning. Chen Mo looked at her with a smile and said, I am there for everything, just follow me, talk to him if you want to, just let me do the talking if you don't want to talk to him, don't worry about anything. Su Yuqing's pale cheeks were like crumpled rice paper in the spring breeze, the shadows of her eyelashes drooping down to cover the wavering light under her eyes. She looked at Chen Mo with a slight movement in her expression, and after taking 2 deep breaths, she slowly relaxed her body and started to follow Chen Mo out of the campus. She hadn't even reacted to why Chen Mo knew her father at this point. The two deliberately ignored Su Yuqing's father and walked out of the school entrance. As a result, they had only gone out a short distance when they were overtaken. Rainy, wait. It was only then that the two men pretended to have just seen someone and turned their heads. Yuqing, your mom said that you haven't been home for 2 or 3 days, what's going on? As he spoke, Su Yuqing's father, Su Chengfeng, then motionlessly glanced at Chen Mo on the side. Su Yuqing pursed her lips, but she couldn't say anything. Until Chen Mo held her hand in front of her father. This scene gave Su Chengfeng a frozen look. Su Yuqing also couldn't help but stiffen her body and looked at Chen Mo with some surprise. She didn't mind having intimate contact with Chen Mo, but in front of her own father, she was afraid that he would say or do something to Chen Mo because of this matter. What's going on? You should know very well what's going on. If Chen Mo was really just an ordinary high school student, then he really wouldn't have dared to speak to a girl's father like this in person. But he wasn't, enough social experience to know how to deal with such people and what to say. With all that rain on Friday night, and she didn't have a home she could get into, you tell me what's going on. What are you? Su Chengfeng was momentarily at a loss for words by Chen Mo and could only change the topic, frowning at Chen Mo. I'm her classmate. Chen Mo returned blandly. Let go of your hand and stay away from our family, Yuqing. Su Chengfeng looked at Chen Mo and said angrily. You're home? On a day of heavy rainstorm, you would rather watch your daughter soak in the storm than accept her to stay at your home for a night. Where else do you have her home there? Chen Mo looked at Su Chengfeng and said coldly. He had absolutely no goodwill towards such people. Asshole, what are you? It's not your turn to teach me a lesson, our own family's business. Where is the part for you to intervene? You now immediately let go of my hand, otherwise beware I will find your teacher and parents. Good, why don't I immediately get my parents on the phone for you now? My eloquence is really not as good as theirs, so I don't mind if you want to hear them lecture you. Chen Mo took out his cell phone, with the appearance of a dead pig. You. Whereas Su Chengfeng, seeing this kind of mongrel, directly disliked by Chen Mo, people are a little confused. This is now a real encounter with a family of hooligans. The son is a hooligan, and I didn't realize that the parents might be even more hooligans. Seeing that the common looking for parents does not work, Su Chengfeng immediately said angrily, "I'm telling you, you're molesting a girl. If you don't let go of me, I'll call the police." Watching Su Chengfeng take out his cell phone to threaten, Chen Mo, however, did not care a smile and said, "You report it. Reporting a false police report is to be detained. The state organs are not your private mercenaries. I advise uncle that you should calm down. I'm too lazy to talk to you." Su Chengfeng couldn't argue and directly reached out to pull Su Yuqing. However, he did not expect that just as his hand reached out, the young man in front of him gave his wrist a squeeze. The young man's strength was far greater than he could have imagined. "I'm only going to tell you 3 things right now, so listen to me. First, Yuqing's custody has been awarded to her mother. You have no right to force your control and touch on her, so please don't just reach out your dirty hands. Secondly, you watched her being forced out of her home and into a rainstorm when she needed protection and care the most. What qualifications and face do you have to come here to see her today? How do you have the good sense to do so? Thirdly, Yuqing has become an adult. She already has the ability to stand on her own feet. She can now be free from and does not need your hypocritical concern. If there is nothing else, we still have to have lunch, so we will take our leave first. If you continue to pester me, I guarantee that this afternoon, everyone in your company will know how you mercilessly and ruthlessly forced your own daughter out of your home on that extraordinarily heavy rainstorm night on Friday, leaving her to languish in the rainstorm without a care in the world, and I'm sure that you don't want your leaders to hear some bad words about you." Humph. After finishing the 3 things, Chen Mo directly flung Su Chengfeng's hand away with an angry face, then turned his head to look at Su Yuqing with a gentle smile in his eyes and said, "Let's go." At this moment, Su Yuqing herself was in a state of confusion. Suddenly her favorite boy and her own father became so sword fighting, all of a sudden she didn't even know what to do. She just wanted to hurry up and deal with her father so that she wouldn't involve Chen Mo in the trouble. So she was originally going to go with her father first. As a result, she had never expected that Chen Mo, who was only a high school student, would dislike her father, who usually looked very dignified and was still able to hold a supervisor position in the company, to the point where he couldn't say a word in just a few words. For people like Su Chengfeng, Chen Mo had long since seen through them. To be able to treat his own daughter so mercilessly shows that the man only cares about himself, and what's a night in the rainstorm for his own daughter in order not to make his wife angry. It's not like he got wet himself. Again, the more such self-serving people are, the more they love their feathers. Chen Mo had accurately pinched his lifeblood when he said that he would go to his company to publicize his scandalous behavior. It's something he's really afraid of. Especially when it's still a young guy running over to promote it, but it's even easier to believe. Even if he had a lot of excuses, he could say that the young man was blocked from pursuing his daughter by himself before he came to propagate the rumor. But in the end, the gossip had already spread, and people would only believe what they wanted to believe, and no one cared how many bowls of flour sixth son had actually eaten. Ordinary people are just fine. In case the company executives hear about it and think that it has a bad influence and affects his promotion later, then it will be a big trouble. So that's why he didn't dare to bet. He was directly exterminated by these few words of Chen Mo's. After freezing in place for several seconds, he reacted to the fact that he had actually been disliked by a tiny high school student. Instant humiliating anger then immediately rushed to the top of his head. Chapter 48. You have to pay extra for this kind of service. Angry, but for the time being, Su Chengfeng couldn't think of any other better way to deal with Chen Mo, so he could only divert his temper and vent it on Su Yuqing's mother. Soon he called Su Yuqing's mother over, scolding her for teaching her daughter badly, and now befriending a smelly hooligan that he could no longer control. He only said that he would let Su Yuqing's mother take care of it herself, and after dumping the pot out, he returned to his car with a lot of mental relief and drove away from the school. On the way home, Su Yuqing looked up at Chen Mo from time to time. It just felt like he was familiar and strange at the same time. It always felt like Chen Mo's body had a mature aura that didn't belong to high school students. This kind of temperament she had only discovered in the past 2 days. Previously, although Chen Mo was also very gentle and caring, it was more or less different from the way he had behaved in the last few days. She didn't know why she was surprised. Sometimes the people who really love you are the ones who can notice any slightest change in you. I'm sorry Yuqing, just now I was also a bit unable to control my emotions for a while, and disliked your father without permission, but I didn't consider your feelings. Chen Mo was happy, but after all, he was Su Yuqing's father. He disliked him, but subconsciously ignored the fact that Su Yuqing might not feel good when he was caught in the middle, so he immediately apologized to Su Yuqing. Well, Su Yuqing shook her head and looked at Chen Mo with a serious face, as if there was a sudden glow in her eyes. I'm very happy. Happy? Chen Mo froze and looked at Su Yuqing, but saw that she suddenly lowered her head. Su Yuqing gently pinched Chen Mo's palm, her fingertips rubbing unconsciously on the back of his hand. She stared down at the two men's overlapping coats, a thin reddening at the tips of her ears. The way you stood in front of me made me happy, the way you defiantly spoke up for me made me happy, and the way you dared to confront my father to his face when you were obviously still just a high school student made me happy. Inwardly, Su Yuqing counted Chen Mo's behaviors that moved her to joy, but she was too embarrassed to say all of them to her face. I'm really happy to have you in my life. What Su Yuqing said about being happy was mixed with being touched by the fact that fate had sent Chen Mo to herself. Suddenly, a handkerchief gently covered the corner of his eye. It turned out that Su Yuqing herself didn't even know when she suddenly cried. Happy, why are you still crying? Chen Mo carefully wiped the faint tears seeping out of her slightly red eyes. Although there were tears in her eyes, Su Yuqing raised her head and revealed an incomparably bright smile to Chen Mo. It's just tears of joy. Taking a handkerchief and drying her tears, Su Yuqing only felt that a certain piece of her heart that was depressed had suddenly loosened up a lot. Perhaps what was originally jammed there was an obsessive dependence and closeness to one's father. She weeded out as much of the bad side of her loved ones as she could and kept the best of them in her heart. So even though her parents treated her badly, she would always weed out all the bad things they said or did to her, and report an unusual amount of trust and closeness to them. It's just that it's clearly a sick mentality. This caused her to gradually abandon herself, forcing her to become more desirable to her parents within their extremely narrow definition of a good child. What is a good boy for them? A child who doesn't interfere with his or her current family, who doesn't have any mind or soul of his or her own, who does what he or she says, who has a little something or two that he or she can brag about, that he or she can publicize to enhance his or her own value as a parent, who is like having a human pet, is a good child in their eyes. And that's obviously sick. Silly girl, crying for a while and laughing for a while. Chen Mo put away his handkerchief and smiled gently, but there's nothing wrong with crying. Crying can relieve depression, and it's only healthy to be able to laugh after crying. Listening to Chen Mo's gentle words, Su Yuqing's heart was once again like it was packed into a furnace, only feeling that it had been muffled hot, very warm and comfortable. Back home. After washing his hands, Chen Mo immediately took 2 bowls and scooped out 2 bowls full of taro ribs rice from the rice cooker. It's too much, I can't finish it. Su Yuqing hurriedly shook her head. There's a kind of hunger that is called the master thinking you're hungry, and for a high school girl, that's not much of a meal at all. Based on the amount of food you ate yesterday, what I predicted, this amount of rice is only enough to fill you up to 6 points, with a little bit of drink, 8 points is just right. Chen Mo smiled and served the rice on the table. In fact, Su Yuqing wanted to keep some of her stomach for fear of getting too full and getting fat. Seeing Su Yuqing reaching out and scratching her stomach, as if she was testing herself to see if she had any flap, Chen Mo also saw what she was thinking. At that moment, a smile said, eat as you should, you just become 200 pounds, I will always let you live here. But don't worry, you can't get to 200 pounds, if you are overweight, I will let you know what is called the devil trainer, I will follow you to exercise and help you lose weight. So make sure you eat well and don't torture yourself for a body or anything. Girls are only cute when they're fleshy, look how fleshy little Yaya's little face is, it feels good when you squeeze it. Then if I eat meaty, won't I also be pinched and bullied by your face every day? Su Yuqing joked. That won't happen, I can't afford to part with it. Chen Mo said with a smile. And you're my employee, wouldn't bullying you become workplace bullying, and I can't afford to pay for it if you sue me in labor arbitration later. There's no contract, what am I going to sue you for? Su Yuqing said with a smile as she took the ribs and taro rice from Chen Mo's hand. Who says there isn't? Chen Mo put down his dishes and immediately ran in the direction of the fax machine. Soon he walked back with a contract. But the deed of sale is ready for you, so you'll sign it after dinner. Chen Mo smiled and handed the nanny contract to Su Yuqing to read. You told Auntie? Seeing Chen Shi's name on it, Su Yuqing was a little surprised. Chen Mo's parents' name Su Yuqing was at Chen Mo's grandparents' house last weekend, and knew about it when they were chatting. She had to step in on this one, not without saying something. Then did she say anything else? Su Yuqing's pretty face instantly flushed crimson. She said that if you can't take good care of me, she will fire you, especially this one, taking care of the living sea. Chen Mo wryly smiled looking at Su Yuqing pointing to that one, taking care of the living, for example, the quilt is too cold at night, you have to help me warm it up first. It looks like an overbearing clause, you have to add money for this kind of service. If it was before, Su Yuqing would have been shy and not answered directly, but now after gradually getting acquainted with Chen Mo, she also joked. Chapter 49, The schoolgirl adopted me and had to leave evidence. After making a joke, Su Yuqing took a serious look at the contract. Originally she thought the contract was just a perfunctory joke. As a result, it did not occur to me that the content written above this contract was extremely detailed, and it was completely the proper version of the contract. She couldn't help but freeze. You're not really going to give me this paycheck, are you? Why not? Have signed a contract, certainly according to the cooperation is the contract is a legal benefit, signed not to give you, you sue me, I have to compensate you several times it. Chen Mo smiled back. How can that be? It's better not to write this. Su Yuqing shook her head. If it's just between us, it's true that it doesn't matter if it's written or not, but this contract isn't signed for us to use. Did Auntie really think you recruited a nanny? Su Yuqing instantly thought that this contract was the excuse Chen Mo used to swindle her parents into keeping her at home. That's not true, it's not for my mom, but if there's resistance on your parents' side when you turn around, this contract will be of great use. Chen Mo took a bite of rice and drank a mouthful of milk before continuing. My parents? Su Yuqing was a bit surprised. She didn't quite understand what the connection was. You are, after all, still only a recent adult and are under the custody of your parents, not that you can live wherever you want. Hearing this, Su Yuqing's heart was also in the right place. She was most afraid of this kind of thing happening. In case her parents came to forcefully take her away, she didn't even know how to resist. Article 18 of our Civil Code has a provision that a child who has just reached the age of majority and possesses a stable economic earning capacity sufficient to maintain his or her own living necessities will be deemed to have full capacity for civil behavior and can carry out civil activities independently without the need for guardianship. What does this mean? Su Yuqing still had no idea about this kind of specialized terminology. That is to say, you can enjoy the same rights as an adult when you have a job that ensures you a trouble-free life. You don't have to be afraid of your parents forcing themselves on you and controlling you anymore. You have the right to reject all the control that your parents have over you, and if they force you to comply against your will, you can use the law to protect you without having to be subjected to the interference of custody. Is this true? Su Yuqing was obviously a bit surprised. The national law is clearly written, there can be false. Chen Mo immediately opened his cell phone and searched for relevant laws and regulations to show Su Yuqing. This instantly brightened Su Yuqing's eyes, and her entire being became brighter. The more she felt an unprecedented sense of happiness here at this Chen Mo in the past few days, the more uneasy and terrified she became deep inside. She was afraid, very afraid that she would lose this life. Especially when the parents reacted and found the place, it was almost a foregone conclusion that this would happen. She really didn't want to go back to that lively but cold home at all. She wanted to stay in this seemingly cold but incredibly warm home forever. I didn't realize that the country had such a law to protect her, which made her a little overwhelmed with joy for a moment. The most terrible and horrible kind of domestic violence in this world is cold violence in the family, which cannot be detected by outsiders and is not proved by evidence, and the child has no possibility of being rescued except for being isolated and helpless and continuously falling into the infernal hell of self-inner collapse. This effect can stay with the child for the rest of his or her life, making the child's character seriously flawed. So much so that there may be some sick criminal minds. Su Yuqing suffered such violence but had no way to complain, and had long been on the verge of breaking down, or rather she had broken down twice before. She really didn't want to do it again. Now that she had heard Chen Mo popularize such a useful piece of knowledge for herself, her heart was enlightened and her whole person looked much less depressed. You know the benefits, right? You'll sign it obediently after dinner later. Chen Mo saw Su Yuqing's entire being overflowing with cheerful colors, and he smiled happily along with her. Human emotions are contagious to each other. But would $6,000 be a bit too much? Su Yuqing looked at the salary on it and still felt it was a bit unacceptable. Silly girl, this price is actually considered low for the babysitting business. I'm counting this as a deduction from you, and you're still picking yourself out of it. Chen Mo shook his head and smiled. But I'm not a real nanny. I definitely don't have as much time to do things every day as a real nanny, and I don't work as well as a real nanny, so why don't I cut it in half? Su Yuqing still felt that it was a bit too amazing. $6,000 a month is unthinkable for a kid her age. She remembered that her own mother's salary was only $3,000 a month. Who said I want to give you? You eat my live my. I'm not all about recycling. I'm just writing for outsiders to see. This 6,000 is all mine. Chen Mo smiled and said. Then I'm relieved. Su Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief and ate her meal beautifully, only feeling that this bowl of ribs and taro rice was even more fragrant and delicious than the one she had just had. You really believe it? Chen Mo was speechless for a while. I'm joking with you, not a penny less. If you think it's too much, then I won't give you any money for groceries, and in the future, if you use your paycheck to buy what we eat, drink, and use, I'll rub your nose in it hard, so that I can also enjoy the taste of being adopted. That's a good idea. Su Yuqing immediately laughed happily. Then I have to hurry up and record it, lest you back out. Chen Mo immediately took out his cell phone and filmed the two. Su Yuqing's student promised to use her own salary to cover my food and drink for the rest of my life, recording a video as proof. Chen Mo said with a smile to himself and Su Yuqing. Only to see Su Yuqing really put up 3 fingers in a fuss and said with a smile, Su Yuqing's student promises to use her own salary to pack Chen Mo's classmates for a lifetime to eat and drink, record the video as proof. Great, the schoolgirl said she wants to adopt me. This video can be kept as a family heirloom. Chen Mo smiled and saved the video. After eating lunch in a good mood, Su Yuqing signed the contract, only feeling that the road of life suddenly became bright. After dinner, in order to wash the dishes the two even fought for a bit, and as a result, Chen Mo was forcefully dissuaded by Su Yuqing. Now that I'm the nanny, I'll do these things, you're not allowed to interfere. Su Yuqing looked at Chen Mo with a rare airy thrust. Okay, then you remember to wear gloves, often stained with detergent is not good for the skin. Seeing this, Chen Mo immediately admonished. Aha! Su Yuqing then smiled and cleaned up the dishes and went to the kitchen. She even washed the dishes while she was so rare and happy that she hummed a little song. It was the first time Chun Mo had seen her happy like this, and after smiling at her, he left her alone and instead picked up the tranquilizer herb he had brought back from his grandparents' house earlier from the living room coffee table and got up to go to Su Yuqing's room. Chapter 50 Everybody's a Murderer. When he came back last night, because Su Yuqing was too full, Chen Mo was busy taking care of Su Yuqing, so he forgot to put this inside Su Yuqing's pillow. My grandparents said they would sleep a little more peacefully with this inside their pillow. Now that he saw it come to mind, Chen Mo didn't think much about it and directly entered the guest room. Only to see that Su Yuqing had already folded the quilt neatly, the bed did not have a single crease, and there was a faint fragrance lingering in the entire room. Chen Mo didn't care and went directly to Su Yuqing's window and picked up her pillow. As a result, what Chen Mo never expected was that Su Yuqing actually had a small knife, a fruit knife, placed under her pillow. A fruit knife extremely similar to the murder weapon deduced by the forensic scientist in his previous life. This was not a fruit knife from Chen Mo's house, but one that Su Yuqing might have been carrying around on her person. Yuqing has been almost inseparable from me since she came to this house, and there would be no second possibility for this knife except that she already carried it on her person when she came to the door. Chen Mo was a bit confused. Why was she carrying a fruit knife that was almost identical to the murder weapon used to commit the crime? Instantly Chen Mo froze in place as if a bomb had exploded in his mind. Numerous images flashed before his eyes as fast as a traveling light. First of all, Su Yuqing's suicide was definitely impossible. The angle of use of the murder weapon and the form of the wound are never the same in suicide and homicide. What's more, if she killed herself, the murder weapon would have just fallen around, so how could it have never been found? So even if Su Yuqing herself was carrying a fruit knife of the same type as the murder weapon, the likelihood of suicide that was half of it. But if she was carrying around a murder weapon that overlapped extremely well with the inferred murder weapon, then all of Chen Mo's previous inferences would all be overturned. No one would have expected a homeless, normally gentle girl, soaked by a rainstorm and stranded on the street, to be carrying something like this around. When naturally deducing the origin of the murder weapon, no one had ever thought of such a possibility beyond the realm of common sense. All the previous reasoning was based on the culprit bringing such a knife out, so all those who did not have the possibility of carrying this murder weapon were all ruled out by Chen Mo. But now, from this moment of seeing Su Yuqing carrying the murder weapon herself, all of Chen Mo's previous murderers who were ruled out because they didn't carry the murder weapon have been restained with suspicion. It can even be said that any man or even woman who passed through that area at the time of the crime is suspected of committing the crime. For a while, Chen Mo kept flashing and changing before his eyes every face he saw on Friday night. The first Lin Yuan, whom he had ruled out as a suspect in the crime, had been ruled out because he didn't have the murder weapon on him, but now that reason for exclusion was invalid. The three gangsters who bullied Lin Yuan, because they were already carrying different knives on their bodies, and an average person wouldn't carry two knives on their body, so Chen Mo ruled them out, but now since the murder weapon was carried by Su Yuqing herself, the three of them still had the possibility of committing the crime. Zhou Hao, Li Yan, that homeless man, the delivery man, everyone who appeared at the time of the crime, all of them played in a loop in Chen Mo's mind. Who, exactly? Originally, in this life, since Chen Mo had already saved Su Yuqing, he was able to not have to think about this matter anymore. But during Chen Mo's time as a criminal police officer, he had watched quite a few crime suspect dramas, of which there were still very many crime dramas about time travel. Especially the victims who should have died and been saved, but were still later reconnected by the karmic power of the timeline. The rescued victims still end up dying by mistake at the hands of the killer. Chen Mo was absolutely unable to accept this kind of thing happening again. The only thing he could do was to protect Su Yuqing by his side 24 hours a day. But this is clearly impossible. So it's best to find out who the killer is. Getting the killer out of the way is the way to get to the root of the problem. If the murderer is carrying an old case, the law of the land will step in. If the murderer is now innocent one, then Chen Mo himself has his own way. It's just that, who the hell is it? This is becoming so many suspects at once. Combined with the fact that the culprit didn't actually commit the crime in this life, this spaced out connection is actually the most difficult. Chen Mo could only slowly deduce it through the large amount of information he had and remembered about the cases he had collected in his previous life. It was a good thing that he had etched these contents into his mind long ago in his previous life, and he would never forget a single detail until he died. All that's missing now is someone who can help him coordinate and organize and reason together about the murderer. Oftentimes one's perspective is on the dark side, and one tends not to see a lot of important information. It's true that more people are better and are able to come up with more hypotheses. Just as Chen Mo's mind kept flashing through all kinds of information about the case and all kinds of suspects that could be linked to this information, Su Yuqing had already finished washing the dishes and returned to the living room. Seeing that there was no sign of him in the living room or Chen Mo's room, she immediately curiously walked towards her room. As a result, he saw that Chen Mo stood frozen in place with a pillow. In an instant, she saw the fruit knife that was supposed to be under the pillow on the bed. All of a sudden, her mind was overwhelmed with panic. At this moment, hearing the movement behind him, Chen Mo also temporarily stopped thinking about the murderer and slowly turned around. Chen Mo. This knife of mine is not. She was afraid, very afraid that Chen Mo would misunderstand. She didn't put this knife under her pillow to prevent Chen Mo from sneaking up on her in the middle of the night or anything. This was a habit she had developed when she was in her own home for some reason. This way it will make her sleep a little more at ease at night. When Su Yuqing panicked and explained, but suddenly her body was swept up and embraced into her arms. It's okay, there's no need to explain to me, it's good for girls to have such a sense of safety. Chen Mo smiled and gently stroked her back. After feeling her body, which was so nervous that it was trembling, gradually calmed down, Chen Mo then smiled and slowly released Su Yuqing's body, took out the tranquilizing herb and said, I'm here to help you put this in, I forgot to put it in for you last night. After stuffing the tranquilizing herb into the pillow and repositioning the pillow above the knife, Chen Mo then walked out of Su Yuqing's room with a smile. Looking at Chen Mo, who didn't care about the fact that he was carrying a knife, Su Yuqing let out a huge sigh of relief. While looking at his back, his heart was also surging full of emotion. How could one be so lucky to meet someone so caring and understanding that he never even had to listen to a word of explanation from himself? Chapter 51. Happiness is meeting the right person. He didn't care whether he let himself into his home or let himself stay, or whether he was so rude as to bring the knife into his home or even put it under his pillow, as if he were deliberately guarding against him. Su Yuqing only felt as if her throat was blocked by something. It was very difficult. There were 1,000 words of gratitude that she wanted to say to him, but she couldn't say a single word. This trust and understanding brought her no less warmth and touch than actual care in words and deeds. In a lifetime, if you can meet the right person, this life is happy enough. Grandmother's words rang in Su Yuqing's ears. These were the words of her grandmother when she asked her grandmother in her ignorance when she was a child what happiness was. Because her parents were always fighting, it made her hurt as a child to be caught in the middle. And it's not uncommon to hear parents say that they're not happy at all because of the other person's problems, and that they want a divorce or something. She didn't know what happiness was, why her mom and dad fought over it, and she was looking forward to getting an answer. So she inquired of her grandmother what exactly was the happiness of her parents' quarrels. Grandma gave her this short, intuitive answer. At the time, she was still very confused by what her grandmother said and didn't quite understand what it meant. When I think back today to the definition of happiness given by my grandmother, it seems so simple, yet it is something that many people struggle to obtain in their entire lives. Su Yuqing was grateful at this time, very thankful to God that she had met such a person. She didn't ask for anything further with this boy of her heart. As long as she could have this extra day for the two of them to spend together, then every day spent here would amount to extra earned happiness for her. As long as she could be with this boy, she was willing to spend every day ahead as if it were the happiest day of her life. In this way, even if in the end the two go their separate ways and the other finds happiness that belongs to the other, one looks back on these days with strength and warmth in one's heart. Still, she couldn't help the heart-wrenching pain she felt when she really thought that the boy in her heart was leaving her world. Covering her heart, she took a few deep breaths before gradually calming down. Looking at the pillow that Chen Mo had gently tapped a few times and put back in its place, Su Yuqing suddenly realized that she hadn't woken up in the middle of the night for 3 days. She slowly walked over to the bed, removed the fruit knife that had once brought her a sense of unwarranted security from under her pillow, and placed it in a drawer in the side cabinet, putting it away. She wouldn't need this to bring her security in the future. When he returned to the living room, he only saw that Chen Mo was taking out 2 cups of yogurt from the refrigerator. Some yogurt after a meal is good for you. Chen Mo smiled as he unscrewed a cup of yogurt and walked over to Su Yuqing's front, putting the yogurt lid stained with quite a bit of yogurt into Su Yuqing's mouth and said with a smile, "Come lick it and don't waste it." Su Yuqing stared blankly at the yogurt lid that was close at hand, the plastic piece with milk foam hanging between her lips like the first snow that hadn't fallen. Chen Mo's smiling eyes rippled with a fine light under the warm yellow light of the kitchen, and the hand gripping the lid slightly raised the lid and shook it as if urging. Su Yuqing suddenly felt the tips of her ears burning, but she still obediently opened her lips slightly, lowered her eyelashes to get closer to the thin piece of plastic, and the moment the tip of her tongue gently rolled up the curd, the residual yogurt blossomed into sweet and sour ripples on her taste buds. Looking at Su Yuqing's appearance as cute as a kitten, Chen Mo was a little mesmerized for a while. He didn't look back until the other man raised his eyes and froze. "I was afraid that you wouldn't be used to the original flavor, so I opened a bottle of the sweeter one for you. What do you think?" Chen Mo's voice grazed his ears with an airy tone. "Pretty good." Su Yuqing took the yogurt bottle and lid from Chen Mo's hand and shyly took a step back before smiling back. Chen Mo smiled and unscrewed his own bottle and gulped it down. Su Yuqing looked at the traces of yogurt staining the circle of his mouth, immediately grabbed the tissue next to him, gently reached over, looked at his mouth, and gave him a gentle wipe. After subconsciously doing this, she suddenly felt that the two were in a somewhat ambiguous state at the moment. Immediately and shyly walked out of the kitchen, sat down on the living room couch, and like a little baby, held the yogurt bottle with both hands, and little by little began to drink it. Chen Mo was almost adorable by her cute appearance. Although Su Yuqing appeared to be obediently drinking yogurt, all her attention was actually on Chen Mo. Noticing that Chen Mo was looking at himself with unblinking eyes, Su Yuqing's earlobe seemed like cloud fluff burned through by the evening sun, haloing in scarlet the moment the teenager's gaze touched them. The swallowing motion in his throat suddenly became awkwardly long, and the trajectory of the yogurt sliding through his esophagus meandered into a cool stream under Chen Mo's watchful eye. She unconsciously rubbed at the condensation on the bottle, her fingertips blotting out damp lines on the cool glass, her frontal hair sweeping across her rolling cheeks like it was trying to cover all the cracks that gave away her heart, but the light leaking in through the gaps in her hair was a clear reminder he was still watching. The sweetness on the tongue suddenly turned into melted honey, wrapping itself around every taste bud in a viscous manner. As her throat rolled, she heard the frequency of her heartbeat being a rapid tremor. Gazing down at the would-be droplets of water on the bottle, her afterglow fell on Chen Mo, mistakenly realizing that Chen Mo's gaze was taking on a physical form, climbing from her curled toes to her slightly trembling knees, and finally settling on the nape of her neck that rose and fell with her swallowing, causing Su Yuqing to be so shy that her bare ankles unconsciously rubbed against each other. Chen Mo was also noticing that Su Yuqing had noticed his gaze, and looking at this shy appearance of hers, he couldn't help but feel amused. He smiled and sat down next to Su Yuqing, looking at her from close range and smiling. "Miss Nanny, can I borrow your shoulder for a nap? It's not comfortable to lie flat after just eating a full meal. It's nice to have someone to lean on." Su Yuqing's small face slightly reddened as she glanced at Chen Mo and nodded. When Chen Mo gently leaned over and the tips of his hair swept over his collarbone, Su Yuqing suddenly stiffened, feeling that the blood in her entire body had solidified into jelly. The weight of the teenager's head seeped through the thin school uniform into her shoulder blades, and like a butterfly specimen pinned to the couch, she didn't even dare flutter her eyelashes. The sandalwood shampoo scent emanating from the back of Chen Mo's neck mixed with the smell of sunlight, was drilling into her nostrils along with her breath, which was tainted with the scent of teenage hormones, causing Su Yuqing's body temperature to not help but slowly rise. Chen Mo's falling broken hair swept over the side of Su Yuqing's neck with the undulation of her breath, making Su Yuqing feel that every stroke was like a feather quill dipped in electric current touching her skin, itchy and numb, and she couldn't help but subconsciously synchronize Chen Mo's respiratory rate. Chapter 52, Teenage Mind. Between synchronized breaths, Chen Mo's warm ear suddenly and unintentionally brushed against her jaw, instantly provoking Su Yuqing's cheeks to itch. She nailed her eyes to the wood grain on the edge of the coffee table for the next moment, and it was then that she clearly perceived the back of the teenager's hand, which was unconsciously draped at her side, pressing against the outside of her thigh. The body heat coming through the outer skirt of her school uniform was like a red-hot iron, scalding her forehead and seeping a thin trickle of sweat. Just 5 minutes passed in a daze. Su Yuqing only felt that these 5 minutes passed both briefly and long. When Chen Mo adjusted his posture to make the "oh" sound of fabric rubbing together, she mistakenly felt that her heart was beating in her throat, shaking her collarbone. The afternoon sunlight gilded Chen Mo's eyelashes through the gauze curtains. Su Yuqing counted the shadows cast by the bridge of his nose with her afterglow. The teenager's calm breath brushed the side of her neck, and she stared at her own taut toes, suddenly wishing that time could be frozen forever in this sun-warmed silence. In the window outside the open glass door of the living room, a silky cool breeze was drifting in to curl her scattered hair, and a few of them gently rested on the corner of Chen Mo's forehead. Su Yuqing stared at the entangled strands of black hair. Seeing Chen Mo frowning slightly because of the hair's touch, she immediately smiled mischievously and reached out to pick it up, sweeping it back and forth across Chen Mo's forehead. As a result, it caused Chen Mo to turn sideways and bury his forehead into her cheek, which caused half of Chen Mo's head to hang on her chest. Suddenly Chen Mo smelled a special fragrance. He opened his eyes violently, only to see the white and pink collarbone in front of him. Spreading downward with it, the tip of one's nose corresponded to a towering world from which that particular scent seemed to emanate. Upon realizing his current state, he hurriedly sat up straight and immediately looked apologetically at Su Yuqing with a smile. "I actually did fall asleep. Sorry, I didn't intentionally jam the oil." Looking at Chen Mo's serious explanation, Su Yuqing immediately shook her head with an unconcerned smile, reached out and took his head and continued to put it on her shoulder and said, "You always say that I'm not well rested and my spirit is not good, but I don't think you're any better than me. Since you can fall asleep so quickly against me, then sleep a little more. There is still more than an hour left in the afternoon class. You should also take a good rest." Feeling the gentle caress of the palm covering his cheeks with a hint of a young girl's aroma, Chen Mo smiled without saying anything more and closed his eyes once again with peace of mind. Indeed, he hadn't even noticed himself that he had been able to sleep so quickly and so peacefully. With so many things to worry about in his previous life as a criminal police officer, and the constant need to keep his guard up, his sleep had been light. It was the first time he had been able to fall asleep so quickly and peacefully with another person around. Feeling Chen Mo's nostrils gradually stabilizing, Su Yuqing slightly looked sideways at his sleeping face and revealed a warm smile. At this time, she was also under the breeze. Her head slowly leaned against Chen Mo and fell into a deep sleep. The hem of the young girl's school uniform was lifted and dropped by the wind, sweeping crescent-shaped folds across the teenager's dark blue school pants. Chen Mo's head, which was resting on Su Yuqing's neck nest, was slightly tilted sideways, and Su Yuqing's curled-up fingers hovered over the teenager's shoulder, being subconsciously pinched together by the teenager's subconscious outstretched hand. Sleeping teenager did not know when he had collapsed, resting on the soft thighs of the young girl. The young girl's small hand that was originally resting on the teenager's shoulder also unconsciously slipped down, gently landing on the teenager's solid abs. Not a moment later, the teenager turned slightly sideways and, like a hugging pillow, held the young girl's soft waist tightly in his arms. The young girl slowly awoke. Seeing this light, her small face immediately blushed, but she did not make any movement to resist. Instead, she hung her small hand on the teenager's back and lightly embraced him. Feeling the teenager hugging herself tightly like a little puppy, the young girl only felt that she saw the teenager in an adorable way she had never seen before. Just staring at it was enough to mesmerize her. Suddenly, ding 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 ding, an alarm clock bell rang, waking the young girl from her state of watching the teenager in fascination, and waking the teenager, who was deeply asleep. As soon as he woke up, the teenager realized that he was hugging something soft and squishy and warm and cozy, and that his head was resting on something as soft as a pillow. When he reacted to the situation at hand, the teenager instantly jumped off the couch in shock. "You be careful." Watching Chen Mo almost hit the coffee table, Su Yuqing hurriedly reached out to pull him. Fortunately, Chen Mo's physical fitness was good from childhood, and he worked out from time to time during high school, and his body control was so good that he directly stood firm. "When did I become such a bad sleeper?" Chen Mo scratched his head, feeling as if he had changed 18 sleeping positions for a nap. Looking at his dumbfounded appearance, Su Yuqing only felt that there was a different kind of adorableness in Chen Mo. After picking up his cell phone and scanning the time, Chen Mo immediately rushed to the bathroom and washed his face before walking out refreshed. Seeing Su Yuqing looking at herself with a smiling face, not caring that she had taken offense, Chen Mo was relieved. Su Yuqing in Chen Mo's perspective is more of a homeless person with no place to go back to being forced to stay at the home of a classmate she still trusts or has a good feeling about. But he wasn't sure how good Su Yuqing felt about himself. So he didn't dare to act too much, usually flirting a little, just teasing her a little, feeling that her shy look was cute. Really being too intimate with her, Chen Mo was still afraid that he would offend her and upset her. Or, rather, make her feel hurt. She couldn't go back to the two homes that weren't hers anymore, and if she was forced to leave this place because she had been too light on her and caused her to get hurt over it or feel uncomfortable inside, then she would truly have nowhere to go. Chen Mo did not want to push Su Yuqing into this kind of situation, so he hoped that his contact with Su Yuqing would be moderate, within a level that was basically acceptable to people who had mutual favorites. Like this at noon, leaning his head on people's chest, or sleep on people's thighs and hugging each other's waist, more or less is a little too light behavior. That's why Chen Mo had a relatively large reaction after realizing this level of contact. Just like last Friday when he opened the door on a rainy night and saw Su Yuqing, he couldn't help but hug up to her. He just hugged. Su Yuqing also had to explain to her just for fear of causing some misunderstanding to the other party that shouldn't be there. However, through Su Yuqing's reaction at this moment, Chen Mo was still able to understand that Su Yuqing's favorability towards himself should still be relatively high. He immediately opened the door with a smile on his face, and the two of them walked towards the school side by side at a distance of almost sticking together. Chapter 53. Come with me to the small dark room. At school, just after arriving near his class, Chen Mo felt a strange pang, as the class was quiet and somewhat abnormal at this time. Normally it would be noisy at this point. Sure enough, when he turned the stairway and through the window, he saw the homeroom teacher He Xiaoyun sitting in the classroom. As Chen Mo and Su Yuqing approached, He Xiaoyun also immediately looked towards the corridor, and she quickly walked out looking at the two with a complex expression. "You guys come over here with me for a moment." He Xiaoyun glanced at the fact that there were still 15 minutes left before class time, and immediately called Chen Mo and Su Yuqing to the small darkroom next to the office. Normally, this is where they store their textbooks and stuff, and sometimes the tougher teachers will put naughty students in here to reflect on their mistakes. He Xiaoyun has obviously never done anything of the sort. Seeing that the homeroom teacher seemed to be deliberately waiting for herself, Su Yuqing was a bit uneasy in her heart, but under Chen Mo's gentle eyes, she still quickly eased up and relaxed. At this point in the class, the students who saw this scene were blowing up. No way Chen Mo really got together with Su Yuqing? It's normal for the two of them to get along, handsome guy plus beautiful girl, still quite a good match. Then wouldn't I have no chance? Chen Mo's condition is quite good to say the least. Isn't Lin Wei's family also well off? You still have a chance. Lin Wei's family condition is good, but he looks almost interesting, which is like Chen Mo. All aspects of the conditions are very good. Damn, I should have confessed to him earlier. What are you thinking? His kind of condition, where is it so easy to be taken by you? Don't make a fool of yourself. You mean I'm not pretty enough? Compared to others you are considered pretty, but compared to Su Yuqing, you should have some numbers yourself. You. While the two girls were whispering, the other students nearby were also talking about Chen Mo and Su Yuqing. They seem to have been caught by the homeroom teacher. I said why she uncharacteristically ran to sit in the class at high noon today. Then they're in deep. I'm afraid they're going to have to call their parents. No way, didn't Su Yuqing's mother come here once in the morning? It doesn't seem like she was seen looking for trouble with Chen Mo either. Su Yuqing's mother did come once in the morning, but in the morning maybe she didn't know it yet. I heard that Su Yuqing's mother came to the school again at noon, and I don't know if it's because of what happened to them. While the crowd was talking, Zhao Yaya clicked her automatic pencil, suddenly grabbed Huang Mao's school uniform sleeve, and anxiously said with a sad face, "Bad, dead yellow hair, you think they'll be alright?" When Huang Mao heard this, he was dangling a careless look and laughed, "Don't worry about it, I've just seen old Mo's expression is very casual. I think even if this kind of thing is known by the teacher, he has a way to deal with it." Really? Zhao Yaya instantly sparked hope. Just wait and watch. Huang Mao had confidence in Chen Mo. That's good, brother Mo and Yuqing are such a good couple, it would be a shame if they were to be torn apart, please God bless. Zhao Yaya even prayed as she spoke. Looking at her in this dumbfounded manner, Huang Mao looked a little lost in thought for a while. In the corner of the back row, Lin Yuan watched the scene of Chen Mo and Su Yuqing being called away by the homeroom teacher, and his gaze directly landed on the doorway without moving away again. Only at this moment, his face was expressionless, and he didn't know what he was thinking. In front of the small dark room next to the teacher's office at this time. "Come in." The homeroom teacher's voice was as brittle as a snapped twig. Su Yuqing was so nervous that she subconsciously held Chen Mo's arm, so much so that she didn't notice that her fingertips were sinking into the crook of his arm, and he backhanded and clasped her chilled fingers, and drew 2 words of reassurance in the other's palm. Inside the small dark room, because of the many teaching equipment placed, the air mixed with the faint smell of ink on the face. He Xiaoyun turned her back to them to organize her textbooks, her spine tensed into a stubborn straight line. "Know why you were called?" she said as she went about her business. Chen Mo was just about to open his mouth when snap, the muffled sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground suddenly came from outside the window. 3 people are all shocked. He Xiaoyun quickly pull open the small dark room, only a small window, is to see downstairs sycamore tree rustling, shaking off a few leaves. The director of instruction, his bald head reflecting between the shadows of the trees, bent down to pick up a stack of books scattered on the ground, and when he looked up his eyes happened to collide with the 3 men upstairs. He Xiaoyun closed the window once, and without waiting for Chen Mo and Su Yuqing to answer the first question, she looked directly at them and said, "Yuqing's mother came to the school at noon." "What did she say?" Chen Mo asked with a smile. "Teacher knows you're all good kids." He Xiaoyun suddenly switched to the dialect, which was her habit when she counseled her students. "There are some things that you should adopt a softer communication attitude. Teacher, don't be so secretive, just tell us what exactly happened." Chen Mo watched his teacher's habitual beating around the bush and immediately opened his mouth. "Yuqing's mom got the school security room to look at the CCTV at noon and saw the scene where you guys clashed with Yuqing's father at the corner of the school entrance." He Xiaoyun looked at Chen Mo with a tangled look on her face. "You're obviously both good kids. You could have taken a better way of communicating instead of using this way to bring things to a complete standstill." "It looks like Uncle told off Auntie." Chen Mo smiled back. "You're still laughing." He Xiaoyun immediately reached out and nudged Chen Mo's head. "You guys are in big trouble now. The teacher is not against you guys falling in love. As long as you guys don't waste your studies because of falling in love, and turn the motivation to fall in love into motivation to study, and you boys and girls get a little closer to each other or something, the teacher can turn a blind eye." Said He Xiaoyun sighed and said, "But now that you guys have made a big deal about this to the point where parents know about it, it's hard for a teacher to not want to intervene, you know?" Originally, Su Yuqing's heart was very flustered, that is, she was afraid that the teacher would accuse herself and Chen Mo because of this. It's going to be hard for the 2 of them to get along properly at school if this is the case. "I'm just afraid that I'm going to be watched by teachers all the time." As it turned out, she never expected to hear such a direct statement from her homeroom teacher, and she was a little bit frozen that her homeroom teacher was so open, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at that. As long as the teacher passes this hurdle, then things inside the house are not really a big problem. Having already learned of Chen Mo's approach at noon, Su Yuqing was no longer too worried about this matter. However, when she came back to her senses, she thought carefully, she and Chen Mo simply did not fall in love. What kind of gas is she loose? What kind of weakness is this? Chapter 54, You're Living Together. "Teacher, did Yuqing's mom say anything?" Chen Mo looked at He Xiaoyun and asked. "She looked for me to ask for your name and to meet your parents, and was temporarily put off by me." He Xiaoyun looked at Chen Mo and said helplessly, "But this matter certainly isn't something that can be passed over so simply. I was prepared to be the intermediary, so that you and Yuqing's mother have a chance to communicate and let her rest her anger. I saw that she was quite agitated when she came in at noon, and this is definitely not going to be handled so well. You are truly a great people's teacher. I love you, teacher." Chen Mo immediately smiled and pounced on He Xiaoyun to hug her. "You brat less with me here to play poor talk." He Xiaoyun pushed Chen Mo away with a doting smile. "It's not much use for you to coax the teacher to be happy. Tell me, how do you plan to solve the matter of Yuqing's mother? The teacher is helping you to think of some sayings, memorize them well, and when the time comes to meet up, memorize them in accordance with what I've written, and maybe there's still a way to save them." He Xiaoyun took out a piece of paper with full contents written in a very elegant script from her coat pocket. If Chen Mo hadn't approached her this morning to make a bet on getting top 10 in her grade, He Xiaoyun really wouldn't have necessarily been so attached. It was rare to see a student bursting with such strong motivation and drive to learn because of a relationship, and naturally she was strongly supportive. And relationships are great memories for a lifetime as long as they don't interfere with school, and kids at that age get a chance to make a memory of a dumb love. She didn't want to ruin the student's ability to create such beautiful memories, nor did she want the strong motivation to learn that Chun Mo had just generated to suddenly wilt because of this matter. That's why she's trying to meddle in it as much as she can. I hope to resolve this matter perfectly with the least amount of harm to both children. After being called by Su Yuqing's mother at noon to complain, she had been racking her brain. Instead, the two parties involved are still superior and unaware. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing looked at the contents of the note. There were a lot of words of apology written on it as well as some guarantees, including Chen Mo's assurance that he would not have any excessive contact with Su Yuqing, nor would he have any impact on Su Yuqing's studies, and that in the event that Su Yuqing's parents didn't agree to it, he could even no longer be close to her and so on. Then he himself will keep this relationship as a motivation to advance, hoping to be able to achieve better results. Su Yuqing's parents can see the changes on both sides, and then give the two a chance to learn together to make progress with each other and so on. Anyway, it's basically all about optimism and apologizing for not being sensible enough and being too impulsive about the previous incident. There's basically nothing too wrong with the overall look. Even giving subsequent consent to a relationship is molded into learning together and improving together, and there's just the expectation that an opportunity to do so can be given, not as a condition of a bet. First, he admitted his mistake, then he promised not to contact, then he promised that he would try to improve and become helpful to Su Yuqing academically, and finally, he expected to beg for a chance to let himself and Su Yuqing progress together after his grades improved. It can be said that there's basically nothing wrong with what's being said. The teacher was able to think of so many things to say, making Chen Mo feel awesome as well. As expected of an old classroom teacher, I'm sure I'm very experienced in dealing with this kind of thing. If it were a normal high school student, he or she would have gratefully taken this speech from the teacher and gone back to start memorizing it. But Chen Mo was clearly not prepared to do so. Teacher, this treatment of yours is perfect. Chen Mo carefully folded the paper and put it away. Seeing Chen Mo agreed, He Xiaoyun also revealed a relieved smile. The rest was to see how she mediated to facilitate a conversation between Chen Mo and Su Yuqing's mother, so that Su Yuqing's mother would accept Chen Mo's apology and let go of some sense of resistance to the two people's contact. However, He Xiaoyun had just breathed a sigh of relief, but Chen Mo continued, Teacher, this matter is so dealt with if based on the other parent being a normal parent is reasonable, but now. Speaking here, Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing and said, Yuqing, you go back first, I'll talk to the teacher alone about the rest. Su Yuqing glanced at Chen Mo and wanted to stay. I don't want to say bad things about your parents in front of you again. Chen Mo patted Su Yuqing's shoulder with a gentle smile, go back first. Hearing these words, Su Yuqing couldn't help but have a slight reddening of her eyes, before she nodded and opened the door of the small darkroom and walked out. He Xiaoyun couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart when she saw the scene from the side. This gentle attitude and the meticulousness of taking care of the other sensitive heart made He Xiaoyun feel that Chen Mo could definitely be a good boyfriend for a girl. But in a trance, she felt that Chen Mo was maturing a bit less like a high school student. The door to the room closed again, and only then did Chen Mo look at He Xiaoyun and talk about what happened last Friday night. I can't believe there's such a thing. If Yuqing is treated badly by her parents, we can help her contact the Women's Federation. Useless teacher, what Yuqing suffered is not a physical injury, what she suffered is an injury here. Chen Mo pointed to his heart, what are we going to prove? Even if we prove it, so what? So what if we intervene? If they're here can't accept her as a family member, outsiders just intervening again will be useless. He Xiaoyun instantly fell into silence. She had already gained a deep understanding of Su Yuqing's situation at this moment. Originally, this age of the child's mind is the most sensitive period, but also by the family environment to be forced into such a thing, this thing really cannot be easily resolved. As the saying goes, it is difficult for a clear official to resolve family matters, this kind of cold violence damage caused by the family environment, even with such rich experience, even with her, for a while, in addition to trying to find ways to communicate with Su Yuqing's parents and try to convince them to care more about their children, she found that she simply could not do anything. But can more than a decade of indifference really be changed by one's overnight sermons? Just like what Chen Mo had said, if they couldn't accept her as a family member in their hearts, then the words of outsiders were purely in the left ear and out the right ear to them, useless. Then what are you going to do? He Xiaoyun looked at Chen Mo and asked curiously. Rainy is an adult, and with this, her parents can't come to the school and cause trouble without reason. We have the right to call the police to dissuade them away, and if they repeatedly come to the school many times to cause trouble, then they will have to constitute provocation. Chen Mo took out the contract that Su Yuqing signed and handed it to He Xiaoyun to see. He Xiaoyun froze after reading it, your mom already knows? Well, thanks to her full support, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do too well. Chen Mo smiled back. Hearing Chen Mo say this, He Xiaoyun subconsciously nodded her head, but the next moment she discovered Hua. She shot Chen Mo a look of surprise. I see the meaning of this contract, you guys are living together. Chapter 55, Adults don't ask children about adult matters. Seeing that the teacher's focus of attention was problematic, Chen Mo immediately snorted, just living in a house, the meaning of cohabitation can be small or big, don't talk nonsense, teacher. You brat didn't have any bad intentions. He Xiaoyun looked at Chen Mo suspiciously. Swear to God, I absolutely support Yu Qing with a pure conscience. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yu Qing, I'm a well-known good young man in all the villages. Chen Mo said with a smile. You're number one in the poor-mouthed count. He Xiaoyun blankly glanced at Chen Mo, since this matter is like this, you go back first, and the teacher will reconsider how to communicate with Yu Qing's parents. Then it's a hard day's work, teacher. Chen Mo smiled and left. When he returned to the classroom, he was unable to see many people muttering under their breath, and from time to time, they were still looking in Su Yuqing's direction. Looking at Su Yuqing again, she was currently lying on the table not knowing what she was thinking. Only Zhao Yeye warmed up and gently stroked her back as she spoke. When they saw Chen Mo return, the voices of the students talking suddenly lowered quite a bit. After all, everyone knew that he was close to Zhou Hao. Although Chen Mo didn't have any bullying behaviors among his classmates on weekdays, they were afraid that if they talked about Chen Mo with some ungentlemanly words and Zhou Hao knew about it, it would be a big deal. So see Chen Mo's appearance, in fact, a little Zhou Hao collateral deterrent. What's more, Chen Mo was still relatively nice to people on a regular basis, and when people saw him appear in person, those who had been helped by Chen Mo were also too embarrassed to chat about his gossip in front of him. It's called envy in its strongest form. Naturally, all of a sudden half of the classroom was instantly quiet inside, and the other half gradually quieted down as the chattering subjects quieted down. Entering the classroom, Chen Mo swept a glance at his classmates. Feeling that the classroom suddenly quieted down, Su Yuqing, who had just been lying down, slowly raised her head. Seeing that it was Chen Mo who had returned, her originally troubled heart suddenly calmed down. The two simply smiled at each other, but it was worth 1,000 words. Returning to his seat, Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing's back and felt that her spine was a bit more upright, and she didn't seem as fragile as before. And he said no more superfluous words. On the contrary, Zhao Yeye looked at Chen Mo with a gossipy face and asked, Brother Mo, what did the teacher call you guys over to say? Don't ask small children about adult matters. Chen Mo laughed and poked Zhao Yeye's little head that was poking over. I'm not concerned about you guys. Zhao Yeye beamed. Seeing her like this, Chen Mo changed his usual light touch of teasing her, and with a gentle smile touched her head and said, a good child still knows to care about grown-ups, don't worry, there's nothing wrong, don't worry. Really? Zhao Yeye's big, soulful eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at Chen Mo. Really? Chen Mo smiled back. Hearing him confirm that he was really fine, Zhao Yeye then resumed her usual appearance, and immediately slapped Chen Mo's hand off and said, blah blah blah, you're the child, I'm your aunt. Chen Mo smiled without saying much. Huang Mao laughed from the sidelines, I told you that old Mo could handle it, right? You silly girl is just worrying blindly. Thump 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 thump, thump 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 thump. Soon the bell rang for the first afternoon class. The math teacher walked in holding a stack of papers. This Friday will be the midterm exam, let's first have a practice test to feel the bottom of everyone now, and then in these 2 days to focus on supplementing the narrative of some of the higher error rate of knowledge, so everyone do not cheat, encountered cannot also first blank, do not choose and fill in. Just do the questions at your true level, so that the teacher can have a clearer idea of what you've grasped, what you haven't grasped firmly enough, and what you basically haven't grasped. Got it all? Got it. The teacher smiled and nodded, and began to distribute the test papers, table by table, to the first table in each row. Suddenly welcoming the exam, Chen Mo was really a little excited inside. Although it was said that back then he studied like a madman, engraving knowledge as if into his soul, and with the results of the provincial top student, he refused the direct invitation of the two prestigious schools of Beijing and forcibly chose the People's Public Security University, but after all, so many years have passed. It's hard to say whether or not you'll be able to apply all the knowledge you've learned as well as you did back then. The only way he'll know for sure is if he's taken the test. The bet with He Xiaoyun was just a way for him to give himself an incentive to study. As the test papers were distributed, Chen Mo opened them and swept them over with a single glance, and immediately a large number of related memories of doing the questions popped up in his mind. Math problems he once but brushed over and over again. If everything is as clear as yesterday. He immediately put pen to paper and began to work on it. Huang Mao on the side to get the test paper, only just finished writing his name, and then began to turn the pen to look at the topic days. The results did not take a moment to turn his head. Chen Mo multiple choice questions have been done more than a dozen. He whispered in surprise, the teacher just said we need to see our real grades, and you just filled it out. Who said I filled it out indiscriminately? Chen Mo gave Huang Mao a blank look with a breathless smile. No misfilling you do so fast? Huang Mao looked at Chen Mo suspiciously. Brother secretly tried hard not to, you kid also learn a little. Chen Mo smiled and looked at Huang Mao's test paper before saying, how come you didn't do a single question, your real strength is not so good. Huang Mao, who was originally still hanging back, immediately came to life when he heard this. Nonsense, your brother Mao could be worse. Huang Mao's character is the opposite of Zhao Yeye. He likes others to praise him. Once he praises him, his tail is going to be up in the sky. Of course, that kind of unrealistic compliment is certainly not something he listens to. He was still very receptive to the kind of compliments that he had pushed himself a bit. Hearing Chen Mo praise him for not being bad in strength, he naturally wanted to perform well. While doing the problem, Su Yuqing remembered Chen Mo's speed in doing math problems before, and she subconsciously turned her head in curiosity to look at it. Only to see that Chen Mo really was as fit as a fiddle and had already completed far more than the number of questions she had finished. Just as Su Yuqing was looking at Chen Mo's test paper, her little face was suddenly poked by a finger. "No plagiarizing on this exam," Chen Mo said with a grin as he looked at her. Su Yuqing immediately turned her head back with a small face. Soon 2 sessions had passed. Chen Mo had long since finished all the questions and repeated the test. After confirming that there were no problems, he then rested on the table. This feeling of being able to sleep on his back without distractions and peace of mind while still in class was something he hadn't felt in a long, long time. Chapter 56 Forgotten Birthdays. Before Su Yuqing's accident, some of the courses that didn't interest him were just sleeping directly on his stomach or secretly playing with his cell phone to read novels. After experiencing psychological torment for a period of time after Su Yuqing's accident, Chen Mo devoted himself to his studies. From then on, every class he listened to with great attention whether he was interested or not. As the second bell rang in the afternoon, the math test was finally over. Huang Mao pressed his temples and said, "It's still really tiring to do serious problems. Talking as if there can be a gap in grades between you doing the problems seriously and not." Zhao Yeye despised Huang Mao. "Yo, you mean you're ready to compete with me?" The corners of Huang Mao's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Zhao Yeye and said, "Compare, just compare, your level of math. I'm still afraid of you. Brother Mo is not necessarily able to pass me." Zhao Yeye proudly patted her full breasts and said, "Alright then, let's bet on who has a better score." Huang Mao immediately became interested. "What do you want to bet?" Zhao Yeye looked at Huang Mao without showing any weakness. "I remember it's your birthday on Saturday, right, and if I lose, I'll pay for all your birthday party expenses when I come to your birthday party on Saturday." When these words came out, Zhao Yeye froze, Su Yuqing froze, and even Chen Mo froze. He'd forgotten all about it a long time ago. The Saturday of the next week after Su Yuqing's accident was Zhao Yeye's birthday, but at that time, she cried her eyes out because of Su Yuqing's death, and the whole person's mood was low, where there was still a mood for her birthday. And Huang Mao wasn't someone who didn't know the difference and the atmosphere. Su Yuqing had only just been killed, so how could he offer to help Zhao Yeye organize something like a birthday party? So in the previous timeline, Zhao Yeye's birthday was pressed and just skipped right over. If Huang Mao hadn't mentioned it, he would have long forgotten about it. Different from the reason why Chen Mo froze for a moment, both girls were very surprised that Huang Mao would actually remember Zhao Yeye's birthday. Zhao Yeye was still arguing with Huang Mao, but when she suddenly heard these words, she was somehow touched. But she still forced herself not to show it, instead looking stubbornly at Huang Mao. "What if I lose?" Ha. Smiling so lewdly, "What do you want to do to me?" Zhao Yeye immediately wrapped her hands around herself to look at Huang Mao vigilantly. This reaction of hers caused Chen Mo and Su Yuqing to laugh, but it made Huang Mao blush slightly and said, "What nonsense, if you lose, next time on my birthday, you'll be the master planner, and you'll make my birthday a thieving and happy one." "Okay." Hearing that it was this bet, Zhao Yeye agreed without thinking much about it. At this moment, Huang Mao was seeing Chen Mo secretly giving him a thumbs up. "That's not right. Why do I feel like you took advantage of both winning and losing? When did I promise to invite you to my birthday party?" Zhao Yeye suddenly reacted. "How am I going to pay if you don't invite me? You can't just tell me to go and pay for something and then kick me out. No way. Little Yeye, who is known to be beautiful and kind-hearted, won't be so heartless." Huang Mao looked at Zhao Yeye with an exaggerated expression and said. Hearing this compliment of a beautiful person with a kind heart, Zhao Yeye grunted, but she didn't say such words as allowing or disallowing Huang Mao to participate anymore. Speaking of Zhao Yeye's birthday, Chen Mo immediately thought of Su Yuqing's birthday and his own. Their birthdays were still relatively close to each other. Chen Mo's birthday was in May, while Su Yuqing's was in June. Su Yuqing's birthday wasn't much different from the time of the college entrance exam. At this time, Su Yuqing also glanced at Chen Mo. In a month's time it would be Chen Mo's birthday, and she pondered in her mind if she should prepare a birthday gift for Chen Mo in advance. To say something like a birthday gift, there is no problem in making it manually yourself or buying it ready-made. But handmade gifts given in person can be a meaningful thing for the person giving the gift themselves. And it's even better if the person giving it away can apply it from time to time. Thinking about this, Su Yuqing really hadn't thought about what birthday gift to prepare for Chen Mo for a while. Yeah, what kind of gift do you want for your birthday?" Chen Mo asked as he looked at Zhao Yeye with a smile. "Can we still make a wish directly?" Zhao Yeye said as she looked at Chen Mo with her eyes lighting up. "Senior year, this is likely to be our last year together. Later, if the university and then south of the world want to help you over the birthday is afraid to get together the original team, this last birthday naturally allows you to indulge a little." Chen Mo smiled and rubbed her head. Wow, brother Mo, how can you say such poignant words so plainly? Zhao Yeye gave Chen Mo a speechless look. Even if it's true, it's not the right time to say it. Tell me, what do you want? In the future, maybe only old Mao will give you a birthday. Chen Mo said with a smile. For what? Zhao Yeye froze for a moment. He's definitely going to get into a university with you. Chen Mo smiled and glanced at Huang Mao. Bull. Who? Who said that I'm going to take a university with her? Old Mo, you don't talk nonsense. Seeing Zhao Yeye looking over towards himself, Huang Mao immediately stuttered nervously. It's really deserved that these two guys didn't have any fart progress until graduation. Two dead arrogant girls are really hard to get. Chen Mo couldn't help but spit in his heart. At this moment, Zhao Yeye didn't care about Huang Mao, but looked at Chen Mo and said a bit embarrassed, "Can I ask for an expensive gift?" "Go ahead and say it," Chen Mo said without a care in the world. In Chen Mo's encouraging gaze, Zhao Yeye pinched the rolled-up edge of her school uniform cuffs that were worn out, her voice as thin as a mosquito fly. "That. I want a thermos cup with better insulation." She waved her hand in sudden panic. "It doesn't have to be one of those extra expensive ones. Just the ones that can keep the heat in for a longer period of time." Huang Mao's pen-turning motion came to an abrupt halt. He recalled a gym class 2 weeks before, when Zhao Ye's somewhat used to faded army green water bottle rolled into the center of the basketball court and was trampled flat as she crouched on the ground desperately trying to break the metal shell. At that time, he said he was going to send her the Star 9 co-branded model, but she reddened and said that she could still use it if she fixed it. That week I could barely see Zhao Ye pulling the water bottle wrapped in clear tape out of her book bag. But by then the brown tea stains inside were kind of haloing the map lines on the white tape. I haven't seen her with a water bottle since last week. I guess it's true that you can't fix it. I didn't realize that her so-called expensive gift was just this. Huang Mao's heart couldn't help but tremble at this. Chen Mo swept a glance at Huang Mao and looked back at Zhao Ye with a smile and asked, "Besides this? Is there anything else you want?" For this kind of practical thing, Chen Mo decided that it would be better to let Huang Mao deliver it. This way whenever Zhao Ye uses the thermos, she always remembers who the gift giver is. Chapter 57 didn't lose anyone. Requests for follow-up reading. Hearing Chen Mo say that, Zhao Ye thought that the thermos cup was too expensive, and she immediately thought of something cheaper. "Then it's better to change the pencil case, the one I'm using doesn't close too well," Zhao Ye said as she picked up her own older used pencil case. High school students almost rarely dedicate a pencil case to stationery, most either get a stationery bag or just throw it in a drawer. Zhao Ye, however, still retained the habit from elementary school, putting the stationery neatly into the pencil box and storing it away. Chen Mo swept a glance at her pen box and laughed, "Pen box with trouble, but also easy to fall on the ground to fall open the lid. I'll send you a good point of the stationery bag, usually can hang on the small bag, it is also convenient to carry, there are zippers pulling, fall on the ground is not so much as inside the things fall everywhere." "Yeah." Zhao Ye glanced at the stationery bags of the other students nearby and thought that it was quite nice as well. "Then you'll wait for Saturday, alright, brother will definitely prepare a good one for you." Chen Mo smiled and touched Zhao Ye's head and said. He really loved Zhao Ye as a younger sister, and her worn-out pencil case, Chen Mo had seen it a long time ago. But Zhao Ye belongs to the kind of appearance looks soft and weak can be cute, love the appearance of a little girl, in fact, is a very strong character of the girl. Giving her something for no reason was something she would never accept. Right now it's also in time to give her something during her birthday, so she's much more receptive. During the chatting of the four, the students walked out of the classroom one after another, as the next period was gym class. "It's time for gym class, let's go." Chen Mo smiled and got up between them, and saw that Huang Mao was using his cell phone to go on Lao Bao, looking for a thermos cup with better insulation effect. He smiled without saying much. As the crowd arrived on the playground, the class bell rang at the same time. As the stocky gym teacher with a single ponytail blew his whistle, everyone also immediately gathered on the playground and lined up. Although the physical education teacher in Chen Mo's class was female, the same majesty was inviolable. This gym teacher is called Tianjing. Don't look at her soft name, but she is full of muscles and explosive power. The crowd was able to see the toned muscularity of her exposed thighs just by the fact that she was walking over in her shorts. Her leg muscles and hand muscles were exactly what only a pure practitioner could have. Even if a male high school student was to face her, a punchdown would only be a part of the lying board. I've heard that Tianjing has a 7th Dan rank in free sparring, and is truly a big man with great real-world fighting ability. There were once prickly school bullies who disobeyed and wanted to try Tianjing's strength. As a result, people Tianjing casually a sidekick downward pressure, the boy fell to the ground, pressure cannot stand up, can only hastily beg for mercy. This is still small, it is said that she was off duty on the way to encounter punks armed with knives to rob students, she directly with the nunchucks carried by the punks knocked down the weapons, and then unarmed will be the 5 punks to all the crying father and mother sent to the office. Since then, her awesome reputation has spread through the school in a big way. Even the more rumors the more exaggerated. On Chen Mo heard the version inside, what she unarmed faced dozens of machete-wielding punks, not only empty-handed into the white blade, but also dozens of punks beat up to find the north of this extremely exaggerated version. But after Chen Mo later became a criminal police officer, he was reintroduced to Ms. Tian, and learned the most primitive version of her initial encounter with the gangster. According to Mr. Tian said, empty hands into white blade can be too dangerous, even if the face is using a knife punks, it is best to have something in hand to deal with the other side of the sharp blade to ensure their own safety. But anyway, it was a fact that she had taken care of the knife-wielding punk by herself, and her reputation for prowess was rumored to be rumored. Instead, this way is more able to enhance her intimidation, so that people dare not hang around in her class, so Tianjing is also never to deliberately clarify anything. For example, now, everyone has only heard of Tianjing's more and more outrageous reputation, they all think she is ridiculously strong. Naturally, everyone who sees her does not dare to make trouble, all obediently obeyed. As the crowd stood still, the sunlight steamed on the plastic track, sending the distinctive smell of rubber straight to the nose. At ease, halt. Look to the left. Look right. Look forward. Okay, platoons start counting. As Tianjing's loud voice rang out, the students immediately began to report according to their positions. Okay, all hands on deck, then I'll say what this PE class is going to be about. At this time, Tianjing stood in front of the crowd, her voice was still incomparably loud. The college entrance examination is coming soon. For some students who want to take the physical education school, or have the goal of being an athlete, the physical education test held next week will have an added impact on your future application to the school. Hearing this, many students who had not corresponded to the volunteers who had just stood straight couldn't help but slacken off at once. Tianjing swept these people a glance and continued, students who do not have these goals should not feel indifferent. Human essence is connected, have a healthy and strong body, your spirit will be better, and then the brain will be able to better maintain the flexibility and sobriety to cope with the learning of cultural classes, so the importance of sports, you can never ignore. Hearing this, those students who had just relaxed couldn't help but take a deep breath to immediately stand straight again. It was at this point that Tianjing continued with satisfaction, for as long as I've been a physical education teacher, I've never given up a single class to a culture teacher precisely because I'm clear about the importance of physical health. In order to prepare for next week's meeting examination, you have already been repeatedly taught the training methods of your corresponding programs in the previous weeks, and this week I am mainly here to test whether your corresponding programs have made any growth or not. PE members out. As Tianjing spoke, a burly boy immediately stood out. This boy's name was Zhang Ji, and although he was tall and looked lanky, he was gentle and spoke in a gentle voice, a great contrast to his appearance. Because of this kind of character, and the fact that he was not too ugly with all his good looks, there were still 1 or 2 girls in the class who had eyes for him. You record the girls standing long jump in the 5-meter 3-way folding run. Tianjing handed Zhang Ji a pen and a file clipboard with a class member list form document on it. Boys, come with me, you'll first test the 1,000-meter endurance run. Tianjing grinned greatly as she led a group of boys to the track. When it came to physical fitness tests, Chen Mo hadn't lost to anyone. Not to mention that he hadn't dropped his physical fitness by working out every day during high school, but just during his time as a criminal police officer, it was not uncommon for him to desperately chase a criminal for a few blocks in order to catch him. Endurance running was child's play for him, but he really hadn't properly tested how good he was at it anymore. Chapter 58, Jealous. Requesting for follow-up readings. With a whistle from Mr. Tianjing, the 1,000-meter endurance running test for the boys group officially began. Chen Mo stood on the starting line, his expression was bland but with the composure of a long time on the battlefield. Although this body had returned to the high school era, the muscle memory and physical fitness base refined by 10 years of criminal police career had long been engraved into his bones. Not to mention the fact that his body in high school wasn't actually too much worse than his body 10 years later, and today he was still in his developmental stage, but he was already at a stage of extremely high physical strength. In the starting phase, Chen Mo deliberately slowed down his pace and mixed in the middle of the team. The first 200 meters, a few sports specialists, as usual, rushed to the forefront, drawing a cheer from the female students who had not yet taken their turn to test their standing long jump and were watching from the sidelines. After all, the fast they showed was a distant second to fast. These few students didn't really need to run so fast, they just wanted to enjoy this kind of cheering from the girls. Serious endurance running is actually best when it's steady. Chen Mo was not affected by the outside world, always maintaining even breathing and a pace as steady as a precision clock. This was the endurance running method practiced at the police academy, with each step precisely controlling the distribution of physical energy. The twist came on the 3rd lap. As the other students began to pace heavily due to lactic acid buildup, Chen Mo suddenly picked up speed like a cheetah. Known by the police force as the lightning silence of the explosive force is now on display, his swinging arm amplitude steeply increased, calf muscles tense out the harsh lines, instantly overtaking 5 people in a row. Zhang Ji, who was recording the girls' scores beside the running track, looked up sharply to see this scene, and couldn't help but be shocked as the pen in his hand shook, making long ink marks on the paper. Wow! Brother Mayor is awesome. Go Brother Mo. Zhao Yeye saw Chen Mo's performance and immediately jumped in place with joy. When Su Yuqing saw Chen Mo's performance, her beautiful eyes followed suit. There is something uniquely athletic and handsome about an athletic boy, especially when the boy's caliber is so far above the rest that it highlights the light in him. For a while Su Yuqing's eyes were attracted by the vigor and handsomeness Chen Mo displayed, and it was difficult to move away for a long time. In the last 300 meters, Chen Mo's speed was even 30% faster than the sprint period specialists. Tianjing was also stunned when she saw this scene. She was a professional and was most able to see how perfect Chen Mo's performance was in this 1,000-meter run. It's amazing how even the steady pace and not so slow speed of the front end can be maintained. It's not like a high school student can run, it's more like a professionally trained military police officer or athlete who can do it meticulously. And this last lap sprint highlighted Chen Mo's amazing physical ability and strong physical quality. Even if an ordinary high school student did the steady even speed he had started with, it would not be simple to run at that speed on this last lap. For a moment, everyone all focused their eyes on Chen Mo. Whether it was the girls who were testing, or the boys who were also on the track either tired to the point of spitting out their tongues or still relatively calm, all of them couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement when they saw this final sprint of Chen Mo. Especially the few gym students, it was straight up people were dumbfounded. They started to fight to catch up the moment Chen Mo sprinted, but they simply couldn't catch up. Chen Mo speed more and more pull open, they so chase but will be their own physical strength accelerated depletion, so that their own this run 1,000 meters of performance but not up to their usual training the best results. Watching Chen Mo dashing around the track like a cheetah, Tianjing was also so excited that her hand squeezing the stopwatch suddenly tightened. She found that Chen Mo's running posture at the moment carried traces of special forces or professional athlete-like movements, the charging stance with the upper body slightly leaning forward, the professional technique of forefoot power when landing, and even the rhythm of breathing were like specially trained. When Chen Mo crossed the finish line in 2 minutes and 35 seconds, the whole playground was silent. The time was 11 seconds faster than the school record and even met some of the college athletic recruiting standards. Tianjing stared at the stopwatch and repeatedly confirmed 3 times, her eyes rolling. She knew better than anyone what a horrible amount of training was needed for a non-professional athlete to break through 3 points. "You're so handsome, brother Mo. You flung the gym students into the sky," Zhao Yeye said as she ran over to Chen Mo excitedly, her eyes full of adoring little stars. Seeing this scene, Huang Mao, who was originally running himself slowly by himself, suddenly soured in his heart. On weekdays, Chen Mo interacted with Zhao Yeye seemingly intimately, but he didn't care at all because he was able to tell that Chen Mo and Zhao Yeye were more like a brother-sister interaction rather than the behavior of 2 men and women who liked each other with a romantic meaning. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing were acting more like a couple who liked each other. It may seem like a small interaction, but it's a feeling of secret love. He could see that Chen Mo was completely treating Zhao Yeye as a little sister in love. Zhao Yeye was also called brother Mo to Chen Mo as to her elder brother. Sometimes she would play small, sometimes she would be a little bit dependent, and sometimes she would be bickering and fighting, so he would not be jealous because of the two people's interaction on a regular basis. He could clearly see what kind of emotional state the two were in. But now the incomparable look of adoration that Zhao Yeye was casting on Chen Mo really soured him, but to say it was sour wasn't exactly, it should be called envy. He also wanted to be gazed upon by Zhao Yeye in such a way, and praised in such a way. Huang Mao, who was originally running himself slowly by himself, suddenly began to accelerate wildly. "Wow! Yellow hair, you can do it too, come on, hurry up and overtake the one in front of you." Seeing Huang Mao's sudden acceleration, Zhao Yeye was also very supportive and immediately cheered for him. This made Huang Mao instantly feel psychologically balanced, and even his heart was filled with sweet joy, and his feet, which were originally a bit sore from running, all of a sudden seemed to be free of any discomfort all over his body, and his stamina seemed to be even more plentiful. The power of love is powerful. Yellow hair before the test or hanging running a close to 5 minutes flunked. I didn't realize that I actually ran straight to within 4.5 minutes today. This was mainly due to the fact that in the past, Chen Mo had not had the heart to compete with others to win either, nor had he ever sprinted so frantically. Without someone he was very close to, Zhao Yeye wouldn't randomly stagger around cheering others on, so Huang Mao never had that sense of competition. Now with Chen Mo in front of him, it caused Huang Mao to rise up with motivation as well. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo could not help but laugh lightly with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Chen Mo you." At this time, the sports commissioner Zhang Ji subconsciously walked towards Chen Mo and said, "I remember that last week's test you only had a speed of about 4 points, only a week ago how did you mutate?" Tianjing this side pressed the fast run to the finish line of a few students' results, is also surprised to look at Chen Mo said, "Chen Mo students, really did not see out, you actually have the talent in this area, you have not considered the direction of the development of the athlete, perhaps in the future you can participate in the Olympic Games to compete for the country." Chapter 59 Eye-Catching Programs. Seeing the awestruck looks of the physical education commissioner and the physical education teacher, Chen Mo smiled as he walked slowly in circles near the two to ease his slightly sore muscles at the moment, while looking at Tianjing and saying, which is not so exaggerated as taking part in the Olympics, I just watched some long-distance running tutorial videos recently and practiced a bit. Looking at the beads of sweat on Chen Mo's throat glistening in the sunlight, this perfunctory explanation caused Tianjing to frown. She clearly saw an extremely professional performance in Chen Mo's running just now. It's not something you can do by just watching tutorial videos. If this was able to do it, then it wasn't as if she hadn't taught it in her weekday classes, so how come everyone hadn't learned it? How come Chen Mo didn't learn it before? At this time, Su Yuqing took out a pack of paper towels from her pocket and took out one and handed it to Chen Mo, signaling him to wipe off his sweat. Chen Mo smiled and took it. Neither of them said anything, but this smile that gazed at each other filled the atmosphere with ambiguity. Zhao Yeye, who was watching from the side, had a smile of wildly stoned CP. After the 1,000-meter run, Chen Mo's score directly refreshed the school's historical score, which made Tianjing couldn't help but pay more attention to him. Chen Mo, with this quality, you really do have hope to become an athlete. If you have thoughts in this regard, teacher still rather suggests you consider it. Seeing that Chen Mo quickly slowed down his breathing rhythm from the 1,000-meter run, Tianjing immediately said again. Although being an athlete is quite a good prospect if you can make a name for yourself, but athletes are prone to too many injuries, and I exercise as just a hobby that usually strengthens my body. I don't really want to carry on with it as a competitive matter. Chen Mo looked at Tianjing and said back. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Tianjing did not say anymore. She was just up in love with talent, but students had their own plans, so naturally she wouldn't interfere too much. It's just that she feels a little bad about it is all. As the boys finished the 1,000-meter test, Tianjing let the boys rest for a while and switched to the girls to start the 800-meter test. Don't look at Su Yuqing looking soft and weak, but in reality, she still had some athletic cells. In her class, the girls were fairly middle of the road in sports, with some areas developing a little too prominently, causing her to be a little more burdened when she ran. As soon as it was time for the girls to run, the boys, who were resting on the grass, were instantly energized. Because when the girls run, some parts of them will sway involuntarily with the movement, which is a very eye-pleasing program for many boys. Especially some of those who usually like to do rankings on the girls' body shape pints, but also like to come to verify the results at this time of the year. On a normal day, they might just judge the size more objectively, but now they are able to intuitively judge a girl's figure through the shaking situation, which naturally makes them pay more attention. The moment Tianjing blew the whistle, the girls on the track immediately rushed out in unison. The ponytailed girl at the front of the pack was none other than Zhou Xiaolin, the mainstay of the school's track and field team, who swung her arms with the rhythmic sense of a professional athlete, and quickly shook off the second-place finisher by a full 30 meters at the start. Keep the rhythm of your breathing. Breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth, don't mess up. When you're only breathing through your mouths before you've even run a lap and your throats start to hurt, it means that your rhythm is incorrect. Tianjing's roar pierced through the playground. Soon the lap was over. The boys' eyes were extremely focused on the girls' chests, and they couldn't help but look at them one by one. Su Yuqing adorned the middle of the group, her broken hair stuck to her flushed cheeks by sweat. At this point she couldn't do much more than suck in oxygen through her nose alone, and as she began to inhale heavily through her mouth, a sudden rusty taste rose in her throat, the characteristic suffocation of 800 meters tearing at the lobes of her lungs. Just when she was feeling tired, her afterglow caught a glimpse of Chen Mo, who was looking at himself intently on the grass. At this time, Chen Mo walked to the side of the runway, looked towards Su Yuqing and Zhao Yeye, who were running one after the other, and shouted to Su Yuqing, "Go Yuqing, you can start the final sprint soon, don't be compared to little Yeye." Chen Mo's encouraging voice rang out at the side of the track, which gave Su Yuqing more strength. Eccentric. Zhao Yeye immediately huffed and puffed in protest to Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled and pointed to Huang Mao, who was resting with his hands on his knees at a corner position in front of him, and said, "There are people over there waiting to cheer you on." Huang Mao also had a rare serious run today, resulting in being as tired as a dog panting, and was still slowing down. Seeing the direction of Chen Mo's finger, only to see that it was Huang Mao standing over there, Zhao Yeye's pretty face blushed and said, "Who wants him to cheer? Hyatt, get ready to sprint." Su Yuqing's mind released stress with exercise. The line she saw on TV suddenly surfaced. She bit her lower lip and immediately began to accelerate. The reason why she is moderately athletic in her class is because she tries to do light exercise when she feels stressed. It gave her an extremely well-proportioned body while allowing her to release some of her stress in the process. But it's still no use releasing it faster than it accumulates. It's just a matter of slowing down her collapse. But these days the pressure on her mind wasn't as heavy, which made the mind-boosting effects of exercise all the more effective. Seeing that Su Yuqing suddenly began to accelerate, Zhao Yeye also sprinted right behind her. Sure enough, when he saw Zhao Yeye running close, Huang Mao was also immediately shouting cheers for her. This made Zhao Yeye's little face, which was already flushed from running, turn a little redder. She yells cheers for others, as loud as she can, and she is not at all shy about it. However, when others shouted cheers to her, it would give her a feeling of spotlight effect, always feeling that everyone's eyes were all on her, so much so that it was hard for her to answer with some shyness. The stopwatch showed 2 minutes and 38 seconds as Joe crossed the line and ran to the side to the sound of whistles from the other boys. Instead, Tianjing turns to look around the corner. Su Yuqing is stumbling past 4th place. Chen Mo subconsciously took a half step forward. When Su Yuqing crossed the finish line in 4th place, she was greeted by a familiar handkerchief. "Come wipe your sweat." Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing and grinned. According to his mother's education, the handkerchief that Chen Mo carried on his body was always ready for the girl's needs. So when he was sweating himself, he didn't take it out at all, but when Su Yuqing needed it, he was directly handing it to Su Yuqing. "Wow, brother Mo is so biased, I want a handkerchief too." Zhao Yeye saw this scene and pretended to be envious. Hearing her say that, Chen Mo remembered that Lin Yuan had returned a handkerchief to himself today, and he smiled as he took it out and handed it to Zhao Yeye and said, "This is not biased, is it?" At this time, Huang Mao, who was on the side, saw it, and couldn't help but say in his heart whether he should also bring a handkerchief on his body next time. Chapter 60 National Youth Record. Before, Huang Mao thought that a boy's behavior of carrying a handkerchief on his body was more or less a bit girlish, but now it seems to be quite useful. With the girls' 800-meter test over, the girls were given some time to rest. The boys, on the other hand, will begin the 100-meter dash, standing long jump, and 5-meter three-way toss. For Chen Mo, the 100-meter dash and the 5-meter three-way folding run were all events that he had practiced hard. To pursue a criminal, it is very important to improve the explosive power of instantaneous starting and extreme running speed for short distances. Also, the 5-meter three-way toss is, which is an important test of the ability to brake suddenly and sharply during a rapid run. Once Chen Mo had a colleague who was a very fast sprinter, able to catch up with the prisoners, but could not brake because he was running too fast, and was often dodged by the prisoners with a short brake. His 5 meters three-way folding run is not well practiced, the braking ability in the state of emergency is relatively poor, so it is easy in the process of rapid pursuit of the prisoner, because it is too late to brake, ran over the head, and so on, and then folding run, the prisoner has been with the help of this time to pull away from the distance again. This kind of chasing each other, the former one is about to be caught up with the sudden braking, the latter one did not have time to brake for a moment, resulting in overshooting, and then turned back to catch up with the situation. In fact, in the classmates usually between the fight is also often happen. Someone who was fast and possessed great brake control was the one who was extremely formidable as a chaser. As the quiz began, Tianjing focused on observing Chen Mo's performance this time. Since the 100 meters is not time consuming and you don't have to rush, it is done in batches instead of the whole class running together in a single stream as they did in the previous 1000 meters. 8 tracks with a total of 8 students running together. What Tianjing focused on observing this time was still Chen Mo's grades. When the other students were running, she was more calmly recording normally. It wasn't until it was Chen Mo's turn to take the stage that she became interested. This kid's ability to suddenly accelerate in the second half of the 1000 meters before wasn't bad, so I guess the 100-meter sprint isn't that bad either. The back of Tianjing's hand that was pinching the stopwatch rippled with veins. Chen Mo's fingers were clasped on the rough runway of plastic particles, and his knees were no more than a fist's distance from the ground. This crouching position made Tianjing's pupils shrink, his shoulders and back presented a perfect streamlined shape, his spine was like a full bowstring ready to fire, and even the angle of his neck tilted back was accurately controlled at 30 degrees, which was exactly the best position for powering up that was labeled in the sprinting textbook. Ready. The moment the whistle broke, the gastrocnemius muscle of Chen Mo's back leg suddenly erupted with an amazing thrust. Without the aid of a starter, he ejected his body hard by the friction between the soles of his shoes and the track. Tianjing looked at the stopwatch. Pupil tremor sneakers grip is not as good as spiked shoes, but Chen Mo made up for the equipment disadvantage by increasing the stride length. His hips push his body like precision hinges, and the rubber soles of his sneakers are squeezed out of shape as he lands on each step, and spring back like spring plates as he stomps to the ground. He lost half a length on his fellow boys in the first 20 meters. Tianjing's stopwatch burned slightly between her fingers, and she clearly saw that Chen Mo's swinging arm was strictly controlled at a 90-degree folding angle, and each swing drove the hip joint to send it farther forward. This type of running, which conducts power through the core muscles, should have been a skill that took gymnasts 2 years of training to master. 10 seconds 28. Holy! When Chen Mo crossed the line, Tianjing's foul-mouthed exclamation of surprise silenced the entire playground for a split second. This achievement directly over the school track team members wearing spiked shoes. Even more frightening is that he was in the last 10 meters. There is still room for the second acceleration. I do not know whether it is the wind that he sprinted or just came to the wind, his final sprint stage of a wind that blew the sycamore leaves next to the runway with a rustling sound. Teacher, what does this score represent? In the case of long-distance running, one could clearly see how big the gap between everyone was, but sprinting wasn't as easy to judge, so Zhao Yeye, who didn't know much about this area, immediately looked curiously at the teacher, who was so excited that he burst out in foul language. The current national youth track and field 100-meter race record holder is 10 seconds 26. Chen Mo is now able to run this without spiked shoes or a running aid, which means that if all conditions are optimal, he can even break the national youth track and field 100-meter race record. Tianjing said with excitement to the point of looking at Chen Mo with glowing eyes. Holy cow, brother Mo is actually this strong. When Zhao Yeye heard this, she couldn't help but get so excited that she pinched her mineral water bottle to the point of clacking. Su Yuqing, on the other hand, quietly jotted down the string of numbers with her cell phone memo. The sports specialists and sports committee members in the class were also looking at Chen Mo with an expression as if they were looking at a monster. Chen Mo, what is this situation? Last week his 100-meter sprint was only 13 seconds. How did this suddenly break through 2.5 seconds? Open up. Zhang Ji looked at Chen Mo with a confused face and said, Chen Mo, are you really not considering developing into an athlete? If you are able to win an Olympic medal in the future, not only will the country award you a prize, but the local authorities will also be proud of you, issuing you all kinds of financial rewards, as well as all kinds of glory publicity. You can also become a sports star, endorsement ads and whatnot, and your future income will never be worse than any line of work. The key is still that this kind of record in the history of the country is an honor that can't be exchanged for doing a lot of other professions. Tianjing felt that it would be a shame if such a heavenly talent went astray. She would love to be able to regulate Chen Mo back to the genius track where he should belong. Chen Mo smiled and said, there is no such plan for now. How can this be temporary? Soon high school are going to graduate, you this future planning can be sure to do a good job. How is your current cultural achievements? Tianjing thought that if Chen Mo is not very good in cultural studies, then he should major in sports, so that a talent will not be wasted. Not too bad. Chen Mo smiled back. Teacher sincerely hopes that you can think about the future. Tianjing didn't try to persuade too much, and after saying this, she didn't say anything else that would make Chen Mo feel embarrassed. It is evident that the teacher really opened his mouth for the purpose of cherishing talent. Brother Mo, the teacher said you've caught up with the national youth record, so you're not considering becoming an athlete? If you become an Olympic champion in the future, I'll be able to go out and brag about it. Zhao Yeye said with a smile. The scenery on the athlete's stage is the countless sweat under the stage in return. I'm just afraid that I don't have such patience to participate in the boring training. The reason Chen Mo was so focused and desperate in his previous life was purely because he had an obsession in his heart that was supporting him. Nowadays, this obsession disappears and is replaced by only one obsession, which is to make up for his lost youth. Instead of focusing on the future, he wanted to enjoy the present. To enjoy, life is short, time flies, once the youth is gone can never come back. No amount of honor or wealth could buy back this moment of youthfulness, and he didn't want to be so tired again in this life. Chapter 61, I'm quite skillful at massaging. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Zhao Yeye thought that it was indeed quite hard. This business is just like singing opera, 1 minute on stage and 10 years of work off stage. The moment in the limelight came only after countless hours of training and honing off stage. But that said, every line of work is pretty much the same, just like studying, IQ is part of it and private effort is important. If you want to look good in front of people, you must first suffer after them. Unless it's some purely coincidental burst of popularity, but in most of these cases the burst comes and goes very quickly and is very unreliable. For the 100-meter sprint, with such a stunning result as Chen Mo's appearance, the results of the other students were not able to cause too much of a reaction from the crowd. Even though one of the gym students was motivated to fight because of Chen Mo's presence, he still ended up slowing him down a bit. Tianjing looked at Chen Mo with a regretful expression, ready to turn around and talk to Yi Xiaoyun about Chen Mo's potential in this area, so that the homeroom teacher could assess Chen Mo's talent in future. After all, the classroom teacher facilitates communication with the other parent. She couldn't really afford to bury a talent like that. With the end of the test of each project in the physical education class, Tianjing found that at least 2/3 of the class anthropometrics are able to enter the passing range. The remaining 1/3 of the people still have certain projects need to add practice to make up for the short board. And with those 2/3 passing, she wasn't going to let her guard down, especially the ones who had only just qualified by pressing the line, and she was going to give them a little extra practice as well. As for the others, follow up gym class and test them again. If they pass consistently, then they can basically be allowed to move around freely without worry. With the teacher leaving 1/3 of the students who had failed and some who had just pressed the line to pass for extra practice. The rest of the students were given free time. And there was only 10 minutes left before class ended. Brother Mo, are you thirsty? Do you want me to buy a bottle of water for you? Zhao Yeye came over to Chen Mo's side, smiling and pandering. You stinky girl, if you want me to pay for water, just say so. Chen Mo smiled favorably and took out $10 and handed it to Zhao Yeye. Go buy it. Alright, your exclusive thirsty knight has taken the order and will deliver it for you right away. Zhao Yu happily took the money and quickly ran to the kiosk. As she passed Huang Mao, she even pulled him on as soon as she could. Apparently he was prepared to make him a laborer and help with the water. At this moment, Su Yuqing was sitting on a nearby shadow-covered stone platform to rest, her small hands gently pounding her calves from time to time. Chen Mo smiled and walked to her side and sat down. Tired? It's okay, I usually do some exercise regularly. Su Yuqing returned with a gentle smile, but because Chen Mo sat down, she stopped pounding her calves. You could tell, though, that her calves were still slightly sore at this point. Chen Mo smiled when he saw this scene and said, I have a set of techniques that are very suitable for draining acid after exercise, let me help you massage it. No. Su Yuqing just wanted to refuse, but Chen Mo took a step ahead of her and grabbed her feet, placing them horizontally on her thighs. Thanks to a lot of greenery in front of this position at this time, the runway side cannot see this side, otherwise there must be a bunch of people to see. And with the rest of the class scattered around freely, there wasn't much in the neighborhood. But even so, being treated like this by Chen Mo in a broad daylight public environment, Su Yuqing was still incredibly shy. At the thought that someone might see herself and Chen Mo in this current state, her ears were red to the point of dripping blood. It was a good thing that although the school uniform was a skirt, the girls had uniformly gone to the locker room to change into sweatpants during gym class. Otherwise, wearing a skirt this way with her legs on Chen Mo's thighs, she would be even more shy. After placing Su Yuqing's legs calves on his knees, Chen Mo first reached out and tenderly pressed towards Su Yuqing's left leg's stomach that was leaning out. Chen Mo's knuckles accurately pressed against the Changshan point at the lower edge of Su Yuqing's calf gastrocnemius muscle, and his moderately strong fingers spiraled down along the texture of the flounder muscle. This exercise rehabilitation maneuver, which he had learned in the police academy, was now deliberately eased by 7 points of force. Even so, Su Yuqing still frowned slightly due to the soreness in her calves. As Chen Mo's fingertips continued to press on the soreness and numbness, Su Yuqing subconsciously shrunk her ankles. The searing heat of the teenager's palm seeped through the thin school socks and into her skin like a cluster of sparks splashing into an icy lake, sending tingles down her spine. However, she was able to feel Chen Mo's gentleness, as well as the comfort of being pressed by his fingers after the presses had soured. Relax a bit, don't tense your muscles or the effect will be minimized. Watch as the teenager's mouth whispers, but his attention is focused on the massage. Su Yuqing looked at his serious side face and couldn't help but be a little mesmerized. They say that people who are serious about their work are the most handsome, and it's true. Chen Mo was still focused on what he was doing, his thumb pressed precisely on Su Yuqing's tight spot. Lactic acid buildup is worst here. Su Yuqing bit her lower lip, but tried to relax herself as much as possible. Chen Mo's force was just right. The feeling of soreness mixed with tingling ran up from her leg belly to the back of her neck. She had to lean back her center of gravity, and her fingers clasped the edge of the stone platform. You can yell out if it hurts. Chen Mo looked up and laughed softly, his sweaty, broken hair hanging over his brow bone, the hormonal scent of exercise wrapped in the scent of grass. Su Yuqing turned her face away, the tips of her ears so red that they could drip blood. Still, okay. Before he finished speaking, Chen Mo suddenly increased his force to knead the acupoints on the inside of his ankles. She moaned out with a soft grunt when she was caught off guard, closing her mouth again in a panic, her panicked eyes immediately glancing from side to side in fear that someone might have heard what she had just said. The teenager quirked the corner of his mouth in triumph, and his fingertips moved slowly up the Achilles tendon, skimming over the sockets of her knees if anything. Mare! Your thirsty night is back! Zhao Yeye's shout suddenly exploded. Both froze at the same time. Su Yuqing drew back her legs like an electric shock, but her knees accidentally hit Chen Mo's chin in her panic. The teenager grunted and fell backward, which made Su Yuqing, who had just retracted her legs, turn around in a hurry and stretch out her hands to help him, while Chen Mo subconsciously reached out to grab something at the moment he fell backward, and the result was that he just swept a hand over Su Yuqing's waist, pulling her to be forced to ride on his own body. With the two of them exerting themselves too hard in both directions, the picture that finally appeared in front of Zhao Ye and Huang Mao instantly turned into Chen Mo wrapping his arms around Su Yuqing's thin waist and letting her ride on top of him, while Su Yuqing was directly wrapping her arms around Chen Mo's head and burying it in her chest. Yikes! Next to the green bushes, Zhao Ye, who saw the scene, couldn't help but cry out in shock, directly covering her hands in front of her eyes, but with her fingers open wide. And Huang Mao, who was holding 4 bottles of mineral water, poked his head out from behind her and couldn't help but look at Chen Mo with a lewd grin on his face when he saw this scene, and even made an effort to give a thumbs up to Chen Mo with his hand while holding 4 bottles of mineral water. Chapter 62. Can I renew the Class Flowers Pillow Experience coupon? The smell of sandalwood shampoo and the unique aroma of the young girl's chest exploded in Chen Mo's nostrils. Su Yuqing's school uniform neckline brushed against the tip of his nose, and the warm touch of his skin caused his blood to instantly freeze. After pretending that she didn't dare to look back, Zhao Ye suddenly thought of something as if she hurriedly pulled out a war-damaged version of her cell phone from her pants pocket. The moment the click sound came out of her cell phone, Su Yuqing jumped up directly from Chen Mo like a scared rabbit. No. It's not what you think. When Su Yuqing stood up straight with her hands and feet, the faint fragrance of lavender laundry detergent still lingered on the tip of Chen Mo's nose. Huang Mao immediately held the 4 bottles of water with one hand with difficulty, and turned backward with one hand covering Zhao Ye's eyes. Childish, childish. You're the lesser child. Zhao Ye broke his fingers and glanced at Su Yuqing's reddened cheeks and snorted out another laugh. Brother Mo, so you guys are progressing so fast? She jumped and came closer, but was tapped on the forehead with Chen Mo's fingertip. Any more nonsense and your allowance will be deducted in the future. Chen Mo got up and took 2 bottles of mineral water from Huang Mao's arms, pressed one of the cold bottles against Su Yuqing's burning cheeks, and smiled. Cool down. Tyrant. My cell phone but recorded the secret weapon. Oh, is the phone is too bad, pixel is too low, a little pity. Zhao Yaya spat out her tongue. You have to think about how much hush money you have to give us. I can pretend I didn't see anything. But old Mo, you'll have to teach me later on how to abduct the class flower into my arms as a cuddle pillow. Huang Mao said with a smile. The scarlet at the tips of Su Yuqing's ears spread to her collarbone, and her movements to screw the mineral water down were so panicked that it looked like she was defusing a bomb. Chen Mo suddenly reached out and covered her shivering fingertips, and the cold plastic bottle was instantly muffled by their body heat. Zhao Yaya was just about to start a ruckus when she was suddenly pressed against the back of her neck by Huang Mao with an ice-cold mineral water. The teenager tugged her towards the playground with a wink. Let's go, the wattage of the light bulb is too high and it's going to explode. Let's go see if old Zhang and the others are done with the frog jump. Zhao Yaya immediately snickered knowingly, and after waving her hand to Chen Mo and the 2 of them, she quickly followed Huang Mao and ran away. Phew! A cool breeze blew through at the right time, refilling the silent corners. Su Yuqing stared at the fingertips of the 2 of them interlocked on the cap of the bottle, and the warmth of Chen Mo's palm rubbed against the back of her hand, tickling the tip of her heart. The knee that had just struck his chin was still vaguely painful, but that little bit of pain turned into tiny electric currents that flowed down his veins and into his thumping heart. Right, not. Seeing Chen Mo's chin that was still reddened at this point, Su Yuqing was just about to apologize, but she was blocked between her lips by Chen Mo's elevated mineral water. Take a sip of water to relieve yourself. Chen Mo smiled gently and didn't seem to care about being hit heavily just now. The water droplets condensing from the wall of the mineral water bottle slid down Su Yuqing's wrist and into her sleeve, the cold touch causing her to tremble lightly. Chen Mo suddenly let go of his hand and fished out a neatly folded handkerchief from his pants pocket, gently wrapping it around the damp bottle. Pad this, don't freeze your hands. When his fingertips skimmed over the lines of her palm, Su Yuqing clearly saw the sycamore wadding on the teenager's eyelashes fluttering with his breath, and couldn't help but reach out and gently twist it away for him. The sound of frogs jumping and counting came from the playground in the distance, but it was as if it was blurred through a layer of hairy glass. Su Yuqing pursed her water, and the moment the cold liquid slipped through her throat, she suddenly tasted a hint of sweetness, if anything. Su Yuqing pursed the mouth of the bottle and swallowed in small bites, but the sweet flow of water in her throat could not quench the boiling heat under her collarbone. The residual touch of Chen Mo's knuckles from when he had just wrapped his arms around her thin waist was still hot at the waist, as if the lines of his palm had been topologized on his skin through his school uniform. In the distance came the sound of Huang Mao's exaggerated frog jump counting, mixed with Zhao Yaya's silver bell laughter. Looking at Su Yuqing's shyness to the point that she was as good as a child in her small sip of water, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel that Su Yuqing at this time was the most adorable, so that people couldn't help but want to bully her a little bit. He suddenly touched the tip of her reddened ear lightly with a mineral water bottle and laughed. Class Flowers Pillow Experience Coupon, can you renew it next time? One thought of the picture just now, as well as the chest in front of the teenager's warm nostrils between a breath of touch, for Chen Mo this renewal invitation. Su Yuqing's heart cannot help but a little reminiscent of a little shy and a little flustered. Her small hand cannot help but tremble. The bottle cap fell to the ground, bone rolling into the stone crevice. When she leaned over to pick it up, Chen Mo's warm breath suddenly enveloped her. He didn't know when he had also bent down to come closer, his slender fingers precisely clasping the rolling plastic cover. The tip of Su Yuqing's nose almost brushed against the back of his athletically damp neck, and the citrusy scent of the shower gel mixed with the teenager's unique hormones fermented into a dizzying cocktail on a spring afternoon. Su Yuqing retracted her hand like an electric shock, and the mineral water bottle tipped over in a panic, and the clear stream of water snaked across the stone platform, melting their reflections into a swaying river of stars. She looked at the blurred outline of the teenager in the water trails, and suddenly remembered the function images drawn by the pencil on the sketch paper when Chen Mo explained the math problems earlier. Those intertwined curves, at the moment, were just like her own disordered heartbeat. The gym students who had just finished their frog jumps flocked to the equipment room, and Zhang Ji's trademark loud voice pierced through the green plants. Chen Mo. Mr. Tian is looking for you to measure your lung capacity. Su Yuqing instinctively stepped back, but her back waist hit Chen Mo's palm that patted over in time. The warmth of the teenager's palm seeped into her skin through the 2 layers of her school uniform, and she realized that the 2 of them were in a position that resembled the closing of a tango. He leaned down to protect her waist, and she tilted her head back to look into his eyes. Don't always be so presumptuous. Chen Mo smiled and placed the bottle cap, which had been wiped clean with his own school uniform, into Su Yuqing's palm before he responded to Zhang Ji's shout. At this time, Zhang Ji had already seen the scene of Chen Mo and Su Yuqing's interaction from afar and couldn't help but have a layer of envy floating in his eyes. After all, Su Yuqing is the flower of the class and even the school flower. How many boys in the class can not be interested in this kind of beautiful looks, excellent body, usually warm and gentle character of the girl? It's just that most people know they're too far away from the class flower to be seen from afar. Zhang Qi is one of them. He had a crush on Su Yuching, but felt that it was still difficult to get close to the other party with his caliber. At this moment, seeing the goddess so close to other boys, it was impossible for him not to be jealous in his heart. Just the thought of his opponent being Chen Mo, he extinguished himself all of a sudden. Spell family cannot spell, spell appearance cannot spell, body at most 50-50, and spell boys are better at athletic ability. He also felt that he was advantageous before, but the result is that today Chen Mo some performance, directly to his body in seconds. Naturally, he was completely dead in the water. Looking at Chen Mo's departing back, Su Yuching's heart was in turmoil, but she didn't know exactly what she was thinking. She felt like she wanted more closeness and intimacy with Chen Mo again, and was shy and panic-stricken about this aspect. In youthful ignorance, boys have a great desire to be close to the girls they like. In fact, this desire of girls for the boys they like is much stronger, just that most of the girls are the same as Su Yuching. The expectation is mixed with some fear and panic. She couldn't help but feel that this reaction of hers might send some wrong signals to Chen Mo, causing their relationship to be iffy. She took a deep breath, thinking in her mind that she wanted to change this cowardly character of hers, but she didn't know where to start, and was ready to go back and read some more books on psychology to give herself some psychological strength. Chapter 63, Benefits from Grandpa's Trickery. When we came to the equipment room, here some boys were gathered. Some were testing their grip strength, some were testing their lung capacity. After Chen Mo came in, Tianjing purposely called Chen Mo to her side, ready to take a good look at his grip strength and lung capacity data. Especially lung capacity. High lung capacity aids in the enhancement of both long-distance running and sprinting. Chen Mo remembered that his lung capacity was quite strong when he was in high school. After the previous students blew, the highest lung capacity was a couple of gym students with over 5,000 points. Chen Mo still knew a little bit of blowing technique for measuring lung capacity, so that he could measure more accurately. As the students around him watched, he began by blowing at an even pace, and as he did so, the numbers on the tester began to jump up and down rapidly. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Previously, other students started blowing faster once they passed 3,000 or so because they already felt like they were going to run out of gas soon, and most of them were blowing 4,000 or 5,000. Chen Mo reached over 4,000 before he began to finally accelerate and blow, and the surrounding boys stared with bated breath at the red numbers jumping on the electronic screen. Zhao Yeye stepped on the windowsill, the tip of her nose pressing a funny flat circle in the glass. 6,008. 7,000. When the numbers settled at 6,980, the equipment room erupted in a rising tide of nationalism. Zhang Ji's grip in his hand clanged on the mat, startling two sparrows outside the window. Tianjing's ballpoint pen poked a small hole in the registration form. She repeatedly confirmed that she did not blink. Ordinary high school students can reach 4,000 has been excellent, sports students 5,000 is considered to meet the standard, and Chen Mo's data is comparable to professional swimmers. You kid got turbo in your lungs? Huang Mao's fist slammed heavily on Chen Mo's arm, shaking him and causing him to stagger half a step. The reason Chen Mo has such a high lung capacity is all thanks to a movie he watched when he was a kid. The star, who was known as the Emperor of Kung Fu, competed with the young actor who played his son in a water-filled basin for air closure. This made Chen Mo follow suit and often dragged his grandfather into competitions. As a result, he lost to his grandfather every time, so in order to outsmart his grandfather, Chen Mo would only raise his head every time he couldn't hold it in. It wasn't until later that he realized that his grandfather had been sneaking around, sticking to the surface of the water each time and waiting until he was almost ready to lift his head before he plopped down into the water. So every time Chen Mo couldn't hold his head up out of the water and wipe away the water droplets in front of his eyes, what he saw was that his grandfather was still as steady as him to tie in the water with his breath closed. Seeing his grandfather so powerful was a great source of adoration for him as a child. It wasn't until later, when Grandma poked at Grandpa's little trick, that Chen Mo reacted to the fact that he had been lied to for years. But it was also because of his grandfather's little trick that he had an opponent he could never defeat, giving him the motivation to always push the limits. Otherwise, he would have already won on the first day, and he certainly wouldn't have been so uptight about improving his closed airtime subsequently. Grandpa's little trick had raised his lung capacity over time. This gave him a great advantage in his later growth. Chen Mo naturally wouldn't blame his grandfather for lying to him. Tianjing's eyes lit up when she saw Chen Mo's lung capacity. It's definitely a long-distance runner seated for skill, physical fitness, and such a high lung capacity. The most crucial thing was that Tianjing felt that Chen Mo already had such qualities without professional training. This reinforced the idea that she needed to talk to Yi Xiaoyun. It wasn't long after Chen Mo finished measuring his lung capacity that the class bell dinged. Well, students after class will go back to rest first, those students who still do not pass the extra training, after going home, but also as far as possible in accordance with the method taught by the teacher to take the time to exercise more of their own body. It's not just to cope with the physical test. The president once said that the body is the capital of the revolution, and if you work out well, it will only do you good and no harm. As Tianjing finished her final explanation, the crowd returned one after another, while the girls headed to the locker room to change back into their normal school uniforms. The last class was English class. Most of the students had a mediocre interest. Chen Mo was lucky that he could basically understand it. With so many subjects, this subject was on the contrary the least forgettable. After all, when a language is learned, that is learned. Even though there were not many application environments, there were times when Chen Mo had applied it before. But for the average student, there is so much more to remember and figure out, what with grammar, subjects, predicates, objects, and especially when it comes to clause nesting, e.g., determiners, gerunds, it's extremely easy to confuse sentence components. The superimposition of tenses and inflections, such as the combination of the virtual voice, passive voice, and perfect tense, leads to a break in the logical chain. Non-predicate verb applications, participles as gerunds, gerunds as subjects, and other abstract usages are out of context and easy to confuse by mechanical memorization. Combined with the fact that there is no suitable application environment around, it becomes very difficult to learn. On days when the English teacher was on duty for evening study, she would purposely design that day to be English night, where students were only allowed to communicate in English in class, as a way to improve their speaking skills and their memorization of some of the words used. Even so, the improvement in everyone's English performance remains still relatively limited. Those who have the interest or perseverance can learn it, others are simply listening to a book. This lesson for Chen Mo, listen to it or not does not matter, is to warm up once. Huang Mao is directly down to sleep. Su Yuqing, on the other hand, was studying as hard as she could, while Zhao Yeye appeared to be serious, but in reality, her expression was dull and she was deserting. The time of this English class passed quickly in the senses of both serious and non-serious students. Serious students feel that they have not yet mastered the class, not serious students only feel that the time passed in a flash, especially if they get down to sleep, but also to sleep and drool out of the mouth. After all, he had just finished a hard workout in the last gym class, so naturally, he slept even more in this class. It was finally time for school to end in the afternoon, and everyone stretched out and got ready to go to dinner as well. There's still evening study to be done tonight, and the teacher on duty tonight is chemistry teacher Li Yen. Because he was a good old boy, the students were not afraid of him, and sometimes the discipline would seem a little poor. But people still give a little face when the teacher speaks out to manage it. It just slowly goes from quiet to noisy again every now and then. As the school bell rang, Su Yuqing was suddenly sitting in her seat a bit dazed. Zhao Yeye saw this scene and was just about to speak, but she was met with Chen Mo making a shushing gesture and waving her hand to indicate that she should go first without caring. Although she didn't know what was going on, Zhao Yeye obediently nodded and walked out of the classroom. But she took 3 steps and turned around, curious as to what was wrong with Su Yuqing all of a sudden. As the students left the classroom one after another, only Chen Mo and Su Yuqing were finally left in the classroom. Chapter 64 Am I Being Molested? Chen Mo came to Su Yuqing's side and grabbed her small hand, and only when she looked up did he gently say, "What's wrong? Not ready yet?" He knew exactly why Su Yuqing stayed where she was at the moment. The moment the bell rang for the end of class in the afternoon, it meant that she would soon be accompanying Chen Mo home to face her mother head-on. Even if she had done all sorts of construction in her heart before, when she really reached this moment and thought about how far she would have to go afterward, Su Yuqing's heart still felt a wave of difficult emotions. People are not like the grass, they are not like the trees. Even if her parents don't treat her as a family member, she still can't help but feel pain and sadness when she really wants to cut off this emotion that is linked by the last thread. It wasn't as if she hadn't been completely happy and cheerful with her parents before her parents had fought when she was a child. She had been the most precious little princess in the house. The smiling face of her parents at that time, the doting look, Su Yuqing believed that the feelings her parents treated her with at that time would not be fake. Even if she wasn't very old at the time, she still thinks back on it today with sweet memories. So really, when it came to taking the step of breaking it off for good, she had really mixed feelings. Su Yuqing's eyelashes fluttered, as if by coincidence of fate, a teardrop slipped from the corner of her eye just fell on the English textbook's family word, blotting the ink into a small lake of sadness. She recalled the scene on her 6th birthday when her father held her up to pick acacia blossoms, when the man's stubble rubbed against the nape of her neck and her mother looked on with gentle doting, and the family's laughter shook the white blossoms that filled the trees with rustling laughter. Without realizing it, Su Yuqing was already looking at Chen Mo with teary eyes. Chen Mo didn't say anything, just gently took her head and placed it on his chest. "It's okay, it's up to you to decide, I won't interfere too much, but I'm here to be your support whenever you need it." Su Yuqing's forehead was pressed against Chen Mo's collarbone, and she could clearly feel the steady and powerful heartbeat in his chest. The body heat coming out from under the fabric of the school uniform wrapped around her like the warm spring sun, and mixed with the faint soap scent of the teenager's body, it actually reminded her of the touch of being held in her father's arms when she was a child with a fever. Her father's palm was warm like this then, and he would hum nursery rhymes softly to lull her to sleep. Chen Mo. Just as she opened her mouth, Chen Mo noticed that she had a thick nasal voice and her tail was trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Su Yuqing's throat felt like it was clogged with cotton wool soaked in lemon juice, so sour that it hurt. Chen Mo did not say anything, his palm gently rubbing the top of her hair, like soothing a frightened beast. Su Yuqing unconsciously cried on Chen Mo's warm chest, those warm memories that were deliberately sealed, at this moment all turned into fine needle tips, gently piercing in the softest part of the heart. Actually, it can be faced tomorrow or later. Chen Mo's voice was wrapped in the resonance of his chest, shocking Su Yuqing's ears that were pressed against his chest to slightly tingle. Auntie's places where I can go to say. Don't! Su Yuqing suddenly straightened up, the tears stored in her eyes rolled down with her movements. I'm going to go and make it clear today, I can't delay it any longer, I'll be less and less able to make up my mind. She wiped her cheeks haphazardly with her cuffs, but the more she wiped, the wetter she got. Chen Mo smiled and took out the tissue from her pocket, pulling out one for her to gently wipe away her tears. This kind of thing, don't force yourself, after all, once you've made up your mind, in the future, it's only going to be very difficult to reconcile it. I'm just a little bit scared, afraid of seeing Mom's cold face, even more afraid of seeing her suddenly become. Su Yuqing suddenly stopped in the middle of her sentence. Suddenly become what? Chen Mo gave her a curious look. It's nothing. Su Yuqing wiped away her tears and shook her head, lying back down on Chen Mo's chest, wanting to use his warmth to boost her courage. Chen Mo tightened the arm around her back, his chin gently resting against the top of her hair. In the distance came the whistle for the start of the basketball team's practice, the sounds of banter in the hallways faded away, and they were frozen in the twilight like a movie with the pause button pressed. Feeling the trembling Su Yuqing in his arms, Chen Mo couldn't help but recall what happened to her in the previous timeline and how cruel fate was. Letting a girl who was already suffering from indifference end up in that situation, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh over it. Not in terms of a moral abduction situation, Su Yuqing's endgame ending is irrelevant to Chen Mo. After all, in the previous timeline, Chen Mo didn't know about his connection with Su Yuqing when she was a child, and was just a classmate that he knew kinda well. If all know a little good sense of classmates have difficulties to your home, you must save, do not save you have to be morally condemned, then who can save over? This is not pure moral abduction. So it was clearly unreasonable to blame Chen Mo's inaction for Su Yuqing's end. He had no obligation to have to take her in. Her endgame was purely the result of the mistakes of her family of origin. But for all practical purposes, it was Chen Mo who pushed her to take the final step. So Chen Mo, as a person with a conscience, condemned himself to his own conscience and took responsibility for the matter. However, the two main characters who should be most responsible for this matter were actually Su Yuqing's biological parents, and as a result, one of them went directly crazy, and one of them was even more like not having had this daughter. That's what's outrageous. As soon as he recalled the girl's miserable death that was washed away by the torrential rain overnight, as well as the scene where she had no traces of escape at all, Chen Mo seemed to synchronize his feelings with Su Yuqing's state of mind when she was in a state of mourning before her death. Maybe she wasn't caught off guard, or stunned with fear, maybe she was just disappointed in humanity, and in that moment, she felt it would be good and a relief to just walk away like that, before she put up any resistance. At the thought of Su Yuqing possibly being in such a state of mind, Chen Mo couldn't help but shed a tear for her as well. Su Yuqing suddenly felt a warm dampness on the side of her neck, and looked up to realize that Chen Mo's eyelashes were even stained with tiny droplets of water. Fool, why are you crying? She broke into a smile and curled her fingers to poke the corners of Chen Mo's reddened eyes. The chalk dust mesmerized my eyes. Chen Mo blinked his eyes quickly, then smiled and wiped the tear tracks at the corners of Su Yuqing's eyes and said, "You're the one who is, if you keep crying. Instead, people will think that I'm bullying you." Su Yuqing looked at the teenager's reddened ear tips, suddenly cupped over his face, her forehead pressed against his forehead, a pair of good-looking big eyes gazed at the teenager's eyes with affection, her cold fingertips pressed against the teenager's warm cheeks. She didn't say anything on her lips, but in her heart, she said sweetly, "Thanks for you, you're the one that catches me every time at the most lousy times." With Su Yuqing doing such an unexpected action that made Chen Mo almost think that the other party was going to forcibly kiss her, she had stood up straight and recovered her normal demeanor, looking at Chen Mo with a gentle smile. "Let's go." Chen Mo then felt his heart thumping, immediately got up and followed Su Yuqing's back, but in a trance he always felt that he just seemed to be molested? Chapter 65, Pretending to be Innocent. When Chen Mo and Su Yuqing walked out of the school gate, there were already only 3 or 2 students on campus. Many were couple groups out together, deliberately staying a little late and enjoying some duo time before coming out. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing walked side by side, mixing in the middle, as if they were also a young couple who secretly lingered in the classroom and sweetened some time before leaving the campus. Twilight pulls the shadow of the sycamore tree at the entrance of the school, and the hem of Chen Mo's school uniform is lifted up by the wind, and then falls down gently. Su Yuqing's fingertips hanging at her side unconsciously brushed against his wrist, like the willow tips brushing against the surface of a lake on a spring day, provoking both of them to shrink their hands at the same time. Before grabbing hands or holding hands to walk together is not once or twice, but like this, so similar to the couple holding hands walking feeling situation, they still have their own shyness. Normal pulling Su Yuqing's hand, Chen Mo was indifferent. When he was told to regard Su Yuqing as his girlfriend's mentality and walk with her hand in hand, he would always feel that his outstretched hand would automatically freeze. Because there would be an inexplicable feeling of shyness lingering. Along the way the two walked out of the campus side by side without a word, each without a single glance. After leaving the campus, there were more pedestrians on the street, but it wasn't like in the campus where people looked at them sideways every now and then, which made the two of them relax a lot at once. There were a lot of snack stalls in front of the school. Chenmo smiled and looked at Suyuching. Is there anything you want to eat? Suyuching smiled and shook her head. Her mother's matter hadn't been taken care of yet. She didn't have any appetite right now. Until this matter was completely settled, she always felt like there was a big stone blocked in her heart. Chenmo was also able to see her mood at this time, so he did not say anything more. Soon the two came to the intersection and stopped a cab, and set off towards Suyuching's mother's house. On the other side, as they left campus, inside the senior 3-1 class, Chu Dan-won, who habitually tidied up the podium's hygiene after school, had just finished the hygiene of the podium and the blackboard when she was blocked in the classroom by a few girls. Please step aside. Chu Dan-won saw a few girls and directly opened her mouth expressionlessly. Chu Dan-won, what do you mean? A high ponytailed girl at the head of the three girls looked at Chu Dan-won coldly and questioned. I don't understand what you mean. Chu Dan-won froze for a moment to look at the three, simply inverted the Big Dipper. They were blocked by the three of them. They actually asked themselves what they meant in return? Chu Dan-won was at this point eager to ask to see what the three of them really meant. You can still pretend. The girl with the pill-haired hair followed and scolded. Dare to do must dare to admit. You are usually not quite brave. Why do you want to deny now when the matter comes to the end of the day? In the face of the pill-head girl's step-by-step pressing, in the twilight-drenched classroom, Chu Dan-won clutched the blackboard eraser and took half a step back. What exactly is the matter? Please speak directly. I don't have time to play dumb riddles with you here. Although the person was backing up, Chu Dan-won was still speaking stiffly. The high ponytailed girl in the lead had her nails almost poking the tip of her nose. What's with the innocent act? You tattletale. What did I sue for? Chu Dan-won frowned at the trio. Well, this mouth is really hard off. Don't think that you sneak into the teacher's office and report the matter of us bringing snacks into the classroom to eat, God knows what. The pill-headed girl looked angrily at Chu Dan-won and said, Are you evil or not? What are you in the way of us bringing things into the classroom to eat? That's right, really you. Ponytail girl sneered at Chu Dan-won scolded. Usually I have long looked at you not good eyes. In front of the teacher pretend good student, pretend good girl. Not you duty also stay every day to organize the podium, wipe the blackboard, you pretend to whom to see you. I see you do this look wanna vomit. Listening to the other party with a mouthful of Lao-zi just like the rude look of a boy's quarrel, Chu Dan-won was actually a little bit unable to cope with it. This kind of little Taeyukai-like girl, with whom she seldom crossed paths on weekdays, this suddenly forced her to come before her. She didn't know what to say for a while. But she still responded strongly, Don't look if you don't want to, no one wants you to look, and I've never told on anyone in front of the teacher, so you guys come and slander me less, there's nothing else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that Chu Dan-won was ready to leave, but she was pressed back to the table by the high ponytailed girl with a hand on her chest. We'll come to you for something without evidence? We, Ru, saw you go into the office and sue with our own eyes, and you're still here pretending to be 250 with us. The high ponytailed girl flashed a girl behind her who didn't look so much like a Taeyukai with a slightly timid personality as she spoke. Xiao Ru, you give her a good account of what you saw. The high ponytail girl sneered and looked at Chu Dan-won with an expression of I didn't expect it, I have witnesses, I'll see how you can defend yourself. Hearing this, Chu Dan-won couldn't help but look at this Fong Xiao Ru with some surprise. I didn't hear it with my own ears either, but I saw that not long after Dan-won came out of the teacher's office when you went there, the homeroom teacher came to our class to talk about bringing snacks into the classroom, and also named Hui and Xinyao. If it wasn't you who tattled on them at that time, then I wouldn't have known who it was. Fong Xiaoru said with a careful look. How about that, do you think we've forgotten? At that time, I also remember that you collected your workbook and went to the teacher's office, and not long after you came back, the homeroom teacher came to say that we had brought snacks into the classroom. It didn't take us long to bring snacks back to the classroom, and we just happened to be bumped into by you before you left the door. Who else could it be but you? Lin Xianyao's vicious gaze looked at Chu Dan-won. I didn't. Chu Dan-won's spine rested against the cold podium baffle as she defended herself feebly. Originally, self-incrimination was always a most difficult thing in this world. Things that haven't been done and asking you to prove that you haven't done them, you have a high probability of being in a state of 100%. The girl with pill hair called Song Hui suddenly kicked over the chalk box, colorful chalk crackled and rolled onto Chu Dan-won's cloth shoes, the chili sticks in my drawer in the second period last Wednesday morning, and the jumping candies brought by Xiaomei in the first period the day before yesterday afternoon. The teacher knows about all of them, and at those times, as I recall, it was you who went to the teacher's office and returned to the classroom not long before the homeroom teacher came to check on them. Office back to the classroom not long after the homeroom teacher to check out, in addition to you such a serious nerd, who would go to snitch? As Song Hui finished these words, Chu Dan-won snapped her eyes wide open. She remembered that every time she was ready to go to the teacher's office, she could always see Fong Xiaoru running out of the classroom or disappearing outside the corridor. When I saw her again, she was walking back from the direction of the teacher's office, but of course the teacher's office is next to the stairway, so she could have walked out of the stairway. Chapter 66, If you won't let me carry you, I'll carry you. Just from the direction Fong Xiaoru came back from, she couldn't tell what she did. But there have been times when Chu Danwan has seen a small note placed in front of the homeroom teacher that has not yet been opened, or opened, and just closed after reading. Once she inadvertently saw one of the words, which seemed to be Fong Xiaoru's handwriting. If one did not sue, then only someone who arrived in the teacher's office after he or she left the teacher's office, or sometime before he or she arrived in the teacher's office, would be able to know about someone bringing snacks into the classroom at a nearby point in time. Thinking back to what Lin Xinyo and Song Huihui had said about today, it seemed like Fong Xiaoru had also been to the teacher's office early, but at that time Lin Xinyo and Song Huihui hadn't yet returned from buying snacks. Of course, Fong Xiaoru played well with them and knew that they were going to buy snacks and come back to eat them, so it was possible to tell them in advance. Although there was such a suspicion in her mind, Chu Danwan did not want to be like the other three and take the suspicion directly as a fact. So she didn't say anything about her thoughts. I don't know. Chu Danwan's words of defense were only half spoken before they were interrupted by the board eraser that suddenly smashed in, and the moment the dust choked into her windpipe, it induced her to cough violently, but the chalk dust that was raised also caused Lin Xinyo and Fong Xiaoru to subconsciously avoid taking 2 steps away from her. Anyway, it's not me, you guys love to believe it or not, I'm going home. Chu Danwan was too lazy to tangle with them, taking advantage of this gap. As soon as she pushed them away from her surroundings, she rushed towards the outside of the classroom. Damn, being torn apart and trying to escape, Xinyao quickly catch her. If we don't tear her stinking mouth apart today, we'll have sacrificed all our snacks for nothing. Song Huihui hurriedly shouted at Lin Xinyao. The three of them chased after him in an instant. One of them, Lin Xinyao, was from the track and field team and was very fast, catching up with Chu Danwan in no time. Just enough to block her at the top of the stairs. Come back with me. I've said it's not me, let go of me. Chu Danwan knew that she would definitely be bullied by the three when she went back, and she immediately resisted strongly. As a result, between pulling and pulling at the stairway, she broke her foot and tumbled straight down the stairway. Weightlessness wrapped in the scent of chalk dust. Tom. Chu Danwan's knee knocked out with a muffled thud on the concrete steps, and the pain that exploded in her ankle made her black out. The slanting sun cut in through the window at the corner of the stairs, cutting through her field of vision into fragmented patches of light. Yeah, she's bleeding. Fong Xiaoru looked at Chu Danwan's knee in fear. She really fell down. Song Huihui was also a bit confused. It's her own carelessness, it's none of my business. Quick, no one saw, hurry up and go, turn around and ask and say you don't know, don't admit it. Lin Xinyao looked at this appearance of Chu Danwan, was also scared, hurriedly greeted the other two and ran away. The sounds of streaking footsteps fled in another direction, and Chu Danwan curled up in the shadow of the steps, shivering as she looked at her chalk-stained fingertips. The ankles swelled up alarmingly fast, the legs of the school uniform pants were stretched out in a bruised outline like a ball of over-fermented dough, and at the knees even the pants were scraped and bleeding. With an effort, she tried to move, but soon fell on her back and sat in the corner, the cone of pain coming from her right ankle making it difficult for her to move. Just as Chu Danwan felt a sense of helplessness invade her heart, the sound of clattering footsteps suddenly came from the top of the stairs, and the familiar smell of mint mixed with the scent of sweat hit her. Chu Danwan looked up and saw Zhou Hao's silhouette against the light swooping down with the remnants of the sun, the hem of his school uniform fluttering, like a flag breaking the wind. Don't move. Zhou Hao knelt on one knee in front of Chu Danwan, pulling out a tissue from his pocket to press down on her bleeding knee. I just heard it all. Zhou Hao inquired about Chu Danwan, whether or not she was the duty student at the end of the evening study hall. She would stay behind after school every day to do some simple hygiene, so she would go home later than others. He thought to take advantage of this time to find private time together and get closer. So he stayed in his classroom and waited for a deliberately created coincidence of going home together. Although the first class is next to the stairs, but in order to walk less, when there are fewer people, most of the students in the first class will also walk over in the direction of the second and third class, come to the right staircase and then go down the stairs. Before Zhou Hao had something to delay when he remembered the figure of Chu Danwan walking past the front of the classroom. So he also deliberately stayed in the classroom for some time today, during which he immediately drilled under the table and chairs to hide a hand when he saw Chen Mo and Su Yuqing walking by. After all, something like being seen by his brother alone in a classroom swooning over a girl would make him shy. But today, after he waited for some time, he found that Chu Danwan's figure had not yet appeared, and he was just thinking about whether he should go to see if Chu Danwan had suddenly aroused herself today and took the left staircase to go downstairs, but he ended up seeing the three girls running past with panicked faces towards this side. From the words he heard the word Danwan. It was Fong Xiaoru who worriedly mentioned one thing while escaping: is it really okay to leave Chu Danwan like this? After these words were heard by Zhou Hao, he immediately realized that something had gone wrong, so he rushed over in a fiery hurry. It was only then that Chu Danwan realized that the hair in front of his forehead and behind his ears was slightly wet, which was sweat from Zhou Hao's haste. At this moment in their own rather heavy injuries in the most weak state, see this continuous tracking their own days, look vicious, in fact very easy to shy stuttering big boy, Chu Danwan do not know why, he actually inexplicably therefore rose a trace of security. At this moment, Johao was kneeling on one knee beside Chu Dan-won, with a look of heartache, agitated to the point that his sinewy hands are hanging above her ankles trembling, his throat rolling with difficulty, and his eyes are all a little slightly reddened. "Can you let me check it out? I was often injured in fights before, and slightly learned some things related to bruises and tendon dislocations." Looking at the other party's appearance of trying to speak as gently as possible to herself under this careful and nervous appearance, Chu Dan-won only hesitated for a split second before gently nodding her head. After receiving a nod of permission, Johao then slowly pulled up Chu Dan-won's pant leg, his touch so light that it was like touching fragile goods. Chu Dan-won saw that the half-tattoo exposed on the cuff of Johao's school uniform was an indigo cold color in the twilight, but the temperature of his fingertips was incredibly hot. She was originally wary and resistant to such boys with tattoos and flowing dresses, as these symbols were usually associated with bad boys and stereotypes. It was hard for her to avoid thinking so. It was just that the boy in front of her with tattoos on his body made Chu Dan-won unexpectedly less disgusted and repulsed. When Johao realized that Chu Dan-won's ankle was swollen like fermented dough, he suddenly turned around and squatted down. "Come up here, this is no longer a minor problem, we have to go to the infirmary." Looking at Johao squatting in front of himself, the back of his school uniform taut with sharp lines, Chu Dan-won suddenly felt that all the pain in her body seemed to have eased a lot, and she subconsciously stretched out her hands trustingly. The boy brought her a feeling that she could trust unconditionally, which made Chu Dan-won herself surprised. Maybe it's because he's seen his shy, cute self and discovered another side of him. However, the moment she was about to place her hands on Johao's shoulders, she immediately trembled and withdrew them. "If you don't let me carry you, I can just carry you over." Johao knew the possible concerns and shyness in Chu Dan-won's mind at this time, but her injuries definitely couldn't just be spent here, so he immediately stated a choice that she was even more afraid to accept. Chapter 67. I don't want you to suffer a little pain. People are all compromises, and when the choice was made between princess hugging and carrying, Chu Dan-won immediately chose carrying. "Then, that would be troublesome for you." Chu Dan-won blushed slightly as she looked toward Johao and whispered back. In fact, she wasn't shy about being touched by Johao, but the thought of the scene of the two of them walking out of the school building in a moment and being seen by people made her shy. So much so that even the pain in his body was temporarily ignored. Seeing Chu Dan-won respond, Johao then grinned and squatted down in front of her once again. Looking at the broad back of Johao who had his back to himself, Chu Dan-won took 2 deep breaths before she stretched out her hands over Johao's shoulders and pressed her whole body up. Johao was so nervous that his breathing sped up directly the moment Chu Dan-won's arms encircled his neck. He was trying to keep his composure with the tip of his tongue against his palate when the faint scent of gardenia from the young girl's hair burrowed into his nostrils, when he stumbled half a step at the sudden soft touch on his back. The grooming mirror on the wall of the stairs reflected the teenager's suddenly reddened ear tips, his elbows reflexively bowed, but then froze like an electric shock when he was about to touch the bend of Chu Dan-won's knee. The April wind swept through the corridor wrapped in magnolia petals, and the sound of Johao's throat rolling was especially clear in the silence. Chu Dan-won rested her jaw vaguely against Johao's shoulder, and as her eyes skimmed over the teenager's reddened ears, she suddenly noticed that the tattoo on the back of his neck was trembling slightly. It turned out that the muscles in his entire body were taut. The realization inexplicably loosened her otherwise constricted mood by a few moments, and it turned out that she wasn't the only one who was so nervous that her fingertips were trembling. "Quasi. Ready? I'm going to get up." Johao was so nervous that he could barely speak. Feeling this contrastingly shy and cute appearance of this big boy, Chu Dan-won could not help but subconsciously reveal a hint of a smile. "Ready," she whispered back in Johao's ear. This action of her gentle spitting breath brushing over the teenager's earlobe inadvertently, but it struck the teenager as if he had been struck in the sky by a spring thunderstorm and froze in place. The tingling sensation brought up by the young girl's warm breath gently passing through her ears, rushed straight down Johao's spine and exploded into starbursts in his mind, and the fingertips resting on the bend of Chu Dan-won's knee curled up unconsciously, and the fabric of the school uniform rubbed out a fine sound. He swallowed hard to force himself to calm down before he slowly stood up with Chu Dan-won on his back. He rose very slowly, so slow that it was as if he had turned on the slowest speed robot. Obviously he was afraid that any hint of tremor he brought would involve Chu Dan-won's injury. He didn't want Chu Dan-won to suffer the slightest bit of harm. The moment he stood up, Johao didn't know whether to take the left foot or the right foot first, as if the whole person couldn't walk, and all that was left in the world was the wisp of moist warmth in his ears that was constantly sweeping by from time to time. "Student Johao?" Seeing Johao frozen in place like a robot without power, Chu Dan-won immediately called out softly in confusion, which dragged his divine soul back into his shell. Twilight flowed into honey on the corridor tiles, and Johao hastily decelerated his pace as he took his first step. The bend of Chu Dan-won's knee burned in his palm, and the touch of the fabric of the young girl's school uniform pants rubbing against the lines of her palm was 1,000 times softer than he had imagined, and he deliberately left his thumb hanging in the air, fearing that the calluses on his palm would rub against her and hurt her. Chu Dan-won, unlike other girls, didn't like wearing skirts, so she basically wore school uniform pants. Thanks to the school uniform pants she wore, if she wore a skirt, Johao was afraid that he wouldn't even know where to put his hands. Hiss. When Zhou accidentally descended the stairs a little bit faster, he involved Chu Danwan, causing her to suffer pain to the point where she subconsciously let out a sucking sound. As a result, just as she opened her lips, she felt the sudden tensing of the teenager's shoulder blades, and her movements slowed instantly. April warm wind wrapped in magnolia fragrance drilled into the gap between the two men's collars. Zhou back of the neck tattoos with the swallowing action lightly trembled. You can see that he is as careful as possible. Seeing that the other party was so careful, Chu Danwan couldn't help but feel that she should have been more patient, or else she would have made the boy in front of her struggle. Beads of freshly seeping sweat behind his ears rolled down into his collar, and at the seventh step, because he didn't dare to have too much direct contact with Chu Danwan, it caused her state to continually start to become slipping as he moved. To hold it a little more steady, he said shyly, tighten it up a little, ha. With Chu Danwan's reply in a voice like a mosquito, Zhou only then boldly tightened his palm slightly, accompanied by his own grasping movements. The warmth of Chu Danwan's legs ironed directly onto his tiger's mouth through the fabric. Along with Zhou's pace, Chu Danwan's legs, because of Zhou's grip, but not much wobbling, hurt, but the upper half of the body tightly pressed against each other is gently swaying, chest occasionally rubbed over the folds of the back of the school uniform, bringing up a burst of trembling along the two people pressed against each other's position to spread to the two people's bodies. Zhou's face turned even redder, and Chu Danwan's face had also floated up a layer of redness long ago. At the moment, separated by 2 layers of school uniforms, just from Zhou's back, she could distinctly feel the little beast beating in panic in his chest. She finally couldn't help but speak up at the 21st wobble, you can actually go faster. It will hurt. Zhou blurted out 2 words. It's okay. No. It's really okay. I don't want you to suffer a little pain. The teenager's subconsciously straightforward words were heard in Chu Danwan's ears, but caused her heartbeat to miss half a beat. As the tips of her hair swept over the teen's earlobe, she visibly felt the pulse on the side of his neck quicken suddenly, and it was evident that he too realized the ambiguity of the statement. A simple sentence, but it was almost as if a confession had been uttered to his face. For a while both of them were shy and speechless, not knowing what to do. Both men winced at the same time when "To Alice" suddenly played on the radio station. Chu Danwan's face, hidden behind Zhou's shoulder, was so hot that it could fry an egg, but she didn't realize that the teenager had already had his breathing messed up by the top of his wildly beating heart. I mean, girls hurt so badly, a little bit of pain can be very drastic, I don't want you to. Realizing that his words just now were a bit ambiguous, Zhou hurriedly tried to explain his motives for this sentence. Because he was afraid that if he expressed some of his words and emotions too quickly, he would push away from himself and this girl he had fallen in love with at first sight. As a result, the more he wanted to explain, the more messy words. See the boy in front of him at a loss for words, shy and flustered to explain the appearance. Chu Danwan snorted and even laughed. The air currents of the young girl's light laughter startled the teenager as they brushed the fluffy hair behind his ears, causing him to nearly hit the porch post. She smiled. Great. Zhou, who had just been babbling, suddenly felt a lightness of heart. Is this how you usually talk to girls? In order to break some of the awkwardness on the road, Chu Danwan took the initiative to chat with Zhou. Chapter 68. You're not dirty at all. Hearing Chu Danwan's question, Zhou immediately shook his head and said, how is that possible? I rarely have anything to say to girls in general. Just after subconsciously answering, he realized that it was the wrong answer. Doesn't that mean one is only incoherent in her presence? But it was too late for him to change his mind at this point. Chu Danwan had already comprehended the meaning of this layer, but she did not continue to chat in depth about this aspect, but suddenly shyly shrunk behind Zhou and asked softly, you're carrying me behind your back like this, in case your girlfriend sees it, will you invite misunderstandings? In Chu Danwan's opinion, a boy like Zhou would have gotten a girlfriend early on. Although she found the boy quite unexpected and interesting, but if the other party had a girlfriend, then she wouldn't dare to get too close to him. I don't have a girlfriend at all. Zhou said directly back. However, he only answered as normal words, in order to make Chu Danwan let go of her worries. But it never even occurred to him that when the other party asked this, he was sidestepping the matter of whether he had a girlfriend or not. As soon as she heard that Zhou didn't have a girlfriend yet, Chu Danwan didn't know why her heart actually suddenly loosened up a bit. She took a deep breath and then curiously said, looking at you doesn't quite look like you don't have a girlfriend. How can you tell? This time it was Zhou's turn to be curious. Chu Danwan just wanted to say that Zhou is rough and fine, has his own gentleness, looks good but also long and tall, should still be more popular with some specific groups of girls. But she couldn't say such things when she thought of uttering that the other person would be liked by a little Taiyukai type of girl. After all, such words always felt a bit prejudiced, opinionated. What's more, she suddenly realized that her interest in the boy in front of her had begun to rise, and she didn't want to categorize herself. So she went straight to the best words a woman can use, intuition. Enough about me. If I carry you on my back, will your boyfriend misunderstand when he sees it? Zhou suddenly had a brainwave and thought of a way to inquire if Chu Danwan had a boyfriend. I don't have a boyfriend. Chu Danwan returned with a shy red face. No way, you're a good person and you're long and pretty. Zhou wanted to pry even more clearly, so he put on his old face and said some complimentary words. This is heard in the ears of Chu Danwon is very popular, but she still red-faced and shook her head. Whereas beautiful, since childhood there are not many boys who are willing to approach me, probably because I'm more stupid and decent, they see me basically distant feeling towards me. Listening to Chu Danwon actually talk to himself about his experiences since childhood, Johao could not help but tremble in his heart. This was a sign that the relationship had gotten a little closer. He was about to continue chatting with Chu Danwon when the infirmary's doorplate had already come into view. At this time, Chu Danwon realized that Johao's back lapel had been blotted into a deep blue. Carrying a high school girl, all the way through the effort to walk carefully, it is difficult for him not to sweat. Chu Danwon looked at the beads of sweat dripping from the tips of his hair reflecting rainbows in the sunlight, and she couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed in her heart. It had been a long journey, and he himself had not cared at all whether he was tired or not, whether he had worked hard or not. Being so carefully cared for by him to the point where not a single painful part of his body was involved, it almost made Chu Danwon forget how much credit and dedication he had given to the fact that he could forget about the pain all the way to the infirmary after such a serious fall. The door to the infirmary was open, but the teacher had already gone to lunch, and for the time being there was no one in the infirmary. However, the teacher's phone number is left inside the infirmary, so you can call the teacher if you have an urgent need for treatment. Johao incomparably carefully carried Chu Danwon into the infirmary, and after placing her gently onto the seat, he then stood up and heaved out a breath, wearily wiping away the sweat. Squat down. Suddenly Chu Danwon gently looked at him and spoke. Johao froze for a moment and squatted in front of Chu Danwon. What's wrong? When Johao curiously looked at Chu Danwon had already taken out a pink handkerchief in her hand, gently caressing Johao's forehead, cheeks, and neck, wiping away his perspiration. This moment of happiness simply came too suddenly for Johao, and he didn't even react to it. Until he saw Chu Danwon wiping his sweat with a caring and serious look on his face, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble for it. I'll just get a tissue to wipe it off, don't dirty your handkerchief. Johao hurriedly prepared to get up. As a result, she was pressed down by Chu Danwon's outstretched hand until she carefully wiped away the sweat from his face and neck, and only then did she collect the handkerchief, which was permeated with Johao's sweat, and put it back into her pocket without any disdain at all. Don't say that next time, you're not dirty at all. Chu Danwon said as she looked at Johao seriously. Obviously as an ordinary sentence, Johao this meter-8 big tall man is suddenly and inexplicably feel their eyes a sour impulse to tears. It was the first time he had heard such a comment from himself, a man who was infamous at school for being shunned by everyone, and he couldn't help but nod subconsciously and dully. Seeing Johao nodding, Chu Danwon then looked at him with a gentle smile and said, You go eat first, it's delayed you quite a bit, I'll just wait here for my teacher to come back. No, you'll aggravate the edema if you leave it in this condition, I'll have to take care of it for you first. Johao immediately began to look for things in the infirmary on his own. Soon, he took out some ice from an ice machine, wrapped it in medical gauze, and gently applied it to the swollen area of Chu Danwon's sprained right foot. An ice pack will keep the swollen spot from swelling as much, and when the bleeding stops on this side, you can go home and use a hot pack to speed up the bruising, which will heal the injury a little faster. Hearing Johao's professional statement, Chu Danwon was curious as to how many injuries Johao had to suffer on a regular basis. You take the ice pack first, and I'll look for iodophor to help sterilize the abrasion on your knee. After Johao handed the wrapped ice pack to Chu Danwon, he immediately began to look for iodophor and medical cotton. Twilight cut diagonally through the shutters of the infirmary, illuminating the abrasions on Chu Danwon's knees. As Johao knelt on one knee, his hand holding the tweezers hanging over the mouth of the iodine vial, he didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. It's broken skin, any touch might hurt a little, if it hurts just say so and I'll be as gentle as possible. Johao's trailing voice fluttered like a dandelion swept away by the wind, and his fingertips tensed to the point of blanching as he squeezed the tweezers to pick up the cotton. He was really afraid that Chu Danwon would suffer any hint of pain. Chu Danwon softly mumbled, subconsciously biting her lower lip as she waited for Johao to administer the medicine. The moment the iodine vapor-soaked cotton touched the skin-breaking wound to send a faint tingle, Chu Danwon subconsciously curled her toes, but she forced herself not to open her mouth in order to keep Johao from worrying. Johao immediately stopped and looked up, the concern wavering in his pupils brighter than the beads of blood oozing from Chu Danwon's knees. It hurts? It doesn't hurt. Chu Danwon shook her head, looking with a gentle smile at the older boy in front of her who had a worried look on his face and looked up at himself. Compared to the pain, at this time Chu Danwon's heart was warm and pleasant. She herself couldn't help but be amazed at why she was in such a strange state of mind at this time. Chapter 69 Last Friday Night Incident. Looking at Johao's extremely careful manner of cleaning and medicating his wounds, Chu Danwon's inner strings were touched fiercely. As the two of them took their relationship further, Chen Mo had already taken a cab with Su Yuqing towards Su Yuqing's home. During the road, Chen Mo could see that Su Yuqing was in a state of nervousness. He reached out and gently grabbed Su Yuqing's right hand that was so tense that it was clenched into a fist. He just quietly held Su Yuqing's soft little hand, allowing her heart to gradually calm down. Su Yuqing looked at Chen Mo and saw him smile in response. She also took a few hard breaths to calm down. Soon, the cab had arrived at the street corner near Su Yuqing's house. Master, please wait for us here for a while, we'll be back soon. Chen Mo said as he looked at the driver before getting out of the car. Young man, waiting for people but according to the time billing, free to wait for you 15 minutes, more than 15 minutes every extra minute according to $1 calculation huh? Okay. Chen Mo nodded, and only then did he bring Su Yuqing out of the car. The lads and lasses nowadays are really handsome. Watching the two walk away, the driver master couldn't help but sigh. Immediately returning home, Su Yuqing was still very apprehensive in her heart at this time. The closer she got to the house, the faster her heart beat. At the beginning of twilight, the remnants of the sun in the western sky gilded Su Yuqing's old unit building into an orange-red color. A few residents happened to come in and out of the room just in time to see Su Yuqing return with a quite handsome young man, and couldn't help but sweep their gazes over their faces frequently. The rusty newspaper box was closed heavily, and Auntie Wang on the third floor pretended to fetch the evening paper, but the corner of her eye was glued to Su Yuqing's whitened fingertips only to see the force with which she clutched the unfamiliar boy's coat corner like a drowning man grasping driftwood. Uncle Zhang on the second floor stopped at the corner of the stairs with a garbage bag. Old Su's girl has brought someone back. Grandma Wu, a retired teacher living alone on the fifth floor, held her presbyopic glasses and gazed at Su Yuqing's taut shoulder line through the dusty window glass. She remembered the way the boy had lumbered out of the house on the night of the storm last week. Xiaosu object find poor handsome ah. Room 401 perennial prying into the privacy of the family's Aunt Lu came downstairs when she saw the two immediately said with a smile. Aunt Lu's words made Su Yuqing couldn't help but blush, but didn't have any rebuttal. Chen Mo didn't care about this and directly continued walking upwards. Su Yuqing didn't even realize at this point that she didn't even lead the way, but Chen Mo knew how many floors her house was on. Only after arriving at the 402 door did Chen Mo turn sideways to look at Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing took out the key and tremblingly aimed it at the keyhole. Snap! The moment the key unscrewed the lock on the door, her heart jumped out of her throat. She wondered what it would be like at home at this point. She had thought about what to say when she got home along the way, but at the sound of the door lock opening, her mind was instantly shaken down. It went blank for a moment. Seeing that Su Yuqing stayed mute and didn't dare to open the door, Chen Mo directly reached out and opened the door. As the door to the room opened, it was only fairly quiet in the home. Su Yuqing at this time is also finally ruthless sigh of relief, cannot have to face her mother directly or let her more relaxed. Just when the two men thought no one was home, suddenly the door to one of the rooms in the house opened, and it was a little boy. Sister? Seeing Su Yuqing, the little boy froze for a moment and quickly asked, "Where have you been these past few days?" "Went to a classmate's house, Xiaoyu. Where did mom and dad go?" Su Yuqing saw the little boy immediately asked with a gentle smile. It was the parents' business to treat her badly, and this brother still treated her like a real sister. It was just that Su Yuqing's mood towards this brother was very complicated. She knew that her situation had nothing to do with her brother. But the presence of her brother did make her even more unappreciated at home. In her heart she faced this with some resentment, but not so much that she would actually attribute this resentment to her brother. Her resentment is still a result of her unbalanced love for her parents. It's just that every time she sees her brother, she remembers her parents cajoling him to ignore her, and it makes her heart hard. Mom and dad are in the hospital, mom should be back to cook dinner soon. The 7-year-old Li Mingyu immediately looked at Chen Mo on the side when he finished speaking, and said with a happy face, "Is this handsome brother your boyfriend, sister?" When Su Yuqing heard her brother say this, her face instantly blushed, and subconsciously stole a glance at Chen Mo. Seeing that the other party did not have any reaction, she did not say anything to explain. For the matter of her mother coming back soon in her brother's mouth, Su Yuqing was still anxious in her heart. She decided to get her hands on her stuff before she went out and bumped into her mom. As for why mom and dad are both in the hospital, she naturally doesn't forget Friday night. "What's with all this stuff in your cell phone? Are you cheap or not?" As his mother held up her cell phone in question, his stepfather took a look at it, only to see that the album was actually full of pictures of boys taken at surreptitious angles. He could not help but be surprised to look at Su Yuqing. According to Su Yuqing's appearance posture, there is no reason to like a boy need this kind of a little obsessed with the state of the sneak peek. "This is my privacy, how can you go through my photo album without my consent?" Su Yuqing was obviously very angry and aggrieved that her mother had done such a thing. It's not even if your parents don't care for you on a regular basis, but now they're scolding you for a blatant invasion of your privacy. The indignation, aggression, and pain that had been pent up in Su Yuqing's heart for many years completely exploded in this instant. The last straw that breaks the camel's back doesn't need to be heavy, it's just a starter for a tragedy. "Your privacy? I'm your own mom, what privacy do you have in front of me? Who do you learn from but your deadbeat dad who does such shameless things? How old are you and you're already thinking about men? I think you're just like your father, you're all S." At this time, Su Yuqing's mother's mind constantly flashed through the Su Qingfeng's cell phone that she saw, his photos of women who secretly photographed. Among them is a picture of his current wife. Once she had argued with Su Qingfeng because of this matter, and then found out that Su Qingfeng had really cheated on her, leading to a divorce. Having received these stimuli, her mental state had never been very good, especially when anything related to Su Chungfeng appeared. She would become extremely paranoid and crazy. This behavior of Su Yuqing touched the sharpest nerve in her heart. The moment she finished looking at these photos, it was as if she had once again returned to the state of mind she was in when she saw Su Chungfeng's private photos of other beautiful women. That's what led to her outburst of anger as well as the utterance of these unchecked insults. Chapter 70: A Lifetime of Waiting. Though her mother was usually guilty of being harsh from time to time, it was rare that she would be so outright verbally humiliated. At this instant, Su Yuqing, who was already on the verge of collapse, completely exploded, feeling that her last shred of dignity was completely trampled and crushed by her mother. And this is not the most ruthless. Speaking, Su Yuqing's mother, even a cell phone fell to the ground, then even directly grabbed the table's fruit knife, is going to rush up to cut Su Yuqing's face. Scratch this Thai face of yours, I'll see how you can still go out and seduce others. Scratch it and you'll have less of a prodigal mind in your heart. I'll let you steal, I'll let you cheat. At this moment, Li Fengji was already completely insane. The Su Yuqing in front of her eyes had already overlapped with Su Changfeng in her eyes, and she had already changed from reprimanding Su Yuqing to repaying Su Changfeng. Her appearance scared Su Yuqing, who hurriedly hid back in her room and took out the fruit knife, which symbolized security, from under her pillow and squeezed it dead in her hand. Watching Li Fengji descend into madness and rush towards Su Yuqing's room with a knife, Su Yuqing's stepfather Li Gang rushed over to try to grab the knife. Li Gang's calloused palm clamped down on Li Fengji's wrist in a deadly grip, and the blade of the knife refracted a cold light between the two men's trembling knuckles. Let go of me, quickly let go of me. Li Fengji was in a state of madness, her eyes red as she looked at the man in front of her. Fengji, wake up. This is Yu Qing. It's your daughter, not Su Chungfeng. Wake up. Li Gang's roar hit the wall and shook the chandelier. Suddenly the blade reversed direction in the push and shove, and Li Fengji stumbled forward, carried by her husband's force, the muffled sound of metal and flesh like a punctured tire. Beads of blood snaked down Li Fengji's tiger's mouth, and her pupils contracted violently as she looked at the dark red flower that bloomed at the location of her husband's shirt's abdomen. The intense color and smell of blood suddenly sobered her up. Kong? The knife clattered to the ground, and Li Fengji stumbled to cover her husband's wound, only to shrink from the warm liquid that flowed out. The color of blood spread across her palms, dripping down onto the tiles, blotting out bright red totems, and instantly she was in tears. I'm sorry, I'm. Su Yuqing huddled behind the door, her knuckles white from clutching the knife too tightly. Hearing the sudden quietness of the movement outside the door, which had been intense just moments before, she then bravely and slowly opened the door to some rooms. Through the doorway, she saw her mother sitting paralyzed in a pool of blood, her hair sticking to the corners of her forehead in a cold sweat, her face, always taut, now twisted into a childlike look of terror. This instant she suddenly realized that the wrinkles at the ends of her mother's eyes were much deeper than she remembered. I'm fine. As long as you're fine. Li Gang's gasps tugged at the blood, but his face wore a smile while his body still blocked the aisle to his stepdaughter's room. Su Yuqing wasn't his real daughter, and he usually didn't care much about this cheap daughter. Or maybe it's just that if he does anything to get close to a beautiful stepdaughter like this one, hell knows what it'll be rumored to be, and he's so afraid of it that he doesn't dare to get close to it either. The first was that he didn't want to, and the second was that he didn't dare, so his attitude towards the stepdaughter on weekdays was still very average. The reason he was so protective today, he wasn't protecting Su Yuqing, he was protecting Li Fengji. The two were from the same village, both surnamed Li, and had known each other since childhood. Li Gang has been in love with Li Fengji since he was a child, but because he is too lacking in humor and is too mute to express his feelings, he just hides them in his heart and doesn't dare to take them out. And never dared to express it to Li Fengji. Just hide it. Li Fengji fell in love, got married, and even had a child born. He is still in the heart of the woman, cannot let go. Relatives and friends introduced a variety of objects to him. He did not have a can look at the heart of such a woman in the haunting for a long time. Even when he knew she was married with children, he didn't give up waiting. Until one day he heard that Li Fengji was divorced. He suddenly felt like this was God's chance for him. He took out the greatest courage in his life and went forward to confess his love, pouring out all his adoration from childhood to adulthood. No tricks, all emotion. Li Fengji wasn't a little cutie. Naturally, she grew up taking it all in stride. As Li Gang's own words rose, she couldn't help but recall those times as well. Right at the time when her husband betrayed her and she was at her most emotionally vulnerable, a man suddenly appeared who was so deeply in love with her. Li Fengji's heart melted at that moment, when she was in need of a man who could ensure that she would remain unchanged for the rest of her life and love her for the rest of her life, and she broke her heart to the scum. The man who had waited for her, from her teenage years to the present day when she was divorced and single, was not, she was willing to believe, supposed to be a scumbag who would cheat on her. At the same time, at that stage when her mental state was at its weakest, she needed such a person to open herself up and pamper her fragile heart. So the two got together. After being together, Su Yuqing was also brought into this new home. At first, Li Gang still loved the house and treated Su Yuqing very well. But with Li Fengji's onset of harshness towards Su Yuqing from time to time and showing aversion towards her, it made Li Gang, who prioritized everything with Li Fengji's emotions, gradually cold towards Su Yuqing. When this kind of thing happened today, Li Gang came out to stop it in the first place, not because he was worried about how Su Yuqing would be harmed by Li Fengji, but because he was worried about the horrific consequences that Li Fengji would face after harming Su Yuqing. Even if Li Fengji's mental state itself had some problems and she might end up getting off the hook for it, being sent to a mental hospital that wasn't a good outcome. He usually tried to hide as much as possible Li Fengji's behavior of going crazy from time to time and treating Su Yuqing as Su Chengfeng harshly. He didn't want people to look at Li Fengji as if she was crazy. Of course, even if Li Fengji was really crazy, he would still pamper her for the rest of her life. This was also the reason why, when Chen Mo had gone to investigate in the previous timeline, even though Li Fengji had gone completely insane, Li Gang was still able to stay put. Because Li Fengji is his dream, and no matter what she has become, Li Gang will never give up on her. It can be said that Li Gang stupid, Li Gang paranoid, Li Gang licking dog, but he was able to stick to his heart. Even if the other side completely crazy, life cannot take care of themselves, he is willing to do everything he can to take care of, at least in the treatment of their own loved ones. Li Gang is the level of a real man. Nothing else will be commented on. Just because Li Gang gives his heart, naturally he can also get his heart back. Li Fengji at first just take him as his own healing love wounds of the Tool people, but gradually, she is also touched by Li Gang's sincere friendship, more or less also have feelings for him, really is considered to be a husband and wife. Chapter 71 Get out of here, as far away as you can. With the opening of the door to see such a bloody scene, Su Yuqing was scared silly at that time. It wasn't until she saw that her stepfather was still talking that she hastened to say with concern, "The hospital is nearby, quickly take uncle to the hospital." "I don't need you to care, you spoilsport. If it wasn't because of you, how would he have become like this? Get out of here, get as far away as you can." Li Fengji looked at Su Yuqing with an angry and disgusted look on her face and uttered these words. This is what forced Su Yuqing's teary eyes to forget to put down the knife in her hand, and directly grabbed the door and ran outside. As for what happened afterward, Su Yuqing wouldn't know what was going on at home. She ventured out of the house with just a little change, a knife, and with the rain in the sky, the only place she could go was to her father's house, so she ran towards his house without looking back. Now that she learned that her parents were in the hospital, she was naturally thinking of the scene where her stepfather was stabbed in the abdomen by her mother with a knife. I think it's because of this that the two of them were admitted to the hospital. This matter, even Chen Mo did not know. Chen Mo heard all the confession on the basis of bystander perspective speculation as well as fabrication. Li Gang and Li Fengji conceal the truth about the stabbing in the abdomen, and a neighbor sees Su Yuqing going out with a knife. So it was natural to correlate some things. After shaking her head a bit to shake everything that happened last week out of her mind, Su Yuqing turned her head towards Li Mingyu and said, "Xiaoyu, quickly go back to do your homework. Sister and brother still have things to do, so they won't be able to accompany you." After saying that, Su Yuqing brought Chen Mo back to her room. Li Mingyu was still too young to be aware of what would happen when a pair of young, lonely men and women closed the door to their room, so he didn't care and went straight to his room. As soon as she returned to her room, Su Yuqing immediately took out a pink suitcase and started loading her things. Especially school uniform related, after all, she can't just wear one set of clothes. Chen Mo was not in a position to move around, so he could only hang out in his room. He soon found a notebook in Su Yuqing's drawer. This notebook has a little lock on it. At this time, Su Yuqing, who was packing up her things, saw the notebook cupped in Chen Mo's hands, and immediately her heart trembled, but seeing that the other party did not find the key, she did not care much. And she believed that it was unlikely that Chen Mo would unlock the door and look through it without her consent when he saw something like this. Indeed, Chen Mo wouldn't do that under normal circumstances. But the previous timeline he did. Not because of anything else, just because Su Yuqing had passed away, he needed to know something about Su Yuqing's life. Within this notebook, it could be said that only Su Yuqing's happy things were recorded, all the unhappy things she didn't record a single one. This was so because Su Yuqing wanted to be able to remember some of the happy times she had had when she was sad and upset and opened this notebook to read the contents on it. This notebook has sustained her through countless agonizing days. It is a great psychological support for her. However, this notebook was written by Su Yuqing only after her parents divorced, so there was no record on it about meeting Chen Mo as a child, and Chen Mo naturally didn't know about this origin. Although Su Yuqing didn't say anything about packing up anything over here, Chen Mo picked out all the things she wanted to take away and put them on the table. This side of the underwear as well as some clothes packed up into the suitcase. Su Yuqing, when she turned back to prepare to pack up the books and notes, she suddenly found that Chen Mo organized a pile of all that she wanted to take away. And the rest of them were all indifferent to her. This caused Su Yuqing to freeze in place. She looked up at Chen Mo in surprise. "I see that you usually read these books. These notebooks are also usually used, so I organized them for you. I don't know if it's right or not, just watch and bring it." Chen Mo smiled and looked at Su Yuqing and said, At this time, Su Yuqing's heart was unexpectedly touched and excited, because when she was secretly paying attention to Chen Mo on weekdays, it turned out that the other party was also secretly and extremely carefully paying attention to herself, and all of a sudden, she only felt sweet and honeyed in her heart. After loading everything into the suitcase, Su Yuqing then took out a piece of paper and pen and began to leave a message for her mother. Chen Mo didn't look behind him, but wisely pretended to look out the window. Soon Su Yuqing finished writing the message, folded the note and wrote a few words left for her mom before she led Chen Mo out of her room pulling the suitcase. Scanning the living room and the dining room table, she left the note on the table and then prepared to drag her bags out the door. At that moment, the door of the room was suddenly unlocked with the sound of snap. In the next moment, as the door of the room was pushed open, Li Fingji's figure appeared in front of the room. Now the two men all froze. Su Yuqing's hand holding the suitcase instantly trembled, and Li Fingji also froze in place. Until Li Mingyu's room opened again. When he heard the door open, he knew it was his mom coming home, so he came out to check. I ended up seeing the way my mom and sister stayed where they were looking at each other. Mom, hurry up and cook, I'm starving. Li Mingyu didn't notice anything wrong with the situation in the field. Just rubbing her belly and pouting at her mother. Seeing that Li Mingyu was present, Li Fingji forced herself to resist the urge to lash out and nodded to Li Mingyu with a smile. I'll do it right away, so go back to your room first and finish your homework obediently. After persuading Li Mingyu back to his room, Li Fingji then looked at Su Yuqing, looking at her with an unbelievable look on her face. What do you mean by this now? You've grown up and your wings have hardened. Mom can't control you anymore, and you're ready to elope after finding a man, right? Su Yuqing bit her lip and didn't say anything. But her mother's words last Friday, "Get out of here, as far away as you can," was echoing in her ears at this very moment. Do you know how hard it was for me to give birth to you in October, to bring you up to such a big age, and now that you have hardened your wings and patted your ass and packed up your things and are ready to leave, did you ask me? Did you ask me? Do you still have me as your mother in your eyes? Li Fingji became more and more furious as she spoke. Su Yuqing's eyes tears instantly came out of the socket. She was not scolded to cry, but her heart still retains the appearance of her mother when she was gentle. She did not want to completely tear her face with her mother in a big fight, resulting in even the last trace of their own good thoughts do not dare to recall. She is heartbroken that this relationship is broken and crying. So she didn't say a word and let her mother rage. Seeing this, Chen Mo slowly stepped in front of Su Yuqing to look at Li Fingji. Auntie, Yuqing has come to this point today. It's not something she's willing to choose for herself. It's you and uncle who have pushed her to the point where she has no way out. Chapter 72. I'm not giving her a cage, I'm giving her wings. I know you, Chen Mo, I looked for your teacher to understand. Li Fingji said as she looked at Chen Mo with an angry face. That's really my honor. Chen Mo smiled and looked at Li Fingji without being condescending. I know you're from a good family, a male. Just getting by. You don't have to be playful and oily with me here, I know what your kind are made of. As she spoke, Li Fingji looked at Su Yuqing with a bitter and pained look on her face and said, You don't think that if he is handsome and rich in gold, you will think that you have found a lifelong home. How old are you guys now? What do you know about love affairs? Even when you are adults, such males are the most untrustworthy of women. He's the same as your dad. He pampers you when he likes you, and when he doesn't, he gives you a kick in the pants. They have good looks and money, what kind of women do they want? Can't you see that your mom and I have learned a lesson from the past? The most important thing to look for in a man is a man who is good looking and rich. Ordinary men will still treat you like a treasure, you are nothing in the eyes of such men. Sooner or later he's going to get tired of you and abandon you, it's not too late for you to wake up and turn back. Hearing this, between her teary eyes, Su Yuqing turned her head to look at Chen Mo. She didn't believe it, she didn't believe that Chen Mo would be the same person as her father. Besides, they never established a relationship nor were they together, so what's with the abandonment talk? Auntie, you are right, one cannot guarantee what one will be in the future. Some people talk nice now, but who knows what the future will be like. But I only know one thing, and that is that Yuqing is here with me. What she gets and what she leaves behind will be happy memories, and that's enough. Chen Mo grabbed his sleeve and spoke while tenderly wiping away Su Yuqing's tears. What love you for 10,000 years, what will be good to you for the rest of your life, these empty checks Chen Mo does not even bother to open. He only knew that since love should be cherished, love in the moment, he should cherish the moment and take care of her as if she were his everything. I don't care what kind of fancy words you used to get my daughter into your hands, I'm here today to sternly warn you to stay away from my daughter or I'll fight you the day I find out that you've hurt my daughter. Then I also sternly warn you that Yuqing happens to be an adult now, and she already has her own stable job and income that can secure her daily needs. Legally she already has the qualification and the right to be free from the mandatory control of your guardianship. I hope you won't harass her unnecessarily in school or in life in any way in the future. If you come to care for her and pamper her as a mother, I'm always welcome to do so, but if you're running to exercise your motherly rights and want her to be your marionette all the time, then I'm sorry to say I won't be letting her live like this anymore. As Chen Mo spoke, he took out the labor contract and slapped it in front of Li Fingji. Li Fingji's fingertips trembled as she pinched up the labor contract, the pages of the paper drawing a harsh arc in the air. Just adult? Guardianship? She suddenly let out a short cold laugh, slapped the contract heavily on the entrance cabinet. The glass vase was shaken slightly. Well, young to play with me on the law. I don't know what the law is, not the law. The children belong to their parents to control the teaching, that is the natural order of things. No one can control it. You don't come to fool me. Chen Mo did not move to protect Su Yuqing behind him, the teenager's upright shoulders and back to block the window slanting twilight, mouth tone firm opening said, according to our country's civil code, Article 18, even if it is just adult, to their own labor income as the main source of living, as a person with full capacity for civil behavior. Chen Mo also opened his cell phone and searched for the relevant words of the civil code and showed them to Li Fingji. At the same time he tapped his knuckles against his own mother's signature on the document. Rainey is currently legally employed in my home in the position of nanny, earning $6,000 a month, enough to live independently. 6,000. Li Fingji's pupils suddenly contracted, her fingernails scraping out a piercing sound on the counter surface. The figure was more than double her monthly income, and she suddenly realized that her daughter's slender frame hid such a determined will to resist. Well, being rich is great, even I can't control you. Having read the contents of the civil code that Chen Mo had searched out, it was clear to Li Fingji, even if she didn't know the law any better, that this point couldn't have been fabricated by Chen Mo, but she still refused to give in. Don't talk to me about the law, I don't agree, you just can't leave. If you dare to take her, I'll bring the police to your house. Li Fingji threatened Chen Mo. Auntie, let's be ugly, everything we are doing is legal and compliant. Even if we call the police, we still have the upper hand. No matter how much you mess with us, it's useless. But you have to think carefully about the consequences of bothering the police every time you're unreasonable. You could care less about the gossip, but what about Yuqing's brother? What about her stepfather? Have you thought about them and whether something bad will be said about you that will affect them? Especially since Xiaoyu is still so young, it's easy for his classmates to isolate and bully him because of some rumors. You don't want to see him suffer from bullying at school because of your own actions. The knife was deadly. Chen Mo's words completely poked Li Fingji's soft underbelly. Yes, she felt that she owed Li Gang too much. The other party was selfless love for herself, but she had always been only a guilty compensatory feelings for him. How could she let her husband and son suffer bad treatment because of her behavior? Fine, you guys get out of here. Li Fingji, who had been suppressed by a high school teenager to the point of powerlessness, finally could only grab the ceramic fortune cat in the entrance hall and smash it against the wall to vent her anger and powerlessness. Boom! The porcelain shards exploded into sharp starbursts around Chen Mo's feet, but Chen Mo did not dodge at all. Instead, he completely blocked Su Yuqing behind himself, not allowing the shards to splash into her. Remember, after you get the hell out of here. Don't you come back crying and begging me when this male is tired of playing with you. You think you're a canary entering a golden cage. It won't be long before you realize how wrong your choice was. Li Fingji's face was filled with grief and indignation as she watched her daughter, whom she had brought up with her own hands, treat herself so without a word. She felt her heart ache like a knife. Chen Mo bent down and picked up the largest piece of porcelain, the sharp edge pressing red marks into his palm. You are wrong, I am not building her a cage. He gently placed the ceramic tile back on the countertop and turned to lift the suitcase with the sound of metal zippers clashing as crisp as wind chimes. I'll pamper her like she's a canary, but I won't put her in some cage. I'll just teach her how to grow wings and fly into a world of her own. Chapter 73. Mother has finally returned. Chen Mo's words caused Su Yuqing's heart to be overwhelmed with emotion, and with teardrops still hanging on her eyelashes, her throat rolled as she swallowed a choked sob. She suddenly boldly held Chen Mo's wrist in front of her mother, and after following him, she was ready to leave. A tiny crack opened in Li Mingyu's room, and the sound of his mother smashing the fortune cat let him know that there was an argument outside. But at his young age he wasn't sure what was going on and didn't dare to come out and say anything. White-eyed wolves, just like your father, even if you are nice to you guys, you still turn your backs on them and leave when you say you're leaving. You can't leave a word. White wolves, all of them. Go away, all of you. I'll live without you. All of you are white-eyed wolves. Li Fingji looked like she was scolding Su Yuqing, or like she was muttering some words in her mouth, repeating them. Her thin spine hit the faded wallpaper, her pupils reflecting the blurred back of her daughter, her lips nervously open and closed to repeat white-eyed wolf. Every time she says it, she pulls down a strand of gray and white intertwined strands of hair. Su Yuqing saw her mother slowly sliding to sit on the ground, her heart trembled, and her steps could not help but slow down for this reason. Seeing Su Yuqing stopped, Li Fingji immediately looked at her and said with a hint of hope of retention, Yuqing, you were hospitalized with pneumonia at the age of 6. I didn't close my eyes for 3 days and 3 nights to guard beside you. While your father wrapped his arms around his new love in the Maldives diving, and his cell phone is full of pictures he took of the vixen. Her hoarse voice was like rusty iron scraping glass, trembling as she looked at Su Yuqing. Is mommy not good to you? Why did you want to leave? Why didn't you even want to say a word to mom before you left? Looking at her mother's haggard appearance as if she had suddenly aged dozens of years, Su Yuqing couldn't stop her tears from flowing down, but she still forced herself to look at her mother and said, Mom, goodbye, what I have to say is left on the note on the dining table. After saying that, she pulled her suitcase and quickly walked out of the room. She was afraid that if she stayed even that much longer, she might not be able to make up her mind to leave again. The setting sun cut bright and dark junctions through the gauzy curtains on Li Fengji's face, and she saw the light blue silk scarf peeking out from the cracks of her daughter's suitcase, the one they had picked out together for Su Yuqing's 12th birthday. Memories suddenly poured in like a tidal wave. She recalled the warm swaddling clothes she first touched in the maternity ward, remembered the night of the divorce when her daughter clutched the corner of her coat and said, "Mom, don't want me," and remembered that Su Yuqing had always tried to show herself a cute and cheerful smile as much as possible. Li Fengji got up mumbly and suddenly stumbled and rushed to the dining table, her fingers trembling as she touched the note that her daughter had left on the dining table before she left. The pages torn from the notebook were written in beautiful handwriting with Su Yuqing's full of gratitude and love for her, without a single word of indignation or accusation, even to the point that she expressed concern at the end. "Mom, remember to take Direxin on time, the medicine should not always be placed in a mess, remember to put it in the second compartment of the TV cabinet, where you will see it when you watch TV, and take the remote control, so that you will not always forget to take." Suddenly, Li Fengji's entire being trembled, and her entire demeanor seemed to change. The building's sensor lights came on in sequence with the sound of the door closing, and the silhouette of Su Yuqing's last look back was cut into pieces by the security door. Li Fengji's trembling fingertips almost crushed the message in her hand, the words on it haloing into a blurred mass of ink in her tears. She suddenly crashed out of her chair and sprinted for the foyer, her slippers stepping in the hallway with a messy echo. "Haruka!" The hoarse call startled the sparrows on the windowsill of the building, and Su Yuqing, who had already walked down the next row of stairs and around the corner of the lower floor, stayed directly in place under this call from her mother. Su Yuqing was shaken, and the suitcase pulley got stuck in the stairway without moving down again. Chen Mo clearly felt her instantly stiffened fingertips, like butterfly wings frozen in ice. Seems to hear the voice of her daughter stop, Li Fengji immediately flew over. Due to the speed of the downstairs is too fast, she almost fell down the last 2 steps. Her head accidentally hit the wall, messy sideburns immediately stained with the forehead and the wall knocked out of the blood. "Ching, don't go, it's Mommy's fault, Mommy was wrong. Mommy won't scold you anymore." Hearing her mother address herself, Su Yuqing instantly couldn't control herself, tears rushed out of her eyes as she jumped into her mother's arms. "Mom!" Su Yuqing finally cried out, a cry that shattered the ice that had stretched across the years. Finally. Himself finally sought his mother back again. "It's been almost 3 years since I've seen my mother back." Although her heart trembled, Su Yuqing knew that her mother's return was always short, very short. It wouldn't take more than an hour at most before she'd be gone again. "Good boy, Mom knows you've been wronged all these years, it's all Mom's fault." Li Fengji hugged Su Yuqing and cried. At this moment, even Chen Mo was surprised by this bizarre scene. But he was able to sense that the Li Fengji in front of him was clearly not the Li Fengji from earlier. It's like a completely different person. Whether it's the look, the tone, or the action. Chen Mo's feeling was correct, the Li Fengji in front of him and the Li Fengji just now were 2 different personalities of the same person. Li Fengji has had a split personality ever since she was irritated by Su Chengfeng. It's normal when it's normal, and when it's crazy, it takes it out on Su Yuqing. Initially, she really only had these 2 personalities. But every time she finished bullying her own daughter, she would fall into deep self-blame again. In the midst of this inner torment, she gave birth to a 3rd personality. A personality that only rarely, on rare occasions, has eyes only for his baby daughter. The reason why there were very few cases was because Su Yuqing, even if she was aggrieved and in pain, she would always face her mother with a smile as much as possible, instead of a mournful look. She would try to digest all the negative energies she suffered on her own as much as possible, and only when she really couldn't digest them on her own would she show her vulnerability and pain in front of Li Fengji. When this happens, this 3rd personality of Li Fengji will start to come online. Under this personality, she would pour all her love into her baby girl and do everything she could to pamper her. All the deficits caused by the other 2 personalities and all the aggravation and pain that she subjected her daughter to became sins that belonged to her to carry and pay for. So under this personality, she would prioritize her daughter's emotions and everything and pamper her as lovingly as possible. This was one of the reasons why Su Yuqing was able to persevere despite carrying so many negative emotions alone for so many years. That is that one's mother will suddenly come back to see and love oneself at certain specific times. It was the next big thing she looked forward to in her many moments of grief and pain over the years. Chapter 74 Smiling is better. But sadly, for Su Yuqing, mother came back too little. And the sign of a mother's return is what she calls herself. Only when she started calling herself Haruai did it mean that the mother who loved her had returned. "Mom, I'm sorry, I still have to go." Su Yuqing let go of her mother after crying for a while. Because she knew that her mother wouldn't be back for much longer before she was gone. The reason why she had told Chen Mo before that she wanted to take psychiatry for psychology was for her mother. She believed that it wasn't that her mother didn't love her anymore, but that the heartbreak she had suffered was so severe that it caused her to become ill. It's a hard disease to cure, but she wants to cure her mother. This way, the mother who was so full of love for her could stay in her world forever. "Xing, forgive Mommy, don't go, okay?" At this moment, Li Fengji looked at Su Yuqing with a loving look on her face and softly said, Mom, I really can't bear it without you. Su Yuqing looked at her mother with tearful eyes, hoping to gain her understanding. Auntie, if you really love Yuqing, the most important thing you should do is to reduce the possibility of Yuqing suffering. For you to forcefully keep her like this is not necessarily a good thing for her in today's family environment. I promise you that she will definitely not suffer any hint of wrongdoing on my side. Please also feel free to hand her over to me. Chen Mo looked towards Li Fengji, who was in a completely different mental state at this time, and spoke. Listening to these words that looked like words that only the groom would say when facing the female parents above the wedding, Su Yuqing couldn't help but tremble again in her heart. The two people that they loved and also loved and cared for themselves were both by their side at the moment, which was the happiest moment for Su Yuqing. Li Fengji suddenly grabbed Chen Mo and Su Yuqing's hands with her hands. This woman who always had a straight spine was now hunched over like a reed in the wind. Mama's useless, she can't be by your side all the time. You found a nice boy now. Mama's happy for you. Chen student, auntie believes in you, but if you bully Yuqing. Chen Mo was about to open his mouth, but she clutched her hands and pressed them into Su Yuqing's palms, shook her head mockingly and said, the boys that Yuqing can trust must be trustworthy. Auntie won't say anything. Li Fengji's hands were cold as if fished out of an ice cellar, but ironed the skin of the two young men. This girl was born unaccustomed to talking to others about her difficulties and hard things, so I'll trouble you to pay more attention to care. Li Fengji finished and finally touched the daughter's suitcase on the sunny day doll pendant that is Su Yuqing Junior High School exam grade 10 when she bought. She was busy choosing powdered milk for her son, actually forgot to praise. Su Yuqing looked back at her mother 3 steps at a time, but she saw her mother waving her hand at her with a loving face. Finally, the last stone in Su Yuqing's heart was put down. Her greatest fear was that she would have a heated confrontation and argument with her mother while she was away. That way, even if she managed to escape the house, she wouldn't be able to stop thinking back to the unpleasantness that had arisen between herself and her mother today. But now, her mother had come back, and blessed herself, and sent herself away with a smile, which made Su Yuqing feel like she had come back to a full circle today. She was inwardly surrounded by a great sense of happiness and relaxation, in order to be so happy that she was a bit bold, dragging her luggage with one hand. Her other hand directly wrapped Chen Mo's arm around her bosom, and her whole body was so happy that she leaned into Chen Mo. So much so that Chen Mo's arm was able to clearly touch the soft and silky touch of her half. Seeing the other party's face of blissful relief at this moment, Chen Mo was also infected by her and laughed. When the two of them returned to the cab, even the driver sensed the change in Su Yuqing. Why do you feel that the little girl has become particularly happy to come back from a trip away? Did she encounter something good? The driver smiled and teased. Yeah, the scratch card won $100 it. I'll add $10 for you, master, later. Chen Mo said with a smile. That's really congratulations, no matter how big or small the prize is, being able to win means you're lucky, it's all good. The driver finished with a smile and continued, little girl, although you looked very pretty before, but you look even better when you smile now. Usually you should still smile more, good luck comes naturally. Thank you, master, I will remember that. It was also rare for Su Yuqing to be able to strike up a direct conversation with an outsider. Chen Mo was also somewhat surprised by Su Yuqing's change. But it was good that she was able to make such a change, and Chen Mo was very happy. However, before getting into the car, Chen Mo was clearly sensing that someone seemed to be secretly following and observing the two of them. He wondered if it was his own fault. He hadn't felt this way before when he brought Su Yuqing home. But then you come out again and suddenly you feel that way. Perhaps it was Su Yuqing's mother who couldn't bear to follow and watch again secretly. Although he thought so, Chen Mo still felt that something didn't feel right. As the cab started up, he was still looking back out through the rear window from time to time, trying to see if he was experiencing some kind of delusion. What are you looking at? Su Yuqing also sensed the difference in Chen Mo beside her and asked curiously. It's nothing. Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing and shook his head with a smile. Only Su Yuqing was left with a skeptical expression. Is it really my illusion? Chen Mo swept one last glance out of the car window, and then didn't look around anymore. After returning home and putting their luggage away, Chen Mo and Su Yuqing finished the remaining taro ribs rice in the rice cooker before they went directly to school for evening study in each other's company. Evening study hall is different from daytime, everyone can change their seats to sit however they want. Teachers usually don't care. So when Chen Mo and Su Yuqing came to the class, what they saw was Zhao Ye and Huang Mao sitting in the second row, and she purposely left the first row for Chen Mo and Su Yuqing. Seeing this scene, Su Yuqing blushed slightly and sat back in her seat without saying much. Chen Mo sat down adjacent to Su Yuqing and then looked at Zhao Ye with a smile and said, our little Ye also has times when she understands things so well, Dad is very pleased. Doesn't that show? It's a long night, and it's too hard without snacks for company. Zhao Ye looked at Chen Mo with a smile. Snob, I knew you weren't so purely nice. Chen Mo smiled and spat out a sentence handing Zhao Ye $50. Mom, yeah, so much. Zhao Ye didn't even dare to pick it up. Before Zhao Ye teased Chen Mo, usually the other party would give up to $10, half of which she would use back on Chen Mo herself. The rest she bought and shared with everyone. But $50 is a huge amount of money, and she wouldn't know how to spend it if it was given to her. The only reason Chen Mo had thrown away $50 was because Su Yuqing had smiled from the bottom of her heart today, and he was ready to celebrate. Chapter 75, Invincible Beatings. In the hospital ward, sitting in front of her husband's bed, Li Fingji was still pinching the note left by Su Yuqing in her hand, staring blankly. Li Gang had already learned about Su Yuqing's move. To learn that a girl who is still a young adult has moved right into a boy's house. This is too much of a mess. His first thought was that Li Fengqin did scare Su Yuqing enough this time, so he thought to help Li Fengqin persuade people back. After all, what can there be between mother and daughter? But whoever thought that Li Fengqin actually said not to bother, as the child is happy. At that moment, he saw a clear look that Li Fengqin had rarely seen over the years. Obviously, she wasn't in a state of confusion when she said that. Although Li Gang's love for Li Fengqin is deep, it doesn't mean he can't see when Li Fengqin is sick. It could be said that ever since she was injured by Su Chengfeng, she had been in a state of sickness almost all the time. Even if he was extremely nice to her, she only eased up a little. Her heart disease had never gotten better, perhaps she could only forget this person when Su Chengfeng died. It was even possible that by the time he died, she wouldn't necessarily have forgotten. Mother and daughter actually have something in common. That's who one identifies with, is identified with. That person is a very important presence in their hearts. It's almost to the point of being irreplaceable. When Su Yuqing first found out that Chen Mo didn't recognize her, she was also depressed for a long time. It was a low mood not even when reprimanded by her mother. However, as she gradually came into contact with Chen Mo and realized that he hadn't changed much in nature, Su Yuqing didn't care that Chen Mo had forgotten about herself. As romantic as it is to be reunited with a green plum, it's no less beautiful to know each other again. Both Skyfall and Cymbeline, could there be a more unbeatable hit? If his childhood self didn't impress him enough to remember him, it's all the more important that he try now. So Su Yuqing pulled herself together. Compared to her mother, Su Yuqing was better at psychological regulation of the self. Li Gang had watched Li Fingji in her sickly state for so many years, and it was rare to see her have such a clear moment, so he stopped talking more about this aspect. It was just that he was able to tell that his daughter's departure had made Li Fingji's entire being even more despondent. Perhaps she had projected all her love and hate for Su Chengfeng onto Su Yuqing, who had some resemblance to her father between her eyebrows. When the person leaves, the body of hate gradually peels back to the main body, and then all that is left of her for her daughter is love. Naturally, he was despondent at the departure of his daughter. But she was also aware of her own situation, and her daughter would always be victimized by her uncontrollable mental state if she stayed with her. Instead of that, let her go. Just as the two men were each breathlessly thinking to themselves. A man suddenly walked into the hospital room, a man who looked almost exactly like Li Gang. This is Li Gang's own brother, Li Tai. Just after entering the hospital room, his gaze first fell on Li Fingji. Only then did he look at Li Gang and said, "Brother, how is your injury?" "Nothing much, just accidentally punctured the internal organs, need to recuperate for some more days," Li Gang said indifferently. "That's good." Li Tai continued to glance at Li Fingji, who was frozen in place, and curiously looked at Li Gang. "I saw Yuqing dragging her suitcase and following a boy in a car today, what's going on?" "Children's matters, we as parents are not very clear, children nowadays are not like we used to be, they are very opinionated." Li Gang also didn't explain much, faintly returned. "That's true." Li Tai's gaze flickered and he didn't say anything else, but instead picked up the fruit knife and apple on the bedside of the hospital bed and started peeling the fruit. In the classroom, Zhao Yeye, who had bought a bunch of small snacks according to Chen Mo's instructions, immediately sat down happily and prepared to start dividing the snacks. The surrounding students saw it and immediately jumped over to grab it. It almost didn't make Zhao Yeye die of anger. A nice big pile of snacks for 50 big bucks. I hadn't even had a chance to pick out my favorites yet, but I ended up being robbed of a few. Chen Mo immediately smiled and comforted, "Well, it's lively for everyone to share, and this money for you was supposed to buy snacks back to celebrate." "Celebrate what?" Zhao Yeye looked at Chen Mo in confusion. "Celebrating a good thing," Chen Mo said with a faint smile as he glanced at Su Yuqing. "Oh, so it's like this, congratulations." Zhao Yeye instantly misunderstood, immediately smilingly arching her hand in congratulations. She thought it was Chen Mo and Su Yuqing who had completely confirmed their relationship. Chen Mo knew at a glance that she had misunderstood, but didn't explain much. Soon the bell of the evening self-study rang. Li Yan entered the classroom and saw that the students were still a bit rowdy, and immediately smiled and said, "Students, the evening self-study has begun, everyone try to keep quiet, and don't eat in class, ha." Hearing him say that, everyone quickly quieted down as well. We all know which teacher is good to our classmates on a regular basis. Some teachers rely on harsh discipline to keep their students in line, while others rely on heart to keep their students in line. Li Yan was the latter. He was usually very nice to his classmates and they were naturally willing to sell him a favor. As everyone quieted down, Chen Mo saw that Su Yuqing was playing with her cell phone in a rare class. Chen Mo curiously patted over, but saw that she was searching for nanny job matters. This made Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. "Just stay obediently, you don't have to do anything deliberately." Chen Mo said with a smile. That's not good, I'm fine with cleaning, cooking, or whatever. Su Yuqing stubbornly looked at Chen Mo. She didn't like to rely on others, she preferred to trade her abilities for her own. Coming to defect to Chen Mo was not a problem with her ability, but rather her psychological level was on the verge of collapse. So what she said in her mouth that night was that this body was drenched in the rain and she wanted to stay here at Chen Mo's place, but in fact, what she really wanted to say was that her own heart was soaked to the bone, so could Chen Mo give her damp heart a shelter? Even if she didn't defect to Chen Mo, with her hard work and personality, she would be able to survive just as well if she found a random store that was willing to take her in. But physical wounds heal well, but heart wounds are hard to heal. If Chen Mo hadn't taken her in that night, her heart would have been completely dead. Looking at Su Yuqing's stubborn appearance, Chen Mo helplessly smiled and said, "This job depends on how the owner arranges it, the internet doesn't count." Su Yuqing blushed and said, "Then what are you going to arrange?" "Well, I'll list it out for you when I think about it," Chen Mo said with a bad smile on his face. Chapter 76 is really kind of accurate. Without the worry of what to do at work, Su Yuqing then picked up her books and started studying. The first class was over quickly. During the break between classes, Chen Mo saw an unexpected scene outside the classroom when he was getting some air. Because he saw Zhou Hao actually blocking the three girls. Zhou Hao had never had any dealings with girls, let alone bullying them. Chen Mo curiously moved closer. Before he could approach, he saw the three girls nodding their heads like chickens pecking at rice in terror, and finally all of them ran away. At this moment, Zhou Hao turned his head to find Chen Mo nearby and immediately looked embarrassed. "Hao Zi, you're so imposing now, your aura is swinging over the girls," Chen Mo joked. These three people in the afternoon after school caused Danwan to fall down the stairs, and twisted her foot and scratched her skin, and as a result, just threw her down and ran away. It's really too much, I couldn't help it, which threatened them a few times, Zhou Hao said in exasperation. For what matter? It's like she was wrongly accused of tattling to a teacher or something, I'm not really sure. Did you just say after school this afternoon? How come I didn't find it? Chen Mo was a bit surprised. He and Su Yuqing had stayed at the school for a little while, but he didn't see any quarrels in the first class. That is, not long after you and your sister-in-law walked downstairs, Zhou Hao said subconsciously. Where did you see us coming down the stairs? I didn't see you when I passed by your class. Chen Mo looked at Zhou Hao in surprise. Zhou Hao immediately touched the back of his head embarrassedly. He smiled and said, "I'm not afraid of you seeing me alone in the classroom waiting for the girls awkwardly, so when I saw you guys I hid." Hearing this, Chen Mo immediately gave a speechless smile. This guy looks tall, but his nature is shy. Then in that case, since you discovered that Chu Danwan was injured at that time, I think you shouldn't have stood by and watched. That's not nonsense, of course I'm playing the spirit of helping people to help my classmates, Zhou Hao said with a righteous look. That's quite a proud thing to say, you didn't take advantage of the opportunity to mooch, did you? Chen Mo looked at Zhou Hao with slanted eyes and laughed. How could that be? We are decent people, pure men, how could we do such a thing? I just carried her to the school nurse's office and helped her simply treat her wounds. Zhou Hao quickly waved his hands and said, "Congratulations then, with this contact, I think your relationship must be progressing quite well." Chen Mo smiled. That's not a feeling, but the talk is on, and now I'm not as nervous about seeing her as I was before, Zhou Hao said smilingly. Right, so did you go and do what I told you to do? I forgot, I was so busy dealing with her in the afternoon that this matter slipped my mind. Zhou Hao quickly froze and laughed. I'll make a trip over there overnight when the evening study session is over. That's not so urgent, you look at when you are free when to go, but from the time you provide clues, to the police research reference, deployment confirmation, or need a certain amount of time, you'd better and Chu Danwan's father know your things before the matter is dealt with, because in the hearts of people planted the first impression will affect the vast majority of the people's views on the same thing. For example, you left the first impression in the heart of Chu Danwan father is bad, then even if you do good things later, it is also more difficult to change his mind. Originally may only need a good thing to let him recognize you, and now may need 10. So you'd better leave the first impression in Chu Danwan's father's mind as good, then even if he hears something bad later on, he won't easily suspect you, or at least will retain a few more points of trust in you. Chen Majin said. Old Mo, you're a master of psychology. I'm listening to the Enlightenment, I'll immediately go over there tomorrow at noon after school. Zhou Hao smiled and patted Chen Mo's shoulder and said. When Chen Mo finished talking to Zhou Hao, he found Su Yuqing, Zhao Yeye, and the girls were reading a book related to some kind of horoscope with a group of girls. Seeing Chen Mo return, Su Yuqing glanced at him and immediately blushed slightly. What are you looking at? Chen Mo curiously came over, only to be directly pushed away by Zhao Yeye. But with his strong observational skills developed from years of being a criminal police officer, he still saw it even if it was just a quick glance. In the notebook next to the constellation book on the desk of the girl surrounded by Su Yuqing, Zhao Yeye, and the other girls, he was writing his own, Su Yuqing's, and he also saw Zhao Yeye's and Huang Mao's birthdays. The names of the constellations are also written next to the different birthdays. At first glance, it's a girl's favorite way to play with horoscopes to match up the two of them for a bit of a fit. Chun Mo didn't care and sat back in Zhao Ye's seat. Soon as the class bell rang, Su Yuqing also sat back beside Chen Mo. Chen Mo realized that Su Yuqing had started drumming up her cell phone after she came back. Before, she liked to read domestic metaphysical knowledge, but at this time she was unexpectedly reading information related to the 12 signs of the zodiac. Chen Mo saw that she was checking the character weaknesses of her Gemini sign. The cell phone shows that Gemini girls have high mood swings, and this instability may cause them to be more prone to depression in the face of stress. They like new things and are adaptable to new environments, but this also means that they are prone to neglecting their inner needs in pursuit of novelty, leading to the accumulation of psychological pressure. Gemini girls are independent, do not like to rely on others. This character trait may lead to them in the face of difficulties more inclined to bear alone. It is not easy to seek help, which exacerbates the mood of depression. They often value relationships and enjoy communicating and interacting with others. However, when experiencing disconnection, conflict, or loss of connection with others, they can feel lonely and frustrated, increasing their risk of depression. Gemini girls tend to compare and compete with others, wanting to succeed in every aspect, and when feeling unable to achieve their desired goals, they are prone to negative self-evaluation and frustration, which can lead to depression. Su Yuqing felt that she had hit several points and couldn't help but feel that the constellation said it was amazing. Looking at her with an expression of seriousness and awe, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile. Astrology says that most of it actually talks a bit about common emotional responses that humans have, and these can easily bump into the same ones with people, which can make it seem really accurate. Chen Mo was just about to speak out and explain that there was nothing to believe in these, when he saw her start searching for information related to the second constellation. And this constellation is naturally Chen Mo's constellation, originally prepared to stand in the rational point of view of Chen Mo. See, the constellation said about his own constellation characteristics of the description. Even he himself cannot help but subconsciously will go to feel that this thing is really a little bit accurate. Chapter 77, Take You Down to the Restaurant. Chen Mo saw from Su Yuqing's cell phone that the personality traits of Cancer boys. Cancer boys are extremely sensual and emotional people who may look calm and sensible on the outside, but are very sensitive on the inside. They have a strong sense of family and a desire to protect, and they value and care for their family and friends. Boys of this sign usually give a kind and agreeable impression. They are good at communicating with others in a gentle way and sometimes even win their favor easily. They are very sensitive and emotional people who often feel upset or sad about small things. They are more susceptible to the influence of others, and are very sensitive to the feelings of others, even to the point of sensing their mood swings. As a result, it can be very uncomfortable for them if the people around them are less emotionally stable. Cancer boys are usually romantic and delicate people who like to translate their feelings and emotions into action, often expressing their feelings romantically in various ways. They know how to care and take care of others and are able to impress each other with the smallest of details. In addition to this, guys of this sign are also very subtle and they can read the tone of voice and expressions of others very keenly. Cancer boys are very attached to their families and their emotional world is usually closely related to their families. They are extremely protective, willing to do everything in their power to protect their family and friends, and will often take a keen interest in the lives and emotional well-being of their family and friends. A boy of that sign will also take care of and pamper those around him in his own warm and thoughtful way. Cancer boys are usually very expressive and sociable people who know how to communicate and interact with kind words in their own unique way. They have excellent listening and listening skills and are able to gain insight into the needs and emotions of others. In addition to this, the boys of this sign are also very witty and amusing, and their humor and wit can often break the deadlock and bring joy and happiness to mankind. The downside of a Cancer boy is that he tends to dwell on the past and can't face the truth. Not every one of them actually matched Chen Mo's own, but the parts that did matched up felt accurate to Chen Mo. When others read horoscope personality sayings, he can still rationally explain what they cover. But when he saw the characterization of his horoscope said, he couldn't even inwardly resist shouting how accurate it was. But when you think about it, these character traits can be right on for many people. And quite a few of those descriptions don't match up with him. It's just that when looking at these things, people tend to selectively ignore the information that doesn't match up, and just focus on picking the information that matches up to them. Then brainwash yourself into good alignment. Especially the point of indulging in the past and being unable to face the truth. After Su Yuqing was killed, the blow to Chen Mo could be said to have not disappeared for a moment. It had been haunting him for 10 years, otherwise it wouldn't be so bad that he would have hallucinations of seeing Su Yuqing in front of him every time there was a thunderstorm. He just felt that quite a bit of it was really accurate. Su Yuqing even picked only the good points to look at, and felt that all of them matched Chen Mo. But Chen Mo, after all, more than 10 years of experience, or rational a lot, just at first glance feel quite a lot of right on quite interesting, but also did not take it seriously. Speaking of which, of the three people, Chen Mo, Su Yuqing, and Zhao Ye had the smallest month, which is why Zhao Ye was the one who was born the earliest and the oldest of the three. But performance-wise, Zhao Ye looked like the smallest of the three. Su Yuching, who had focused on reading the introduction of the horoscope, turned her head and found that Chen Mo was looking at her cell phone screen. She immediately pressed the lock screen button with a blush. Chen Mo laughed and looked at Su Yuching. You are not a master of Joey, why do you also believe in the Western set? Bow 100 of strengths well. Su Yuching smiled back. That's quite a mixed bag of learning. Chen Mo snickered. At this time Su Yuching only serious smile. In fact, it seems that these are what metaphysics, but there are a lot of psychological aspects of knowledge. You see these constellations characters say what, many places are used to the psychology of the things. The Joey is also inside a lot of seemingly metaphysics is actually psychology related content. I see. Chen Mo then realized. He really thought Su Yuching looked at these as metaphysical contents before, but he didn't expect Su Yuching to look at them so far-reaching and clear. Indeed, when scrutinized, these horoscope sayings are more on the side of a psychological reading, not metaphysical interpretations. Take some of the ideas and characteristics that are common to most human psychology and break them down and combine them into some information that seems to fit the individual. Isn't that a psychological usage? It was evident that Su Yuching's previous statement about her future learning intentions was not just a casual remark. Seeing this, Chen Mo looked at her and smiled gently. What's wrong? Su Yuching looked at Chen Mo curiously. It's nothing, it's just that I think you have your own style of acting and execution, it's quite good. Chen Mo replied with a serious smile on his face. Hearing Chen Mo's praise, Su Yuching slightly blushed, put away her cell phone, and began to study seriously. Chen Mo just quietly came up to her side and watched, and helped her answer some of the areas that she hadn't completely grasped yet. When they say it's an evening study, most people are on their cell phones. There are not many who are actually in the classroom to learn, not even a few. Li Yan sat on the podium and looked at the students under the stage. Seeing Chen Mo and Su Yuching leaning together and studying, a hint of relief and appreciation appeared on his face. With the end of the evening study hall, everyone is walking out of the campus one after another. Chen Mo and Su Yuching walk side by side, walking through the crowd. Due to the school crowd, the section of the road out of the school gate is a little crowded because of the narrowing of the road. Su Yuching was squeezed out of the way by one body position. Chen Mo directly reached out and put his arm around her shoulders, the two people with a pair of love and love with a small couple like out of the school gate. At this time, there were quite a few parents outside the school gate who came to pick up their students from school, and when they saw these two come out so intimately, they couldn't help but look a little sideways. Su Yuching was even more blushed by the look and lowered her head, only daring to look at the top of her shoes. Her heart was torn, both happy to be able to get a little more intimate with Chen Mo, and yet incredibly shy inside in front of people. Want to go for a late-night snack? Feeling the body under his arm's embrace getting hotter and hotter, Chen Mo immediately found a topic to ease her embarrassment. I eat and digest slowly, and it's so late, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep if I eat. Su Yuching subconsciously said. But as soon as she finished speaking she suddenly reacted that maybe Chen Mo wanted to eat it himself, and she immediately added, if you want to eat it, I can eat some with you. Chen Mo smiled and said, then let's take you to a nice restaurant to try out the flavors. Chapter 78 Hidden Tenderness in the Details. What pavilion? Su Yuching was a bit curious. A wonton and dumpling restaurant, it's still quite nice to have some of these at night. Chen Mo finished with a smile and wrapped his arm around Su Yuching and walked out of the crowd before letting go. After all, he also knew that Su Yuching was shy about these overly intimate encounters. Although it didn't look like she was resisting, Chen Mo still took care of her inner feelings. The pavilion Chen Mo was talking about was still hidden rather deeply, opened in the middle of the residential area near Chen Mo's house. It's a gem of a gourmet restaurant known only to the neighborhood residents. It only opens at 20 p.m. each day and sells until 2 a.m. the next morning when it closes. The owner is very Buddhist, but is very good at his craft, and the wontons and dumplings were delicious. Chen Mo would occasionally come over here to eat something when he had a craving at night. Su Yuching followed Chen Mo and turned into a narrow alley. The green stone road was reflected by the street lamp with a warm yellow glow. The old buildings on both sides of the alley are covered with creepers, and the night wind rustles as it whisks by, making the surroundings seem more and more quiet. Here it is. Chen Mo stopped in front of a wooden door hung with bamboo curtains, with a faded red lantern hanging from the lintel, and the word Suji barely discernible in the swooshing ink. As he lifted the curtain, the brass bells on the doorframe tinkled softly, and steaming heat wrapped around the scent of the noodles. There are only 4 elm square tables in the store, with a yellowed price list on the wall. A bald old man poked out from behind the counter and smiled with a full face of folds when he saw Chen Mo. Hey, little Chen is bringing his girlfriend here today? The usual rules? Looking at the boss cheerfully surveying himself, the tips of Su Yuching's ears instantly burned, staring down at the grains of stale flour embedded in the cracks of the table corners. After taking his seat, Chen Mo quietly approached Su Yuching and laughed. Uncle Su's eyes are not good. Last time he even recognized Zhou with long hair as a girl, causing him to not dare to keep his hair that long afterwards. Hearing this and imagining that image, Su Yuching also couldn't help but laugh. After saying that, Chen Mo then looked at Uncle Su and said, Uncle Su, have 2 bowls of wontons, and place a bowl of small portions of fish balls and dumplings. Bringing your girlfriend here and only giving them a bowl of wonton, can you eat enough? Uncle Su immediately said, I'll put down some more dumplings for you, sell them as small portions. Don't, we have to get up early tomorrow, we ate too much at night to digest it, you just go down by the normal portion. Chen Mo immediately stopped it. Then come over next Friday and eat more. Uncle Su said with a smile. Good, next time come and eat your fill. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Soon Uncle Su skillfully placed 2 bowls of wontons for the 2 of them. The wontons were easy to cook, the dumplings and fish balls had to be cooked for a little longer. When the blue and white sea bowl filled with thin-skinned and stuffed wontons was brought to the table, Su Yuqing immediately probed to look inside the bowl. The thin wonton skin wrapped with pink shrimp floating and sinking in the broth, the golden dregs of oil adorned with turquoise scallions, looks plain and unimpressive. But it smells quite fragrant. Chen Mo scooped up a spoonful of soup and blew on it, sent it to Su Yuqing's mouth, and said gently, be careful of scalding, this soup base is the eel bone that Uncle Su used to hang for 6 bells. First taste a mouthful of soup to moisten your mouth and get used to the temperature, then eat the wonton. Su Yuqing shyly glanced around, seeing that the other guests did not look this way for the time being. Only then did she reach out with a wisp of her own hair, and probed up to gently sip a mouthful of the wonton soup that had already blown down some of the temperature in Chen Mo's soup ladle. So bright. Su Yuqing's eyes lit up in surprise and said, Uncle Su's wontons are notoriously fresh, try the wontons again, but blow it cooler haha. Chen Mo smiled and looked at Su Yuqing, not rushing to eat the bowl of wonton in front of him. Outside the door suddenly came a motorcycle roar. Su Bo copied the long-handled spoon, knocked the stove. Brats. How many times have I told you not to blow the gas in the alley? Turning his head, Uncle Su came to Chen Mo's table with a small bag of shrimp, sprinkling more shrimp into their bowls, freshly tanned, fresh as can be. Feeling the city atmosphere and human flavor over here, Su Yuqing only felt that such a life was really quite peaceful and beautiful. Being with the person you like and living the most ordinary day is sweet and wonderful in your heart. Seeing that Chen Mo was waiting for his evaluation, Su Yuqing pulled up a wonton and gently blew on her small mouth to cool it down some before she slowly sent it into her mouth. As she bit open the instant she opened the wonton, the soup immediately splashed out and flew onto Chen Mo's cuff across the room. She scrambled to pull out a paper towel, but saw Chen Mo playfully take out the paper towel and wipe the corners of her oily mouth first. Uncle Su's wontons here are the only wontons that will burst with juice, so be careful next time. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he then carelessly wiped the soup juice stained on his sleeve. Corner of the old-fashioned radio zilai ringing thousand K song, Su Bo humming off key notes into the dense soup of noodles together with the corners of the whole store. After enjoying half a bowl of wontons, Uncle Su came over with a small bowl of fishball dumplings. Chen Mo took the steaming small porcelain bowl and put it in front of Su Yuqing. There are 2 kinds of fishballs inside the fishball dumplings, one is round fishballs and the other is striped fishballs. The round fishballs are rolled in the milky white soup, the striped fishballs look like a small boat floating in the bowl, and the 4 caper pork dumplings are decorated with emerald-colored ruffled edges. The portion looks small, but the contents are quite rich. Come and try. Chen Mo smiled and placed the bowl in front of Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing just picked up a fishball. The next table drunkard suddenly staggered up. The sharp sound of bamboo chairs scraping across the floor tiles startled her, shuddering. The ball plopped back into the soup splashed with stars and oil. Beware of scalding. Chen Mo didn't move her bowl inward by half an inch, his fingertips skimming over the back of her slightly cool hand. This fishball is hand-beaten by Uncle Su, an exclusive recipe, and when you bite into it, you can see the shredded chin pie mixed inside. The words did not fall. Su Bo has carried a rolling pin around to the drunkard's front. Lusan said several times, get up steadily, don't make babbling all day long, if you make trouble again, I'll call your daughter-in-law. The store full of diners laughed. The man suddenly wilted, shrinking, his neck gray slipped out of the door curtain. Su Yuqing also couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly as she watched Su Yuqing become more and more cheerful. Chen Mo also subconsciously followed and laughed. Soon Su Yuqing dropped her attention back to the food in front of her. She was really a bit curious about what the strange combination of fishballs and chen pie would taste like. When she bit into the fishball and the spoon, her eyes widened abruptly, golden oil flowers overflowed from between her teeth, and the fresh aroma of tangerine peel mixed with the fresh sweetness of horse mackerel blossomed on the tip of her tongue. She was just about to speak when Chen Mo suddenly used a tissue to gently wipe the oil star that was stained on the tip of her nose. Not bad, right? I'll bring you back tomorrow. The warm yellow chandelier cast fine shadows under his eyelashes. Su Yuqing looked at the way he rolled up his cuffs to help him wipe himself, and suddenly remembered the comment she had seen when she was reading the horoscope sayings in the evening study hall that Cancer boys would hide tenderness in the details. She could deeply feel the tenderness and delicacy of the boy in front of her. This feeling is more mesmerizing than the food in front of you. Su Yuqing nodded with a smile as her eyes curved. Chapter 79. Do you want to come sleep under my blanket at night? After enjoying a late-night snack, Chen Mo and Su Yuqing went out only to realize that it was already raining heavily outside. Spring is almost over and it's still raining so much. We just had a big storm 2 days ago and today it's raining again. A guest next to him spat and ran off with the briefcase in his hand on top of his head. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing glanced at each other, but they smiled at each other and didn't care too much about the drizzle and entered the rain curtain together. The drizzle sprinkled down, and instead of bringing the discomfort of heavy rain pouring down on the body, there was a different kind of mood. Raindrops from the eaves crashed to the ground and shattered into millions of stars. When Chen Mo pulled out his key and opened the door, Su Yuqing was subconsciously reaching out to dust off the water droplets on his shoulder. Fingertips touched the warm side of their necks, and both of them were stunned. Chen Mo suddenly turned around, his fingertips hanging half an inch in front of her eyes, wiping away the rainwater from her face. The young girl instinctively closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. The warmth of his fingers came through the vapor, so gentle and warm. The hallway sensor light flickered on and off, rubbing their shadows into an ambiguous mess. Back at home, feeling the stillness of the room at night, the breaths of those who were a stone's throw away from each other felt accelerated. Outside they would still be looking at each other graciously, but in the depths of the night when they were alone, they were both a bit shy as they each had their own thoughts. Chen Mo was the first to break the silence. The warm light from the basement door gilded the side of his face with a golden edge. I just finished a late-night snack. Let's watch an episode of TV together before going to bed. Yeah. Su Yuqing smiled and nodded. After Chen Mo went and poured 2 cups of lemon and honey water, he returned to sit beside Su Yuqing. As Su Yuqing held the glass and took a small sip, the sweetness of the honey mixed with the lemon fragrance melted between her teeth. The blue light of the television reflected off the side of her face as it played today's sermon. Last time we talked about the extermination and murder case, the most crucial breakthrough is actually at. Before the words left her mouth, the thriller soundtrack drew up steeply, and the blanket on Su Yuqing's knees slipped halfway down, revealing her glistening white toes curled up on the edge of the sofa. As the recap of the previous episode ends, speaking of this episode's rape-murder splitting, it immediately begins with a thinly coated photo of the body taken at the scene of the crime. Seeing this scene, the young girl's frightened whimper was swallowed into her throat, her fingertips unconsciously gripping Chen Mo's cuffs. The silk fabric crumpled into a ball in her palm, and she was about to let go of her hand as an afterthought, but she was clasped in Chen Mo's backhand grip. Chen Mo brushed his thumb over her burning wrist and snickered, "Your pulse is beating faster than a murderer's when the murder weapon is discovered." Su Yuqing was about to rant, when the spring thunder that exploded outside the window startled her into shrinking half an inch into Chen Mo's arms. The moment the citrusy scent of the teenager's body wash crashed into her nostrils, her fear calmed a little. The remote control fell into the crack of the sofa, and when Chen Mo sidestepped and spared Su Yuqing to pick it up, his breath swept over the vermilion sandmole behind her ear, causing her to itch slightly. After retrieving the remote control, Chen Mo smiled and gently patted the top of her hair and said, "Do you want to change the channel if you're afraid? Today's lecture on the law today is rerun to the dissection of the broken body case, which is indeed a bit oozing." Su Yuqing tilted her head and looked into the bottom of his smiling eyes. Feeling that she was being looked down upon, she stubbornly shook her head and said, "Not afraid." Her mouth said so, but her body was honest enough to shrink into Chen Mo's arms a little more. The knots in Chen Mo's throat rolled heavily as he clutched her small hand that had nowhere to rest and pressed it against his heart. Feeling Chen Mo's steady and powerful heartbeat, Su Yuqing only felt a strong sense of peace of mind welling up in her heart. The warm yellow wall lamp cast the 2 shadows diagonally on the sofa mingling together, and as Chen Mo adjusted his sitting posture, the wisp of dorky hair on top of Su Yuqing's hair swept lightly at his jaw, bringing up a hint of an itchy feeling. The moments in the documentary when close-up photos of the victim's headless body are shown, even if it is still coated thinly, it still looks ominous. Su Yuqing fiercely clutched the hem of Chen Mo's school uniform, her knuckles poking at the hollows of his abs through the cotton fabric. Chen Mo stifled a grunt as his palm covered the back of her cold hand, only to realize that her fingertips were trembling slightly. "Don't look at these." He was just about to touch the remote control when the lightning that suddenly struck outside the window illuminated Su Yuqing's white face to the smallest detail. The moment Chen Mo turned off the TV with the remote control, thunder exploded on the balcony. Su Yuqing's entire body flung into his arms, her head buried into his chest like an ostrich. She seems to be afraid of thunder. No wonder she was so scared and overwhelmed when she was left alone last Friday night. It turns out that she wasn't afraid of being alone in her home environment, but of being alone during a thunderstorm. It was just that last Friday, she hadn't dared to get too close to Chen Mo, so she had restrained herself more than a little. But after 2 days of getting alone, coupled with Chen Mo's recollection of his childhood connection, Su Yuqing was now bold in contacting Chen Mo. In fact, it's not just guys who approach girls for fear of offending each other by appearing to be a little too risque and intimate. Girls treat guys the same way, and restrain some of the distance and level of contact before confirming a relationship. So even if last Friday Su Yuqing was afraid of thunder again, she could only keep it in her heart and was not good enough to tell Chen Mo directly, yet Chen Mo was still able to see the state of fear she was in at that time. He left the house in about 2 hours. Su Yuqing sat on the sofa but was very uneasy rubbing her little feet. Her mood at that time had the fear of the thunder, but also the worry that Chen Mo hadn't come home yet. If Chen Mo could return home, both of these worries could be alleviated. It was only at this moment that Chen Mo was able to clearly feel Su Yuqing's fear of thunder. Looking at Su Yuqing, who was shrinking in his arms and trembling slightly, he didn't know why Su Yuqing was so afraid of thunder, but thought that it must have something to do with what happened to her in her childhood. Otherwise a normal human being, even if he was afraid of thunder, would not be afraid to such an extent. This is beyond the limits of normal fear. It was more like being awakened to some horrible memory that made her uneasy and terrified. The hem of Su Yuqing's school uniform was rolled up to reveal half of her snow-white waistline. Chen Mo pulled her clothes back up, his hand hanging in mid-air, eventually landing gently on the ridges of her butterfly bone bulge, cradling her in his arms and gently soothing her. The young girl in her arms was like a frightened young deer, with the scent of scallions from Suji's wonton noodles still dripping between her damp hair. So scared, do you want to come and sleep under my quilted night? Chen Mo wanted to joke around to make Su Yuqing relax a bit. But when he saw Su Yuqing lifting her eyes to look at herself, her slightly trembling eyelashes at the moment were just like ripples under the moon, and really carried a hint of expectation. But eventually she shook her head. I'm fine. Some things are always expected with a hint of nervousness and shyness and helplessness. It's not like you can just say what's on your mind. Chapter 80, Early Childhood Wounds. The thunder outside the window faded to a dull hum, like a whimper muffled by clouds. Su Yuqing's forehead rested against his collarbone, her breath carrying the sweetness of honey lemonade. Can you tell me why you are so afraid of thunder? Chen Mo gently wrapped his arms around Su Yuqing to soothe her and spoke curiously. When I was a child. She spoke suddenly, her voice muffled in the material of his coat. After Mom and Dad had a fight, she suddenly took a rope and strangled me on that thunderstorm day. She said that Dad didn't want us anymore, and that she wanted us to come together to away and make him feel guilty for the rest of his life. I woke up to thunder and choking. Hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but follow his breath. I didn't realize that this kind of thing actually happened when Su Yuqing was a child. At that time it was Dad who was awakened by the sound of thunder and realized that Mom wasn't around, only to find that Mom was strangling me. Only at that time she hadn't made up her mind completely, so the force of strangling me was heavy at one time and light at another, which didn't kill me or leave a scar on my neck. Su Yuqing recalled the encounter she once had as a child and spoke in a calm tone. Despite being treated so crazily by her mother, even if she was about to lose her life, Su Yuqing had never hated her mother. Because she understands her mother and sympathizes with her. Mother is just sick. It's just that she's sick because of what happened to her dad, and she's not really trying to hurt herself, but she can't help herself either. Her situation is actually quite pathetic. If it hadn't been for the wrong things Dad did, Mother wouldn't have fallen into this place of no return. So that being said, from the time she was a child, Su Yuqing knew very clearly that she shouldn't blame her mother. The father who saved his life is the one who is responsible for all the tragedies that have arisen in the family. And the mother who had to strangle herself was just a walking corpse with her spirit half killed. She had often seen her mother crying in pain and tears. She took this love very seriously, and she simply could not accept her husband's betrayal and abandonment. Several times she wanted to just walk away. But then I thought of another daughter and stopped. As for why she didn't poison Su Yuqing again later after the divorce, it was purely because she never wanted to take Su Yuqing from the very beginning. Her behavior that night in the first place was more of an irrational outburst of anger. But even so, the force with which she strangled Su Yuqing was sometimes tight and sometimes loose, and every time she loosened it when she heard the sound of her daughter gasping in pain. She simply couldn't lay her hands on this. Rather than saying that she really wanted to bring Su Yuqing to die with her at that time, it was more like she wanted to test whether her husband still had an ounce of attachment and importance to this family through this act at that time. Even if he doesn't want him as his wife anymore, what about his daughter? Does he not want his own daughter? After this night's test, she knew that Su Chengfeng still cared more or less about his daughter. So she decides to fight to the death for parenting rights so that Su Chengfeng will have to come visit her for seeing her daughter, creating a chance for her to get back together, but it turns out she thought wrong. Big mistake. The reason why Su Chengfeng stepped in to stop it was just that he didn't want to let things at home ruin his reputation and cause him to become a laughingstock in the company. He has no love for their mother and daughter. He even had to thank Li Fingji for snatching Su Yuqing. This way he could be more relaxed on his new lover's side instead, without the burden of dragging him around, and be more accountable to that side as well. What daughters and wives, he didn't care. Every time Su Yuqing came to see him, he greeted him with a smile, not how much he loved this daughter of his. Rather, it's just purely habitual to maintain your superficial persona. It's just a matter of not wanting the image of your thin skin to spread and affect your image in the company. Everything he ultimately does is just for himself. Originally abandoned his wife and child is already very down to earth, and then because of some have no name to be poked and prodded, that can be even more unattractive. Li Fingji's act of forcing Su Chengfeng to take a stand that night was merely a test. But it became a lifelong nightmare for the tiny Su Yuqing. Every thunderstorm, she felt that suffocating feeling of not being able to breathe hit her. This suffocating feeling transformed into fear of the sound of the thunderstorm. For the moment the thunder awakened her, it was accompanied by the extreme agony of suffocation. This painful memory has overlapped with the sound of thunder. So every time it thundered, she was repeating the pain of that night all over again. Listening to Su Yuqing's tone of voice calmly saying this in her arms, Chen Mo's heart ached his fingers and didn't care about any sense of proportion. He directly reached out and hugged Su Yuqing a little tighter. And the young girl in her arms seemed to synchronize by letting herself curl up a little tighter, as if she were trying to shrink into some non-existent shell. Her arms unconsciously backhanded his lanky body, muttering something about his childhood. Since Chen Mo was interested in knowing more about himself, Su Yuqing didn't mind sharing more with him. Even Su Yuqing felt like she was unlocking a layer of shackles by sharing any painful thing with Chen Mo. Somehow, in the arms of this boy, all the pain he had ever felt seemed to become unworthy of mention. Every painful experience and encounter becomes lighter the moment it comes out of the mouth. It felt like all the bad things that had happened to me in the past had become less important. This feeling of the entire person feeling incredibly relaxed made Su Yuqing's desire to confide in her reach its peak. One person willing to speak and one person willing to listen is the best encounter. Su Yuqing's trailing voice was swallowed up by the tremor in Chen Mo's chest. The teenager's palm covered the back of her neck, the force of his knuckles through the damp hair like he was combing through fragile glaze, and the rain curtains outside the window suddenly poured down like waterfalls, cutting their entwined breaths into fine silken threads. After Su Yuqing had been telling for quite a while, the thunder outside the window gradually subsided, and only then did Su Yuqing come back to her senses from the state of oblivious narration just now. I don't know what I say, a lot of Chen Mo loved to hear. See, Chen Mo did not say anything. She immediately tilted her head to look at him. What he ran into was the dark tide that churned under his eyes. There was no pity there, only lava burning, pity boiling. Seeing Chen Mo show a gentle smile to himself, the depression in Su Yuqing's heart immediately melted away. But the sudden mental tightness to relaxation provoked her to rub her temples, looking a little mentally exhausted. Seeing her in this state, Chen Mo smiled and said, "You need to wash your hair if it's wet by the rain tonight. There's too much dust in the rainwater. Let me help you wash it. I have a set of techniques for massaging your head, which will allow you to sleep more peacefully at night." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he didn't wait for Su Yuqing to agree, so he began to prepare her. Chapter 81, Complicated Feelings. After moving a chair for Su Yuqing into the bathroom, Chen Mo took a towel and laid it on Su Yuqing's shoulder in an extremely professional manner, then took out a dripping bottle of warm water from the dresser and said with a smile, "This guest, I'm going to start serving you. Wouldn't tell me to get a card." Su Yuqing returned mischievously. "There's no need to get a card, just get a license." Chen Mo snickered. When these words came out, Su Yuqing's small face rubbed red. What else is there to do with this license? Just as she was shy, Chen Mo had already gently squeezed some water from a dropper bottle on her head and applied a small amount of shampoo, and began to operate professionally. The bathroom was heavy with the sandalwood scent of shampoo. Chen Mo's fingertips weaved in and out of the warm water flow, kneading Su Yuqing's long black hair into a blooming ink chrysanthemum. The mirror was misted over, reflecting the tips of the young girl's scarlet ears as they loomed in the watery light. "Pretty please, is my strength okay?" Su Yuqing stared at her twisted fingertips and gave a light only to have the back of her neck suddenly pressed by warm fingertips, a violent acidity that startled her shoulders. "It's sour, isn't it?" Chen Mo let out a low laugh as if he had gotten away with his prank. With that, he didn't intentionally bully Su Yuqing anymore. His fingertips threaded through Su Yuqing's hair with just the right amount of strength, and when his thinly calloused fingertips pressed over the acupoints on the top of his head, Su Yuqing suddenly couldn't help but let out a kitten-like light hum. "Is it sore here too?" A voice with a smirk came from overhead, and the teenager's foam-stained fingers increased their force slightly. Su Yuqing once again let out a soft hum. Feeling Su Yuqing's reaction, Chen Mo's foam-stained thumb began to spin along her hairline and said gently, "Just now there is the 100 points, pressing if there is a more pronounced reaction, it means that the blood in your head is clogged up, which is easy to trigger headaches and insomnia." As he spoke, Chen Mo's fingertip force was suddenly light and heavy, pushing from the corner of the forehead to the back of the ear, and then kneading just right on the foam-chi point. Su Yuqing felt a fine electric current running through her canopy, and her eyelashes rustled with water droplets. "When did you learn this?" Su Yuqing's earlobes were flushed with light pink as she tried to find a topic of conversation. "I used to accompany my mom to the beauty parlor when I stole from her." Chen Mo dipped his fingertips in the mint cream and pressed it on her temples. The cool and silky touch made Su Yuqing shrink her neck. "But this guest, your skin and hair quality is much better than the beauty salon ants. Little mouth smeared with honey, next time I come I'll order you back." Su Yuqing smiled and teased. After taking care of Su Yuqing's hair and head, Chen Mo put the chair with adjustable back that Su Yuqing was sitting on back a little, next to "Pull out your ears for you yo." Chen Mo took out a handful of cotton swabs just as he was about to make preparations. As a result, Su Yuqing then shyly sat up with her hands covering her ears. "What's wrong?" Chen Mo gave her an unexpected look. "Don't pull it out." Su Yuqing blushed her little face. After all, it was her favorite boy, exposing even a little bit of her bad place in front of others. She was shy and overwhelmed. The thought of what would happen if she pulled out her ears made her shy and hard to keep still. "Be good, have you forgotten about the previous agreement? What master says is what master says. Quickly and obediently lie down." Chen Mo smiled and looked at Su Yuqing, knowing that she must be shy. "Don't." Su Yuqing still wanted to try to resist. "I get it, you must think that ear pulling is something that can only be done between intimate people. You dislike me, so forget it." Chen Mo backed off and put down the cotton swab. This caused Su Yuching's heart to immediately panic. I didn't, pulling out is it? It was then that her eyes lowered and she shyly nodded in response. This is a good boy. Shenmo said with a smile, you do not pull out, you eat big loss, I tell you. I pull out the ears of this technique is the top level. My mom would like to ask me to help her, that is to pay for the work, free service to you. You actually dare to refuse. As he spoke, Chen Mo reached out and rubbed Su Yuching's small nose. When Chen Mo rubbed the cotton wool of the cotton swab, the elongated cotton wool was only just close to Su Yuching's ear when she instinctively shrank back. There was something she was too embarrassed to tell Chen Mo. She had just refused to let Chen Mo pull out her ears. On the one hand, she was indeed shy for fear of pulling out something unclean. On the other hand, it was actually that her ears were very sensitive to the extent that Chen Mo only needed to gently blow a hot breath in her ears, and it would be enough to make her body go limp. That's why, when the cotton swab made contact, it brought up a little bit of itch on the ear, which would be magnified in Su Yuching's senses. Don't be afraid. Chen Mo thought Su Yuching was simply shy plus scared. He knelt on one knee on the non-slip mat, his left hand vaguely gathered half of her cheek. Speak as softly as you can to convey it to her in order to lower her fear. As a result, he did this instead. His breath swept over Su Yuching's ear as he spoke, startling a tiny piece of fluff, provoking Su Yuching to subconsciously close her legs tightly, and her hands were all stirred together. The next moment Su Yuching's white jade-like earlobes were gently lifted. Relax. The teenager's gentle voice entered her ears, and although it brought Su Yuching a slight stabilization, the tingling in her ears continued to agitate her, making it difficult for her to relax her mind. The tip of the cotton swab gently flicked open the ear screen, and Su Yuching bit her lower lip in death. The swab swirled with a strange tingle, as if someone had used a feather to gently tickle the folds of the most sensitive part of the heart. Wait. Su Yuching's whole body suddenly tightened, her legs together unconsciously reaching out to grab Chen Mo's small arm with the cuffs pulled up, her nails pinching out crescent-shaped whitish traces on her wheat-colored skin. Ouch! The teenager's voice was 3 times huskier than usual, and his gentle gaze went to the girl with her eyes tightly closed and her face scarlet. No! Su Yuching responded with a low, soft then began to pant heavily. At this time she was speaking in a state that had the feeling that her body had suddenly taken off. She didn't dare say that at the moment the tingling in her ear canal had long since spread into a prairie fire that burned down her spine and tingled her tailbone. It was only when Chen Mo finally let go of this ear and replaced it with the other that she finally took a breath, and after taking a deep breath, she let her head rest against Chen Mo's chest in a disengaged manner. Through the cotton shirt, she could clearly hear 2 hearts beating wildly at the same frequency within inches of each other. Chen Mo did not clean out any dirt in Su Yuching's ears. The young girl's ears were unusually clean. After Chen Mo threw away the cotton swab and reached out to give Su Yuching's ears a final massage. It was only then that Su Yuching finally felt a wave of relief. That service by Chen Mo just now was a combination of extremely complicated feelings for her, like a kind of torture and an extreme enjoyment. It was a feeling that was so comfortable that it tingled all over the body, and was truly unbearable. It's intimidating to encounter again and yearning to do it all over again. Chapter 82 An Impulsive Kiss. Looking at Su Yuching's seemingly deflated appearance, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh lightly, not expecting this girl's ears to be so sensitive. However, he wasn't doing this for Su Yuching purely out of a desire to bully her. Rather, he was confident in his skills and felt that he could make Su Yuching nice and comfortable. After all, even though she had voiced the sadness that she had suppressed in her heart tonight, it was clear that it had brought her mood down with it, and Chen Mo hoped to shatter any trace of depression that had accumulated in her heart through some behavior that would make her feel happy. He did succeed. Originally still immersed in the memories of the thunderstorm night, with some bad emotions entwined in her heart, Su Yuching, after experiencing his service of this superior ear-pulling skill, indeed her heart had no time to think of anything else. Only both ears felt numb and itchy, yet there was a very pleasant feeling lingering throughout his body. This comfortable feeling dispelled the rest of the pent-up anger in her heart. Soon Chen Mo began to help her rinse off the residual shampoo from her hair, and as the blow-dryer roared, Chen Mo's slender fingers threaded through her hair and gently rubbed it. The hot wind rolled the sandalwood scent of the shampoo on her face. Su Yuching saw the teenager's focus-sight face in the mirror, and her heart throbbed slightly. Soon enough, the hair was blown dry, and at this point, Su Yuching's hair looked like it had a few fluffy textures. "Beauty, your hair is already washed, I'll hit you with some more conditioner." As Chen Mo did some maneuvering, he then looked at Su Yuching with a smile and said, "How is it? Is it still satisfactory?" Subconsciously, Su Yuching was ready to say thank you again, but the words stopped at the edge of her mouth. She smiled and nodded. "It's just a nod, mustn't I get paid for serving so hard?" Chen Mo was originally thinking of flirting a little, find a time to let Su Yuching help himself to massage a little, return a little pay. The result did not want to think that he said this finished. A shampoo sandalwood fragrance mixed with the girl's fragrance suddenly came to his nose. The young girl's warm lips were like dew-stained cherry blossoms in early spring, skimming over his cheeks like a dragonfly, leaving behind a wet touch and trembling afterglow. Chen Mo's fingers hanging at his side curled up unconsciously, with the silky smoothness of his hair still remaining on his fingertips, and his reddened ear tips and eyelashes frozen in mid-air were reflected in the mirror. He had originally only joked with a few teasing words, never expecting Su Yuching to suddenly make such a bold and youthful move. When the sandalwood scent of the shampoo mixed with the unique fragrance of a young girl hit his nose without warning, his mind instantly went blank, as if time had frozen at this moment. His cheek first touched a piece of soft warmth, and that touch was like a feather gently brushing against it, but with a heart-shaking electric current that instantly spread throughout his body. His body was frozen in place as if a spell had been cast on it, but his heart was beating as frantically as a drum, as if it was about to break through his chest. He felt his breath stop and could only stand there dumbfounded, letting the faint scent of a woman linger at the tip of his nose. Su Yuching's cheeks had long been red like a ripe apple, and after she kissed Chen Mo, her eyes were full of shyness and panic, like a frightened deer. She didn't dare to look at Chen Mo's eyes, she just glanced hastily and turned around and ran out of the bathroom like a gust of wind. Her footsteps were panicked and hurried, and her pace was extremely fast, as if something terrible was chasing her behind her. After returning to her own guest room, Su Yuching closed the door with a bang, leaned her back against the door, covered her hot face with both hands, and panted heavily. Her mind kept replaying the impulsive scene she had just done, her heart beating ridiculously fast at the moment. How could she not have imagined that she would act impulsively like this? The mixture of shyness and remorse made her want to find a crack in the ground. As for Chen Mo in the bathroom, it took a long time before he slowly came back to his senses. The corners of the teenager's mouth in the mirror flattened with restraint, but a thin smile floated under his eyes, like the sparkling waves that rise at high tide on a spring night. He raised his hand and gently touched the cheek that had been kissed by Su Yuching, a silly smile on his face. There was both surprise and sweetness in that smile, as if she had just experienced an unbelievably wonderful dream. His heart felt like a deer in the head, and the appearance of Su Yuching running away shyly kept surfacing in his mind. It was a quiet moment in the night, but the two restless hearts were thumping away from each other. Su Yuching gasped sharply with her back against the door panel, the back of her palm pressing against her cheek to cool down. Moonlight flowed in rivers through the gauzy curtains at her ankles, and as she stared at the shadows of the trees swaying on the tiles, she suddenly reached up and scratched the top of her fluffy hair haphazardly. The warmth that had traveled through Chen Mo's fingertips just moments ago was now burning down the strands of her hair toward her heart. It's over, it's over, it's over, what to do? How could I have messed up so impulsively? Her mind was in turmoil and she just wanted to take a quick shower and be quiet. After putting on her shower cap and entering the bathroom, Su Yuching borrowed the warm stream of water poured over her body in an effort to cool down her hot body. With the warm water rushing over her body, Su Yuching's mind was still flashing back to the act of her boldly kissing Chen Mo's cheek in one scene. Will he think I'm casual? Su Yuching bit her lip, her brows furrowed together, filled with worry. She remembered Chen Mo's reaction after being kissed. His stiff body should have been shocked. She was afraid that Chen Mo would look down on her because of this kiss and think that she was a girl who didn't know how to behave and kissed random people. The thought of such a possibility made her heart ache as if it were being stabbed by countless needles at the same time. Children who have been suppressed in their families of origin will always be caught in a state of suffering by not realizing how good they are. Or perhaps, even if she had once performed well, she would not have been recognized by her family, thus creating self-doubt and criticism in the midst of it. So, even though Su Yuching was able to feel Chen Mo's good feelings towards her, she was still afraid that her feelings were wrong, and that people's good feelings towards them were not high enough to be kissed at will. Just as Su Yuching was imagining things, the sudden coldness of the water current made her subconsciously cower. She then realized that she had actually turned the hot water valve to the lowest setting. The condensed mist on the mirror slid slowly down, reflecting the pale pink color of the steam at her collarbone, like an unbloomed cherry blossom bud on a branch in early spring. She reached out in a panic to wipe away the watermarks, but saw that the person in the mirror had crystals in the corners of her eyes that she couldn't tell if they were droplets of water or tears. After taking a bath and wearing pajamas, Su Yuching is lying on the bed into the time of nonsense. Suddenly the guest room rang the knocking sound. Come in. When she finished speaking, she scrambled and shyly buried half of her face into the goose-down comforter, looking toward the door in embarrassment. Chapter 83. How can apologizing be enough after kissing me? Chen Mo pushed open the door to his room and walked in slowly with a cup of warm milk as usual. Only to see Su Yuching shyly shrinking half of her face into the quilt, only revealing those affectionate eyes, as agile as a deer with a hint of panic. He couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth lift up slightly in a gentle curve as he smiled and said, "Don't forget to drink your bedtime milk." Su Yuching shyly nodded gently under the covers. The look was like a flower trembling in the breeze. Just as Chen Mo was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly shouted in a small voice, "Wait a minute." Chen Mo turned his head back in surprise, looking at Su Yuching's little face that was as blushing as a ripe apple. His heart was full of doubts, not knowing what she suddenly called out to herself for. "I'm sorry." Su Yuching's voice was like a mosquito, as thin as a swimmer's thread. That voice seemed to float from the distant sky, with a trace of unspeakable shyness and guilt. "I'm sorry? Why are you suddenly saying this to me?" Chen Mo touched his head, his face full of doubts. That looked like a clueless child. Then he snapped to the realization that Su Yuching was probably apologizing for having just kissed him. Chen Mo smiled helplessly, secretly thinking in his heart, "This silly girl, what is there to apologize for?" However, he didn't say it outright, but walked over to Su Yuching's side and said in a serious manner, "Just being sorry won't do." Hearing Chen Mo's words and seeing his serious expression, Su Yuching's heart thumped, and her originally flustered heart was even more like a deer in the headlights at the moment, so nervous that she involuntarily gripped her hands tightly on the quilt. But then she saw Chen Mo gently bend down, and the movement was as gentle as a feather floating down. His lips, with the slightest hint of warmth and love, imprinted gently on her forehead. "You kissed me a bit, how could apologizing alone be enough? I also kissed you a bit, this is to be considered even this is to send you a good night kiss." Chen Mo smiled and gently hooked half of Su Yuching's small nose that was exposed outside the quilt. That smile was like the sunshine in spring, warm and charming. Then Chen Mo smiled and got up and instructed, "Drink the milk and go to bed early." After saying that, Chen Mo turned around and left the room, leaving Su Yuching frozen in place, as if time had stood still at this moment. It was only after a few seconds that she reached out and touched it obsessively, her own forehead that seemed to be able to feel Chen Mo's hot lips at the moment, and the touch was like an electric current that spread throughout her body, causing her body to tremble slightly. The next moment, she was like a joyful deer, happily burrowing her head completely into the quilt, where she secretly laughed, a laugh as clear as a silver bell. Great, he didn't blame me. Her heart was filled with joy, as if the entire world had become incomparably better. After relaxing her heart, Su Yuching poked her head out from the quilt, breathing in fresh air with a big mouthful, her face overflowing with a relaxed and happy smile that was as bright and charming as a blooming flower. After drinking the bedtime milk that Chen Mo had carefully brewed, Su Yuching went to the bathroom and rinsed her mouth again before lying back on the bed. Even after so much time had passed, her forehead still retained the feeling of Chen Mo leaving a kiss. When she touched her forehead, Su Yuching couldn't help but think of the past. When she was a child, her mother and father would give her a gentle goodnight kiss. But as their fights began, the goodnight kisses that came every night never came again. This long-lost feeling of being loved and cared for before going to bed, after more than a decade, suddenly invaded her body again, and Su Yuching's mind was churning with thoughts. This wonderful feeling, being favored by this wonderful feeling again after so many years, she really didn't want to lose it again in the future. She immediately folded her hands together and prayed silently in her heart. She did not pray to any gods, but to her grandparents, praying that they could bless her and Chen Mo to be well. It would be nice to take it a step further. But when the prayer reached this point, she showed a shy face again and hurriedly told her grandparents that the last prayer just now didn't count. It was as if she was really shy when she accidentally blurted out to her grandparents that she had a crush on a certain boy and was teased about it. In the midst of her prayers, Su Yuching also gradually and quietly entered dreamland. This night, Su Yuching had a dream that made her very shy. In the dream there was Chen Mo, and sweet kisses. The next day, when the sun shone through the window, she still had an unbelievably happy smile on her face. The world of her dreams made her reluctant to wake up. Instead, it was Chen Mo who dreamed of the little girl he met when he was a child instead. This time when he met the little girl in the park, the little girl didn't cry anymore. She smiled and came up and pulled herself together and gave herself a kiss, saying that we were all family now. Chen Mo was little boy like in his dream, clueless, though not very clear. And introduced Mom and Dad to the new addition to the family. Mom and Dad welcomed the little girl into the family, and it was wonderful to see the family enjoying themselves. It wasn't until the alarm clock rang that the dream was violently shattered, and after Chen Mo sat up, he couldn't help but be surprised as he recalled the dream he had just had. For a moment I couldn't recall what I had dreamed, but vaguely remembered what seemed to be a strange dream. He shook his head, but didn't care, got up, showered, washed up, and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Su Yuching got up later than ever today. Chen Mo was cooking slow kung fu pasta today, and Su Yuching hadn't even gotten up until he was done. Chen Mo suddenly had a few more moments of panic in his heart. Even though he was in his own home, even though it was the safest environment, Chen Mo would always subconsciously flash the scene of Su Yuching's tragic death in his mind when he couldn't see her. He was very afraid that this kind of thing would happen again. Seeing that Su Yuching hadn't gotten up so late, he quickly ran over and knocked on the door until he heard Su Yuching's response inside, then he heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. A knot in the heart is always one of the most difficult and huge hindrances in the human mind to unravel. Before finding the truth, Chen Mo could never feel at ease. Unless one kept Su Yuching under one's nose for a moment, but this was obviously impossible, one could not sleep in the same bed as her. But even if it was just a living room away, the two were still some distance apart after all. There is still the possibility of an accident too late to rescue. The knot in his previous life was more or less what made Chen Mo feel a bit of a cupid's bow and a snake's shadow now. As long as he thought that Su Yuching might be in danger, his heart would beat. He was going to install a surveillance probe outside the window of the guest room where Su Yuching lived as well, to ensure that he could protect her without any dead ends. Chapter 84 Fever? Su Yuching, who got up and washed up and opened the door to walk out of the room, immediately lowered her head the moment her beautiful big eyes swept Chen Mo. The little face was flushed, even shy. Chen Mo didn't care too much when he saw her like this. After all, some impulsive things happened last night, and after getting up today, it was normal to be a bit embarrassed and shy to meet. But in reality, Chen Mo thought wrong. After making sure he wasn't angry last night, Su Yuching's state of mind had calmed down a lot. It was only after falling asleep, but she suddenly had such a dream, causing her to be so intoxicated in her dream that it was impossible for her to wake up. Until Chen Mo knocked on the door and woke her up. The moment she woke up, everything in last night's dream Su Yuching remembered vividly engraved in her mind. It's as if you've experienced this kind of thing yourself in reality. So much so that her little face was now so blushing that it was about to drip blood when she saw Chen Mo. I had a whim for some pasta today, and it just so happens that I haven't eaten the 2 boxes of xiaolongbao I bought earlier, so I fried them slightly with egg, so you can try them. Su Yuching looked at the small dumplings whose crust was fried slightly charred and the whole wrapped with eggs, only feeling that it was quite appetizing to do so. She immediately picked up her chopsticks and picked up a xiaolongbao and tasted it, then smiled and said, "This is quite good." After saying that, she immediately said with some embarrassment, "I should have gotten up early to make breakfast, but I ended up making you get up early to make breakfast. I will definitely not oversleep tomorrow." "What you so clear what to do, who is free who do, if you sleep well, sleep more, it's fine." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Big deal, at the end of the month, I'll deduct more money from your pay." Hearing Chen Mo's words that did not distinguish between you and me, a slight sweetness rose in Su Yuching's heart. Eating her breakfast, Su Yuching subconsciously raised her head to look at Chen Mo, and the moment she glanced at his lips, she immediately shyly lowered her head again. Suddenly a slightly cool touch landed on her forehead, and Su Yuching realized that the back of Chen Mo's hand was gently pressed onto her forehead. Chen Mo realized that Su Yuching was still red in the face and couldn't help but wonder if she had a fever from the cold yesterday. With the touch of the back of his hand, Chen Mo only felt Su Yuching's forehead burning hot. He was instantly concerned. "You have a cold?" Su Yuching shook her head, "No." Despite the words, she felt her little face heat up. But this heat was due to the fact that last night's dream was so humiliating that it caused her heart to burn when she thought back on it. "Then why is your forehead hot?" Chen Mo reached out and pasted Su Yuching's small face again. "The cheeks are also hot. Are you sure you're not uncomfortable?" "No." Su Yuching shook her head, her small face turning even redder. "If you don't feel well, don't insist. It doesn't matter if we take a day off, I'll help you make up for the missed classes." Chen Mo said with concern. "There's really no discomfort." Su Yuching was not in a good position to explain, and could only shyly open her mouth and say, "Yeah?" Chen Mo gave Su Yuching a suspicious look. He then folded his hands on the table, his chin resting on the back of his hands, quietly looking at Su Yuching, who was chewing her breakfast in small bites. Instead, she gave her an increasingly shy look. Seeing her in this state, Chen Mo smiled and got up to clean up the dishes without looking at her again. It was only when he finished washing his own dishes that Su Yuching finally finished her breakfast and walked over with her dishes. "Let me wash it, see how hot you are, it's better to sit there and cool off," Chen Mo said with a smile as he took the dishes from Su Yuching's hands. Su Yuching didn't insist this time, but just retreated behind Chen Mo and silently looked at his back. Just looking at his back as he did his chores inexplicably gave Su Yuching a feeling of incomparable peace and happiness. She thought back to when her mother was pregnant with her brother and her stepfather wouldn't let her work and grab the dishes. Even though my stepfather was working at that time, he was still humming a happy tune. Just like Chen Mo at this moment, although he was working, he was humming a little song in his mouth and didn't care. Obviously, after recruiting her as a nanny, all these jobs could have been passed on to her, but Chen Mo grabbed them. Su Yuching felt embarrassed in her heart while feeling Chen Mo's boyfriend power. The contract was signed, but he himself was being taken care of by Chen Mo most of the time, instead of taking care of Chen Mo. She was determined to change that for the better starting today. Chen Mo finished washing the dishes and loaded them into the sterilizer, and when he turned around after washing his hands, he saw that Su Yuching was looking at herself with unblinking eyes, but her eyes were unfocused and she seemed to be thinking about something. Yuching, Yuching." It wasn't until Chen Mo shouted at her twice that he finally woke her up. "What's wrong with you this morning? You're feverish and dazed again." Chen Mo suddenly stuck his head over and touched Su Yuching's forehead once again. This time it was with his own forehead on Su Yuching's. It is said that the body temperature of boys is slightly higher than that of girls, and if a boy still feels hot when he presses on a girl's forehead, the girl most likely has a fever. This time, however, Chen Mo pasted over, but it didn't feel very hot. Just as he raised his head, Su Yuching's body temperature had just begun to leap up. Because of this distance, it came up quite a few times in the dream. It's just that the two weren't touching foreheads together in the dream. Confirming that Su Yuching was really fine, Chen Mo estimated that she might have simply slept for a long time and hadn't fully woken up yet, so she was a bit dumbfounded. Chen Mo didn't care about this, and as he watched the time was almost up, he accompanied Su Yuching to the school. The campus is always full of energy in the morning. Youthful students are entering the campus one after another. After Chen Mo and Su Yuching entered the classroom in pairs once again, everyone suddenly cast a surprised look at them. Chen Mo couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. What were these guys doing? Yesterday there was no reaction to seeing the two of them enter the door. Why such a big reaction today? At this moment, Zhao Yaya held back her excitement and waited for the two of them to take their seats before she excitedly said, "I heard that you guys are living together, is it true?" You heard again? Where did you get that much news? Chen Mo looked at Zhao Yeye suspiciously. It's Lulu Wang. She recently moved to her aunt's house in the same neighborhood as yours to be closer to school, and she saw you two go home together last night. Look, the video is all over the place, it's been spreading for a long time. Zhao Yeye took out her somewhat worn-out cell phone and tapped on a video. Sure enough, a pair of young men and women were walking side by side under the streetlight in the drizzling rain. It was the two of them, Chen Mo and Su Yuqing, and the video even captured the two of them entering the door together. It was only then that Chen Mo suddenly remembered that this Wang Lulu's aunt's house was across the street from his own. Chapter 85. Who is a couple with him? Seeing this video, Su Yuqing's face instantly flushed red, and then look at the students all look towards this side. She directly shyly plopped down on the desk, did not dare to look at people. Chen Mo was not too concerned, but he turned his head to look at Wang Lulu, which scared Wang Lulu hastily put her hands together and apologized to Chen Mo, explaining, I just sent it to Xiaoyu, and said it was kept secret, but I didn't think how it spread. Hearing this, Chen Mo helplessly smiled. This is not the most common one. I have the best relationship with you. I have a secret to tell you, only one person, you must not tell others. Everyone has a best relationship, so as soon as a secret leaks out, it immediately becomes no longer a secret. Chen Mo didn't blame this Wang Lulu for anything. After all, he hadn't been prepared to hide the fact that they were living together, and he couldn't hide it. After all, it was impossible for him and Su Yuqing to sneak home every day, or deliberately stagger. This kind of deliberate behavior would instead make Su Yuqing feel uncomfortable. After all, this behavior was like how unseemly it was to let Su Yuqing live in his house. It was naturally impossible for Chen Mo to behave like this. The reason why he didn't say it explicitly was simply because he had considered that Su Yuqing might be shy about this aspect, so he didn't say much about it. Anyway, the homeroom teacher already knows about this matter, so what can be done if the classmates know about it? At this moment, the boys were all casting envious gazes at Chen Mo, even Huang Mao, who was looking at him with a lewd smile. The girls, on the other hand, cast a surprised look at Su Yuqing, surprised that she was actually so bold. This is still in school, actually living with her favorite boy. It's unbelievable. On the contrary, Lin Yuan, who was in the corner of the class, didn't place his gaze on Chen Mo, who he always watched on weekdays, but instead unprecedentedly dropped his gaze on Su Yuqing when he heard the news. But at this moment, his face was expressionless, and he didn't know what was going on in his mind. It didn't take long for the class teacher, He Xiaoyun, to come to the classroom. As soon as she entered the classroom, she cast an incredulous look at Chen Mo. When Chen Mo saw his teacher looking at him with this look, he figured that she was uneasy about going back and then contacting Su Yuqing's mother. I think this time Su Yuqing's mother, Li Fingji, should have replied to He Xiaoyun in a more normal state. Soon He Xiaoyun entered the classroom and hooked her finger at Chen Mo. Where did you offend Sister Yun again? This early in the morning you're looking for trouble. Huang Mao looked at Chen Mo in surprise. Can't you think of me in a good way? Chen Mo gave Huang Mao a blank look, spared his back and followed He Xiaoyun out of the classroom. Teacher, what is it that you are looking for me for? Chen Mo looked at He Xiaoyun and asked curiously. Brat, there are means. I called you Qing's mom last night ready to give you some more good words, but I didn't expect that she actually suddenly looked away. Did your kid say something to her after going back yesterday? He Xiaoyun was curious all night. She couldn't even figure it out a little bit. With the mental state of Li Fingji that she saw yesterday, although it was a little bit not so good straight away, she did feel out that the other party was a little bit mentally ill. This is the most difficult type of parent to deal with in the eyes of teachers. Even she, a senior veteran teacher for many years, the old classroom teacher did not dare to say that there is certainty that this kind of parents will be persuaded. I did not expect, Chen Mo, this kid does not know what means to use directly to get people fixed. Naturally, she couldn't resist coming to ask for clarification. Hearing He Xiaoyun's question, Chen Mo was a bit touched in his heart. It is evident that He Xiaoyun is still very dedicated as a classroom teacher. It could even be argued that the matter was no longer within her obligatory jurisdiction. After all, on top of this matter, the class teacher should have done, she went back and there is no need to communicate with Su Yuqing's mother again. This matter is dealt with naturally on the line. If Chen Mo didn't bow his head, it was useless for her as the class teacher to say anything. The fuss is still going on until both parents meet. It was just that He Xiaoyun was trying to avoid causing trouble for everyone, so she helped to regulate it as much as possible. Again to help Chen Mo write a review, and again at night to continue to worry and labor to call again to persuade. Her behavior has been benevolent. With this in mind, Chen Mo still thanked the teacher before talking about what happened after school yesterday afternoon. Of course it's impossible to say everything. He just said a little bit about Su Yuqing's reconciliation with his mother. The root of He Xiaoyun's worry at the moment was that Li Fingji coming to school to cause trouble would not be a good influence on Chen Mo, on Su Yuqing, or on the rest of their class. As long as Li Fingji's matter was resolved naturally, He Xiaoyun could relax. Hearing you say that, then teacher won't worry too much. The main thing is that Yu Qing won't be harmed. That's the best result. He Xiaoyun glanced at Su Yuqing, who was currently lying on the table, and said with a smile. Don't worry teacher, Yu Qing is doing well on my side, but... Chen Mo pressed into the teacher's ear and whispered something. He Xiaoyun nodded after hearing this, patted Chen Mo's shoulder and said with a smile, "Your kid is indeed very good. The teacher is a bit appreciative of you. Well, you go back first. What you said, I will arrange it later. Then I'll trouble you, teacher. Love you." Chen Mo mischievously gave He Xiaoyun a heart before returning to the classroom. Looking at him in this manner, He Xiaoyun was also in a trance, sometimes feeling that Chen Mo was too mature to be a child, and sometimes still had the child's mischievous state. She shook her head with a helpless smile before turning back to her office. On the contrary, when Chen Mo returned to the classroom, everyone once again cast a glance at him in unison. Many people felt that Chen Mo might have been called out because of his cohabitation with Su Yuqing. Seeing everyone's gazes sweeping over, he smiled breathlessly and said, "It's not a big deal, mind your own business." Seeing him say that, people didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, it was Huang Mao who looked at Chen Mo admiringly and said, "You even compared your heart to Sister Yin just now. Your kid has a lot of guts." "Which is nothing. What's wrong with comparing a heart to a beloved teacher?" Chen Mo said with a breathless smile. "But what did Sister Yun call you for? Is she talking about you living together?" Huang Mao asked curiously. "Of course not. Can I be the only one called for cohabitation?" Chen Mo returned with a blank look at Huang Mao. "What was that about? Adults matters, kids don't ask too many questions." Chen Mo smiled and joked Huang Mao. "Little Yeye is a child. When did I become a child?" Huang Mao said back irritably. "Because you guys are a pair." Chen Mo said as a matter of course, and the next moment the retort came in the same breath, "Who is a pair with him?" Chapter 86, It's Well Known. Looking at this pair of joyful enemies in unison, Chen Mo smiled without saying anything, sweeping the two with an expression of "you guys seeing for yourselves if you're worthy or not, and then you're done." This cheap smile of his caused both of them to stop their speech with a blush. About Chen Mo and Su Yuqing living together, it wasn't just Chen Mo's own class that spread the word. News of this spread in the other classes around the neighborhood, and even among the teachers. He Xiaoyun sat in the office drinking tea, next to other teachers gossiped and inquired, "Xiaoyun, I heard that there are 2 kids in your class directly living together? Is it true that high school students are now playing such exciting?" Yeah, I heard that too, tell me about it." Don't look at the teachers who are serious in class on weekdays, but in fact, in private, we are all ordinary people. All have curiosity, all have the mind to eat and read gossip. He Xiaoyun smiled helplessly and said, "Who spread this all around? How come even you guys have heard about it?" "I also heard some students talking about it when I came by in the morning and walked through the hallways. This matter, right, is more or less complicated. It's definitely not like the kind of cohabitation you guys imagine." He Xiaoyun could only help Chen Mo and Su Yuqing explain. "It seems that you already knew. This thing does not spread okay. Once spread, the impact can be big. In case it reaches the ears of the principal, I'm afraid that it is only to focus on education." "It's fine, I know very well what's going on with them. If the principal really asks, it's not a big problem." He Xiaoyun smiled back, "On the contrary, it's you guys, or less gossip about the students, one by one, for the teacher is not respect. Mainly because those 2 kids are both good looking and kinda get you high on CP." He Xiaoyun looked at the female teacher in front of her who looked like a high school teacher, but was still a little girl at heart, and once again shook her head with a helpless smile. The matter of Chen Mo and Su Yuqing living together was a big deal, and naturally Zhou Hao had heard about it. Zhou Hao only knew that Su Yuqing had been to Chen Mo's home before. But he never expected that Chen Mo would actually live with Su Yuqing directly. After hearing this news, others were dumbfounded, and their hearts couldn't help but raise their admiration for Chen Mo even more. He also subconsciously began to fantasize that he and Chu Danwan could also go this far. But that was all he dared to think about. With the ringing of the first bell in the morning, the class discussion about Chen Mo and Su Yuqing only gradually subsided. For this situation, Chen Mo is also nothing to intervene. After all, cannot interfere. Students eat melon mentality, at most lasts for a day or 2 will pass. It's just that the thin-faced Su Yuqing is only not too good in these 2 days. Soon the math teacher walked in holding a stack of papers. Yesterday's test results are in. Most of the students' grades were what he expected. The knowledge points where the students made the most mistakes were also much the same as he had previously predicted. But of all the students, the only one that the math teacher didn't expect was Chen Mo. Chen Mo's math paper score was actually a perfect 150. It struck him as unbelievable. It should be known that the scores of Chen Mo's previous exams were generally around 120 points. And the answers were written in a rather random handwriting. But this time, his test paper was neatly worded, and he got all the questions with difficult points correct with ease. It's an incredible situation. A student's grades may suddenly get better, but it's hard to go from a 120 to a perfect score all at once. Even the top math student in the class on weekdays only scored 138 on this practice test, missing 12 points by mistake. People are not precision machines, and even the best of them make mistakes and omissions. Therefore, Chen Mo's ability to answer the test paper so beautifully was really a great surprise to the math teacher. First of all, practicing handwriting from scribbling to such neatness takes a lot of effort in the first place, and students who are used to scribbling and suddenly change to neat writing will more or less distract some of their brainpower and energy to focus on writing more beautifully on their own. In such a situation, he was actually able to answer the paper correctly to full marks. It was unbelievable to the math teacher. But this was just a practice test. Chen Mo had no reason or need to cheat. He could only believe that it was his students' sudden anger that made the change. When distributing the test papers, he sent them directly down the line for each group, except for Chen Mo's test papers, which he personally sent back to Chen Mo's hands. Chen Mo, you did very well on this exam, and your writing is getting prettier and prettier. This style and standard should continue to be maintained, on Friday's midterm exam. If you keep up this standard, you're still very hopeful of getting a high score. Hearing the teacher's praise, Chen Mo just smiled and took his test paper. Old Mo is awesome, 150 points? Huang Mao was just now wondering what kind of score Chen Mo got, worthy of the math teacher personally coming over to hand out papers and come over to encourage him. The result was that after scanning Chen Mo's test paper, he was able to see that he directly scored a perfect score. This was really a bit confusing for Huang Mao. He still knew very well how much his own tablemate weighed. Especially since he knew very well what kind of his own tablemate's writing was on a regular basis. This time Chen Mo's test paper was neat and tidy, and he even got full marks. This performance was like a new person. Huang Mao said in a godly voice, "You wouldn't have been borrowed, would you? Who are you? Quickly get out of old Mo's body." Chen Mo breathlessly gave Huang Mao a brain crash and said, "Roll your head, I told you to read less metaphysical novels. This is your brother's my real strength, just learn it." "You mean you're usually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" Huang Mao said incredulously. "That's natural, just look at the caliber of my midterm exam this time." Chen Mo smiled back. "Holy, giving you one lucky test and a perfect score, and you've really put on weight." Huang Mao despised. Between the two of them snickering, Su Yuqing and Zhao Yeye also turned their heads. When they saw the 150 points on Chen Mo's test paper, both of them were in disbelief. Even though Su Yuqing knew in advance that Chen Mo's caliber was not simple, she didn't expect Chen Mo to be able to score full marks directly. "Wow, you're so strong, Mare. Low key, low key." Chen Mo nodded his hand with a faint smile. "Brother Mo, when are you going to tutor me in math? Look, I only scored 100 points. Zhao Yeye sadly picked up the test paper and showed Chen Mo the score. At this time, Chen Mo's complexion was serious for a few minutes. Looking at Huang Mao and Zhao Yeye said, "The college entrance exam is also fast, really should grasp to improve the results. After the evening self-study I'll tutor you guys to study Lala level. On weekends, the two of you then go to my house, and I'll give you extra makeup lessons." Chapter 87 Footprints Outside the Window. "Brother Mo, you are so great, I love you." Zhao Yeye was very happy and flew Chen Mo a kiss. This move of hers had inspired Huang Mao's upward mobility. Regarding Zhao Yeye's interactions with Chen Mo, he rarely rose any jealousy. But through their interactions, he could more or less peek into what things Zhao Yeye valued, admired, and liked. He could effortlessly gather all of Zhao Yeye's likes and dislikes in their interactions. The main reason was that Zhao Yeye was basically like a pair of siblings of similar age to Chen Mo, playing around with each other on weekdays while also being in an open state of mind. What she wants, what she likes, what she thinks in her heart, she can bear it to Chen Mo, the good brother who was not as good as her own brother, without any fear. This gave Huang Mao a lot of cheap access to information. Like this time, for example, from Zhao Yeye's tone, he could tell that Zhao Yeye was really expecting someone to be able to help her make up for it. If that's the case, then why can't you be one yourself? Right now his grades were not considered strong, but Huang Mao felt that as long as he was willing to work hard, with his own IQ, it would not be difficult at all to bring his math grades up in a short period of time. No, it's not just math, but other subjects he wants to improve up as well. This way, in the future, if little Yeye wanted to learn any subject, she herself could personally teach her. By now, Chen Mo had already noticed Huang Mao's change in expression. The guy's demeanor got quite a bit more serious every time he had something he wanted to get serious about, unlike before when he was so hungover. Chen Mo smiled in his heart. It would be good to inspire this guy's motivation. After handing out the papers, the math teacher also began to explain in earnest the questions that the students had made the most mistakes and omissions, as well as the questions that had higher scores even though they had not made many mistakes and omissions. Helped the students to make up a little bit of the shortfall as much as possible. The class still goes by very quickly when lectures are given. It didn't feel like I'd talked enough before the end of class had arrived. A morning course, basically, are the main course. Want to get good grades in the college entrance examination? Students, listen to the main course, that is, must be serious and pay full attention. Although Chen Mo had the foundation of the previous timeline to build on, he still listened to the lessons relatively carefully in this timeline. The main thing is consolidation. After all, it's been so long since the entrance exams. When Chen Mo and Su Yuqing left the campus side by side at the end of the morning session, many students cast envious glances at them. The male substitutes for Chen Mo's character and the female substitutes for Su Yuqing's character. They also want to enjoy the feeling of free love at this age when they are most youthful and ignorant about love. It's even possible to live with your favorite person. Of course, that last one they could only fantasize about. After all, their mom and dad are home. If you want to cohabitate at this age, you have to meet several hard and fast conditions at the same time to make it possible. Returning home, Chen Mo and Su Yuqing subconsciously swept a glance across the street at Aunt Wan Lulu's house. Don't blame her, people at this age just like to gossip. Chen Mo saw that Su Yuqing was also looking in the opposite direction and immediately persuaded her. No, I'm just simply afraid of causing trouble for you. Su Yuqing didn't care too much about herself, she was just a bit shy, she was just afraid that the matter of her and Chen Mo being together would spread out and cause a bad influence on Chen Mo. Chen Mo shook his head and smiled, what impact can I have, it's not like I'm in a relationship with another girl. As Chen Mo casually replied back and walked into the house, but Su Yuqing was left alone to freeze in place and look at Chen Mo. What's the point of standing stupidly at the door, why don't you come in? Chen Mo glanced at Su Yuqing suspiciously. Only then did Su Yuqing come back to her senses and entered the house closing the door. The moment she closed the door, she faced the direction of the gate with an unmistakable bright smile. It's not like I'm in a relationship with another girl. That's a statement that encompasses so much. Su Yuqing heard in the ear that his only feel the mood inexplicably suddenly become very open and clear. So much so that she followed through with a small extra half bowl at lunch. Chen Mo was still a bit surprised if her appetite had grown because her body was developing. After all, the area wrapped in the school uniform below Su Yuqing's collarbone was still very magnificent in material. While Su Yuqing was eating, Chen Mo walked out of the house after finishing his meal and went around to the window next to Su Yuqing's guest room, looking to see where he was going to install a surveillance camera in the neighborhood to be able to better ensure Su Yuqing's safety. He had one house camera front and back, but favored the guest room side which was not installed. Just as he came over here to look, Chen Mo's pupils suddenly shrank as he actually saw some unfamiliar shoe prints actually left in front of Su Yuqing's window. Chen Mo's house is not a single house belonging to the corner location of the townhouse apartment. So it's not unusual for people to pass by his house neighborhood on a regular basis. It's not unusual to have unusual footprints. But the reason why this pair of shoe prints made Chen Mo feel abnormal was because this pair of shoe prints actually left a pair in the direction of the interior of the guest room where Su Yuqing lived. This means that someone has stood at the window before and peered in towards it. This was the main reason that made the alarm bells ring in Chen Mo's heart. Was it just a passerby passing by and glancing curiously toward the window, or did someone deliberately stop to spy? Various possibilities crossed Chen Mo's mind. He wasn't prepared to think about them anymore. Since he had discovered the anomaly, the surveillance should be arranged on immediately. He instantly walked back while pulling out his cell phone to place his order. When she returned to her room, Su Yuqing had already finished her lunch and was washing dishes in the kitchen. Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing's busy figure and immediately glanced at the guest room where she lived. Mentally, he began to ponder the wording. Because before the arrival of the surveillance, he wouldn't dare to let Su Yuqing continue to reside in this side of the guest room for the time being. He was well aware of the level of trouble and commotion a bad guy would have in forcing a security window and storming inside. But he didn't dare to gamble. He didn't dare to gamble on any hint of the possibility that Su Yuqing might be in danger. So before making sure that he could monitor what was going on outside Su Yuqing's window at all times, he decided not to let Su Yuqing sleep in the guest room for the next few days. But all of a sudden, you have to find a reasonable excuse to do that, anyhow. I can't say that I traveled back, someone harmed you in the previous timeline, and even though I saved you in this timeline, according to the timeline closing rules, you could still be harmed by that bad guy at some subsequent date. Chen Mo scratched his head and began to think about what reason would be better to make Su Yuqing not sleep in the guest room for the time being, but sleep beside him. Chapter 88, A lifetime of seeing is not enough. After washing her hands and sitting on the sofa, Su Yuqing saw that Chen Mo was contemplating something. She was immediately mischievous and put her small hand, which had just been dipped in water and dried, and was still flooded with ice, onto Chen Mo's cheek, looked at him and asked with a smile, thinking about what, so out of it? Feeling this coldness on his cheeks, Chen Mo then turned back to look at Su Yuqing. He smiled and reached out to slowly hold the two small, cold hands, and after removing them from his cheeks, he looked at Su Yuqing and said, "It's nothing, I'm just geeking out after eating." After he finished speaking, he realized that he was still holding Su Yuqing's small hands, which were icy cold, but they were soon warmed up by himself. Thinking back to the way she had just taken the initiative to reach over and prank her, Chen Mo could not help but subconsciously smile. This meant that Su Yuqing's mental state was a few points better than before. All of them dared to take the initiative to tease themselves. The better Su Yuqing's state became, the more Chen Mo did not want her to repeat the mistakes of the previous timeline. He hoped that Su Yuqing would be able to walk better and better under his own care until she came out of the closed world in her heart. Without saying anything about the footprints outside the window, Chen Mo had already thought of what to say about how to get Su Yuqing to sleep in a place with him tonight. After lunch, the two sat side by side and soon leaned in and watched the TV as they fell into a shallow sleep. Shoulder to shoulder, head to head, the picture is framed in the beauty of youth. Sometime later, Chen Mo, whose breathing had gradually stabilized, unexpectedly opened his eyes. He had just appeared to be asleep, but in reality he was just faking sleep. Opening his eyes, he immediately turned his head to look at Su Yuching, only to see that she was breathing evenly at that moment and had obviously fallen asleep. He gently turned around and held Su Yuching's shoulders, before he stood up from the sofa and got a pillow cushion onto the sofa before he slowly placed Su Yuching's head onto the pillow. After making sure that he didn't wake her up, Chen Mo tiptoed to the guest room she was staying in and quietly broke the lock on the guest room door on purpose. This way the guest room door won't open. In this way, how could Su Yuching be tricked into sleeping outside the guest room for the night? After doing the bad thing, he then continued to tiptoe back to Su Yuching's side and just sat cross-legged in front of the sofa, quietly leaning his head onto the pillow as well, looking at Su Yuching's sweet sleeping face from a close distance. Just looking at it quietly made one feel incredibly at ease. If time stood still and didn't go away, Chen Mo felt like he could lie down here and watch for the rest of his life and never get tired of it. Looking on, he could no longer resist subconsciously reaching out and gently stroking Su Yuching's soft little face, his thumb gently caressing and sweeping over her pink cheeks. Seemingly sensing Chen Mo's touch, Su Yuching suddenly reached out and held Chen Mo's hand, and at the same time, just like a kitten, she rubbed her face against Chen Mo's hand and then fell back into a deep sleep. This adorable appearance almost adorned Chen Mo's heart. How in the world can there be such a cute girl? Chen Mo looked at the girl in front of him with a face of love, and after gently dropping butterfly-like kisses on her forehead, only then did he lean his head on the pillow and fall asleep together. It wasn't until the alarm clock went off that it woke both of them up. Looking up for a split second, the two of them inadvertently touched gently. Su Yuching immediately clasped her head with both hands and had a cute look on her face. Causing Chen Mo to look dumbfounded once again, he forgot about the brief pain in his head. It took a few seconds of freezing before both of them laughed. Su Yuching said with some surprise, "How did our sleeping positions change to this extent?" Chen Mo smiled without explaining. In the afternoon when they went to school, Chen Mo and Su Yuching entered the classroom, and although they were still noticed by everyone, there was much less talk about them. Seeing Chen Mo come to school, Zhou Hao immediately ran over and told him about his visit to the police station today to submit his information. "I rely on the old silent, you also did not tell me in advance that this provide clues will be with the interrogation of the same as the prisoner grabbed to ask for where I got the clues, the source of what they asked can be careful, that environment, that kind of aura, almost I have not resisted." As soon as Zhou Hao remembered the situation when he went to the police station at noon to report an important clue about a wanted criminal, his heart was afraid for a few minutes. Hearing Zhou Hao said so, Chen Mo all of a sudden with his own eyes saw that scene, he immediately smiled and said, "Do not do anything bad during the day, the night is not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door, and you did not do anything bad, you are afraid of what cross-examination, you will be according to my account of a 50-50 finished it will be fine, you were to go to provide clues, you were not a culprit, do not need to be afraid. The police are just making routine inquiries, there are many things you can uncover without answering or saying you don't know, people are just following the rules to ask as many questions in as much detail as possible. After all, the person concerned may have limited language organization skills and cannot give a clear account of all the information and clues he knows at one time. That's why they need to go through a whole detailed questioning process to make sure you've accounted for all the important information you know. This will also make it easier for them to scout and deploy behind the scenes by tallying the information gained." Hearing Chen Mo say this, Zhou Hao looked at him with a surprised expression. "Old mare, Cao you actually can analyze the reasons for the police's behavior so thoroughly, as if you've done it before. It's not all on TV, see more and understand, by the way you kid did not talk nonsense. How is that possible? I know that much, ask me more I have nothing to say I basically don't know clearly so answer. So what did you say when asked how you got this wanted man tip?" "I'll just say that I heard the news while I was in a game copy group, saying that when I was in a copy group earlier a teammate chatted in the group about seeing someone like a wanted man, so I made a note of it and chatted privately with that person to ask for details." "And did the police say anything about asking for this man?" "There must be I can say it, I'll say that because it is a random copy of the group, did not add friends, so now cannot find this person, but since I know the clues of the wanted criminals, then I naturally have to come to the police station to inform, regardless of the truth or falsehood, if it really can help the police to solve the case, they are also able to collect the bounty is also good." Hearing Zhou Hao say this, Chen Mo immediately patted his shoulder appreciatively and said with a smile, "Howzy you can really make things up, I'm sure it was right to find you. You cannot say, I can worry about making a mess, the feeling of being stared at by the police to ask is not good. Zhou Hao think up all feel 2 stocks war if you wanna go first." Chapter 89 Seeing and Rejoicing. Looking at Zhou Hao's appearance of feeling like his body had been emptied, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. Ordinary people do feel pressured to go into a police station. Even if you are rushing to do a good job, once you are pulled alone by the police for questioning, you will be inexplicably nervous in your mind. What's more, Zhou Hao is still just an information dilettante. All the information he knew was sent to him by Manhwa, which he had memorized in his head overnight, and went to the police station to submit the clues. The heart was originally insufficient, but also caught a flurry of inquiries, then the natural state of mind is not good. "Alright, since all the questions are done, there's nothing for you to do behind, you don't need to be nervous, just wait for the phone call to inform you that you're going to receive your prize and you're done." Chen Mo smiled and patted Zhou Hao's shoulder and said, "How long does it usually take to receive the prize?" Speaking of claiming the prize, Zhou Hao also lifted his spirits. Because he wanted to buy some small gifts for Chu Danwan in the near future, and also buy some delicious food for his old mom to make up for it. It generally depends on how fast they move. If your tip is submitted to the police station at the target location this afternoon, so that the police there can first determine the accuracy of the information, basically the next day the local police department will move to make an arrest. That was pretty quick. You can get it in a few days, 10 days if you're quick, maybe 1 to 3 months if you're slow. Slow up that slow? It's normal, don't worry, students like us who go to report it are given incentives to do so, and you're usually billed relatively early. Yes? Don't worry, as soon as we catch the guy, I figure we'll be settled within a week. That's good. Don't worry about it, just go back and wait a few days. Chen Mo smiled and finished before returning to the classroom. Zhou Hao was also active in his mind at this time, and began to think about what kind of gift he was going to buy for Chu Danwan after he got the money. Back in the classroom, Chen Mo was also thinking about the future arrangements. It's definitely not appropriate to always use your parents' money, and with the experience of being a decade ahead of the current world of humanity, it's not terribly difficult to create your own opportunities to make money and earn your first bucket of cash in high school. In particular, Chen Mo possessed much more information than normal people. It's just that everything requires startup capital. He needs to have some principle ready to do so. Back in the classroom, the afternoon session continued to focus on review. After all, midterms are this week, and generally this week is used to review and consolidate what students have learned over the course of the half semester. For Chen Mo it was just the right time to consolidate himself, and he naturally listened more attentively during the class. Not only was he listening attentively, but Huang Mao was also unprecedentedly beginning to quit his dangling little habits and began to listen attentively to the class. That's why the power of love is great. An adolescent's ignorance about love doesn't have to be a stumbling block in their path. It also has the potential to be a great motivator to push them forward. This is the philosophy that He Xiaoyun has been implementing. It doesn't matter if students fall in love, the important thing is to fall in love, don't waste their studies. In the case of Chen Mo and Huang Mao, He Xiaoyun was raising her hands in favor of them falling in love. Who hasn't come through puberty like this, the youthful ignorance of the student years, who hasn't? All are human and naturally know what is reasonable and in accordance with the laws of nature. The afternoon session went by quickly after all. The more attentive you listen to the lecture, the faster the class time passes. It didn't feel like long before it was already time for school to end. For today's dinner, Chen Mo took Su Yuqing to a restaurant. This was because he was now trying to avoid Su Yuqing touching the door of the room. If you find a problem with the door to your room early, you'll have to fix it sooner rather than later. At noon and did not cook ahead of time, only in the evening to start cooking words, spend a lot of time Su Yuqing waiting for boredom, or very likely to go back to their own rooms to hang out. Seeing that Chen Mo brought himself down to the restaurant for dinner, Su Yuqing didn't react too much. However, Chen Mo hadn't really thought about what he wanted to eat for a while, so he just casually told Su Yuqing that he wanted to eat outside for dinner, and took her around the neighborhood. Along the way, Chen Mo suddenly noticed Su Yuqing's gaze fall on a pizza parlor. All the stores she had passed by before, she had casually glanced at them and passed them by, but this was the only one she had looked at for several seconds. "Do you want to eat pizza for dinner?" Chen Mo said with a pause in his footsteps and looked at her with a gentle smile. Su Yuqing hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. "Then eat this." Chen Mo immediately pulled her and stepped inside the pizza parlor, and as soon as he came in, he was able to immediately smell a strong cheese aroma, as well as a wheat aroma. As the two of them took their seats, Chen Mo put the menu in front of Su Yuqing and said with a smile, "Whatever flavor of pizza you like, you order it." Hearing Chen Mo say this, Su Yuqing took the menu and glanced at it, only to see a whole bunch of various types of pizzas written on it. She instantly looked like a recipient of a slow-wasting cynicalized song by per resume. "I've never eaten a pizza, so I don't know which one is good." Seeing her look, Chen Mo immediately dawned on her. Perhaps it was because she wanted to eat this in her childhood but was rejected by her mother, which kept her curious about the taste of pizza. Chen Mo smiled and said, "It's fine, newbies are better suited for fruit-flavored pizza." "Boss, we'll have a fruit-assorted pizza and a durian pizza, both just 7 inches. "Okay, 2 please wait a moment." After ordering the pizza, Chen Mo ordered a little more snacks and drinks. You can pass the time with a snack before waiting for your pizza. Su Yuqing took a small sip of her drink and slowly talked about the matter of why she wanted to eat pizza. She was kinda curious about the somewhat cake-like thing. Always wondered what it tasted like. It's just that the pizza is more expensive, and her mother refused to buy it for her straight away when she saw the price. Instead, when she was a little older, her brother asked for pizza, her mother bought him a small one. As a result, my brother ate one piece, and the other pieces were all accidentally knocked over onto the floor as he fidgeted with his food. It was all just thrown away in the end. On weekdays, the mother is too expensive to buy things for himself. His brother ate a piece to throw 3 pieces. The mother did not even scold him a sentence. The moment she thought of that scene, Su Yuqing's heart seized with pain. These words she did not say to Chen Mo, she just said that she saw the curious taste of pizza when she was a child, but seeing the gloom in her expression, Chen Mo still knew that things were not so simple. But soon, Su Yuqing's emotions recovered. It was evident that she had learned to self-regulate nowadays, bad emotions and memories, and she knew how to gradually control them. From this, it could be seen that she was indeed getting better step by step, and Chen Mo saw it in his eyes and was happy in his heart. Chapter 90, Sweet Group Photo at the Pizza Parlor. Soon the assorted fruit pizza was served on the table, and a burst of rich fruit aroma, cheese aroma, and wheat aroma drifted into Su Yuqing's nostrils. It smells so good. Su Yuqing, with stars in her eyes, couldn't wait. Chen Mo smiled and handed over a pair of gloves. Quickly taste it. Wearing gloves, Su Yuqing then forced down the excitement in her heart, slowly picking up a piece of pizza. Looking at the golden crust covered with fruit particles, the cheese pulls out a long silk. Su Yuqing has not yet eaten it, but she feels that this thing must be delicious. Be careful of the heat, Chen Mo gently reminded. The moment Su Yuqing took a small bite of the pizza, her eyes glowed slightly, like a bear that had tasted honey, and she narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. The creaminess of the cheese and the sweetness of the fruit melts on the tongue, and the warmth spreads down the esophagus and into the stomach. Yummy! She swallowed the food in her mouth. Her tone was one of hidden surprise. Chen Mo looked at her with his cheeks resting on his head, a fine smile rippling under his eyes, as if he had rubbed in a sky full of stars. Eat more if it tastes good. His voice was as gentle as the wind that brushed through the willows on a spring day. Su Yuqing pinched the edge of the pizza and suddenly looked up at Chen Mo as if she remembered something. Why aren't you eating? Chen Mo froze, then laughed. I'll wait for the durian pizza. He paused, his gaze falling on the cheese-stained corner of Su Yuqing's mouth, the knot in his throat rolling slightly as he drew a tissue and naturally reached out to wipe the stain from the corner of her mouth. Su Yuqing froze in place, feeling the gentle touch of her fingertips, her cheeks burning as if they were being roasted by fire. Looking at Chen Mo once again gazing at herself with a loving face, Su Yuqing's heartbeat inexplicably beat faster. She panicked and lowered her head, pretending to concentrate on the pizza in her hand. Chen Mo's line of sight was too hot, causing her to feel a shy embarrassment, yet she couldn't help but covet the temperature. When the durian pizza was served, the rich aroma drew frequent glances from neighboring tables. Normally durian may not be acceptable to many people, but it's still sweet when made into pizza. Do you want to try it? Chen Mo asked with a gentle smile as he looked toward Su Yuqing. I've always heard that this durian thing is something that some people love to eat and some people can't take it at all. I've never really tried it. Su Yuqing was a bit curious in her heart. With the price of durian, it was normal that Su Yuqing had never eaten it. After all, her mother never spent a lot of money on her. Chen Mo cut off a corner and handed it to Su Yuqing's plate. The golden durian flesh wrapped in rasher rolled cheese is slightly trembling. Try this, is it like ice cream? He picked up a strand of dense pulp with his fork and gently blew it to cool some before bringing it to Su Yuqing's mouth. Su Yuqing looked at the durian in front of her that didn't smell as bad as the legend and gently bit into it. It just feels like the flavor of the durian is a strange, tangy, and smelly flavor in the mouth. But the overall feeling was pretty good, sweet, and quite tasty. Seeing Su Yuqing take a bite of durian without much reaction, Chen Mo smiled and said, it seems like you're still fit to eat durian. 2 7-inch pizzas for 2 people with some snacks is actually just right. Normal full, but not too full. As the two finished their meal and were about to pay the bill, the waiter suddenly took out a photo taken by Polaroid and put it in front of the two. Both of you, our pizzeria is hosting an intimate pizza advertisement photo campaign where we capture various scenes of intimate interactions related to family, friendship, and love while dining in our store. I just grabbed a photo of the two of you that you can keep as a souvenir, and we'd like to punch one up and post it on our event wall in the store, if that's allowed. As long as you are willing to participate in this advertising photo campaign, we will be able to give you a 50% discount on your current meal. With the direction of the waiter's finger, Chen Mo and Su Yuqing immediately saw a photo wall. On the walls are various scenes of people eating pizza and interacting with each other. There were parents and children, couples and friends, and it all looked like it was a wonderful time. At this point, the two looked to the store clerk who had taken a picture of the relationship between the two of them. Only one was a snapshot of Chen Mo wiping Su Yuqing's mouth with a gentle face. One was a sweet scene of Chen Mo picking up a piece of durian wrapped in cheese with his fork and bringing it to Su Yuqing's mouth. Seeing these two photos, Su Yuqing's heart was sweet and shy as she stole a glance at Chen Mo. Only Chen Mo was relatively calm. He smiled and looked at Su Yuqing. What do you think? Su Yuqing said in a voice like a mosquito, I'm alright. Then stick it on, just in time to save some money. Chen Mo looked at the waiter and smiled and said, alright then I'll leave these two as a souvenir for both of you. The waitress smiled and handed over the price list with a 50% discount, while also giving the 2 25% off coupons. Come over and use it all in a month, huh? Thanks a lot then. Chen Mo smiled. It seems nice to take a coupon for a pizza for Yeya's birthday on the weekend. Su Yuqing smiled and nodded in agreement. Walking out of the pizza store, Su Yuqing's mouth was still savoring the taste of the pizza. So, how do you think the pizza tastes? The first time I ate it I felt it was quite tasty. Su Yuqing replied seriously. Then next time, I'll bring you here to try other flavors. Chen Mo said with a gentle smile. But pizza is so expensive, it's better to eat less. Su Yuqing smiled and shook her head. It's fine, your salary is high enough for us to spend. Chen Mo said smilingly. When he said this, Su Yuqing froze for a moment. She always felt that the nanny contract Chen Mo gave her was more out of the nature of protecting her, it shouldn't really count for so much salary. But looking at Chen Mo's tone of voice, it seemed like this matter was really taken seriously. Returning to the school, Su Yuqing just passed by Zhao Yeye, causing this girl's little nose to immediately shrug. Wow, Yuqing smells so good. After saying that, Zhao Yeye pulled Chen Mo's clothes again like catching an adulterer and came up to sniff. Sure enough, Brother Mo also has a fragrant smell on him. What did you guys eat that smells so good? Zhao Yeye had a curious look on her face. This, Chen Mo said as he placed the coupon in front of Zhao Yeye. Wow, pizza it looks like it's delicious. Looking at the look of the pizza on the coupon, Zhao Yeye immediately revealed a look of longing in both eyes. When Huang Mao saw the scene, he immediately said, "Do you want to celebrate your birthday weekend with a pizza?" "Don't want it, this pizza is so expensive, look at all the tens of dollars a piece." Zhao Yeye saw the original price of the pizza on the coupon and was directly deterred. Seeing her in this state, Huang Mao's heart ached as he shook his head and smiled. Can't you see that this is a coupon for old Mo? It's much cheaper with coupons. Chapter 91 Warming Up. In fact, regular eaters like Chen Mo and Huang Mao were indifferent to pizza. It's also something that I thought was delicious at first glance. It's just like that when you get used to it. It's just that for those who haven't had this before, it looks appetizing when you look at that cheesy, pulled together look. Although Huang Mao said there was a discount, it wasn't like Zhao Yeye didn't know how discounts worked. 25% off isn't much of a bargain. But it's not impossible to try it once in a while. Every time he or she had a birthday, his or her grandparents would give him or her a $100 bill as a birthday present. For $100, you can buy a pizza or two to try. It's just that the money is spent all at once. She also wanted to save money to buy a birthday cake to take home and share with her grandparents and her sister. So the budget is still relatively limited. Although within her own friends, Zhao Yeye knew that Chen Mo and Huang Mao were both rich. But spending wasted other people's money on her birthday actually bothered her. Treating Chen Mo as her brother, helping Chen Mo run errands on weekdays and rubbing in some food along the way, she didn't really care. But spending a large amount of his money at once, Zhao Yeye would still feel bad in her heart. It was like when Chen Mo handed Zhao Yeye $50 earlier. She couldn't even pick it up. Seeing Zhao Yeye's hesitant look, Chen Mo smiled and rubbed her head and said, "Have a birthday, just wait to receive a gift, don't think about anything else, it's our last birthday in high school, don't worry about it, I'll help you plan it with Huang Mao and Yuqing." Hearing him say this, Zhao Yeye glanced at the three of them, and seeing that all three of them were looking at themselves with doting smiles, she couldn't help but feel a slight sourness in her eyes and a warmth in her heart. But Zhao Yeye rarely cried in front of people, and she still forced herself to hold back the tears that moved her. Tonight's evening study was personally supervised by class teacher He Xiaoyun. As soon as she entered, she looked at Chen Mo and cast a satisfied smile. Because both the math teacher and the gym teacher had already approached her to express Chen Mo's excellence. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo actually suddenly went from a score of about 102, directly soaring to a perfect score in math. Even a schoolteacher is not bound to get a perfect score every time he wants to get a perfect score. It is very difficult for people to avoid making mistakes on their own. Even if you double or triple check it, you may make a mistake or omission. However, Chen Mo had a power of concentration that ordinary people didn't have. It is very difficult to make a slip-up mistake when he is exerting this kind of concentration. After Chen Mo's math scores were certified by the math teacher, it made He Xiaoyun feel that Chen Mo's previous bet to her didn't seem too much like casual nonsense. She was somewhat looking forward to Chen Mo's midterm exam results. What classroom teacher doesn't want a superb student in their class? You should know that the honor of producing a high school student is extremely great. That's enough treatment to honor the level of the ancestors. Of course, it's still too early to talk about high school top students, but the more students you can produce in the top 10 of your grade, the more honorable it is for the classroom teacher. That's a few more heights in front of other teachers on weekdays. She naturally hoped that Chen Mo's bet, Chen Mo would be able to win over her. But even if Chen Mo's grades were more average, it didn't really matter. It was because the physical education teacher, Tian Jing, spoke of Chen Mo's potential in sports. There is this extraordinary potential, in the future to go to the sports school, the goal to enter the Olympic Games, in the future really get up, then as a teacher of the alma mater, as Chen Mo's homeroom teacher, she can still be honored. Therefore, at this time, Chen Mo was an extremely golden good seedling in He Xiaoyun's eyes. Naturally, he looked at him all 10% better. Since tonight was homeroom supervised, everyone was suddenly well behaved during the evening study session, when games were usually commonly played. Even the misbehaved ones will put up at least one book as a cover before sneaking off to play on their cell phones. More or less superficial respect should still be given. Chen Mo's group of 4, on the other hand, because of Chen Mo's explanation during the day, Su Yuqing and Zhao Ye all turned around and formed a 4-member study group. Seeing that they were studying, Xiaoyun didn't care about them sitting like this. Chen Mo whispered instructions on what they had done wrong in today's math problems. Although today the math teacher has explained the vast majority of the questions that have a high error rate. However, some of the questions with less error rates were not mentioned by him. And these scattered errors fall on basically everyone differently. Take Su Yuqing, Zhao Ye, and Huang Mao for example. It's really wrong for each. Zhao Ye is the most prone to miscalculation and carelessness. Huang Mao, on the other hand, is not fluent enough in formula application. Su Yuqing fell the best of the 3, with only the harder questions not being too easy to do. After Chen Mo adopted some easy-to-understand explanatory methods to illustrate, they too had their minds opened up a lot. The reason why Chen Mo could explain it so well was because in addition to studying at school in his previous timeline, he was also constantly taking online classes as well as various cram schools to make up extra ground when he got home. One of the best teachers I've ever encountered was one who was always able to explain difficult problems to everyone in an easy-to-understand manner. Under the influence of his ears, he also memorized these vivid images and easy-to-understand examples. Rather than deepening the impact by rote memorization, this type of education is much more likely to go deeper. After Chen Mo's one night of hard work, the trio's math level could not be said to have made great strides, it was still a small improvement. And Chen Mo isn't all about giving. As he explained to the trio, he himself was the equivalent of constantly reinforcing what he had learned. Various formulas and calculations, all of which are new to me. Time really flies when you're studying. Su Yuqing, Zhao Ye, and Huang Mao didn't even feel like much time had passed before the evening self-study was already over. They were even listening to it with great interest. When Xiaoyun quietly wandered past them during the period, she heard Chen Mo's sophistication in lecturing the 3 of them and couldn't help but feel even more amazed at him. She always felt as if her student was a different person when she hadn't seen him for a weekend. The Chen Mo at the moment, although he looked the same as the Chen Mo before, he always felt that he had more experience that he shouldn't have at this age. Xiaoyun herself was amazed at how she could feel so weird. At the end of the evening self-study period and returning home from school, Chen Mo took Su Yuqing to go down to the restaurant once again. The goal is to stall a little longer. The later the time drags on, the less time you have to get the door to your room. In fact, what Chen Mo didn't know was that he didn't need to play so many tricks at all, and he was able to achieve his goal by forcing Su Yuqing to sleep in the same room with him. After enjoying the evening meal, when the two returned home, Chen Mo once again looked toward An Wang Lulu's house, and sure enough, he saw her lying on the window again peeping. He couldn't help but be a little speechless, and in his heart he couldn't help but suspect that she was lying here for half a day for the sake of eating gossip, and that this sister was really bored. Chapter 92. Of course I sleep in the bedroom too. Su Yuqing also noticed Wang Lulu lying on the window looking this way, her small face brushed red. Opening the door, she slipped in ahead of the others in a rare moment. Chen Mo smiled without caring, but turned around and made a gunshot motion in Wang Lulu's direction before closing the door to the room. When Wang Lulu saw Chen Mo's action, she spat out her tongue and retracted her head. At home, Su Yuqing entered and went to the kitchen to prepare honey lemon tea. On weekdays it was Chen Mo who was doing the work when he came back. Su Yuqing felt like she had obviously signed a babysitting contract, but most of the time she was being served and pampered by Chen Mo. She was overwhelmed. So she ran to the kitchen first and got busy. Seeing Chen Mo come over, she immediately pushed him out. You sit on the couch and watch some TV, I'll do all the work from now on. Yeah, talking is quite the air of a hostess now. Chen Mo laughed and joked, sitting down on the sofa. Hearing this, Su Yuqing wasn't as shy as before, but instead had a faintly undetectable smile on her face. Soon she had made tea. Although he seldom got this kind of thing, but after watching Chen Mo do it a few times, he also basically had some understanding of the proportion of things to put in. Soon she walked back with 2 cups of honey lemonade. Let's see if I tuned it to look like you, Su Yuqing said with a smile. Chen Mo took the cup and smiled after taking a light sip. Not bad, out of the class. Receiving affirmation, Su Yuqing immediately revealed a bright smile. For some reason, every time he looked at her with this sunny smile, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a slight sourness in his heart. A smile like that was something he wanted to see all the time. Hopefully, in the days to come, Su Yuqing could show this kind of smile more often. What's wrong? Seeing Chen Mo staring blankly at himself without moving, Su Yuqing asked suspiciously. Nothing, I just think you look good when you smile. Chen Mo threw a direct straight punch. Ordinary blitz. One sentence went straight to Su Yuqing's heart. She turned shyly toward the television and didn't answer. But the heart was sweet, and at the same time it made a mental note to smile more in the future itself. After watching the TV for a while, Su Yuqing realized that Chen Mo was still looking at herself blankly, and while shyly watching the TV without looking away, she gently reached out and pushed Chen Mo's head silently in the direction of the TV. Chen Mo laughed this before sipping his lemon tea and joked, so petty, you can't let people look at you twice. Su Yuqing quietly drank the honey lemon tea. The tea that was originally slightly acidic was extraordinarily sweet to drink tonight. After finishing their tea, the two sitting on the sofa gradually leaned against each other shoulder to shoulder. After watching TV together for a while, Su Yuqing then felt a bit sleepy. As a result, when she got up to twist the door of the guest room, she was surprised to find that it wouldn't open. The door to my room seems to be out of order. She rushed back to the living room to get Chen Mo's help. Chen Mo pretended to have a surprised look on his face and walked quickly to the guest room door to experiment. Then regretfully said, "It seems that the lock on the door is broken, and I don't think we can find anyone to look at it at this late hour." "Ha?" Su Yuqing froze for a moment. "What then? Why don't you spend the night in my room tonight? Your change of pajamas hung out on the balcony are already dry, just change them," Chen Mo said with a smile. Su Yuqing glanced at the pajamas as well as the underwear on the balcony, and then glanced at Chen Mo's bedroom, and nodded with a blush. Soon, Chen Mo washed up first, and after he changed into a set of pajamas and came out, only then did Su Yuqing go into the bathroom with a spare new toothbrush and teacup as well as the pajamas that had already been prepared. Chen Mo swept the balcony and realized that Su Yuqing hadn't brought a corset with her, and had only taken the drying pajamas and bottoms. He was also aware that girls don't like to wear corsets to bed at night, and it's not good for their bodies. Just when Chen Mo through this discovery dispersal of thought gradually began to ape in the brain running a fantasy picture fascinated, I do not know how long, clean Su Yuqing, wearing pink pajamas back to the living room, staring blankly at Chen Mo at a loss for words stood there. "It's getting late, let's just go to bed early." Seeing this, Chen Mo smiled and got up and said. As he entered the bedroom, Su Yuqing did not care as she prepared to walk towards the living room. Instead, he ended up being unintentionally pulled by Chen Mo's small hand. "Where are you going?" "Sofa ah." Su Yuqing gave Chen Mo an unexpected look and said. "Sleep in the bedroom." Chen Mo pulled Su Yuqing into the bedroom. Su Yuqing's brain instantly went down. "What about you?" she asked dully. "Of course I sleep in the bedroom too." Chen Mo grinned in response. It was Su Yuqing's turn to be silent. And the next moment, Chen Mo's behavior made Su Yuqing even more frozen. Snap! Chen Mo closed the bedroom door with his backhand, and the soft sound of the metal locked tongue biting together was extraordinarily clear in the silent night. Su Yuqing never expected that Chen Mo would actually lock the door. She only felt the soft sound as if it were knocking on the tip of her heart, jarring her eardrums. She didn't understand for a moment what Chen Mo was preparing to do now. She subconsciously clutched the hem of her pajamas, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing against the cotton fabric, her eyes darting around the room in a panic. The moonlight drew a few silver lines on the floor through the gaps in the curtains. The sound of Chen Mo's breathing was close at hand, and the same fresh scent of body lotion as that of his body was floating in the air. Does he want? The thought of last night's dream instantly made her blood run cold, and her mind wondered if the dream was going to become a reality? But the reality of actually having to play out like this was anticipatory and incredibly nerve-wracking and overwhelming for her. Only to see her small hands clasped together rubbing each other around for a while, not knowing what posture to stay in this space. "You cover the quilt, I'll just cover the blanket." Chen Mo's voice was like being dipped in warm water, ironing out a few moments of softness from the taut air. He knelt on one knee beside the bed and spread out the blankets, the neckline of his pajama bottoms opening slightly with the movement, revealing the undried water stains at his collarbones, which glistened delicately in the moonlight. After taking the blanket and sitting on the bed, Chen Mo gently patted at the quilt next to him and said, "Come up." Su Yuqing reddened her little face, her feet were like lead as she slowly moved over. At the same time, she only felt her throat tighten, and the fuzzy touch from last night's dream suddenly became clear. She stared at her reflection on the floor and heard herself ask in a voice as thin as a gnat, "The weather's turned cold after the rain the last couple of days, so you'd better cover up." Just as the words left her mouth, she panicked and bit her lower lip, shyly lowering her head, only to see Chen Mo turn around with a bright and wobbly smile in the bottom of his eyes. "That's fine, I'll sleep on the outside for fear that you'll fall off in the middle of the night." Chen Mo threw the blanket to the side, lifted the corner of the quilt, reached out and pressed the mattress to make a slight depression, and issued an invitation to come in. Chapter 93, Flirting Teenager, Restless Girl. Su Yuqing stared at the quilt that Chen Mo had lifted, both looking forward to the possible developments in a moment and inexplicably afraid. The moment her fingertips touched the sheets, she retracted her hand as if she'd been burned. Chen Mo was already lying down, his arm resting on the back of his head, his gaze falling somewhere unknown on the ceiling. "Don't worry, I sleep honestly." His voice was tinged with laughter, but his trailing tone was like a feather gently sweeping over Su Yuqing's burning earlobes. Where Su Yuqing could not hear the words, she slowly climbed to the bed with a blushing face and slept next to Chen Mo. However, just after lying down, Chen Mo's good-smelling teenage scent beside her slowly entered her nostrils, causing her heart to itch, and she hurriedly turned her back sideways to Chen Mo. Seeing Su Yuqing lying down with her back to herself, Chen Mo didn't care and just smiled. Wrapped around Chen Mo's half-sheet of quilt, she only felt that the quilt carried the fluffy touch of sunlight, making Su Yuqing feel very comfortable. Chen Mo's room was so sunny that his quilts didn't even need to be specially taken out for sunlight, and he was able to be drenched in sunlight every day. As her back was turned to Chen Mo, at this time Su Yuqing didn't know what Chen Mo was doing, what kind of expression he had, whether he was looking at himself or continuing to look at the ceiling. The more she thought about it, the more shy she became, wondering if Chen Mo would suddenly reach out to herself. Soon she heard a loud "oh" at it from behind her, and Chen Mo seemed to have rolled over on his side. Su Yuqing immediately tensed her spine, only hearing her heartbeat like a beating drum infinitely amplified in the silence. The mind kept flashing through the possible scenarios of the next moment. Yuqing. Chen Mo suddenly opened his mouth, his warm breath gently brushed the back of her neck bringing up a slight warmth and itchiness. Go to bed early, you have to get up early tomorrow. Su Yuqing violently closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings in the moonlight. She let out a soft hum and felt Chen Mo's breathing seemed to be a few degrees closer. Good night. His voice was tinged with sleepiness, but carried a reassuring certainty. I don't know how long had passed. Su Yuqing counted her heartbeats and waited for Chen Mo's breathing to even out before she dared to let her tense muscles relax. Moonlight dripping into the Milky Way on the pillow, she quietly turned her head and saw the curvature of Chen Mo's robe collar spread out, saw the slight rise and fall of the knot in his throat in the moonlight, and the beat of his heartbeat and breath intertwined at this moment was very reassuring. Looking at it, Su Yuqing's ghostly fingertips unconsciously stroked Chen Mo's lips, and the lingering touch of last night's dream suddenly swept over her. Realizing that she was actually doing something so bold, Su Yuqing fiercely and shyly pulled the quilt high over her head, when the citrus scent suddenly approached, and the heat with body temperature enveloped her through her pajamas. Chen Mo's comment about sleeping honestly was indeed honest, but it was just easy to hold on to something out of habit. At this moment, his hand drooped down on Su Yuqing's body, treating her like a hugging pillow. This caused Su Yuqing's body to subconsciously tense up. The moment the quilt was gently torn away from the gap, seeing Chen Mo still asleep, Su Yuqing then relaxed with a sigh of relief. But looking at Chen Mo's serene and handsome sleeping face, she couldn't help but look dazed again for a moment. Only when she came back to her senses did Su Yuqing hold her breath and gently lifted the corner of the quilt, taking a look at the condition of Chen Mo's hand on her waist. Looking at Chen Mo's fingertips that were hanging down at her waist was a jade color in the moonlight. The teenager's warm palm was right on the lace waistband of her nightgown, and it was as if tiny electric currents swam where the silk touched her skin. She tried to gently pry the hand away, but in return, she was clasped tighter by the sleeping Chen Mo. A vague murmur escaped the teenager's throat, and suddenly his head moved a little closer to her, the tip of his nose brushing against the tousled crumbs of hair at the back of her neck, the sandalwood scent of his shampoo mingling with the citrusy scent of his breath, brewing a sweet, alcoholic brew between the folds of their intertwined garments. Chen Mo, she called out to him in a small voice, the tail end cut off by the sudden body heat against her spine as the teenager behind her quietly and gently took her in his arms. Su Yuqing lay flat on her back, not daring to move a muscle. To know, at this time, she was not wearing a corset. At this time, if Chen Mo's hand moved so much as an inch or two from its current position, it would be quite bad. Su Yuqing only felt parched and completely unable to sleep. Wanting to move Chen Mo's hand away, she was greedy for the warmth of him covering her body. In contradiction, Su Yuqing slowly turned her head to look at Chen Mo. The moonlight diffused through Chen Mo's pale green veins, gathering into tiny pools of light in the hollows of his collarbones. He was completely asleep at this point. Seeing this, Su Yuqing felt that she was purely being redundantly pretentious. She tried to calm down a bit, thinking that she should have kept a more open mind about it. After doing some mental construction, her heart rate had really slowed down at this point. Breathing was also starting to slow and steady from the rapidity it had been before. She gently covered Chen Mo's arm with her backhand and revealed a sweet smile to Chen Mo before she slowly closed her eyes with her back to Chen Mo to let herself throw away her distractions and begin to fall asleep. But she wanted serenity, and the teenager beside her was a distraction. Chen Mo's arm that was placed on Su Yuqing's waist subconsciously slowly embraced and tightened, and just like that, from behind her back, she was completely embraced. Now Su Yuqing was not only able to feel the warmth of Chen Mo's arm, she was also able to feel the heat of his manly body. Even through his pajamas, he was able to clearly feel the touch of Chen Mo's pecs and abs. Su Yuqing's mood, which had just calmed down, gradually got hot again. What caused her heart to flutter the most was that Chen Mo's head was leaning next to hers, and the hot air he slowly exhaled continuously swept over her most sensitive ears. Each of these breaths swept her heart and body. She finally couldn't stand it any longer. She boldly rolled Chen Mo over and then directly operated in reverse. She herself wrapped her arms around him from the back. That made her mind relax much more. However, as her small hands wrapped around Chen Mo's waist and landed on his abs, it still caused bad thoughts to accumulate in her heart. Last night's mortifying dreams continued to come to mind even more. Su Yuqing instantly felt like it was getting harder and harder to fall asleep. Until the sleeping Chen Mo suddenly gently grabbed her small hand covering her abdomen. The moment that gentle grip and warm palm covered the back of Su Yuqing's hand, it surprisingly brought her inexplicable calm and peace of mind. She revealed a bright smile at Chen Mo's back and then gently kissed Chen Mo's shoulder before she finally closed her eyes, eliminated the random thoughts in her mind, and just hugged Chen Mo's heart full of endless security into a beautiful dreamland. Chapter 90 For the Smell of Peace of Mind. It was a quiet night, and both of them surprisingly slept unusually soundly. Perhaps it was the inadvertent inhalation of the other's reassuring scent through the nostrils as they fell asleep, giving each of them a sense of security that was uniquely theirs, that made both of them sleep so soundly. Chen Mo has always had the worry of not finding the real culprit and not knowing if Su Yuqing would be killed by the culprit by the timeline correction, so since he fell asleep was not very peaceful. It was only with her sleeping beside him tonight that he was finally able to have a completely peaceful and reassuring night's sleep. Su Yuqing, on the other hand, because she had Chen Mo by her side, and while encircling him, sniffing the reassuring hormonal scent of the teenager, she also had the rare opportunity to sleep extraordinarily soundly, and didn't fall asleep. Only in the first half of the night, Su Yuqing hugged Chen Mo to sleep, but in the second half of the night, Chen Mo was subconsciously rolling over. As a result, the two slept face to face and body to body just like that. Their arms were even intertwined as they landed on each other's bodies, as if the two were directly embracing each other and falling asleep. Toward morning, the two were thoroughly in the embracing position. Su Yuqing's eyelashes fluttered gently as the bright morning light penetrated the gauze curtains. She hazily felt that her right arm was straddling the teenager's lean waistline, while Chen Mo's left hand had passed through her long, loose hair at some point, and his fingertips were unconsciously rubbing the indentation at the junction of the back of her neck and her shoulder blades that was the most fragile lifeline in the human body, which was currently being protected by him in the palm of his hand. Breath weaved a hidden web within arm's reach, and Su Yuqing realized that the tip of her nose was resting against the knot of Chen Mo's protruding throat. The teenager's warm exhale brushed the corner of her forehead with a certain crisp, grassy scent that lingered with the teenager's scent overlapping her body. She suddenly realized that her left knee was stuck between Chen Mo's legs, and the warm body heat was transmitted through her pajama pants, causing her blood to rush for a moment. The morning light gilded the sharp silhouette of the teenager, and Su Yuqing heard her heartbeat shake her eardrums. The earlobes hidden in her crushed hair burned red, and as she held her breath and tried to back away, Chen Mo suddenly tightened his arms in his sleep and pressed her deeper into his embrace. This provoked Su Yuqing to suddenly not dare to move at all. Sometime later, the pulse in Chen Mo's neck gradually accelerated under Su Yuqing's skin perception, and it was evident that he was already gradually turning awake. Thinking of the two of them in such a mortifying position right now, Su Yuqing scrambled to close her eyes tightly and pretend to be asleep. Only the rhythm of her confused breathing had betrayed her. The two people's overlapping clothes made a light sound. Su Yuqing's lips inadvertently grazed Chen Mo's neck, a vague murmur spilled out from the teenager's throat, and her warm palm suddenly stroked the back of her head, like pacifying a frightened little beast. But as he touched it, suddenly Chen Mo's hand stopped. Just now, between half asleep and half awake, he thought he was dreaming, which is why he held Su Yuqing in his arms with a doting face and gently soothed her. But halfway through touching, he suddenly realized that he was not dreaming. Last night, because of his little scheme, Su Yuqing really slept with him on a bed couch. The moment he was startled to realize that he was holding a real person in his arms, Chen Mo's heartbeat instantly sped up. The spit of the person in his arms was brushing over the hollow of his collarbone with the sweet apricot scent that was characteristic of a young girl. His fingertips trembled slightly between Su Yuqing's hair, and the warm touch leapt into his mind along his fingertips, provoking the sweaty hairs on his arms to stand up. He held his breath and calmed down for a few seconds before backing away slightly. Chen Mo stared at the butterfly wing shadows that Su Yuqing's eyelashes cast under her eyes and felt that the rhythm of her breathing was a little less stable. Having been a criminal police officer for many years, he could clearly distinguish whether the other party was really sleeping or pretending to sleep through this. So she woke up earlier than me. The corners of Chen Mo's mouth rose slightly and he smiled badly. He deliberately reached out gently to stroke Su Yuqing's cheek. Sure enough, the moment her fingers touched her, she couldn't help but shudder slightly, but was still seriously pretending to be asleep. Just as Chen Mo was about to continue teasing her, he suddenly noticed that the neckline of her nightgown was open a little too wide, while the inside was uncovered, and the snow white and pink scenery was instantly imprinted into his eyes. It caused him to be a heartbeat away, and his blood was even more focused towards a place that would have been concentrating his blood due to the natural reaction of being healthy in the morning. At this time, Su Yuqing's arm is still drooping around Chen Mo's waist, as Chen Mo feels the blood flow of action hard to turn from side to back the moment. Because of the overly angsty stance, so much so that Su Yuqing's arm, which was drooping on Chen Mo's abdomen, unconsciously touched something through her pajama pants at this instant. The hot temperature was clearly transmitted to Su Yuqing's arm through the two layers of fabric. Instantly Su Yuqing's breathing stuttered, and Chen Mo even hastily moved his but to shrink his body down a bit. That's what finally avoided that awkward contact. But even so, his face instantly reddened. At this time, when he looked at Su Yuqing again, she was even earlier, even her ears were already red and dripping blood. From this, it was clear that she knew exactly what had just happened. Seeing through it and not saying anything, Chen Mo pretended not to know that she was pretending to be asleep, pretending to have just woken up, gently lifting and pulling Su Yuqing's small hand, moving her to her upper body. This time, he grabbed Su Yuqing's shoulder and shook it with a small force. "Yuqing, it's time to get up." It had to be said that Su Yuqing was still a bit of an actor, and after Chen Mo called out, her murmur with sleepiness came out at the right time, as if she had just woken up. Chen Mo only felt that hearing this soft murmur this early in the morning made his blood flow speed up even more. He watched as Su Yuqing's eyelashes lifted a thin slit, her amber pupils still drenched in unfading drowsiness, but already focusing precisely on the knot of his rolling throat. The arm that had just been placed under Chen Mo's arm had been withdrawn at some point and gently covered Chen Mo's heart. "Your heart is beating so fast." Her voice was still hoarse from the morning, but the end of her voice was like a honey-stained hook that snaked its way down Chen Mo's taut spine. At this moment, Chen Mo clearly saw a hidden smile in the depths of Su Yuqing's eyes that seemed to have no intention of asking a question. This shows that she still knows why her heart is beating so fast. He opened his mouth, unable to utter a word as the knots in his throat rolled, the scent of her hormones alone lingering on the tip of his nose at the moment. It was emanating continuously from the neckline of her open nightgown. Realizing that the situation could be too ambiguous if he went on like this, Chen Mo hurriedly jumped off the bed and said with his back to Su Yuqing, "I'll take a shower first, so you also sit up quickly to clear your head." In the moment Chen Mo just lifted the quilt, Su Yuqing unsurprisingly saw a towering scene that even the fabric of her pajama pants could hardly suppress, and instantly her entire face turned red, and a stream of hot blood flowed from her head to her ankles. It tickled her heart. Chapter 95, The Mysterious Guy. Soon the sound of water flowing resounded from the bathroom, and Su Yuqing also got up from the bed, skillfully helping Chen Mo fold the quilt, and rubbing the slightly wrinkled bed sheet neatly. Only after doing so did she open the bedroom window and pull up the screen, letting the cool morning breeze blow into the room. At this moment, she suddenly felt like she was a newlywed couple with Chen Mo, waking up in a bed and waking up in a bed, skillfully fiddling with everything in the room by herself. The feeling is comforting and inexplicably happy at the same time. After making her bed, she yawned slightly before opening the door and getting ready to go to the kitchen. But before going to the kitchen, Su Yuqing rushed to the bathroom and inquired, "Chen Mo, what do you want to eat for breakfast?" "I'll go get it now." "What?" The sound of water suddenly came to a screeching halt. Su Yuqing repeated what she had just said once again. "We seem to have overslept a bit, and it's getting late, so make instant noodles, it'll go faster." "Good." The sound of water in the bathroom sounded again. Su Yuqing glanced at the time, but it was the two of them who woke up at least 30 minutes later than usual. But even so, she wasn't too concerned, and with a smile in the corner of her eye, she walked slowly towards the kitchen, humming a little song. Last night was full of evil thoughts that caused her to toss and turn for a long time before she finally fell asleep holding Chen Mo from behind. She herself didn't know what time she fell asleep. "I only felt that this night's sleep was incomparably sweet and peaceful, and as a result, I didn't expect to sleep so late." As soon as she thought of the scent of Chen Mo's body that she smelled from a close distance, Su Yuqing would feel incredibly relieved inwardly, and at the same time, there was a hint of sweetness in her heart that was inexplicable. So much so that, while doing her work in the morning, her mind was still reminiscing about the feeling and taste when she hugged Chen Mo. Last time, he had gotten Chen Mo sandwiches, and the evaluation was okay. This time Su Yuqing wanted to make instant noodles. In fact, the difficulty was much lower than sandwiches. She took out the bubbly, got some ham, poached eggs, and vegetables, and put in the bubbly to cook for some time. Then it came out easily. Soon, the fully dressed Chen Mo came out from his bedroom, and when he saw Su Yuqing still busy in the kitchen, he hurriedly came over to take over. "I'm almost done cooking here, just wait 3 minutes and serve it." After Su Yuqing finished, she then went back to the bedroom to wash up. Chen Mo smiled as he watched her go to the balcony to fetch the school uniform and corset that had been changed and dried and walk into the bedroom, also somehow fantasizing in his heart that when he had a daughter-in-law in the future, whether it would be such a cozy morning scene as well. After Su Yuqing left, Chen Mo performed some micromanagement even though he only needed to do a closing job. The hot noodles were cooked, passed through cold tea water and then put back into the bowl. This way it's more powerful. Chen Mo divided the noodles and the ingredients in the pot and filled 2 bowls. But there was no noodle soup poured into Su Yuqing's bowl. It wasn't until Su Yuqing was fully dressed and came to the restaurant that Chen Mo helped pour the noodle soup into her bowl. A hot bowl of noodle soup in the morning is actually quite comforting. The moment she drank the soup, Su Yuqing felt a slight hint of spiciness. "I added some pepper, drinking it in the morning can warm your body." Chen Mo smiled when he saw her expression. Su Yuqing nodded and picked up the noodles and sucked a bite, immediately looking at Chen Mo with a smile. "I was afraid that it would be softly cooked, but I didn't expect it to be quite strong. Actually, I went over the cold water, but with the amount of time you've been cooking it's not soft at all." Eating the breakfast that the two of them had accomplished together, both of them felt that it tasted differently. After enjoying their breakfast beautifully, the two of them quickly cleaned the dishes before walking out of the house side by side. "Although I got up half an hour later than usual today. But it saved a lot of time because of the time it took to cook breakfast and the fact that they didn't live far from the school in the first place. It's still not too easy to be late." As they entered the classroom early in the morning, their classmates once again cast glances at them. After all, at this age when they feel most ignorant and eager to understand the two sexes, the topics involving men and women getting along with each other are still of great interest to them. They were curious as to how the two of them spent their nights after Chen Mo and Su Yuqing moved in together. Many people or even directly take them YY to the juvenile images. In the morning's lesson, Su Yuqing was more or less distracted. After all, I slept late last night and was still a little sleepy when I woke up early today. Coupled with the fact that she had been provoked by Chen Mo to stir up her restless heartstrings, provoking her to also subconsciously daze off, with some thoughts of what was there and what wasn't popping up in her head. By the end of the morning, she could say she had only listened to half of the class. Chen Mo didn't notice anything strange about Su Yuqing because he was sitting behind her. Soon the school bell rang and it was noon in a flash. When the two returned home at noon, the delivery had been left on the doorstep. Seeing that Chen Mo had bought 2 boxes of something unknown back, Su Yuqing was still a bit curious. It wasn't until Chen Mo opened the delivery box that she saw that Chen Mo had actually bought a camera and an alarm. She curiously followed Chen Mo, and only then did she realize that he had actually bought these 2 things to put outside his window. When he came this way, Chen Mo once again took a look at the situation on the ground nearby. Yesterday he had made it a point to clean the ground of footprints in the neighborhood. I came back to look at it at noon today, but it was to see the footprints of normal walking around it appear again. But this didn't cause Chen Mo to care. It was just that the pair of footprints against the guest room where Su Yuqing was staying had reappeared. That is to say, in the close to 24 hours between yesterday afternoon, after he had cleaned up the footprints, and noon today, someone else had stopped by the window of the guest room where Su Yuqing was staying and looked towards the inside. This made Chen Mo's guard up. Seeing Su Yuqing following behind him, he didn't move to destroy the footprints, lest he cause her to panic. Soon he set up the ladder he had brought with him, grabbed his tools and camera, and began to set up. Looking at Chen Mo's camera installation, which is a light and familiar action, Su Yuqing was still a little surprised. I didn't expect Chen Mo to be so strong with his hands. After installing the camera under the eaves of the house, Chen Mo also laid an alarm in the inconspicuous position of the security window in front of Su Yuqing's window. As soon as someone reaches in, the alarm immediately senses it and sends a signal to the alarm device, causing it to sound a loud alarm. After taking care of all this, he then wiped his sweat and looked at Su Yuqing with a smile. I heard that there are thieves roaming around the neighborhood lately. You're the only side of our house that hasn't installed a camera yet, so it's safer to install one. Su Yuqing didn't suspect anything, she only felt that Chen Mo was very dutiful, as well as his concern for her safety. Her heart warmed as she took out a paper towel and wiped Chen Mo's sweat. At this time Chen Mo swept a glance at the nearby area. There was no one nearby at this time, so that person should not know that he had installed a camera now. I also wonder if I can get a shot of this mystery guy tonight. Chapter 96. Do something for him. After Chen Mo took care of the surveillance, he then carried his toolbox to Su Yuqing's room door. In Su Yuqing's astonished gaze, he opened the door of the room in 3 tries, and incidentally cleaned out the foreign objects blocking the lock eye. Get this done. Chen Mo only saw Su Yuqing froze looking at herself, seems to be thinking about something. Chen Mo immediately grinned and said, "This morning I learned on the internet to open the lock method, did not think it is really useful. I also thought to call the locksmith a time less than 50. First try to see for yourself, I did not think it is so good to use it." Su Yuqing wasn't a girl who was easily deceived, but she was naturally gullible to Chen Mo's words. So after Chen Mo said that, she really didn't suspect much. Just inwardly marveled at the high level of Chen Mo's talent. Watch the video to be able to learn to unlock a door with a tool. Seeing that Su Yuqing had no suspicions about herself, Chen Mo was also secretly relieved. After all, his initial intention of breaking the door of the room was to fear that Su Yuqing would be harmed, but indirectly it resulted in the 2 of them sleeping in the same bed. It's hard not to wonder if you're not pure of heart if you get this wrong. How embarrassing that would be. Got everything done and by this time the takeout was delivered. After all, he went out in a hurry in the morning and didn't leave a meal at noon, so it wasn't quite appropriate to eat another meal of instant noodles, so Chen Mo decided to eat some junk food at noon. So he ordered a Kendall's chicken. In fact, the main purpose was also thinking that Su Yuqing ate less of these things on weekdays, so that she could also recall them. Let's just make do with a meal for lunch, you won't gain weight from just one meal, don't be burdened. When Su Yuqing saw the fries, burgers, and fried chicken, it was obvious that she was in a bit of a conflicted state of wanting to eat and not wanting to eat. Chen Mo naturally knew what she was thinking and immediately relieved her of her worries. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Su Yuqing picked up the burger, at which time Chen Mo added, "And growing fat isn't bad at all." Looking at where Chen Mo's gaze fell, Su Yuqing's pretty face blushed and took a small bite of her hamburger. She felt like she was actually developing quite well. Just remembering the extent of the girl on Shenma's TV projection on Friday night, she felt that she was indeed slightly inferior. Women are pleasing to themselves. Su Yuqing still cared quite a bit about Chen Mo's preference for the opposite sex. While this aspect is hard to pry into, she gathers quite a bit of information through the minutiae. But really, she was wrong to think that much. The once young Chen Mo was simply impulsive about this aspect at this age. Not that there's just a preference for women of a particular body type. His true preference was actually Su Yuqing herself. If the Chen Mo who returned to this time had only one woman in his eyes that moved him, it was Su Yuqing herself. She didn't need to change any part of her, and Chen Mo wouldn't mind if she gained some weight or lost some weight. It was just that once there was a possibility of pathology, Chen Mo would still help her correct it. After all, being too fat or too thin is not good for your body. Junk food is said to be bad for you if you eat too much of it, but indulging in it once in a while is quite capable of making a meal pleasurable. Due to the fact that she didn't sleep well last night, at noon today, after Su Yuqing finished her lunch, she sat on the sofa and quickly closed her heavy eyes and fell asleep. Chen Mo was still watching the TV when he felt a minuscule weight fall onto his shoulder. It was only then that he realized that the girl beside him had fallen asleep at some point, and the girl's forehead was resting against the side of his neck, a faint sandalwood scent wafting through her hair. He slightly lowered the sound of the TV a bit, and with a gentle smile, he reached around Su Yuqing's back and wrapped her into his arms, so that she could sleep a bit more comfortably against his chest. The young girl's breath slowly drifted into her nostrils, and looking at the reassuring sleeping face of the young girl in his arms, Chen Mo's heart was inexplicably calm. Being a criminal police officer for so many years is always busy and stressful. Now that he was back to his ordinary life, it was still really calm, making Chen Mo feel overwhelmed at times. It didn't take long for Chen Mo to gradually enter the land of dreams. This sleep, Su Yuqing slept soundly. She felt a warmth that had been wrapping itself around her, comforting her. It wasn't until she slowly opened her eyes that she realized it was Chen Mo who had shielded her in his arms. Feeling Chen Mo's still powerful arm around her even after she fell asleep, Su Yuqing couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. Just as she was about to get up because she felt that she might make Chen Mo uncomfortable by leaning on him so much, the hand that Chen Mo had wrapped around her suddenly and subconsciously wrapped around her more tightly. This made Su Yuqing not dare to move again for a moment. She gently looked up and saw that Chen Mo was still asleep, so she continued to be obedient and lay quietly on Chen Mo's chest. Listening to the steady and powerful heartbeat inside Chen Mo's chest, Su Yuqing's thoughts drifted away. Previously, every time she calmed down and could think independently, Su Yuqing would subconsciously suffer. But nowadays, her mental problems were really much better, and at this point she didn't think anymore about what she would do if her current happiness was fake. Instead, I'm thinking about how I can work harder and be more positive to grab the happiness that's right in front of me. Even just being simply embraced by Chen Mo as she was now was a great happiness for her. She wanted to continue to perpetuate that happiness. Just want to seize the happiness and enjoy the other person's contribution, and the warmth that the other person gives to oneself is obviously not enough. Chen Mo did a lot of pampering and protective behavior towards her. Taking her in, giving her food, clothing and shelter, no demands at all, just a care, not just on this, even facing her parents, it was only with his encouragement that she took that step herself. It could be said that Chen Mo had saved her from all sides. But she had so far seemed to be enjoying the other's pampering and affection in a one-sided way. Not being able to do something for him, this made Su Yuqing's heart more or less a little guilty and feel bad. She also wanted to be able to do something that would make Chen Mo feel happy and joyful. But when she thought about it, she realized that she had nothing to give but herself. As for giving her body, Su Yuqing naturally ignored such things outright. Love is a tremor of the soul, not a collision of skins. It's a beautiful act that happens naturally as the relationship develops and as the water flows, not a bargaining chip that can be used as the price of gratitude. To do so destroys the original beautiful meaning and emotional value of the event. While Su Yuqing was thinking wildly, what she didn't know was that she just needed to live and breathe by Chen Mo's side, which was the greatest happiness and joy for Chen Mo. Chapter 97, Moderation at Night. In Chen Mo's eyes nowadays, he had little pursuit for himself. After all, he had experienced much honor and witnessed too much tragedy in his previous life. The experience is so rich that he has lost interest in touching many things in the world. Once as a struggling criminal police officer, he was always in a busy life. He is happy to have some leisure time. Other things didn't even cross his mind. Back to the present, to him, Su Yuqing being able to live a healthy and happy life by his side was his happiness. See her tears diminish. See her courage gradually rise. See her mind grow optimistic. Seeing her reveal more and more genuine smiles was the most unique happiness in Chen Mo's heart right now. The silly girl in his arms, still racking her brain trying to make him feel happy and blissful, had never thought that her own heartfelt smile would be the other's ultimate happiness. Thinking about it, Su Yuqing felt that she didn't seem to have anything else that could surprise Chen Mo right now other than giving him some handmade gifts. She decided to find an opportunity to sneak him a handmade gift in her room. Thinking about it, her eyelids once again drooped, and subconsciously she wrapped her arms around Chen Mo and fell asleep again. That is, until an alarm clock woke both of them up. At this point, even when they realized that they were embracing each other, the two of them were not reacting in a huge way like before. Chen Mo smiled and looked down at Su Yuqing, who was rubbing her, and said, "Still not awake?" Last night, Su Yuqing just wanted to say that she slept late last night. But after opening her mouth, a quick flashback of what she had experienced last night immediately began inside her head, and she instantly closed her mouth in shyness. Chen Mo was also very sensible and did not ask any further questions on Su Yuqing's topic. After all, in his perspective, he secretly sabotaged. Su Yuqing will be tricked into sleeping with himself in the same bed for one night, more or less as a little bit of a thief. The heart has a guilty conscience. Naturally, it is not good to mention more on this aspect of things. The two of them unspokenly didn't say anything more about last night, and after replenishing their cups of tea, the two of them then left the house together and headed towards the school. Not long after the two left home, a figure, far away, swept Chinmo's newly installed camera and turned to leave. In the school, Su Yuching was still a bit sleepy, and when she came to the classroom, she got down and slept once again. Seeing her in this state, Huang Mao looked at Chen Mo with a lewd smile on his face. Moderation at night. Look at the people who have been victimized and have no energy during the day. Hearing Huang Mao say this, Chen Mo first froze for a moment, and then he reacted only after seeing Huang Mao's eyes sweep to Su Yuching. He was just about to retort a couple of sentences, but once he thought that he did pit Su Yuching last night, which caused her to be out of spirits today, his aura weakened a lot. Cut the bull. He scolded Huang Mao as he gave him a chestnut on the forehead. But because he was a thief, he didn't curse with enough gusto, but instead let Huang Mao sit this thing out. He hemmed and hawed, but said no more. After all, he also knew that Chen Mo could not care about all kinds of gossip, but Su Yuching was a girl, and people were thin-skinned, so it was not good to discuss this kind of thing more near her. He still knows better. While Chen Mo was knocking on Huang Mao's door, Lin Yuan came quite a bit later than usual, and he walked into the classroom a while after Chen Mo and Su Yuching came to the classroom. The first time he entered the classroom, his eyes fell on Chen Mo and Su Yuching. Only then did he return to his seat in silence. Huang Mao swept a glance at him, always feeling that this kid's whole person was permeated with an uncomfortable feeling of being a stranger. He couldn't help but wonder how Chen Mo was willing to reach out to such people before. As Lin Yuan returned to his seat, he suddenly stood up in excitement. It turned out that his seat had been poured some water ahead of time by someone unknown to him, and he had sat directly on the water in a moment of inattention. This caused a few people in the back row to snicker. When Huang Mao saw this scene, he immediately swept a glance at Chen Mo, and seeing that Chen Mo did not notice this sight at this moment, he simply did not say anything and directly turned his head back. Hearing the snickers of a few people nearby, Lin Yuan's gaze immediately swept over them. There wasn't a trace of resentment in that gaze, only a few moments of indifference. It was as if he didn't see these guys as human beings at all. It's that look. What those few people in the back row were most displeased with was Lin Yuan's unattractive look. No matter how much they screwed him over, he would always have this look in his eyes, this expression. This attitude of looking down on people made them extremely annoyed and offended. The people who were screwed didn't get mad, didn't react. On the contrary, it is the whole person who moves around and is made to feel the fire in his heart. The genus is inverted in the Big Dipper. However, it was also because of this character of Lin Yuan's that many people were also provoked to challenge him. They wanted to see if Lin Yuan could really keep the Sima face unchanged no matter what happened. Since Chen Mo was in the classroom, even though it was irritating to see Lin Yuan showing this kind of expression, the ones in the back row didn't dare to take a shot at Lin Yuan in this situation. After all, Chen Mo had already stopped them previously. Even if he didn't give face to Chen Mo, he still had to give face to Zhou Hao. That ferocious god was in existence that these people would never dare to mess with. Zhou Hao's previous deed of picking 3 by himself and beating the crap out of all 3 is still being classically circulated. You know those 3 are all still relatively strong. The few of them were of average size, so how could they dare to find fault with such a person? Therefore, Chen Mo, who had Zhou Hao's cover, was equivalent to being like Zhou Hao's doppelganger. Messing with him is the same as messing with Zhou Hao. Then the person he was protecting was no different than Zhou Hao protecting. They didn't dare to not give Chen Mo face in the open, but in the dark, they made small moves from time to time. Like this prank of pouring water on a stool. Seeing that Lin Yuan's expression didn't react, at that moment, a person who was very upset with his expression intentionally laughed loudly. Lin Yuan, how come your butt is wet? It can't be that you peed your pants, huh? As soon as his words came out, the people in the class who originally didn't know what was happening behind them also immediately turned their heads in unison. Being stared at by a guy is not a big deal, but something like peeing your pants, never mind if it's true or not, being stared at by a girl is more or less embarrassing for a guy. But strangely enough, Lin Yuan wasn't very concerned about everyone's sight until he saw Chen Mo looking this way, and then he immediately averted his eyes, lowered his head, took out a paper towel, and wiped up. Chapter 98, Lin Yuan. Seeing that Chen Mo had turned his head, those few boys who had been teasing Lin Yuan also immediately tightened up a lot and stopped making noise. Everyone was also quick to turn their heads back as if nothing had happened. Only Lin Yuan, after wiping the water on the stool and sitting back in his seat, suddenly pulled out a notebook from inside the drawer and wrote something on it without knowing what it was. Then from the page where something was written, he tore the paper off and stuffed it into his pants pocket. It was rumored by others that Lin Yuan had a death note just because he did this kind of thing so often. Every time he was done being bullied, he would take out his notes and write something down, and then tear out what he had written and put it in his pants pocket. Someone once forced it out and read it, and it had the names of some of the people who had just bullied him. This is the reason why Lin Yuan was rumored to have a death note. Of course, this talk of the death note is purely tongue-in-cheek. No one cared about this little episode, but Chen Mo was looking at it. Starting over, Su Yuching's problem was solved, Zhou Hao's problem was intervened, and Lin Yuan's problem, he thought about it wanting to be an opportunity or to find a way to help solve it. Judging from Lin Yuan's behavior towards small animals, he was a person with a delicate mind. It's just that due to his childhood upbringing, he's awkward on how to get along with outsiders. So much so that this clumsiness turned into indifference in the eyes of others. This triggers upset and bullying from others. And as he was already quiet, after being bullied, he became more and more quiet and cold to people. This, in turn, disguised the distaste others had for this attitude of his. At the same time, he wanted less and less contact with outsiders, because in his contact, people were disgusted with him, were only bullying him. This caused him to develop a closed mental environment early on. But unless you've always lived alone, this kind of closed mental environment is an easy way to be isolated and ostracized, even bullied, in a larger environment. And so a vicious cycle begins. Lin Yuan had grown up under the influence of this vicious cycle since she was so far along in her childhood. It also made him more withdrawn as well as aloof. To him, the humans around him looked more like writhing monsters. Instead, with small animals, he was able to open up. Just one day, in an environment full of decay and monsters, a sudden light forced its way into his world. It tore a gaping hole in his long-closed heart that allowed the sunlight of the outside world to shine into it. At the very beginning, when Chen Mo helped Lin Yuan, there was no difference between how he treated Chen Mo and how he treated ordinary people. He didn't have any gratitude for Chen Mo's help, he just took his behavior as a kind of order manager, practicing his own order and establishing his own position. It wasn't until Chen Mo took the trouble to lend him a helping hand later on when he found out that he was being bullied that the ice inside him finally melted away a bit for that reason. Turns out you're not just surrounded by some rotting carrion. Like Zhou Hao, Lin Yuan grew up in a single-parent family. But he grew into the other extreme of Chu Ho. Zhou Hao is not accompanied by his father, he himself will be tempered into the family can be the only man, for his mother to protect the wind and rain. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was without a father and had a very soft nature, which made her a key target in the eyes of others who were very easy to bully without a father. One is a tough guy who has stood up to the pressure and presented himself as being able to stand on his own even without his father's cover. One is sinking under the pressure, falling completely into the abyss, and becoming desperate for a fatherly-like force to be present in one's life, to give one a sense of security, to give one a harbor from danger, to give one an arm to lean on. Suddenly one day, the person he was expecting actually showed up. Chen Mo's appearance was almost completely in line with the imagination in his mind of that father-like person who could protect and pamper himself to give him a sense of security. Of course, he didn't see Chen Mo as a father anymore, but as a hero who could shelter himself unconditionally just like his father. Even as he had been infinitely thirsting in his heart for such a being to appear. It is true that one day after the heavens finally answered his prayers and sent such a being into his life, this being was naturally promoted to a transcendent status in his heart. A father, a hero, a savior, an otherwise unusual person was given too much transcendent value in Lin Yuan's mind. This was mostly because he was so eager for someone like that to show up. As a child, he had coveted hope in his homeroom teacher, but the male teacher had not given him hope and had even pushed him hard into the abyss. That homeroom teacher only has a good face for students with good academic performance, and a straight-up disgusted face for those with poorer academic performance. Lin Yuan's nature caused him to not dare to ask even if he didn't understand, and he didn't dare to say anything even if he didn't hear or see clearly. There was a time when grades were bad, which led to this teacher's disgust with his as well. When he approached this teacher for help, he was scoffed at by the teacher who felt that he was being bullied because he was a poor student and deserved to be bullied. Why don't people go and bully the first, second, and third best students in their class? Why do they have to bully you? Think about your own problems instead of coming to the teacher and telling her off. Flies don't bite. The teacher's words, in the ears of the young Lin Yuan, were like a hammer hitting his heart. When he treats the male teacher as a savior who can be treated like a father and expects him to save him. But I never thought that I would be so disliked and rebuked by him. It was clear that he had gotten up the courage to go to him after seeing that he was usually very amiable. At that moment, the damage that a few simple words had done to Lin Yuan was heavier than all the bullies who had bullied him combined. The teacher's amiability turned out to be just an exclusive attitude towards a specific group of people. From that moment on, Lin Yuan closed her heart more and more. But it's also a little more spirited as a result. Later, with the help of his childhood friend and neighbor girl, Ling Yu Dai, his grades are also finally picking up. It was just that with Lin Yuan's character unchanged, his ability to draw knowledge from school was ultimately lacking. Purely relying on Ling Yudi's tutoring was obviously not enough. After all, Ling Yudi tutored him on the premise that Ling Yudi herself had enough insight. But Ling Yudi's own results were only at a mid-range level. Chapter 99 The two who are warming up. Put a guy with a middle-of-the-pack grade to coach another guy with a lower grade, and you'll be lucky if you can pull close to middle of the pack for him. Naturally, there is nothing to wish for more. Thanks to Ling Yu Dai, Lin Yuan was barely able to keep up with the school's teaching schedule. It also gave him the courage to enter the school. It's just that when you enter school, whether it's elementary or middle school, nothing seems to change. So much so that Lin Yuan has several times developed anorexia and wanted to run away from school. Until the person he felt was the sun-like presence in his life showed up in his world. Thanks to Chen Mo's presence, Lin Yuan had the courage and a hint of expectation to step into the campus. He envied people who could become friends with Chen Mo and play with him recklessly. He wanted to be one of them if he could. His heart longed beyond measure to be able to romp around the campus with his friends. It was just that he was simply thinking about it. He had low self-esteem, so low that he felt unworthy to approach such a person. Stereotypes in the eyes of others from a young age have skewed his own orientation towards himself. Feeling that he was a maggot in the crowd, a being unworthy of being close to the brightest being in the crowd, the one he was near was an insult and a dishonor to him. This was also why several times, when Chen Mo touched Lin Yuan, he would have an obvious flinching reaction. Because in his opinion, Chen Mo touching him was tantamount to him dirtying Chen Mo. He has been so overwhelmed by the preconceived notions in the minds of men that he can't see himself at all. It's just that even the most repressed ego has its own beliefs and desires. Although he couldn't get close, he longed to be satisfied with being able to see each other at some distance. Those who didn't know might think that Lin Yuan was bent, but in reality, his desire for Chen Mo was merely a desire to be friends. It's just that this thirst is a little too much for his own good. It also creates a huge conflicting block within him. That would be to take the initiative to relieve his mind of his own diaphragm, not daring to. But between being passive, he was eager to be touched and interacted with by Chen Mo more often. It is a concept similar to divine favor. God doesn't care if you are filthy or pure, both will treat you the same. This was also why, when Chen Mo had caressed his brother Lin Yuxi earlier, Lin Yuan had that kind of fervor in his eyes. Because he also longed for himself to be touched by Chen Mo's initiative like his brother. The kind of touch that wiped away a layer of filth from his insides with each stroke. Every time he was touched by Chen Mo, he would feel that he had received a sublimation, that his defilement was diminishing. I don't deserve your touch, but I long for you to touch me to purify me. This is Lin Yuan's truest expectation of Chen Mo. With Lin Yuan sitting back in his seat, and after the people around him didn't chastise him anymore, Chen Mo then turned his head back. He began to think about it. Lin Yuan's nature wasn't the kind of person that was really unapproachable and uncommunicative. He'd been in contact, so he knew. There are a lot of reasons that exist for him appearing uninviting right now. If he can be made to change this state of being a stranger, it might do him some good to engage with others in the future. But none of these things can be changed overnight. Many people's problems start in childhood and build up from problems in their family of origin. Chen Mo wasn't really a god, he couldn't solve all the problems and help all the people. It's just that among the people he knows, he feels that since he's back, that maybe God has given him some responsibility. In addition to enjoying this youthful time again, he felt that it was still quite tasty to be able to make up for some of the regrets that had arisen in this youth as much as possible. Soon the bell rang for class. Everyone listened to the lesson as normal as if nothing had happened. Su Yuqing also raised her head from her sleepy eyes. Yuqing, what time did you sleep last night? Why are you still in a daze? Zhao Yeye unexpectedly looked at Su Yuqing. When she heard this question, she then remembered that charming feeling last night, and immediately her pretty face slightly reddened for a bit and said, I forgot, I was a bit unable to sleep, so I slept a bit late. Zhao Yeye didn't have such a rich imagination as Huang Mao, and didn't have much of a reaction when she heard this answer. Although she didn't sleep well last night, she made up for it at noon, and in the afternoon's lesson, Su Yuqing still listened very carefully. Chen Mo's quartet, at this time, was also in serious study mode. Even Huang Mao was starting to listen carefully, and their foursome was getting better. The days of focused study are always uneventful and uneventful. Time passes. In the afternoon after school, Chen Mo and Su Yuqing continued to go down to the restaurant. After all, there's nothing readily available at home, unless cooking the noodles can be done faster. Since he had already been lazy today, Chen Mo would continue to booze up a meal. As classmates left one after another. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, wandered slowly to the front of the first classroom. At this time in their classroom, Chu Danwan was eating in the classroom with a bento because her legs and feet were still not well. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, bought her a bottle of drink and sent it over, and then left without making much of a stop. Looking at the way Zhou Hao shyly handed over the drink and then stammered several times but ran away without uttering a complete sentence, Chu Danwan couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile. In just a few days, her senses of the boy had changed dramatically. At the very beginning, when she knew that he was the school bully, she was full of prejudice against Zhou Hao in her heart. She was even more scared when she later found out that Zhou Hao was always following her. But after the showdown, it was discovered that the other party just wanted to say thank you, and acted in a way that was still unexpectedly inconsistent with the simplicity of his big tall man, which made Chu Danwan think that this person was quite interesting. Then later, in the moment when she was hurt and most helpless, this big boy even appeared so promptly to help himself out of his predicament. At that moment Chu Danwan was a bit moved towards this big boy. But only a heartfelt feeling like the drawbridge effect. After that day, Chu Danwan felt that she and Zhou Hao were still people of two worlds, and didn't think any more deeply about their relationship. However, Zhou Hao always came to take care of himself in the past 2 days, again letting Chu Danwan see Zhou Hao's persistence and carefulness, and at the same time can see his excellent character. He approaches, but never oversteps the mark. He craves contact, but never forces his way closer. He craved conversation, but never forced raucousness. When he couldn't say it, he just walked away. Nothing that required his physical contact to offer help. He was automatically separated by a distance, not daring to touch it at will. All of his various performances had made Chu Danwon look at them in her eyes and remember them in her heart. The goodwill towards him also began to slowly increase in a subtle way. Chapter 100 Study Group Edition. In the evening self-study, to some surprise, Chen Mo actually called Lin Yuan into his 4-member study group after greeting the teacher. The other 3 were relatively unfamiliar with Lin Yuan. Even though they were in the same class, Lin Yuan usually had a stranger's expression to everyone, so they naturally had little contact with Lin Yuan. Even Huang Mao was a bit resistant to him. Because he's the big-hearted type, he dislikes this dour, sullen man. It was just that Chen Mo was caught in the middle. This sudden invitation to join by Chen Mo, Lin Yuan was clearly in a state of being flattered. In action, he was a little afraid to approach the past, but in mind he wanted to go there. What's more, this time it was Chen Mo who took the initiative to invite. He couldn't refute Chen Mo's face anyways. Watching Lin Yuan literally carry a bench and sit in the middle of Chen Mo and Huang Mao with his books and notes. A few people in the bottom row who were looking at Lin Yuan with great displeasure were also muttering in whispers at this time. I really can't understand why Chen Mo would be so attached to this kind of person given his condition. Simply just a good old boy, right? Before Arwen's accident was blocked by another class and he was almost beaten into a pig's head, didn't he also step in to help out? It's obvious that he's just a habitual helper of his fellow classmates. Although these few people talked about Chen Mo in private, but basically no one secretly cursed him or yin and yang him, it was because Chen Mo had also once helped one of them, or was their friend. There are some favors they still remember. So, they were not just shocked at Chen Mo's retreat because there was a Zhou behind him. It was just that respecting Chen Mo was one thing, and hating Lin Yuan was another. After all, even Chen Mo's best friend Huang Mao didn't have a good face for Lin Yuan. Those of them who couldn't bear to see others treating them with disregard, naturally became angry when they saw Lin Yuan's no-one-in-sight behavior all day long. However, the reason why Lin Yuan is blind is purely because of his childhood experiences, which led him to increasingly disregard the people around him as his own kind. Naturally, I don't want to have any involvement contact with them. He was raised to cultivate a misconception. That is, people hate themselves and bully them because they notice them. One might not have to take a beating if one could keep people from noticing them. So he learned to ignore people and not notice them first. As a result, the more he did, the more bullying he suffered instead. So much so that he himself just felt like he wasn't ignoring people enough every time. So it became more and more withdrawn, more and more expressionless and unresponsive in front of people. When he sees everyone he goes around if he can, and if he can't, he settles in place and waits for the other person to pass first. Even if he got punched by the other guy, he was the one who basically didn't look at the other guy. It'll go away when the others get bored of punching. That's how he survives. It's true that a lot of people get offended when they look at his expressionless face and want to punch him in the face, but when they do punch him, they feel so horrific at his unresponsive state. This would lead to the subsequent behavior either evolving into more intense blows, or really giving up on torturing him physically, and instead using some mischievous ways to elicit Lin Yuan's reaction, so that he could enjoy the pleasure of hitting the other party. Like the act of pouring water on Lin Yuan's stool today. Substantially, they really didn't do Lin Yuan any harm. But in effect, it was immediate, causing Lin Yuan to have a relatively large reaction to jump away from the stool. Instead of punching him and him not reacting to anything, this group of people were more than happy to use this kind of prank that could elicit a larger reaction from the other party to mess with Lin Yuan. However, now that Chen Mo was clearly covering Lin Yuan, they would have to restrain themselves for the time being. At first, Lin Yuan thought that Chen Mo had asked him to come up and sit down purely because of what happened during the day, and that he wanted to spread a message to the people around him so that they would stop bullying him. But what he didn't expect was that Chen Mo was actually teaching seriously after calling himself up. Anyone in the group who has any questions, he can answer them. This is really for Lin Yuan will not be able to give the whole. Although he barely spoke in front of others, even in front of Chen Mo he rarely spoke. But with the rare opportunity to be personally tutored by Chen Mo, Lin Yuan was also trying to inspire herself internally to make that breakthrough. He dared to ask some of his study questions in front of Chen Mo. These were questions that he simply had no one to ask on a regular basis. Ask your classmates? No one around him would pay attention to him. Ask the teacher? He has been disappointed in teachers since he was hurt by them in his childhood. Ask Ling Yu Dai? She couldn't even take care of herself with her current grades, where would she be able to tutor him? So, even if Lin Yuan knew that she hadn't learned some of her knowledge well, it would be hard for her to make up those points. But it's different now. With Chen Mo patiently explaining everything, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that she had found the joy of learning. In particular, Chen Mo would try his best to make some knowledge points that could be commonly cited as examples as easy to understand as possible, which made Lin Yuan always have the feeling of a flash of light and a sudden enlightenment while listening. A lot of what I had missed or heard before was all added at once. The evening study sessions he had on weekdays were rather boring. But tonight's evening study session was a passionate one for him. So much so that the moment the school bell rang, he couldn't get enough of it. That's all for today, there's still half a semester to catch up, you guys don't have to rush, I'll definitely bring your grades up. Chun Mo smiled and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder while sweeping a glance at the other three. After tonight's lesson, Huang Mao's trio had also changed their minds a bit about Lin Yuan for the first time. This boy wasn't as gloomy as he usually looked, the eyes he looked at Chun Mo had a light in them, he was eager to learn, eager to get ahead, eager to have friends. And he seldom spoke on weekdays, so much so that they didn't know that when Lin Yuan spoke, his voice was actually unexpectedly soft and nice. Owen, in the future, not only the evening study, if you have any questions during the day, you can come and ask me at any time, okay? Tonight you go back and consolidate these points I've talked about first. Chen Mo once again used a pen to circle some key points on the notes Lin Yuan had made that filled several pages. Lin Yuan looked towards Chen Mo's heart was touched, but on the surface he still forced himself not to show too much, just nodded with a light. Chapter 101, Disappearing Suspects. It's not really that hard to change someone. It's just that he first has to meet someone who can help him change. Returning home from school, Lin Yuan hummed his favorite song in a rare moment. At home, Lin Yuan's adorable younger brother Lin Yushi was also quick to notice the change in his brother's state. Brother, did something happy happen to you today? He inquired curiously. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded, sort of. A butterfly only needs to flap its wings a little to bring about a great deal of change. This behavior of Chen Ma has invariably prevented some tragedies from happening. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing went to Uncle Su's house again tonight, ate a small portion of fishball dumplings as a late-night snack, and then went home. Due to her poor sleep last night, even if she had already made up for it at noon, Su Yuqing was still sleepy early tonight. Chen Mo didn't keep her and made her a cup of hot milk, letting her drink it and then letting her sleep. After Su Yuqing fell asleep, Chen Mo's cell phone tapped on the surveillance outside the guest room window and checked the situation outside. The neighborhood was also largely empty of people walking by at this hour. He watched for a while to make sure there was nothing out of the ordinary, then turned off the TV and the living room lights and went back to his bedroom to wash up. Until he washed up and lay down on his bed to look through the surveillance again, he also still didn't see anything out of the ordinary. The day passed so quietly. The next day, as soon as Chen Mo woke up, he immediately tapped on his cell phone to check if the surveillance had recorded any unusual images. But although the surveillance captured the sporadic two people crossing this way, it didn't see anyone watching at the window of Su Yuqing's guest room. No sign yet of the man who left footprints in front of the window 2 days in a row. But the more this happened, the more Chen Mo's heart instead felt less and less secure. It showed up 2 days in a row, favoring the surveillance that I bought myself, and it didn't show up. Could it be that he had already been seen when he installed the surveillance during the day? With this suspicion, all day Thursday, Chen Mo was wondering who exactly appeared in front of Su Yuqing's window 2 days in a row. As a former criminal police officer, Chen Mo had naturally learned the discipline of footprint analysis. He had done an analysis based on the footprints. The owner of this footprint would have been an adult who was 6'8" and weighed about 150 pounds, and would have been a strong man. Because Chen Mo had the ability to analyze footprints, even if the footprints left at the scene for 2 days did not belong to the same pair of shoes, Chen Mo still analyzed at a glance that the person wearing 2 different pairs of shoes that left footprints was the same person. It just didn't seem like there was anyone who fit that profile that he could remember at the moment. That's why he's getting more and more curious about this aspect. Soon the time came to Thursday night, after a night of studying for class. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing returned home again, and everything was still as peaceful as ever. The guy who left shoe prints 2 days in a row still hasn't shown up. This made Chen Mo couldn't help but start thinking about whether he should remove the surveillance under the eaves of the house and replace it with an extremely inconspicuous pinhole camera placed in front of the window to sneak a peek. This way there might be a better chance of photographing the suspect. After all, installing a surveillance under the eaves, although Chen Mo had already camouflaged it with something, the other party would still easily find out that it was a camera once they possess strong counter-surveillance capabilities. If this person is the real culprit who killed Su Yuqing, based on the clues Chen Mo had obtained before the time flashback, that guy definitely possessed extremely strong anti-surveillance abilities, and there was only one route over there that was completely unmonitored. If the real killer arrived at the scene of the crime on that completely unsupervised route, snapped and then slipped away, that's really hard to catch him. Still, there were actually a couple of cameras on that route, except that they had all been broken successively for a while. Because it's an old neighborhood, there's no one to care or fix it. It's not like there's ever been a case in the neighborhood that was important enough to warrant a surveillance call anyway. That's what led to a completely surveillance blind spot. It's just that the person who was able to know that a full 4 security cameras on that route were all broken, that person simply couldn't be more familiar with the old neighborhood. Going by that and analyzing it, it's either someone who lives in the old neighborhood or someone who's active over there on a regular basis. Zhou Hao and Li Yan, whom Chen Mo had previously targeted, were all people who lived near the old neighborhood. They have access to this critical information. That was why Chen Mo had to suspect them. Even Lin Yuan and those 3 punks who were suspected by Chen Mo. It's all the same, although Lin Yuan is not in the old neighborhood, his home is not far from the old neighborhood, and the residents over there basically shop at the food market in the old neighborhood. That's why it was still easy for Lin Yuan to be asked by her mother to come over here to buy things and learn some information about this side of the world. Especially in a place like a food market, a place of mixed fish and spreading gossip, so you can hear about it. The 3 punks, too, who then had lived in the old neighborhood, naturally had the prerequisites to know this information. But these people are old news. Now through the footprints, Chen Mo analyzed the target's body and approximate weight. Just being 5'7" was enough to rule out the 3 yellow hairs as well as Lin Yuan. Zhou Hao can actually be ruled out, he is 5 feet 8 inches tall. Li Yan's height was instead still just right for 1.7'8". As for his weight, on the surface, he couldn't tell how much he weighed, but Chen Mo had been close to his body before when he wore a raincoat with him, so he was able to clearly feel that Li Yan had a strength that didn't match his gentle and soft appearance. Mr. Li's physique is robust. Chen Mo recalled that when he touched his body, it was obvious that there were tight muscles. If you look at it that way, Mr. Li's height and weight probably matched the owner of this footprint. But Li Yan's suspicion, Chen Mo had long since ruled out. Even if his height and weight fit, Chen Mo would not suspect him. Because in that situation that night, he basically had no motive or possibility to commit the crime. Ruling all of these people out of the picture, Chen Mo closed his eyes and tried to recall all the people he had seen that night who were around 1.78 and weighed roughly 150. After some searching on his part, unfortunately, none of the passers-by he had seen that night fit that correspondence. This matter instead caused Chen Mo to become even more suspicious. Could it be that these 2 consecutive days of peering out of windows were simply thieves stomping around? A pure passerby who has nothing to do with Su Yuqing's case? So far, Chen Mo could only analyze it that way. He had a midterm tomorrow, Friday, and he didn't have time to distract himself too much. He'd prepped the 4 of them tonight, and he'd prepped himself on a lot of things. I only expect that tomorrow's midterm exam will fulfill the bet with class teacher He Xiaoyun. Chapter 102 Chen Mo's weak item. Don't raise a book. On Friday, Chen Mo got up early. Because he had not been able to see who the person who left footprints outside Su Yuqing's window was in the past few days, it made him keep this aspect in mind, causing him to sleep very shallowly at night. Wake up earlier in the morning. But by the time he got up and took a shower, dressed up and opened the bedroom again, Su Yuqing was also already up. She's been searching through her cell phone for the past 2 days for some breakfast preparations in her spare time. Thinking of giving Chen Mo a daily change of pace. She was going to make Chen Mo a meal of savory egg pancakes for dinner today. Last night she had risen the dough and taken it out in the morning and was ready to get right to work on it. When Chen Mo opened the door and came out, he smelled a strong scent of pie with a little sour flavor. By the time he came over, he had already seen Su Yuqing spreading a few savory egg cakes. One of the sheets with meat foam and one without were distinguished and spread out. How many of these do you want to eat? I now have 4 each spread with meat and no meat. Su Yuqing saw Chen Mo getting up and immediately asked with a gentle smile. Looking at Su Yuqing, who didn't know anything and was able to be completely at ease immersed in her own little world, showing such a smile, Chen Mo also immediately returned a gentle smile. Let her remain unaware of it, and all the dangers will be blocked away by me for her. Chen Mo smiled back. Enough to eat, any more will be too much to eat, leave the rest of the noodles for lunch. Chen Mo looked at the still small half pot of noodles and smiled back. Good. Su Yuqing turned off the fire and packed and cleaned the kitchenware before coming to the dining room. Chen Mo had already made breakfast milk for the 2 of them and was just waiting for Su Yuqing to come over to enjoy breakfast. 8 savory cakes, Chen Mo ate 3 meat ones and Su Yuqing only ate 1 meat one. It was still Chen Mo who asked her to eat it. How can you grow a body without eating meat? After enjoying their breakfast, the 2 of them then left the house together to go out towards the school. Today is the midterm exam, which is divided into 4 sessions. Exams start at 7:30 a.m. and a total of 2 exams will be conducted, in language and math, with 2.5 hours in language and 2 hours in math, and school will be dismissed at 12 noon. Examinations will begin at 13:30 p.m. There will be a total of 2 exams, English and General Arts and Science Arts exams for Arts and Science, with 2 hours for English and 2.5 hours for General Arts and Science, and school will be dismissed at 18 o'clock p.m., and evening study will be cancelled tonight. It was only 7 o'clock when Chen Mo and Su Yuqing arrived at the school. But by this time the students had basically all arrived. After all, midterms are still relatively important exams. Some want to take a little bit of time in the morning to study and consolidate a little bit more suddenly. Some come straight to school and sleep in to avoid being scolded for being late. By now the desks in the classroom had been deliberately moved into rows of 1 person. This is to prevent cheating each other during exams. Not long after Chen Mo and Su Yuqing arrived at the school, He Xiaoyun also came to the classroom. The first thing she did when she entered the classroom was to look at Chen Mo, revealing a hint of a provocative smile, as if to say, "Kid, remember our bet?" Seeing this, Chen Mo did not show any weakness and patted his chest to smile back. He Xiaoyun see him this reaction, also is not moving slightly nodded, and then looked to the other students said, midterm exam is more important to test their current level of important exams, are not allowed to cheat, rely on their own strength to answer no? This way the teachers will be able to follow up on your weak points in a targeted manner to carry out some focus on supplementary teaching. She said this, just before the math teacher said it, and everyone noticed that the teachers were saying pretty much the same thing to keep everyone from cheating. After saying her final advice, He Xiaoyun left the classroom. At this point it was very close to 7:30. Not long after the homeroom teacher left, the invigilator had already walked in with the test papers. It wasn't long before the opening bell rang. As the teacher handed out the papers, Chen Mo also took a language test for the first time in a long time. He did pretty well in all the other subjects that year, except for a more limited performance in languages. Like reading comprehension in languages, as well as composition writing and whatnot, these were actually not his strong points at all for Chen Mo. When he took the college entrance exam, it was the language that deducted the most points from his score. English, math, and general science, none of which were difficult for him. In terms of English, Chen Mo's parents often traveled both domestically and abroad, and taught him fluent English from a young age, to the point where even his accent was quite pure. So English, which is harder for many people, is easier for him to get a high score. Math and science synthesis is not much of a challenge to get a perfect score for someone like Chen Mo, who is a meticulous thinker and is able to carefully verify the content of the answers once or even a few times after the exam is over. But the language is all about essays, reading comprehension, literature and whatnot. It's a bit more roundabout for Chen Mo. The language can still be dealt with purely by memorization and comprehension skills. In particular, Chen Mo had profoundly learned a variety of mnemonic methods, e.g., the memory palace method, repetition memory method, associative memory method, etc., to the extent that he possessed extremely strong memorization skills. But language essay and reading comprehension skills. Even after mastering it, Chen Mo found it difficult to apply it perfectly well. Like what the college entrance examination full marks essay, in his opinion, is simply outrageous. How can anyone write the essay full marks? He has never which essay full marks. It's also just a matter of getting a little bonus written points on the basis of beautifully written words. For the most part, his compositions are just about middle of the line caliber. The 2.5-hour language test in the morning basically went well for Chen Mo. It was the last part of the essay that was considered his weak item. Even in 2 lifetimes, I've seen what other people's perfect high school essays look like. But when he wrote it, he couldn't reproduce it perfectly, and even if he could, he wasn't the kind of person who liked to copy other people's results. For the language test, he did it on his own, as per my way of doing things. Includes the essay section of the language paper. Regardless of the final grade, just ask your heart. Even if the essay aspect is almost interesting, as long as the other aspects of the score get in hand, the final grade is actually not too bad. As the first language exam ended 2.5 hours later, Chen Mo saw that many students were in a state of vicious relief. It can be seen that the exams in language subjects are still enough to give them a headache. However, Chen Mo remembered that Su Yuqing's language was surprisingly good. In the first half of her senior year of high school, I think she even wrote a perfect score language essay and got a commendation from her teacher. Chen Mo saw that Su Yuqing was in a relaxed state after taking the language test, so it was evident that the language was indeed a comfort zone for her. The essay topic of this midterm exam is about relaxation, which requires candidates to explore how to maintain a relaxed, natural, comfortable and unhurried state under the high pressure of modern society. This question focuses on the psychological state of modern people. Through the buzzword relaxation, the material guides candidates to think about how to find inner peace and ease in the fast-paced life. Candidates may explore the importance of a sense of relaxation in personal growth and social development from the perspectives of a sense of relaxation as a relief from excessive tension, recognition of self-worth, and a deeper understanding of life. This could really hit Su Yuqing's gun, since living with Chen Mo, she couldn't be clearer about what a sense of flacidity was. Chapter 103: The Opposite Problem. Requesting for catch-up reading. At the same time, Su Yuqing privately studied a lot of psychological knowledge. For saving the understanding of the psychological state of modern people, especially the relief of excessive tension, the recognition of self-worth, and the deep understanding of life, Su Yuqing has experienced too much recently. Combined with her own true feelings, this essay was written as if she was a godsend, and she solved it in no time. On the contrary, Chen Mo, writing a composition was a grind and a stumble. And when it comes to math, it's Chenmer's own comfort zone. Soon, the math subject began to test. Chen Mo took the test paper and swept a few eyes, then began to write as fast as he could. Su Yuqing, Huang Mao, and Zhao Yeye had been explained through a lot of math problems by Chen Mo in an easy-to-understand way in the past 2 days, and now they were applied in droves during the exam. Even Lin Yuan, who had entered the study group relatively late, had attacked some of his weak areas and gotten a slight boost. A 2-hour math test, Chen Mo had finished solving and even tested it in an hour and a half. But Chen Mo wasn't going to waste any time. Whenever he had extra time, he would relentlessly test his completed answers over and over again. That was the secret of his ability to get a perfect score in high school math that year. Geniuses do slip up from time to time. Sometimes when Chen Mo examined it for the third time, he even found things he hadn't noticed before that were wrong. So there is no such thing as enough for him in terms of the number of tests. Only time is up. The time is not up, he can test it over and over again. Even if the subsequent tests over and over again result in no problem, he will continue to keep a checking mind to test again and again. Success has a lot to do with hard work. It wasn't until the school bell rang at noon that Chen Mo stopped testing and handed in his test papers. Huang Mao had just finished handing in his test papers when he excitedly came over and wrapped his arms around Chen Mo's shoulders. Old silence, this time it's thanks to you, the good points you made last night have been used today as they are. I'm still memorizing all of them, I'm sure I won't get these questions wrong. Huang Mao said cheerfully. At this time, Zhao Yeye was also excitedly grabbed Chen Mo's hands, jumping and shaking. Yes, I also found several questions are the focus of the 2 days of Brother Mo. You talk about it, it's really great, all used, this time I'll definitely get good grades. At that time, grandparents will definitely be very happy to see. Seeing that the two of them were so close to Chen Mo, Su Yuqing just smiled and watched from the side without getting closer. At this moment, Lin Yuan was standing at the back of the classroom, while looking at this scene with an envious expression. His gaze fell on Huang Mao's hand on Chen Mo's shoulder, and from time to time on Chen Mo's hands held by Zhao Yeye's hands. Their casual touches were what Lin Yuan longed for in her heart but didn't dare to touch. He actually wanted to go up and say thank you to Chen Mo. Although he had only joined Chen Mo's study group for a short while, what Chen Mo explained was something that was easy to impress and memorize at once. And it also happened to be used quite a bit today. This allowed him to improve his grades as well. He was raised with the idea that good grades equaled popularity and favoritism. Because in elementary school, he noticed that his homeroom teacher only favored students with good grades, completely scornful of students who are poor learners. At the same time, those bad students in the class would seldom bully the top students in the class, even to the extent that they would often beg these top students to give them homework to copy. So inside his conception, good academic performance is equivalent to being favored and respected by others. Even the gang, who often bullied people on weekdays, had a flattering demeanor towards these academic achievers, which further deepened Lin Yuan's stereotypical impression of this aspect. It's just that his own character flaws are there, and it's hard to get better if you want good grades is all. But now with Chen Mo's help, there was really hope that his academic performance would improve. It means he's probably going to be a lot more popular and respected than he was before. Naturally, he was happy inside. It was just that he was too simple, and human nature could be far less simple than he thought. Because of the Chen Mo's guidance and made some cannot do out of the topic, Huang Mao at noon that is necessary to pull Chen Mo to thank him to treat him to a meal. With this treat from him, Su Yuqing and Zhao Yeye were naturally bound on directly. Then we can only save our noodles for the night to think about what to get for dinner, Chen Mo said with a smile as he looked at Su Yuqing. As he spoke, he noticed Lin Yuan, who stood in the corner of the classroom staring blankly this way. Ioan, where are you going to eat for lunch? Anyway, yellow hair is treating, do you want to come along? Looking at Chen Mo's sunny smile towards himself, Lin Yuan only felt that it was a burst of divine light shining into his heart. It was only his subconscious inferiority complex that made him shake his head. However, to his surprise, did not expect, Huang Mao actually took the initiative to come over to take his shoulders and said, "What shyness, I invited the three of them to invite all invited is not bad go." In the past, Huang Mao was slightly prejudiced against Lin Yuan, but after spending the past 2 nights together in the study group, he realized that he might have misunderstood Lin Yuan. The boy was unexpectedly nice and attentive as a person, and he was even able to readily spot any recording errors made by others. He will whisper a reminder when he notices that someone else has made a recording error. And before Zhao Yeye's pen fell to the ground, normal to see the hand picked up and returned to the other point, nothing to care about. But after Lin Yuan picked it up, he actually wiped the slight dust that was stained on it on his own clothes to make sure it was clean before returning it to Zhao Yu. It was a purely subconscious move, and from that, it showed Huang Mao that Lin Yuan's character that lurked behind his expressionless face was very gentle and friendly. This makes Huang Mao realize that Lin Yuan is not cold to people, but is usually very sensitive, vulnerable, and has low self-esteem. A person with this kind of personality just needs to be given enough love and care and still has a chance to bring him out of his predicament. Seeing Huang Mao take the initiative to accept Lin Yuan, Chen Mo also revealed a pleased smile. Accepting Lin Yuan on her own was just far from enough. Lin Yuan's state needed a large environment of love to be able to slowly transform. He and Su Yuqing didn't have the same type of problems. Su Yuqing, as a school beauty, she never lacked attention, and the collective, teachers and classmates, not rushing other than for her face value and gentle character, basically gave her a good face. But the tragedy and torment of her family of origin has made this girl, who in front of people makes it seem like she can enjoy a million favors, her inner world is already full of holes. What she needs is not acceptance from her social environment, but a home that can accommodate her. The problem with these two can be just the opposite. Chapter 104: Ice cream can be deep fried? Don't feed the book. There were many people at noon, and Huang Mao brought 4 people together to find a large stall to eat. Old Mo, you take some, don't be polite about what you want to eat, my grades can come up and I can find my dad to knock a large sum of money. Huang Mao said with a big grin. Chen Mo took the menu and naturally, he wouldn't be polite with Huang Mao. Good brothers, no need to be polite. He directly ordered a dish he liked to eat, at the same time ordered a dish that Su Yuqing should like, and then looked at Su Yuqing and said, Yuqing, you see if there's anything you want to eat, yellow hair rarely treats us, we have to knock him hard. When Su Yuqing received the menu, her fingertips lightly traced between the ink-printed names of the dishes. She remembered that Chen Mo loved to eat meat and vegetables with thick oil and sauce, but she had just eaten her own salted vegetable egg pancake in the early morning, so it was more appropriate to pair it with some refreshing small dishes at the moment. He eventually paused for a moment next to the picture of sweet and sour pork, but flipped the page and pointed to the stir-fried kale and steamed baby vegetables and said to the waiter, less oil and salt, please. Yuqing, you're also eating too nourishing. Zhao Yeye probed her head and saw the name of the vegetarian dish, only to feel delicious in her mouth. Then you order, I ordered two enough. Su Yuqing handed the menu to Zhao Yeye with a gentle smile. I'm going to have peppered shrimp. And then braised large intestine. Zhao Yeye unapologetically ordered the dish of braised large intestine. Usually girls rarely order this kind of thing when they go out to eat with a guy for the first time. But it was clear that Zhao Yeye wouldn't care about this at all. And Huang Mao cared even less about this, instead he was fond of Zhao Yeye's unapologetic attitude. However, after Zhao Yeye ordered the two dishes, she suddenly saw the prices. Both dishes were thieves, one was a dish that started at a few tens of dollars, and one was hundreds of dollars. She quickly shook her head, no, I'm going to change it. At this point, Chen Mo and Huang Mao both saw at first glance from her reaction that she was only backtracking because she saw the price. Huang Mao immediately waved his hand at the waitress and said, just order the two just now, don't mind her. Saying that, Huang Mao took the menu away from Zhao Yeye's hands. They all only order two dishes, you've ordered two dishes and that's enough, it's time to let Lin Yuan order. Saying that, he handed the menu to Lin Yuan, not giving Zhao Yeye the slightest chance to change dishes. But, the peeled shrimp is so expensive, I remember when Grandpa bought the peeled shrimp back it wasn't this expensive. Zhao Yeye came to Huang Mao's ear and whispered. The price of peeps is close to hundreds, which is something that Zhao Yeye had not expected at all before. Huang Mao smiled and said, what you ordered before must have been one of those small peeps, the peeps they use here for the peeps with pepper salt are about as big as lobsters, the prices are different. I don't know, you quickly hurry and ask the waiter to change it. Zhao Yeye was embarrassed, with the look of a child who had done something wrong. And it's rare that we all come out for a meal together, don't be so concerned about the price, if you don't order this, I would have ordered it as well, it just so happens that you ordered it for me. Huang Mao waved his hand indifferently and said, really? Zhao Yeye glanced at Huang Mao in surprise. Lying to you is a puppy. Huang Mao said with a firm attitude. Hearing him say that, Zhao Yeye didn't have any doubts. Just Chen Mo snickering on the side, Huang Mao will be called Huang Puppy after he gets an extra nickname. At this time, Lin Yuan was also embarrassed to hold the menu. He didn't know which one to order. Lin Yuan, now we are all friends, just order whatever you want to eat, no need to get entangled, unless you don't think we are friends. Huang Mao saw this tangled look of his immediately said. This was a real scare for Lin Yuan, it was so hard for him to have the feeling of making friends in school, he didn't really want to lose it. He promptly ordered a fried ice cream and ended his order. Fried ice cream? You're quite the kid's flavor. Huang Mao said with a smile as he took the menu. Lin Yuan smiled shyly. He didn't really have a particular favorite food himself, he was never picky, so he ate everything. But his brother would have some preferences of his own, so Lin Yuan would habitually buy some of his brother's favorite food on weekdays. This time when he was provoked by Huang Mao, he subconsciously panicked and casually ordered one of his brother's favorite foods. What? Ice cream can still be deep fried? Zhao Yeye froze with a dumbfounded look on her face and grabbed the menu to take a look. Doubtful that Lin Yuan had misread the situation. Su Yuqing on the side also unexpectedly came over and scanned the names of the dishes on the menu. She was also curious as to why ice cream could be deep fried. Chen Mo and Huang Mao both smiled without saying anything more when they saw this purely droll look on their faces. 7 dishes is about right, let's add a fried noodle dish at the end. Huang Mao made sure of it and then let the waiter do it. What's this fried ice cream like, yellow hair? Hot or cold? Zhao Yeye looked at Huang Mao and asked curiously. You guys will know when you come up in a while. Huang Mao said with a mysterious smile. Doesn't the ice cream melt once it's fried? Zhao Yeye became more and more curious in her heart as she looked at Chen Mo and asked, do you know, brother Mo? This dessert is a mix of hot and cold, it's still necessary to wait for the physical object to come up so that you can have a good idea when you eat it. Chen Mo smiled back. Deep fried ice cream, it sounds like it's delicious, I'll try it later. Zhao Yeye rubbed her fists in anticipation. Su Yuqing was also quite curious about this dish and followed with a face full of anticipation. Lin Yuan didn't expect that the dishes he casually ordered could actually make both girls look forward to it quite a bit, and he was relieved to feel that he hadn't ordered the wrong dishes. Soon, the dishes they had ordered came up one after the other. These big stalls have their dishes done with some prep before mealtime, so that they can be easily and quickly dished out when noon rolls around. Things like fried ice cream are more of a half-baked product that you just buy. Put it in a frying pan and take it out of the pan. As a dish comes up, soon along, fried dumpling like fat, golden-colored half-moon-shaped food will be served. Do we have some fried dumplings? Zhao Yeye said unexpectedly. This isn't dumplings, this is the fried ice cream you've been wondering about, clip one and try it. Huang Mao said with a smile. As soon as Zhao Yeye heard that a fat, half-moon-shaped dumpling in front of her was actually the legendary deep-fried ice cream, she immediately became curious. But just as she reached for her chopsticks, she suddenly remembered that this dish was ordered by Lin Yuan, and she hurriedly retracted her chopsticks to look at Lin Yuan and smiled sweetly. Lin Yuan ordered the dish, it's better for Lin Yuan to eat first. It's fine, there are 8 of them, your side is close, you clip first. Lin Yuan waved his hand with a gentle smile without caring. Seeing that he had recently been able to show his expression more and more naturally in front of his own group of people, Chen Mo only felt that the people around him had become better and better after his trip back. Chapter 105 Closer. Requesting for catch-up reading. It was just that while all the developments were getting smoother and smoother, Chen Mo inexplicably felt vaguely uneasy. He wondered if it was purely his own psychology. When everything is going too well, you start to get paranoid for no reason. But as far as the current situation is concerned, other than not finding the real culprit who killed Su Yuqing in the original timeline, all other situations are developing as expected. One should have nothing to worry about. Seeing that Lin Yuan let himself taste it first, Zhao Yeye wouldn't pretend to be polite. She's very big-headed and is open to others, so the idea of being fake polite doesn't exist when she thinks others are to her as well. She picked up a fat dumpling like fried ice cream directly with her chopsticks, feeling the heat on it, and she carefully blew on it. Chen Mo immediately smiled and said, "There's no need to blow, you have to be careful with the coolness." While Zhao Yeye was puzzled by Chen Mo's words, she had already put half of the fried ice cream into her mouth and bit it open. Instantly a hot and cold sensation exploded between the mouth and mouth. The ice cream's cold and sweet flavor mixed with the warm and soft skin blossomed together in the mouth to create a feeling that Zhao Yeye had never experienced before eating other foods. This dish is not expensive though, and it's easy to buy semi-finished products to replicate at home yourself. But for those who taste the dish for the first time, it's still rather amazing. This is awesome. Hot and cold just neutralized, the outer skin is chewy, the inner ice cream is fragrant and sweet, so delicious. Zhao Yeye immediately fell in love with this dish with stars in her eyes. Come on, Yu Qing, you try it too. Chen Mo was afraid that Su Yuqing would be embarrassed. He directly helped Su Yuqing clip a fried ice cream into her small bowl. Damn, love sour odor. Seeing this scene, Huang Mao despised it. Chen Mo smiled unconcernedly, but it was Su Yuqing whose pretty face couldn't help but subconsciously blush at Huang Mao's words. With Zhao Yeye's previous tasting experience, this time Su Yuqing didn't blow it and directly put half of the fried ice cream into her mouth. With the moment of biting open this thing, a fragrant thick cold ice cream from the internal flow out in the mouth to spread out its flavor and temperature, really is to let Su Yuqing is also this feeling is quite amazing. Well, do you like it? This online can directly buy semi-finished products. If you like it, in the future I'll buy a little bit to prepare. When you want to eat, we take it out and fry it and you can eat it. Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing with a doting face and said in a soft tone. Su Yuqing glanced at the fried ice cream on the table and nodded. Both girls had tasted it, so naturally the next step was to go to the rightful owner who had ordered the dish. Lin Yuan was embarrassed by the way they looked at her, so she also picked up her chopsticks and picked one up and ate it. The next thing that happened was that everyone didn't particularly care for anyone, and they all ate each other's own food. It's just that Shinma ordered some more drinks during the period. It didn't take long for the peppered peeps to come up. Zhao Yeye then realized what the concept of lobster-sized peeps in Huang Mao's mouth really was. And finally understand why this dish is so expensive. The skinny peeps that my own grandfather bought from the grocery store were only as thick as an adult's finger. So the price is very cheap. And the peeps in front of her were each almost the size of her small arm. In total, just 4 deep-fried peeps were served, which worked out to be almost $25 for one peep. Zhao Yeye looked dumbfounded. Huang Mao, however, didn't care and directly picked up a piece of peppered shrimp and put it in her bowl. It's time to eat and drink, don't always stare at the price of things, remember this is what I ordered, it's just that you ordered it in advance. Huang Mao could see that Zhao Yeye was still very psychologically burdened, and once again persuaded. Zhao Yeye looked at the huge peeps in front of her, but she was also quite curious about what the flavor would be. Chen Mo, on the other hand, gave Su Yuqing a sandwich. Then he looked at Lin Yuan and Huang Mao and said, I don't like to eat this, you guys split the remaining 2. Really? Huang Mao looked to Chen Mo for confirmation. It was reasonable to say that Chen Mo would not be polite to him. Chen Mo laughed and said, nonsense, if I wanted to eat it, I would have told you not to eat it, and the 4 of us would have split it and been done with it. Hearing him say that, Huang Mao immediately smiled without saying anything else. This really fit Chen Mo's character. But in reality, when he says so, he'll only share half of it with him when he does it. The first time she ate such a big peppered shrimp, Zhao Yaya was still very happy with her meal. This big peppermint shrimp is not ordinary. Before eating small peppermint shrimp and not much meat, Sola a few times is gone. These big peeps are all meat and paste, and they're flavorful and delicious. Eating one makes you want to eat another. Just thinking about the price, Zhao Yaya was directly deterred. When she finished eating the skin shrimp, Huang Mao had not yet eaten the one belonging to him, and seeing Zhao Yaya's unfulfilled look, he immediately clamped up the skin shrimp and put it in Zhao Yaya's bowl. Eat more if you like, Huang Mao said with a smile. No, how can I eat alone with something so expensive? Zhao Yaya hurriedly pinched the peppery shrimp back to Huang Mao. I don't. Huang Mao was just about to say that he didn't like this as much as Chen Mo did, and wanted to use this as an excuse to let Pippy Shrimp go to Zhao Yaya. But then I thought that I had just said that I had originally wanted to order this dish, and how could I have ordered it if I didn't like it? This didn't turn out to be Zhao Yaya herself ordering the most expensive one again. He immediately glanced at Chen Mo with a helpless smile. Chen Mo laughed and said, "It's enough to taste and eat one of these, eat more than enough to be super nutritious, just eat it yourself." Seeing this, Huang Mao could only eat it himself. A lunch was enjoyed and the five got along a little better. Especially Lin Yuan, who joins in slightly out of the blue at first. But after the last 2 days of his performance, and the fact that he had just made both girls happy by ordering fried ice cream, they were also getting a little closer to Lin Yuan. After the meal, several people were satisfied and returned to the school. There are 2 more exams to deal with in the afternoon. But after the 2 afternoon exams, Saturday was Zhao Yaya's birthday, so we could all get together for another day of crazy fun. And the fact that late night study has been cancelled tonight is also allowing for some more relaxation time. Chen Mo was still looking forward to being able to relax and unwind. This week he had been worrying about all sorts of things and prepping for exams, which was actually quite tiring, so it was nice to have some time to completely relax. Just as he and Huang Mao were returning to the classroom, suddenly Wang Lulu stepped forward and pulled him back. Chapter 106, Good People? Bad Guy? Don't feed the book. Chen Mo, come here, I'll tell you something. This was something that Wang Lulu had been prepared to tell Chen Mo about in the morning. It's just that she slept late at night, causing her to get up late in the morning. When she came over, the exam time was already coming. She didn't have time to talk to Chen Mo. Now that there was still some time left in the afternoon, she immediately pulled Chen Mo, wanting to talk to him about what she saw at night. Chen Mo was a bit curious as to what Wang Lulu would be looking for him for, and he followed Wang Lulu to a deserted corner outside the classroom. What's wrong? Chen Mo looked at Wang Lulu with a puzzled expression. Look at this. Wang Lulu suddenly took out her cell phone and played a video for Chen Mo to see. In the video, a man is seen standing outside the door of Chen Mo's house, a relatively long distance away, and has been looking at Chen Mo's house. Chen Mo casually pulled the progress bar and realized that Wang Lulu had actually been filming for an hour. He watched for an hour and you shot for an hour? Chen Mo looked at Wang Lulu in surprise. Yeah, I thought at first that he was just over there gawking or something, but it always felt like he was staring at your house the whole time. Chen Mo once again felt admiration for Wang Lulu's level of boredom. I can't believe I actually stared at someone for an hour. More than it was Wednesday night, I saw it, only I didn't dare tell you for fear of misunderstanding. And guess what, last night this guy showed up again, still just looking straight at your house. I don't even know what he wants, it can't be a thief. Wang Lulu said with some concern. She had also heard that there were no adults in Chen Mo's home, and although it was said that high school students were already physically able to wrestle with adults, Wang Lulu, as a girl, had the notion that everyone was still at an age where they were relatively soft and needed protection. Thinking about the fact that Chen Mo only had 2 children at home, him and Su Yuqing, it would be very dangerous if they were targeted by bad people. She naturally wanted to give Chen Mo a clear explanation. The reason why she didn't call the police directly was that she felt that she first needed to confirm whether this person Chen Mo recognized him or not. Because she can still expand her mind quite a bit. I heard that Chen Mo's parents seem to be very rich and have connections. This person may also be Chen Mo's parents invited to secretly protect Chen Mo's bodyguard is also not a certain thing. So she wanted to let Chen Mo judge for himself. A thief certainly can't be a thief. Chen Mo time back before a person at home are well down, the home is also pressed not to break into any thief. Though it's time to go back in time because the butterfly effect of his existence kicked in a long time ago. But it shouldn't be so bad that it somehow slaps out a thief who doesn't exist. Especially when it's also in the context of having a higher defense force in your own home than before the time lapse. Don't look at the fact that there was only one more soft girl like Su Yuqing in the family. But when something is really going to happen, she is perfectly capable of assuming the role of an alarm. Originally, Chen Mo was alone, and they were safe after dealing with him. It's going to be a little more of a pain in the ass now that there's one more person. So that basically rules out the matter of somehow creating a thief coveting your home. After all, as a matter of common sense, it is only possible for a certain direction to be differentiated in time after the time regression if it is weaker in some way than it was before the time regression. Or has this aspect been patched up and there is still an ironhead waifu? But if thieves can be ruled out, the other idea isn't completely ruled out. That's the kidnapper. Thinking that tying up a male high school student might not be easy to tie up and control, tying up a girl and walking away is also a possibility. Before the family was all Chen Mo, they didn't know that Chen Mo's family had a daughter. Now that Su Yuqing had suddenly appeared, it wasn't impossible that they might mistake her for the daughter of this family. Chen Mo's parents were still very rich, and it couldn't be said to be completely impossible for them to be targeted. But this kind of thing, which the vast majority of even rich people from well-off families hardly encounter once in their lives, suddenly happens to them? Chen Mo felt a bit unrealistic. Especially still high school students, at the very moment when they are about to take the entrance exam. Once such a person is kidnapped, the repercussions will be enormous. This is definitely not a good target for kidnapping. If neither of these is the case, what would be the case? While Chen Mo was puzzled in his mind, Wang Lulu spoke out her other guess. Do you want to ask your parents, this person wouldn't be the bodyguard that your parents found for you, to secretly protect you? Wang Lulu looked a little excited when she spoke of this speculation. Because she thought this kind of thing was very much like something out of a TV show, and it sounded pretty cool. Hearing her say this, Chen Mo also had a feeling of sudden realization all of a sudden. Recently, because of Su Yuqing's matter, he was paranoid everywhere, thinking everything in the worst direction. He was deeply afraid that Su Yuqing would be in danger, and he was deeply afraid that the unknown murderer would chase after Su Yuqing to kill her. So that subconsciously ignores the aspect of whether this person would be a good person. Now that he heard Wang Lulu say this, Chen Mo also remembered that he had once spat about his parents not knowing how to care for themselves even when they weren't at home. But I think they said they had someone to look after it in secret. It's just that Chen Mo was an ordinary high school student before the time flashback, and he wasn't a criminal police officer, so he wouldn't be able to feel it at all if he was secretly protected by professionals. Not to mention before the time regression, even now after the time regression, he didn't feel like he was being secretly watched and protected by anyone on weekdays. It was only by accident that I found the footprints in front of the window. He immediately asked Wang Lulu for the 2 videos. It's been over an hour, my traffic can't stand up to this kind of transmission. Wang Lulu spat out. Chen Mo embarrassedly smiled and said, then I'll screenshot 2 clearer ones. When the video was placed at 2 points in time where the faces were more clearly captured, Chen Mo directly used the screenshot function of Wang Lulu's cell phone to screenshot 2 pictures down and pass them to himself. Regardless of whether this person is a good person or a bad person, I still want to thank you a little more here first, and next time I'll treat you to something to return the favor. After confirming that he received the picture, Chen Mo looked at Wang Lulu and said with a bright smile. This smile, straight smile into the heart of Wang Lulu, this kind of sunshine handsome character is good and outstanding family boys, and how many girls can resist the temptation it? She couldn't help but look dumbfounded for a moment as her heart raced a bit and she blushed scarlet. However, once she thought of Su Yuqing's conditions and how well Chen Mo and Su Yuqing matched, Wang Lulu stopped herself from thinking wildly. She still preferred to get high on the perfect CP of Chen Mo and Su Yuqing in her head than to fantasize in her head about developmental scenarios that would not unfold with Chen Mo at all. Chapter 107 Su Yuqing's Sense of Crisis. Requesting for catch-up reading. As for Chen Mo's proposal to treat the guests to thank him for this matter, Wang Lulu immediately shook her head and looked at Chen Mo with an apologetic face and said, no need, 2 days ago, I sent the video of you and Su Yuqing living together to my friends, which led to the spread of the video all over the place later on, and I haven't been able to find a chance to apologize to you guys, so this time, it's even if I'm just making up for the mistakes I've made. I'm really sorry about that, I thought I'd only share it with my best friend and it wouldn't leak. Looking at the other party's sincere attitude, Chen Mo smiled and waved his hand without caring. But then slightly revealed a hint of serious expression said, let bygones be bygones, but next time you don't want to do this again, you are still young, when you go out into the society later and still do this, you will most likely be pursued for legal responsibility, in this regard you still have to pay more attention to it. Chen Mo felt it was still necessary to remind Wang Lulu about this aspect. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Wang Lulu suddenly had the illusion of being reprimanded by an adult, and immediately nodded coyly. It was not until Chen Mo smiled and nodded and left that she suddenly reacted to how she had just felt that Chen Mo, who was the same age as herself in front of her, seemed to be an older person. Since Chen Mo had returned to the current timeline, he was already trying to blend in as much as possible with his current age and enjoy his youth, so he would rarely go out of his way to display words and actions that exceeded his current age. He's only shown this performance a total of 3 times before and after. The first time was when he faced Su Yuqing's father, Su Chengfeng. At that point it would have been hard for him to dissuade this selfish guy who couldn't see his daughter's difficulties if he hadn't shown a tough attitude and adult-like demeanor as well as intimidation. The second time was when he faced the class teacher. In order to make sure that the class teacher could understand Su Yuqing's situation, he showed a kind of adult-like composure, which made He Xiaoyun surprised to feel that Chen Mo seemed to be a very caring elder, coming to communicate with her in detail for the sake of Su Yuqing's matter, stating the stakes. Chen Mo didn't like to act overly mature at an age when he shouldn't be. Apart from these 2 times, just this time in order for Wang Lulu to be able to correct her bad habits in the future, she couldn't help but give a lecture as well. Even if he only revealed 3 times that he was not in a state appropriate to his current age, all 3 times caused the person in question to react with surprise. As you can see, words and behaviors that are not appropriate for one's current age can actually be easily detected by the person concerned once they are revealed. Wang Lulu looked at Chen Mo's back, at this time the heart are still in doubt, how to feel like they just face like their own home that is 10 years older than their own rather repressive big brother in the reprimand themselves. After returning to her seat, Su Yuqing took the rare initiative to probe for news with Chen Mo. She basically doesn't actively pry information about people from them because she feels that she might cause them discomfort if she does so. Only this time, she was overlooking that. Just after Chen Mo came back, she looked at him curiously and asked in a small voice, "Is Lulu looking for you for something?" Upon hearing Su Yuqing's inquiry, Chen Mo was slightly stunned and also felt a trace of a sense of abnormality. Yuqing will actually take the initiative to pry into other people's chats now. Chen Mo was still quite pleased in his heart. Because the previous Su Yuqing was tortured by depression and was reticent to speak, not to say that she was another Lin Yuan, but it wasn't too far off. The only thing that made her different from Lin Yuan was that she basically responded to others with a gentle smile on weekdays. Maybe she didn't say much, but when she responded to others, she was gentle and friendly. While Lin Yuan was out of the mindset of avoiding others lest she be targeted and bullied, she had a cold face towards people the entire time, which made her a bit of a sightless person in the eyes of others. That's why 2 introverted, soft-spoken people are treated so differently in groups. Of course, the key is still because one of them is a boy and one is a girl. If Lin Yuan was an extreme beauty like Su Yuqing, then his cold face might be defined as an iceberg beauty in the eyes of others. It's just that Su Yuqing, who was usually reticent and basically wouldn't pry into other people's hidden secrets, would not only take the initiative to tease herself in the past 2 days, but would even take the initiative to pry into her own affairs. Chen Mo felt that Su Yuqing's condition had obviously improved a lot, and that the progress was still great. So much so that he had overlooked that Su Yuqing's behavior meant something else. He didn't even bother to think that Su Yuqing might have come to inquire about the news because she was jealous. Although Wang Lulu was not as pretty as Su Yuqing, but the long is also not bad, the most critical is the development of good. Su Yuqing has stereotyped that Chen Mo likes as the type of girl she saw on Friday night's Great Chest. So for a girl with similar characteristics, the crisis in her mind is still very strong. Love always leads to blindness and low self-esteem. In love and under the effect of the depression that hadn't been completely eliminated, Su Yuqing still had a very low position for herself. She was afraid that Chen Mo would be snatched away by other girls. Although she had felt from the beginning that it was already a gift from heaven that she was able to have this time with Chen Mo, love was both selfless and greedy, and who wouldn't want more and longer lasting love for themselves? The human heart is always a paradoxical complex. Sometimes it feels like I've been so fulfilled that I've gained more happiness than I even imagined. But sometimes it feels like everything is not enough. Su Yuqing sometimes wondered if she had been too greedy, and while her heart expressed gratitude for God's gift, she would also express repentance for her greedy heart. But in the face of love, it is ultimately difficult for people to control themselves. For example, at this moment, Su Yuqing knew that it was most appropriate for her not to ask. Even if she didn't ask, Zhao Ye and Huang Mao would definitely not be able to help but be curious enough to ask, but she still couldn't help but ask out. As soon as she asked this question, Zhao Ye and Huang Mao naturally came over immediately wanting to know the answer. Chen Mo looked at the 3 of them and smiled and said, "It's nothing, she just came to apologize for passing out the secretly recorded video of me and Yuqing." Upon hearing that this was all there was to it, Zhao Ye and Huang Mao were instantly bored. But the perceptive Su Yuqing clearly sensed that Chen Mo was not telling the truth, at least not the whole truth. It was just that Chen Mo wasn't willing to say, so she wouldn't forcefully ask. It was just that his heart was always itching to know, curious as to what Chen Mo had actually said to Wang Lulu that he couldn't tell the 3 of them. It shouldn't be a confession, right? At the thought of this, Su Yuqing's heart panicked for no reason. Just then, her back suddenly felt a warm heat covering it, and the warmth of her palm spread all over her body from the back of her heart, bringing a strong sense of reassurance. Chapter 108, One of Our Own. What's wrong? Not feeling well? Chen Mo had already noticed that Su Yuqing's state wasn't quite right at this time. He smiled gently and caressed Su Yuqing's back. This makes Su Yuqing instantly feel a sense of peace of mind, and at the same time feel a sweetness in her heart for Chen Mo's concern, and also stops the "I love him, he loves me or not, she loves him or not, will he love her?" A series of complicated plot emotionally entangled campus polygamous love plot in her head that has already been rapidly serialized for 100 or so chapters. No. Su Yuqing turned her head to return with a bright smile. Seeing that she was indeed fine, Chen Mo was also relieved. His ability to perceive the emotions of the people around him was still relatively strong. If Su Yuqing was in a low mood, he could sense it almost immediately. For example, at this moment, after Su Yuqing's mood improved, he also clearly felt that the other party was indeed fine, so naturally, he was relieved. At this moment, he took out his cell phone and sent in the picture that Wang Lulu had just passed to him in the small family group. "Silent, Mom and Dad, do you recognize this man? If not, I'm calling the police." Chen Mo's nickname in the group was not the same as the one his parents had privately noted to him. His parents nickname in the group as well. Handsome dad, what's wrong? Why did you call the police? Pretty mommy, honey, what's wrong with this guy? Silent, I found out that he's been peeping into our house for days on end, and if this isn't someone you know, then it must be a bad guy, and I'm going to call the police to arrest him. At this time on the other side of the distant earth, inside the conference hall on the top floor of a certain high-tech looking office building. Chen Miao and Chen Shi were sitting next to each other, both looking at their cell phones. Silence, this is how to find out. This shooting angle, this kid's counter-surveillance ability is so strong. This was all discovered by him? Chen Shi was puzzled. Forget it, since it's all been discovered by him, let's be straight with him. Chen Miao said with a helpless smile. Will he think we're spying on him? Children at this age are very sensitive, should we explain first? Chen Shi was worried. Just stated normally, Momo isn't the kind of child who would think nonsense. Chen Miao still had confidence in her son. Chen Shi nodded and started editing the message. Beautiful mother, mom and dad are afraid that you will encounter any danger when you live alone, so they found this uncle to help take care of it. This uncle is a retired special forces, not a bad person, you do not need to be afraid. Seeing his mother's message, Chen Mo then realized that before the time flashback, he had only learned from his parents that there had once been someone who had taken care of him in their absence about this matter. But who exactly is not said or understood. Because that person died of an illness not long after Chen Ma graduated from high school. We haven't had much contact since then, so we don't know much about it. Chen Mo had also never even met this person who had secretly protected him during his high school years. Now that he was sure that the other party was not a bad person, he was also much relieved. Silent, so that's it. Pretty mom, he will only be responsible for checking if there are any dangers appearing around you, he won't be monitoring your life. If you feel uncomfortable, mom and dad can ask him to evacuate. Silent, that's not necessary, I just recently found unusual footprints in front of the window of the guest room where Yu Qing is staying, that's why I think there's a danger, it's just that he's spying on my safety, why would he go to the guest room window? Seeing Chen Mo asking this, Chen Shi remembered his previous explanation. I'd like to ask him to take a look at the windows of the guest room to see if they are stable and if the security windows are safe, and he should be checking them to make sure that he left footprints. Speaking of this, Chen Shi couldn't help but glance at Chen Miao, both marveling at his son's insight. People often come and go by the house, and he was able to detect the abnormalities of the footprints from it, so it is clear that he is usually observant. In fact, it wasn't that Chen Mo really observed every place he went, otherwise his brain cells would have to burn off quite a few every day. He just never stopped being careful after fate sent him back to the present. Every situation that could pose a danger to Su Yuqing was something he paid special attention to. Naturally, he also noticed the footprints on the ground that a normal person would not have noticed. Although his mother's statement made Chen Mo agree, Chen Mo still quickly noticed that something was wrong. Silently, wait, according to you the first time I found the footprints is explainable, but why did the footprints appear again after that one was eliminated by me, and isn't checking the windows once enough? You see Mo was really cautious. Chen Shi immediately smiled when he saw Chen Mo's message. Pretty mom, that's because he said one of the screws in the security window was rusty, so I asked him to help me replace it with a new one. You should have just happened to eliminate the footprints when you found them when he went to buy the corresponding new screws after he found out that the security window screws were rusty. When he came back and reattached the screws, he left the footprints again. Seeing this reply from his mother, Chen Mo then realized. He decided to go home and see if there really was a new screw in the security window. His attention was on the footprints and the need to capture the owner of the footprints on camera. He was just making sure that the security window was still solid, but he didn't pay attention to whether there was an old screw replaced with a new one on the security window. It's not really a blame that Chen Mo didn't notice, but this one is a professional lurker, and after replacing the new screws, he deliberately wiped the rust back on and made it old. The footprints on the ground, he was looking at the fact that there were quite a few nearby footprints, so he didn't intentionally wipe them away. After all, as soon as he wiped this piece of dirt, he would instead be here to stay, as it would cause all the shoe prints on the dirt in the center to be destroyed. The bottom line, still, was that he didn't think a high school kid was supposed to be all that insightful. As a result, he didn't expect that Chen Mo would actually discover this problem and get a monitor out on the side. Confirm all the information with your mother. Only then did Chen Mo let out a fierce sigh of relief. This matter had been weighing on his mind for the past 2 days. Before figuring out who this mysterious person who appeared outside Su Yuqing's window was, he really couldn't sleep or eat well. After all, his heart had been tugging at the issue of Su Yuqing's safety. After learning that it was one of his own, he was also finally able to relax his mind a bit. With the moment he closed his cell phone screen, Chen Mo only felt his taut nerves loosen up, and the whole person inexplicably slumped onto the table with a burst of mental fatigue. After all, in the past 2 days, he had to catch out the mysterious person and prepare for the exam, so his mental exertion was not ordinary. Chapter 109, I'll take good care of him. The kind of pent-up mental exhaustion that can overwhelm a person all at once after extreme mental strain has been loosened. Hearing the sound of a vicious sigh of relief behind her, Su Yuching curiously turned her head, only to see that Chun Mo, who had always been very energetic, unexpectedly displayed a look of mental exhaustion. She instantly realized that Chun Mo was just pretending to be in a full state in front of her these days. Although she didn't know what Chun Mo was mentally tired because of, when she thought of him helping himself out with his own affairs, teaching everyone to study, and taking care of himself in his life these past few days, she was able to imagine Chun Mo's hard work. She instantly felt a pang of heartache and thought about what she could do to get him back some. She didn't disturb Chun Mo, who was resting on the table, for the time being, but took out her cell phone to check up on how to help mentally exhausted people recover. There is talk of medication and soothing massage. Based on the concept that it was a medicine that was 3 times more poisonous, Su Yuching decided to look at a soothing massage. Soon she was searching for ways to explain how to help others with massage to relieve physical and mental fatigue. She, too, rushed to study in silence. Before long, the bell rang for the afternoon exam. After Su Yuching had first memorized what she had learned, she began to take the exam in earnest. The 2 afternoon exams were basically no difficulty for Chun Mo. English hand to hand. The science complex is also a breeze. Just under the mental exhaustion, plus the continuous examination for an afternoon, Chun Mo finished the examination, or could not help but feel a soreness in the temples. After Su Yuching finished her exam, she immediately turned back to look at Chun Mo with concern. Seeing him in this state, he naturally thought about how to go back and help him relieve himself. With the afternoon exams completely over and evening study cancelled, the 2 were able to go home early. After making an appointment with Zhao Ye and Huang Ma to celebrate Zhao Ye's birthday tomorrow, the 2 of them then walked out of the school gates side by side together. There's no evening study today, let's make something delicious to eat at home by ourselves. It had been 2 days since he had made something to eat by himself, and Chun Mo was also thinking of taking the time to make something to eat. Su Yuching looked at him at this time and seemed to have regained his spirit. She did not know why her heart could not help but ache. Because she could sense that even if Chun Mo was tired, he would try his best to hide all the discomfort in front of her and show his best to her. This was his tenderness and caring, but it made Su Yuching feel heartbroken. He never lets himself see his vulnerable side. But one cannot ignore it. She objected in a rare moment. No, I kind of want to eat Uncle Su's fishball dumplings tonight. We ate them as a snack before and ate very little of them, but now that we're eating them for dinner, we should also try their own rice noodles. It's fine, as long as you like it. Chun Mo smiled gently and left it up to Su Yuching. Looking at Chun Mo's attitude of unconditionally compromising himself, Su Yuching's heart was warm, but she also still hoped that Chun Mo could sometimes care about his own physical and mental condition. This attitude of his that he didn't care about how his own state was and only cared about Su Yuching's state made Su Yuching's heart warm while at the same time being heartbroken for him. If he doesn't care about himself, I'll be the one to care for him properly. Su Yuching secretly swore in her heart. Soon the 2 arrived at Uncle Su's store. It would have been usual for him to be unopened this early in the morning. But closer to the weekend, he would open for business earlier, and he was open earlier on Friday and Saturday nights. This is because he wants student parties to not only come to their house for a little bit for a late-night snack, but sometimes for more. The arrival of Chun Mo and Su Yuching today made him happy, and the significance of opening so early was there. After the 2 of them ordered quite a bit of food, he immediately and happily went to prepare it. Seeing this enthusiastic attitude of Su Bo, the 2 of them also felt the rare exuberant vitality in the elderly. Although Chun Mo had only ordered a medium portion of fishball dumplings, as well as hot and sour rice noodles, Uncle Su still gave them some extra ingredients. Seeing these children arrive made Uncle Su as happy as seeing his own grandchildren. He's a real grandpa with several buildings in the neighborhood. The stalls are sold purely as a matter of preference and not at all for the purpose of making money. That's what makes his stuff so inexpensive. He can't spend all his money just collecting rent. It's only a few dollars for this stall selling food. If it weren't for personal preference, where would it be worth his daily hard work? Whenever he sees the satisfied faces of the diners who eat the food he made, and the compliments from the diners on his cooking, that's when Su Bo is the happiest. It makes him happier than making big bucks. When Chun Mo came to dine, he was always able to give enough of this spiritual fulfillment to Uncle Su. After every meal, he didn't forget to praise Uncle Su's cooking skills a bit. Bringing a friend over to support the show makes Uncle Su even happier. After the 2 had eaten and drank their fill, he was concerned about whether or not they were full. If you're not full, you can add more. I have unlimited refills of dumplings and wontons here. Uncle Su looked at the 2 with a smile. It's very full, Uncle Su. How can you still make money if you give it away like this? Chun Mo helplessly laughed. As long as you guys are happy eating, money or not, it doesn't matter. Su Bo grinned with an indifferent attitude. I'm afraid that your good reputation for good food at low prices will spread too far, and in the future I'll have to come over and wait in line for half a day before I can eat it. Chun Mo said smilingly, after all, where can I find a place where the food is so good and the price is so cheap? Hearing Chun Mo's praise, Su Bo's mouth was grinning up to his ears as he cheerfully said, don't worry, if it really bursts into flames, I'll give you special places for the regular customers. Chen Mo seemed to be joking with Uncle Sue, but after the day, Uncle Sue here was really on fire. In less than a year, the sudden rise of the short-form video industry will blow his store out of the water, and then it will be the scene of a steady stream of overcrowded diners. After eating and drinking, when Chen Mo and Su Yuqing returned home, Chen Mo purposely went around to the front of the guest room where Su Yuqing lived, pretending to check the firmness of the security window, but in reality, he was looking to see if any of the screws had been replaced. As it turned out, he did find it, a new screw that had been made old. The traces were covered up really perfectly. If he didn't know in advance, even he who had such a strong detecting ability wouldn't necessarily be able to discover this new screw that had been purposely made a little bit older. After confirming that things were the same as what his mother had said, Chen Mo was also completely relieved. At least currently there was no target that endangered Su Yuqing near her home, and even if there were people who secretly guarded their own residential area. Their home was definitely a brick wall that could protect Su Yuqing's safety. At least within this acre of land, he could no longer be paranoid and worried that Su Yuqing might be harmed by some unknown person breaking in at some point in time. Chapter 110 Strong Su Yuqing. After returning home, Chen Mo even glanced at the location where Wang Lulu had previously filmed that Special Forces soldier lurking before entering the house. He didn't see anyone present over there, though. It's clear that this retired Special Forces guy is really something. At least with the full knowledge that he was lurking nearby, Chen Mo didn't directly find out where he was. Entering the room, Chen Mo was originally prepared to go into the kitchen to get 2 cups of chilled lemon honey water just like before. The result was that he was suddenly pulled by Su Yuqing. Chen Mo turned his head to look at her in surprise, and in the next moment he felt a push on his body. Unexpectedly, he would actually be pushed all the way to the living room by Su Yuqing. "Sit tight and I'll do the rest." Su Yuqing broke the ground and spoke to Chen Mo in the same tone that Chen Mo often used to speak to her. This made Chen Mo a little surprised, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel that it was still a little interesting. It seemed that in this instant, he had accidentally awakened a certain attribute. This feeling of being completely ordered around by a beautiful woman seems to be pretty cool. Chen Mo smiled and sat obediently. Just after sitting on the sofa, he kept looking at Su Yuqing curiously, wondering what was wrong with her tonight. "How did you suddenly become so strong and aggressive?" He had seen a lot of Su Yuqing's soft appearance, but her strong appearance was the first time Chen Mo had seen it. Couldn't help but feel fresh. After watching for a while, though, his exhaustion returned. He instantly lay down on the couch and began to gently rub his temples while closing his eyes. With the mystery man and midterms out of the way, it was a rare moment of mental relaxation. Chen Mo was naturally thinking of having a good loosening up. Soon, Su Yuqing's side had already made 2 cups of honey lemonade with a little ice. "I heard that ice water can briefly make one's spirit better, come have some." After Su Yuqing returned to the living room with 2 cups of chilled honey lemon water, she picked up one of the cups and put it into Chen Mo's hands. "Thanks." Chen Mo smiled and prepared to take it. As a result, I didn't expect Su Yuqing to suddenly hold the honey lemonade in her hand a little farther away. Chen Mo immediately looked at Su Yuqing in confusion, but saw the other party shaking her head and pouting. "You said before that I'm not allowed to say thank you to you, so you're not allowed to say thank you to me either." It turned out that the other party was messing with himself because of this. Chen Mo immediately favored him with a smile and said, Fine, all according to you, give it to me quickly." Seeing him like this, Su Yuqing then smilingly handed Chen Mo the chilled honey lemonade in her hand. As the cold, sweet and sour taste of the chilled honey lemonade enters your mouth and rolls into your belly, a refreshing coolness immediately sweeps through your body. Indeed, it made Chen Mo, who had just been feeling mentally exhausted, feel a hint of mental refreshment. "How is it? Is it okay?" Su Yuqing herself picked up her own cup and took a light sip, asking with a smile. "Very good, I'll leave it all to you from now on, I'll be secretly lazy." Chen Mo casually joked. "Good, in the future, you're not allowed to enter the kitchen, I'll be the one to enter." Su Yuqing smiled and agreed. After drinking half a cup of water, Chen Mo's spirit eased a bit at this point. But even so, he still felt a wave of fatigue, and he instantly closed his eyes and faked a nap while listening to the sound put out by the television. Su Yuqing drank a small half cup of water, but she suddenly got up and slowly went around to Chen Mo's back. Just as Chen Mo was resting with his eyes closed, he suddenly felt a soft touch on his head. When he reached out to touch it, he realized it was 2 small, soft hands. He instantly twisted his head and raised his eyes, only to see that it was Su Yuqing standing behind him. The sense of hypervigilance that he himself had developed when he was a criminal police officer seemed to be half ineffective on Su Yuqing. "You continue to sleep, I'll press it for you, I've learned a little bit of head massage, it can help you relax your spirit." Su Yuqing smiled gently and gently turned Chen Mo's head back. Hearing the other party say this, Chen Mo smiled and closed his eyes again. As her fingertips sank into his slightly disheveled hair, Su Yuqing could clearly hear her heart beating like a drum in her chest. She followed the motions of the masseuse in the video, her thumbs against his temples drawing slow circles. "Is the force okay?" She lowered her voice like she was holding a piece of fragile china. The skin touched by the fingertips carried the warmth of a teenager. It was said that the body temperature of boys was higher than that of girls. Su Yuqing wondered if Chen Mo felt a hint of coolness. When those hands with the fresh scent of lemon covered his temples, Chen Mo almost sank deeper into the couch. Su Yuqing's fingertips were like gentle play-doh. Each press accurately poked his taut nerve endings, yet soft enough that one could not feel the pain. The force from the back of his neck was raw and tentative, but it reminded him of the temperature of the fever he'd had as a child, when his mother had rubbed his acupuncture points with peppermint cream. When Chen Mo unconsciously pressed the back of his head deeper into her palm, a trace of a reassuring smile appeared on Su Yuqing's face. It seemed that his own pressing and rubbing was comfortable for him. "Where did you learn that?" he asked, smiling with his eyes closed, and could imagine her pursing her lips in serious concentration at the moment. "Learned from watching videos on my cell phone. Is it still okay?" Su Yuqing's gentle and soft voice came from the ear, which was very comforting to listen to in the ear. "Not bad, it's just that the force is a bit lighter. It would be better if it was heavier," Chen Mo said with a smile. "I'm afraid you're in pain. Underestimate me, you add more force and I'll see. Then I'm really aggravating it. Oh, just tell me if it hurts." "Press it, I'm not afraid of pain," Chen Mo said with a big grin. However, he neglected to mention that although the usual Su Yuqing looked very weak and in need of protection, but in reality she does a lot of exercise and housework and is not a weak woman with no hands. She's still got the strength. Seeing that Chen Mo wanted to try a heavier force, she was no longer polite. Chen Mo heard a nasal hum sound from behind him, but the force suddenly increased by 3 points, causing him to subconsciously shrink his neck, but was stubbornly wrenched back by the hand. "And you said you're not afraid of pain." Su Yuqing smiled wryly, causing Chen Mo to blush. "I really underestimated your strength. It's better to be gentle. I suddenly realized that I still like you to be gentle." Chen Mo said what was in his heart as a joke. Hearing it in Su Yuqing's ears, it was exceptionally loud and sweet. For a moment, the force in her hand was even a trifle weaker than it had been to begin with. Chen Mo almost felt like a ball of cotton was rubbing and pressing on his head. "Don't be too light either," Chen Mo said with a helpless smile. Su Yuqing smiled and nodded, starting to regain her previous strength. Chapter 111, The Same Sensitive Band. The laughter from the variety shows on TV made the perfect background sound. Su Yuqing stared at the shadows cast by the ends of his hair on the beige sofa cover, only feeling that this moment was very cozy. The head under his palm suddenly moved, and Su Yuqing heard him mutter vaguely, "Focus again on the right side." "Yes, right there." At this moment, Chen Mo was like a lion whose hair had been smoothed finally revealed its soft belly and began to pamper her. He also began to slowly explain about the uncomfortable areas. Su Yuqing would carefully press and rub him at every spot until she felt comfortable. Normally the first time you give someone a massage, you won't be able to press for more than 10 minutes before your hands start to get sore. But at this moment, Su Yuqing did not have this feeling at all, and she was even a bit intoxicated by it. Because every time she helped Chen Mo soothe the discomfort, she herself would feel an indescribable joy. The pleasure made her ignore all her discomfort. The air-conditioned breeze swept over the tip of his nose with the coolness of an ice-cold drink, but the area of the couch where the back of his head touched was inexplicably hot. Chen Mo picked up half a cup of chilled honey lemonade on the table and continued to drink it. But while he appeared to be watching TV and sipping his lemonade, in reality, all his attention was on the person behind his head at the moment. This time of year in late spring and early summer is cold and hot, and tonight's temperature made it extra hot. Thanks to the help of the air conditioner and ice water, Chen Mo was able to feel a hint of relief. Only, behind this coolness, there is a steady stream of warming sensations sweeping in. Su Yuqing's breathing was close at hand, carrying the sweet scent of honey water residue, wrapping him in layers like an invisible ribbon. When her fingertips suddenly traced the sensitive skin behind his ear, Chen Mo bit down hard on the lemon slice on the wall of his glass, the tartness of the lemon slice exploding on his tongue but unable to suppress the shiver that raced up his spine. He had the same sensitive area as Su Yuqing. The moment the skin behind his ear was touched, he would subconsciously shrink. This reaction of his Su Yuqing saw it in her eyes and remembered it in her heart, thinking that she could play pranks on Chen Mo through this in the future. A mischievous smile unconsciously appeared on her face. Chen Mo suddenly felt that all the fatigue that had accumulated over this period of time had been rubbed into fine starlight by these small hands, rustling and dissipating into the air. He instantly got comfortable enough to sit upright a bit, while his head subconsciously leaned back. As a result, because he was sitting upright, he leaned his head out of the backrest of the sofa. It's just that there's something out here catching his head is all. The back of his head seemed to hit into two masses of unknown softness, more comfortable than even a couch backrest. However, soon enough, Chen Mo realized what he was leaning against, and he hurriedly sat up straight and turned his head. However, he saw that Su Yuqing's face was expressionless and she was only looking at herself with a gentle smile. "What's wrong? Is your head loose?" Regarding Chen Mo's inadvertent touch, Su Yuqing naturally did not put it in her heart nor did she care about it. Seeing Chen Mo suddenly sit up straight, she thought Chen Mo was feeling comfortable. "Much looser, your technique is very good, I'll look for you later when I'm tired," Chen Mo said smilingly. It's okay, I'll learn more and press you more comprehensively next time. Su Yuqing's heart was sweet. To be able to let her beloved feel her own value, to feel comfortable and happy because of herself, this was also her own great happiness for Su Yuqing. This made her even more interested in learning about it. She was going to watch and learn more before she went to bed tonight, so that Chen Mo would rely on her more in the future. After all, she didn't want to be dependent on Chen Mo all the time and not be able to do anything for him herself. Love is about giving to each other, not just one-sidedly taking. At this time Chen Mo did feel a lot better mentally, and his eyes felt clear and unpleasant. After getting up and moving around a little, he felt a rush of refreshment. With that, he pressed Su Yuqing onto the sofa. Now it's your turn. He grinned as he walked around behind the sofa and lowered his head to Su Yuqing's ear and said, I don't need to, you've been so tired lately, it's better not to work hard. Su Yuqing was heartbroken for Chen Mo and didn't want him to work hard. Chen Mo, however, smiled unconcernedly and said, Fool, I'm just mentally tired, not physically tired. After you pressed my head for me, I'm now full of energy. It's you on the other hand, I can see that your recent mental condition isn't much more relaxed than mine, so let me press it for you. Chen Mo wasn't wrong. Su Yuqing's recent mental condition was actually not much different from Chen Mo's. She's been taking all kinds of mental hits since last Friday. Both the good and the bad, all of them came one after the other, leaving her almost overwhelmed. To say she wasn't tired was obviously impossible. It was only because she was so immersed in the great happiness of love that she felt nothing of her own tiredness. For example, just now, even though she was laboring herself, when she saw Chen Mo's comfortable appearance, she immediately felt a wave of relief and pleasantness, and all of a sudden, she even ignored and disregarded her own tiredness. But you are subjectively oblivious to these situations, but objectively the physical and mental fatigue is real and crushing. If you are not able to unclog it, when it erupts, it will be able to crush a person at once. After Chen Mo forcibly pressed Su Yuqing onto the sofa, he began to rub and massage her head. With only a light touch, Su Yuqing immediately let out a hiss. The acid coming from her temples, spreading into her head in an extremely noticeable way, made her not hold back for a moment. Look at that, I'd say you're tired, now be a good boy and sit back and let me heal you. Chen Mo finished smilingly and began to relax his force, continuing to press and rub Su Yuqing. As Chen Mo's gentle and skillful techniques were applied, Su Yuqing only felt that all the sore and swollen places on her head were pressed with precise points. Soon these aches and pains were stripped away from the soreness and gradually eased. Half an hour later, Su Yuqing heaved a sigh of relief, only feeling that her entire head was cleared for a while, and the moment she opened her eyes, the world in front of her was much brighter. The previous feeling of drowsiness somewhere in his head dissipated. The whole thing was an indescribable relief. You're so professional. Su Yuqing couldn't help but marvel. It was because she had just learned it herself that Su Yuqing was able to feel Chen Mo's professionalism more and more. When she was pressed by Chen Mo on her calf in the previous gym class, she just felt that Chen Mo seemed to be quite good at it, but she was not clear about what specific level. It wasn't until today, after learning something about massage on his own, that he realized just how professional Chen Mo really was. Chapter 112, Medicine Does Not Avoid Suspicion. Su Yuqing realized that almost all the acupoints Chen Mo was able to accurately press and make the most appropriate choice of pointing, pressing, kneading, and pinching. It makes the person being massaged feel nothing but the ultimate pleasure. That was what made Su Yuqing marvel in awe. Before washing the hair, Chen Mo just symbolically point and click. After all, the wet state for a long time without blow drying is not good for the body, so it is not possible to Su Yuqing lasting massage. At that point it was just a matter of relaxing her and revitalizing her blood. It was only this time that she was really given a full press through. It made Su Yuqing's entire brain feel twice as clear. Just when Su Yuqing thought that the massage was over, those hands that were originally on the head had gradually spread to the neck and shoulders. In fact, for girls, shoulders are more likely to be sore. Especially girls who have huge tired shoulders dragging in front of them are more likely to feel discomfort. As Chen Mo used moderate force to loosen the tight muscles of his shoulders a bit, it was only then that his fingers began to start pointing and pressing on the acupoints of his shoulders and neck. This made Su Yuqing feel an unprecedented sense of relief. The last time Chen Mo helped her massage her hair when she washed it could only be considered as a point. This time it was really helping her relax her body and mind. The increasing heaviness of his body, as he entered a phase of rapid growth, was also finally getting some relief today. So much so that it made Su Yuqing so comfortable that she subconsciously softly mumbled out. In the next moment, it immediately closed its mouth again shyly. Seeing this, Chen Mo smiled and said, having pressed both, get down, I'll help you open up your back as well. In your case, the burden on your shoulders and back shouldn't be small. As he spoke, Chen Mo's gaze fell on Su Yuqing's towering area. When Su Yuqing looked up at him, she happened to see the direction of his line of sight. She blushed instantly and nodded, then plopped down on the couch with a pillow in her arms. She did feel that her discomfort had a bit to do with the growing tiredness ahead of her. But this tired thing was a good thing in her opinion. After all, she thought that Shinma just liked big tired people. Her little face flushed even at the thought, and she hurriedly shook her head gently to shake the extra thoughts out of her head. At this time, Chen Mo had already circled back to the front of the sofa and sat down on his knees, starting to work on Su Yuqing's back. At first he thought that Su Yuqing's back might be extremely thin, but as he reached out and touched it, he could feel a hint of soft flesh. It is said that girls' subcutaneous fat will be a little bit thicker than that of boys, and Chen Mo has rarely experienced it firsthand. Su Yuqing's figure was obviously just right, 1 point more was too fat, 1 point less was too thin. The skin of a girl with such a figure is soft and delicate to the touch. When Chen Mo reached out and gently pressed and rubbed, it felt like he was rubbing a ball of soft rubber. It was the first time Su Yuqing experienced what it felt like to have her entire body completely stretched out. With Chen Mo's pressing and rubbing, she only felt that her originally taut upper body had instantly become incredibly loose. Only the more so, the more she could feel the area that was usually the most taut feeling, now manifesting more and more distended. Chen Mo was originally ready to close his hand and get up, but saw Su Yuqing suddenly look down at the front. He could more or less see what the other man was feeling at the moment. But there were some places he couldn't go any further to help. But it's okay to assist from the sidelines. He coughed softly and said, I'm going to help you with another press on your side next, and it'll be over, but it might hit a little bit of a not-so-good spot. Chen Mo reached out and gestured both sides of his body to show Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing's small face slightly reddened when she saw it, but she got back down. The meaning is clear enough. Chen Mo was also too embarrassed to say more, and began to reach around Su Yuqing's armpits and perform some pressing and rubbing on both sides of her body. Although it is only the sides of the body, if the front part is too prominent, it is possible to accidentally touch some of the edges. That's why Chen Mo had explained it in advance, lest he be taken for a stinking hooligan. And Chen Mo also had to press a very important point, the Tianqi point. This point is the easiest to help relieve some of the discomfort that girls can experience due to their broad chests. It's just that the location of this point is in one of the more disconcerting areas. But this point is really a point with many benefits, and it is a very good point for both girls and boys to help ease the discomfort of this whole area for both men and women. Although Chen Mo knew that it was a bit offensive, he could often see Su Yuqing moving her shoulders or reaching out to push her side herself because of the discomfort in this area as he stayed close to her over the past few days, but this was all just skin-deep relief for her. At least after he helped Su Yuqing clear her qi, blood and meridians today, she would be able to relax a lot for the next week. So after fighting for Su Yuqing's consent, he didn't make any pretense. Medicine doesn't avoid suspicion. Just let go of evil thoughts and take things seriously. Although Chen Mo told himself this in his mind, he still had his hands trembling several times on his way to reach over. It wasn't until he had calmed down with a hard, deep breath that he finally landed his finger precisely on the Tianqi acupoint. But he wasn't the only one who was nervous at this point. Su Yuqing was but even more shy and nervous at this time. Although being rubbed by Chen Mo's shoulders and back was very comfortable, the area that was being pressed now more or less belonged to a little close to the sensitive area. She's still shy. It was just that she knew that Chen Mo didn't have bad intentions, so she forced herself not to think too much. However, there was an imp Su Yuqing whispering beside her, so what did it matter even if Chen Mo had bad intentions? At this time, Su Yuqing was in a kind of superimposed state. On the one hand, she was shy about whether Chen Mo would have bad intentions, and on the other hand, she was somewhat looking forward to a closer contact between the two. So under the heavenly battle, she buried her flushed little face inside the pillow at once, not daring to let Chen Mo see it. The scarlet color coming out of the tip of her ear was spreading down her neck as Su Yuqing buried her hot cheeks deep into the goose-down pillow. The air-conditioned breeze lifted the strands of her hair that had fallen over the edge of the couch, revealing the back of her neck adorned with fine perspiration, the fresh beads of sweat there reflecting a honeyed sheen under the overhead light and rolling into her neckline as she unconsciously rubbed against the pillows. Sweating even with the air conditioner on, it was evident how hot Su Yuqing's body temperature was at this time. This was due to shyness and a slight perspiration from the tautness of her body from the soreness of the pressure she had endured earlier. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Su Yuqing, who was red at the roots of her ears. Chapter 113: A Family's Sense of Submissiveness. The shy Su Yuqing looked very cute, with much less of the maturity and vicissitudes piled up by experiencing too many misfortunes. A little more girly and delicate. This is the gesture that should appear at her age, looking at Su Yuqing more and more with the state of a normal young girl should have. Chen Mo's heart is also greatly gratified. He himself was just as tired as he could be. As long as he could see her gradually getting better, then everything would be satisfied. Chen Mo's thumb had just touched the Tianqi acupoint, and a soft to mesmerizing touch was transmitted back from his finger. Su Yuqing, who was touched, also immediately curled her toes in shyness. The couch blanket was unconsciously outlined in swirling folds, her coral pink nails hidden between the beige fabric like early cherry blossoms trembling in the hidden snow. The small arms on either side of her suddenly tightened at that moment as well, her body rising and falling with her rapid breathing. If you're not comfortable with it, then let's do it next time. Chen Mo's hands were pinned by Su Yuqing's arms inside to move, and thought that Su Yuqing was more resistant to this pressing. He immediately prepared to draw his hands to end it. No. It's fine, it's just a little itchy, it'll be fine after a bit of acclimatization. Su Yuqing's voice was like a mosquito nagging back. At the same time the arms were relaxed, allowing Chen Mo's hands to regain their mobility. Then it won't tickle if I add more weight. Chen Mo's trailing voice was laced with laughter, but while his mouth said to add weight, his fingertips honestly eased the force. This point was never meant to be pressed with increased force. He saw Su Yuqing's right ear, which was exposed outside the pillow, move, and it was evident that she was trying her best to hold back. Well, in this area, Chen Mo was also too embarrassed to stay longer. He also shifted his position immediately after the time was almost up. As the massage was completed, Chen Mo gave Su Yuqing one last relaxation of her back. When the root of her palm rubbed the knots near her shoulder blades, Su Yuqing suddenly tensed her instep. A muffled, suppressed grunt came from the depths of the cuddle with the whimpering snort of a kitten. Chen Mo's eyes skimmed over the rubbed-up corner of her back waist, where the exposed skin was flushing with his pressure, like white porcelain gradually seeping into vermilion. Chen Mo looked mesmerized, and his knuckles paused for a split second at Su Yuqing's waist nest. Then her eyes looked to the nearby hills hidden under her skirts. The next area, though, he'd be really embarrassed to help. He withdrew his hand, wiped the sweat, and stood up. Get up and move around a little, see how it goes. Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing with a gentle smile. If there's still something uncomfortable, tell me, I'll help you press it again. Su Yuqing, whose little face had long been like a red apple, lifted her head from the pillow and didn't dare to look at Chen Mo, but just stood up and moved around a little bit according to what he said. At this moment, she only felt as if her entire body had been replaced. What had been a heavy body now felt only a sense of relief. So loose and fast, your technique is too skillful. Su Yuqing couldn't help but look at Chen Mo and praise him. If you feel comfortable, I will help you press once every week in the future. Once a week is the best frequency, too frequent is not good for the body, too long apart, and will be fatigued and squeezed too much. Chen Mo said with a smile. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Su Yuqing was originally prepared to nod her head and respond, but at this time, the area of Tianqi acupoint still had the touch of Chen Mo's finger remaining, which caused her to not help but shyly not know how to respond again. While she was fuming, Chen Mo had already gone to get 2 cups of hot milk. After the massage you can't drink ice drinks, you need to drink a hot drink to promote blood circulation and accelerate the fatigue dissipation, and in a while go to take a hot bath. I guarantee that after you wake up from this sleep, you will be even more relaxed than now. The most dreaded part of a quiet night, when a lone man and woman share a room, is the sudden silence. After they finished speaking, the two of them took the hot milk and suddenly they all drank it in silence. It looked like the two were watching the TV screen, but both of them always sneakily swept their afterglow to the one on their side from time to time. Two hearts that have long been close to each other, but because of shyness, they are always apart. After drinking the milk, the two of them then went to their respective rooms to get ready to wash up and go to bed. Watching Chen Missouri close the door to his room, Su Yuqing's mind always kept recalling the scene 2 days ago when she slept together in Chen Mo's bedroom. The nice smell of the young man and the inexplicable feeling of security always lingered in her mind from time to time. The feeling of falling asleep embracing that reassuring smell was something she really wanted to experience again. I just don't know when I'll have that opportunity and excuse again. After taking a hot bath and lying on the bed, Su Yuqing began to brush up on professional massage-related videos. Thinking that next time, he would give Chen Mo a good demonstration of his skills, and at the same time, he could let him have a good experience of the feeling of being soothed all over. It was precisely because she had experienced it for herself that she knew how loosened up it felt to have her whole body revitalized by a professional. She wanted her beloved to be able to experience this wonderful experience as well. In his own bedroom, Chen Mo washed up and went straight to sleep. Because it was a habit he developed when he was a frontline criminal police officer, there were not many chances to sleep in the bed, and when he had the chance, he had to sleep immediately. It's during the weekdays when you have free time that you take the time to swipe your phone. Plus, he was mentally exhausted even in the past few days, and now that he was sure that there was a professional caretaker near the family home that even he would have trouble spotting, he was able to sleep for the night without worry. Mainly still in the previous timeline, Chen Mo was not interested in anything and only wanted to pursue the cause of Su Yuqing's death, so he had not cared too much about this person who had guarded him for quite some time. Even at that time, Chen Mo was so bewitched that he could doubt anyone with one hand, and he was suspicious of this person until his parents said that there was evidence of him looking after Chen Mo at the time of the crime, plus the fact that this person had suffered fatal injuries to important areas of his body in his early years, and had lost his functions long ago, which led to Chen Mo dispelling his suspicions about this person. Because he hadn't met face to face, and because he had also inquired about a few messages from his parents' mouths, Chen Mo had subconsciously ignored this guardian who hadn't formally appeared in front of him after he returned. Of course, now that Chen Mo had asked for this person's contact information, in the future, if he had something to do to leave the house alone, he could ask him to help look after Su Yuqing's safety, so as to prevent the murderer who didn't know who he was from being amended by the timeline and forcibly killing the door. Chen Mo was a grasshopper now. Even though he knew that theoretically the culprit who couldn't be traced in any way should be an extremely cautious and strict murderer, and couldn't possibly be so foolish as to come to his door looking for trouble, his inner worries made Chen Mo prefer to ignore part of his reasoning. Because that's how you can really do it all. This night, both Chen Mo and Su Yuqing slept more peacefully than ever before. Chapter 114. It was in her presence that the teenager who was once there. After a dreamless night, both of them woke up the next day in unusually high spirits. When Chen Mo got up and finished washing up and went out of the bedroom, Su Yuqing had already cleaned and mopped most of the house floor. I'm still missing the last bit of the area to mop up and then I'll start cooking. I thought you'd get up later, Su Yuqing said with a gentle smile when she saw Chen Mo get up. The two gradually got along with each other with the subdued feeling of a family. Why are you up so early today? Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing in surprise. I've taken on the babysitting job. It's even if I don't have time to clean properly during the weekdays in class, but now that it's the weekend, wouldn't it be too incompetent if I'm still lazy? Su Yuqing said back with a smile on her face while continuing to work. Then you watch first, I'll make breakfast. Chen Mo didn't block it this time. After all, he was able to tell that Su Yuqing was in good spirits today. It was evident that her state of mind had improved over the past few days, plus she had helped her relax with a massage yesterday, and her mental state was indeed much better. Seeing that Chen Mo was about to go into the kitchen, Su Yuqing hurriedly pulled him back. Wait, I'll do it. If you're hungry right now, I've already soaked oats on the table. You can drink a cup of oats first to pad your stomach. Chen Mo couldn't argue with her, so he could only obediently pick up the oats and sit on the sofa to watch TV. During this period, he peeked at Su Yuqing from time to time, always feeling that such a scene seemed like a scene of a newlywed couple getting along. Although Su Yuqing was focused on her work, she also noticed Chen Mo secretly looking at herself. Although she didn't know what Chen Mo was doing by sneaking a look at herself, her heart was inexplicably a bit sweet. After mopping the floor, she then went into the kitchen. Started making a breakfast for which she had prepared the ingredients. I didn't use up all the pasta from yesterday's biscuits, so it was just the thing to use today to make meatloaf for dinner. Su Yuqing had already gotten the meat filling in proportion to the way she made the meatloaf after watching the massage tutorial last night and then brushing up on it. Prepare to get Chen Mo some flavorful meatloaf to eat this morning. Su Yuqing, who had completely memorized the tutorial, soon started making it with ease. Chen Mo, who was sitting in the living room watching TV, also couldn't help but come closer, and just as he reached the dining room, he smelled the aroma coming out of the kitchen. It made him eat his fingers. He sneaked into the kitchen and stole a pie that Su Yuqing had just cooked. Yeah, nasty, I haven't even cut it yet, be careful of the heat. Seeing Chen Mo stealing cakes to eat like a child, Su Yuqing helplessly favored a smile and reminded with concern. At this time Chen Mo had already felt the temperature of the pie. He immediately threw the pie around in his hand and picked up a plate next to him in his quick eye, which caught the large meat pie that had fallen. Chen Mo was just about to say how today's meatloaf was so much bigger than yesterday's savory meatloaf, so it turned out to be cut. He smiled and took out his knives. I'll cut it for you. Soon, a meatloaf that was crispy on the outside and filled with juicy meat sauce everywhere on the inside was split into 4 by Chen Mo. Just as soon as everything was done, he couldn't wait to pick up a quarter of the meatloaf and savor it. Hoo. When you take a bite, the hot gravy compressed inside the crust immediately overflows in your mouth. It was hot, but it sure tasted good. I don't know if it's the person making the food that smells good, or if the food really smells good. At this moment, Chen Mo only felt that the food was unusually delicious. As long as he was with Su Yuqing, Chen Mo would unconsciously return to his teenage mentality. That decade of lost youth never seemed far away. There's just no one to activate it for him. As long as that right person was around, Chen Mo could immediately return to the state of being a teenager. Looking at Chen Mo's face as he almost got scolded for stealing food despite his warning, Su Yuqing was angry and amused. She immediately kicked Chen Mo out of the kitchen. You can eat after branding this one, go get some milk. After Chen Mo quickly finished the piece of meat pie in his hand while blowing, he immediately obeyed and went to do something. But as he did, he reacted to how he had been so obedient. And why was the image so familiar just now? In a trance he thought of his old man being driven by his old mom. He was driven to work by his mom and was often happy about it. Chen Mo couldn't help but give a breathless smile. Himself just now seemed to be the same. Not caring, he quickly made 2 glasses of milk. At this time, Su Yuqing had already returned with the 2 meat pies that had been cut. The 2 meat patties that were cut totaled 8 pieces, and Su Yuqing was full after eating 3 pieces. Chen Mo was still a bit unfulfilled after eating 5 pieces. If you think it's delicious, I'll make it for you next time. Seeing Chen Mo's still unsatisfied look, Su Yuqing immediately said with a gentle smile. I look forward to your other delicacies next time. Chen Mo said cheerfully. That's fine, I'll learn a dish every day and make sure that you don't have any repetitions until the college entrance exam. Su Yuqing's eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon, smilingly said. A beautiful breakfast. The two watched a little TV together and rested for a while. Su Yuqing then started doing her own work again. She took out the clothes for both of them and prepared them for hand washing. Although there is a washing machine at home, she feels that hand washing is the only way to get cleaner, and if she doesn't have time to wash in the washing machine, it's best to wash by hand once or twice a week. However, speaking of hand washing, when Su Yuqing organized Chen Mo's clothes that he had changed out of, it was inevitable that she would see some intimate apparel. It wasn't like she hadn't taken physiology classes in middle school. I heard that adolescent boys get that on their personal clothing, and as a girl she was actually a little curious. But she pressed on for a closer look. After making a tub of water, she poured on the laundry detergent and just put the clothes in it to soak. Chen Mo was originally prepared to tell Su Yuqing to use the washing machine, but seeing that she insisted, he didn't say anything. It was just that when he saw her picking up her own personal clothing, he would have been embarrassed to see her, even for him. He couldn't help but think that next time he'd better sneak in and wash it himself first. The morning was basically spent in Chen Mo leisurely watching TV as well as Su Yuqing working. Every time Chen Mo offered to help, he was pressed back onto the sofa by Su Yuqing. He was truly afraid that Su Yuqing would get tired, but looking at her stubborn appearance, Chen Mo was too embarrassed to refute her. I thought, let her have a day of free play, and when she felt tired after today's rest, she should know the benefits of pairing two people together for work next time. As they say, men and women work together. As the time gradually approached noon, Su Yuqing had also finished her work long ago. Exhausted and sweaty, she went back to the bathroom to take a shower before changing into a set of simple casual clothes and dresses before walking out. Chapter 115: The School Girl's Killing Power. When Su Yuqing pushed the door from the guest room, Chen Mo was listening to the sound of the TV with his ears while leaning on the backrest of the sofa and flipping through his cell phone to read a novel, and turned his head the moment he heard the commotion. The freshly bathed young girl's hair was still dripping with water, pooling in crystalline trails at her collarbone and snaking down her skin, which had been steamed pink by the vapor, to hide in her neckline. She chose a cream-colored, slim knit sleeve with a neckline cut in a gentle U shape that revealed just the right amount of half of her swan neck. The slightly stretchy fabric hugged the young girl's full bust line, but it tightened abruptly at the waistline, pinching out the slender curve of her grip. Lower body light pink pleated skirt high waist design will be already slender legs lined more and more straight. The aligned shape explodes from the high waist, and the skirt stops 3 fingers up from the mid-thigh, which will cover the most voluminous part of the root of the leg. The skirt is specially washed to create a natural pleated stack at the hip line, outlining a peachy, rounded silhouette. Watching her come out, Chen Mo looked a bit mesmerized for a while. At this time, Su Yuqing did not notice Chen Mo. Her eyes fell on a few places on the coffee table that had not yet been organized, and she immediately walked over. As she leaned over to straighten up the coffee table, the hem of her clothes slightly shrunk upwards, immediately revealing a section of white jade like smooth and glistening white slender waistline in front of Chen Mo's eyes. Chen Mo had just locked his line of sight when Su Yuqing stood up, and he hurriedly looked sheepishly at the balcony that was currently being blown up by the wind to raise the gauze curtains. Su Yuqing didn't notice Chen Mo's indulgent peek just now and followed Chen Mo's gaze. Today's weather is so nice. As she spoke, Su Yuqing walked to the front of the balcony, feeling the sunlight and the fresh breeze blowing. The midday sun filtered through the gauzy curtains, refracting tiny golden awnings on the tiny droplets of water in her hair. Looking at a few pieces of drying clothes that had not been confiscated, Su Yuqing subconsciously prepared to raise her hand to put the clothes away. As the young girl lifted her hand to fetch her dress, the hem of her blouse was drawn up in folds, vaguely revealing the indentation at her waist socket, and the hem of her skirt swayed gently with the movement. "I'll do it." Chen Mo, who had been looking this way, immediately stood up. At the same time adjusted the uncomfortable parts of his pants. Su Yuqing smiled sideways at the sound. "No need, I can reach it." At this time Chen Mo's eyes was an incomparably beautiful picture. The young girl's wet temples were sticky with a few locks of hair, the milky white material became translucent in the backlight, the morning light was penetrating through the thin material, outlining a hazy lace outline in front of her breasts, which vaguely revealed the light pink traces under the milky white material. She was oblivious to the smile and waved her hand. The arc of her chest naturally rose and fell with the movement. The short skirt was taut on her hips because of this movement. The cotton skirt looked loose but outlined the rounded hip line when she turned around, supporting the unique fullness of the young girl more and more rounded. It was like a peach drenched in the morning dew. Chen Mo suddenly realized that the discomfort that he had just adjusted his direction to ease was acting up again. He hastily excused himself and returned to his room, once again adjusting the placement area, while trying to calm his mind for a while before he finally let his boiling qi and blood slowly ease down. When Su Yuqing returned to the living room after collecting her clothes, she was surprised to see Chen Mo's bedroom with the door closed. When Chen Mo was at home, unless he was about to take a shower and go to bed, he usually didn't close the bedroom door. Su Yuqing didn't know what was wrong with him. Without much thought, she took the clothes straight back inside her house. By the time she re-emerged, Chen Mo had already opened the door to his room and came out. There was still some scarlet redness left in his face at this point. He finally realized what it meant to be a lone man and a dry fire that was most likely to rub off. If it weren't for all the extra years of experience he had, this kind of impulse really wasn't something that could be easily suppressed. After taking a few deep breaths, Chen Mo then returned to Su Yuqing's side with a calm face as if nothing had happened. I have to say, a schoolgirl is a schoolgirl. On weekdays she was already beautiful in her school uniform, and now that she was wearing back her regular clothes that were even more able to outline the beautiful figure of a young girl, Su Yuqing's posture was even more unrivaled. When the schoolgirl showed her true killing power, it was no wonder that Chen Mo, who was so sophisticated in his mindset, was also very hard to top. But the only one who could disturb his mind so easily was Su Yuqing. As the two sat side by side again, Chen Mo sniffed the aroma of the young girl's body, and it was always hard to hold back from rambling thoughts. At this moment, Su Yuqing looked to him as if her charm had suddenly enlarged several times out of nowhere. It was good that Huang Mao's message finally came at this time. Yellow hair, you guys haven't eaten at noon yet, right? I've already arranged today's activities. We'll rub a meal together at noon, go to KTV to sing in the afternoon, and send her a cake by the way, and at night there's a fireworks show in Nanshan Park, so let's go to Yaya's house and celebrate Yaya's birthday with her grandparents. Old Silent, I haven't eaten yet, I'm just waiting for you to start eating, hurry up and send the address. Yellow hair, Riverside Chapel, hurry over. Old Silent, oh, a Michelin 3-star Chinese restaurant that's rare in the world, you're really putting your money down, do you have enough money to pay for it? Don't leave us there to do the dishes. Yellow hair, getting my old man to knock a hard one out of my house, tube enough. Old Silent, not bad for a big plutocrat. Yellow hair, off, are not more than a hair of your family, the soil is just a big money. Looking at Huang Mao's reply, Chen Mo smiled and looked at Su Yuqing and said, let's go and set off, we have something good to eat today. Hearing that there were good things to eat, Su Yuqing was also interested. What good things? She had a look of anticipation on her face. We'll know when we go, we've dipped into Yaya's light this time, this place has high consumption. Chen Mo smilingly pulled Su Yuqing up. As he spoke, he was secretly wondering in his mind if he would give Su Yuqing such an arrangement on her birthday next time. After the two of them went out, they didn't go directly to Riverside Little House. Instead, he went to the mall first because he still had to prepare a birthday gift for Zhao Yaya. Previously, Zhao Yaya had said that she wanted to change a stationery box, and Chen Mo suggested a stationery bag. He naturally came to pick out a suitable gift for Zhao Yaya. But actually said so, really birthday gifts so send words is too shabby, so Chen Mo did a two-handed preparation. Another gift of a higher value and more precious for Su Yuqing to deliver. This way could make it easier for Zhao Yaya to accept as well as make it a little easier for Huang Mao to accept. Though he knew that on weekdays Huang Mao didn't mind the interactions between him and Zhao Yaya. But birthday gift such things, he, as a heterosexual friend, or not quite suitable to send something particularly monumental and precious. This way when the other person looks back on it later, it might bother her male partner. Chen Mo still pays more attention to this aspect, whether people care now or not is a matter of now, he still needs to consider it thoroughly. After all, he didn't want his friends to leave a stigma in their hearts because of some unnecessary issues. Chapter 116 The best smell is the smell of you. Late afternoon sunlight pours through the mall's glass dome, making the golden sculptures in the first-floor atrium glow. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing walk side by side between the dazzling shelves, their eyes sweeping over the various stationery boxes, but never stopping their steps. Didn't you say you were buying a stationery bag? Su Yuqing pinched Chen Mo's cuff, her voice soft. I'm checking to see if there's still the same kind of stationery box that Yaya used now, and buying one along the way. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and smiled, it seems like it's hard to find the one she used as a child until now. The coolness of the mall's central air conditioning spreads into the store, making people extraordinarily comfortable. Chen Mo's fingertips whisked through the different materials on the display shelf stationery bags. Oxford cloth unique coarse feels as if it's quite durable look. Just this one is fine, it needs to be matte cherry blossom pink. Chen Mo selected one of the most expensive stationery bags and said with a smile. But even at the most expensive price, the stationery bag is still worth a few bucks. Chen Mo was naturally prepared to add something extra. So again, I picked out some nice stickers from the stationery store and asked the attendant to help me attach them to the stationery bag. It makes the stationery bag look a little more sophisticated. Have you thought about what gift you want to give Yaya? Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing with a smile. At this time, Su Yuqing was embarrassed and said, I don't have any money either, so I used the needle and thread I brought from home to sew this in preparation for giving it to Yaya. Earlier, after Chen Mo and Su Yuqing returned to Su Yuqing's home, Su Yuqing brought over a whole set of embroidery paraphernalia. In order to prepare a gift for Zhao Yaya, she had also taken the time to sew some blessings on the silk scarf in the past few days in preparation for giving it to Zhao Yaya. Although it is said that one sends the most expensive things, but with this together to send these two things out more or less is almost meaningless, it is better to pick again to see what is suitable. You help to see what I pay for, counting us together to send. Chen Mo said with a smile. Looking at the stationery bag that the waiter had just packed in a gift box, Su Yuqing felt as if it was indeed the same, and instead just nodded and didn't say much. Go upstairs and see if there's a better gift. After buying the pencil bag, the two of them took the escalator and soon arrived at the second floor. Just up the stairs, Su Yuqing's eyes were attracted by the window of an accessory store. There was a plush bear keychain lying in the glass display case, and its naive shape made her unable to resist looking at it twice more. Chen Mo followed her line of sight, the corner of his lips slightly hooked. Want? Not at all. Su Yuqing's ears flushed red at the tips. It's important to pick out a gift for Yaya. No delay. Chen Mo smiled and pulled Su Yuqing into the store, pointing to the bear keychain that Su Yuqing had just taken a fancy to. Are there any other colors of bears? Yes, what color do you want, handsome? Give me a pink and gray one. Chen Mo smiled back. Yes, please wait. Soon the attendant took out 2 bear keychains, one pink and one gray. He gave the pink one to Su Yuqing, while he himself snapped the gray bear keychain to his own key ring. This is not quite good looking. We came out today is to buy gifts on the way shopping. See what you like to say. Chen Mo smiled and pulled Su Yuqing around this jewelry store again. Su Yuqing really did have her eye on some things, just not ones that she really wanted to buy. So she didn't say anything. Walking out of the jewelry store, the sweet citrus fragrance wafted from the aromatherapy store on the corner of the second floor, and Su Yuqing's footsteps unconsciously slowed down. The window displays amber glass bottles of essential oils with "A Midsummer Night's Dream" handwritten on the labels, which look like clusters of congealed honey in the warm light. Yeah, likes orange flavor. Su Yuqing suddenly spoke, her fingertips pointing at one of the bottles. I can occasionally smell that flavor on her. Should I buy this for her? So what flavor do you like? Chen Mo leaned against the glass window and smiled softly, his eyelashes casting fine shadows under his eyes. By the way, I'll buy you a bottle too. I've heard that if you order a drop of it in your room before going to bed, you can relax your spirit and sleep more soundly. Su Yuqing looked at Chen Merzen's expression and subconsciously replied, the sandalwood flavor is quite good. However, while she said sandalwood scent on her lips, in her mind, she was thinking that the odor emanating from Chen Mo's body was the one she felt smelled the best. If she could fall asleep by smelling such a scent while sleeping, she could sleep with immense peace of mind and comfort. 2 people talk while entering the store, the waiter in time to hand over the test incense paper. Su Yuqing took the fingertips just brushed. Chen Mo also reached out at the same time the finger, and then it will be electrocuted like put back. Obviously, in front of outsiders, she was embarrassed to engage in any behavior that might seem intimate. The waiter on the sidelines, however, took it all in stride. I didn't realize that the one who came was still a young couple whose relationship had just developed very innocently. In contrast to Su Yuqing's shyness in front of people, Chen Mo has naturally taken the test paper and vainly raised it to the tip of his nose. This aromatherapy smells pretty good. The top note is bergamot, and there is cedar in the back note. The guests are really insiders. The waiter thought it was 2 young couples who didn't know any better, thinking that today's stuff should be easier to sell out, but he didn't expect to meet a connoisseur. Chen Mo smiled without saying much. He is not much of an insider, but his nose is naturally sensitive, coupled with many years of experience in the criminal police extraordinarily trained to recognize various odors. In the face of smell, he is still relatively good at it. Give me a bottle of sandalwood and a bottle of citrus-scented aromatherapy. Chen Mo said with a smile as he looked at the waiter. Soon the waitress took out multiple bottles of different fragrances. These are all sandalwood and citrus-scented aromatherapy. There's just a difference in price and quality. Which one do you think you need, guest? Along with the waiter, a little bit of each fragrance was dotted onto a different test paper for Chen Mo to identify. In the end, Chen Ma chose a sandalwood fragrance that was the second most expensive and a citrus fragrance that was the first most expensive. It's all the same scent on the surface though. But there is a difference in the flavor tones of the smell. Chen Mo chose these 2, are the front and middle and end notes in his keen sense of smell senses are more moderate incense and not pungent. The final choice of aromatherapy bottle was tied with a dark green ribbon as a gift. Chen Mo payment seemingly unintentionally bought a tube of their own. Recognized the brand Practical Effect is not bad hand cream. After paying the bill, Chen Mo turned around but saw Su Yuqing squatting in front of the Eternal Flower booth in the glass window of the next store, taking a picture with her cell phone of a bouquet of white roses sealed in a glass cover. Want? He shadow caged her thin shoulders, gently squatted to Su Yuqing's side and said with a smile. Not. Feeling the warm breath sweeping across her ears, Su Yuqing immediately turned her head to look at Chen Mo and answered vaguely. She scrambled to her feet, her phone screen still lit up with the party's photo. I just thought it would be nice to see this kind of flower that never wilts. Chapter 117, I'll always be there. The white rose petals inside the glass enclosure were plated with gold dust along them, like snow kissed by moonlight. Chen Mo suddenly reached out and brushed away the broken hair stuck to the back of her neck. Whether or not the flower will ever give up, the person who sends and receives the flower will always remember what it looked like when it was in full bloom. The moment her fingertips swept over her skin, Su Yuqing even held her breath. Because Chen Mo's words seemed more like people. People age, but 2 people who have been through an entire life can always remember the good things along the way. It would be nice to send her a bouquet of everlasting flowers for her birthday, but let's probe first. Soon after, Chen Mo took out his cell phone and launched a message to Yellow Hair. He pulled out his cell phone and snapped a picture of the everlasting flower in front of him, and a new message immediately popped up on Huang Mao's dialog box. Old Silence, I found a great birthday gift for you. How about it? Do you want to buy such a bouquet for Yaya? Professional generation purchase, only 2 times the price can be taken. Yellow Hair, I actually didn't even think to buy this, but will it be a little inappropriate to send this to everyone who was just a classmate? Old Silent, is it really just a classmate? Yellow Hair, what else could it be? I'll make a note of this, I'll credit you if it's useful in the future. Su Yuqing saw him staring at his cell phone and laughing, and cocked her head in confusion. Chen Mo saw this and showed her the content of the message. Looking at Huang Mao's arrogant appearance, Su Yuqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh lightly. Who can't see that he's interested in Zhao Yaya, and he has to pretend that he's just a classmate? But it was a different kind of fun to watch them pull it off like that. Chen Mo also did not say any more. At the same time, he was making a note of the eternal flower. You can send a bouquet to someone sometime in the future. After buying things here, Chen Mo still felt that it wasn't quite enough for his heart, and was ready to take Su Yuqing upstairs for a stroll. You're not hungry yet, let's go to the restaurant after strolling upstairs. Anyway, Huang Mao called us so early, there must be another hour before we can eat. Chen Mo said with a smile. Su Yuqing nodded and followed Chen Mo. Just as the two of them were riding the escalator up the stairs, Chen Mo suddenly grabbed her small hand and put the hand cream he had just bought into Su Yuqing's hand. Usually do too many things, hands are not good, apply some hand cream and take care of it. Chen Mo smiled gently and said no more. Only Su Yuqing, who was left with hand cream cupped in her hands, was left with a warm heart. Soon the two arrived on the third floor. The handmade workshop on the third floor is filled with the joyful sound of the pottery flute. Chen Mo looks at the advertisement of DIY ceramic mugs for couples on the publicity screen and raises an eyebrow. This seems to be quite interesting, let's go and make one, shall we? It's not like we're. Su Yuqing bit her lip violently in the middle of her sentence. Two snuggling couples by the ceramic carousel were holding a ball of clay together. By the way, make one for Yeye as a gift, it's more sincere if you make it with your own hands. Chen Mo didn't care about the first half of Su Yuqing's sentence, and had already stridden towards the workbench. Boss, 2 billet pullers. Soon the two began to make it under the guidance of the owner. When Su Yuqing's clay collapsed into a clay ball for the third time, Chen Mo had already shaped it at some point and suddenly came behind Su Yuqing, holding her clay-stained hand from behind. Don't shake your wrist, keep your weight steady. His palm pressed against the back of her hand and slowly apply force. The spinning clay gradually drew up into a slender cup. Who are you making this for? For me or for Yeye? If it's for Yeye, she always likes to bite the mouth of the cup when she drinks, make the rim thicker. Chen Mo deliberately came to Su Yuqing's ear and said with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Su Yuqing stared at their interlocked fingers, the coolness of the mud intertwining with his body heat into a strange tingling. As the dials flew, she heard her heart beat deafeningly. For you, she said in a voice as thin as a mosquito's. The rotating clay blossomed into an elegant arc in the palms of the two men, and Su Yuqing could clearly feel the muscles of Chen Mo's small arms tensing slightly with the force. His chest pressed against the back of her neck, the tremor of his chest mingling with the hum of the pottery machine as he spoke, pounding a fine drumbeat against his eardrums. This moment reminded Su Yuqing of the famous scene from the movie history that appeared in the movie People and Ghosts that she had seen on the CCTV Princess 6 channel. The male and female main characters interlocked their fingers, the clay slowly sliding in their hands, the old gramophone, the dim warm light, the gently turning clay blanks, all of which brought Su Yuqing, who was still in junior high school at the time, into a realm of absolute beauty and love. This moment is just like this moment. Looking at herself and Chen Mo's hands folded, Su Yuqing had long since gotten all hot and bothered. Even now, Su Yuqing was still able to recall that line at that time, as well as the pottery process in which the two of them were lovingly entwined. Close your eyes and feel that sensation of dirt running through your fingertips. She suddenly felt that this process of making pottery was like human love, careful, well cared for, breath connected, fingers intertwined, which is so beautiful and mesmerizing. Tighten the rim a little more. Chen Mo suddenly pressed his mud-stained thumb against the mouth of the cup, and his fingertips ambiguously rubbed over Su Yuqing's tiger's mouth that was falling into reminiscence, like this, right? For the sensitive touch of the two almost interlocking their fingers, Su Yuqing, who was waking up as if from a dream, suddenly saw that the other people around her were all looking over towards her side with an anti-smile on their faces. Just now she was still immersed in the beautiful fantasy of love. It was like being seen through the shy heart. Shy red face not dare to look at people lowered her head, the fingertips could not help but for a tremor, just molded the mouth of the cup immediately skewed to one side. She panicked and went to remedy the situation, but because of her panicked hands shaking, she accidentally broke the freshly made vegetal embryo with more and more force. Grayish-white mud snaked down the edge of the workbench, blooming mudflowers on the tops of the two men's shoes, thanks to the plastic shoe covers and coat covers they'd put on ahead of time to insulate them. Finished. Su Yuqing looked at the miserable works on the ground. The tips of her ears were so red that they could drip blood. The fact that she had destroyed what Chen Mo and herself had made together was like representing the love between the two of them being shattered, and she was inwardly remorseful and saddened at the moment. Seeing her slightly red eyes, Chen Mo but suddenly laughed out softly, grabbing the remnants of the clay and gently pointing it at the tip of her nose. This is a punishment for you. Well, let's start all over again. Don't panic, don't be afraid. No matter how many times you fail, I'll help you get it right again. The boss handed over a new block of clay at the right time. Chen Mo immediately took it, and in a tone of infinite gentleness, he pinched the back of Su Yuqing's hand that was stained with mud spots. Don't be discouraged, we can do better this time. He gently held Su Yuqing's wrist bone this time, just assisting, as much as possible, letting Su Yuqing touch the clay with her palm to shape it herself. Shen Mo's words of infinite doting as if it was a deep confession directly soothed Su Yuqing's heart that was in a state of panic due to excessive associations. With the experience of the first time, this time Su Yuqing took a few deep breaths and stopped thinking nonsense after calming down, just under Chen Mo's assistance, then quickly reshaped successfully. Chapter 118 The Scent of a Teenager. Don't feed the book. See, practice makes perfect, this time it molds faster. After seeing that Su Yuqing was able to shape the clay roughly by herself, Chen Mo then recovered his palm onto the back of Su Yuqing's hand, helping her to finally stabilize it. The pottery machine was still spinning tirelessly, splashes of clay erecting a fine curtain between the two. After making sure that Su Yuqing's side could be taken care of by herself, Chen Mo then returned to his side. It was just that Chen Mo suddenly let go of his hands, causing Su Yuqing, who had just had the backs of her hands warmed up, to suddenly feel a bit frustrated. After experiencing the scene just now, she finally understood why couples in the heat of the moment would like to hold hands with 10 fingers. Because the fingers mingling can feel each other, that kind of fine and warm touch. This feeling will make the heart beat faster immediately, blood, dopamine, rapid secretion, feel the pleasure, let a person fall into it fondly. However, Su Yuqing didn't dwell on it and quickly quieted her mind to focus on the clay in front of her. She was preparing this one to be made for Chen Mo, so naturally, she had to give it her all. It didn't take long for the two to get a good look each. However, this is the first step of pulling the embryo modeling, paste molding, drying and glazing, and finally firing is still very time consuming. It's really going to be many days before I get the finished product. Chen Mo brought Su Yuqing to say that he was giving Zhao Ye a gift, but in fact, he was deliberately bringing Su Yuqing to relax and experience the fine beauty of life. Of course, it didn't stop him from actually preparing to make a cup to give to Zhao Ye. Just do it is also the first photo to show Zhao Ye, and then send it to Zhao Ye after the subsequent shipment. It was kind of an early surprise for her, so she could have a little sense of anticipation. After spending half an hour on this side, the two of them then cleaned their hands and faces full of muddy stars and walked out of the store together. They were all looking forward to what the finished product of the stuff would look like in a few days. Due to Su Yuqing's limited level, she only made cups for Chen Mo. Chen Mo did make two at once. One was prepared to be given to Zhao Ye in Su Yuqing's name, and the other was specially made for Su Yuqing. Since this gift could not be given directly at the moment, Chen Mo and Su Yuqing browsed around the stores next to them for a bit more. Bought Zhao Ye a small backpack that fits better. This backpack is inexpensive and looks great for high school girls to carry. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing both estimated that Zhao Ye should like it. After buying the gift, the two of them left the mall together and set off towards Riverside Little House. They were delayed for some time because of making the ceramic cups, and at this time, inside the Riverside Chalet, it was just the two of them who hadn't arrived. Right now there were a total of 5 people in the booth. Zhao Ye and Huang Mao had already sat down a long time ago, and beside Zhao Ye there was a girl who looked a bit similar to Zhao Ye. It was none other than Zhao Ye's own sister, Zhao Yuan. She was just a year younger than Zhao Ye and was currently in her sophomore year of high school. Unlike Zhao Ye's big-headedness, Zhao Yuan was a more introverted girl. During the weekdays at school, even the classroom is rarely out. So it's not often that I come over to my senior sister's side to hang out or anything. At this point it was also able to be seen by looking at the state in which the two were sitting down. Zhao Yuan was very introverted, and basically didn't even look at anyone else when she sat down, just looking down at her cell phone. Aside from the three of them, the rest were Lin Yuan, and his younger brother Lin Yashi. Originally, Lin Yuan thought it might not be a good idea to bring his brother over, and it was Zhao Ye who suggested that Lin Yuan bring his brother over. They knew each other before, and Zhao Ye knew that Chen Mo and Su Yuqing shopping at the night market was something Lin Yashi said. Zhao Ye felt that the birthday was more lively with more people. All 5 people were seated, but seeing Chen Mo and Su Yuqing's delay, Huang Mao also immediately texted to hurry up. Inside the cab, Chen Mo looked at Huang Mao's message, smiled and replied with a sentence that he would be there soon, and then turned his head to look at Su Yuqing, who was leaning on his shoulder by his side. I don't know whether she got up too early this morning to do too much work, or just concentrated fully into making ceramic cups, resulting in a little bit of excessive mental wear and tear now, directly leaning on Chen Mo's shoulder to take a nap. Seeing this, Chen Mo naturally couldn't be bothered to disturb her, letting her lean so calmly and turning his head to look out the window at the rapidly receding scenery. Watching the changes in the scenery, Chen Mo also felt the change of time once again. 10 years from now it's a completely different story. Times are moving extremely fast. In just a decade, technology can change rapidly. The city is also getting a facelift. This sudden return to 10 years ago is something else. Suddenly the person on his shoulder trembled lightly. Chen Mo turned his head, only to see Su Yuqing was coming back from her days and looking at himself in embarrassment. Chen Mo smiled gently, reached out and wrapped her shoulders against himself and said, "If you're tired, you can sleep again, not counting the traffic lights, there are still 10 minutes to go." Su Yuqing's beautiful eyes lightly trembled as she glanced at Chun Mo, originally wanting to say that she wasn't tired, but feeling the temperature of the palm on her shoulder as well as the warmth of Chen Mo's chest, she couldn't help but somewhat covetously swallow back the words that came to her mouth, and just obediently leaned in Chen Mo's embrace, gently resting her head against his shoulder, and closing her eyes once again. This time, though, she didn't fall back asleep, but simply closed her eyes and felt the touch of the boy beside her. Su Yuqing's eyelashes fluttered lightly on Chen Mo's shoulder. Teenage body. If there is no clear crisp soap scent mixed with the unique teenage sunny hormone scent, in the airtight compartment more and more clear. The rhythm of his chest slowly rising and falling with his breathing transmitted a reassuring warmth through his thin shirt. Su Yuqing counted his steady heartbeat and suddenly felt the tip of her ear burning. Chen Mo's long and slender fingers were gently pinning her scattered hair to the back of her ear, the knuckles stirring up tiny electric currents as they grazed her earlobe. She scrambled to close her eyes tightly, her lashes casting a panicked flutter under them. Chen Mo's knot in his throat suddenly moved above the corner of her forehead, and the sound of swallowing mingled with the sound of the wind outside the window to fall into his cochlea. She pretended to adjust her posture to bury her face deeper, and when the tip of her nose brushed against his collarbone, the most lethal hormonal scent of a teenager for a young girl in the throes of puberty vigorously passed from Chen Mo's chest into Su Yuqing's nostrils, brewing into a slightly intoxicated sweetness in the airtight compartment. The smell of hormones wasn't the sour smell of sweat, but the fresh scent of shower gel steaming from a teenager's body heat. This aroma, heated by the body temperature of a teenager, seems to be entrained with the unique vigorous blood of a teenager. Smelling between the noses of girls will naturally bring up a trace of a swirling heart. Master, can the air conditioner be turned down? Chen Mo's lowered voice vibrated through his chest. Su Yuqing felt that the hand that was resting on her shoulder didn't know when it had fallen on her palm that was casually resting on her lap. Chapter 119, Simply Love. Requesting for catch-up reading. The slightly chilled palm was currently being covered by warmth, the teenager's bony palm vainly enveloping her small hand, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the back of her smooth and delicate hand. Su Yuqing only felt that the perfume in the car mixed with the scent of soap horn from the teenager's collar became more and more intense and intoxicating, agitating her body and mind, making her toes hidden in her canvas shoes quietly curl up. Su Yuqing was so shy that she couldn't pretend to sleep anymore. Don't move, be a good girl and close your eyes and rest. Su Yuqing had just made a move when Chen Mo's voice immediately sounded. His throaty voice was laced with laughter as he brought his right hand around her back and brought her up into his arms. Both held their breath at the same time the moment their fingertips traced the loose strands of hair from her ponytail, their wrist bones grazing the back of her neck. Su Yuqing leaned on Chen Mo's chest to feel his gradually accelerating heartbeat, unexpectedly realizing that this accelerated heartbeat of the other party gradually overlapped with her own heartbeat that had messed up the beat. She couldn't help but have a smirk on her face. It seemed that it wasn't just himself who would be flustered and panicked, Chen Mo was the same. Right at this moment, Chen Mo also closed his eyes and took a nap, his head slowly leaning against Su Yuqing's head, his falling broken hair sweeping across her brow, and his warm nostrils weaving a fine net at the hair whirl. As the cab ran over the speed bumps and bumped gently, Chen Mo suddenly wrapped his palm around her hand on the seat. The young man's slightly calloused palms carried a hint of coarseness, but the moment he covered the back of her hand was so gentle that it was like gathering the first snow. The speckled shadows of the street-side sycamores flowed through the car window on their folded sleeves. At this moment, Chen Mo's fingers were humming a little song while gently knocking on Su Yuqing's small hand and tapping the beat. Su Yuqing quietly opened her eyes and saw the knots in Chen Mo's throat quivering slightly with the rhythm of the song he was humming. The melody of the song made Su Yuqing quickly remember what it was. This was one of the few songs Su Yuqing had heard and remembered, and the title was called Simple Love. The lyrics of which fit Su Yuqing's yearning for love. I can't say why, I became very active. If you love someone, everything will be worth doing. I want to announce loudly that I am so attached to you that even my next door neighbor guesses how I am feeling right now. The first half of the part may not be impressive to many people even if they have heard it, but the climax, anyone who has heard it will never forget this youthful melody. And the scene of Chen Mo and Su Yuqing leaning together at this moment was simply a perfect replica of the content of the lyrics in the climax. I want to be like this, holding your hand and not letting go. Love cannot be simple, no harm. You, against my shoulder, you, asleep on my chest, living like this, I love you, you love me. The off-key melody was shaken by the resonance of her chest and spread into her limbs. Humming to the climactic part of the song, the fingers that were still tapping the beat had changed to cover it at some point, and finally gently held it, just like the lyrics sang, holding hands, and not letting go. Su Yuqing listened to Chen Mo's humming, but the sweetness within her heart could not be suppressed. If she and Chen Mo could be the same as depicted in the lyrics, and just simply love each other, what a beautiful vision it would be. The teenager suddenly lowered his head and rubbed his chin against the top of her hair, a line of collarbone leaking out of his shirt collar, outlining a sexy band of uniquely boyish sensuality in the bright light. Su Yuqing was mesmerized by what she saw and heard, and her mind even started to weave beautiful images. She ghostly opened her fingertips and burrowed half an inch down the hem of his shirt, her palm pressing against the side of his tight waist, and immediately her fingertips trembled at the blazing body heat of the teenager. For a moment, she felt overly bold herself. But the teenager's regularly worked out svelte figure made the waist well proportioned and tactile, raising a hint of pleasure in those who touched it. Chen Mo felt the salty pig hand on his waist that he didn't know how to place, was subconsciously groping himself, and couldn't help but look down at the person underneath him with some surprise. Su Yuqing wasn't really playing a hooligan, she was just overly nervous for a moment, to the point where she didn't even know how her palms were going to fall now. The moment she reached over, the moment she realized she was being overly bold, the small hand that was about to fall to the other woman's waist was in a state of confusion. So at this time, put but do not dare to put, a drop down and up, but more like a deliberate touch. Only at last did she make up her mind to land on it, boldly and shyly feeling the tightness and delicate touch of the teenager's long exercised cocktail waist. However, at this time, she had long ago not dared to look at Chen Mo. She didn't even know what Chen Mo thought of this bold behavior of hers. But at least the other person wasn't fidgeting or rejecting his touch at the moment. This made Su Yuqing more or less relieved. Just a few harsh inward criticisms of her own self who had just gone head over heels in her emotions. She had never dared to take the initiative to touch Chen Mo, it was Chen Mo who touched her intentionally or unintentionally. She had always been in a state of passive acceptance because shaming was part of her mother's upbringing from an early age. Because in Li Fengji's opinion, Su Chengfeng was seduced away by a, so her education to Su Yuqing had never been words like a woman who actively touched a man was a who seduced a man. After this kind of words rang in Su Yuqing's ears 3 times, it was like a magic spell enveloping her body. It made her particularly flustered and terrified whenever she did the slightest bit of initiating behavior. When she couldn't help but kiss Chen Mo earlier, it was initially sweet, but then panic appeared within her. The first thing she worried about there at that moment was whether Chen Mo would think she was too casual and indiscreet. It is safe to say that there are times when parenting has an engraved effect on a child. At this moment, Su Yuqing was also still stunned by such a terrifying spell. The sweetness and pleasure that had just accumulated in her heart was quickly replaced by trepidation and unease under the spell. She was very afraid of what a bad image she would have in Chen Mo's eyes. Nowadays, she can't afford such a blow at all. Just as she was imagining things, her small hand that fell on Chen Mo's waistline was gently enveloped by a large hand. Having any nightmares? Chen Mo was also very surprised by Su Yuqing's boldness, because in his impression Su Yuqing was one of the more introverted girls who would rarely take the initiative to touch herself. So he only thought that Su Yuqing hadn't suddenly had some kind of nightmare and lacked a sense of security, and that's why she had wrapped herself around him, wanting to find a way to rely on her. The fidgeting just now was just a nightmare struggle. Listening to Chen Mo's gentle words, Su Yuqing's terrified heart gradually calmed down, her eyes were suddenly wet, and she actually had a feeling that she wanted to cry. He never seemed to get the wrong idea about himself and cared for himself as much as he could every time. Help! Don't drop the book, please. Chapter 120, wishing you 100 years of happiness. 10 minutes is a long time and a short time. It was obviously 3 or 4 songs long, but Su Yuqing only felt that Chen Mo had only hummed 1 song before the driver master announced that the 2 had arrived at the location. When she got off the bus, Su Yuqing was even a little bit more interested in the feeling of clinging to Chen Mo just now. Chen Mo didn't notice this, but looked at his cell phone and laughed. This yellow hair guy is rushing again, let's hurry and go in. It was only at this time that Su Yuqing recovered her normal demeanor, smiled and nodded, and followed Chen Mo into the restaurant. The name Riverside Chalet sounds ordinary, but it's really a higher-end establishment. When Chen Mo and Su Yuqing came over, they were stopped just before they reached the door. It wasn't until the name was given and confirmed that the attendant would swipe the card to open the door and let the person in. Entering such a high-end venue, Su Yuqing was still a little nervous, and she subconsciously gently grabbed Chen Mo's sleeve and followed him closely. Chen Mo swept a glance at Su Yuqing and couldn't help but feel unexpectedly amused as he looked at her like this. Soon the two of them arrived at the 0415 private room that Huang Mao had specially booked. The number happened to be Zhao Yeye's birthday number. It is evident that he still has a heart. As Chen Mo pushed open the door to the room that had just seemed a bit quiet suddenly came alive. Brother Mo. Seeing Chen Mo, Lin Yushi immediately shouted enthusiastically. After all, Chen Mo had always taken care of his brother Lin Yuan, and Lin Yushi naturally liked Chen Mo for that reason. Brother Mo, you guys also came too slowly, I'm starving to death waiting for you guys to eat. Seeing Chen Mo and Su Yuqing arrive, Zhao Yeye immediately spat out. Hello brother Mo, sister Yuqing. At this moment, Zhao Yuan also politely greeted the two when she saw them. Although Zhao Yuan is more introverted, she is still more open to people she knows. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing had been to Zhao Yeye's house before, and they all sort of knew each other. But we went to pick out a birthday gift for you, you're being whiny, do you not want a birthday gift anymore? Chen Mo first smiled and nodded in response to Lin Yushi and Zhao Yuan before looking at Zhao Yeye and scolding her with a smile. Taking so long to pick a stationery bag? Zhao Yeye suspiciously swept a glance at the two. That's so true, I really thought I'd just give you a stationery bag. Chen Mo handed the bag he was carrying in his hand to Zhao Yeye, the gifts that Yuqing and I sent are all inside. Zhao Yeye immediately couldn't wait to take the bag. Can we watch it now? See, what can't you see? Chen Mo smiled and sat down with Su Yuqing on the seat vacated between Lin Yuxi and Zhao Yuan. Once Chen Mo sat down, he stroked Lin Yuxi's head with a doting smile. Lin Yuan was kinda envious as she watched this scene. Because he grew up envying his other classmates for having an elder who could dote on them and touch their heads and praise them. He was especially envious when he saw the face of his classmates that showed a smile full of glory with pleasure and enjoyment when the teacher touched them. He hadn't been treated like that since he was a kid. The mother was so busy trying to raise her two children that she rarely had time to care for either of them in her life. Being able to live materially without making life difficult for her two children was the result of her best efforts. Where is the extra energy to spare to care for the spiritual world of the child? This envy of Lin Yuan for being pampered by the touch of someone's head was a luxury that had been planted in his heart since he was a child. So much so that even though he had grown into a high school student, he still longed for and envied that touch. He would also like to have someone he admired to touch his head to give him love and encouragement. So this projection of his emotions wasn't just directed at Chen Mo. Rather, it was projected on this behavior made by Chen Mo. Previously, when Su Yuqing was at the night market, she saw the fervor that Lin Yuan showed towards Chen Mo touching Lin Yuxi for this reason. By now, Zhao Yeye had already taken out the gifts in the bag. There are 3 copies in total. One was a stationery bag with some bling-bling stained diamond stickers on it. Of course these are just plastic, but they look as pretty as crushed diamonds. Zhao Yeye immediately revealed a look of delight when she saw it. Thank you, Brother Mo. There's still 2 more to go, thank you together when you're done reading. Chen Mo laughed. As Zhao Yeye took out the second copy, only to see that it was a bottle of citrus-flavored aromatherapy, she immediately said cheerfully, this must have been chosen by Yuqing, thank you Yuqing. Su Yuqing smiled without saying anything, signaling Zhao Yeye to continue looking at the last piece. As the last of the cute little pink bags for women turned out, Zhao Yeye immediately hung on with stars in both eyes. This bag is so pretty, who gave this to you? I sent it with Yuqing. Chen Mo said with a smile. I love you guys so much, woo I wish you 100 years of happiness and old age. Zhao Yeye burst into fake tears of joy. Everyone in the room couldn't help but smile when they heard her blessing. Chen Mo laughed and scolded, you stinky girl can really be thankful, there is a more heartfelt gift yet to be given to you, what are you going to say next? And? Zhao Yeye looked at Chen Mo and Su Yuqing with an unbelievable face, this is already enough, isn't it? I'm just having a birthday, are you guys preparing to give me several birthday gifts? It's your last birthday in high school, you don't celebrate it in grand style. Chen Mo sent a photo over to Zhao Yeye after he finished speaking. Huang Mao curiously came over to take a look, only to see that it was a half-finished ceramic cup. This is what Yuqing made for you, we were just late to make this for you to go, it's a lot of work to do, how can you thank us? Oh, Mama Rainbird sure is the best, nothing to show for it, a kiss would be nice. Zhao Yeye said and ran over to Su Yuqing's face and gave her a kiss. Instead, it made Su Yuqing a little embarrassed, after all, she didn't make the stuff. After kissing Su Yuqing, Zhao Yeye then glanced at Chen Mo again, and then after a quick glance at Huang Mao and Su Yuqing, she went straight back to her seat. Although she treated Chen Mo as a brother in her mind, she still didn't dare to make too intimate gestures. It wasn't good to be misunderstood by either Su Yuqing or Huang Mao. The moment she thought this in her mind, Zhao Yeye suddenly felt something was wrong. No pa, why should I worry about yellow hair misunderstanding? She gave herself a reason before looking at Huang Mao and said, Huang Mao, Brother Mo, and Yuqing are both here, quickly call for food, I'm starving. Huang Mao looked at Zhao Yeye with a doting smile after hearing this, and immediately pressed the serving bell next to him. Soon, the dishes they had ordered for their private room began to come up. Chapter 121, Precious Birthday. The waiter pushed in a carved, lacquered wooden food cart, and the amber-colored sauce on the celadon plate was running down the curve of the lobster tail. Tea-scented smoked lobster, the chef specially used woi rock tea and honey to make the sauce, the flavor is very mellow and sweet. The foreman uncovered the lid of the gilt twining branch pattern bowl, and the truffle aroma mixed with the elegant tea fragrance spread out. Wow, this flavor is so special. Zhao Yeye sniffled, her eyes shining brightly. The waiter smiled gently, this dish was originally made with wine, but because Mr. Huang Mao specifically instructed it, we switched to using 10-year-old tea instead of alcohol to marinate it, so the children can also feel free to taste it. Said waiter also gave each person in front of the roux kiln azure glazed teacups poured with appetizing relief homemade sour plum soup. All of you can have a sip of soup to start your appetites, and we'll serve the food right away here. Huang Mao picked up his roux kiln azure glazed teacup and raised his cup at Zhao Yeye, then let's start by raising our glasses together to congratulate the birthday girl on her happy birthday. Hearing Huang Mao say this, the crowd also immediately raised the teacups in their hands. Thank you everyone. Zhao Yeye obviously hadn't had a birthday banquet of this caliber before, so she looked very excited. After everyone took a light sip of the cup of sour plum soup, they all had a look of surprise on their faces. Normal sour plum soup will have a little bit of residual astringency in the mouth, although it feels appetizing and relieving when you drink it. But this one's sour plum soup was nothing like that, and together it even felt extra refreshing. By the time everyone had put down their tea, the waiter was already serving the dishes. Lin Yushibai Chen Mo's side was using a silver spoon to pluck apart the glazed marigolds held by lotus leaves, and then excitedly looked at Chen Mo and said, "Brother Mo, look, these dumplings are so beautiful." Chen Mo swept a glance at this crystal shrimp dumpling. The koi carp pattern of this shrimp dumpling was really exquisite, even the scales were carved as thin as cicada wings. As the heat intensifies, the skin of the shrimp dumplings gradually becomes transparent, revealing the tender shrimp inside. It looks like it would be delicious. The chef said that these shrimp dumplings should be eaten while they're hot, and the flavor will be quite a bit worse if they get cold. The foreman explained at the right time. Hearing her say that, the crowd also prioritized tasting the crystal shrimp dumplings. The moment the shrimp dumplings enter the mouth, Zhao Yeye's exclamation of surprise is blocked between her lips by the pliable skin. The translucent clarified flower skin bounces on the tips of her teeth, and it's very cute bouncy. Inside, the pink and orange shrimp suddenly burst with sweet juice, mixed with tea and honey along the side of the tongue to the throat, the fresh flavor like the waves at high tide layer over the taste buds. The scales are actually crispy. Zhao Yeye sighed in muffled amazement with half of the shrimp dumpling she hadn't swallowed yet. The foreman smiles and explains, the chef mixes grated shrimp shells baked and crunchy into the clarified flour, so... Before the words left her mouth, Su Yuqing suddenly inhaled lightly. The belly of the shrimp dumpling she had bitten open actually had fish roe seasoned with cuttlefish juice, and the savory particles exploded in the mouth at the moment. Of the flavor was very diverse. Is this 3 Michelin stars? What looks like ordinary food actually tastes like countless variations of flavor. Su Yuqing couldn't help but marvel at the magical brainpower of these chefs in creating their dishes. Careful, it's hot. At that moment, the waiter pushed the matsutake abalone casserole in front of everyone again, the golden broth rippling in the daylight and smelling full of aroma. Everyone was still eating when the next dish came up. Liquid nitrogen chilled hawthorn foie gras, tastes like ice cream. Oh, the foreman said with a smile as he looked at a few girls. Zhao Yuan scooped up a spoonful of liquid nitrogen chilled hawthorn foie gras, and the moment the white mist rose, she did feel a hint of ice cream flavor. It's like eating a dense piece of ice cream. Soon outside the sandalwood grill came the soft ringing of a silver bell, and 8 attendants came in carrying vermilion lacquered food cases. The foreman's wrist flicked up, gilt burin flour cover all unveiled, steaming hot air wrapped with the fragrance of dragon well shrimp roaming across the ink screen. I had just finished savoring the shrimp when the next soup came up. Head soup phoenix clothes wrapped in snow clams. The clear soup in the green jade bowl was as clear as glass, and the phoenix feathers carved from egg white were half immersed in the soup. Zhao Yeye scooped up a spoonful and realized it was egg white and couldn't help but exclaim, "This can even be carved?" At this point, the crowd was bowled over and felt that this 3 Michelin-star Chinese restaurant was really worthy of its price and status. The crystalline tips of the wings, sculpted from solidified egg whites, sway gently with the soup, revealing the peony-shaped clam meat underneath. It looks simple, but it's actually all kung fu dishes. Huang Mao smiled and pointed to a newly served dish and said, "This jade belt luoi ginseng is the one that takes the effort." In the blue and white porcelain plate, the sea cucumber is dissected and wrapped in thin slices of winter melon, drizzled with amber-colored abalone sauce. He gave the foreman a look. The foreman knowingly took out a magnifying glass and put it in front of Zhao Yeye. At this time Zhao Yeye he saw that the winter melon slices were actually floating on the micro-engraving of the Lanting preface. "It's too strong, this will work, but will it be a bit of a waste of effort? It's not like it's going to change the flavor if you eat it in one bite." Zhao Yeye was a pragmatic person and felt that this dish was more or less a bit fancy. Su Yuqing was about to clip the emerald coral rolls, but she realized that Chen Mo had already clipped them over for her. She stole a glance at Chen Mo, who didn't care about this sight at the moment, and a faintly undetectable smile appeared on her face as she sweetly ate the dishes in front of her. "Taste this." Still feeding, Chen Mo pushed the honeyed fire square carved into a juxtaposed lotus over to him, the cinnamon sugar filaments pulling out thin bright golden threads in the daylight. When the waiter brought the copper pot with entwined branches and lotus pattern, Zhao Yeye immediately lifted the lid curiously. 12 crystal crab buckets floated out of the cloud like cold air, and the steamed eggs with crab roe were sprinkled with crushed gold foil, and underneath it was actually a scene of broken snow on a broken bridge molded with rice syrup. Just then when the foreman held out the silk-wrapped agate disc, Huang Mao immediately looked at Zhao Yeye with an expectant face. When Zhao Yeye was curious about his reaction, she saw that after unveiling the red silk in front of her was a large longevity peach, and on top of the peach was a lifelike face sculpture of herself. The curtains were suddenly drawn at that moment, and the room darkened for an instant as the waiter approached pushing a glazed tower with red candles burning. In the topmost ice-cracked porcelain dish, the glazed tower slowly blooms, revealing 128 layers of date paste runners wrapped in crispy skin. "This is a birthday gift Mr. Huang Mao specially prepared for you, wishing you a happy birthday. Please make a wish and then blow out the candles," the foreman said with a smile beside Zhao Yeye. As she spoke, the song "Happy Birthday to You" was playing in the room at the right time. Zhao Yeye glanced at the people present in surprise, seeing that everyone else was looking at her with a smile on their faces. She finally gave Huang Mao a touched look before she closed her eyes and began to make a wish. Meanwhile, everyone sang happy birthday to Zhao Yeye together, led by Huang Mao. At this moment, Zhao Yuanyuan sang while her eyes gradually became moist. Her sister was actually able to meet such a good group of classmates. She was happy for her sister in her heart, and at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little envious. Chapter 122. Turns out you're the luckiest thing I've ever wanted to keep. Zhao Yaya listened to the happy birthday songs with different tunes around her. She prayed in her heart that even after she graduated from high school, our friendship would last. I pray that Nemo and Yu Qing will grow old together. Praying for the health of my grandparents. I pray that my sister can be more cheerful. I pray that Lin Yuan will be able to fit in with everyone. Only in the end did she pray that she could be happy and joyful for the rest of her life. As she finished her prayer, she blew out the candles. Only then did the attendant redraw the curtains. The ceremony was over, the food was served, and the waiter was out of the way next. A few people also happened to get along on their own, chatting and gossiping, and we all still have a good time together. Both Su Yuqing and Lin Yuan had seldom participated in such multi-person gatherings before. Su Yuqing is mostly restricted by her mother. Because Su Chengfeng is the mistress that he met after attending a multi-person party. That's why Li Fingji abhorred this kind of multi-person party. It was strictly forbidden for Su Yuqing to attend any birthday party or exchange meeting. This was also the reason that led to Su Yuqing's rather withdrawn personality. It's really nice to feel like everyone is having fun. It made people like Su Yuqing and Lin Yuan, unconsciously, gradually open up some of their closed hearts in this kind of atmosphere. At this time, Lin Yuan was also showing a rare subtle smile in front of outsiders, which made Lin Yuan, who originally looked like he always had a gloomy aura, finally exude the sunshine that boys of this age should have. Zhao Yuanyuan's younger sister, Zhao Yuanyuan, had originally thought that Lin Yuan had somewhat of the same attributes as herself when she saw him, both being quiet and not too much of a people watcher. Now that she had gotten acquainted a little better, she thought the boy was quite handsome. At the same time, Zhao Yaya, Huang Mao, and Su Yuqing, they were also already getting along with Lin Yuan as normal friends, and no longer labeled him with a colored label. When a person is truly understood, all the labels on him fade away, and what is ultimately left behind is a resonance deep in the soul. One by one, the people around him were saved, allowing Chen Mo himself to gain a sense of redemption. After a beautiful lunch, we all met up and went to the KTV, ready to get high for half a day. KTV, in fact, only Huang Mao and Chen Mo had been here before, everyone else was here for the first time. Before just some understanding, the specific kind has not seen, Zhao Yaya, Su Yuqing, their hearts are still more curious and expectant. When the door of the KTV's box was pushed open, the neon strip cast a splash of light on the wall. Su Yuqing subconsciously shrank back half a step, but the result was a warm and powerful arm against her back. What's wrong? You're not claustrophobic, are you? Chen Mo looked at Su Yuqing and smiled. Even with claustrophobia, this karaoke room isn't exactly a cramped environment. Su Yuqing shook her head in embarrassment. She'd just never seen such a confined and dazzling space before. Soon the crowd entered it successively. I just felt the lemony aroma and the sweet, creamy scent of popcorn floating in the air. As you look in, the large leather sofa blooms like a giant black flower in the center of the room. Lin Yushi happily jumped onto the couch. A few others who were here for the first time were caught up in his mood and quickly followed suit and became active. This is the mixer, it can cut the original accompaniment. Huang Mao introduced. At this time, Chen Mo was already familiar with the song interface, fingertips across the screen with a string of meteor effects, to several people to see quite a novelty. Soon Chen Mo ordered a hand of little luck. Although it was a song sung by a girl, it contained quite a few lyrics that corresponded to his heart. That's why Chen Mo still likes to listen to it. Occasionally, I take it out and sing it. Soon, Chen Mo's singing tone with a hint of vicissitude that did not fit his age resounded in the room. I hear the raindrops falling on the green grass. I hear the school bell ringing in the distance. But I didn't hear your voice. Seriously, call me by name. I didn't know about feelings when I fell in love with you. It's only when you leave that you feel it in your bones. Why didn't I realize I'd met you? It's the best thing about life. With Chen Mo's emotionally charged singing, the room that had just been bustling with activity, suddenly everyone gradually and subconsciously quieted down to listen to his singing. Su Yuqing didn't realize that Chen Mo sang this song against himself. It was just that she was able to hear that Chen Mo was really emotional when he sang this song. Turns out you're the luckiest thing I've ever wanted to keep. Turns out we and love used to be so close. This climax in particular is a goosebump-inducing listen. After the song was finished, Chen Mo's gaze had long since landed on Su Yuqing. But no one ever heard what was going on inside him. Just thought he sang really well. After Chen Mo finished the first song, Huang Mao was not willing to show weakness and immediately followed up with a song. But he's singing the more dynamic type of songs that boys this age prefer. He ordered a happy worship song, which instantly got everyone, who had just settled down, high again. While Huang Mao was singing, Chen Mo was also taking care of a few other people at the right time. He knew that first-timers, especially those who were originally introverts, would find it difficult to come out and sing on their own accord if they weren't guided by someone. Except for one of them, of course, and that was Zhao Yaya. Huang Mao was still singing when she had picked up the other microphone and sang along. After all, it was a song she'd heard before. It was just that with her addition, Huang Mao, who was still pentatonic, was quickly brought to become pentatonic. This exasperated Huang Mao couldn't help but give Zhao Yeye a hard blank look, but once he thought of her being the birthday girl today, he could only helplessly compromise. Hearing Zhao Yeye's semi-accurate singing voice, the other few people couldn't help but reveal a small smile. It wasn't meant to be mocking, it was just that people thought it looked kind of funny. It turns out that you don't need to be a good singer to sing, and if you sing happily like Zhao Yeye, everyone can listen happily. It eased their minds, which had been a bit shy and resistant to this aspect, a lot at once. Owen, what songs do you usually listen to? You sing the next one. Chun Mo smiled and guided up Lin Yuan. He was naturally ready to refuse, but being forced by Chun Mo, he at the same time inwardly kind of wanted to give it a try, so he sheepishly uttered a song title, not knowing if he would be able to sing it well in a while. Chun Mo was a bit surprised when he heard Lin Yuan say the title of the song because he hadn't heard the song either, not knowing what it was like. Just went to the jukebox and searched for it, not realizing that a familiar singer popped up after the song. Huang Mao looked at Chun Mo in surprise as he ordered a song called Happy Two People. He thought that he was the one who was going to sing with Su Yuqing, but he didn't realize that it was actually ordered by Lin Yuan. The song didn't seem to have much fame, so Huang Mao hadn't heard of it, just that the title seemed to be a love song. Chapter 123 Resonance. Your turn, Owen. Chun Mo suddenly disliked the microphone in Huang Mao's hand in front of him, and the screen displayed the lyrics of Happy Two. As soon as the song's intro came out, it was out of Chun Mo and Huang Mao's expectations. It doesn't feel like a regular love song, the tune is weird, but when it starts to sing, the tune immediately starts to become very soothing. Lin Yuan's throat rolled and he began to sing felicitously. Remember your favorite white dress. I like your pigtails the best. You love to see me giggle. Say I'm the boy you love. Sitting quietly in a chair by the lake. My first time holding a girl? We'll save up for a house together. And a fat son together. Lin Yuan heard his hoarse voice mixed with the accompaniment float out. He had never opened his mouth in front of so many people. Fingertips clutched the base of the microphone, seeped thin sweat, but when he glimpsed Zhao Yuan resting her cheeks to listen intently, Chun Mo followed the rhythm of the beat with his fingers on the coffee table. The tense shoulder line is also subconsciously slowly relaxed. The whole song is a kind of narration style, but will be from knowing each other to love each other, and ultimately whitehead to old age of a beautiful love story sung to the hearts of the people. As Lin Yuan completely sang the last lyrics, everyone was still long silent in the kind of beautiful love story created by the song. Su Yuqing even secretly looked at Chun Mo with a light in her eyes. This kind of love that is plain and simple, from knowing each other to growing old together, is really too good to be true. Wow, Lin Yuan, you're deep in hiding. Zhao Yeye exclaimed. Lin Yuan's voice belonged to the kind of clean and clear voice that was unique to boys who hadn't completely changed their voices, making it very comfortable to listen to in one's ears. Especially with this felicitous song style can be fantastic. It also allowed him to play at, well, 150% of his normal singing level. Zhao Yeye and Lin Yuan, the two first-timers, had sung, so Chun Mo and Huang Mao naturally arranged for Zhao Yuan and Su Yuqing. Spots of light from the crystal chandelier flickered and swept across Zhao Yuan's lowered eyelashes as she curled up in the corner of the sofa, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing against the grain of the sandhammer. As the screen lit up with the song Superstar, Huang Mao suddenly shoved another microphone into her hand. The birthday girl's sister has to have a song too. Zhao Yuan's hand shook, and the sandhammer hit the coffee table with a thud. She waved her hands in panic, her voice thin as a gnat. I can't sing. Feel free to hum a couple lines, I'll pad it out for you. Don't you like listening to their songs the most? Zhao Yeye grinned and wrapped her arm around her sister's shoulders, and Huang Mao even pressed the original song button in his hand to make it easier to lead the newcomers who weren't very good at it to sing along. The moment the introductory rock tone blew up, Zhao Yuan's ears turned red at the tips and she almost buried her face in her sister's chest. Don't be shy, sing along with your sister. Zhao Yeye smilingly began to sing along with the original. It was also gradually driving up Zhao Yuan's emotions. It didn't take her long to sing along. Although she sang in a more whispered voice, everyone could still hear that her pitch was much better than Zhao Yeye's. Zhao Yeye was basically running out of tune, and with such a sister, it was good enough that she was still able to focus on herself and sing every lyric correctly. Just as they were getting into their stride, Huang Mao duly turned off the original song. At this moment, Zhao Yuan was able to sing smoothly without the lead of the original singer. Without the original remix, her great vocals are accentuated. At this time, Zhao Yeye also quietly lowered the volume, eventually turning it into Zhao Yuan's solo. When she finished the whole song, she realized with a jolt that she was actually the only one left singing at the end. As she looked around at the crowd in amazement, expecting a critique, they instantly applauded her with a cupped hand. This gave Zhao Yuan, who was singing in public for the first time, great inner satisfaction and affirmation. Singing is really good, but it's much better than your sister. Huang Mao commented at the right time. Dead yellow hair, what are you talking about? Zhao Yeye inserted her waist and glared angrily. Don't say anything about death or not on your birthday, say more auspicious words. Huang Mao immediately admitted defeat. At this point, the next song has started playing the intro. It could be said that coming to sing with Huang Mao Zhao Yeye was the best match for Chen Mo and Su Yuqing. They like some quiet songs, and some of them are even a bit sad, so it's time for Huang Mao and Zhao Yeye to come up with some lively songs to break the atmosphere of too much quietness and sadness. Huang Mao's Happy Worship and Zhao Yeye's Superstar, which she ordered for her sister, are both more rowdy and uplifting music. And as Superstar ends, the next song, Don't Cry, My Favorite Person, falls back into the somewhat downbeat department. Chen Mo still remembered that when he was riding the bus before, Su Yuqing said that she liked to listen to this song, so he ordered it for her. He turned his head to Su Yuqing, Yuqing to sing this one? Su Yuqing's fingertips that clutched the hem of her skirt suddenly tightened. The sourness that welled up in her throat made her instinctively shrink back, only to crash into Chen Mo's warm palm. The teenager leaned over and tenderly handed the microphone to her, while taking another microphone and sitting down next to her, his breath brushing her trembling eyelashes as he smiled and said, Don't be nervous, I'll sing along with you. As the melody of Don't Cry, My Favorite Person resumed, while accompanied by Chen Mo sitting beside her, Su Yuqing gradually began to get into the mood. Soon under Chen Mo's lead, she sang along. Her clear voice was like moonlight dipped in spring water, at first with a subtle tremor, until she felt a warmth on the back of her hand. Chen Mo's fingertips were vainly covering her hand holding the microphone, and the body heat transmitted a strange stabilizing sensation through her skin, and only then did she gradually let go of her singing. It's a song that she's felt the emotions of in person and on the ground. After all, she once came close to being like the blip in the song, fading in the most beautiful moment. Su Yuqing's voice was cool and nice when she sang this song, but with the tune of the song, it was inexplicably pitying. As Zhao Yeye listened, she didn't know why, but she felt a bit like crying. It wasn't until the entire song was finished that Zhao Yeye immediately applauded. Yuqing, you sing so well, I almost cried just now listening to it. At this moment, in a corner that no one else had noticed, Lin Yuan had long ago pinched her sleeve to wipe away the tears that had just accidentally flowed out. When Su Yuqing sang this song, she revealed the kind of despair in her memories, and Lin Yuan couldn't have been more empathetic. He had ventured into extreme thoughts on several occasions, only looking at his mother, who was alone, and his lovely brother kept him from going further. Coupled with the fact that he later met Chen Mo, who gave him an extra beam of light in his life, it was only then that he gradually came out of the haze. Just the moment this song rang out, especially by Su Yuqing, this extremely easy to touch the heart to let people resonate with the moment of the song swept over the heart, once gray emotions have been unconsciously turned into water flowing out and dissipated. Chapter 124, Meeting Again. Requesting to catch up on reading, 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 requesting to catch up on reading. Not only did everyone get emotional during your song and my song, but it was also a way for the crowd to get to know the other people in the room a little bit better. Taking advantage of Zhao Yeye's birthday atmosphere, Chen Mo also finally had a tangible feeling of having returned to 10 years ago. Everything in front of him was so real, everyone's laughter and singing and expression of emotion was something he could never even fantasize about by fantasizing. For so many days, there had actually been a worry within Chen Mo. Worrying about the day you open your eyes again and suddenly go back to that gray decade. Just as Su Yuqing could never return to the darkness after seeing the light. The same is true of Chen Ma today. After a beautiful friendship, a hazy love, and a lost family, he really didn't want to go back to a world where he'd lost almost everything. Looking at the joyful smiling faces of the group, Chen Mo leaned back in the corner, his emotions extremely relaxed as well. On the contrary, the more this noisy environment, the more it could make him fall asleep. Soon Lin Yu was the first to realize that Chen Mo was asleep. He quietly gestured to the crowd, and everyone couldn't help but feel amazing when they saw that Chen Mo was actually able to sleep in the corner even with all the noise. But everyone didn't bother him, still playing with themselves and having fun. Half an hour later, when Chen Mo woke up, he saw that Su Yuqing was sitting quietly beside him, and he actually leaned on her body without knowing when. Had a full night's sleep? Su Yuqing said with a gentle smile. It's been a long time since I've been in such a noisy and dimly lit environment, I didn't think I'd fall asleep. How's everyone doing? Chen Mo looked at the others, only to see that they were still singing and dancing with great vigor. There was also a lot more food in the booth. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuxi, and Zhao Yuan were still shaking the dice to play. Everyone was quite relaxed and happy. This kind of life that reaps joy and simplicity is so intoxicating that you don't even realize it. The crowd played at the KTV until 6 in the evening. As they were preparing to leave the KTV, they had just stepped out of the private room when they came face to face with a few boys who were dressed up in flowing hair dyed in colorful ways. The face value of Chen Mo's group was still quite high. Su Yuqing was a school beauty, and sisters Zhao Yeye and Zhao Yuan weren't too bad looking either. These street skaters immediately couldn't walk away from the sight of a beautiful woman. Seeing that they were coming towards his side of the group, Huang Mao crossed the line and blocked Zhao Yeye's face at the first opportunity. If there was any conflict in a while, he would never let Zhao Yeye get hurt. However, after these people came over, suddenly the three people in the group saw a character they were familiar with inside this side of the group. It's you three again? Before they could even speak, Chen Mo stepped out first and looked at the three people at the head of the group. These three are the ones who robbed Lin Yu on last Friday night. That day, Chen Mo really had too much time stuck in his schedule and didn't have the time to count and settle scores with them, which is why he didn't help Lin Yuan to get justice. It's a chance to meet again today. I originally thought that I had met three beautiful women today and that I had gotten lucky today. As a result, I didn't expect that these three beauties were actually with this master that he couldn't afford to mess with. They lost interest instantly. If it was any other ordinary students, they wouldn't care at all about these good boys in the school. Even if they were school bullies, the most they could do was to run rushot over the school, and when they went outside, it was the home turf of their gang of kooks. It's a dragon that has to be coiled, and a tiger that has to lie down. But can't help the fact that this one's home court is all over the place in and out of school. They are also really clueless. Especially since their boss was inside this KTV today, in this private room not far from the private room that Chen Mo's few people came out of. The boss had explained before that this person could not be messed with, so how could they dare to provoke this master in the presence of the boss? They immediately pretended that they recognized the wrong person and turned around, ready to leave bypassing Chen Mo's few people. But they wanted to leave. Chen Mo didn't want to let them go. Wait a minute. Chen Mo reached out and grabbed on the shoulders of the leading yellow hair and held him down with one hand. Originally, they were just avoiding Chen Mo out of status, but this yellow hair was not expecting. Chen Mo looked just adult age, how the strength is so big, and this hand strength is really fierce just like a vice, clamped his shoulder. Taking the pain, he turned around in a hurry and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Suddenly, he recalled the Friday night when Chen Mo had approached them to buy a knife. That day Chen Mo said he didn't have enough money, so he didn't buy it. Could it be that he had brought enough money today and still wanted his own knife? There is indeed something going on. Remember what happened last Friday night? Chen Mo said with a cold smile as he looked at the three. Just now, he was guessing if Chen Mo was still thinking about his knife, and now that he heard Chen Mo ask this, he immediately sat that thought down. He pulled out his knife instantly. This scene stunned all the others behind Chen Mo. Huang Mao couldn't help but curse Chen Mo for being confused. This kind of street sneak, not to find their own a few people trouble, let them go away on the end. How the old silent this guy still rushed to provoke people. This time the knifer pulled out. A moment of the scene is only afraid to be bad. His mind began to race, thinking about how he was going to lead the crowd to safety should the conflict intensify. Chen Mo knew that they had knives on them, so he had long been on guard, and he had learned and used the knife grabbing technique an unknown number of times. Empty hands into white blades, which is hard to do even for a true martial arts expert. But this so-called empty-handedness is when the unarmed party goes and forcibly touches the weapon in the hand of the armed party and takes it. Unless there is a huge difference in speed between the two sides, this is something that simply can't be done without injury. But knife grabbing, the art of fighting knife-wielding thugs, is real and very practical. Knife grabbing doesn't teach you how to touch and grab the weapon out of your opponent's hand. Knife grabbing teaches how quickly you have to take control of your opponent's wrist. As long as the opponent's wrist was under control, no matter what kind of weapon the opponent was holding in his hand, he could make the opponent's hand that was pinching the weapon lose its strength instantly by folding his wrist, and he might even be forced to drop the weapon in his hand immediately due to the detachment of his fingers. Now that's a real empty hand. Despite its name, the knife-snatching technique is a very comprehensive way of teaching how to efficiently and quickly control the opponent's wrist in scenarios where the opponent is holding various types of weapons. With the help of this move, Chen Mo had subdued many thugs with sharp weapons in their hands. He was more than handy against such punks who generally only had the idea of terrorizing people and didn't have the guts to actually use a murder weapon at full strength. Chapter 125, 3 years to start. I don't want you to drop this kind of thing. So he didn't care if the other party had a weapon or not, even if the other party took out a knife. It was just that he didn't expect the other party to hand him the knife in its folded state after taking it out. If you really want it so badly, then take it for $300. This true yellow hair dyed with a head of yellow hair looked at Chen Mo with a hopeless face and said. Hearing the other party say this, Chen Mo was first stunned, and then he also realized that the other party had misunderstood. Still, he casually took the knife from the other man's hand. Although he was capable of dealing with these punks with knives, after all, there were other people behind him, and it would not be good if there were accidental injuries. Less murder weapon and less trouble. He took the knife before he looked at the other party and smiled. You seem to have misunderstood a little something. What do you mean? Hearing Chen Mo say this, the other party had a puzzled look on his face. I'm not calling you out on this knife thing, but... Chen Mo stepped aside and lit up Lin Yuan. Remember this one? After Chen Mo said this, Lin Yuan also recalled it immediately. Aren't these the same three guys who robbed themselves last Friday night? However, because of these three people that day, he had gotten Chen Mo's attention, and that feeling of joy had surpassed the sadness of being robbed. So he didn't really hate these three anymore. He had even forgotten about it long ago, and if it wasn't for his careful look now as well as Chen Mo's reminder, he wouldn't even be able to recall these three people. At this moment, the yellow-haired trio looked at Lin Yuan. All of them are full of question marks. After all, they had randomly roadblocked a person, and it was still in such a dimly lit environment on a stormy night, where they remembered who Lin Yuan was. It's safe to say that none of the three wanted to get up. Last Friday night, that doesn't ring a bell? Only after Chen Mo reminded them of the time once again did the three of them snap back to their senses. What do you want? After reacting, the yellow-haired youth in the lead looked at Chen Mo and asked with a frown. It's very simple, make amends and apologize. You also broke his school bag, pencil case, clothes, umbrella that day, pay for all of them at the price. Chen Mo had remembered the events of that night clearly. Now that we're in debt, let's be thorough. Old Luo. The two people next to him heard Chen Mo say this, and instantly their faces turned unsightly. As for the other mongrels following around them, they were not at all clear about what was happening, and were just eating melons on the sidelines. The yellow-haired youth who was called Lao Luo saw the other brothers around him looking at him with surprised faces. He instantly felt like he had lost face. If this time was in an area where nothing was known, he might still be able to tough it out with Chen Mo because of his face. But now the boss was in a private room not far away, and as soon as he had a conflict here, the news would soon be received over there. When the boss comes out, you'll have to bow down even if you don't. Why bother getting griped by the boss and letting yourself down in his eyes when you're going to have to bow down anyway? It totally pays for itself. He was also able to take it and look at Chen Mo and said, go ahead, how much does the stuff cost? Chen Mo estimated and said, 500. Hearing the number Chen Mo said, Lin Yuan was startled. Not so much, he whispered. The extra will be taken as moral damage and medical expenses. Chen Mo gently patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and laughed. At this time, Lin Yishi, who was on the side, also more or less heard it. These three guys seemed to have bullied their brother. In an instant, he cast a hateful look past the three men. And when they looked at Chen Mo, they had a look of adoration on their faces. Brother Mare is awesome. Not only does he help his brother from being bullied, but he also makes the bad guys apologize. In other children's minds, there may be all sorts of superheroes. Those who have read Journey to the West and the post-Journey to the West will think that the Monkey King is a hero. Those who have watched the Polin Lantern TV series will think that Yang Jian, who does not hesitate to sacrifice himself, is a hero. Those who like to watch foreign super British movies may think that Iron Man, Spider-Man, Superman they are heroes. But in Lin Yushi's heart, the real superhero was brother Chen Mo. Hearing Chen Mo talk about such a large sum of money, the yellow-haired youth's face was obviously very unpleasant. They just don't have the money to dash off before they go robbing, and asking for 500 all at once isn't the same as asking for his life. He said with a sad face, it's too much, can we have less? Speaking, he quietly came closer to Chen Mo and whispered, if I have so much money, we still have to go robbing. Well, brother, you say something real. The matter of money can be discussed, but if the money is less, then the sincerity of your apology has to be enough. Originally I was prepared to let you guys verbally apologize on the line, but if you can't afford to give the money, then the line to kneel down and kowtow and apologize, I'll count you $100 for a head. Chen Mo coldly smiled at the yellow-haired youth in front of him. For such little yakuza who want to get back at them, there are only two aspects. One is money and the other is face. These punks, they can have nothing else, only money and face are the most valued. Strike the snake 7 inches. Chen Mo was purposely trying to hit him at his most painful point. Since he had made a mistake, he had to choose a sacrifice between money and face. Hearing Chen Mo say this, the yellow-haired youth's face became even darker. He'd rather lose $500 than kneel and kowtow in front of so many people. How is he going to make a living from now on? How do you bring a little brother? But suddenly a compromise occurred to him. Can it just be you and him, the three of us go into the booth and apologize? He leaned in close again to negotiate in a whisper. No, I've given you my best option, don't give an inch. I think you may not realize how serious the crime of robbery really is, a crime that doesn't care if you rob 10,000 or $1, as long as you robbed it, it's robbery. Do I need to tell you what the minimum sentence for robbery is in terms of time? When the yellow-haired youth heard Chen Mo's words, he also froze for a moment. At this moment, Chen Mo held up 3 fingers and laughed, at least all 3 years, do you still think you have room to bargain with me now? The yellow-haired youth was filled with disbelief when he heard this. Although he knew that robbery was certainly not good behavior, he really did think that stopping a random student and grabbing some pocket money was nothing. He never thought that the crime of robbery could be so serious. I can't believe you get at least 3 years no matter how much money you rob. Now he was really a bit scared, but he still felt that Chen Mo was talking nonsense. At this time, Chen Mo took out his cell phone and pressed it a few times, as he placed the criminal law-related instructions searched by the search engine in front of the yellow-haired youth. Only then did the yellow-haired youth instantly become paralyzed with fear as if his entire soul had been drained away. 3 years. This is 3 years off. At this moment he can no longer care about what $500 and what face. As long as you don't go to jail, that's better than nothing. Chapter 126, Carrot and Stick. In the face of Chen Mo's aggressiveness, although the three punks across the street had ugly faces, there was still nothing they could do. Chen Mo had been a criminal police officer for many years, and he had seen a lot of these street punks. With a cover, he was able to see through what kind of characters these guys were. So he wasn't at all afraid of pushing too hard and triggering some kind of overzealous backlash from these three guys. He couldn't be more clear about what a truly ruthless person was like. He's worked cases of those armed robberies with knives and guns, but anyone who intimidates their victims into handing over their belongings. The vast majority are fake guns, and the ones with knives have even less of a record of stabbing anyone. On the contrary, those ruthless characters, that are really ruthless people. They don't dilly-dally at all, and these murderers for the most part come up and just shoot the victim or come up and stab the victim twice first. Then strut around and take the money. Before, Lin Yuan had clutched her handkerchief in her hand with a death grip, and the three of them had just carried out a beating. When doing so failed to make Lin Yuan open his clenched hand, the three of them all had knives on them, but none of them took them out to terrorize Lin Yuan to force him. That tells you a little bit about the ingredients of these three guys. They all had knives on them, but they were obviously the kind of guys who were scared to death. Carrying a knife on your body is purely to give yourself courage and backbone. If you really ask them to take out their knives and stab people, they would never dare to do so. Very aware of that, that's why it's reckless. Especially just now, after Chen Mo had demonstrated that the crime of robbery started at 3 years, the yellow-haired youth trio could also be seen by the look of horror and fear on their faces after reading it. They dare to commit small evils and small sins, but they dare not commit great evils and great sins. The reason why they robbed Lin Yuan was because they were simply not sure that even robbing some middle school students' change could be such a serious offense. To them, robbing a little money is about the same crime as stealing something from a supermarket. Even if you catch it, you can release it quickly. So not at all in fear. Now that they knew the consequences were so serious, the three of them were in a panic. Especially when they hear that when they go to prison, they may be bullied by their seniors, and more dangerously still, they may be picked up for soap. Young guys like them go in there and it's just too good to eat. At the thought of picking up soap, the three couldn't help but feel their asses become tight. If Chen Mo knew what they were thinking, he was afraid that he would be laughed to death by the trio's strange brainwaves. What kind of prisons abroad he does not know, but at least the domestic prisons, the control is still relatively strict. It really does not appear to the extent of picking up soap. Seeing that the situation was so serious, the three of them also whispered about it at this time and decided that it was better to spend the money. Kneeling and kowtowing in public can be too embarrassing. This is basically the same as the community to die, and they do not have to mix in the road in the future. They immediately tried to borrow money from a few other minions around. As a result, looking at the 7 or 8 of them, they couldn't even come up with a $500. In the end, everyone's money combined would only come up with $300. At this moment, the yellow-haired man's face was so ugly that he was on the verge of crying. Brother, really tried our best, or $300 take it and forget about it, we are also first-time offenders, we have to forgive others. The yellow-haired youth looked at Chen Mo with a bitter face. At this time, Chen Mo put $300 into Lin Yuan's hand and looked at him. What do you think? Instantly, the yellow-haired youth immediately turned to Lin Yuan, revealing a pleading look. The other two also looked at Lin Yuan with a hopeful expression, so nervous that they subconsciously gulped. They both know they're wrong, so just forget it. Lin Yuan still had a soft heart. Seeing this prayerful look on the three, he still chose to forgive. Hearing him say this, the three people's faces instantly relaxed, and they all looked at Chen Mo in unison. It's not enough for Lin Yuan to let go, it's mainly for this master to let go. If he doesn't let up, things still won't work out. Looking at this look on the three people in front of him, Chen Mo knew that his operation had succeeded. Lu Sun once said, Chinese people's temperament is always like to reconcile the compromise, such as you say, this house is too dark, must be here to open a window, we must not be allowed. But if you advocate removing the roof, they will come to reconcile and be willing to open a window. In fact, this rule doesn't just apply to nationals, it basically applies to everyone. And based on this principle, there is an additional carrot and stick effect that can be achieved without your side having to give anything. That is, at the beginning to open the other party cannot accept the conditions, and the other party had to accept, and then suddenly reduce the conditions to reduce the difficulty by half, so that the acceptance of the party inexplicably feel that they seem to be the same as being ennobled. This is to say that the carrot and stick effect is molded through the psychology of compromise. If Chen Mo had said from the beginning that they should just hand over all the money they had on them and forget about it. They do get coerced, however, to do as they are told. But when they do, the only thing they will remember in their minds is that you extracted all their money. Then all that's left in their heads is hate. However, when you open your mouth and say a condition that the other party can't afford, but has to, you suddenly make the condition less difficult. Driven to the brink of despair, they will suddenly develop a sense of redemption. This sense of redemption stimulates the brain to secrete dopamine like crazy, giving a person who has just been filled with despair a great sense of pleasure after the robbery. This pleasure can give them an illusion. It will make them feel grateful to the person who gave them this sense of redemption. This was the result Chen Mo wanted, and the first thing they thought of was that Lin Yuan had let them go. The way things were going, it would allow them to apologize to Lin Yuan without creating any feelings of resentment towards him, and even the next time they saw him they would feel that they had been redeemed by him last time, and they would still harbor gratitude towards him in their hearts. Such is the complexity of the human psyche. Chen Mo had dealt with criminals for many years, so he knew quite a lot about the psychology of criminals. Many criminals yearn for redemption when their crimes are realized. This was the method that Chen Mo was applying right now, giving the three of them the illusion that they had been convicted of a crime but had been redeemed. Seeing that the effect has been achieved, Chen Mo smiled with the corners of his mouth slightly raised and said, "Since you have the heart to admit your faults, Yuan also chose to forgive you, then if I were to be strict again, it would appear to be a bit unsympathetic. Okay, the three of you apologized to him and this matter is even in the past, and in the future when you encountered him, your hoods are also put on the bright spot." Understand. The three of them nodded and apologized to Lin Yuan before they hurriedly led the people away. And at that moment, a man with a scarred face hidden in a certain corner also switched back to a state of natural observation from his original state of being ready to strike. Chapter 127, The West is in the Eyes of the Lover. Wow, Brother Mo is so handsome. Watching a few bad guys leave, Lin Yushi immediately stepped forward and grabbed Chen Mo's hand, looking at him with a face of adoration as she said excitedly, "Those bad guys were all intimidated by Brother Mo." Chen Mo smiled and touched his head with his other hand. However, for Lin Yushi's praise is different. At this time the side of Huang Ma directly a fist smashed in Chen Mo's shoulder, a face of fear patted his chest and said, "Old Mo, you are too just, the other party so many people, if this really fight, we have girls and small children, when it can be how to do?" Chen Mo laughed, "Don't worry, won't happen, this KTV I'm familiar with, they wanna make trouble still have to first weigh whether they can mess with the boss behind the KTV, really out of the question, the KTV security will be there in less than a minute." This KTV has security? How come I didn't know? Huang Mao froze for a moment looking around. No matter how you look at it, this KTV doesn't look like it has security guards scheduled. Said security, in fact, is a group of watch the scene, how to say than these a few punks grade much higher, their boss may have to give face to the watch the scene, they cannot dare to make trouble here, you think I like to do things without thinking about the consequences of the person well. Chen Mo said with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Hearing him say that, the others were instantly enlightened. They were just now wondering how Chen Mo could be so brave. I didn't realize he knew this KTV so well. Chen Mo of course understand, this KTV boss is not a good enough brain, whitewashing fast, and then a few years, the big cleaning down, the water under the surface of the active gang of guys can basically be a net. So, Chen Mo had full certainty before he dared to stop them here. If he had casually encountered them walking down the street with such a group of people behind him, he really wouldn't have gone out so directly to stop them for a claim. Just as a few people were talking and walking outside the KTV, they suddenly bumped into two familiar people head-on. Instantly, both sides all looked surprised. Hosey? Chen Mo immediately revealed a look of incredulity when he saw Zhou Hao and Chu Danwan come in together. Because in his opinion, it seemed like Zhou Hao was still tailing the other party like a demented man a few days ago, and Chu Danwan was a good girl, so the relationship between the two of them couldn't have progressed so fast, could it? It's only been a few days and you're actually coming to karaoke together? Zhou Hao couldn't help but blush in his old face even after seeing Chen Mo. He and Chu Danwan 8 has not yet a skim, just add a cell phone number and chat software friends. The result is that today suddenly received each other invited to KTV singing. He himself was flattered and overjoyed and didn't know what was going on yet. After explaining the reason to his mother, who was also very happy that he didn't have to keep beside himself to take care of him, Zhou Hao immediately went home and took a shower to remove the smell that had stained his body in the hospital, and ran here without a care in the world. I didn't expect to bump into my best friend as soon as I arrived. Zhou Hao could be big-headed about everything else, but being seen chasing a girl by his friends was still very shy for Zhou Hao. Hearing Chen Mo's address, Chu Danwan immediately glanced at Chen Mo. Although Chu Danwan wasn't a face controller, after seeing Chen Mo's appearance, she still couldn't help but inwardly sigh a sentence that this male growth was really handsome. Old Mo, you came to sing with your friends? Zhou Hao didn't know what to say and instantly made an awkward conversation. Chen Mo smiled and said, "Well, I was just about to leave, we still have things to do, talk to you later." Chen Mo could see Zhou Hao's embarrassment, and he stopped chatting more. Hearing Chen Mo say this, Zhou Hao was instantly moved inwardly, worthy of being a good brother, just understands my thoughts. He knew very well that under normal circumstances Chen Mo would not be able to talk to himself like this if he really had an emergency. At least it would have been said politely, and he was now saying it so bluntly, pressed to pass the word to himself, to diffuse his embarrassment. Zhou Hao hastily took the step and said, "That's fine, we'll talk next time then." After that, the crowd rubbed their shoulders. Seeing Chen Mo talking and laughing with Zhou Hao, other than Su Yucheng, who already had a certain understanding of Zhou Hao, the other few people still felt incredible. Why did Chen Mo get along so well with this infamous school bully? At the same time, they looked at Chu Danwan with a sympathetic face, and in their hearts, they couldn't help but think that another good girl was going to be scourged by the school bully. Let's just say that preconceived notions in the minds of people are a big mountain to climb, and without knowing each other, the power of public opinion can really make it possible for people to directly characterize what they think about a person. This was also why, before the time flashback, Jo-hao and Chu Danwon's father had gotten to that level of irreconcilable conflict. It's really hard to change your impression of someone quickly once you've gotten a preconceived notion of them. Watching Shinmo's few people leave, Chu Danwon didn't have much of an expression on her face. She had a fight with her father today and was depressed, so she wanted to come out and sing to relieve her boredom. In the past, she used to come by herself to sing to relieve her stress when she was depressed. But today I do not know how, she actually inexplicably came up in her mind Jo-hao's figure, but also ghostly sent him about him out to sing the message. By the time she came back to her senses and shyly prepared to withdraw, it was too late. Jo-hao's messages have all come back. It wasn't that she really regretted it, but she was flustered about this behavior of hers. After all, so far, she and Jo-hao could only be considered to be casual acquaintances, not even friends. Days don't even go as far as chatting a few words. But somehow he had actually taken up residence in his heart. In his saddest state after his fight with his father, he was actually the first person he would ghostly think of. When she thought about this bizarre state of mind of hers, Chu Danwon had a kind of panic that she didn't know what to do with. Her inner emotions were complicated in this moment, but since Jo-hao had written back, she was also out of the idea of finding excuses to undo this matter. Before she left the house, she focused on her grooming for the first time in her life. She picked out the dress she felt best in and put it on, and braided her hair in the flower braid she felt best in as well, and that's how she came to her appointment. Only meeting for the first time, Jo-hao had the good sense to compliment her on how pretty her flower braids were. This makes this carefully prepared, braided this flower braid Chu Danwon is immediately heartbloom, very satisfied joy as well as feel a kind of resonance. The depressed mood after the fight with his father was also unconsciously dissipated for the most part. Come on, let's go sing. Chu Danwon didn't care about Chen Mo and the others and turned her head to Jo-hao and said with a smile. Although Chen Mo's appearance was much more handsome to Chu Danwon than Jo-hao's charisma at this point in her mind had already surpassed that of all the boys she had seen so far. As the saying goes, in the eyes of the lover, just like Su Yuqing who was following the crowd out at this time, their eyes would always fall on the boys they paid the most attention to. Chapter 128 Invitation. After leaving the KTV, the crowd gathered again at Zhao Yeya's home to accompany her grandparents to celebrate Zhao Yeya's birthday. Old people don't like to make a lot of noise outside. When the people returned home, Zhao Yeya's grandparents were quite happy and warmly welcomed Chen Mo and the others into the house. Zhao Yeya was outgoing and even a bit strong as a child because she had to take care of her younger sister as an older sister. Don't look at her looking soft and cuddly, but girls develop earlier than boys when they are young, and when she really fights with boys of the same age, she's no slouch. Because Zhao Yeya was too strong as a child, she didn't have many friends. It was only later that he slowly befriended people like Chen Mo, Huang Mao, and the others. The grandparents originally thought that their granddaughter had no friends and were actually still quite annoyed by her. They couldn't have been happier after seeing someone willing to play with their granddaughter, and even play well. Every time Chen Mo's trio came over, they were treated as if they were their own grandchildren. Mime, Yuqing, and Xiaomai are here. Grandma enthusiastically stepped forward to pull them in, while giving Lin Yuan and Lin Yuxi an unexpected look. And these two are? His name is Lin Yuan, he's also our friend, and this little guy is called Lin Yuxi, Lin Yuan's younger brother. Zhao Yeya took the initiative to introduce. I didn't realize that my granddaughter had made another friend. The grandparents were even happier. Welcome, welcome, come on all into the house. When she was about to invite them into the house, Grandma suddenly realized that Zhao Yuan, who was usually rather shy when meeting people and would often keep her head down even in the face of Chen Mo, Su Yuzheng, Huang Mao, and the rest of them, actually dropped her gaze on Lin Yuan's face from time to time. Grandma couldn't be more sensitive to the minds of young people. She immediately snickered at the corner of her mouth and gave Zhao Yuan and Lin Yuan a meaningful look. After the crowd entered the house, Grandma also immediately explained that Zhao Yeya was taking the crowd to play while she went to prepare dinner. Actually, today was to celebrate Zhao Yeya's birthday, so dinner was still relatively simple. It's just a fondue dinner for everyone. Of course, Zhao Yeya was special, so Grandma would cook her a small bowl of longevity noodles alone. And today, there will still be cake for everyone to eat because Huang Mao booked it. For eating so many good things in one day today, Su Yuqing couldn't help but subconsciously scratch her small stomach. Chen Mo laughed as he saw this from the side. Girls are only cute if they have a bit of meat, don't be too concerned about that. Su Yuqing glanced at Chen Mo. Wait and accompany me for a walk and a short jog in the evening. I used to take time to exercise on the weekends at home before, but I've been a bit lazy lately. Su Yuqing exercise is not purely for weight loss, exercise will also make people feel better. A depressed person who can consistently go outside and run 10,000 meters a day for a long time. Just stick to it for a month and it really is going to be able to make a difference to the mental state. Su Yuqing had experienced it herself. It's not good to do this every day when you're in school, but when you're on vacation, this is how she's stuck to it. It does make a depressed mood much better. Especially running will empty the brain not to think of some bad and unpleasant things. After a run, the body is stretched, the mood is better, and it is also less likely to focus on thinking about something less pleasant. This was also a way of survival for Su Yuqing. Hearing this invitation from Su Yuqing, Chen Mo did not refuse. After all, in his perception, a walk and then a jog after some time of digestion after a meal was indeed good for a person. They were at Zhao Yeya's house and stayed until 7 o'clock in the evening, which ended today's birthday banquet together. Zhao Yeya was clearly the happiest one today, such a rich birthday was her first. She was very impressed. It was a bit of a farewell to the crowd. Huang Mao wanted to stay with her, but he didn't have the heart. When she sent Chen Mo and the others away from Zhao Yeya's house, Zhao Yuan still had her eyes on Lin Yuan, as if she really did have some interest in him. Su Yuqing happened to see this scene and couldn't help but reveal a hint of a melon-eating smile. As several people walked out of Zhao Yeya's house, they also walked in separate directions. Because Su Yuqing wanted to take a walk and run at night, Chen Mo was naturally prepared to take her to People's Park for a stroll. This park is much more grand than the old one in the old town. It has a variety of facilities inside and a plastic running track that caters perfectly to people's sporting needs. It was the park that was half an hour away from Chen Mo's home by car, so he usually rarely went over there. Originally, Su Yuqing was only thinking of strolling around a random area next to the nearby artificial lake, but she didn't expect Chen Mo to choose to go to the park. That would be a good choice for her. This People's Park she also only went once, did not stroll all, but vaguely remember the park construction is very beautiful. The moon is bright tonight, the light is excellent, and the temperature is still comfortable. It's perfect for an evening stroll, and if you're strolling through the park together in this kind of weather, it's a different kind of romantic mood. Sitting on the car, Chen Mo pressed down the window and felt the night breeze encroaching, bringing a hint of the coolness of the night to both Chen Mo and Su Yuqing, who had just come out of Zhao Yeya's house. It's a different experience to watch the neon nightscape around you recede ever so quickly. Su Yuqing looked at the night scene outside, her eyes full of novelty. It was really rare for her to come out at night and take in the night like this. There's something really special about being in a speeding car and watching the night scene constantly change. The night view is especially beautiful when the moon is shining beautifully and everything is extra clear and bright. The People's Park is situated near a high mountain which has a viewpoint built to watch the sunrise and sunset. But a night scene as beautiful as today's can actually be used to enjoy the moon. The moon is so beautiful tonight. Su Yuqing looked at the moon and the sky and couldn't help but sigh. The driver laughed and said, "This kind of weather is but too suitable for a young couple like you to go out together at night to view the night scenery." Hearing the driver say this, Chen Mo smiled and didn't say anything, while Su Yuqing's small face slightly reddened and didn't explain. Speaking, the driver as if he remembered something has said, "By the way, the People's Park next to the gathering of the edge of the mountain, a few months ago seems to get a prayer tree. I heard that to this tree to pray for marriage and what is quite spiritual. I heard that a lot of people to go to pray, and the relationship with the sweetheart soon became better. You can go to the shop. May be able to bless you with 100 years of good luck." Hearing the driver say this, Chen Mo laughed. This was purely a marketing ploy. Chapter 129, Night Journey. Something as metaphysically relevant as this is basically arranged to be dragged out and spread. Then it makes a lot of people come and spend money believing it. Since it is supposed to be metaphysical, it is normal even if it doesn't work. People just come over with the intention of trying it out. If it didn't work, people would have come with the intention of trying it out and wouldn't have cared too much when the fee wasn't too expensive. If the spirit, so much the better, these people will automatically become a living sign and source of advertising for no money. They will spontaneously help to publicize the place and spread the word of its spirituality even further by exaggerating it. It makes the place more and more famous. This viral mode of communication spreads extremely fast. For example, now this driver, who had never tried it himself, but he had heard about it, spread the word about it. Whether Chen Mo and Su Yuqing believed them or not, there was a high probability that they would try this kind of spiritual prayer. Because these young couples are the most insecure about their relationships. They are clueless and afraid of loss. That's why it's more and more likely to go for the blessing. It doesn't matter if this driver was spontaneous or paid to spread the word, the effectiveness of the spread was certainly achieved anyway. Chen Mo was long used to these routines, so he didn't care, but at this time, Su Yuqing was clearly moved. Chen Mo swept a glance at her and knew that she had listened. If Su Yuqing is interested in going, Chen Mo naturally won't spoil her fun, not expensive situation. Accompanying her to spend consumption to buy an inner comfort is actually still good. It's just a matter of getting what you want. The party that set up the prayer tree earned the proceeds. The party that comes to pray, metaphysical spirituality, or not, is not known, but at least it earns spiritual comfort for a certain period of time. It's not a loss. That's what makes this mode of communication so powerful. Words like this spread to a couple, even if one of them is sensible enough not to believe them. But as long as the other half of them chose to believe, the purpose was accomplished. Additionally, it is generally rare to use reason to break the other person's little expectation for good. Looking at the light flashing in Su Yuqing's eyes, Chen Mo smiled and wrote down this matter. Sometime later, the driver also safely sent the two Chen Mo to their destination. As he watched the two enter the park together, the driver couldn't help but wonder if these two young men were some kind of celebrity's children. The two long ones were beautiful and handsome, and he had rarely seen such ones in all the passengers he had carried. People's Park belongs to the nightlife places where citizens are very fond of gathering. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing had only just arrived at the entrance of the park when they could already hear a trumpet blaring music in their ears. The moment they entered the entrance, they saw a group of grandparents singing and dancing in the square. Each one looked particularly energized. Since this place is far away from the downtown area, it's okay that even though it's so noisy, it doesn't disturb the people or anything. Chen Mo and Su Yuqing didn't care about them, but walked towards the interior of the park. Just after entering the interior of the park, they saw how many people had already gathered in the park at this time. Both on the grass and on the walkway, there were people. Groups of people sat in the grass either chatting or lying down to look at the stars in the sky. There were families out on the walkway, couples walking arm in arm, and people hanging out with their pets. Along the way there were also a number of mobile vendors pairing things to sell in the neighborhood. The night, which should be progressively quieter, was as noisy as day here. Seeing so many people, Chen Mo directly reached out and grabbed Su Yuqing's small hand. "There are too many people, lest you get lost." Chen Mo smiled and looked at Su Yuqing to explain. Su Yuqing felt the warmth of her palm, a smile appeared on her face, and she backhanded this big hand that was calm and strong but held her with a very loose force. The two were like a couple, taking a slow walk on the park walkway. Simply walking is a completely different feeling than walking hand in hand. It was as if the two could feel each other's heartbeats gradually accelerating. Gradually the walk got closer and closer. The two were almost leaning together. Before walking, Su Yuqing suddenly noticed that there was a person in front of her wearing the frog monster costume from Hulua, and in her hands, she was carrying little green frog balloons filled with flashing lights. "That one is so funny." Su Yuqing couldn't help but laugh out softly when she saw the other parties stupidly dressed wiggling their asses over there. "Want to buy?" Chen Mo asked with a smile as he shook Su Yuqing's small hand. "No, it just feels like it's so interesting." Su Yuqing refused with a smile. Chen Mo quickly noticed that Su Yuqing's gaze fell back to the vendor selling ice candy gourds next to her. "Do you want to buy an ice candy gourd to eat?" Chen Mo immediately understood. Although Su Yuqing was a bit greedy, she touched her small stomach and said, "I ate too much today, or forget about it." A moment later there will be jogging, eating and running is afraid that it will be uncomfortable. Chen Mo laughed and couldn't help but reach out and touch Su Yuqing's small stomach and said, "This state is just right." Feeling Chen Mo's touch, Su Yuqing first felt a burst of itchiness, then she felt a burst of tingling and warmth, not expecting the feeling of being gently rubbed on her little tummy to be too quite comfortable. However, Chen Mo was very disciplined and only touched it slightly before withdrawing his hand. Although he felt that Su Yuqing's current state was quite good, Chen Mo still respected Su Yuqing's wishes. Soon, the two arrived at the People's Park, a sports park dedicated to sports people. It has a lot of gym equipment and a plastic track that is great for people to run on. "This runway is good, let's run here for half an hour." Chen Mo stepped on the ground of the plastic runway and after confirming the softness of the plastic runway, he looked at Su Yuqing and flavored and said. Su Yuqing smiled and nodded, while somewhat reluctantly releasing Chen Mo's hand. The journey over here hand in hand made her feel inexplicably relaxed and happy inside. It's just a little weird to hold hands again while running. The two stood side by side before they began to trot together. Trotting will not be tired, but also can be very good to help strengthen the body, or quite suitable for men and women, young and old a sport. As the two ran together, they were surrounded by a number of athletic people who were also exercising. Some were practicing fast runs, some long runs. Others are just like them, just out for a little weekday exercise. On the way to the run, Chen Mo and Su Yuqing unexpectedly saw an acquaintance. That would be their gym teacher, Tianjing. Chen Mo remembered that Tianjing's home was indeed nearby. She lived in the school staff quarters during the weekdays during school hours, but came home on the weekends, and with a sporty person like her, it was not unusual to see her at night. It was just that Tianjing was more surprised to see Chen Mo and Su Yuqing, and suddenly she remembered the rumors she had heard recently that these two were living together. Come to think of it, high school students living together is still a pretty exciting rumor, and even gym teachers are inevitably gossipy. Chapter 130 Ignored Clues. The moment the three of them looked at each other, Chen Mo and Su Yuqing naturally greeted their teacher immediately. Tianjing immediately looked at the two with a gossipy smile. "I heard that you two are dating, is that true?" It wasn't school time anymore, and Tianjing didn't like to put up a teacher's front, just as a casual conversation between friends. Hearing this, Su Yuqing shyly glanced at Chen Mo, not knowing how to reply. Chen Mo, however, smiled and asked rhetorically, "Who did you hear that from?" "It's been rumored for a long time, saying that both of you are already living together," Tianjing said smilingly. After saying that, she didn't forget to point out the rhythm of Chen Mo and Su Yuqing's jogging in between their chats. Posture is also important when jogging. Keep your upper body a little straighter and breathe in a rhythm. Under her demonstration, Su Yuqing was also gradually finding the right rhythm for jogging. However, when she heard her words, Su Yuqing couldn't say a word back. After all, she was naturally shy and introverted. Chen Mo smiled and said, "It's just that there are some special reasons for living together, and there are always people gossiping." "So, you guys are really just two people living together?" Tianjing asked with a smile. "Cough, pretty much." Chen Mo didn't deny it either. At this time Tianjing immediately looked up and down the two men, said with a smile, "Or you are now good we used to be that time can be strict, not only the school is strict, the home is even more strict, this kind of thing basically caught to tell the parents, go back to be able to lose a layer of skin. It's pretty much the same now, but it's a matter of whether we can meet good teachers and good parents." Chen Mo smiled back. "That's true, your homeroom teacher doesn't look like she always looks serious on weekdays, but she's still very open-minded." Tianjing smiled and put in a good word for He Xiaoyun. "If there are more good class teachers like Mr. He and good physical education teachers like you, the students' physical and mental health can be improved a lot. My elementary school, the physical education teacher is still not moving to give lessons to the cultural classes. There were not a few physical education classes a week. The children are in the stage of growth and development, the most suitable for physical exercise, but also to bring the important physical education class to add in. The important physical education class is also used to add a dispensable cultural class." Chen Mo also couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Tianjing naturally agreed with this, otherwise she wouldn't have never switched classes with her culture teacher. Physical exercise was something important in her eyes, not at all less important than cultural lessons. How can you favor one over the other? But nowadays when you were in your high school years, elementary schools are no longer the same as they were in your elementary school years. The state has explicitly added physical education classes, and now physical education classes have been increased in both elementary and middle schools. Tianjing smiled happily. Because of this state regulation, she was recognized for her years of perseverance. There were a number of culture teachers who were upset that she didn't transfer before. It still stressed her out, but she didn't blame the teachers. After all, originally, people can just finish the fixed classes every day, students' grades, or not, unless they can produce a large number of good grades all at once, or else teach one more class and not more. The teacher's salary is no difference. Then why should the teacher have to work a couple of minutes harder for an extra lesson? Many of these teachers who want classes still harbor a passion for education and hope to bring out more students with better grades. That's why Tianjing wouldn't blame them. We all just had different positions, but it was all for the betterment of the students. As the three of them chatted and ran, Tianjing realized that Su Yuqing, a girl who usually looks soft and weak, looked as if she was still exercising a lot. The jogging motion is basically a standard one. Does Rainy usually work out? I'll come out and jog a bit on weekends when I have time. Su Yuqing smiled back. Are they all out running at night? Well, pretty much after an hour's rest after dinner, I come out and run for an hour or two. Su Yuqing seriously replied back. It's fine now that I have Chen Mo with me. If I'm alone, girls should still try not to come out and run alone at night, it's quite dangerous. Tianjing reminded. As she said this, a look of gloom visibly flashed across her face. Chen Mo also noticed. As for why, this matter Chen Mo still really knew. He didn't know about this until he became a detective. It turned out that Tianjing had previously brought up a girl who had high hopes of entering the sports world in the future. It was also Chen Mo and Su Yuqing's former schoolmate of theirs. The girl was good-looking, extremely well worked out and athletically gifted. This is something that if she can make a name for herself in the future, when she becomes a sports star she's bound to be even more attractive than a regular sports star. The future is definitely promising. It's just a shame that then she had an accident. It's when she comes out alone at night to run out at night. Originally, she wasn't in bad physical shape, and she was no match for boys her age. Plus, they usually work out a lot, and even practice some kind of kickboxing or something for self-defense. So she was even less afraid of anything going wrong. As it turned out, who would have thought that after she went out for a night run one night, she never came back. Later, her body was recovered from the river with stab wounds, but the actual cause of death was asphyxiation, having been strangled alive. And sexually assaulted. Since the girl's parents don't want this kind of thing to be publicized, the story has only been spread on a small scale. Although there's no surveillance at the site of the incident. However, the incident section of the road near the surveillance, through the nearby surveillance draw, still be able to quickly lock the murderer. So the killer was caught quickly. Unfortunately, it doesn't help that the murderer was caught. The man is gone. Tianjing was sad about it for a long time at the time. This girl was very much in her good graces, and she remembered the youthful, bright look of this girl when she used to sit and talk with her and think about the future. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, it would already be a cold corpse? All the previous hard work of practicing extra hard, all the future planning, all became nothing. At that time, Tianjing couldn't wait to tear that prisoner apart with her hands. Because of the lesson learned from this incident, so later whenever a girl had the habit of going out at night to exercise, she would focus on reminding the other party not to go out alone as much as possible. At least ask a few people to join you. At this point she couldn't help but subconsciously remind. Hearing her words, Chen Mo suddenly gave a start. He realized that he seemed to have overlooked one more thing. Su Yuqing every weekend will go out night running this thing. In addition to her family, other people simply did not pay attention to. Naturally, it is impossible to know Su Yuqing has such a habit. The city neighbors, unlike neighbors in the countryside, we are basically closed doors do not meet. To the right and left neighbors know the information can be said to be less than pitiful. Chapter 131 New Direction of Investigation. But Su Yuqing's adoptive father and her crazy mother never just didn't take the initiative to talk about it. On weekdays Su Yuqing didn't look much like someone who would go out and exercise, so the information about this was basically ignored in the investigation. Now that he heard his teacher say this, Chen Mo's mind snapped to a possibility. That is, Su Yuqing had been targeted during her night run. If the other party followed her all the way back to Su Yuqing's house, they thought that they would know where her house was, and they could also keep an eye on her when she went out. Last Friday night, she was nearly hurt by her deranged mother after escaping the house. Is it possible to be targeted by some guy with a bad heart? Followed all the way thereafter? Tracked to her father's house, then to her own house, and eventually to that crime scene? If that's the case, that's not a careful direction or amount of investigation. It would require checking forward to see who was nearby every weekend when Su Yuqing went out for her nightly runs, and whether anyone was deliberately keeping an eye on her. However, with Su Yuqing's posture, even if she went out for a night run and was stared at, it couldn't just be said that the person was suspicious. Everyone loves beauty, and anyone who comes across something that looks good can't help but look at it a few times. So even if the surveillance camera caught whoever was staring at Su Yuqing, it doesn't mean that the other person has a problem. At best, they can be classified as suspects. But if we were to list suspects according to this standard of judgment, then we should not have too many suspects. Regardless, Chen Mo decided to go back and organize Su Yuqing's habits and course of action for her weekend night runs, and when the time came, he would find a way to get all the surveillance along the way. Investigate a little more closely. If such a person really existed, Chen Mo believed that last Friday night, that person should have appeared in his neighborhood. After all, he needed to keep following Su Yuqing in order to finally find a good opportunity to act in the place of the crime. Of course, there were quite a few surveillance probes installed in the vicinity of Chen Mo's house, and that person might have deliberately avoided them if he had a stronger sense of counter-surveillance. So it won't show. It was as if while the last timeline was detecting Su Yuqing's figure on the road with surveillance, the criminal police had also deliberately paid attention to other people who appeared in the nearby point in time that were captured by the surveillance. But basically, I didn't see anyone particularly suspicious looking. So even with this piece of information, it's not that simple to find the real culprit. Of course, when it comes to what the surveillance can't capture, Chen Mo immediately thought of the person who was secretly protecting him. This one also seems to make it a habit to hide in places where the surveillance cameras can't take pictures to protect himself. If it was him, it's not certain that he might have been able to see anything in the neighborhood last Friday night. Thinking of this, Chen Mo decided to go back and ask this one if he had found anything special last Friday night. He already had this person's best friend and didn't need to go through his parents to communicate directly. After all, Chen Mo's parents had asked him to sneakily follow him, only deliberately concealing it for fear that Chen Mo would resent the feeling of his parents sending someone to spy on him. Now that it's all come down to opening up, then, naturally, you can communicate directly. This inadvertent concern of the teacher was what gave Chen Mo a new way of thinking. After all, even Chen Mo was unaware that Su Yuqing had the habit of going out for a night run every weekend. This habit was unknown even to Zhao Yeye. Because Su Yuqing had originally come out to soothe her body and mind because she was depressed, her original kind of introverted personality coupled with depression had made her not very fond of interpersonal interactions, so she was even less accustomed to companionship with others. The feeling of running alone, feeling the evening breeze would bring her a great sense of relaxation both physically and mentally. Of course it's different today. Before she was only like this because she was doing her best to find a place of peace from the darkness. Her world was now flooded with light, and as long as she could follow the light in her heart, then wherever she went, whatever she did, it would be relaxing for her in mind, body, and spirit. In response to her teacher's concern, Su Yuqing nodded seriously. Seemingly sensing that the topic was a bit off, Tianjing reintroduced a smiling face and said, "But it's really not easy. Your parents are also able to be so reasonable, and actually both agree to you living together. Having an enlightened parent, that's really a child's greatest blessing. It would be better if they could spend more time with their children," Chen Mo said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Yuqing suddenly glanced at Chen Mo with a bit of heartache. On weekdays, she always sees the sunny, handsome, cheerful and optimistic Chen Mo, but seldom touches her heart to feel Chen Mo's true psychology. Does he have his own sadness or grief? Now watching him jokingly say this with a smirk, but hearing it in his ears, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartache. While envying Chen Mo's enlightened parents, he himself overlooked the fact that his parents only spent a very small amount of time with him. I guess he was looking forward to spending more time with his parents. Everyone is more or less helpless in their own way. Originally, she had the impression that Chen Mo was a special being completely wrapped in happiness, but now that she thought about it, everyone was actually the same. No one goes through life with everything going their way. Shenma did get upset when he was a kid about his parents being away so often. But as they grow older, children actually become less dependent on their parents. Especially during the rebellious period of adolescence. In fact, this stage of the parents are not around, but let Shenmo's family less unnecessary conflicts and disputes. This is the period of time when children are least interested in parental control. And Shenma's parents didn't discipline him at all. This gave Shenma a great deal of freedom during this formative period and allowed him to relax mentally. But there is a downside to doing this, and that is the child's self-control. This is the time when children have the least control over their behavior. It's also the easiest time to learn how to be bad. Shenmo's parents seldom control him. Spending money is also let him spend as he wants. But the more this happens, the more likely it is that the child will sink and fall during this time. Was Shenma born perfect? Not really. His parents gave him a great deal of freedom during his high school years, and it kind of gradually spiraled out of control. It's just that his self-control is okay, and with no foxy friends around him, Zhou Hao, even though he's ostensibly a school bully, is actually a good and positive friend. He wouldn't teach Shenma to be bad. All he taught Shenma was always how not to be bad like him. This gave Shenma a great positive lead. This, coupled with the subsequent incident with Su Yuqing, caused Chen Mo to completely skip the chaotic period of the adolescent growth stage. Straight up overnight it's over right. Chapter 132, Beautiful Scenery, Beautiful People? After following the teacher around and chatting for a while, the teacher was also getting ready to leave, not so much that her workout was over, but that she was going to go on to other programs. Before leaving, she once again swept a glance at the two of them. With a smile on her face, she said, saying that, you may think that the teacher is meddling, but even if your parents agree to you living together, there are still some things you need to refrain from. Wait until you graduate from high school. Oh, after all, there are some responsibilities that can't be taken on at a young age. What are you talking about, teacher? We are all pure friendship and live in different rooms. Chen Mo, who had only slept in a bed with Su Yuqing 2 days ago, returned without blushing. Su Yuqing, on the other hand, blushed even more and couldn't speak. Tianjing was just doing her duty to remind her, but she didn't mean to interfere, so she left with a smile. Make sure you get a good grade on the physical education test next week. It would be nice to be as energetic as Ms. Tian. Su Yuqing looked at Tianjing as energetic as a young man with a longing look on her face. Will do, as long as you want. Chen Mo smiled and whispered. It was like saying it to Su Yuqing and to himself. After the teacher left, the two of them jogged for another half hour, after buying 2 bottles of water to rehydrate midway through the workout. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. The park was not less crowded. It's just a bunch of people leaving and coming back. The entire park is equipped with bright street lights everywhere. Shining the entire park with lights everywhere. There are also many sheriff's deputies constantly patrolling this park. The aim is to create a people's park where people can play without fear. The jogging ended and the two of them took a slow stroll through the park for another half hour. It just feels like the earth is full of people around you. It can really make a depressed person, and their mood stretches a bit. As they walked, the two of them had unknowingly come to the vicinity of Gathering Edge Mountain next to the park. Earlier, Su Yuqing heard about the effects of the prayer tree on Mount Polygon and was very moved. But she was too embarrassed to say she wanted to come. Chen Mo, who was pretending to be casually wandering around, brought her all the way to this side of the Gathering Edge Mountain. Waiting until they reached the foot of the mountain, Su Yuqing realized that the two of them had unknowingly wandered into the Polygon Mountain. This further made her think of going up to the mountain to pray. It seemed to her that this was God's guidance. This is the Gathering Edge Mountain that Master Driver said about. Chen Mo pretended to be surprised and glanced at the upward steep slope next to him. Seeing Su Yuqing's expectant face but embarrassed to look at herself, Chen Mo immediately said with a smile, since we've all come here, do we need to go up and take a stroll to see? Aha! Su Yuqing immediately revealed a bright smile. Seeing Su Yuqing so easily reveal a satisfied smile, Chen Mo immediately held her small hand with a doting smile, holding her hand. It's more energy efficient to climb the slope. For the 10,000 reasons Chen Mo could always find to hold her hand, Su Yuqing never had a shred of doubt. Of course, that doesn't preclude her from wanting to do the same. But Chen Mo wasn't exactly looking for an excuse to hold hands. As he pulled Su Yuqing like this, Su Yuqing would indeed feel a bit more energy efficient when she walked. The trail winds upward, and a few weeds burrow through the cracks in the stone floor, swaying gently in the night breeze. Chen Mo's palm was slightly hot, and Su Yuqing's fingers unconsciously curled up, only to be clasped tighter by him. Moonlight leaked down from between the branches and leaves, folding their shadows together like crumpled sugar paper, sweet and sticky. Alongside the trail, surprisingly, there was a small, 1-finger-wide gully with water running through it. The water in the mountains looks very clear. Be careful of the moss. Just as Su Yuqing wanted to approach the small gutter, Chen Mo suddenly tightened his fingers, and Su Yuqing's canvas shoes stumbled on the slippery stone steps. Half of her body crashed into Chen Mo's arms, the tips of her hair provoking a tingle in the teenager as it swept across her neck. Chen Mo's arm had already solidly and powerfully encircled her waist, the warmth seeping in through the thin material of her clothes, which appeared particularly warm under the cold evening breeze. The overlapping shadows of the two were pinned to the stone wall by the moonlight, looking like any other couple who were sweetly embracing among the mountain passes. Su Yuqing stared at the knot of his rolling throat, suddenly realizing that this boy who was always subdued had reddened his ears even more than she did. The mountain wind rustled through the treetops, startling a few fireflies with their blue tails. This made both Chen Mo and Su Yuqing feel overjoyed. Fireflies are creatures that always bring a good prayer-like feeling. Because they are so hard to see on weekdays, seeing them once in a while is considered good luck. I'm fine. Returning to her senses and realizing that she was still being tightly embraced by Chen Mo, Su Yuqing, whose voice was like a gnat, softly called out, her earlobes so red that they were about to drip blood. Because at this moment, the other people passing by around them, when their gazes swept over them inadvertently, all of them had smiling gazes on their faces as they landed on them. This kind of handsome man and beautiful woman combination, ordinary people can't help but see a few more eyes when they see it. That's more than normal. Feeling the embrace of the human child, small force want to break free, Chen Mo low laugh let go of the hand, but the fingertips along her wrist again, if not seemingly rubbed over the palm, slipped to the fingertips, holding up her small hand. Without caring about the surrounding gazes, Chen Mo pulled Su Yuqing's small hand and continued to walk towards the mountain. As the two of them arrived at a viewing platform halfway up the mountain, only up to this position, they were already able to see the entire city prostrate at their feet. A river of neon stars flowed in the distance, and they were standing in the gaping hole of this neon river. So beautiful. Looking at this dreamlike night scene, Su Yuqing had stars in her eyes and was filled with awe. In contrast to the beautiful night scene, Chen Mo's eyes were filled with a beautiful figure. Looking at her side face that was silvered by the moonlight, Chen Mo's throat rolled involuntarily. Broken hair behind the young girl's ear fell to her shoulders, stuck in small curls by thin sweat, sweeping over her collarbone with the turn of her head where it was rising and falling with her gasps. And below the collarbone is a piece of snow-white round. Today Su Yuqing wearing neckline was not high. Just after some movement, she subconsciously grabbed the neckline fanning, which makes the neckline more open. Chen Mo condescending, that is, everything can be seen. It made him breathe unconsciously heavy for a few moments. Regarding Chen Mo's state of not responding to the night scene, when Su Yuqing curiously turned around, she realized that he wasn't even looking at the night scene, but was looking at himself out of his mind. Following his gaze again, Su Yuqing subconsciously lowered her head. In the next instant, a scarlet blush immediately surfaced on her face. Subconsciously she wanted to reach out and block it, or pull at the back to adjust the current state of her neckline. But the moment the thought popped into her head, she stopped moving again. Chapter 133 King of Bargaining. Soon after, Su Yuqing pretended not to know anything and continued to look at her night view. However, Chen Mo was not an old colorful man. He just stumbled upon such a scene and a little bit of gas and blood surged. He didn't have the good sense to stare at it, and immediately shifted his eyes and looked into the night. Phew, the air in the mountains at night is pretty good. Chen Mo took a few deep breaths and felt a lot more relaxed physically and mentally. Su Yuqing followed suit, but as soon as she took a deep breath, the shaking in front of that body became even greater. Another wave of Chen Ma's eyeballs was viciously scratched. Indeed, taking a deep breath on the mountain made Su Yuqing feel like all her pent-up emotions had melted away here. Have you rested yet? The view from the top of the mountain is but better. Chen Mo shook Su Yuqing's small hand and said with a gentle smile. Su Yuqing smiled and nodded, holding Chen Mo's hand tightly as everything progressed towards the top of the mountain. As they turned the last bend in the trail, the prayer tree crashed into view unexpectedly. Prayer tree at the top of the hill is more magnificent than expected. The gnarled branches are wrapped with layers of red silk, the wooden plates gently collide in the night wind, the crisp ringing sound in the ears gives a sense of extra peace of mind. As the visitor approached, he saw only a great deal of fine dust floating in the silver glow that sifted through the canopy. If you normally see this fine dust, it might make you rush to avoid it. But under the illumination of the moonlight and the blessing of the prayer tree, at this time, these fine dust not only did not make people feel any sense of filthiness, but instead, it added a sense of divine radiance to the whole environment. Come to the tree. Looking at the surrounding large number of wooden signs written with prayers, the two originally just normal holding small hands, in the shadow of the red silk but quietly changed into a 10-finger interlocking posture. They saw prayers for health, prayers for friendship, prayers for affection, and also prayers for love. Suddenly Chen Mo felt the hand he was holding shake a few times and turned his head to see Su Yuqing's longing eyes. Should we go write a prayer too? Okay. Chen Mo smiled gently and brought Su Yuqing along to a store tended by a middle-aged woman. Want a prayer card? Blessing love is very spiritual. Oh, handsome ladies wanna pray? The clerk asked smilingly. How much is one? Chen Mo asked casually. $1,000 for one, hang it permanently. You see, it is this kind of golden wood plaque. $100 for one to hang for 1 year, this kind of silver wood plaque. The clerk continued to sell. If it's a prayer for love, I think it's better to choose the golden wood plaque. After all, who all hope that their love can be long-lasting and beautiful. It's so expensive, it's better to forget about it. Su Yuqing heard these two prices. People were dumbfounded. She couldn't afford to hang that one for a year, let alone permanently. She wasn't saying polite words to tell Chen Mo to forget it, but she directly pulled Chen Mo up and was ready to leave. Sorry about that, I listen to her all the time. Chen Mo smiled apologetically and turned around, ready to leave as well. In an instant, the clerk then immediately changed his tone. Wait a minute, little girl, talk it over, don't rush off. Hearing her words, Su Yuqing then stopped in her tracks. How do we discuss it? She asked curiously. Name a number. The clerk also asked rhetorically without ink. $10 apiece. When Su Yuqing encountered this kind of scene, she was quite good at dealing with it, and she didn't even blush when she directly slashed to the aorta. In exchange for people who do not know how to cut the price, even if it is a tenth of the cut, will be a little embarrassed to think that they are not cut too much. Not I say you say you this girl, praying for this thing is about a sincere heart is spiritual, you this girl heard the money is expensive to go, the heart is not sincere wish cannot be spiritual, $10 even the cost is not enough ah. The clerk said speechlessly. You also said, praying is about sincerity of heart doesn't depend on how much money is spent, if spending money can be considered sincere, then the tycoons don't all live forever. Su Yuqing obviously doesn't believe this, $20, at most, if it doesn't work, we'll leave. Looking at Su Yuqing's skillful bargaining techniques, Chen Mo just smiled and watched from the sidelines without saying a word. Okay, little girl you are really powerful even if the person looks pretty, bargaining is still so capable, for the sake of you handsome men and women, sister I will sell you at a loss. The clerk said with a heartbroken look on her face. In fact, how much this thing costs, Chen Mo knows very well, it definitely does not cost more than $1. Don't say 20, sell it for $10 and you'll make a profit. But for $10 they'd rather miss out than sell for sure. Because if this gets out, it affects business in the back. For $20, they can more or less live with it. Because there were several groups that came in that were scared and ready to run when they heard the price, but after the price was reduced to under 50, people were much more receptive. Sometimes the price drops to 20 and there are 5 people on the other side and they still equal a sale of $100, or else all 5 of them run away and don't make a dime. $20 is their internal minimum price, and they absolutely won't sell it if they cut the price beyond that. The reason why Su Yuqing was able to cut down to the psychological price of $20 was because she had heard the other party's thoughts. As they were about to leave, the clerk stopped her, obviously stating that the price was negotiable. And the cost of a wooden sign would have been very low. Since there is talk, it means that they are willing to make as much as they can. So Su Yuqing directly opened her mouth with $10, wanting to test if that was the price they were willing to earn. And after pressing to this extent, the other party obviously uttered some unpleasant words and the attitude of not wanting to do your business. After all, a place to make a wish, if you make a wish that the spirit of the wish cannot be such rhetoric are taken out, that is basically the same as saying that you do not want to do business with you. So Su Yuqing knew that she had chopped too much and directly and immediately doubled the existing price. Try the other side's minimum psychological price again. And this attempt was cut right down to the lowest price. Originally, the clerk was able to continue pulling at Su Yuqing for a while. But she had been sitting here for so long, she was also very good at reading people, and at a glance, she knew that Su Yuqing was the kind of king of bargaining, so she didn't bother wasting time with her. Strong eyesight is what makes her qualified for this position. It's like she's not pushing $1,000 wooden signs on everyone she sees, because it's easy to think the place is overpriced. Usually she'll just quote a $100 wood sign. Only when she saw that the other person was rich, she would quote the wooden sign of $1,000. If the other person asked how come others didn't talk about this, she would say that this is usually only launched when you see people with hung luck. After all, it is to be hung permanently, not for ordinary people to write. This kind of statement can satisfy the boss's vanity and still make sense. That's why several of these $1,000 priced wooden signs sprayed with a gold coating are still sold. Chapter 134, A Strange Prayer. At first see this Chen Mo and Su Yuqing, two handsome men and women, especially dressed should be more rich kind. The clerk this directly pushed $1,000 of blessing card out. I didn't expect to come across one that was so good at bargaining. After negotiating the price, Chen Mo and Su Yuqing then returned back to the store. The smell of sandalwood mixed with freshwood shavings came from the entire store, and when Su Yuqing squatted down to pick a wooden sign, the back of her neck revealed a small section of snow-white skin, which glowed with a pearly luster under the moonlight, and her fullness was squeezed by her knees to stand out a little more. Chen Mo didn't have the heart to look at it much and turned around to pick a random wooden sign as well. What wish are you going to write? He shook the wooden plaque he just bought as if asking to Su Yuqing. But she saw Su Yuqing smile mysteriously. I'll show you after I finish writing. After saying that, she turned around and turned to write, and when she turned around her ponytail happened to sweep over the back of Chen Mo's hand, causing him to be flooded with a hint of itchiness. Chen Mo looked at her back as she sprawled on the desk table to write, the tip of the wolf hairbrush hanging late on the deck, and he didn't bother to peek. Instead, he found himself a nearby desk table and began to write what he had written on this prayer card. Originally, he didn't care too much about this, it was just that seeing as Su Yuqing liked it, he would just accompany it. At the same time, being able to return from the future to the present, such an experience also made him begin to recognize a few things about the existence of special destinies in the world. Soon he had written his wooden sign. I wish to be here in this world for the rest of my life. Since fate can send itself back, will it one day send itself away? Chen Mo had always had an inexplicable panic in his heart about this matter. He always felt that once he knew who the real culprit was who killed Su Yuqing, he would go back to the original time once he woke up from a sleep, and everything he experienced was just a long, beautiful dream. That's why he made the wish. When Chen Mo wrote the prayer card, Su Yuqing had already covered the prayer card and walked over. What did you write? She playfully glanced at the prayer card in Chen Mo's hand, wanting to know what his wish was. What about yours? Chen Mo asked rhetorically. I asked you first. Su Yuqing played a trick. Chen Mo smiled and showed the prayer card in his hand to Su Yuqing. Willing to be here in this world for the rest of your life? Looking at this puzzling sentence, Su Yuqing was a bit hard to read. Is this not going to be a human being in the next life? Su Yuqing always felt that this sentence looked inexplicably sad. She had felt before that Chen Mo, who had always been sunny and cheerful in front of people, had some kind of unknown sadness deep inside. She'd had a vague feeling about it since the car ride together earlier, listening to music. It was just that Chen Mo rarely showed negative emotions in front of her, so it was difficult for her to deeply perceive Chen Mo's inner world. But from this one prayer, she was more or less able to peek out that Chen Mo's heart was hiding his own hopelessness. After reading Chen Mo's prayer card, Su Yuqing's heart tugged for no reason, and then she immediately spread out the prayer card she had written. May all things be well with me and with his 3 treasures on earth. 3 treasures on earth? Chen Mo glanced at Su Yuqing, a bit curious as to what the 3 treasures on earth were. This is the 3 treasures summarized by Su Yuqing herself, the 3 most valuable treasures of a person's existence in the human world, that is, affection, friendship and love. These are Su Yuqing's 3 treasures on earth. She expects that her and Chen Mo's affection, friendship, and love will all be fine. The intimacy piece of her own life is basically in tatters. But that didn't stop Su Yuqing from still holding her own thoughts about this piece. What child doesn't want his or her biological parents to be truly caring and the family to be together? It was just that this wish, Su Yuqing knew, was too difficult. But what makes a wish isn't that it's hard to fulfill. She keeps this prayer sign up, just to leave a good prayer. I heard that the higher the prayer sign is hung, the easier it is for the wish to come true. Su Yuqing looked at Chen Mo and said with a smile. Chen Mo didn't care about this at all, just what Su Yuqing said then. Some things are better to be believed than not. After Chen Mo tiptoed to put up his prayer, he reached out to Su Yuqing. Let me help you. No. Prayer signs are only spiritual if you hang them yourself. Su Yuqing shook her head and refused. That's fine. Chen Mo smiled and watched Su Yuqing hang herself from the side. However, seeing Su Yuqing tiptoeing as high as possible to tie the red silk with a wobbly look, Chen Mo still reached out to hold her slender, tender, and wobbly waist. The young girl's hair brushed the side of his neck, bringing up a fine itch. And when his hands landed on Su Yuqing's waist, they also brought a tingling invasion to Su Yuqing. She hurriedly and quickly finished hanging up the prayer sign, which immediately stood still to the ground, and at this time, Chen Mo also withdrew his hand without moving. For a while there was no sound between the two, only the highest branches were still gently trembling, and several wooden planks abruptly crashed into one place, emitting a crisp sound of bamboo planks. Let's go. Chen Mo was the first to speak and walked ahead. There's a reason to hold hands on the way up, but not on the way down. Su Yuqing quietly followed behind Chen Mo, her mind still pondering over the prayer Chen Mo had written. The vague sounds of the city came from the foot of the hill, while nearby was the crunching of wooden signs knocking against each other and the sound of fast-flowing water from a small gutter. Su Yuqing thought as she walked, but she also didn't figure out what Chen Mo's strange prayer actually meant. Without realizing it, the two had returned to the foot of the mountain. Due to thinking about things, the front of Chen Mo has stopped, the back of the Su Yuqing did not collect feet, directly head on Chen Mo's broad back, at the same time because it is a steep slope, the body of an unsteady, subconsciously on the hands of the front want to grab something, so it becomes directly from the back of the waist around the waist to embrace the action of Chen Mo. Instantly, the other passers-by around them all looked over with sideways glances. Many of them even showed a hint of snickering. After realizing what she and Chen Mo looked like right now, Su Yuqing hastily withdrew her hands and shyly stood still to apologize. I'm sorry, I just didn't pay attention and accidentally bumped into you. Fool, what else is there to apologize for with me? Chen Mo gave her a light pop on the forehead, smiled and re-pulled her small hand, leaving the people's park together. I just couldn't find a cab outside the park. After all, rentals as well as any vehicles were not allowed to congregate in the vicinity, as this way it would lead to a very chaotic traffic in the vicinity of People's Park, plus there were a lot of small children playing in People's Park, so in case they encountered a couple of orphan children charging, it would be a big problem. Therefore, Chen Mo and Su Yuqing still had to stroll a bit further if they wanted to go home. Chapter 135 Cool Night, Warm Body. Leaving the park without the shelter of his surroundings, a gust of night wind hit him as he walked down the cold streets, giving him a chill. Su Yuqing didn't wear much today, and her body subconsciously cowered. Seeing this, Chen Mo loosened the hand that was originally holding the small hand, and instead grabbed her right hand, wrapped it around his back waist, and rested it on his waist, while he himself reached out and wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pressing her entire body onto his own. Hold on to me. Listening to Chen Mo's domineering president-like words, Su Yuqing's heart warmed up and happily wrapped her arms around Chen Mo's tight waist, leaning half of her body against his, greedily feeling the warm touch of his body. The coldness that he had just felt dissipated all of a sudden. So comfortable. Su Yuqing pressed herself against Chen Mo, enjoying this warmth with abandon. To be able to enjoy such a warm embrace, any more unpleasant experiences that were once there are no longer worth mentioning in today's eyes, but only a trial leading to happiness. As long as she was able to hold on to the warmth that she had today, then she didn't really want much more. Affection, friendship, love, a person's life, there is one can completely grasp, carved in the bones, it has not been in vain. The streetlights cast broken gold between the gaps in the sycamore leaves, and Chen Mo's body heat continuously seeped into Su Yuqing's shoulders through her thin shirt. The tips of her ears flushed as she realized that the teenager's arm around her was actually shaking slightly. Under such an evening breeze, Chen Mo wasn't made of iron and would naturally feel the cold. Not to mention the further lowering of his body temperature by wrapping his arms around a girl whose temperature was lower than his own. Well, with the two of them embracing each other so much, their heartbeats gradually picked up. Especially when two people are leaning and walking together, friction can inadvertently occur. Feeling the touch of Su Yuqing's soft body intermittently touching his own, Chen Mo's body was also unconsciously getting hot very quickly. At that moment his heartbeat was clearer than the rattle of the night wind sweeping through the treetops. When I turned the corner, the neon sign Warm House jumped out at me. The warm yellow light in the glass window was wrapped in a steaming white mist, a 24-hour Kanto Dano restaurant. Chen Mo suddenly stopped and looked at Su Yuqing in his arms and said, "Have some guandong boiled to warm up your body." "Boss, 2 bunches of rice cakes, 2 bunches of radishes, 2 bunches of bean puffs." When Chen Mo withdrew his arm, Su Yuqing immediately felt an empty coolness on her shoulder, but in the next second a hot paper cup was stuffed into her hand. Floating in the translucent broth were some tantalizing-looking skewered foods, the very same style that the skewer vendors she always couldn't help but steal glances at on her previous nightly runs called for. Though she wanted to eat it every time, she came out here to work out, and she had the self-control to hold back every time. But following Chen Mo around, the other party always couldn't help but feed her, which made it hard for her to resist the temptation. The moment her fingertips touched, Chen Mo held her cold hand and pressed it against the wall of the cup. "It's warmer this way." Su Yuqing nodded and first held it for a few seconds. After feeling her palm warm up, she drank a few more mouthfuls of soup before enjoying the food in her cup just like Chen Mo. When the radish's sweetness melted between her teeth, Su Yuqing only felt that happiness turned out to be such a simple thing. Encountering warm things when it's cold, walking with your favorite person on a lonely night, it's all unspeakable happiness. After contentedly enjoying a large cup of Kanto boil, Su Yuqing was also feeling much warmer. "Warmed up, do you want another cup?" Chen Mo said with a gentle smile, looking at Su Yuqing. "It's so late, it wouldn't be appropriate to eat too much, this looks just right." Su Yuqing smiled and got up, taking the lead to walk out of the store. At this time to feel the evening breeze again, just feel a refreshing coolness, rather than the previous coldness. But it's not cold enough to find a reason to lean in. This made Su Yuqing a little lost. It's rare to get out together for a night out, and this stretch of road kind of expands the two of them for a night out. The night is deepening, the sycamore leaves rustle in the wind. Su Yuqing's playfulness gradually rose with canvas shoes gently rubbed over the road surface, shallow water, splashing water droplets in the moonlight broken into good-looking stars. She stared down at the two men's shadows lengthened by the streetlight, her fingertips rubbing unconsciously. Suddenly there was less hand-holding and hugging, just walking side by side, but it gave Su Yuqing a sense of difficulty in adapting with nowhere to put her hands. Snap! The crunching sound of a wildcat knocking over a can in the dark alley startled Su Yuqing, and Chen Mo immediately sidestepped to protect her on the inside. Any hint of wind and grass, Chen Mo would be the first to protect the people around him. In this life, as long as he was alive and kicking, then he would not let her get hurt in the slightest. The two made their way out of the area shrouded by People's Park, and a little further onto a location where an internet car could come and pick them up. Cabs are hard to find at night, and online cabs are still available at the touch of a finger. But just as the two were walking along the exterior of the park, near a small lake, they suddenly saw several people gathered ahead of them. What to do? Do any of you know how to swim? Please save my baby. As the two men approached, they heard one of them anxiously calling out to those around them. At this time Chen Mo saw a warning sign written next to the lakeshore, prohibiting fishing, prohibiting washing clothes by the river, prohibiting swimming and playing in the river. But right near this sign, there was some clothing thrown around. Obviously someone went swimming in the lake despite warnings. Chen Mo cannot help but be a little impressed. This midnight wind so cold, still dared to swim in the river. Heart really big, ah. But anyone who doesn't warm up well in advance is bound to cramp up when they get in the water at these temperatures. The next few people were asked by the woman, all of them immediately shook their heads. In fact, there are those who can swim among them. But fearing a showdown, he simply shook his head and said he wouldn't. After all, visibility in the lake at night is poor, and with a drowning person struggling haphazardly, it's extremely risky to venture into the water to save them. They naturally didn't dare to just go into the water. "Oh my God, help, someone save our child." The woman crumbled and sat down, wanting to get into the water but not knowing how to do so, and could only cry out here in despair. At this time, Chen Mo and Su Yuqing walked to the neighborhood. Seeing the two, the woman once again rekindled hope. "Young man, you can swim? Please save my child. He just saw someone drowning, want to go down to save him." The result of the people did not save up, he himself, but also hitched a ride. Originally, after Chen Mo saw the clothes on the shore, he was not prepared to care about this kind of idle business of ignoring the warnings of the people who had caused their own accidents. But now that he heard the woman say that, he realized that there were two people drowning, and the one who was still struggling was the one who went down to save them. If so, then there is a need to come to the rescue. After all, how to say that he used to be a criminal police officer, encountered a good man in distress, in the case of having the ability to rescue, certainly is not to see death to save. Chapter 136 Panic Su Yuqing. Although he decided to save the man, Chen Mo did not take any chances, but observed the drowning man's condition in the water at that moment. Seeing that the other party's struggling force had already weakened at this time, he then immediately took off his clothes and jumped into the water. Chen Ma. When Su Yuqing saw this scene, she inevitably had worries in her heart. But Chen Mo was going out to save people after all, so she couldn't do anything to stop it. "Ah hi, you hold on, someone is coming to save you, you must hold on." On the shore, seeing the boy's struggles gradually weakening, the boy's mother immediately knelt on the shore and cried. By now Chen Mo had already quickly swam behind the boy, called "Ah hi." To save a drowning person, always drag him from behind, this way you can prevent his flailing hands from grabbing you under the water. But with the boy's stamina at this point, he wouldn't have much strength left to pull anyone even if they were to make a positive move to save him. However, Chen Mo still used the safest means. After dragging the boys from behind, he realized that they had stopped moving, presumably choking and suffocating, and he immediately swam back quickly. But in Chen Mo's swim to the half, the boys are like with a nightmare as woke up. Due to not clear what his current situation, he mistakenly thought that he was caught by the water ghosts to drag down. He immediately began to struggle frantically up. Even if Chen Mo was behind him, he controlled him with difficulty and was forced to choke on a few mouthfuls of water after him. Chen Mo. When Su Yuqing saw this scene from the shore, she almost panicked and was about to jump into the water. While in this back to the general struggle, soon the boys will be no movement, his soaked t-shirt close to Chen Mo body, his head has directly drooped down to the shoulders of Chen Mo, it is clear that the person has been completely unconscious. Soon, Chen Mo dragged the people to the shore, when the muddy lake water was dripping from the tips of their hair. "You guys get out of the way some. Give him a wide berth." Chen Mo dragged the man ashore and immediately shouted away the few people who had surrounded him, and then he laid a high flat on the cobblestone beach, his fingertips quickly probing the carotid artery. The faint pulsation was like a candle in the wind that could go out at any time. "Hi!" The boy's mother cried on the spot as she saw that her son didn't seem to be moving. "Don't rush, help me hold his jaw." Chen Mo commanded the boy's mother without lifting her head, her hands folded and pressed onto the boy's thin chest. Each pressure carried a braking force, and soon muddy froth spilled from between Hai's pale lips. At this time the boy's mother is also reacted, artificial respiration and what first aid she still learned. She rushed aside to do so. "Good, you're quite the professional." Chen Mo gave the boy's mother an unexpected look. "I've worked as a caregiver before." The boy's mother took the time to reply to Chen Mo, and then continued to start cooperating with Chen Mo's compressions for first aid. After every 30 compressions, she pinched the bridge of the teenager's cold nose and leaned in to very warm breath. Seeing that there was no movement for quite a while, the surrounding onlookers also followed and became nervous. Just at the 90th pressing, the third round of artificial respiration, Chen Mo suddenly felt the chest cavity under the palm trembled violently, and at the same time the teenager inclined his head and choked out a large stream of sewage. "Alive! Ah Hai is alive!" The woman frantically tried to pick him up, but was blocked by Chen Mo's crossed arms. "Don't touch him. Send him to the hospital now." He scanned the area and took the bag from the woman's hand and patted it under Hai's neck, keeping his fingers between the other man's wrists to monitor his pulse. The dark brown river meandered down the teenager's cochlea and merged into a dark stream in a cobblestone crevice. "He's out of life-threatening condition at the moment, but after choking for so long, we still need to call an ambulance to get him to the hospital for another checkup." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he then got up and shook the stained lake water from his body, grabbed the clothes on the ground and put them back on. But the body did not dry the case, so we're still soaked clothing, not where even more cannot. At this time the temperature has been relatively low, even if Chen Mo physical fitness is good, covered with cold water, but also stood in the cold wind, the Iron Man cannot wait so tossed. Even if he put on his clothes now, Chen Mo still felt a chill when a gust of night wind hit him. Just then, a sudden warm, soft touch pressed up. Chen Mo unexpectedly glanced over, only to see that it was Su Yuqing who had wrapped her arms around herself on the side. Her eyes were full of tension and fear. She was fine after Chen Mo went into the water just now, but when she saw the boys struggling fiercely and almost causing Chen Mo to suffer after them, her heart was in her throat. At this point, she was scared. In case something happened to Chen Mo here, she felt like she would collapse with him. She looked at Chen Mo with tears in her eyes, wanting to tell him not to do this next time, but at this time, the woman on the side had already kneeled down solemnly to Chen Mo and cowed out her thanks. Thank you, young man. Without you, our Ahai would not have been able to live. Where is your home? Can you leave me an address? Some other day I will definitely visit the door to thank you. The woman said excitedly. Seeing this scene, Su Yuqing was unable to say the words that were on her lips. Chen Mo was there to save a life, and saving a life might save more than just the person in question, it might save an entire family. The thought of how devastated the woman would have been if the boys had drowned, whether the women would have been blamed by their families when they got back, all sorts of horrific scenarios of a chain reaction of tragedies. Su Yuqing wouldn't be able to say anything that would make Chen Mo stop saying such things in the future. The weight of human life cannot be easily measured. At this time Chen Mo immediately picked up the women, smiled, no need to thank me, this brother is also down to the river to save people in trouble, he is also considered to be heroic behavior, heroes in distress if no one to save the words, that the whole society should follow the code, I just did what should be done, just before the drowning man currently see is not visible, I think you'd better incidentally call the police. Hearing Chen Mo praise his son as a hero, the woman was even more moved by the pattern of the young man in front of her. She was still about to ask something in detail, but was blocked by Chen Mo's words. I'm all wet now, I have to hurry home, otherwise I'm only afraid I'll catch a cold, so I won't stay much longer. Auntie, you use your coat to cover this brother a little, make sure he's warm, and then call the ambulance and the police over right away. Okay. The women immediately took out their phones and did as they were told. Just as the woman finished making the first aid and police calls, she turned her head again and realized that Chen Mo had already walked away. When she thought of Chen Mo's current wet state wearing water-soaked clothes, she didn't have the heart to chase after him and delay him any longer. But she was genuinely curious to know what school this youth was a student of, and such a good boy must be commended.